This is the most useless low-level fireball skill book. Its only fate is to be used as toilet paper in the outhouse. But the first time you see it, you hesitate not at all to empty your savings. You bury it deep. Everyone laughs at you, calling you a fool. Little do they know, you have the ability to amass infinite wealth. Any skill in your hands can instantly reach max level. So while other players are still struggling in the novice village, you are already wielding forbidden level spells. With a wave of your hand, you can obliterate everything. At this point, the game has been live for 2.5 hours, and the 9,527 novice village is still crowded. At this rate, you won't be able to leave the village anytime soon, and even if you do, you might not be able to snag a position. As you look at the sea of people at the village entrance, your expression darkens, but just then, a system notification chimes in your ear. Ding! Your infinite skill points have been credited, and you can now learn any skill. Infinite skill points to learn any skill. You're momentarily taken aback. You quickly open the skill panel, which shows only one skill, F-level fireball, while the skill points section displays countless 9s. No way, is this real? With a mix of excitement and trepidation, you press the upgrade button behind the fireball. Ding! F-level fireball upgrade successful, deals 105% magic attack damage to enemies, consumes 20 mana, casting time 2 seconds, no cooldown, range 10 meters. You actually succeeded at level 1/5. You feel a surge of joy. While others earn 5 skill points for leveling up, you start with infinite skill points. You're taking off. You can't help but shout, bro. What are you shouting about? We can't even leave this novice village. Can you all stop crowding in front? At this rate, who knows when we'll get out of the village? Your shout attracts nearby players, but soon gets drowned out by others. You glance at the increasingly congested village entrance, realizing nothing has improved. Shifting your focus back to skills, you think, since you can't leave anyway, just keep upgrading. F-level fireball upgrade successful. Now a level 1 fireball, deals 130% magic attack damage, consumes 20 mana, casting time 2 seconds, no cooldown, range 20 meters, at level 1/5. Current item levels range from F to SSS, with the mysterious divine level. I wonder if I can upgrade this skill directly to divine level. Seeing that the fireball can still be upgraded, you decisively press the upgrade button. Ding! Level 1 fireball upgrade successful, continue to level 2 of 5. With the speed of a 2018 Kirin arm, your nimble fingers continuously click the upgrade button. Ding! Level 1 fireball has reached max level. Would you like to spend 2 skill points to upgrade it to D-level fireball? You choose without hesitation. Spend 2 skill points for a successful upgrade. Now a D-level fireball, deals 150% magic attack damage, consumes 20 mana, casting time 2 seconds, range 20 meters, at level 1/5. With infinite skill points, you show no signs of stopping. Soon, a notification chimes in your ear. Ding! Your skill has been upgraded to S-level fireball, deals 400% magic attack damage, consumes 20 mana, casting time 2 seconds, no cooldown, range 30 meters, cannot be further upgraded. You can't upgrade anymore. You notice the upgrade button has disappeared. Everyone, form an orderly line. Just then, a commanding voice rings out, and a pair of armored soldiers appears at the village entrance, led by their captain. In the next moment, the captain swings his sword at the wall behind him, and with a loud crash, a gap is cleaved open. Line up over here to exit the village in an orderly fashion. Hearing this, you quickly run toward the opening in the wall. Before long, you pass through the gap and find yourself outside the novice village. This is a vast area, and as far as the eye can see, it's filled with people. There's not a single monster in sight. Just like those bustling online games right after launch, you wander around and can't help but exclaim, the S-level fireball is impressive, but unfortunately, there are no monsters to fight. The forest over there has few people. It should be a high-level monster area. The damage boost from the S-level fireball is quite substantial. With your current 20 magic attack, it can deal 80 damage with the fireball's enhancement. Considering that a level 1 monster has 100 health points, you can take it down in just 2 hits. Even against level 2 monsters, with the S-level fireball's 30-meter range, you can easily wipe them out. With this thought, you head toward the area with level 2 monsters, and soon a figure appears before you. Level 2 Wild Boar, health 200 to 200, attack power 40, physical defense, magic defense, skill description not available. This is a wild boar enjoying a lazy moment in the forest, but your arrival seems to have disturbed its peaceful life. It is now extremely angry, and in its eyes, you look like a cabbage. If you think of me as a cabbage, then I'll turn you into roasted pig. You launch a fireball at the wild boar. A blood-red damage number pops up above the wild boar's head, and the enraged boar charges at you with a roar. You attack while retreating, launching 2 more fireballs, giving the wild boar no chance to counterattack. 2 blood-red damage numbers appear, and the wild boar's health is instantly depleted, collapsing to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the wild boar and earned 10 experience points. That's a lot. Killing a monster of the same level grants 5 experience points, but you got 10 for defeating one above your level. You notice the experience bar has increased by January 10th. Curious about what dropped, you quickly walk over and start looting the corpse. Ding! You have received 20 copper coins and a worn wooden staff, which adds 5 attack and 2 intelligence. Not bad. My intelligence is now 12, so a fireball deals 96 damage. Just one more regular attack will finish off the wild boar. You equip the staff immediately and turn to another wild boar, launching 2 large fireballs. Both fireballs hit, and the wild boar's health drops to 8 points instantly. Seizing the opportunity, you raise your staff and bring it down on its head. A damage number appears, and the wild boar lets out a cry before collapsing. Ding! Congratulations, you have killed the wild boar, earning 10 experience points and 20 copper coins. You repeat the process, taking down 2 more wild boars, and loot a piece of clothing that adds 2 defense and 2 constitution, which you wear immediately. The mana recovery speed is too slow, it takes 5 seconds to recover 1 point. You sit down to restore your mana while checking the world chat. This game is so hard to level up, I haven't even touched a single monster yet. You up there should be grateful, I got a monster down to low health only to have someone else steal the kill, leaving me with no experience at all. I think we should team up to take down higher level monsters, taking turns for the final hit. Ranged players, especially mages, can group together. At a 10-meter range, we can just trigger the monster's attack zone and unleash a barrage of fireballs, skyrocketing our leveling speed. Reading these comments, you furrow your brow. The idea of mages teaming up to kill monsters is definitely viable. However, if that happens, other mages will quickly arrive in this level 2 area, and you might end up missing out on monster kills. Can't the mana recovery be a bit faster? You feel quite helpless. By the time your mana bar fills up, there are already quite a few bends in the forest. Hey man, you're a mage, right? Shouldn't we team up and take turns getting the experience? Yeah, if we team up with 5 people, the last one to cast fireball can get the experience. Other players see you and immediately send a party invitation. No need, you directly decline and turn to venture deeper into the forest. What the heck? Not even forming a party and going in there? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Everyone, please understand, there are always some quirky folks. We're still short 1 mage, so let's wait a bit. Watching your silhouette, a few of them start to laugh. You ignore their mockery, disappearing from their sight, and start hunting wild boars. 10 minutes later, a system notification chimes. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. You have earned 10 attribute points to distribute and 5 skill points. Congratulations on being the first player to level up. You are rewarded with a class skill, please make your selection. You can't help but feel overjoyed, skills are incredibly important for you. You quickly open the selection panel. 1 passive class skill and 2 active class skills. I choose Fireball, which has considerable damage. I really don't lack offensive skills right now, so I'll go with a passive skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired Spell Will. Your mana gained from Spirit is now 115% for level 1. Nice! Seeing this skill, you nod. You are currently very low on mana, and this passive skill is like a timely aid. Plus, this skill can be upgraded. Hee, you don't hold back and directly upgrade Spell Will to S rank. Spell Will S rank boosts your mana gained from Spirit to 400%. It seems that ordinary skills can only be upgraded to S rank at most. You calculate that upgrading an ordinary skill to S rank requires around 100 skill points. In other words, for someone to upgrade an ordinary skill to S rank, they need to level that skill to level 20 and invest all their skill points into it. Next are the attributes. As a mage, the importance of intelligence and spirit is self-evident. Let's add to intelligence first. Leveling up is the most important right now. After some thought, you allocate all 10 attribute points to intelligence. Player Sumu, class, mage, level 2, experience, 20%, health, 100, mana, 400, attack, 21, magic attack, 44, physical defense, 12, magic defense, 10, attributes, strength, 8, constitution, 8, agility, 8, spirit, 8, intelligence, 20, equipment, worn wooden staff, damaged gray robe. With 44 points of magic attack boosted by fireball, you can deal 176 points of damage, allowing you to almost one-shot level 2 wild boars. Time to find some level 3 monsters to kill. Fireball has a range of 30 meters, even level 3 monsters likely can't reach you before you strike. Soon, some tusked wild boars come into your view. Tusked Wild Boar, Level 3, Health, 300 over 300, Attack, 60. With 2 casts of Fireball, you can handle this. You stand at the maximum distance of 30 meters and begin to chant Fireball. With 2 fireballs cast, the Tusked Wild Boar doesn't even have a chance to react before you take it down. Ding! You have gained 10 experience points and received 40 copper coins. Feels good. You continue attacking other wild boars. With sufficient mana, your monster killing efficiency significantly increases. Before long, you take down 20 wild boars, and another system notification chimes. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 3. You have earned 10 attribute points to distribute and 5 skill points. Fully committed, you plan to pursue maximum damage output. As a result, your magic attack reaches 64 points, making Fireball deal 256 damage, further improving your monster killing efficiency. You loot 2 white gear items that you can't use. You decide to put them up for sale at the auction house. How much should you sell them for? You glance at the gear in your hands. 2 rusted iron swords, adding +2 to attack and power, give a total melee class bonus of 9 points. At this stage, they are definitely considered top-tier equipment. Let's set the price at 5 gold coins each. You list both items for sale, then begin searching for level 4 monsters in the forest. Before long, a wandering wild wolf appears before you. Wild Wolf, Level 4, Health, 400, Attack, 80, Physical Defense, 15, Magic Defense, 0. Description: the wild wolf runs quickly and has a keen sense of smell. With my 64 points of magic attack, I can take this guy down with 2 fireballs. You cautiously approach the wild wolf. Your health can't withstand its attacks, so you must eliminate it before it gets too close. It's nice to have such a long range. You can't help but smile. The feeling of having the initiative is fantastic as you casually cast a fireball. Suddenly, an exaggerated damage number pops up over the wild wolf's head, and it instantly charges at you in a rage. However, you remain calm and collected, stepping back while casting another fireball, which kills the wild wolf. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the wild wolf. You gain 10 experience points and a small health potion, which restores 100 health points and has a cooldown of 1 minute. Good stuff. You look at the red potion in your hand. You casually note that your current health is only 80 points. Having this can save your life in critical moments. To level up from 3 to 4, you need 500 experience points, which means you need to kill 50 wild wolves. Time passes slowly, and 2.5 hours later, a notification chimes in your ear. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 4. You have earned 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. Still focusing on intelligence, the rest can wait. Relying on Fireball, you don't plan to increase Constitution. Although your health is low, monsters can't touch you at all. Offense is the best defense. However, at that moment, a wild wolf with pure white fur walks into your sight. What the heck? An elite monster appeared in the beginner's area? Here I come. Oh no, an elite monster appeared in the beginner's area. You see a completely white wild wolf appear before you. White Wolf Cub, Elite, Level 4, Health, 1000/1000, Attack, 150, Defense, 20, Skill, Bite. Description: this is a cub of some white wolf, not sure why it's here. Seeing the white wolf's information, you are slightly taken aback. This elite monster has 1000 health points and an attack power of 150, which is beyond what you can withstand right now. If it touches me once, I'm done for. To fight or not to fight? You calculate your current fireball damage is 344 points. Even with the initiative, you still need 4 seconds to chant 2 more fireballs. The white wolf is very fast. 4 seconds is definitely enough for it to reach you. If it strikes first, you're toast. You can't take this risk. Better to return to the village to learn a few skills first. For others, learning skills may not be a big deal, but for you, it's different. Thinking this, you head toward the village. We need to hurry and level up. If we kill a few more wild boars, we can all reach level 2, and then we can go hunt level 3 monsters. Mages still have high leveling efficiency, but the mana recovery is too slow. Otherwise, we could level up even faster. Just as you enter the level 2 monster area, you hear some discussion. The players who had invited you earlier are sitting on the ground, clearly recovering their mana. It's you! How did you not die? A few of them show surprise on their faces as they see you swagger out from the level 3 monster area, which seems impossible to them. However, you completely ignore them and continue walking toward the village without looking back. This guy is way too arrogant. I bet he was hiding somewhere, waiting for us to clear out the nearby level 2 monsters before he came out. We helped him, and he didn't even say thanks, acting all smug. What a person. A few of them can't help but mutter. Alright, everyone, let's continue killing monsters. We're just a few kills away from everyone reaching level 2, and then we can all go hunt level 3 monsters. Meanwhile, you return to Newbie Village. Please hold on, the voice belongs to the guard captain. Is there something you need? You can't help but raise an eyebrow. I sense an energy from you. Did you see a white wolf in the forest? The guard captain inquires. Yes, you nod in response. In the depths of the forest, there is a white wolf king that blocks the road from the village to the town. You must defeat him to clear the path, the guard captain continues. White wolf king, a boss? You narrow your eyes. From the guard captain's tone, that white wolf king must be the final boss of the Newbie Village. The guard captain seems to notice your concern and quickly speaks up. Don't misunderstand, with your current strength, let alone the white wolf king, you wouldn't even be able to step into the depths of the forest. So what do you want me to do? You feel a bit confused. I want you to bring back the pelt of that white wolf cub. As the guard captain speaks, a system notification chimes in your ear. Ding! Do you accept the guard captain's quest? Completing it rewards you with 1 gold coin and a strike from the guard captain's iron sword. You decisively accept the quest, as you were already planning to take down that white wolf cub. However, with your current strength, dealing with that white wolf won't be easy. You could team up or head to the class mentor to learn skills and further enhance your strength. You nod, ready to leave, but suddenly stop in your tracks. Is there anything else? The guard captain asks curiously. Excuse me, can I learn skills here? You stop because of the guard captain, who is the warrior class mentor of the Newbie Village. You remember that when you received unlimited skill points, the system said you could learn any skill. The skills I have are all traps. Are you sure you want to learn them? The guard captain pauses for a moment. Absolutely, you respond without hesitation. Alright, as the guard captain speaks, the familiar system sound rings again. Ding! You can learn the skill slash. Swing your weapon to quickly deliver a slash that deals 100% physical attack damage. Cooldown, 5 seconds, 0/5 levels to learn, costs 1 gold coin. Charge, after use, quickly rush toward a target, causing 0.1 seconds of stun. Cooldown, 10 seconds, 0/5 levels to learn, costs 1 gold coin. Wow, that's great. You pull out 2 gold coins and buy both skills. Although these skills won't be of much use to you, the significance of successfully learning them is extremely important. Every class definitely has unique passive skills. As long as you master those skills and upgrade them to the highest level, won't you become an all-around mage? You bid farewell to the guard captain and turn to continue your search for other class mentors in the village. Before long, you see a beautiful ranger dressed in archery attire. Hello, I want to learn skills. You quickly walk up to her. The ranger beauty sizes you up and asks in surprise, you're a mage. Are you sure you want to learn sword-related skills? Absolutely, you reply firmly, but the next moment, a system notification makes you question your life choices. Ding! I'm sorry, you cannot learn archer skills. Archers are different from other classes, they require bows and arrows. For warriors, you can still charge and slash with a staff. But for archers, you can't shoot arrows with a staff. Sorry, I made a mistake, you say to the ranger beauty. The ranger beauty isn't upset, instead, she extends her delicate finger toward an open door and says, if you want to learn magic skills, the mage mentor is in that room ahead. Thank you, you politely respond, then turn and walk toward the room eagerly anticipating your class skills. Hello, young mage, inside the room is an elderly wizard in a robe, who has a kind expression on his face. Hello, I want to learn skills. As you finish speaking, another system notification rings in your ear. Ding! You can learn the skill Ice Sword. After use, it deals 50% magic damage to the enemy and reduces their movement speed by 10% for 3 seconds. It consumes 50 mana points, has a casting time of 1 second, a cooldown of 10 seconds, and an attack range of 10 meters. 0/5 levels to learn, costs 1 gold coin. Magic Missile, after use, it deals 100% magic damage to the enemy, consumes 50 mana points, has a cooldown of 20 seconds, and an attack range of 10 meters. 0/5 levels to learn, costs 1 gold coin. These 2 skills are good. Seeing the descriptions, you learn them without hesitation. Let's upgrade everything to S rank first. With unlimited skill points, you don't hold back and start rapidly upgrading. S rank Ice Sword, after use, it deals 300% spell attack damage to the enemy and reduces their movement speed by 50% for 3 seconds. It consumes 50 mana points, has a casting time of 1 second, and a cooldown of 10 seconds. Attack range, 30 meters. S rank Magic Missile, after use, it deals 400% spell attack damage to the enemy, consumes 50 mana points, has a cooldown of 20 seconds, and an attack range of 20 meters. There are still other class mentors. You continue searching for skills to learn in the village. Before long, you find the assassin class mentor, but assassin skills aren't useful to you, so you don't bother wasting gold. Finally, only the priest class remains. Mages and priests have many similarities, both wear robes and heavily rely on intelligence and spirit. Among the 5 main classes, you look forward the most to priest skills. Adventurer, may the holy light shine upon you, the priest class mentor speaks in a divine voice. S-rank healing, after use, it restores 250% of your intelligence and health to the target. It consumes 20 mana points, has a casting time of 1 second, a cooldown of 2 seconds, and a casting range of 20 meters. S-rank Holy Light, after use, it applies Holy Light to the target, dealing 200% spell attack damage to enemies and providing 400% spell attack healing to allies. It consumes 50 mana points, has a cooldown of 10 seconds, and a casting range of 20 meters. Not bad, not bad. Once you fully upgrade these 2 skills, taking down a white wolf cub will be easy, and even an adult white wolf will be manageable. With my current intelligence, healing restores 108 health points in one go, while Holy Light can deal 172 damage and heal 344 points. I can now be considered a competent healer, right? Little white wolf brother is coming. You grin and walk toward the monster. It's that guy again. Why is he back? He probably realized he can't find monsters outside and is looking for a team. But judging by his appearance, he probably isn't even level 2 yet. Who would want him? The team that invited you earlier seems to have good monster killing efficiency, as they've all reached level 2. They see you and start mocking you again. However, the next scene leaves everyone dumbfounded. How did he go deeper into the forest? Could it be that he's already level 3? How is that possible? You ignore the group of clowns and return to familiar territory, beginning to search for the white wolf's whereabouts. Amidst the sea of wild wolves, the white wolf cub stands out distinctly. You see it lazily basking in the sun under a large tree, completely unaware of its impending fate. With 1000 health points, a combination of skills will just about finish it off. You slowly approach. Ice Sword. Just as the white wolf enters your attack range, a frozen blade flies toward it at high speed. Suddenly, a blood-red damage number pops up, and the white wolf is covered in a layer of frost, instantly reducing its movement speed by 50%. The slow effect lasts only 3 seconds, and you promptly begin to chant Fireball. Another damage number appears above the white wolf cub's head, but the fiery attack surprisingly makes the frost effect disappear entirely. You hadn't anticipated this kind of setup. Watching the rapidly approaching white wolf, you decisively cast Magic Missile without hesitation. The terrifying 344 damage leaves the white wolf with only 54 health points remaining. Just as its massive jaws are about to bite down on you, you raise your staff and cast Holy Light. In the next moment, a flash of white light appears, and another damage number hovers above the white wolf cub's head as it collapses to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated the white wolf. You gain 200 experience points. Instant cast skills are reliable. You grin. With the white wolf's running speed, you definitely wouldn't be able to cast a third fireball in time. Thankfully, you chose to return to the village to learn some skills earlier. Ding! Congratulations to player Sumu for successfully defeating the first elite monster of the Divine Envoy. You are rewarded with an elite weapon, the Elite Staff. Additionally, the equipment is level 4, adds 20 to attack, and 25 to intelligence. Wow, is it really that awesome? A level 4 weapon adds a full 25 points to intelligence. It truly is of exceptional quality. Equipping the weapon raises your magic attack to 130 points, meaning a single fireball now deals a whopping 520 damage. You'll return for the quest later. Leveling up comes first. You cross into the level 4 monster zone, where several level 5 wild wolves appear before you. Wild wolf, level 5, health, 500, attack, 100. With 25 defense points, these level 5 monsters have a total of 500 health points. However, with your current strength, you can one-shot them with a fireball. You need to kill 80 wild wolves to level up, and there are more than enough in this area. You target a level 5 wild wolf and prepare for battle. The S-rank fireball not only deals more damage, but its attack speed is also faster, striking the wild wolf in the blink of an eye. The 520 damage causes the wild wolf to howl in agony before collapsing and turning into a beam of white light. A massacre unfolds in the forest. 2.5 hours later, a notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 5. You have earned 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. In pursuit of maximum output, you allocate all 10 attribute points to intelligence again, raising your magic attack to 150 points. You can now hunt level 6 monsters. You turn and head deeper into the forest, quickly spotting a camp of wild pigmen. Wild Pigman Hunter, level 6, health, 550 over 550, attack, 150. Wild Pigman Warrior, level 6, health, 650 over 650, attack, 100, defense, 30. You can't let the ranged monsters hit you, otherwise, even a normal attack wouldn't be something you can withstand. You cast Fireball at the Pigman Hunter with a bow. In an instant, a terrifying 600 damage number pops up, instantly killing the Pigman Hunter. Meanwhile, the nearby Pigman Warrior is alerted and charges at you with its great sword raised. Without hesitation, you cast Ice Sword at the Pigman Warrior. Immediately, a layer of frost appears on the Pigman Warrior, slowing its movements. You raise your hand and cast Holy Light, instantly depleting the Pigman Warrior's remaining health. The entire battle lasts only a few seconds, and you easily take down both pigmen. The leveling efficiency is so slow. Killing 2 level 6 monsters only adds a tiny bit to your experience bar. You can't help but complain. Just then, a large pigman wielding a battle axe appears in your sight. Finally, you encounter a boss. Behind it, there's even a silver treasure chest. This is a big win. I don't know what attributes this boss has, but it looks like a melee monster. The distance was too far, and there were other wild boar men around the camp, so Sumu didn't dare to get too close. Keep clearing the monsters. He looked at another group of wild boar men, and fireballs began to materialize. Using the same combo, the 2 wild boar men fell dead just seconds apart. Sumu started to clear the area bit by bit from the outskirts of the wild boar men's camp. Kill wild boar man, gain 10 experience. You have obtained a wild boar man's tusk. You gain 10 silver coins. You have obtained a durable longbow. You have obtained a durable chainmail. Continuously killing monsters. When he ran out of mana, Sumu would sit down to recover. You have been playing for too long in the game. Please take a break. After killing over 100 wild boar men, a reminder appeared before him. Sumu glanced at the time. It had been more than 5 hours since he entered the game without realizing it. This game really is addictive. Let's take a break. There were hardly any wild boar men left in the camp, and Sumu hadn't reached level 6 yet, so he temporarily set aside the thought of dealing with the wild boar man boss. He found a safe spot and, aside from the wild boar man's tusks, put all the miscellaneous white gear up for auction, then opened the game panel and chose to log out. As the surroundings changed, Sumu returned to the illusory space he had entered at the beginning. Here, his appearance reverted to its original form. I want to return to reality. As he spoke, a flash of white light flickered, and he found himself back in his room. Phew, I am indeed a bit tired. He plopped down on the sofa, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. The Shin2 game wasn't some virtual online game, nor did it have any gaming pods. It was a genuine soul crossover. Most people's physical fitness around the world could be considered strong if they could play for several hours continuously. However, as players continued to level up in Shin2, their gaming time could become longer, even allowing them to stay in the game forever. They say everything in the game can be brought back to reality. Can my skills come back? He grabbed a bottle of soda from the fridge and took a big gulp, feeling inspired. He began to try summoning the fireball spell. Nothing happened. Sumu didn't get discouraged and focused his mind to try again. Once, twice, dozens of times, all ended in failure. One last try. Sumu's head was starting to feel heavy, and he decided to give it one final attempt. But this time, he suddenly felt a growing heat in his palm, as if something was about to burst forth. Sumu hurried to the balcony. If he really released a fireball, he might end up burning down his house. It's coming out. The scorching temperature peaked, and the next second, a fireball the size of a ping-pong ball shot out from Sumu's palm. The fireball flew less than half a meter in the air before the flames abruptly stopped. It really worked, but this tiny fireball made Sumu shake off his fatigue and feel invigorated. Although the fireball was small, being able to summon it in the real world meant something. As long as he continued to level up in Shin2, he would surely become an unparalleled powerhouse in reality. With infinite skill points, I will definitely stand at the pinnacle of the world, even become a god. Sumu stood at the edge of the balcony, his heart surging. He adjusted his mindset and sat back down on the sofa. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, his phone on the coffee table started ringing incessantly. Sumu picked up the phone and found that someone was frantically tagging him in the high school class group. Is Sumu here? Is that global announcement about Sumu and Shin2? At Sumu, how could it be him? I heard this kid failed the college entrance exam and is just a worker now. What right does he have to get the elite first kill? Come out and explain. At Sumu, it definitely isn't him. According to online rumors, that's the young master of a prominent Su family in a certain city. The reason he could get that first kill is that he hired a bunch of subordinates to risk their lives fighting the monsters. True, I spent 3 hours in Shin2 and didn't even reach level 2. I couldn't get a single monster. Without capital, there's no way to succeed in this game. There are only 10 resurrection chances in total. Those people really are willing to spend. I heard one resurrection chance costs $1 million. If it were me, I'd do it too. Come on, if you could make it in Shin 2, who would still need money? Looking at the 99 plus messages in the class group, Sumu opened the group interface, found the button to exit the group chat, and decisively pressed it. These classmates had never actively contacted him before, and now it was just teasing him. Opening Weibo, the trending keywords left Sumu stunned. The name occupying the top 10 of Weibo's hot search was all too familiar. Sumu? Who is this person that achieved the elite first kill in Shin 2? Shin 2 sees the elite first kill. Player Sumu obtains the first heavenly weapon for our Huagua. Certain training CEO Ma Jingfei posts on Weibo, offering 100 billion to invite Sumu to join a certain training and conquer Shin 2 together. Popular movie star Didi boldly confesses to Sumu on Weibo, as long as he dares to marry, she dares to wed. So sensational? Seeing those trending topics related to him, Sumu was genuinely shocked. Because of one elite first kill, it seemed he had become a super internet celebrity with billions of views. I can't let anyone know my true identity. At least until I bring all the abilities I have in Shin 2 back to reality, I can't be discovered. Sumu squinted, his expression extremely serious. Shin 2 is not just a game. Once his true identity is exposed, he would undoubtedly be in great danger. Fortunately, I'm a shut-in with no friends. Sumu thought of the cliches in those online game novels, where the goddess and best friend discover he's a gaming expert, then show off in reality. He didn't have time for that. Sumu opened the Shin 2 game community. This was a community platform created by several major forums after the emergence of the Shin 2 game. Shocking, the elite first kill Sumu was actually a super killer. Explosive news, first kill Sumu was actually the abandoned child of the Su family in City C. Sumu saw his name in most of the posts and couldn't help but roll his eyes. These guys really go to great lengths to attract attention. He directly ignored those posts and continued scrolling. Shin 2 game time statistics. Soon, a post caught his attention. Clicking in, some analyses appeared before his eyes. According to professional data statistics, the average person can play Shin 2 for about 3 to 4 hours, while those with particularly strong physical fitness can last 5 to 6 hours. Moreover, after entering the Shin 2 game, our bodies disappear in reality, presumably going to that illusory space, and then our consciousness is copied into the game from that illusory space. It is speculated that as levels increase and attributes grow in the game, the time one can play will also increase. As for bringing abilities from the game into reality, no one has been able to do that yet. This post contained a lot of useful information, and Sumu silently nodded after reading it. His physical fitness is not even close to that of those well-trained individuals, but the time he has spent in the game is no less than theirs, which should be related to his high level. I can't take it anymore, I'm so tired. I need to rest quickly and then continue the game. Looking at these posts, the fatigue that had been suppressed by excitement surged back. Sumu lay back on the sofa. He set an alarm for 5 hours. 5 hours would be enough for him to get some sleep, after which he would continue leveling up. Ding, ding, ding. 5 hours later, Sumu was awakened by a series of urgent alarm sounds. Ugh! He yawned, skillfully boiled water, and then opened a pack of instant noodles. To prepare for the game, he had stocked up on a lot of food supplies. As for ordering takeout, the delivery drivers from that group must have all gone into the game to fight monsters. Slurp! After finishing the noodles, Sumu extended his palm, and the game crystal appeared. He immersed his consciousness, and the next second, he arrived in that illusory space. Enter game. The surrounding environment changed, and the wild boar man camp appeared before him. They've all respawned. 5 hours had passed, and the level 6 monster area still had no other players. He needed to rest, and so did other players. Based on estimates, the top teams should be leveling in the level 4 monster area. Opening the auction house, he found over 60 gold coins waiting to be collected. Including what he had on hand, his total gold coins reached 80. If he sold these coins, it would definitely be enough for a building in Magic City. White gear is hard to sell now, but the value of wild wolf pelts has emerged. Sumu noticed that there were many white gear items in the auction house, with prices pushed down to 1 gold coin. Fortunately, he had sold early. Conversely, the wild wolf pelts that were previously hard to sell were now being bought at high prices in the regional channel. First, level up to 6, then check the attributes of this wild boar man boss. Aiming at the wild boar man on the outskirts of the camp, Sumu began to cast fireball. It was still the same strategy as before. Take out the ranged monsters first, then deal with the melee ones. Kill wild boar manhunter, gain 10 experience. Kill Wild Boar Man Warrior, gain 10 experience. With his super high spell attack and S-level skills, his experience points were rapidly increasing. Congratulations, you have reached level 6, gaining 10 distributable attribute points and 5 skill points. A prompt sounded, and Sumu finally reached level 6. At this time, only the Wild Boar Man boss and the silver treasure chest behind it remained in the camp. Looking at his 10 unallocated attribute points, Sumu was not in a hurry. He walked to a position 30 meters away from the Wild Boar Man and saw its basic information. Elite Axe Wild Boar Man, level 6 health, 3000 over 3000 attack, 200 physical defense, 50 magical defense, 0 skill, charge not a boss? Seeing the Wild Boar Man's attributes, Sumu narrowed his eyes. This elite monster had 3000 health points, and with the skills he currently possessed, even if he used them all in one round, it would still be somewhat difficult to take it down. Sumu looked at his attributes and allocated all his points to intelligence. Player, Sumu class, mage level, 6, 0/3000, health, 130 mana, 600 attack, 36 spell attack, 170 physical defense, 13 magical defense, 15 attributes, strength 8, constitution 8, plus 5, agility 8, spirit 10, plus 5, intelligence 60, plus 25, equipment, elite staff, wolfskin cloth armor with 170 points of spell attack. One fireball could deal 680 health points of damage. To take down this Wild Boar Man boss, he would need at least 5 fireballs. After seeing the boss's charge skill, Sumu restrained the impulse to act. With that charge skill, it's hard to kite. If I could find 2 warriors to hold it off, then there would be no pressure. An elite monster was right in front of him, and with that chest behind it, Sumu believed that as long as he shouted in the regional channel, countless people would want to join the fun. But after a moment's thought, Sumu gave up on that idea. The elite monster was right here. Even if another day passed, no one in this novice village would be able to kill it. There was no need for him to rush. First, I'll go back to the village to learn skills, then I'll come back to deal with you. Sumu appeared very patient. If he wasted a precious resurrection opportunity here due to a moment of impulse, it would be a loss. These wild boar people's tusks should be able to complete some tasks. I should take a good look when I get back. I currently have 25 red potions and 22 blue potions. I basically won't need them, so I can sell them all. And these ordinary white gear. Sumu opened his backpack, which was almost full with 20 slots. He looked at the expansion button behind the item slots. Spend 50 gold coins to expand by 10 item slots, so expensive? Sumu was taken aback. In the early stages, he absolutely couldn't spend so much gold on item slots. He organized his items and put most of them up for auction. A red potion was currently priced at 50 silver coins, a blue potion was also 50 silver, and ordinary white gear ranged from 80 silver to 1 gold. I have a healing skill, so I don't need red potions. Keeping 10 blue ones is enough, and I'll list all the white gear for 1 gold. Sumu put up 25 red potions, 12 blue potions, and 6 pieces of white gear. After deducting the handling fee, he would earn 22 gold coins. This way, Sumu's gold coin count reached 102. Even the CEOs of listed companies couldn't possibly have so many gold coins. Sumu hurried back to the village. Be careful, don't attract monsters. We can only fight one now. Damn, don't steal my monster. Please, everyone, I'm just 5 experience points away from leveling up. Can you let me level up this time? Looking for a mage team to kill level 4 monsters, requirement level 3, full intelligence points, and one last spot. Upon returning to the outskirts of the forest, it became lively, with figures everywhere fighting monsters to level up. Currently, the leveling team at the head of the novice village had already reached level 3 and was heading towards level 4. Look, it's the solo leveling expert. I heard he's already level 4. So impressive? How did he level up to 4 alone? I don't know, but I heard he might have exploited some kind of bug. Bug? This is a game created by the gods. How could there be bugs? You never know. It might be some special technique. After all, this game is real, and techniques aren't considered bugs. Sumu returned from the high-level monster area and quickly attracted most people's attention, with many discussing him. In this novice village, Sumu was already a well-known figure. Listening to their whispers, Sumu remained indifferent. Suddenly, a few people blocked his path. Hey, friend, can we talk? I have nothing to talk about with you. Sumu was not polite at all, showing no sign of stopping. Friend, I just want to ask you about leveling techniques. If you can teach me, I can give you 1 billion. A voice shouted out. 1 billion? The number mentioned made Sumu pause. The man saw Sumu stop and laughed, continuing, I'm giving face to someone named Su. You wouldn't refuse, would you? Sumu realized it too. This young Master Su was no ordinary person. He was a big shot in the group. 1 billion might be an unattainable number for others, but to this person, it was nothing at all. I don't have any leveling techniques. Turning around, Sumu replied, and then walked away. The man's expression froze instantly. Young Master Su, this guy is not giving you face. This is too arrogant, right? Exactly, he really thinks highly of himself. Otherwise, we could just follow him later and surely see his leveling methods. Two people beside him spoke in succession. How many of our people are in this novice village? The man fell silent for a moment before asking. There are about 30 of us, but most are still level 1, one person quickly replied. Call them all over. When that guy comes out of the village, everyone follow him. The man nodded and issued the order. According to the information manual, players cannot attack each other before level 10. His idea was simple, either Sumu reveals his leveling method, or everyone just drags it out together. Hello, here is the white wolf fur you wanted. In the novice village, Sumu handed the white wolf fur to the captain of the guards. I didn't expect you to actually do it. With this fur, we can set traps and lure out the white wolf king. The captain of the guards looked at Sumu with admiration. But to deal with the white wolf king, your current strength is still far from enough. Come back to me when you reach level 10. Just after he finished speaking, a quest appeared before Sumu. Do you accept the main quest, clear the road to the town? It's actually a main quest? Of course I accept. Sumu decisively chose to accept. The next second, a marked quest appeared in his taskbar. Main quest, clear the road from the novice village to the town. When you reach level 10, return to the novice village and talk to the captain of the guards to unlock the main quest of the novice village. Reward unknown. The main quest requires level 10 to unlock, and Sumu bid farewell to the captain of the guards. After completing the White Wolf Cub quest, he also received a weapon. Captain of the guards longsword, E-grade attack plus 10 strength plus 5 required level. For this weapon is awesome. With the strength bonus, this weapon could increase attack power by 20 points. Definitely a leveling artifact. Although there aren't many melee players who can reach level 4 right now, the value of this weapon should not be underestimated. How much should I sell it for? Sumu began to ponder. After thinking for a while, he opened the auction house and set a starting price of 10 gold coins. After finishing this, he started wandering around the village. The novice village was large, but the number of NPCs was not many. Dear adventurer, if you can provide me with some wild boar tusks, I can give you a generous reward. Walking to the armor shop, a task completion marker appeared above the owner's head again. Sumu handed over the 50 wild boar tusks he had collected and exchanged them for a nice piece of equipment. Rhinoceros skin leggings, E-grade plus 5 intelligence plus 5 spirit required level 5. This equipment is pretty good. An E-grade piece of equipment that boosts intelligence and spirit. Without a second thought, Sumu chose to equip it. To the profession mentor. Immediately, Sumu rushed to the room of the mage profession mentor. Hello, I want to learn skills. As you wish. The elderly mentor was very kind. As he spoke, a skill appeared before Sumu. According to the information manual, players can learn a basic skill every 2 levels before level 10, and after that, they can only learn a basic skill every 5 levels in town, while other skills need to be obtained by defeating monsters or completing quests. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice increases basic intelligence by 10 points, 0/5, a passive skill? Seeing this skill, Sumu's eyes lit up. This passive skill came just in time. You have learned the Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, consuming 5 gold coins. Even though learning this skill cost 5 gold coins, Sumu didn't even blink. 10 points of intelligence may not be high, but the key is that this skill can be upgraded. Stepping out of the room, Sumu stood in a deserted corner and pressed the plus button behind this skill. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice upgraded successfully. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice increases basic intelligence by 12 points, 1/5, upgrading by 2 points of intelligence per level? Not bad. Without hesitation, Sumu continued to upgrade this passive skill. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice upgraded successfully. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice upgraded to Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, E-level. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, E-level increases intelligence by 20 points, 0/5, I'll keep upgrading. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, E-level, upgraded to Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, D-level. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, D-level, upgraded to Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, C-level. Wisdom of the Mage Apprentice, a level, upgraded to Wisdom of the Mage, S-level. Wisdom of the Mage, S-level increases basic intelligence by 200 points. Now this is what I call trading a bird gun for a cannon. As this skill continued to upgrade, the basic intelligence it provided kept increasing, ultimately reaching a full 200 points. The boost from this skill was equivalent to 8 elite staves. Indeed, passive skills are the most suitable for me. Sumu couldn't help but smile. The value in the spell attack section had already reached 580 points. This meant that his fireball spell now dealt a damage of 2,320 points. With my current abilities, I can take down that elite monster with just 2 skills. At this moment, the 3,000 health points of the elite boar man seemed completely insufficient in Sumu's eyes. I can learn passive skills at level 6, which means other professions should also have passives to learn. Doesn't that mean I can significantly boost my attributes? After finishing his own class skills, Sumu thought of other professions. No matter what the passive is, he had to learn it. He quickly headed towards the priest's class mentor. Soon, a kindly priest mentor appeared before him. "Hello, adventurer, how can I help you?" "Hello, I want to learn a skill." If it were any other mage, the priest mentor would surely ignore them, but upon hearing Sumu, he smiled. "Glad to be of service." The next moment, a passive skill appeared before Sumu. Spirit of the Priest Apprentice increases basic spirit by 10 points, 0/5. The moment he saw this skill, Sumu didn't hesitate at all. You have learned the Spirit of the Priest Apprentice. Spending 5 gold coins after bidding farewell to the priest mentor, Sumu walked towards the assassin mentor while upgrading his skills. Spirit of the Priest Apprentice upgraded to Spirit of the Priest Apprentice, E level. Spirit of the Priest Apprentice, E level, upgraded to Spirit of the Priest Apprentice, D level. Spirit of the Priest Apprentice, D level, upgraded to Spirit of the Priest Apprentice, C level. Spirit of the Priest Apprentice, A level, upgraded to Spirit of the Priest, S level. Spirit of the Priest, S level increases basic spirit by 200 points. Passive skills are truly the best. With an increase of 200 points in spirit, Sumu felt like he was about to ascend to the heavens. He looked at his attribute panel. Player, Sumu profession, mage level, 6, 0/3000, health, 130 mana, 8800 attack, 36 spell attack, 580 physical defense, 15 spell defense, 220 attributes, strength 8, Constitution 8, plus 5, Agility 8, Spirit 210, plus 10, Intelligence 260, plus 30, Equipment, Elite Staff, Wolfskin Leather Armor, Rhinoceros Skin Leggings. My mana has exploded. With the boosts from the Spell Will and the Priest's Spirit skills, his mana reached over 8,000, and the mana regeneration speed increased exponentially. I wonder what the passives of the other 3 professions are. Sumu eagerly headed towards the location of the assassin profession mentor. On the World Channel, Sumu's weapon for sale caused a huge stir. Who is so extravagant to sell even an E-grade weapon? The captain of the guard's longsword? Is it the one from the newbie village? This must be a quest, right? How do you do it? Can the big shots who completed the quest share the strategy? Why does the captain of the guards ignore me when I approach him? To be honest, the weapons rewarded from such quests have decent attributes, but there's no need to buy them. No need to buy? It's already been bid up to 30 gold coins. Damn, there are still many tycoons in our Huagua. I heard that 1 gold coin is worth at least 10 million now, so 30 gold coins would be 300 million? In my opinion, it should be bid up to at least 1 billion before it stops. Newbie Village No. 8621. Principal, that weapon has been bid up to 30 gold coins. We can't come up with that much right now. One person looked at the warrior beside him who was killing monsters, his expression slightly changing. Forget it, let's privately message the seller, ask about the strategy for that sword, and tell him we can offer 20 gold coins. The principal finished off a wild boar with a sword and turned around. Even though he was financially strong, in this vast country, there were far too many families with greater wealth than his, both on the surface and behind the scenes. That person seems to have blocked messages. All the messages sent have gone unanswered. After waiting for a while, his subordinate spoke up. Forget it, let's research it ourselves. The principal sighed deeply upon hearing this, suddenly remembering something, and asked, by the way, have you found any news about that Sumu I asked you to look for? There are too many people with the same name. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack. His subordinate shook his head helplessly. The principal fell silent, his expression tinged with bitterness. In other newbie villages, many noble youths were also trying to contact Sumu. Without exception, all the messages they sent had vanished into thin air. These young masters, who were usually high and mighty and sought after by others, collectively felt a sense of frustration. At that moment, they realized a reality. In Shinto, having money does not mean you can have everything. At this moment, the Sumu that everyone was thinking about stood in front of the cool-looking female assassin profession mentor, dressed in sexy leather armor. Hello, I want to learn skills. Of course, as long as you have enough money. The female NPC's response was equally cool. As the skill list appeared, Sumu also saw the first passive skill that level 6 assassins could learn. Assassin's Deceptive Path increases base agility by 10, 0/5, learned. Sumu directly took out 5 gold coins. With one more passive skill in his skill bar, looking at his 999 skill points, he kept pressing plus on the assassin's deceptive path. The assassin's cunning path reaches success level as the assassin's cunning path, E level. The assassin's cunning path, E level, reaches success level as the assassin's cunning path, D level. The assassin's cunning path, D level, reaches success level as the assassin's cunning path, C level. The assassin's cunning path, A level, reaches success level as the assassin's cunning path, S level. The assassin's cunning path, S level increases base agility by 200 points. I feel like my movement speed has increased. With an increase of 200 points in base agility, Sumo immediately felt that his running speed had multiplied. He hurried towards the residence of the archer profession mentor, and if a fully agile assassin saw his running speed, they would definitely be left in shock. This skill isn't suitable for me. Upon arriving at the archer mentor's place and seeing the skill before him, Sumo felt a bit disappointed. Archer's focus increases 20 points of ranged physical attack. Due to his profession, Sumo only had ranged spell attacks and no ranged physical attacks. Moreover, he could only use a staff to hit monsters, but couldn't use it to shoot arrows. There was no choice. Sumo could only bid farewell to the archer mentor and head to the village entrance to find the captain of the guards. Respected adventurer, your level is not yet 10. Come back to find me after you reach level 10. The captain of the guards replied very officially upon seeing Sumo. I'm here to learn skills from you, Sumo said with a smile. Immediately, a skill appeared before him. Warrior's Martial Way increases 20 points of melee attack, 0/5. You have learned the Warrior's Martial Way, increases 200 points of melee attack. Alright, for skills, a total of 20 gold coins spent. Let's see how my weapon sold. Spending 20 gold coins didn't bother Sumo at all. If there were passive skills to learn, he would gladly spend all the gold coins in his bag. I actually sold it for 35 gold coins. Opening the auction house, the sword of the captain of the guards he listed was sold for a staggering 35 gold coins, with a net of 31 gold and 50 silver after deducting fees. This number truly surprised Sumo. After all, this was a weapon given from a quest. As long as someone reached level 4 and then saw the white wolf cubs in the forest, they could receive the quest from the captain of the guards. Although the white wolf cubs were elite monsters, once the majority of the new village players reached level 4, completing this quest would clearly not be a problem. I still have 114 gold coins on me. That should be enough for now. I'll go take down that wild boar elite. Thinking of the treasure chest guarded by the wild boar elite, Sumo couldn't wait. He quickened his pace and left the village. Hey, buddy, can we chat? After walking a few steps, a group of people surrounded him. You again? Seeing the leader of the group, Sumo raised an eyebrow. I didn't explain clearly before, let me introduce myself again. I am Su Shiji, the heir of the Daheng group. The leading man flashed a handsome smile and spoke very politely. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Sumo nodded and intended to leave. Nearby, several people immediately surrounded him, blocking his way. What does this mean? Sumo turned to look at Su Shiji, his expression turning cold. The other party was clearly here to cause trouble. What I mean is simple. Tell me how you leveled up, and I can transfer you 100 million today. But if you don't tell me, Su Shiji put away his smile and said coldly, then they will have to keep you company. As soon as he finished speaking, another group of people surrounded Sumo. Is this a threat? Sumo's face darkened. That depends on whether you know how to cooperate. Su Shiji was very direct. With a noble background like his, what he wanted was never out of reach. This newbie village has quite a few of my people. Even if you quit the game now, we can take turns camping until we find you. At this point, Sumo understood. The guy in front of him was deliberately trying to trip him up, relying on the fact that players in the newbie village couldn't attack each other. Get out of the way. Sumo took 2 steps forward and looked at the person blocking him. The person smiled and showed no intention of moving aside. Player Yujanshu has violated the newbie village rules. You can attack him without any punishment. Just then, a prompt appeared before Sumu's eyes. I can attack? This prompt made Sumu's eyes light up, and he understood. Although the newbie village didn't allow players to attack each other, the actions of Su Shiji and the others were also not permitted. Without hesitation, Sumu raised his staff and struck Yujanshu on the head. Dude, are you stupid? You can't attack in the newbie village. TCH, even if I could attack, how much damage can a mage do? With so many of us, how long do you think it will take? Let him hit. Who knows, maybe as soon as he makes a move, he'll turn red, and that would be even better. The others around laughed at Sumu's actions. TCH, you a mage, can you even one-shot me? Yujanshu looked at Sumu's raised staff with disdain. But the next second, no one was laughing anymore. As Sumu's staff struck Yujanshu's head, an exaggerated damage number appeared before their eyes. -236. Without a doubt, the level 2 Yujanshu was instantly killed, turning into a beam of white light. The others blocking Sumu instinctively took a step back, clearing the way. Sumu looked at them coldly and walked into the forest. Did I just see that wrong? That guy one-shot old you? That damage number is too exaggerated. Isn't that guy a mage? I think it must be the game rules that don't allow our previous actions, which is why old you got one-shot. It must be that way, otherwise how could a normal attack possibly one-shot old you? As everyone reacted, they began to speak up. Su Xiao, what do we do now? Someone asked Su Shiji. Chase. Even if we can't stop him, we can at least follow him, right? I want to see how he fights monsters. Su Shiji's expression was unpredictable as he took the lead in chasing after Sumu. The others didn't dare to lag behind and followed closely. Yu Jianshu, who had been one-shot by Sumu, was in a tough spot. After dying in the game, one had to wait 24 hours before re-entering. No matter who it was, if someone died once in the early stages, they would fall infinitely behind. This is relentless. As Sumu walked towards the wild boar camp, he glanced back at Su Shiji and the others following him, his expression darkening. He wanted to quicken his pace to shake them off, but upon seeing the monsters around, a smile crept onto his face. Su Shiji and the others' levels should be low. If they insisted on following him to the high-level monster area, even if he couldn't attack them, he could still find a way to get them killed. Sumu slowed down. Be careful, the monsters here are high-level. Many high-level monsters appeared around, and Su Shiji warned his subordinates. The group followed Sumu, crossing from the level 2 monster area to the level 4 monster area. Su Xiao, is that guy really going to the level 5 monster area? Should we still follow? We're low level. Those level 5 monsters could probably see us from 20 meters away. How come that guy can walk right next to the monsters, and they don't even look at him? Could it be that he's already level 5? Watching Sumu move through the level 4 monster area as if it were uninhabited, he quickly disappeared from their sight, prompting many to start discussing. Their words solidified Su Shiji's resolve. If he really levels up to level 5, we must figure out how he did it. If he could grasp the method for a person to reach level 5 at this stage, Su Shiji would hold absolute power in the Daheng group. Keep up, Su Shiji commanded the others. No way, Su Xiao, if we go any further, the monsters will target us, and those are level 4 monsters, one person said, looking nervously at the level 4 monster not far away. Most of them were level 2, and none could withstand the attack power of a level 4 monster. You have high agility. Go lure that monster away while the rest of us continue. Su Shiji raised an eyebrow, looking at one of his assassin subordinates. Su Xiao, this. The person hesitated greatly. Stop talking nonsense. If you die, I'll give you 5 million. Su Shiji waved his hand grandly, showing no mercy. Thank you, Su Xiao. Thank you, Su Xiao. The person quickly agreed upon hearing this. 5 million for a chance to respawn was not a bad deal for him. He walked towards the level 4 monster, and when he was about 17 or 18 meters away, the wild wolf charged at him. He immediately turned and ran. Hurry up! Taking this opportunity, Su Shiji shouted. The others rushed down that path. After running for a while, they saw Sumu standing not far away. Is this guy waiting for us? What does he mean by this? Seeing the faint smile on Sumu's face, the few of them were puzzled, and Su Shiji frowned even more. Friend, you can't attack each other in the novice village. I think you'd better tell us the leveling method. I can give you 1 billion. Unable to gauge Sumu's intentions, Su Shiji offered a very high price again. 1 billion is indeed a number that's hard to resist. Sumu laughed. Su Shiji's eyes lit up, as if he thought Sumu was tempted, and he quickly said, our Daheng group can definitely provide that much cash. As long as the method you provide is effective, the money can be in your account within 2 hours. Is that so? Sumu showed a playful expression. Rest assured, the Daheng group's reputation is guaranteed worldwide. Su Shiji patted his chest in response. What a pity. The next moment, Sumu's words stunned him. What a pity. Su Shiji was somewhat taken aback, but at that moment, he suddenly noticed a large group of monsters approaching behind Sumu. My god, what the hell? There must be 50 or 60 wild wolves, right? Those are all level 5 monsters. Is this guy looking for death? The others also saw the exaggerated number of wild wolves behind Sumu, all wide-eyed and even frozen in place. Compared to everyone's shock, Sumu remained calm. Just a moment ago, using his current agility of over 200 points, he successfully attracted the aggro of most level 5 monsters in the area. This was undoubtedly a crazy move, but with a clear speed advantage, Sumu was not worried about being caught by the monsters. What do you want to do? Su Shiji also sensed something was off and questioned. The answer was a cold smile from Sumu. Then, with a swift step, Sumu dashed into the crowd. A large number of wild wolves followed closely behind. Run! someone shouted, and the team instantly fell into chaos, scattering in all directions. However, their speed could not match that of the level 5 wild wolves. The wild wolves couldn't catch up to Sumu, but when the others entered the aggro range, they immediately changed their target. -82, -90, -85 one after another, damage numbers popped up above these people's heads, and many turned into white light in succession. Su Shiji's level reached level 3, and his health was slightly higher than the others, but in front of the pack of wild wolves, there was only one way to die. I won't let this go. Before turning into white light, he shot a harsh remark at Sumu. These guys wasted a lot of my time. Sumu remained calm, unfazed. Although Su Shiji and the others had power and influence in reality, in the realm of the divine path, he was simply not worth considering. Sumu quickened his pace, heading towards the wild boar man's camp. Soon, the wild wolves behind lost their target and all stopped in place. The monster hasn't respawned? In the wild boar man's camp, the elite wild boar man wielding a sharp axe was still diligently guarding the treasure chest. Let's begin! Once within 30 meters of attack range, Sumu started chanting the fireball spell. -2320. 2 seconds later, a huge damage number floated above the elite wild boar man's head. Roar! As an elite monster, it was clearly enraged by Sumu, raising its axe and charging at him. Frost arrow. -1740, but just as it was about to unleash its charge skill, an ice arrow struck it. Ugh! The elite wild boar man fell directly to the ground. Feels good. 2 skills took down an elite monster, which was far more rewarding than dealing with Su Shiji and his gang. He quickly walked over to the elite monster's corpse and picked up the light orb. Wild boar man's axe. Be great attack +20 strength +5 constitution +5 required level. 6. You have obtained 1 gold coin. You have obtained a letter from the wild boar man as expected of an elite. It actually dropped a B-grade weapon. Holding the wild boar man's axe, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Next comes the exciting moment. Of course, this wasn't all he had gained. His gaze shifted to the silver treasure chest. In a building in Huagua. Crash! The sound of objects shattering echoed continuously. Su Shiji threw everything that could be smashed in the room onto the floor, expressing his anger. Ding! 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 At that moment, his phone rang. Seeing the name on the caller ID, his expression changed slightly, and he quickly adjusted his breathing, suppressing his anger. Father! When the call connected, his tone was very respectful. I heard you were killed in the Novice village? A voice filled with authority came from the other end. Su Shiji was momentarily stunned, seemingly not expecting the news to spread so quickly, and hurriedly explained, that was an accident. I will get back at them for this, you don't need to worry. Shut up! A reprimand came from the other end. Su Shiji dared not speak. Remember this, among you brothers, whoever achieves the most in the divine path will be my successor. Father, please let me explain. Su Shiji wanted to say more, but the line went dead. Beep, 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 damn it! Su Shiji slammed his phone onto the ground, his face contorted with rage. Open the treasure chest, open the treasure chest. At the wild boar man's camp, Sumu looked at the silver treasure chest in front of him, rubbing his hands together. This chest was not locked. Do you want to open the silver treasure chest? A prompt popped up. With a nervous and excited heart, Sumu pressed confirm. The next second, the silver treasure chest slowly opened. You have obtained 5 gold coins. You have obtained the Tide Helm. You have obtained the skill book, Magic Shield Awesome. Looking at a series of prompts, Sumu let out a loud cry. Tide Helmet, C grade defense +10, Constitution +5, Magic Shield, C grade can convert 10% of one's mana into a magic shield. Shield value equals consumed mana x 100%, lasts for 1 minute or until broken. The magic shield can withstand any damage, and casting will not be interrupted while the shield exists. Cooldown 60s, 0/5, a piece of defensive equipment, and a mage's divine skill. What surprised Sumu was that skill book. His current mana was quite exaggerated. 10% of his mana equated to 880 points of shield value. That's equivalent to 880 points of health. Of course, the skill hadn't reached its peak yet. Old rules. Sumu opened the skill bar, found the magic shield skill, and operated it directly. Magic Shield, C grade, successfully upgraded to Magic Shield, B grade, Magic Shield, B grade, successfully upgraded to Magic Shield, A grade, Magic Shield, A grade, successfully upgraded to Magic Shield, S grade, Magic Shield, S grade can convert 10% of one's mana into a magic shield. Shield value equals consumed mana x 500%, lasts for 3 minutes or until broken. The magic shield can withstand any damage, and casting will not be interrupted while the shield exists. Cooldown 60s, 5 times the consumed mana, that's 4,400 points of damage. Now even a boss can't kill me in one hit, right? The S-grade magic shield not only greatly increased the shield value but also extended the duration to 3 minutes. With this skill, Sumu was no longer worried about dying suddenly. Let's give it a try. Pressing the magic shield, Sumu's mana immediately decreased by 10%, and then he felt himself enveloped by a surge of energy. Behind the health bar, an additional 4,400 points of shield value appeared. With the attack of a level 7 monster and my defense value, even if I just stand there and let them hit me, they can't kill me. Now, it's time for these two pieces of equipment. Having gained a powerful skill, Sumu looked at the two pieces of equipment in his bag, the Wild Boar Man's axe and the Tide helmet. One was a powerful upgrade tool far surpassing the captain's sword, and the other was high defense armor. Starting bid 10 gold, let those rich folks fight over it. Sumu set the starting bid for the two pieces of equipment at 10 gold and didn't care anymore. He looked at an item in the bag. Letter from the Wild Boar Man. Take this letter to the captain of the guards in the Novice village to trigger a hidden quest. Hidden quest? Sumu suddenly became interested. Although there was no experience for doing quests in Shinto, the rewards for quests were very generous. If this quest also gave a skill, it would greatly enhance his abilities. First, let's go back to take the quest. After thinking for a moment, Sumu decided not to continue to the high-level monster area and instead headed back to the Novice village. His intuition told him that this quest was not simple. Returning to the Novice village, without the disturbances from Su Shiji and others, Sumu had a very peaceful journey. Respected adventurer, do you have something to discuss? The captain of the guards greeted Sumu with a very friendly attitude. I found a letter in the forest, and I don't know what it's for. Sumu took out the letter. What is this? The captain of the guards took the letter, glanced through it, and suddenly frowned. Those wild boar men have actually allied with the evil god. They have established an altar deep in the forest, and by offering to the evil god, they will gain powerful strength. We are short-handed in the village, and it's very difficult for us to penetrate the forest to destroy the wild boar men's altar. What should we do now? The captain of the guards looked troubled. Suddenly, he fixed his gaze on Sumu, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Respected adventurer, since you have obtained this letter, perhaps you can destroy the wild boar people's altar. Do you accept the quest, destroy the wild boar people's altar, elite? An elite quest? Of course I have to accept it. Without hesitation, Sumu decisively took on the task. Destroy the wild boar people's altar. The wild boar people have established an altar in the eastern part of the forest. You need to find the location of the altar and destroy it to receive a gift from the guard captain. The difficulty of the quest is elite level, and it is recommended to form a team of more than 20 people. A team of more than 20 people? It seems this task is not simple. Seeing the description in the quest log, Sumu narrowed his eyes. This could definitely be considered a team task. Respected adventurer, it would be best if you could find more helpers. At that altar, you may encounter the consciousness of the evil god. Destroy it and bring back the crystal of the evil god's consciousness, and I will teach you a secret technique. The guard captain spoke again. Secret technique? Sumu quickly realized. The guard captain was a warrior, so the secret technique he taught would definitely be a warrior skill. In other words, this team task should be a special skill task for warriors, which seemed unrelated to him as a mage. However, since he could learn any skill, he naturally wouldn't miss out on this secret technique. Who knows, this so-called secret technique might even be upgradable to S rank or higher. Don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. Sumu nodded at the guard captain and began to move in the direction indicated by the quest. Who is that guy? The guard captain is so polite to him. Yeah, we wanted to chat with the guard captain and almost got killed by a sword. What gives him the right? Is it because he's handsome? But he's not even as handsome as I am. Could it be that he triggered some quest? By the way, do you remember that sword of the guard captain mentioned in the World Channel? Are you saying he accepted that quest? In the Novice village, many people noticed the starkly different attitude of the guard captain towards Sumu, and they began to speculate. Especially when they thought Sumu had triggered the guard captain's sword quest, a group of people looked at Sumu with fiery eyes. After all, just obtaining that weapon could ensure them a lifetime, or even several lifetimes, of financial security if they sold it. I want to seek advice from the expert. That quest must be difficult to complete. Maybe I can help. Following him might lead us to key information about the quest monster. He seems to be getting further away. Hurry up and chase him. In an instant, hundreds of people in the Novice village rushed in the direction Sumu was leaving. What do these people want? With a large crowd following him, Sumu scratched his head. Could this group be sent by Su Shiji? There are probably 400 or 500 of them, but their levels shouldn't be high. If I lead them to the level 5 monster area, I can take them all out. As the crowd closed in tighter, Sumu felt a murderous intent rising. But just then, several voices came over. Hey, big guy, are you going to do the guard captain's quest? Do you need help? I'm a level 2 mage, and my damage output is decent. What's a level 2 doing here? I'm a level 3 mage, all points in intelligence. Dude, can you share the guard captain's quest? You can't complete it alone, right? The shouts from this group made Sumu frown. The guard captain's quest? He quickly realized, since they aren't Sushiji's people, there's no need for that. He murmured softly and quickened his pace, soon creating distance between himself and the crowd behind him. This guy is moving so fast, could he be an assassin? Carrying a staff, how could he possibly be an assassin? He must be at a high level, those wild monsters didn't even look at him. Damn, we've reached the monster area ahead, we can't go any further. Forget it, someone of this level must have a fixed team, I might as well go back to level up. Seeing that he couldn't catch up with Sumu, and with a dense area of high-level wild monsters ahead, the crowd sighed one by one and dispersed. In the forest, Sumu quickened his pace, heading east. The surrounding thickets grew denser, blocking a lot of visibility. Eek, eek. Suddenly, Sumu heard some strange sounds. He groped towards the direction of the sound and a group of wild boar men appeared in his sight. 4 monsters? There were a total of 4 wild boar men, 2 wielding short axes, 1 with a bow, and 1 holding a staff. Sumu took a few steps forward and saw the attributes of these wild boar men. Wild boar warrior level, 6 health, 600 over 600 attack, 120 defense. 30 wild boar hunter level, 7 health, 600 to 600 attack, 170 defense. 20 wild boar mage level, 7 health, 500 to 500 spell attack, 180 physical defense, 10 spell defense. 32 level 6 monsters, 2 level 7 monsters. With these attributes and health, a team of 10 people wouldn't stand a chance. The attributes of this group of wild boar men made Sumu curl his lips. For monsters, 2 melee, 2 ranged, this configuration was quite powerful. Even a full team of 10 level 6 players, without a tank and a healer, would find it difficult to handle. But I'm different. Yet Sumu felt no pressure at all. The spell attack of that mage monster couldn't even break through his spell defense. Activate magic shield. Sumu pressed his newly acquired skill and then cast a fireball at the hunter monster. Minus 2,320. A massive damage number popped up over the wild boar hunter's head. Humph, humph. At that moment, its 3 companions reacted, and the 2 wild boar warriors let out roars and charged at Sumu. Meanwhile, the mage monster began to chant a spell. Sumu completely ignored the mage monster and instead cast a fireball at one of the wild boar warriors. Minus 0. Minus 2,320. 2 fireballs appeared simultaneously, one from the wild boar mage heading towards Sumu. Its fireball failed to break through his defense, while Sumu's fireball instantly took down the other wild boar warrior. The remaining wild boar warrior charged in front of him, raising its axe high and swinging down. With Sumu's current agility, he could easily dodge the wild boar's attack, but he didn't evade. Minus 155. A significant damage number appeared over Sumu's head. He only had 130 health points left, and the wild boar could easily kill him in one hit. However, that 155 points of damage was merely a tickle for Sumu, who had 4,400 shield points. Slash! The next second, Sumu didn't cast a spell but instead raised his staff and struck fiercely at the wild boar warrior. Minus 914. With over 200 melee attack power and the S-rank /skill boost, the wild boar warrior was instantly killed. If other warriors saw Sumu take down the wild boar, they would probably howl at the sky in disbelief. Is this really a mage? A team of monsters, only 30 experience points together. The road to leveling up is still long. After taking down this group of wild boar men, Sumu looked at his experience bar, 520 to 3000. With this efficiency, it will take some time to reach level 7. While the magic shield is still active, let's continue. He decisively began to search around. The magic shield consumed a lot of mana, and he had to maximize the value of this skill within its 3-minute duration. You have killed a boar hunter, gaining 10 experience points. You have killed a boar warrior, gaining 5 experience points. Sumu followed suit and began a massacre in this monster area. As his experience gradually increased, he was getting closer to level 7. Newbie Village No. 12,580. A level 5 wild wolf was approaching a warrior. Just before the wolf got close, several fireballs hit it. Minus 150, minus 150, minus 153 damage numbers appeared simultaneously, and the wolf's health plummeted. At that moment, the warrior raised his longsword and took away the last bit of the wolf's health. Phew, the health of level 5 monsters is really high. After dealing with the wolf, the warrior said, "You should be content, our leveling method is definitely the fastest in the world. Soon, you'll be the first in the world to reach level 5. The mage beside him rolled his eyes at this. The first? Huh? I'm curious how much level that Sumu, who got the first kill, is it now? The warrior raised an eyebrow. Most of the people in this newbie village are ours. Our tiered leveling method is already the most reasonable. Even if that Sumu got the elite first kill, his leveling efficiency can't compare to ours, the mage said dismissively. He and the warrior had different identities. They were the backbone of the defense of Huagua. Before the world changed, they received special orders to gain powerful strength in the divine path to continue guarding Huagua. For this reason, most of them chose to delay their time and enter the divine path at a fixed point. This approach had proven effective, as their numbers in this newbie village reached over 4,000. With their status, other players did not compete with them for monsters. Occupying all the monster resources in the newbie village, they specifically formed various elite teams to execute a strategy of guaranteed leveling. This was something no consortium or enterprise could achieve. By the way, someone has already found the task for that captain's longsword. A white fox will appear in the wild wolf monster area. After seeing it, return to the guard captain to trigger the task. The mage spoke again. What do you think? The warrior asked. That white fox has only 3,000 health points. I heard that Sumu used the lives of over 100 people to take down that white fox before. The mage smiled, his tone confident. If it were before, we would definitely have to sacrifice lives as well, but now there's no first kill. Once our elite mages in the mage team reach level 4, we can send them directly to kill that white fox. Then it's settled. Once I reach level 5, you go kill that white fox and gain some experience. The warrior nodded. No way. My plan is for you to take the experience from that elite monster. I have a feeling that the first to reach level 10 will definitely receive very generous rewards. The mage paused for a moment and continued. Now, besides us, teams from other countries are also sprinting with all their might. The significance of which country's players reach level 10 first is immense. Hearing this, the warrior took a deep breath. I hope the first to reach level 10 is one of us from Huagua. Congratulations, you leveled up. Reward, 10 attribute points, 5 skill points. Deep in the forest, after taking down another group of boar people, a glow of leveling up surrounded Sumu. His level had also risen to 7. Intelligence is enough. Let's add some to Constitution. Sumu allocated all 10 attribute points to Constitution. With his current spell attack, he could easily annihilate ordinary monsters. In contrast, his health points of over 100 seemed a bit lacking. Although the magic shield made it hard for him to be instantly killed, having more health was always a good thing. He opened the attribute panel. Player, Sumu class, mage level, 7/0/4000, health, 230 mana, 8800 attack, 236 spell attack, 580 physical defense, 23 spell defense, 220 attributes, strength 8, Constitution 18, plus 5, Agility 208, Spirit 210, plus 10, Intelligence 260, plus 30, Equipment, Elite Staff, Wolfskin Cloth Armor, Rhino Skin Leggings. The attributes are not bad. Let's continue. Having successfully leveled up to 7, Sumu cleared all the wild boar men in the surrounding area. He continued deeper into the forest. What is that? Soon, a large camp appeared in his sight. Unlike the previous camp, this one was filled with patrolling wild boar men and had built several meters high walls. Above the walls, a row of wild boar men hunters were watching closely with their bows drawn. As expected of an elite difficulty quest, with this setup, you can't even enter the camp gate without a team of dozens. After circling the camp's perimeter, Sumu did not act rashly. There are about 400 wild boar men in the entire camp. If they launch an attack, I wonder if they will all come out. What a pity, I don't have any area attack skills. Otherwise, with my current spell attack, I could definitely wipe them all out. The large number of wild boar men made Sumu cautious. It was mainly those wild boar archers that were troublesome. Activate Magic Shield. After careful consideration, Sumu decided to launch a frontal assault. There were a total of 5 archers at the camp gate, and a volley could deal 725 points of damage. With his 4,400 shield value, he could easily withstand it. This way, the remaining 6 melee monsters and 3 mage monsters would be no problem at all. Fireball. Sumu directly cast a fireball at a wild boar man. Minus 2,320. A definite kill. At the same time, the other wild boar men at the camp gate reacted. The hunters on the walls drew their bows, aiming at Sumu, while the nearby mages conjured flames in their hands. Humph, humph. The wild boar warriors below the wall roared, raising their weapons and charging forward. Frost Arrow. Sumu decisively cast an instant frost arrow at a ranged monster. Minus 1,740, still a kill. Minus 145, minus 145, minus 145,000. Immediately, a series of damage numbers appeared above Sumu's head. It looked like a lot, but the damage dealt was just that. Magic Missile. Holy Light. 2 more instant skills, and the wild boar men on the walls fell one after another, leaving only one wild boar archer still drawing his bow. Let's take care of these melee monsters first. Sumu ignored the ranged monster and focused on the approaching wild boar warriors. Charge! He aimed at one of the monsters and charged directly. With the boost from agility, he almost instantly raised his staff in front of that wild boar man. -914. Slash. -914. Two warrior skills were unleashed in succession, and two more wild boar men fell. -95, -95, -95. At this moment, the attacks from the other three wild boar men struck Sumu. He ignored the wild boar warriors surrounding him and cast a fireball at the distant archer. -2320. Then, Sumu continued to cast fireballs at the mage monsters on the city wall. The remaining three boar men had limited attack power, and before their shield value was broken, it was enough to release fireballs to instantly kill all those mage monsters. After dealing with the mage monsters, the cooldowns for Frost Arrow and Holy Light were also up. Sumu swiftly killed the two boar men in front of him, leaving the last one. Let's have some fun. He raised his staff and struck the boar man on the head. -206. A normal hit took away a third of the boar man's health. -206, -206. It wasn't over yet. With the boost from agility, Sumu's attack speed far exceeded that of the boar man, completely emptying the boar man's health bar before it could even attack. With 2 rounds of skills, all these boar men are taken care of. 5 ranged monsters, 5 melee monsters, 3 mage monsters. The level 6 melee monsters only gave Sumu 5 experience points, while the remaining level 7 monsters provided 40 experience points. The experience is still too little. After defeating 13 monsters, the experience bar only increased a tiny bit, which made Sumu a bit unhappy. However, when he reached the entrance of the camp and saw the levels of the monsters inside, he couldn't help but smile. Most of the monsters inside were level 8. That guy is? One particularly burly boar man caught his attention. This boar man stood 2 meters tall, wielding 2 sharp axes, and was clad in heavy armor. This guy should be the boss, right? After seeing the appearance of this boar man, Sumu narrowed his eyes. Given the number of boar men in this camp, it would be hard to believe there wasn't a boss here. Is it guarding that cave? From too far away, Sumu couldn't see the attributes of the boarman boss, only the dark cave behind it. If he wasn't mistaken, that place should be his quest point. There are 10 monsters next to the boarman boss. Their aggro should be linked, which is not good. What worried Sumu more were the small boar monsters next to the boss. The equipment you consigned has been sold. Just as he was about to clear the other small monsters, a prompt popped up on the interface. Almost forgot. Opening the auction house, the amount of gold waiting to be collected was 70 coins. Not bad. This number made Sumu smile. Adding the previous amount of gold and what he had just looted from killing monsters, the gold in his bag reached over 300 coins. This didn't even count the miscellaneous items dropped by the high-level monsters. Let's sell some stuff first. The importance of gold is self-evident, and since his bag was already full, Sumu put all the unnecessary items on the auction. The number of players in the Genshin 2 was incredibly large, and many were there to make money, planning to earn a profit during the early stages of the game. This also led to the prices of items in the auction house dropping lower and lower. Although the white gear in Sumu's hands was of a slightly higher level, the added attributes were not much, far from the high prices at the beginning, and could only sell for 1 or 2 gold at most. The health potions, mana potions, and materials were also not worth much anymore. Better than nothing. After putting items up for sale, they weren't selling as well as at the beginning, but Sumu wasn't in a hurry. By the way, let's see if there are any skills. Just as he was about to close the auction house, he suddenly thought of something and opened the search bar. After typing in the word skill, a skill actually appeared on the auction house. Little Fire Rain. After release, summon a rain of fire within a 5-meter radius of the target location, dealing 50% spell damage to enemies within, consuming 200 mana points, instant cast, cooldown time 60 seconds, 0/5. After seeing the description of this skill, Sumu couldn't help but let out a loud shout. It's actually an area attack skill. One must know that what he needed most right now was an area attack skill. Even if it was just an ordinary area attack skill. 100 gold coins? But after seeing the price marked behind this skill, Sumu's eyes widened. How vast is the player base of Shin 2? Even if the drop rate of skills is low, it's inevitable that a dog would show up. However, it's not unreasonable that there's only this one skill in the auction house. Those ordinary skills suitable for leveling up must have been absorbed by the big financial groups internally, and no one would sell them. In contrast, this little Fire Rain skill looks powerful, but for the vast majority of mages, it can be considered useless. First of all, the high mana cost. A consumption of 200 mana points means that the mage's spirit must reach 20 points. With the current levels of those mages, only a handful can cast a rain of fire. Moreover, the current warriors simply can't withstand so many wild monsters. It's impossible to let the mages gather monsters by themselves, right? The key is that to achieve considerable damage with this skill, a large number of skill points must be invested. Those wealthy mages would definitely disdain wasting skill points on such a skill. After all, they have someone to level up with. 100 gold coins, it's probably impossible to sell even if it's listed for another 3 days. The most critical point is still the price of this skill. One must know that the Wild Boarman's axe only sold for more than 50 gold coins. In comparison, the high attack of that axe is a tangible improvement. Who would be foolish enough to spend 100 gold coins on a low-impact area attack skill at the early stage? Negotiate the price. After thinking for a moment, Sumu sent a private message to the seller's hidden name. Firm price of 50 gold coins, I'll buy it immediately. 50 gold coins is definitely not a small amount. Perhaps there were too many people interested in this skill book, so the other party did not reply immediately. Sumu was not in a hurry, patiently waiting. If he could get this skill book, the efficiency of killing those wild boars in the camp would greatly increase, and this little time wouldn't be wasted at all. Can you add a bit more? After about 10 minutes, the other party replied with a message. No more. After seeing this message, Sumu thought for a moment and replied directly. The other party suddenly went silent. This made Sumu a bit anxious. If the other party insisted on 100 gold coins, he really wouldn't have a way out. Sigh, in other people's novels, the tactic of feigning retreat is like playing, why can't it work for me? Sumu sighed. Fortunately, at this moment, the other party sent another message, 60 gold coins, if you want it, I'll take it off the shelf, and we can trade directly. 60 gold coins is within my acceptable range, but if I agree too readily, the other party might raise the price. Sumu pondered. He didn't rush to reply, learning from the other party to keep silent. In a certain novice village, a group of 5 mages was casting fireballs at level 5 wild wolves. Xianggu, what if that person doesn't reply? One of the mages shouted after casting a fireball. Just wait, whoever speaks first loses. The person referred to as Xianggu was the last to cast a fireball, killing the wild wolf. But this is already the highest price. Among the current bids, besides this guy's 50, the other one is only 25 gold coins. That's a whole double. That mage couldn't hold his composure. What's the rush? This skill doesn't seem very valuable right now, but after a while, it will definitely sell. If it really doesn't work, we can always learn it ourselves. Brother Xiang shook his head as he looked at his anxious little brother. But the value of gold coins now is completely different from their value later. The little brother's expression was somewhat helpless. Exactly, Brother Xiang. I've heard that the value of gold coins is starting to depreciate, and it's happening quickly. The other little brothers chimed in. Is that so? Brother Xiang frowned. Unlike those big financial groups, he was the president of an established gaming guild and considered a bit of a wealthy second generation, but after the launch of Shin2, his worth was hardly impressive in front of those big shots. It's true. Most people have found that achieving success in Shin2 isn't that easy, so they're all planning to farm gold to make money. As soon as they have copper coins, they'll sell them immediately. Yeah, now every novice village has merchants specifically buying copper coins, and the prices are being driven down. Plus, as everyone's levels increase, the gold dropped from monsters will also increase, so gold coins will definitely depreciate. Several little brothers spoke one after another. Hearing this, Brother Xiang wavered. He knew very well that if he learned that fire rain skill, it would probably be useless for a long time. Then reply to that guy, 50 gold coins, direct trade at the auction house, and he can cover the transaction fee. Got it. Still not replying? In the Wild Boarman camp, Sumu sat on the ground, his brow furrowed. Bro, 50 gold coins is fine, but you have to cover the transaction fee. We'll list it for 55 gold coins. You can buy it directly. A message suddenly popped up. Just list it for 40 gold coins, or forget it. Sumu thought for a moment and directly lowered the price. This time, after a few minutes of silence, the other party sent a message. Bro, that's not fair, why are you lowering the price? Then take your time selling it, no need to reply. Sumu was also unceremonious and directly closed the private chat. Sitting there, Sumu opened the auction house and waited silently. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, the price of that fire rain skill was changed to 50 gold coins. There's still room for a price drop. Sumu chose not to buy and continued to wait. After another 10 minutes, the price of the skill was indeed changed to 40 gold coins. This time, Sumu didn't hesitate and chose to buy it at that price. After losing 40 gold coins from his bag, he still had over 300 left, and his inventory also gained that skill book. Do you want to learn Little Fire Rain? Yes. Opening the skill bar, Sumu pressed the plus next to Little Fire Rain. Little Fire Rain successfully upgraded to Little Fire Rain, E grade. Little Fire Rain, E grade, successfully upgraded to Little Fire Rain, D grade. Little Fire Rain, A grade, successfully upgraded to Big Fire Rain, S grade. Big Fire Rain, S grade. After release, summons a rain of fire within a 30-meter radius at the target location, dealing spell damage x 300% to enemies within, consuming 500 mana points, instant cast, cooldown time 60 seconds, not bad. As this skill reached S grade, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Although the 500 mana cost was very high, the triple spell damage was extremely impressive. The key was that with a 30-meter skill range, he could completely cover both ranged and melee monsters. A mage with area attack skills is a real mage. Walking to the entrance of the camp, Sumu began to adjust the casting range of this skill. Within 30 meters, he could cast anywhere. In other words, as long as he positioned himself within 30 meters, he could attack monsters 60 meters away. Big Fire Rain. Towards the area with the densest concentration of monsters, Sumu unleashed a fire rain directly. The 30-meter range was not small. Sumu deliberately adjusted the position of the fire rain skill to cover dozens of wild boar monsters within it. -1740, -1740, -1740 wherever the fire rain fell. Exaggerated damage numbers popped up. Without exception, all were instant kills. You killed a wild boar hunter, gaining 10 experience points. You killed a wild boar warrior, gaining 5 experience points. You killed a wild boar mage, gaining 10 experience points. Continuous notifications appeared on Sumu's interface, and his experience bar surged significantly. This is just too exhilarating, right? Compared to the previous method of fighting one monster at a time, the current leveling efficiency could simply be described as riding a rocket. Sumu couldn't help but shout out loud. At this rate, with another 7 or 8 fire rains, I can wipe out all the monsters here. Based on the experience from those monsters, I'm sure I can level up to level 8. The cooldown for the fire rain skill was still counting down, and Sumu looked at the other wild boars in the camp, calculating. There were still over 300 wild boars left. As long as he positioned himself correctly within the casting range, he could take down dozens of wild boars in one go. The only thing to be cautious about was the area where the boss was located. Until he understood the boss's attributes, he would never act recklessly. First, let's kill all the monsters we can. The 60 seconds passed quickly, and Sumu adjusted the direction of his spellcasting, beginning to release his skill. Great Fire Rain. Another wave of fire rain fell from the sky, landing on a group of wild boars. You killed a wild boar, gaining 10 experience points. You killed a wild boar warrior, gaining 5 experience points. You killed a wild boar mage, gaining 10 experience points. If I had gotten this skill earlier, I'd probably be level 10 by now. This place really is a treasure trove for leveling up. Watching the experience bar rise rapidly, Sumu's expression was one of pure excitement. The wild boar monsters in this camp were densely packed, and there were many high-level ones as well. Of course, in other areas, he definitely wouldn't have such leveling efficiency. With plenty of mana, all Sumu needed to do now was wait for the skill's cooldown. As he watched the 60-second countdown for the fire rain gradually approach zero, he turned to another area of the camp. The wild boars there were quite leisurely, with a few even looking around, completely unaware of the fate that awaited them. Fire rain. Once again, a wave of fire rain fell from the sky. Beautiful country area. 7 or 8 teams of mages were active in a certain region. They looked well trained, with each team having a fixed activity area. When monsters respawn in that area, these mages would collectively unleash fireballs at the monsters. If one observed closely, they would notice that among these mage teams, there was always one mage who delivered the final blow. The purpose of this was simple: to allow that mage to gain the experience from the monster. This way, that mage's leveling efficiency would increase rapidly. And it didn't stop there. Those mages who leveled up quickly would then form another team. They would seamlessly head to the high-level monster area, repeating the actions from before. Facing high-level monsters, their damage output was substantial, clearly following a full intelligence build. This also ensured that the last mage to strike could secure the last bit of health from the monster. Among them, another rapidly leveling mage would emerge, and the cycle would repeat. Of course, the reason these mages are repeating this leveling method is all for one mage in the same novice village. At this moment, he is standing on the outskirts of the level 5 monster area, surrounded by level 4 mages. As those level 4 mages cast fireballs, he finishes off the monsters and gains 10 experience points. Only I, Lanked Nade, could think of such a bug-like leveling method. This is the mindset of a king. With just over 100 experience points, I can reach level 5. Who in the world can surpass my leveling speed from now on? The first to reach level 10 will definitely be Ni, Lanked. Nade. I will become the strongest mage on the path to godhood. Ha, ha, ha. The mage is clearly extremely satisfied with this leveling speed, shouting and laughing maniacally. The mages beside him seem to be used to this scene, each with a blank expression. In the land of cherry blossoms, there is also a group of mages employing a tiered leveling method. After all, the early monsters have no spell defense, and the mage's range can completely attract the monster's aggro, allowing for a preemptive strike. This leveling method is undoubtedly the most stable and effective at the moment. The key is that only those with charisma or sufficient financial resources can afford to hire such a group of mages. Jin Ikiru, will definitely lead the land of cherry blossoms to glory. No one can stop us. Let's work harder. If we kill 20 more monsters, I can reach level 5. I think I should be the first mage in the world to reach level 5, right? In the Wild Boar Man's camp, as the Rain of Fire falls, the large camp is left with only the Wild Boar Man boss and about 10 small monsters around it. Congratulations, you leveled up and gained 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. At the same time, a dazzling light flashed around Sumu. His level has also reached 8. Let's check the boss's attributes first. Not rushing to allocate skill points, Sumu approached the tall Wild Boar Man at the innermost part of the camp. Wild Boar Man Chief, Boss, Level, 8 Health, 20,000/20,000 Physical Attack, 500 Physical Defense, 100 Spell Defense, 100 Skills. Wild Boar Man's Fury, Whirlwind Axe. Charge description: as the leader of the Wild Boar Men, it has a strong body, but it is also somewhat clumsy. This really is a boss. These attributes are too outrageous. After seeing the Wild Boar Man boss's attributes, Sumu's eyes widened. With 20,000 health points, even with the skills he currently possesses, defeating this boss alone is almost impossible. Not to mention the other 2 skills, just the charge is enough to give me a headache. The boss's attack power reaches 500 points, and with the enhancement of skills, even with his super high magic shield, he might not be able to take it down before the shield disappears. Without a team of hundreds, one should not even think about defeating this boss. I can take out those ranged monsters with a rain of fire, but the problem is how to kite? Observing the terrain of the entire camp, Sumu was determined to take down this boss. If he can't withstand it head-on, can he not kite? I'm already level 8, should I go back and learn some skills first? The terrain in the camp is relatively narrow, and after thinking it over, Sumu decides to return to the novice village to learn skills. For him, the improvement brought by skills outweighs everything. Moreover, having more skills will give him more options in the boss battle. I'll let you go for now. After cleaning up the items dropped by the Wild Boar Men in the camp, Sumu heads back towards the village. This bag is running out. As he walked, he glanced at the limited 20 slots in his inventory and frowned. Previously, when he was defeating monsters one by one, he could keep up with organizing his inventory, but now, with one skill, his inventory was almost full. He still had to both set up his items and pick up loot. It costs 50 gold coins to unlock the second inventory slot. No matter how I look at it, that's too expensive. Am I opening it or what? Looking at his hundreds of gold coins, Sumu hesitated for a moment and paid 50 gold coins. Spent 50 gold coins, successfully unlocked the second inventory slot. In the next second, the originally 20-slot inventory expanded to 40 slots. Newbie Village No. 4,589. So annoying, my inventory is full again. A team was fighting monsters, and one stunningly beautiful, tall woman complained. Shwe shwe, stop complaining. Unlocking the second inventory slot requires 50 gold coins. Do you know what that means? A similarly beautiful, well-endowed girl shot her a glance. It's just money. You all make me pick up stuff and don't even give me gold coins to upgrade my inventory. The girl called Shwe shwe showed a frustrated expression. My little princess, if I had 50 gold coins, I would buy equipment, not unlock an inventory slot. A handsome warrior holding a long sword replied helplessly. But you have 100 gold coins in your inventory. What's wrong with giving your sister half? So stingy. Shwe shwe pouted, looking quite adorable. The warrior looked at the discontent on Shwe shwe's face and sighed. That's money I plan to use to buy weapons. I regretted not getting that wild boar axe. If I had that weapon, we could have already gone to kill level 5 monsters. Stingy. Shwe shwe remained dissatisfied upon hearing this. The warrior shook his head helplessly but wasn't angry. Instead, he said indulgently, my little ancestor, the journey has just begun. Don't say your brother, even those top-tier players wouldn't spend 50 gold coins to unlock an inventory slot at this time. Wait a while, and when the gold coins drop in value, I can help you fill your inventory. That's more like it. Shwe shwe finally showed a proud expression. I want to be the first person to fill up the inventory. Alright. The warrior laughed and patted his chest. I can't say much, but I can guarantee that our Shue Shue will definitely be the first to fill up the inventory. Hello, I want to learn mage skills. In the newbie village, Sumu stood in front of the mage tutor, full of anticipation. Okay. As the tutor spoke, a skill appeared before him. What's this? Seeing the skill, Sumu was momentarily stunned, then revealed a delighted smile. Blink. Consumes 100 mana, can blink 10 meters in any direction, blocked by obstacles, instant cast, cooldown time 30 seconds, 0/5. In most online games, the blink skill can basically be considered the exclusive skill of the mage class. Spent 10 gold coins, successfully learned blink, max it out. When the skill appeared in his skill bar, Sumu maximized the speed boost from his agility increase. Blink successfully upgraded to blink, E grade, blink, E grade, successfully upgraded to blink, D grade. Blink, a grade, successfully upgraded to blink, S grade, blink, S grade consumes 100 mana, can blink 10 meters in any direction, no distance limit, ignores collision volume, instant cast, cooldown time 10 seconds. Wow, this skill is amazing. After successfully reaching S rank, Sumu saw the description of the blink skill and couldn't help but gasp in surprise. With his current mana, if he used it all at once, he could instantly teleport 880 meters, almost a kilometer. The key point is that this skill has a cooldown of only 10 seconds. I should be able to bring this skill back to reality, right? Sumu's excitement was hard to contain. It's important to know that everything he had in the game could be brought back to reality. The priest mentor's cabin is about 700 or 800 meters away. I can teleport directly there. Sumu eagerly began to try it out. Blink! After activating the skill, he instantly disappeared from the room. Outside the house, a person dressed as a mage was wandering around, occasionally glancing at the door. Su Xiao, I'm watching that guy. He should be learning a skill and hasn't come out yet. He opened the chat channel and sent a message. I don't care about outside the novice village, but as long as that guy is in the novice village, you must report every move he makes to me. Soon, Su Shiji replied. Don't worry, I'll keep a close watch on that guy for you. The person assured, his gaze fixed on the door of the professional mentor's room. Wait a minute. But after more than 10 minutes had passed, he frowned. If it was just learning a skill, it shouldn't take that long. He walked towards the room. As a mage, going to the professional mentor to learn skills wouldn't raise any suspicion, even if he ran into Sumu. What's going on? But when he entered the room, apart from the amiable professional mentor, there was no sign of Sumu. Damn, could that guy teleport? Hello, I want to learn priest skills. Inside the priest mentor's room, Sumu looked a bit embarrassed at the old priest in front of him. His sudden teleportation into the room had indeed startled the old priest. Child, please don't appear so suddenly next time. The old priest had no intention of scolding him, and as soon as he finished speaking, a skill appeared before Sumu. Enhanced Healing, restores 200% of the target spell attack health after use, consumes 100 mana, one's casting time, 10's cooldown, 0/5, a skill that instantly heals? This skill made Sumu raise an eyebrow. With a magic shield, he felt that a pure healing skill was somewhat redundant. Instead, skills that could both heal and deal damage seemed more practical. Learn it. After thinking for a moment, Sumu chose to learn this skill. Consumed 10 gold coins, successfully learned Enhanced Healing. Enhanced Healing successfully upgraded to Enhanced Healing, E rank. Enhanced Healing, A rank, successfully upgraded to Enhanced Healing, S rank. Enhanced Healing, S rank restores 600% of the target spell attack health after use, consumes 200 mana, one's casting time, 10's cooldown. After bidding farewell to the old priest, Sumu headed to the location of the assassin mentor. He hadn't learned any of the assassin's skills before, but after improving his melee attack, it was necessary to learn some assassin skills as well. Hello, adventurer, how can I help you? The assassin mentor, dressed provocatively, greeted him with a smile. I want to learn skills. As Sumu spoke, 3 skills appeared at once. Backstab, attack from behind the enemy, dealing 150% physical attack damage, cooldown 10's, 0/5, kidney shot, strike the enemy's abdomen, causing 1's of stun and 100% physical attack damage, cooldown 20's, 0/5, piercing attack, ignore 30% of the enemy's defense, dealing 100% physical attack damage, cooldown 30's, 0/5. Together, these 3 skills require 20 coins to learn. Sumu did not hesitate and upgraded all 3 skills to S level after learning them. Backstab, S attack from behind the enemy, dealing 600% physical attack damage, cooldown 10's kidney shot, S strike the enemy's abdomen, causing 3's of stun and 500% physical attack damage, cooldown 20's piercing attack, ignore 80% of the enemy's defense, dealing 500% physical attack damage, cooldown 30's. The damage output of assassin skills is indeed higher. Sumu nodded in approval after seeing the S-level effects of these 3 skills. His mage skills only had a 400% increase, while the assassins directly added 100%. It's not hard to understand, in most online games, assassins have always been synonymous with high burst damage, and if their skill bonuses weren't a bit higher than other classes, wouldn't that be embarrassing? I won't look at the archer skills, they don't mean much to me. Sumu did not seek out the archer mentor and instead walked towards the village entrance. The captain of the guards had an 8th level warrior skill to learn, but Sumu also decided against it. After mastering the blink skill, he felt absolutely confident facing that wild boar man boss. Hey, you look like a mage, right? Want to team up to kill some level 3 monsters? The team is all powerful mages, and no one can leave the team before leveling up. Bro, we're just killing monsters, and we need a mage. Are you interested? We need a mage for monster hunting. Any mage will do, as long as they can cast fireball. Arriving at the monster area at the village entrance, it was still crowded, and many people saw Sumu carrying a staff and enthusiastically extended invitations. During the leveling phase, there was no shortage of mages, especially one with equipment. No thanks. Sumu directly ignored their party invitations and walked with his head down into the depths of the forest. Hey, don't steal my monster. What do you mean steal? Whoever kills the monster owns it. Do you understand the rules? Damn, I had it almost dead, and you took it. Is that fair? What are you gonna do about it? If it weren't for the no PK rule, I'd wipe out all your 10 resurrection chances. Oh really? Who gets wiped out is still up in the air. Arriving at the level 2 to 3 monster area, the scene was lively, and he could often see people arguing over monster stealing. Most of the main party should be at levels 2 to 3, while the first tier is probably around level 4, close to 5. Sumu analyzed the number of players in each monster area as he walked. Of course, I'm definitely in a league of my own. Watching the way those groups surrounded a monster to level up, Sumu shook his head continuously. Soon, he arrived at the level 5 monster area. Is that guy? Here, Sumu spotted a familiar face. Su Shiji was effortlessly killing level 5 monsters surrounded by a crowd. Forget him. Sumu avoided Su Shiji and the others and headed towards the wild boar man boss's camp. The monsters in the camp had not respawned. Outside the cave, there was only the wild boar man boss and a group of ranged monsters. I definitely need to start with Rain of Fire. That way, I can take out all the ranged monsters in one go. The boss should be susceptible to frost arrow control, right? Looking at the wild boar boss with a health of 20,000, Sumu began to calculate. My shield value is 4,400 points, and with the existence of the blink skill, kiting him is definitely not a problem. Activate Magic Shield. Taking a deep breath, Sumu activated the Magic Shield. He walked to the limit position of 30 meters and raised his staff. Fire Rain Spell. Sakura Country District. Mr. Ichiro, we have found a boss in a certain location. What should we do now? A samurai-dressed person approached Jin Ichiro, who was leveling up, and bowed his head. A boss? Jin Ichiro's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing this. Are you sure? Not certain, but it's in a camp filled with level 6 wild boars, and there's a treasure chest behind it. I think it should be a boss. The subordinate's tone was half certain, half speculative. The boss's first kill hasn't appeared yet, which means no one has been able to kill the boss. This is our opportunity, gather everyone, and at all costs, we must take down that boss. Hearing this, Jin Ichiro showed a decisive expression. This time, the first kill of the boss must not be snatched by that Sumu or the Hwagwa people. This glory belongs to us samurai. Hi! After Jin Ichiro finished speaking, everyone present bowed their heads together. -1800 -1800 -1800 -1700 as a rain of fire fell. The ranged monsters around the wild boar leader were instantly killed. Roar! The wild boar boss, caught in the fire rain, also suffered considerable damage and let out a roar as it charged towards Sumu in the distance. This guy's speed isn't fast. Dressed in armor and wielding 2 large axes, the wild boar leader looked very heavy. Ice Arrow Spell. Sumu did not hesitate and directly used his only slowing skill. -1700. Eating slow? As the damage appeared, a layer of frost also emerged on the wild boar leader, further reducing its movement speed. Great! Seeing this, Sumu's mouth curled up. Fireball Spell. Taking advantage of this moment, he began to chant. -2300. A fireball flew towards the wild boar leader, causing the frost on it to disappear. Sumu did not continue casting spells and began to retreat. While retreating, he kept an eye on the wild boar leader's health. 14,300/20,000. Magic Missile. Holy Light Spell. Sumu cast 2 instant skills towards the wild boar leader. -2300. -1100. Roar. The wild boar leader hadn't even touched a hair on Sumu, but its health had already dropped by nearly half, letting out an angry roar. Its eyes fixed on Sumu, its speed suddenly increased exponentially. Charge, Sumu quickly reacted. Although the charge skill targets a specific enemy, it is not unavoidable. Just as the wild boar leader charged in front of him, Sumu decisively used blink. Oomph! The wild boar leader missed and looked ahead in confusion, furious. In front of a kiting mage, warriors are just little brothers. At this moment, Sumu's voice came from behind it. The wild boar leader quickly turned its head and was hit by a fireball. Minus 2,300. Roar! The wild boar leader had never suffered such humiliation, gripping its axes tightly, its fangs bared, ready to tear Sumu apart. At this distance, I can cast another fireball. Sumu began to chant the fireball spell again. Just then, the wild boar leader suddenly raised its hands high. In the next moment, he forcefully threw the flying axe in his hand towards Sumu. The two axes crossed and spun, moving at an incredible speed. Sumu, who was in the process of casting a fireball, clearly couldn't dodge in time. Minus 727. A damage number popped up above Sumu's head. Even now, with all his points in constitution and wearing a set of high defense gear, facing this axe would mean instant death. However, Sumu still stood upright in place. Minus 2,300. Another fireball flew towards the wild boar leader. Its health bar dropped again. 6,300/20,000. Once the skill cooldown is over, I can finish it off in another round. Sumu didn't rush to attack, maintaining a certain distance from the wild boar leader thanks to his own speed. Now that the boss had used two skills, it clearly posed no threat to him before his blink cooldown was up. Roar! In contrast, the wild boar leader's expression was filled with rage. As a dominant force in the Novice village, it had never endured such torment. Looking at Sumu, whose body was as fragile as paper, it was confident that it could easily slaughter him with any of its axes, yet it just couldn't catch up. Under the influence of this anger, a strange red glow enveloped its body. Is it going berserk? Seeing this, Sumu narrowed his eyes. His guess was clearly correct. After being shrouded in a powerful red light, the wild boar leader's eyes turned completely blood red. Roar! A massive roar erupted, and the wild boar's once heavy body suddenly became light. Useless! The wild boar rushed forward quickly, but Sumu remained completely calm. With his agility exceeding 200 points, even if the wild boar leader's attributes were boosted by its berserk state, it still couldn't touch him. Not to mention, the 10-second cooldown for Blink was almost up. This boss was as good as dead. In the Sakura country region, a large number of people were gathering. From the distribution of the crowd, most were mages, along with quite a few warriors and priests. Everyone, listen up. Jin Ikiru stood before them, his tone filled with authority. This time, we are going to deal with a boss. Everyone must be prepared for sacrifice, but rest assured, I, Jin Ikiru, will not forget the contributions you make. Anyone who loses a resurrection opportunity in today's boss battle will receive a reward of 100 million Sakura country currency. After Jin Ikiru finished speaking, the crowd shouted in unison, "We are willing to serve Lord Ikiru." Alright, let's go. Jin Ikiru nodded in satisfaction and headed towards a certain area. Soon, a large number of high-level monsters appeared before them. Kill! Charge! The crowd rushed into the wild boar camp. Most of them were around level 2 to 3. Essentially cannon fodder, meant to create opportunities for the higher-level mages behind them to deal damage. Ha! 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 As those people fell one by one, Jin Ikiru looked at the suspected boss in the camp and laughed. I will be the first to kill the boss. That treasure chest will definitely have something great inside. With the tactic of overwhelming numbers, the remaining people quickly made their way into the camp. Not a boss? What's going on? But when Jin Ikiru saw the information about the wild boar, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn it! You fool! He roared at the subordinate who had reported the news earlier. After expending so much manpower, only to find an elite monster, this was something he absolutely could not accept. Quick, go find the boss. I must get the first kill. His face was extremely dark, and he was screaming hysterically. We're going right now. His subordinates felt his anger and all lowered their heads, continuously agreeing. But before they could act, a series of scrolling announcements suddenly appeared. Congratulations to player Sumu for successfully killing the first boss monster in the Divine Path, awarded with the unique skill, Radiance of the Mage God. Congratulations to player Sumu for successfully killing the first boss monster in the Divine Path, awarded with the unique skill, Radiance of the Mage God. Congratulations to player Sumu for successfully killing the first boss monster in the Divine Path, awarded with the unique skill, Radiance of the Mage God. Baka, Baka. The continuous scrolling announcements completely stunned Jin Ilong, and his previously angry expression turned even more frenzied. He kept jumping up and down, pointing at his subordinates in front of him, cursing loudly. All useless trash. Get out of my sight. Looking at his irrational expression, all the subordinates present lowered their heads, not daring to respond. Again, it's this Sumu. How is this possible? Why does he get the first kill on the boss? In the beautiful country, Lanked, Nade, who was leveling up, looked at the scrolling news in disbelief. He was like a supergiant crocodile, having spent countless amounts of money to rise in the divine path. To level up faster, he even chose the mage profession. Yet even so, he was still far behind. Unique skill? His eyes were fixed on the skill in the scrolling announcement, revealing an endless greed. This skill must be mine. Clenching his fists, he didn't hesitate and sent a private message to Sumu. 50 billion, beautiful country currency, no, 100 billion, I will trade my entire fortune for this skill. As long as you sell it to me, I won't shortchange you a single cent. The price he offered was undoubtedly insane, but everyone who saw the radiance of the mage god was driven mad. Radiance of the mage god, SSS level. There is a certain chance to increase base intelligence by 0.5 after killing a monster, no upper limit on increase, can be upgraded. This was a passive skill that could infinitely increase the intelligence cap. For a mage, what is the most important attribute? Out of 100 mages, at least 99 would answer intelligence. The World Channel was filled with discussions about this skill. This skill is too exaggerated. Killing monsters can increase intelligence, so later on, won't it be easy to reach millions in intelligence and tens of millions in magic damage? I wonder how high the probability is, but looking at this SSS level, it shouldn't be too low, and it can be upgraded. I wonder what the godly effect is. It's already overpowered. And this is still a unique skill. Isn't this Sumu the designated heir of the mage god? I'm really curious about who this Sumu is, getting the elite first kill and now the boss first kill. He must have a really powerful team, right? How come there's not a whisper about them? Looking to buy radiance of the mage god, brother Sumu, please reply to my private message. Just name your price, I won't haggle. Who would sell such an overpowered skill? Give me 100 billion, and I might consider it. The entire channel was filled with various comments, and the number of people wanting to buy this skill was countless. In the hidden and powerful Huagua, countless tycoons emerged, even willing to trade their entire fortune for this skill. However, all the private messages he sent were like stones sinking into the sea. In the wild boar camp, the wild boar leader lay dead next to Sumu. A light orb shimmered on its corpse, but Sumu had no intention of picking it up. This skill is just too powerful, right? His attention was completely drawn to the brilliance of the mage god in the skill bar. Without the slightest hesitation, he decisively chose to learn this skill as soon as he obtained it. As for the outrageous offers in private messages that reached hundreds of billions, Sumu chose to ignore them all. This skill can be upgraded too. Sumu looked at the plus behind the mage god's brilliance. Upgrading the skill requires 10,000 skill points. Do you want to upgrade? 10,000 skill points was an extremely exaggerated number for anyone, but Sumu resolutely pressed the upgrade button. Consumed 10,000 skill points. The mage god's brilliance has been successfully upgraded. A prompt popped up immediately. Sumu looked at his skill points. It was still the same number, 9,999,999. I'll keep upgrading. The joy of having infinite skill points was simply too exhilarating. Sumu continued to press the plus on the skill. Mage God's Brilliance, SSS level, successfully upgraded to Mage God's Radiance, Divine level, Mage God's Radiance. Divine level. You have a certain chance to increase your base intelligence by 1 point when killing monsters. No upper limit on the increase, not bad. After upgrading 5 levels in a row, the enhancement coefficient changed from 0.5 to 1. Although the skill description did not specify, Sumu had a feeling that the probability of increasing intelligence after upgrading this skill to divine level should have increased significantly. As for the specific probability of this passive skill, he would need to verify it himself. No rush, the divine path has only just opened for a few days, and there's still a long way to go. This passive skill is definitely not as simple as just adding wings to a tiger. Let's see what good loot the boss dropped. Closing the skill bar, Sumu adjusted his breathing and looked at the corpse of the wild boar leader. You have obtained 10 gold coins. You have obtained the wild boar armor, a level. You have obtained the wild boar battle axe, a level. Wild boar armor, a level, increases physical defense by 50, increases magical defense by 50, health plus 500. Required level 8, heavy armor, wild boar battle axe, a level, increases physical attack by 100, 10 strength, 10 agility. Required level 8, two-handed weapon, 2 pieces of A-level equipment. The attributes are pretty good. Seeing the 2 pieces of equipment in his hands, Sumu smiled. Mages cannot wear heavy armor or wield two-handed weapons. These 2 pieces of equipment were only worth selling to him. As long as I put them on the auction house, they will definitely cause a bidding frenzy. But most people's levels are still low, so I'll sell these 2 pieces later. After thinking it over, Sumu didn't rush to put the 2 pieces of equipment on the auction house. Although gold coins would become less valuable over time, it made no difference to him. He wouldn't exchange gold coins for money, he only needed gold coins. He believed that once those wealthy players reached level 8, he could sell these 2 pieces on the auction house for several times more gold than he could now. I can put up the other items for sale, just keep some blue potions and health potions. After cleaning up the battlefield, Sumu put all the sellable items in his bag on the auction house. There were still quite a few unsold items in the auction house, and he wasn't in a hurry. Opening the quest log, the task to destroy the wild boar altar was still incomplete. Sumu looked towards the cave entrance on the side of the camp. If nothing unexpected happened, the wild boar altar should be inside. Once I complete this task, I can log off and take a break. He walked towards the cave entrance. Even though he had just obtained a divine level skill, Sumu was still very interested in the secret technique of the guard captain. After all, the more skills, the better. No monsters? As he cautiously made his way through the cave, Sumu found no trace of monsters before him. This surprised him a bit. Is this the altar? Soon, an altar piled high with dry bones came into view. Sumu looked around and slowly approached it. How do I destroy it? He raised an eyebrow at the altar before him. If it followed the patterns of online games, as soon as he got close to the altar, a prompt should pop up asking if he wanted to destroy it. Thinking this, he walked up to the altar. Do you want to destroy this altar? Sure enough, a prompt quickly appeared. According to the mission description, I might encounter the consciousness of some evil god, so I need to be fully prepared. Sumu did not rush to confirm. Activate magic shield. A thick layer of shield surrounded him as he took a deep breath, ready to blink away at any moment, and pressed the button. Destroying the altar. A prompt appeared, and the surrounding dry bones began to shatter, the runes on the altar flickering on and off. Sumu focused intently, ready to respond to any possible situation. Suddenly, a phantom appeared on the altar. This phantom was pitch black, completely blending into the darkness. Is this the consciousness of the evil god? Even though the phantom had no eyes, the moment Sumu saw it, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. The phantom was like an invisible hand, trying to drag him into the bottomless, endless darkness. Fireball. Sumu did not back down, a light shone in his hand as he launched the first attack. -1. A damage number popped up above the phantom's head. So tough? This was completely unexpected for Sumu. The fireball only caused a tiny bit of damage, indicating that the phantom had over 2,000 points of magic defense. How could he fight like this? But at that moment, the phantom was completely engulfed by the fireball. Almost in an instant, the phantom vanished, leaving behind a thumb-sized black crystal on the ground. Is it done? Sumu walked over to the crystal and picked it up. This crystal seals the residual consciousness of a certain evil god. Take it back to the captain of the guard. Got it. The task of destroying the Boorman camp showed as completed in the taskbar, and Sumu smiled. I'll log off and rest for now. After the monsters in the camp outside respawn, I'll use Fire Rain to level up to level 9. Exiting the cave, Sumu found a safe spot to log off. He gained 2,000 experience points when he defeated the Boorman leader. With the density of monsters in the Boorman camp, this was definitely the best leveling spot before reaching level 9, and the group monsters would also help him trigger the radiance of the mage better. If the Boorman leader respawns, I can fight the boss again. Exit game. The surrounding scenery changed, and Sumu found himself in the illusory space before entering the game. He returned to reality from the illusory space, lying flat in his room. Compared to before, my game time has increased a lot, but I still can't stay in the divine path all the time. Sumu looked up at the ceiling, still feeling somewhat unsatisfied. By the way, my intelligence is so high now, I wonder if I can cast Fireball now? At that moment, an idea popped into Sumu's head. After boosting his attributes significantly, he should be able to cast a complete fireball in reality. He suddenly jumped up from the bed and ran to the balcony. Taking a deep breath, Sumu began to adjust his breathing. Reality was different from the game. In the game, he could directly release skills by pressing the skill icon, but in reality, there were no skill icons. All Sumu could do was find that feeling of releasing his skills. It's here! Having had successful experiences before, after multiple attempts, Sumu felt an extraordinary power within him. Bang! A ball of fire suddenly appeared in his hand. Unlike the previous ping-pong ball size, this fireball kept growing until it completely enveloped the palm of Sumu's hand. This feeling is simply amazing. Looking at the fireball in his hand, Sumu couldn't help but shout out loud. He knew very well that the reason he could succeed so easily this time was closely related to the significant increase in his attributes. In other words, as long as he continued to improve in the game, even if he couldn't become a so-called god, he could still become the ruler of the real world. Fireball. With excitement in his heart, Sumu released the fireball from his hand. The fireball flew through the air for dozens of meters before exploding brilliantly. What the hell is that? Across from Sumu's building, a person stood on the balcony smoking a cigarette and suddenly shouted, "What did you see?" Another person walked over from inside, looking at the clear sky outside, and asked, "I think I just saw a fireball. Could it be that someone brought a skill from the game back to reality?" The smoker took a deep breath and replied, "How is that possible? According to the statistics in the game community, not to mention being able to release a fireball, there isn't even a single person who can create a small flame. Do you really think that after playing a few days of the game, someone could bring skills from the game into reality? The world would be in chaos." The other person looked unconvinced. "I think you've just been playing too much of that game lately." "Indeed, I've been casting fireballs all these days, even sleeping is about fireballs." "I must have seen it wrong. After finishing this cigarette, I need to get a good sleep and aim to level up to level 3 tomorrow." The smoker nodded, extinguished his cigarette, and turned to leave the balcony. The other person also curled his lip and walked back inside. They could never have imagined. Someone had indeed brought the skills from the game into reality. Wow, this is just too much fun. Looking at the exploding fireball, Sumu couldn't help but let out a cheer. If this fireball hit a person, there probably wouldn't be anyone in the real world who could withstand it. At this moment, he had clearly stepped beyond the realm of normal people. Since the fireball can be fully released, other skills should be possible too, right? What Sumu was particularly interested in was the skill Blink. If he could release it in reality, it would mean he could teleport without limits. First, teleport to my room. Taking a deep breath, Sumu looked towards his room. The distance from the balcony to the bedroom was about 10 meters. Blink! Simulating the image of Blink in his mind, Sumu shouted out. In the next second, he suddenly disappeared from the balcony and reappeared in the bedroom. This is freaking amazing. Achieving success on the first try, Sumu's face was filled with joy. This ability was absolutely unbeatable in reality. With my current abilities, the strongest person in this world wouldn't be my opponent, right? I need to treat myself well. Let's go out for a nice meal. Changing into a new outfit, Sumu picked up his phone and walked out of the house. To be honest, he was quite eager to try teleporting directly downstairs. But if someone were to see him, it would definitely cause a huge stir and bring unnecessary trouble. After thinking it over, he decided against it. Having a meal, coming back to sleep, and continuing the game was the priority. Somewhere in Hwagwa, an urgent meeting was being held. Is it that Sumu again? How did he manage to do it? Why hasn't a single whisper leaked out? Yeah, to kill the boss, it definitely requires a massive amount of manpower. We have eyes in every novice village. It's impossible that we didn't notice anything. A group of people sat together, their expressions bitter. Compared to the previous elite first kill, this boss first kill was even more significant. In my opinion, there must be an extremely tight organization behind this Sumu. I think so too. What worries me now is whether this organization has any special intentions that could threaten the stability of Hwagwa. Many people's faces were anxious. They all understood that the future world rules would undoubtedly be written by the strong in the Shinto game. Sumu, who had gained the glory of the law god, had clearly established a foothold among the future powerhouses. By the way, have you investigated the name Sumu and filtered out possible players? Any results? One person suddenly spoke up. Time is too tight. We haven't finished filtering yet. Also, we can't rule out that Sumu might be a pseudonym. In the Shinto game, not only can you change your appearance, but you can also rename yourself, so this answer plunged those present into silence. According to their speculation, if there really was some organization behind the Sumu, then that name could not possibly be real. Sigh. The questioner let out a long sigh. Tell them to hurry up and level up. Let them know that the future prosperity of Hwagwa depends entirely on them. Beautiful country. This was a building with 8 corners. Inside this building, a group of people sat around a round table, looking serious. Our beautiful country has never been left behind. What on earth happened this time? Why has Hwagwa repeatedly been ahead of us? The person in the main seat roared. His words left the others present in silence. Tell us, what are you all doing? Seeing this, the man roared again. Hwagwa has a large population, and they already have the advantage. I think the elites and the boss must have been piled up using their resurrection counts. At this moment, someone spoke tremulously. Yes, although their approach can gain some advantage in the short term, in the long run, it's equivalent to cutting off their own retreat. The future overlord will still be our beautiful country. Someone immediately echoed. Hearing this, the angry man's expression softened considerably, and he asked, how is our leveling situation? We have already dispatched the most well-trained personnel to level up. We are also in contact with other consortiums, and if necessary, we will unite. The highest level reached so far is level 5. In my opinion, that Sumu who killed the boss is at most level 6. One person held a document and began to report. Tell them that the overlord status of our beautiful country needs their maintenance. Let them spare no effort to surpass that Sumu. Compared to the beautiful country, which held the overlord status, major countries around the world were holding secret meetings. The theme of the meetings all revolved around the same name, Sumu. For various countries, this name had already been labeled as a terrifying enemy. Under a cherry blossom tree in Sakura country, a man dressed in a yellow robe stood on the ground covered with white jade pebbles, standing with his hands behind his back. Have you found out who that Sumu is? Not yet. Next to the man stood a masked figure dressed as a ninja. Kenjiro, you are the top ninja of Sakura country. I hope you can go to Huagua. The man suddenly turned around, placing a hand on the ninja's shoulder. With a meaningful look, we cannot let that Sumu grow. I understand. The man called Kenjiro nodded. I've delayed your leveling time, but don't worry, I will organize a team of mages to help you level up quickly. Remember, your task is to find that Sumu and eliminate him. The man smiled and patted Kenjiro's shoulder again. We in Huagua will provide you with assistance. You just need to adhere to one principle. Better to mistakenly kill than to let go. Upon hearing this, Kenjiro's eyes revealed a sharp coldness. I will not disgrace my mission. Why are all the doors closed? On the street, Sumu looked around at the shops that had closed one after another, scratching his head in confusion. After eating instant noodles for several days, he finally thought of treating himself to a good meal, only to find that no one was open. The game must be too fun. The reason for all this was naturally because of the game Shin2. Not only were the shops closed, but the flow of people on the street had noticeably decreased. Let's check out the big mall. However, since he was already out, Sumu wasn't in a hurry to go back. Strolling around and stocking up on some food would be good. My speed has increased. As he walked, Sumu noticed a significant boost in his movement speed. With over 200 points in agility, it was indeed reflected in reality. If I participated in a running competition, wouldn't I easily win the championship? This change made Sumu feel an impulse to join a race. Of course, these changes were just the beginning. Sumu looked up. Tall buildings surrounded him, and the sky was a brilliant blue. Perhaps one day, I will stand above the clouds, looking down at the earth, to become a deity admired by all. Huagua's control over the cities was quite effective. Even though the Shin2 game had a huge impact on the flow of people and reality, many shops and large malls were still open. Sumu found a restaurant, filled himself up, and then went to the supermarket to buy a lot of supplies. I only have a few hundred left in my account. After spending, he looked at the balance on his bank card and smiled slightly. In the past, he would have been lost in trying to make a living, running around aimlessly, but now it was different. Not to mention, just the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the boss in his bag would be more than enough to exchange for 10 large supermarkets. No rush, if I really run out of money, I can just sell some gold. Loaded with goods, he put everything in the fridge, and Sumu lay down on the bed. Before sleeping, he set an alarm for 8 hours. According to scientific research, 8 hours of sleep each day is the most reasonable. Only by getting enough rest could he have more gaming time in Shin2. After a good sleep, Sumu was awakened by the alarm. Time to get to work. Climbing out of bed, Sumu cooked a bowl of noodles and fried 2 eggs. After eating, he spread out his hand and summoned the Shin2 crystal. Enter game. With a flash of white light, he arrived in the illusory space before entering the game, and then he reached the world of Shin2. It was still the same camp from yesterday, and he appeared in a safe zone without monsters. The monsters in the camp have indeed respawned, but it seems the boss is gone. Arriving at the camp, Sumu looked inside, raising an eyebrow. Without the boss, his gains in this camp would be greatly reduced. Let's level up. Although the absence of the boss left Sumu feeling helpless, he had no other choice. He looked at his experience bar, level 8, 2000/5000. He needed another 3000 experience points to level up. The entire camp has about 400 to 500 wild boar people, more than half of whom are at level 8. I can get 5 points of experience, while the others only give 1 point, and the experience isn't exactly abundant. But the monsters here are dense. I just need to wait for the cooldown of Fire Rain. Adjusting the casting range of Fire Rain, Sumu was not polite. Fire Rain. A rain of fire fell straight down. -2400, -2400, -2400. One after another, terrifying damage appeared, and the wild boar people engulfed by the fire rain turned to ashes in an instant. Kill wild boar warrior, gain 1 point of experience. Kill wild boar hunter, gain 1 point of experience. Kill wild boar mage, gain 5 points of experience. Gain 1 point of basic intelligence through the brilliance of the mage. Continuous kill notifications appeared, and among these notifications, one caught Sumu's attention. This just increased my intelligence by 1 point? A rain of fire had almost killed 50 to 60 wild boar people, also raising his intelligence by 1 point. If I kill all the wild boar people here, wouldn't I be able to increase my intelligence by 10 or more points? Thinking of this, Sumu's expression grew even more excited. He stared intently at the cooldown time of the fire rain skill, each second seeming to stretch on forever. Finally, when the countdown reached 0, he eagerly released it in the area with the densest concentration of monsters in the camp. Fire rain. Another wave of flames fell. Sumu quickly searched through the series of notifications. No increase? Unfortunately, this time luck seemed to be lacking, and the intelligence increase notification did not appear. Let's continue. Rubbing his nose, Sumu calmed his excited heart and began to treat it normally. Fire rain. After a series of fire rains, the wild boar people in the camp were gradually cleared out. I've increased my intelligence by a total of 5 points, which is pretty good. Sumu looked at it. The brilliance of the mage had triggered 5 times, giving him a boost of 5 points of intelligence. The experience bar also reached 3600/5000. He still needed 1400 points of experience to level up. If he killed monsters of the same level, he would need at least 280, while for level 9 monsters, he would only need 140. If I go further in, there should be level 9 monsters, right? Sumu looked towards the back of the wild boar people's camp. There seemed to be another area with monsters over there. But I should go back to turn in the quest first. Maybe I can pick up other quests and clear out my inventory on the way back. The efficiency of killing monsters was too high. Sumu had no time to sort through the items in his inventory. Moreover, there was a limit to the items he could consign at the auction house, so he had to spend another 100 gold coins to open the third inventory slot. With 60 slots, it was finally a bit more comfortable. Things are starting to sell poorly. I can only sell them a bit cheaper to try to get rid of them quickly, or maybe set up a stall back in the village? Looking at the pile of unsold materials, blue potions, red potions, and some white gear in the auction house, Sumu had an idea. Forget it, if I set up a stall to sell all these things, I'll definitely attract attention. The more it's like this, the more I need to keep a low profile. But after a moment's thought, Sumu abandoned this idea. Since he had already opened the third inventory slot, he could just sell the items cheaply and slowly. If it really didn't work, he could spend another 200 gold coins to open the fourth inventory slot. After all, he had more than enough gold coins on hand, and besides, once he sold those 2 pieces of equipment, he wouldn't lack for gold. On the way back to the village, Sumu began adjusting the prices of those items listed in the auction house, generally lowering them by more than 10 silvers compared to the average price. Have the red and blue potions sold? Soon, both the red and blue potions were sold out. These were basically essential for leveling up, and after lowering the price, they were the easiest to sell. This time I've earned back more than 50 gold coins. And then there are those high-level white items. If I lower the prices a bit, they should sell as well, and that way my inventory can be cleared. After adjusting the prices, Sumu returned to the village. Respected adventurer, it seems you have broken the altar of the wild boar people? The captain of the guards greeted Sumu with a warm smile and personally came forward to welcome him. Yes, this is the dark god's consciousness I obtained from that altar. Sumu took out the black crystal. Indeed, it is the consciousness of the dark god. Those despicable wild boar people have actually made a deal with the dark god. The captain of the guards held the black crystal in his hand, his expression filled with indignation, and he crushed the crystal with a forceful grip. Fortunately, you were here, otherwise, once the wild boar people gained enough power from the dark god, the village would be in danger. He looked at Sumu, his eyes full of respect. To repay you, I am willing to teach you a secret technique I learned from a master. I'm ready. Hearing the captain's words, Sumu's face lit up with joy. He was very much looking forward to this secret technique. The captain of the guards wants to teach you a secret technique. Do you accept? Yes. Without any hesitation, Sumu confirmed. Ding! You have learned the skill, Phantom Clone, S-Rank, and S-Rank skill? The moment he received the notification, Sumu's eyes widened. The drawbacks of S-Rank skills are self-evident, and one that starts at S-Rank should be able to level up. Sumu quickly opened his skill panel. Phantom Clone, S-Rank. After use, you will gain a clone that inherits 100% of your attributes. The clone cannot use skills, only perform basic attacks, cooldown time 1 hour. Can be upgraded, not bad. The effect of this skill was clear at a glance, and Sumu, who was well versed in various online games, understood the significance of this skill. In certain specific situations, this skill could definitely yield remarkable results. Truly a special technique. The most crucial part was the note that it could be upgraded. Of course, I want to max it out right away. Sumu couldn't wait to see the effect of this skill when fully upgraded. Respected adventurer, I have one more request. At that moment, the captain of the guards suddenly spoke up. Please go ahead, Captain. Sumu had to suppress his eagerness to upgrade and focused intently. The wild boar people suddenly began to worship the dark god at the altar for a reason. There is a valley shrouded in mist year-round behind the wild boar people's camp, and I suspect there is something wrong there. I hope you can investigate. The captain of the guard said this with a somewhat awkward expression. I know that place is very dangerous, but we must protect the village and cannot spare anyone to assist you, so you will have to rely on yourself. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Sumu. Do you accept the quest, investigate the Misty Valley? Dungeon? Seeing the description of the quest, Sumu raised an eyebrow. There was indeed an open area behind the wild boar people's camp that he had intended to explore, but he decided to hold off and return to the village to turn in the quest first. It seemed that this dungeon quest was a follow-up to destroying the altar. But why is there no specific reward listed for this quest? Sumu was surprised that the skill only showed whether to accept it, without any reward description. Forget it, I'll just accept it for now. Ding, you have accepted the quest, investigate the Misty Valley dungeon, then I'll leave it to you, respected adventurer. The captain of the guards also let out a sigh of relief, and the admiration on his face grew even stronger. By the way, I want to learn a skill. Sumu nodded and said, he still had one warrior skill he hadn't learned yet. Happy to serve. The captain of the guards smiled broadly. A skill appeared before Sumu's eyes. Taunt, forces the target to attack you for 10 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds. This skill left Sumu momentarily stunned. It's useless. As a nimble and graceful mage, he had no use for this skill at all. As a mage, learning such a skill is soulless. I won't learn it. With a pout, Sumu lost interest in learning this skill. After bidding farewell to the captain of the guards, he began to wander around the village. Since this is a dungeon, I must arm myself to the teeth. Many NPCs in the village had tasks marked above their heads. Although these tasks didn't grant experience, many offered decent equipment as rewards. For Sumu, defeating monsters was a one-skill kill, and equipment wasn't that important, so he was too lazy to take on those tasks. But for other players, the value of equipment was absolutely significant. Whether it was a good weapon or a piece of armor, it was a huge boost to their leveling journey. I'll just do those tasks that exchange materials for equipment. After all, the auction house is full of materials for sale. After wandering around the village, Sumu accepted all the tasks that rewarded equipment for using materials. There were a total of 3 tasks. He bought the materials directly from the trading post, and the tasks were completed in an instant. He also received 3 decent pieces of equipment. Title boots, E-grade Constitution +5, Spirit +5, required level 4, Apprentice gloves, E-grade Spirit +5, Intelligence +5, required level 4, Grey cloth hat, E-grade Health +100, Spell defense +10, required level 4. Unlike fighting bosses, the tasks mostly provided equipment suitable for his profession, and Sumu didn't hesitate to equip all 3 pieces. He opened his attribute panel. Player, Sumu Profession, Mage Level 8, 3600/5000, Health, 380 Mana, 9200 Attack, 236 Spell Attack, 620 Physical Defense, 28 Spell Defense, 240 Attributes, Strength 8, Constitution 18, +10, Agility 208, Spirit 210, +20, Intelligence 275, +35, Equipment, Elite Staff, wolfskin cloth armor, rhinoceros leather pants, title boots, grey cloth hat, apprentice gloves. Compared to before, this was a significant improvement. This also boosted Sumu's confidence in tackling dungeons alone. Let's see if there are any skills for sale in the auction house. On the way out of the village, Sumu opened the auction house and directly searched for skills. This time, there were indeed quite a few skills available, but most were attack skills for physical classes, and the prices were not low. No mage skills? Sumu found it strange. Logically, mages should also have other common skill books. Although those low-level skills were transitional and not very useful, they could all be maxed out in his hands. Have they been bought, or is no one selling? After searching through the auction house, he still didn't see any mage skills, and Sumu was a bit dissatisfied. He opened the world chat channel. High price for copper coins, starting at 10 copper. Contact me at 133xxxxxx. Buying copper coins infinitely, even 1 copper, the price will definitely satisfy you. Buying a lot of white gear, preferably face-to-face transactions to avoid high auction house fees. Is there a team leveling up? Is there a spot for a mage? A normal team is fine too. I'm a level 2 mage with full intelligence points. Please, kind-hearted people, take care of the baby. The assassin baby is suffering. Professional companion play, online leveling, beautiful prices, fair to all. The world channel is still bustling, and most information is quickly rolled over by subsequent messages within just a second. High price for mage skills, any skill will do, price is negotiable. Looking at the colorful messages, Sumu rubbed his eyes and edited a message to send out. Just as his message was sent, it was soon overshadowed by countless messages that followed. So annoying. Sumu didn't know if anyone would see it, but speaking on the world channel has a time limit. He can only edit the message again after 10 minutes. After waiting a minute or two, seeing that there was no activity in private chat, Sumu pouted. It seemed that his message had sunk like a stone in the sea. After all, with the endless advertisements for skill acquisition on the world channel, it was unlikely that anyone would notice his ding, ding, ding. Just when Sumu had little hope, a private message notification rang out. Opening the private chat, a skill caught Sumu's eye. Frost Spell freezes all enemies within a 5-meter radius for 2 seconds, dealing 30% of spell attack damage, consumes 100 mana, cooldown time 5 minutes, a control-type skill? This skill immediately captured Sumu's attention. From the description, it was a group control skill, which would undoubtedly have a huge impact for him at this stage. How much? Sumu wasn't in a hurry. After waiting for more than a minute, he sent a message back. Since you want to buy it, of course, you should name the price. If it's reasonable, I'll sell it. The other side quickly replied. This guy is really an old player. Seeing the message from the other side, Sumu narrowed his eyes. In the game, the seller and buyer are essentially in a standoff at the negotiation table. Whoever reveals their psychological price first will lose the initiative in the negotiation. 10 gold coins, this skill's control time is too short, it consumes mana, and the damage is low, not practical. Sumu offered a very low price. 10 gold coins? Are you kidding me, buddy? Someone offered me 50 gold coins long ago, and I thought it was too cheap to sell. You better look closely, this is a group control skill. Almost at the same time the message was sent, the other side replied. It was clear from the words that the other side was getting anxious. I admire you, buddy. Not selling for 50 gold coins? Who's so foolish with money? You should realize this skill can only freeze monsters within a 5-meter radius. Once they get close, 3 seconds isn't enough for me to escape. Sumu smiled and continued to chat with the other side. A high-level mage must have a blink skill, right? That way, you can chain skills. The other side replied, freezing monsters, blinking, isn't that the usual tactic for mages in online games? Alright, you've even thought of the combo for me. Sumu chuckled. How can you be sure that a mage must have a blink skill? Even if they do, it certainly won't be cheap, right? Besides, do you know that mages are all investing in intelligence now? Is the mana enough? His questions hit the nail on the head. The frost spell was indeed good, but at this stage, no mage would invest in such a control skill. First, the damage of this skill was indeed too low. Second, this skill had to be used up close, and before the mage had a blink, most of the control time would be spent running away. Buying such a skill for 50 gold coins was worse than buying a powerful staff to increase damage. Not replying to me? After waiting a few minutes, the other side still hadn't sent a message, and Sumu scratched his head. His tactic of feigning indifference, wouldn't it backfire? Calm down, since they can get this skill, it must have dropped from low-level monsters. I refuse to believe that no one else will buy it later. With this thought, Sumu also relaxed. Skills like this will only get cheaper over time. Buying mage skill books, any skill will do, but no scams. There was no response from the other side, and after the 10-minute cooldown for speaking ended, Sumu continued to shout in the world channel. More and more people are in the level 4 monster area, and there are also people leveling up in the level 5 monster area. I haven't seen that Su Xiao, he must be offline resting. After passing through various leveling areas, only monsters remained around Sumu. At this stage, by the time he reached level 10, the first tier players would probably only be around level 6, close to level 7. I can start that main quest at level 10, I wonder what will happen. Sumu looked at his main quest. According to the description, that White Wolf King was definitely the boss of the novice village. Generally, quests like this in the storyline should require the combined strength of a novice village to complete. If he reached level 10 and started it directly, he wondered if the other players in the novice village could handle it. Who cares about them? It's just the big boss of the novice village, I can take it on alone. Heading towards the wild boar man's camp, Sumu felt no panic. With the light of the mage god, once he reached level 10, he would surely increase his intelligence significantly. As long as his spell attack was high enough, what was the difference between the White Wolf King and the wild boar leader? Just as he was thinking this, a private message pinged. Fixed price, 40 gold coins, I'll put it directly on the auction house. Seeing this message, Sumu burst into laughter. The other party was clearly in a hurry for gold coins. Too expensive. Do you know how much a gold coin is worth now? I can only offer 20 coins, this skill must have dropped from low-level monsters, right? The drop rate isn't high, but with so many players in the game, it will definitely continue to drop. Anyway, this skill isn't of much use right now, I can wait. Sumu decisively sent a message back. In a certain Novice village, Sister Xiao, that guy is trying to lower the price again. He said he can only offer 20 gold coins. What a schemer! A girl who looked about 16 or 17, with twin ponytails, shouted in frustration. What about the other buyers? The one she called Sister Xiao was a warrior girl with short hair, holding a long sword, looking valiant. I asked around, and the highest offer is also 20 gold coins. How about we just list it for 20 gold coins? Once we get these coins, we can pay off our debts. The ponytailed girl clenched her fists, her tone conflicted. Sigh. Hearing this, Sister Xiao sighed. She was lucky, but also unfortunate. The misfortune was that before entering the game, she was a rich girl, but a sudden change left her bankrupt and in massive debt. Perhaps because of her tragic background, heaven took care of her, allowing her to drop a skill book while grinding monsters. That was her luck. How many gold coins from the game would it take to pay off my debt? She opened a private chat and sent a message. Xiao Xiao, why are you being polite with me? As long as you agree to me, what debt do you still need to pay? The other side replied with a very blunt message. Stop talking nonsense, just give me a number. Sister Xiao frowned and replied coldly. Alright, gold coins are quite valuable now. If you give me 25 gold coins, we'll be even. This message made Sister Xiao clench her fists. Tell that person, 25 gold coins, and he pays the transaction fee. That's our final bottom line. She looked at the ponytailed girl. Got it. The ponytailed girl nodded. 25 gold coins. Do I pay the handling fee? The other party made an offer, and Sumu calculated for a moment. To buy this skill himself, he would need to spend 27.8 gold. For many people, this was definitely an astronomical figure, but he didn't care at all. Killing monsters for a day in any random place would yield more than that in junk to sell. 30 gold coins is my psychological price. That's acceptable. He sent a message to the other party. List it. It's already listed. After a while, the message came back. Sumu opened the auction house, searched, and indeed saw the freezing spell listed for 27.8 gold. Bought it. With a wave of his hand, Sumu directly purchased it. Thank you. Can we be friends? More friends, more paths. After the transaction was successful, the other party sent another message. Seeing that I have money and strength, you want to add me as a friend? This message genuinely surprised Sumu. However, it made sense. Someone like him with strength had too many people wanting to add him as a friend. Sumu didn't reply and directly closed the private chat. Now that he had the skill, who had the time to deal with you? 2 skills, fully upgraded. Naturally, the first to be upgraded was the secret technique obtained from the captain of the guards. Do you want to upgrade Phantom Clone S? This upgrade requires 2,000 skill points. As expected of an S-level skill, others really can't afford to upgrade it. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Sumu smiled slightly, without a hint of hesitation. Having unlimited skill points was just an opportunity to go all out, right? I'll upgrade. Phantom Clone S, upgrade successful. Phantom Clone S, successfully upgraded to Phantom Clone SS. This can't be upgraded anymore? Phantom Clone could only be upgraded to SS level, which surprised Sumu. He thought this skill could reach God level. However, upon reflection, God level skills were clearly not that easy to obtain. It was likely that for a long time, the highest he could reach would only be SSS level. Of course, it was hard to say. Who knew when he might get first place again and obtain a God level skill? Let's see the effect. Phantom Clone, SS. After use, you will gain a clone that inherits 100% of your attributes and 200% of your health. The clone cannot use skills, only perform basic attacks, cooldown time 1 hour. Double the health, not bad. Compared to before, the SS level effect had doubled the health, and he could completely use this clone as a meat shield. Next, upgrade the freezing spell. Sumu looked at the control skill he had just obtained. Freezing spell successfully upgraded to freezing spell, E level, freezing spell, E level, successfully upgraded to freezing spell, D level, freezing spell, A level, successfully upgraded to freezing spell, S level, freezing spell, S. After release, it will freeze all enemies within a 30-meter diameter around you for 5 seconds, dealing 100% of spell attack damage, consuming 500 mana points, cooldown time 5 minutes. The range has increased, the control time has also increased, but the damage is still low. Sumu stroked his chin. If this skill was used well, it could definitely bring him explosive AoE effects. Is the Misty Valley just ahead? Jogging along, he arrived at the back of the Wild Boar Man camp and looked towards the previously unexplored area. From the task description, this should be a dungeon, but the specific form of the dungeon was not explained in the Divine Path Information Manual. This was a completely unknown new world, and everything needed to be explored by the players themselves. Phantom Clone. Sumu thought for a moment and used the Phantom Clone. The reason for using it at this moment is mainly to see how long the clone can exist. Soon, Sumu felt a powerful force surging from his body, and in the next second, a clone identical to him appeared before his eyes. At the same time, he also felt a close connection between his consciousness and the clone. Everything the clone saw and felt, he experienced it all. No existence time? Does this mean that as long as the clone's health doesn't reach 0, it can exist indefinitely? Opening the clone's attribute panel, aside from having double the health of his own, there were no other differences in attributes, and there was no time limit either. Looking at the Phantom Clone skill, it was in an activated state and had not entered cooldown. According to the mechanics of online games, as soon as his clone disappeared, this skill would definitely enter cooldown. This is a divine skill. After understanding the effect of this skill, Sumu couldn't help but applaud. The clone couldn't use potions or skills, and even with double the health of the main body, it seemed of little use for a mage. After all, what damage could a mage do without being able to cast skills? But for Sumu, it was completely different. I can heal. As long as my constitution increases, this clone can become an unkillable health tank. Thinking of this, a scene already formed in Sumu's mind. The clone wielding a staff to tank monsters while he stood in a safe position to heal and deal damage. How harmonious. Let's go. Controlling the clone with his consciousness, Sumu moved towards the dense forest ahead. The fog is starting to appear. As he delved deeper, a strange fog began to rise around him. Visibility decreased, and the direction became disoriented by the fog. Sumu controlled the clone to walk in front while he stood 2 meters behind, slowing down his pace. In such a place, unknown monsters could appear at any moment, so he had to be cautious. Creak! As they walked, the clone suddenly stepped on a dry branch, making a considerable noise. At that moment, the ground around them underwent a strange change. Some withered bones grew out of the soil, and then, under some force, transformed into a skeleton over a meter tall. This was not the end. Other skeletons began to appear, and there were quite a few of them. Sumu quickly looked at the skeleton standing in the field. Skeleton monster, level 9 health, 1000 over 1000 attack power, 220 physical defense, 50 magic defense, 30 description. Undead wandering in the fog valley, will not spare any living creature in the valley, usually appears in groups. Level 9 monster? Not bad. The description of the skeleton monster made Sumu smile. Group appearances are great. He loved monsters that appeared in groups. The main body took a few steps back, and Sumu began to control the clone to engage with the skeleton monster. The clone inherited his over 200 agility points, and its movement speed was much higher than that of the skeleton monster. Minus 186. Controlling the clone, he struck the skeleton monster on the head with a staff, and a considerable damage number popped up. Of course, this considerable was relative to other players. Sumu, who could easily deal over 1000 damage, shook his head at the 3-digit damage. The clone can only do basic attacks, the damage is still low, but even the highest damage is still a one-shot. Just pulling the monsters is fine. Sumu controlled the clone to attract the skeleton monster's aggro, and after the other skeleton monsters formed, he pulled them all in. Then, Sumu unleashed a fire rain directly on the skeletons behind the clone. Minus 1830. Minus 1830. Minus 1830. You killed the skeleton monster and gained 10 experience. You killed the skeleton monster and gained 10 experience. Dense numbers of damage appeared, and 5 skeleton monsters turned to bone dust at the same time, with Sumu gaining 50 experience points. It's still exhilarating to fight monsters above my level. Strong healing spell. He raised his hand and cast a skill on his clone. Plus 3720. An exaggerated healing number popped up above the clone's head, instantly filling its health. The clone's health is still low. I need to get a passive skill that increases vitality, or just stack health and defense through equipment. With my healing output, isn't it a bit much to have your clone act as a tank? Looking at his clone, Sumu smiled broadly. A man's happiness is that simple. The clone's health is still low. Using it to draw aggro would waste efficiency. Looking at the surrounding mist, Sumu pressed the Phantom Clone skill. Then, the clone suddenly disappeared, and the skill entered a 1-hour cooldown. Just as I suspected. Having figured out the specific use of this skill, Sumu turned his attention back to the mist-filled valley. Those skeleton monsters should just be an appetizer. There must be a teleportation array to enter the dungeon somewhere in this valley. As for the exact location, that would require some exploration. Leveling up while exploring. With quite a bit of experience still needed to level up, Sumu wasn't in a hurry. He continued forward, quickening his pace. After stepping into a new area, the previous scene happened again. The skeleton monsters in this place are triggered by the area. If many teams come in, it's just asking for death. Sumu realized that this valley was definitely not a suitable place for solo leveling. Of course, except for himself. Activate Magic Shield. Pressing the shield skill, Sumu didn't rush to attack. No matter how many skeleton monsters there were, they would only be instantaneously defeated in the face of fire rain. Since that's the case, he could easily draw more skeleton monsters. With that control skill and blink, I have plenty of room to maneuver. I'm not worried about failing. As the saying goes, the more skilled one is, the bolder they become. Sumu led these skeletons deeper into the mist. As expected, every time he stepped into a new area, he would activate the skeleton monsters within. And these skeleton monsters, just as described, would not let any living creature that entered the valley escape. In other words, they would keep chasing Sumu until other players drew their aggro. Clearly, there wouldn't be any other players in this valley. Exciting! Sumu recklessly activated the skeleton monsters in different areas, and as he looked at the dense number of monsters, his heart gradually filled with excitement. With the attack power of the skeleton monsters, if they surrounded him, the magic shield wouldn't last more than a few seconds. There are about 100 monsters now. It's time to harvest. With the dual boost of high agility and the blink skill, Sumu explored most of the surrounding areas, with over 100 skeleton monsters chasing behind him. Those skeletons wielded bone swords, and their hollow eyes looked somewhat eerie. But in Sumu's eyes, they were all very adorable experience points. Almost there, Sumu checked his skills. All were in cooldown. First, activate a magic shield to ensure I won't be defeated instantly. With the shield up, Sumu stopped and waited for the skeleton army to approach. Some skeletons running ahead quickly caught up. Sumu didn't rush to attack and began to tangle with them. Before long, the skeleton army behind caught up. -192, -192, -192 in front of the numerous skeleton monsters. Sumu had no room to maneuver, and significant damage numbers kept popping up above his head. No rush. Wait until they all gather, then take them out at once. Sumu watched the shield value steadily decrease, keeping his composure. Now, as all the skeletons drew near, he raised the corners of his mouth. Frost spell. A wave of frost erupted from his body, enveloping all the skeleton monsters within 30 meters. -590. Neat damage numbers popped up from the heads of the skeleton monsters all at once. Although this damage couldn't eliminate them, it caused frost to form beneath their feet. The skeleton monsters, wielding bone swords, struggled desperately but couldn't move at all. Blink! Sumu blinked and appeared 20 meters away. Fire rain. Another skill was unleashed. Sumu had ample time to adjust the range of the fire rain, directly covering all the skeleton monsters. -1830, -1830, -1830, -1830. You have killed a skeleton monster and gained 10 experience points. You have gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You have killed a skeleton monster and gained 10 experience points. You have gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Nearly 100 damage numbers appeared simultaneously, and all the skeleton monsters were instantly killed. Sumu's interface continuously popped up notifications. Looking at the experience bar, 4650/5000. This time, he directly surged by 1,000 experience points. Only a mage who can a monster can be called a mage lord. After this operation, Sumu couldn't help but give himself a big thumbs up. Moreover, when a-monstering, the mage's radiance is easier to trigger. Seeing that he had gained another 2 points of basic intelligence, Sumu looked towards the valley shrouded in mist. The skeleton monsters were level 9. Even if he reached level 9, the experience from a group of monsters was still very rich. In the Great Han Kingdom area, a person with colorful long hair and a delicate appearance was enveloped in a glow of leveling up. Thank you all for your hard work. After leveling up, he looked at the dozen or so people following behind him, their cool expressions hardly resembling gratitude. When can I go fight level 7 monsters? Soon, he looked at a similarly handsome man beside him. President, our mage probably can't fight level 7 monsters yet. The level difference is too great, the damage isn't enough, and there might be skill losses, so you'll have to wait a bit. The man replied nervously. The person referred to as the president waved his hand at the man. The man swallowed hard, fear evident on his face as he approached. Slap! A hand landed on his face. You have suffered an insult from Zhao Shiwang and can retaliate. A prompt quickly appeared in front of the man, but he had no intention of retaliating. Damn it! After Zhao Shiwang slapped him, he placed his hands on his hips. Who cares about those guys' lives? I want to level up, do you understand? Give them money, whatever they want, let them all come and fight monsters, get all the monsters to low health, do you understand? Idiot! He scolded while roaring. I understand, President. The man nodded immediately. Damn it! Zhao Shiwang glared fiercely at the man. If I can't be the first to reach level 10, I'll lose face in front of the old man. Saying this, he revealed a wicked smile. If I lose face, you're dead. Don't worry, President. I guarantee you'll be the first to reach level 10. The man trembled all over, constantly responding. Ha, 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 ha. Hearing this, Zhao Shiwang let out an extremely arrogant and unrestrained laugh. No one can level up faster than me, young Master Zhao. If there is, they will only be dead. After he said this, the subordinate lowered his head, silent, with an extremely ugly expression. Compared to Zhao Shiwu's arrogance, the subordinate was well aware of the situation. Even if Zhao Shiwu could dominate the Great Han Kingdom, there were players from all over the world in the Divine Path game. The subordinate's only hope was this, Zhao Shiwu's method of leveling up through coercion and temptation, disregarding other players' resurrection counts, could yield remarkable results. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 10 attribute points, 5 skill points. You gain 1 basic intelligence from the radiance of the Mage God. In the Misty Valley, with another round of monster gathering and fire rain, Sumu successfully leveled up to level 9. This wave gave me another point of intelligence. In just this short time, I've already gained 3 points of intelligence. I'll allocate all the attribute points from leveling up to Constitution for now. With the radiance of the Mage God, and given that his spell attacks were basically one-hit kills, Sumu allocated all 10 points from leveling up to Constitution. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, 9, 0/6000, health, 480 mana, 9200 attack, 236 spell attack, 626 physical defense, 38 spell defense, 240 attributes, strength 8, Constitution 28, plus 10, Agility 208, Spirit 210, plus 20, Intelligence 278, plus 35, Equipment, Elite Staff, wolfskin cloth armor, rhinoceros skin leggings, tidal boots, grey cloth hat, apprentice gloves. Let's continue. It required 6,000 experience points to level up from 9 to 10. Sumu took a brief rest and continued to explore deeper into the valley. What is this? Soon, a huge black stone appeared before him. Behind that stone was a swirling vortex. Dungeon entrance? Sumu's eyes lit up. Based on years of gaming experience, he should have found the dungeon entrance. Do you want to enter the skeleton cave, dungeon? As expected, after walking beside the stone, a prompt popped up. Do I even need to say? He clicked confirm, and the vortex at the cave entrance seemed to activate, creating a distorted teleportation passage. Sumu glanced at the cave entrance and stepped forward. As he passed through the passage, the surrounding environment instantly turned pitch black. It was completely the kind of darkness where one couldn't see their own hand. Whoosh! Sumu spread his palm, and a fireball appeared, illuminating the surroundings. It was a dark and damp cave. Water droplets occasionally dripped from the surrounding walls, making a drip, drip sound. In such an environment, even the ground ahead had become muddy. The monsters in the dungeon must be different from those outside. I need to be careful. Phantom clone. Summoning a clone, Sumu controlled it to walk in front while he followed behind, using the fireball to light the way. Pat. The entire cave was eerily quiet, with only the sound of footsteps from Sumu and his clone. At that moment, a pile of dry bones appeared on the path ahead. Sumu raised an eyebrow and immediately signaled his clone to stop. In the next second, the dry bones on the ground stood up under some force, transforming into a skeleton warrior wielding a bone sword. Skeleton warrior, elite, level, 9 health, 6000/6000 attack, 350 physical defense, 100 spell defense, 80 skills, double strike. Truly a dungeon. Seeing the attributes of this skeleton warrior, Sumu nodded slightly. With 6,000 health, high attack and defense, and a skill that looked quite powerful, this skeleton warrior was clearly not easy to deal with. Ice arrow. Without hesitation, Sumu cast a slowing skill. -1798. As the damage appeared, it also caused the skeleton warrior, who was about to attack the clone, to pause momentarily. -136. The clone took the opportunity to strike the skeleton warrior with a staff. Compared to the main body's attack, the clone's basic attack was negligible. However, Sumu clearly did not expect the clone to deal damage. Magic missile. -2424. Another instant skill was unleashed, and the skeleton warrior's health dropped to a third. At that moment, it raised the bone sword in its hand and struck fiercely at the clone. -312. A significant damage number popped up above the clone's head, but the clone had 960 health points, more than enough to withstand another hit. Fireball. Sumu did not give the skeleton warrior this chance, and the fireball shot straight out. -2424. You have killed the skeleton warrior, elite, gaining 200 experience points. You have gained 1 point of base intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. As the skeleton warrior fell, 2 notifications popped up in front of Sumu. As expected, dungeons are the best places to level up. Based on the experience from elite monsters, killing 30 monsters would allow him to reach level 10. And that wasn't even the key point. The probability of triggering the radiance of the mage god when killing elite monsters has increased. What delighted Sumu even more was the triggering of the radiance of the mage god. If he could increase his base intelligence by 1 point from just one elite monster, that would be a huge gain. Sumu couldn't help but rub his hands together. I can definitely reach level 10 here, and maybe even increase my intelligence by 100 or 80. But I can't get too carried away. The deeper I go, the more monsters I'll encounter. With my current attributes, I can't handle elite monsters in groups. After a brief excitement, Sumu adjusted his breathing and calmed his emotions. Dungeons are indeed a treasure trove, but they are usually cleared by teams. Right now, in this vast dungeon, there was only himself, 1.5 people. Clearing the dungeon was not an easy task. Whoosh! A firelight flickered in his hand again as Sumu approached the skeleton's corpse on the ground. You have obtained 1 gold coin and a torch. This is much better. Taking out the torch, Sumu put away the fireball. Compared to the fireball, the torch provided stronger light and increased visibility. The clone began to move forward again. Soon, 2 skeletons appeared ahead. Sumu quickly signaled the clone to stop. The skeletons had not been triggered, indicating that the clone had not yet entered the activation zone. 2 elites, with a total of 12,000 health. First, let the clone draw one away, and I'll use my shield to kill one. With a plan in mind, Sumu decisively controlled the clone to move forward. Magic shield. As he activated the shield, the 2 skeletons stood up. -136, -2,432. Different damage numbers appeared above the 2 skeleton warriors. Their aggro was drawn to both the clone and Sumu. Run! Under Sumu's control, the clone turned and ran, with one of the skeleton warriors immediately chasing after it. Fireball! Meanwhile, Sumu stood his ground and began casting the fireball. With the magic shield up, the skeleton warrior's attack power couldn't take him down in one hit. -2,432. Another fireball was unleashed, but the elite skeleton warrior was not slow and had already reached Sumu's front. It seemed to know that Sumu was a tough opponent, and a shadow suddenly appeared alongside the bone sword in its hand. -312. -312. 2 damage numbers popped up above Sumu's head. Double strike? Sumu quickly realized that this was clearly the skeleton warrior's skill. -2,432. The fireball hit the skeleton warrior again. The skeleton warrior raised its weapon once more. Sumu remained calm and continued to cast fireballs. -312. -2,432. 2 damage numbers appeared simultaneously, and the skeleton warrior instantly turned into a pile of bones. You have killed the skeleton warrior, elite, gaining 200 experience points. The flames in hand did not cease. Sumu cast another fireball at the skeleton warrior behind the clone. The attacked skeleton warrior paused, ignoring the clone, and turned to charge at Sumu. -2,432. -2,432. Enduring the skeleton warrior's attack, Sumu directly blasted it with a fireball. You have killed the skeleton warrior, elite, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 point of basic intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. This time, 2 prompts popped up together. As expected, elite monsters have a higher chance of triggering the radiance of the mage god. The 3 elite monsters increased Sumu's intelligence by 2 points, a probability that delighted him. Strong healing spell, plus 3,780. With a healing skill, the clone's health was instantly restored to full. Continue forward. Controlling the clone, a half-man continued to explore deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, a mist-like substance suddenly appeared on the road ahead. In this dark valley, there's actually mist? Sumu couldn't help but complain. However, at that moment, the clone shrouded in mist began to lose health. -1. -1. The damage wasn't much, but it was continuous. Is it poisonous? Sumu quickly realized and controlled the clone to retreat from the mist area. The -1 damage indeed disappeared. With this little damage, with my healing capacity, I can definitely manage. With 3 healing skills, Sumu wasn't worried about his clone dying and pressed on. As for why he didn't activate the magic shield, it was mainly because he was concerned about encountering skeleton warriors in the mist. If the shield went on cooldown then, it would be troublesome. As expected, after moving through the mist for a while, 3 skeletons appeared on the ground ahead. Let's do this. The clone can just charge out of the mist. With the mist continuously draining health, plus the 3 skeleton warriors, Sumu couldn't afford to control the clone anymore. Magic Shield. Activating the shield, he controlled the clone to charge forward. Upon entering the range of the 3 skeletons, the 3 skeleton warriors stood up. Fire Rain. Without hesitation, Sumu unleashed a fire rain. -1810, -1810, -1810. 3 damage numbers appeared simultaneously, and the skeleton warriors immediately launched an attack on Sumu. Magic Missile. Ice Arrow. -2440, -1810. Sumu decisively targeted one of the skeleton warriors, unleashing 2 instant cast skills at once. That skeleton warrior fell instantly, but similarly, its partner charged right in front of Sumu. Kidney Strike. Sumu did not retreat, raising his staff and swinging it at the waist of one skeleton warrior. -1080. A considerable damage number appeared, and a stun mark appeared on the skeleton warrior's head. The assassin's skills are still impressive. Taking advantage of this skill, Sumu directly circled behind the skeleton warrior. As for the remaining one, he chose to ignore it. With the magic shield up, the skeleton warrior had no way to deal with him. Backstab. Raising his staff, Sumu unleashed another skill, striking hard on the back of the skeleton warrior. -1316. This wasn't over. After landing that hit, Sumu used another assassin skill. Piercing Attack. -1160. Another damage number appeared above the skeleton warrior's head, but even so, it still did not die. At this moment, the stun mark above its head also disappeared. I still have warrior skills. Sumu smiled slightly, and with a swift strike, shattered the remaining health of the skeletal warrior with his staff. A light orb burst forth from the latter, and Sumu grabbed it, feeling a surge of magic within him. Blink! In the next moment, he teleported several dozen meters away, emerging from the mist. His clone also arrived at this spot. Once that skeletal warrior enters range, I can finish it off. Sumu stood still, his eyes fixed on the mist behind him. Soon, a figure caught up. Fireball. With 2 skills cast, the last skeletal monster fell to the ground. You have killed a skeletal warrior, elite, gaining 200 experience points, gained 1 point of base intelligence through the radiance of the mage. 3 skeletal warriors, and I've gained a bit of intelligence. This is just too comfortable. With another boost to his intelligence, Sumu's smile was radiant. This was far more enjoyable than grinding outside with mobs. 1,200 experience points now. Leveling up is getting faster. If I keep grinding in this dungeon, I'm sure I can be the first to reach level 10. There should be a reward, right? Looking at the experience bar that had increased, Sumu couldn't help but feel excited. The rock wall here looks a bit different. Suddenly, he noticed what seemed to be a groove on the rock wall in front of him. A strange smell wafted into his nostrils. Kerosene? Sumu raised an eyebrow and placed the torch he was holding against it. With a whoosh, the groove on the rock wall ignited instantly, creating a spectacular line of fire that illuminated the entire cave. What is that? With ample visibility, Sumu gazed ahead, his eyes widening. About 100 meters away, the cave opened up, and from this position, he could vaguely see a pile of bones several meters high. It seemed that a skeletal monster holding a bone club was standing atop that pile. Judging by its appearance, that creature was likely a mage, and it could very well be a mage boss. With the number of those bones, how many skeletal warriors would pop out if I went over there? Compared to melee bosses, Sumu was much more wary of mage bosses. After all, even if a melee boss had high attack, he could kite and kill it, but mage bosses were different. Mage bosses would definitely have high magic defense, and their skill range might even exceed his own. I'll check the boss's attributes later. There are still 2 groups of skeletal monsters ahead. Sumu shifted his gaze from the boss to the 2 piles of bones in front. One pile had 4 monsters, and the other had 5. 3 fire rains plus 1 free spell should be enough to take out the skeletal monsters in one go. Should I go for a big play? The distance between the 2 piles of monsters was about 30 to 40 meters. It was feasible to trigger one pile and then run to the other. The cooldown for fire rain is 1 minute. Given the terrain here, I can run back and forth, and using blink, I should be able to hold them for 3 minutes without issue. Attacking 9 elite monsters at once was definitely a crazy move. Even taking on a single elite monster was not that simple for a 5-person team. Moreover, this dungeon was not a 5-person instance. It was a team dungeon with a maximum entry limit of 20 people. In a 20-person team dungeon, if Sumu was playing so recklessly alone, others would not just be kneeling in admiration, they would probably be lying down shouting in awe. Of course, other players could hardly imagine this scene. To enter this Misty Valley dungeon, the minimum level requirement was level 8. Looking across the entire world, even after a few more days, no force or consortium could assemble a level 8 5-man team. let alone a 20-person small team. Taking a deep breath, Sumu had already made his plans. He controlled his clone, hiding it behind a rock face. The clone was basically useless against the mobs, but it would be helpful later in the fight against the boss. If he accidentally died, he would have to wait an hour for the cooldown. Having done all this, he walked towards the first pile of skeleton monsters. If I can't even AoE these monsters, what am I even playing as a mage for? Mages are all about being graceful. Sumu was full of confidence. As a mage, his running speed was enough to make assassins and archers envious. He swiftly passed through the first bone zone, triggering one of the skeleton warriors without any intention of stopping, heading straight for the second bone zone. Once the 4 skeleton warriors were fully awakened, they immediately chased after Sumu. At this point, Sumu had already reached the second bone zone. The 5 skeletons on the ground slowly stood up, merging into 5 skeleton warriors. Sumu stood still, activating his magic shield. By the time the 5 skeleton warriors were fully formed, the 4 skeleton warriors had also arrived. Rain of Fire, -1816, -1816, -1816. Sumu cast a rain of fire, enveloping all 9 skeleton warriors. Blink! Immediately after, he blinked, creating a 50-meter distance from the skeleton warriors. Hold them for 10 seconds. The cooldown for blink was quick, and Sumu looked at the skeleton warriors charging towards him, assessing the terrain around the cave. The terrain was narrow, and facing 9 skeleton warriors, he clearly had no room to maneuver. However, with a distance of 50 meters, it would take the skeleton warriors 6 or 7 seconds to catch up. I can't rely solely on blink, otherwise, my mana won't last. Sumu glanced back. The path through the cave was long, and retreating while dragging out the cooldown for Rain of Fire was definitely feasible. I'm outta here. He turned and ran, deliberately avoiding the clone hiding behind the rock face. While running, Sumu looked for opportunities to cast Fireball at the skeleton warriors behind him. Each target was different, aiming to ensure that the health of these skeleton warriors remained at the same baseline. The cooldown is almost over. I need to cast a few more fireballs while I can. As he ran, when the cooldown for Rain of Fire was nearly up, Sumu stopped. One hand held a torch while the other ignited with flames, casting fireballs at the skeleton warriors with higher health. -2464, -2464. With 2 fireballs cast, the skeleton warriors had already closed in on him. Sumu didn't dare to be careless and immediately stopped casting fireball. There were 9 monsters, and all had double strikes. If he got hit by their skills, it would be like taking 18 attacks from the skeleton warriors, and even with a magic shield, he couldn't withstand that. Ice Spell. Sumu decisively used a control skill. After the 9 skeleton warriors were frozen, he didn't rush to attack but changed direction, blinking to a spot 30 meters away from the mob. Rain of Fire. Another rain of fire fell from the sky. You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 200 experience points. You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 200 experience points. You gained 1 point of basic intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. You gained 1 point of basic intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. You gained 1 point of basic intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. Previously, with 5 fireballs, I hit 5 different skeleton warriors, and in this round of fire rain, I managed to take them all down in an instant. After defeating the 5 skeleton warriors, Sumu also gained a bonus of 3 points in intelligence. It's still more likely to trigger the god of magic's radiance with a group of monsters. With 4 skeletons left, Sumu was not polite. Magic Missile, Ice Arrow, Holy Light. Various instant cast skills were unleashed, and the skeleton monsters fell one after another. For those that were still barely alive, Sumu directly used assassin skills to finish them off. Once all the skeleton warriors were down, Sumu received 1800 experience points, and the god of magic's radiance triggered 2 more times. A wave of monsters gave me 5 points in intelligence. That's pretty good. If I take down that boss, I should be able to level up. Sumu glanced at his experience bar, 3000/6000. His intelligence was 286, plus 35. Clean up the battlefield. Looking at the 9 skeleton warriors' glowing orbs in front of him, Sumu picked them up one by one. You have obtained the Warrior Advancement Certificate. You have obtained the Skeleton Bone Sword, B grade, set. You have obtained the Skeleton Plate Armor, B grade, set. Aside from some gold and miscellaneous items, the remaining 3 things caught Sumu's attention. Warrior Advancement Certificate. Take it to the Warrior Class Mentor after level 10 to begin the advancement path. Skeleton Bone Sword, B grade, increases attack power by 100. Required level, 10. Skeleton Plate Armor, B grade, increases health by 500. physical defense by 50. Required level, 10. The 3-piece effect of the skeleton set increases constitution by 10, strength by 10, agility by 10. This set is pretty good. This warrior advancement certificate is for leveling up? That means there should be a certificate for mages to level up as well? The attributes of the skeleton set were indeed strong, but Sumu was more concerned about that advancement certificate. The monsters in the dungeon were all elite monsters. The first elite monster was easy to defeat, but when it came to the later 4 or 5 together, the difficulty increased significantly. Based on the attributes of players leveling up, even if a full team of level 8 players was formed, clearing the dungeon wouldn't be that easy. This should be the only dungeon in the Novice village, which means there will definitely be advancement certificates for all professions here. Looks like I need to stick around here to farm for certificates. After putting away the warrior advancement certificate, Sumu looked at the skeleton warrior set. The attributes were indeed good, but it wasn't particularly useful for him. As an elegant mage, he pursued higher mana and ultimate magic damage. I'll gather a full set and then sell it. If the skeleton set were completed, its value would definitely multiply several times, so Sumu wasn't in a hurry to list it. He looked at the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the previous boss. Now I should be able to sell them, giving those rich players some motivation to level up. With a chuckle, Sumu opened the auction house. How much should I sell them for? When setting the price, he found himself in a dilemma. Starting at 500 gold for the whole package, there will definitely be rich players buying it. At worst, I'll just waste a few gold on the listing fee. After thinking it over, Sumu was not polite at all. The last thing Huagua lacked was rich players. He believed that in the next few days, there would be quite a few wealthy individuals with 500 gold coins on hand. It's time to fight the boss. After listing the equipment, Sumu didn't care anymore and walked towards the cave. Returning to the previous location, he controlled his clone to come out. If that boss is too difficult to deal with, then I'll exit the dungeon first, find a place to level up to 10, and then come back. Walking to a spot 30 meters away from the pile of bones, Sumu also clearly saw the specific attributes of the boss above. Skeleton Mage, Boss, Level, 10 Health, 30,000/30,000 Magic Attack, 500 Physical Defense, 100 Magic Defense, 200 Skills. Shadow Arrow Summon Skeleton Warrior Group. Shadow Arrow seems acceptable. The level 10 mage boss has a health of 30,000, but its magic attack is not as high as Sumu imagined. One fireball can hit it for 2368, so for 30,000 health, I would need 13 fireballs. How much damage can it deal to me before I cast 13 fireballs? Sumu rested his chin on his left hand, while his right hand calculated in the air. The boss's main attack skill should be that Shadow Arrow. If the skill's enhancement isn't high, with his 200 points of magic defense, he could completely activate a magic shield and trade fireballs with it. Let's try it with a clone. Sumu already had an idea. The clone could demonstrate its value at this moment. Holy Light. Before taking action, Sumu healed the clone, restoring it to full health. After waiting for a while for the skill cooldown, he controlled the clone to move in. Ignorant human, you dare to trespass into my territory. I will turn you into a pile of dry bones, eternally enslaved by me. Unlike those skeleton warriors, the skeleton mage actually spoke human language. After it finished speaking, it raised its bone staff. As a ball of black energy emerged, a pitch-black arrow-shaped energy flew towards the clone. -260. A damage number quickly appeared above the clone's head. Not bad. Seeing this damage, Sumu smiled. His 200+ magic defense was indeed impressive. Magic Shield. Sumu activated the magic shield and charged out. Fireball. Without hesitation, Sumu unleashed a fireball at the boss on the pile of bones. -2368. Compared to the boss's damage, Sumu's damage was more significant. You despicable ant. With a sudden drop in health, the skeleton mage's target instantly shifted from the clone to Sumu. Come on, let's trade skills. Sumu smiled, ignoring the boss's harsh words. At this rate of trading blows, the boss would definitely fall before him. Shadow Arrow. Fireball. While both sides were casting skills, Sumu's clone was not idle either. The clone raised its staff and struck the skeleton mage's head again and again. Although the damage numbers were not high, it was still a contribution. Just as Sumu and the boss were engaged in their duel, a huge stir erupted in the world channel. An amazing piece of equipment has appeared in the auction house, suspected to be dropped by a boss. No way? Really? Is someone actually selling equipment dropped by a boss? I checked. The attributes of that equipment must be from a boss drop. The attack of one weapon is equivalent to me leveling up several times. Damn, this equipment is outrageous. Whoever has it is lucky. Who is so ruthless to sell it? The only one who can take down the boss is that Sumu, Who else could it be? Doesn't Sumu have a team? Why is he selling such equipment? There must be a reason for selling. Maybe the cost of fighting the boss was too high, and he needs to sell equipment to recover. Due to the listing of those two top-tier pieces of equipment, the World Channel was buzzing with discussions. Various speculations were flying around. Countless people were curious about what kind of person would sell equipment dropped by a boss. Principal, the auction started at 500 gold coins, and it has only been a short while. Now it's already up to 600 coins. What should we do? In a certain novice village, a person looked at the principal who was fighting monsters, his face filled with worry. How many gold coins do we have now? The principal did not stop attacking, his gaze fixed on the wild wolf in front of him. We've been collecting gold coins these past few days, but there are too many factions collecting them. We only have 700 coins now. I'm afraid we won't be able to bid anymore. The subordinate sighed. The principal had chosen the warrior class, and if he could obtain these two pieces of equipment, his strength would surely see a qualitative improvement, making it easy to fight monsters above his level. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough gold, or rather, they didn't have enough money. Hearing this, the principal looked up at the sky. Sell the cars in my garage. Mr. Ma, we've already bid 800 gold coins, but there are still people raising the price. What do you think? On the other side, surrounded by a group of people, Ma Jingfei was challenging a monster with a long sword. As soon as the monster attacked him, a priest would immediately heal him, ensuring his health remained within a safe range. Do I even need to say it? I must have these two pieces of equipment. Push the bid to 1,000. Ma Jingfei exuded confidence. Compared to the struggling Wang group this year and another competitor on par with him, his situation was undoubtedly the best. In terms of financial power, he was definitely among the top in the entire Huagua. 1,000 gold coins, and no one else is raising the price. If no one bids in the next 10 minutes, these two pieces of equipment will be yours, Mr. Ma. Ma Jingfei nodded lightly upon hearing this, then suddenly asked, have there been any responses to the Weibo I had you post? Many people claiming to be Sumu have come to the company headquarters, but after verification, they are all frauds. His subordinate immediately replied, continue to send private messages to that Sumu. As long as he is willing to join our group, I can treat him as an equal. Ma Jingfei's tone was serious, showing no signs of joking. He knew very well that to maintain his position in Huagua, there was only one path, to go further on the divine path. In the skeleton cave, Sumu was still battling the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage's health had already dropped by 10,000 points. This is too easy. It won't even take a minute to take this guy down. Looking at the boss's rapidly depleting health, Sumu smiled broadly. This was much easier than any kite flying. But just then, the skeleton mage suddenly stopped. It raised its staff high, and its skeletal body began to twist. A skill? Sumu raised an eyebrow at the sight. Just as he expected, the skeleton mage was casting a skill. Come forth, my servants. With its loud call, the massive pile of bones began to wriggle. In the next second, 5 skeleton warriors appeared on the battlefield. So many? With 5 elite-level skeleton warriors appearing, Sumu couldn't help but widen his eyes. He knew about this skill of the skeleton mage, but summoning 5 elite monsters at once was just too unfair. My servants, eliminate this damned guy for me. The skeleton mage didn't care about Sumu's thoughts and directly issued the command. The 5 skeleton warriors immediately charged towards Sumu. I can't take them head-on. Sumu's expression changed drastically as he turned to run. The boss still had 2/3 of its health left, and with these skeleton warriors interfering, it was impossible for him to take it down. The boss doesn't deal much damage to me. I'll lure these skeleton warriors away first, then come back to deal with the boss. Sumu already had a plan in mind. The remaining health of the boss was just equivalent to 10 fireballs. He used a blink to create a distance of several dozen meters towards the cave entrance. Catch up to him. The skeleton mage immediately shouted, but it stood still on the pile of bones. Great! Sumu's eyes lit up at the sight, and without looking back, he dashed wildly into the cave. The skeleton warriors followed closely behind. I'll deal with you, damn ant, first. After Sumu left, the skeleton mage's attention turned to the clone. Sumu couldn't care less about that now, controlling the clone to run back and forth inside, buying time. Almost there, once the shield's cooldown is over, I can go back to fight the boss. After running in the cave for a while, Sumu looked at his magic shield. The time was up, and it was cooling down. During this time, I can't let the skeleton warriors behind attack. He glanced at the 5 skeleton warriors behind him. Frost spell. Blink. With a seamless connection of skills, after controlling the skeleton warriors, Sumu turned and ran deeper into the cave. When the skeleton mage's figure appeared in his sight, the magic shield had just finished cooling down. Sumu looked at the skeleton mage, his gaze sharp. Let's settle this. Damn ant, my minions haven't torn you to pieces, so I guess I'll have to do it myself. The skeleton mage chanted as it saw Sumu, and a shadow arrow quickly took shape. Magic missile, ice arrow spell, holy light spell, fireball spell. Sumu was not polite at all. He unleashed every skill he could on the skeleton mage. The skeleton mage's health continued to drop. Fireball spell. After most of the skills went on cooldown, Sumu began to cast fireballs one after another. Each one dealt over 2,400 points of damage. In contrast, the skeleton mage, despite its flurry of actions, hadn't even broken Sumu's shield. Perhaps due to its health nearing the bottom and the previous minions not returning, the skeleton mage began to panic. Come forth, my minions! It raised its staff again, wanting to summon skeleton warriors. More? Sumu frowned at the sight. Just as the skeleton mage was about to be finished off, if it summoned its minions, facing 10 skeleton warriors attacking from both sides would be unbearable. Blink! Kidney shot! Not caring whether it would be effective or not, Sumu could only think of this combo. Just after the kidney shot was executed, a stun mark appeared above the skeleton mage's head. Unlike the several seconds of stun from elite monsters, the boss's stun lasted only 1 second. Even so, Sumu successfully interrupted the skeleton mage's skill. Piercing attack, backstab, slash. Without hesitation, Sumu unleashed a series of melee skills. At this moment, the skeleton mage's health was down to just 2,000 points. Fireball spell. You have killed the skeleton mage, gaining 3,000 experience points. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 10 attribute points and 5 skill points. Ending with a fireball, Sumu successfully took down the skeleton mage and leveled up to level 10. But that wasn't all. A scrolling announcement appeared. Congratulations to player Sumu for clearing the first dungeon of the Divine Path. The Hwagwar region will have double experience for the next 48 hours. Congratulations to player Sumu for clearing the first dungeon of the Divine Path. The Hwagwar region will have double experience for the next 48 hours. No personal rewards? Sumu was taken aback when he saw the scrolling announcement. No reward for reaching level 10? Clearing the first dungeon without a personal reward was one thing. At least there was double experience. But being the first to reach level 10 and not even getting an announcement was surprising. Sumu couldn't help but roll his eyes dramatically. He looked at his level and suddenly noticed something was off. Level 10, pending advancement. There was no experience required for leveling up marked after the level. Instead, there was a pending advancement indicator. So, I need to obtain that advancement proof? Sumu recalled the warrior advancement proof he had received earlier. Looks like I have to run this dungeon again. With only one warrior proof in hand, Sumu pouted. He looked at the glowing orb dropped by the boss. You have obtained the Mage Bone Sword. You have obtained the skill, Summon Skeleton. You have obtained Mage's advancement proof. 3 items in total, each one making Sumu exceptionally happy. Mage Bone Sword, a great attack power plus 50 intelligence plus 25 required level, 10 Summon Skeleton, consumes 100 mana points, summons a skeleton warrior. The summoned skeleton warrior's level matches the player's level. Mage's advancement proof. After reaching level 10, give it to the mage profession mentor to unlock the path of advancement. With this bone sword, I can finally replace my staff. Compared to the elite staff, the bone sword had higher attack power, which suited him better since he occasionally needed to use melee skills. This summoning skill is also very practical. With a tanking little brother, I can output damage with peace of mind. And with this proof, I can head back to the village to advance. Sumu immediately learned Summon Skeleton and equipped the Mage Bone Sword. Due to the boss's death, a teleportation portal appeared in the cave. Sumu passed through the portal and arrived next to the stone at the entrance. Opening the quest log, the task from the captain of the guards had also changed to a completed status. Return to the village to turn in the quest and conveniently advance. I can sell this staff. Let's list it for 300 gold coins. On the way back, Sumu opened the auction house. So many sold? Seeing the amount of gold coins to be collected was 900, Sumu was genuinely surprised. He hadn't expected those 2 pieces of equipment to fetch 1,000 gold coins. These 2 skeleton set pieces should sell for more, right? Now the whole world knows I cleared the dungeon. Should I sell this equipment while the iron is hot? Sumu had this thought. Forget it, better to keep a low profile. But then he reconsidered, abandoning that plan, and just listed the elite staff with a starting price of 300 gold coins. After doing all this, he quickly returned in the direction of the village. What the hell, are we all playing the same game? I can't even solo a level 2 monster, and someone has already cleared the dungeon? Sumu is amazing. What level did he enter the dungeon at? Did he use a team or a raid? Can someone tell me where the dungeon is? I want to run it too. Don't ask above, even if you know, you can't get in, and if you do, you can't clear it. God is incredible. The next 2 days are double experience. Hwagwe is about to rise. Brothers, grind hard. God is giving out benefits. Just for this double experience, God will always be my idol. On the World Channel, after the scrolling announcement, the people of Hwagwe cheered with joy. Everyone understood what 2 days of double experience meant. Shen 2 was not just a competition between individuals but also a competition between countries. Because of Sumu, Hwagwe had already won at the starting line. Beautiful country district. Fuck. Who is Sumu? This guy is so despicable. 2 days of double experience. This is simply cheating. I want to chop Sumu into 100 pieces. He's a shameless bastard. Countless people were cursing Sumu. At the moment the announcement rang out, the sense of superiority within the hearts of the beautiful nation's people was brutally shattered by Sumu. This was something they could not accept. Yet, even if they could not accept it, all they could do was vent their frustrations through words. Sakura country. What the hell? How can we allow Hwagwe to rise? That damn Sumu. Only we, Sakura country, can become the world's hegemon. How can we let a clown from Hwagwe take the lead? This is simply a disgrace. What are our experts in Sakura country doing? They must commit seppuku to atone. It wasn't just the beautiful nation, countries around the world were in an uproar. Almost at the same time the announcement appeared, they had a common target of hatred. And this target, whom they wished to tear apart and dismember, was currently standing with a smile, leisurely in front of a kind old mage. It seems you have brought back proof of courage. If that's the case, you will gain the qualification for advancement. The old mage raised his staff high, murmuring a spell. In the next moment, a strange power enveloped Sumu's body. You have obtained the qualification for advancement. Killing monsters of different levels will accumulate advancement points. When the advancement points reach 100%, you will successfully advance. Immediately after, a prompt appeared before him. Advancement points? Sumu opened his level panel. In the place where experience points were displayed, there was now an advancement point. There were no specific numbers, only a percentage. As long as I kill monsters, I can accumulate this. Does that mean any level of monster will do? Seeing the description of the prompt, Sumu narrowed his eyes. I want to learn skills. He looked at the mage mentor. Come back after you advance. The kind mentor smiled and replied. Sumu was taken aback for a moment, then pouted. Since he couldn't learn level 10 skills, other professions should be the same. Go find the guard captain to hand in the quest and open this main quest. Opening the quest panel, the two tasks displayed a hand-in status. Sumu bid farewell to the profession mentor and headed towards the guard captain. Respected adventurer, it seems you have reached level 10. The guard captain greeted Sumu with enthusiasm. I think it's time to clear the way to the town. Do you accept the quest? Kill the White Wolf King, main quest? Of course I accept. Without hesitation, Sumu took on the quest. Great, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Follow the southern path of the forest, and you will reach the White Wolf King's lair. That place is fraught with danger, so you must be careful. The guard captain's tone suddenly became serious. This quest is related to whether other players in the village can reach the town. You can team up with them. From his words, it was clear that this main quest was not something one person could complete alone. I understand. Sumu nodded, not in a hurry. Before dealing with the White Wolf King, he would first complete his advancement. By the way, did you find anything in the valley I asked you to explore? After the main quest was completed, the guard captain spoke again. In that valley, there is a skeleton lair, and inside there is a powerful skeleton mage. Sumu reported the situation in the cave truthfully. Indeed, only the undead creatures enslaved by the evil god can command those wild boar men. The guard captain's expression was thoughtful. Fortunately, you informed us of this news. As a reward, I will grant you a courage medal. You have obtained Courage Medal, Special. Courage Medal, Special increases 1000 health points and 100 physical defense when equipped. What a good item. Looking at the medal handed to him by the captain of the guards, Sumu smiled. This special equipment had directly added 1000 points to his health and 100 points to his physical defense. It was simply tailor-made for a blood tank warrior. The final reward for this series of quests was indeed extraordinary. Sumu bid farewell to the captain of the guards and prepared to head to the lair of the White Wolf King to investigate. First, let's allocate some points. He looked at his 10 unallocated attribute points. I should continue to increase my constitution. Player, Sumu class, mage level, 10, progression value 0%, health, 1580 mana, 9200 attack, 266 spell attack, 644 physical defense, 148 spell defense, 240 attributes, strength 8, Constitution 38, plus 10, Agility 208, Spirit 210, plus 20, Intelligence 287, plus 35, Equipment, Mage Bone Sword, Wolfskin Cloth Armor, Rhino Skin Leggings, Tight Boots, Grey Cloth Hat, Apprentice Gloves, Brave Metal. Good attributes. After seeing his stats, Sumu nodded with a smile. He did not let it go to his head. First, let's go to the monster area and level up that Summon Skeleton on the way. Heading down the southern road, Sumu opened his skill bar. Summon Skeleton successfully upgraded to Summon Skeleton, E grade, Summon Skeleton, E grade, successfully upgraded to Summon Skeleton, D grade. Summon Skeleton, A grade, successfully upgraded to Summon Skeleton, S grade. Summon Skeleton, S grade summons 4 elite skeleton warriors to fight for you, cooldown time 1 hour. The level of the skeleton warriors is linked to the player's level. The number summoned is exactly the same as the boss. The highest level summoned skeleton can summon 4 elite skeleton warriors, and Sumu was quite satisfied. With these 4 skeletons, he could take on any boss head-on. There aren't many people around. I can summon my little brothers to take a look. Summon Skeleton. Pressing the skill, 4 skeleton warriors appeared out of thin air in front of Sumu. Skeleton warrior, elite, level, 10 health, 3000 to 3000 attack, 200 physical defense, 50 spell defense, 0. Their attributes are lower than those skeleton warriors I've dealt with? The attributes of these skeleton warriors made Sumu frown. Both their health and attack were much lower than those in the dungeons, and their defense had also decreased. Even so, this skill was still quite powerful, for skeleton warriors with 3000 health could withstand a boss for quite some time. Draw all the monsters around to me. Compared to clones, the skeleton warriors had some self-awareness, and after Sumu gave them the order, they immediately sprang into action. There were quite a few level 6 wild monsters around. With the attributes of the skeleton warriors, they could easily take them on one-on-one, but Sumu was too lazy to clear them out one by one. Attracting the attention of the skeleton warriors, dozens of wild monsters were drawn to the same area. Fire Rain. Sumu directly cast a skill down. Minus 2576. Minus 2576. Minus 2576. A bunch of damage numbers popped up. Sumu looked at his progression value, which suddenly increased by 2%. This was much more efficient than leveling up alone. I wonder if I can heal these skeleton warriors. Sumu used Holy Light on one of the skeleton warriors. Plus 1932. That skeleton warrior's health was instantly topped off. It seems the mechanism is the same as the clones. As long as they don't die, they can exist indefinitely. If all 4 skeleton warriors die, the skill goes on cooldown. After figuring out the mechanism of this skill, Sumu smiled. With this super data round, these 4 skeleton warriors simply cannot fall. So, I can use these little brothers to keep gathering monsters and take them down one by one. I'll clear my way through, and when I reach the lair of that White Wolf King, I'm sure I can level up. As the cooldown for Fire Rain was about to end, Sumu commanded the skeleton warriors to move again. In a certain novice village, that Sumu was really impressive. He even cleared a dungeon. A mage said with admiration in his voice. In front of him stood a valiant warrior. I'm really curious about what kind of person he is. The warrior spoke up, his eyes filled with anticipation. I hope I can meet him. Not a chance. The mage shrugged, looking helpless. Our people have been searching for days, and there's not a single clue. That guy is probably using a pseudonym. In my opinion, you should focus on leveling up. You might run into him later. Double experience. I definitely need to level up. The warrior replied with a smile. At this point, the warrior paused, his expression turning serious. Let them level up on their own for the next couple of days. There's no need to waste double experience just for me. This left the mage stunned. But aren't you trying to be the first to reach level 10? The warrior chuckled self-deprecatingly. With Sumu around, do you think I can still make it? The honor of bringing glory to the country is his. I can take a breather. Alright then. The mage pouted and nodded. By the way, I saw that the auction is bidding on that elite staff. After clearing the dungeon, Sumu should have a better weapon. Should I apply for you to bid on that equipment? The warrior suddenly thought of something, his tone a bit sly. Come on, there are so many wealthy big bosses. How could it possibly be my turn? The mage rolled his eyes. But even though he said that, he couldn't help but open the auction house, eyeing that elite staff with envy. For a mage, a high intelligence attribute of a staff is undoubtedly an irresistible temptation. You have killed a gray fur wolf. You have killed a gray fur wolf. On the southern highway, Sumu moved forward, encountering many high-level gray fur wolves along the way. These wolves are all level 8. The skeleton warriors can still hold them. The wolves had decent attack power, but their health was still within the range that Fire Rain could instantly kill. This leveling up is progressing so quickly. After some time of monster hunting, Sumu's leveling progress reached 50%. It must be because of the double experience. Let's keep going. The Hwadwer region received double experience, and killing monsters also gave him double, so Sumu controlled the skeleton warriors to gather all the surrounding wolves. I have to say, the skeleton warriors are quite durable, easily tanking 3 or 4 monsters at once. With all 4 little brothers together, they could gather up to 17 or 18 monsters in one wave. Fire Rain. Once the monsters were gathered, Sumu unleashed Fire Rain, instantly killing them all. No one is stealing my kills, they are all mine. It's just a bit troublesome to sort through the loot. The efficiency of killing monsters skyrocketed, and the 60-slot inventory was starting to feel a bit insufficient. Let's just fill the inventory. Sumu looked at the gold coins in his hand. I'll open 2 more. Gritting his teeth, he spent 800 gold coins, and his inventory expanded to 100 slots. Now this feels good. The ample inventory made Sumu smile. This way, he could slowly sell off the junk he had at the auction house. This staff actually sold for 700 gold coins, not bad. In the auction house, the amount of gold coins to be collected was 700, and Sumu knew that was the sale price of that elite staff. The price is about what I expected. Just hang up all these miscellaneous items, a little cheaper is fine. Sumu continued to sort through the auction house and the package section. First were those ordinary white items. These things were hard to sell, but it felt a pity to throw them away. The key was that he had a lot of monsters to farm, and the number of items listed in the auction house had exceeded the limit. What a hassle! Sumu could only shake his head at the half-filled package of white items. If others knew he had such troubles, they would surely rush to shout, "Please let me take on those troubles." The monsters ahead are starting to level up. Those wild wolves look a bit different now. While clearing monsters and advancing, Sumu quickly noticed something was off. Wild wolves of level 10 began to appear around him. Moreover, the distribution of those wild wolves had become denser. Occasionally, some wild wolves wandered around, seemingly patrolling. Sumu moved closer and saw the attributes of those wild wolves. Evil wolf level, 10 health, 1200 attack, 200 physical defense, 30. Their health is quite high, and their attack power isn't low either. There are at least 50 or 60 of them around here. Should I let the skeleton minions lure them? Looking at the wolf pack ahead, Sumu calculated. Wild wolves were relatively fast monsters, and although the skeleton warrior was an elite, it might not be faster than the wild wolves. If a dozen wild wolves chased and bit it, the skeleton warrior's 3,000 health points wouldn't hold up. Let's use a clone. Sumu thought for a moment and summoned a phantom clone. His current health was 1,580 points, and the clone's health doubled to 3,160 points. Coupled with his nearly 150 physical defense and over 200 agility and movement speed, it was more than enough to kite the monsters. You all stay put. He commanded the skeleton minions, while controlling the clone to step into the wolf pack. Whoa! Unlike the wild wolves outside, these wild wolves were clearly more alert. After the clone stepped in, one wild wolf let out a loud howl. There was no need for the clone to deliberately lure the monsters. The surrounding wild wolves seemed to receive some kind of command and charged towards the clone. Of course, not all the wild wolves joined in. Some remained lying around, lazily watching the clone. No time to waste, let's gather them all. Sumu controlled the clone and headed straight for the lazy wild wolves, raising the bone sword in his hand and striking once. Whoa! This action undoubtedly angered the wild wolves, making their eyes turn red as they chased after the clone. However, although they were fast, they couldn't match the clone's agility of over 200. And could only howl behind it. That should be enough. Once the clone had gathered most of the wild wolves, Sumu quickly stepped out. Fire Rain. A rain of fire fell from the sky, engulfing the wild wolves around the clone. Minus 2,576. Minus 2,576. Minus 2,576. You have killed an evil wolf. You have killed an evil wolf. Gained 1 point of base intelligence from the radiance of the mage. You have killed an evil wolf. Gained 1 point of base intelligence from the radiance of the mage. A series of prompts popped up, and Sumu immediately looked at his intelligence value. Intelligence 290, plus 35. Did I just gain 3 points of intelligence in this wave? Sumu's eyes lit up. When he killed lower-level monsters earlier, the radiance of the mage hadn't triggered even once, but now it had triggered 3 times directly. It seems I need to kill monsters of the same level. Sumu understood. The stronger the monster killed, the higher the probability of triggering the effect. Just like when he killed elite monsters, the triggering probability had almost reached over 50%. As for killing the boss, that should be a 100% triggering probability. I wonder if there will be elite monsters later. Quickly cleaning up the battlefield, Sumu looked at the road ahead. The road was surrounded by overgrown weeds, seemingly rarely trodden, which had led to its current state. Clearly, this place must have been occupied by the White Wolf King. As the main quest boss of the Novice village, it would indeed be a bit embarrassing if the White Wolf King didn't have elite minions by his side. Let's gather some monsters first to gain advancement points. Leveling up early is the hard truth. That White Wolf King might be the boss after leveling up. Taking a deep breath, Sumu focused on the ferocious wolves on the road ahead. Once the cooldown for Fire Rain was almost over, he controlled his clone to move forward. Whoa! As soon as the clone entered the territory of those ferocious wolves, it was immediately attacked. Sumu was decisive, controlling the clone to run at full speed, attracting as many ferocious wolves as possible, then heading towards his main body. Watching the positions of those ferocious wolves, Sumu wasn't in a hurry to release Fire Rain. When the ferocious wolves entered the optimal area, he raised his bone sword. Fire Rain technique. All were killed in an instant. Sumu didn't bother looking at the kill notifications, directly focusing on his intelligence value. 292 plus 35, this time, his base intelligence increased by 2 points again. The advancement points have also reached 76%. After 2 more waves, I can level up. Time to hurry. Recalling the scene of himself leveling up with fireballs one by one, Sumu now wanted to drop the fireball skill altogether. As long as Fire Rain could kill instantly, he would never cast another skill. Continuing forward, Sumu's control over the clone had reached a level of mastery, and his monster-drawing movements were incredibly graceful. Although he would still be hit by some attacks from the ferocious wolves, under high defense and health, the clone felt no pressure at all. After 2 more rounds, Sumu's advancement points finally reached 100%. It was at this moment that he felt a strange energy enveloping his entire body, and an indescribable sense of comfort surged through him. The next second, a series of notifications appeared before Sumu's eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up. All base attributes increased by 20 points, and you will gain 20 base attribute points and 10 skill points for each subsequent level up. Announcement: congratulations to player Sumu for becoming the first player to level up in Divine Path. You are awarded the exclusive class skill, Bloodline of the Mage God. Announcement: congratulations to player Sumu for becoming the first player to level up in Divine Path. You are awarded the exclusive class skill, Bloodline of the Mage God. The level leaderboard has been opened. So that's how it is. Upon seeing these notifications, Sumu instantly realized. The first to reach level 10 indeed had no reward, but the first to level up did have a reward. Moreover, judging by the name of that skill, it was likely another skill that could reach God level. Let's take a look quickly. Sumu immediately opened the skill panel. Bloodline of the Mage God, S rank can choose to activate or not. When activated, all spell skills mana cost increases by 50%, casting range increases by 30%, cooldown reduces by 30%, casting time decreases by 30%, can be upgraded. This is amazing. When Sumu saw the description of this skill, his eyes widened. This was simply a divine skill tailor-made for mages. Although the mana cost would double, as long as this skill was activated, he could completely become a spell machine gun. The most important point was that this skill could continue to be upgraded. I wonder what the effect will be when fully upgraded. With an excited heart, Sumu began to upgrade this skill. God Mage Bloodline S successfully upgraded to God Mage Bloodline SS. God Mage Bloodline SS successfully upgraded to God Mage Bloodline SSS. God Mage Bloodline SSS successfully upgraded to God Mage Bloodline Divine. Just as expected, this skill has directly upgraded to Divine level. After the upgrade, it's still impressive. However, upon seeing the full effect of this skill, Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. God Mage Bloodline Divine can choose to activate or not. When activated, all spell skills mana cost increases by 200%, casting range increases by 200%, cooldown reduced by 100%, casting time reduced by 100%. The casting range doubles. This means that the original 30-meter range fireball can now reach a range of 90 meters, and the 30-meter range Fire Rain can now cover all monsters within a 90-meter range. What's the key? As long as he activates this bloodline, all skills will have no cooldown and no casting delay. Truly a divine skill. Sumu was extremely satisfied with this skill. As long as he activated this skill, spell machine guns would be trivial. It could completely be called a spell artillery. As for the 200% increase in mana consumption, his current mana was more than enough to support it. It's just that Fire Rain consumes a lot of mana. The other skills are fine. But when activating this skill, will the magic shield also consume 30% of my mana? Sumu looked at his existing skills. If we're talking about the most mana consuming, it's still the magic shield. Let's give it a try. After thinking for a moment, he pressed the God Mage Bloodline to activate it. Magic shield. The next second, Sumu used the magic shield. Sure enough, it consumed 30% of my mana, but the shield value became 3 times the original. Sumu stared at the shield value of 15,000, his mouth agape. With the enhancement of the God Mage bloodline, this skill's boost was too fierce. There shouldn't be any cooldown, right? Sumu continued to wait for the shield's duration to expire. Indeed, as expected, when the shield's duration ended, it did not enter cooldown and could be activated directly. Other spell skills should be the same, melee skills probably won't have any enhancement. Sumu then looked at his melee skills. No need to think, these skills definitely wouldn't have any bonuses. I wonder if the blink distance will increase. Sumu looked at the blink skill. This skill was quite special. Blink. Using 100 mana, Sumu intended to teleport a distance of 10 meters, but after blinking, he found himself 30 meters away. Enhanced by the God Mage bloodline. Looking at the consumed 300 mana, Sumu understood. The 200% increase in casting range from the God Mage bloodline applies to all spell skills. In other words, if he now used the freeze spell, he could completely freeze all enemies within a diameter of 90 meters. This skill is just too awesome. After figuring out the skill's mechanics, Sumu shouted to the sky. He opened his attribute panel. Player, Sumu Profession, Mage Level, First Order Level 1, 0/10,000, Health, 1780 Mana, 10,000 Attack, 306 Spell Attack, 694 Physical Defense, 168 Spell Defense, 260 Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 58, plus 10, Agility 228, Spirit 230, plus 20, Intelligence 312, plus 35. Equipment, Mage Bone Sword, Wolfskin Cloth Armor, Rhinoceros Skin Leggings, Tight Boots, Grey Cloth Hat, Apprentice Gloves, Medal of Valor. The attribute enhancement brought by the advancement is undoubtedly immense. Looking at these superb attributes, Sumu felt fully confident in dealing with the White Wolf King. First, recall the clones and the skeleton. Having just leveled up, the clones and the skeleton warriors still had their previous attributes, so Sumu cancelled the summon and let these 2 skills enter cooldown. These 2 skills shouldn't belong to the spell category, right? Sumu didn't expect these summoning skills to receive the blessing of the God of Magic's bloodline. It's time to try my super combo. Sumu looked towards the pack of evil wolves ahead. With the God of Magic's bloodline activated, his fire rain could cover a range of 100 meters. Taking out over 100 evil wolves in one go was clearly not difficult. Activate the magic shield. Let's go! As the magic shield enveloped his body, Sumu smiled and charged towards the pack of evil wolves. Today was destined to be a day that would shock the entire world. The moment the advancement announcement rang out, even the somewhat numb people of the world felt their hearts stirred once again. Is this Sumu too powerful? What does this advancement mean? Look at the level rankings. That guy is level 1 of the first tier. How many levels does he need to reach to advance? Could it be level 8 or 9? And this level 1 of the first tier is actually level 10? I don't really understand. Is there anyone who has reached level 8 now? I don't care about that. I care about when our country can surpass that Sumu. We can't let him get too proud. Damn Sumu, a lifelong enemy. In the chat channels of other countries, aside from discussions about levels, there was more envy, jealousy, and hatred towards Sumu. Meanwhile, as these people fumed, some wealthy players who were leveling up fell into despair. Beautiful country. Lanknat stood in front of a group of people, looking bewildered, his eyes fixed on the name on the level leaderboard. He had reached level 6, with half the experience needed for level 7. Yet even so, he had no chance of making it onto the leaderboard. The words first tier felt like a sharp sword, piercing his heart. Fuck. In the end, his endless anger could only be vented through a single word. Great fool country. Damn it! Zhao Shiwu cursed loudly, throwing his weapon aside, hands on his hips, his expression extremely displeased. The little brothers standing beside him trembled, not daring to speak. Everyone knew that whoever spoke at this moment was just asking for trouble. Find me the best assassin. After a long while, Zhao Shiwu's anger still lingered, and he shouted loudly. In contrast, the chat channel of Huagua was filled with peace and excitement. Sugod is amazing, number 1 in the world. This first tier must be after level 10 to advance, right? I think advancing must require dungeon runs, so Sugod must have gone to run dungeons at level 10? This is ridiculous. I'm still struggling to grab monsters for 5 experience points, and Sugod is already level 10. Is this the man destined to become the god of magic? I'm thinking, Sugod's name might be a pseudonym, otherwise, how come there's no news at all? Sugod is the pride of our Huagua. From now on, my little brothers will worship Sugod and become your followers. Sumu, YYDS, a lifelong belief. On this day, Sumu had already become the god of magic in the hearts of Huagua players. Come here. In the pack of evil wolves, Sumu was running quickly. With a shield value of 15,000, he felt no panic at all, allowing some evil wolves to attack him. Oh whoa! These evil wolves bared their teeth, eager to tear Sumu into pieces, but their attacks hit the shield, and the damage numbers that popped up were indeed a bit underwhelming. -32, -32. Based on the 14,400 shield value, I would have to be attacked by these evil wolves 450 times to break the shield, which is simply impossible. Pulling the evil wolves behind him, Sumu planned to make a big move. "Little guy, come here." With the bone sword in hand, he struck at the nearby evil wolves. -276. To be honest, this ordinary damage was quite substantial. The evil wolves were clearly enraged and relentlessly pursued him. Sumu showed no signs of stopping, continuing to dash toward the group of evil wolves inside. "Awah!" Another wave of wolves was drawn to him. "There should be over 100 now, that should be enough." Looking at the large group of evil wolves around him, Sumu smiled. If it weren't for the fact that there were no monsters ahead, he would have wanted to pull in 200 or 300 monsters at once. "Come on, come on." The pack of wolves surged forward, and Sumu stood still, unmoving. As some of the wolves approached, Sumu still did not rush to release his skills, allowing them to attack him. -32, -32. One damage number after another popped up above Sumu's head, and the thick shield value dropped very slowly. Frost spell. After a while, when the other evil wolves gathered around, a powerful frost force suddenly surged around Sumu. This frost power spread throughout the area, forming an ice zone with a diameter of 90 meters. "Awah!" The evil wolves caught within were all frozen. Fire rain. Immediately after, Sumu raised his bone sword and murmured. A rain of fire, several times larger than before, formed and enveloped the entire 90-meter area. You killed an evil wolf, gaining 2 experience points. You killed an evil wolf, gaining 2 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. You killed an evil wolf, gaining 2 experience points. In an instant, Sumu's interface popped up with hundreds of notifications. Only gained 2 points of intelligence? He looked at his intelligence value. Compared to before, the number of evil wolves killed this time was clearly greater, but it only increased his intelligence by 2 points. That's not bad. My level has clearly surpassed these level 10 monsters. Rubbing his nose, Sumu glanced at his experience points. 202/10,000. Killing these level 10 monsters only gave 2 experience points, and that was with double experience. It would probably take several days to level up by relying on killing these level 10 monsters. Is the highest level monster in the Novice village only level 10? So, I can only level up by going to the town? Although killing monsters could trigger the radiance of the mage, it was clearly not a solution, and higher level monsters in Group A were obviously more appealing. I need to complete the main quest first. To head to the town, he had to complete the main quest, and Sumu couldn't afford to waste time killing monsters. He continued down the southern road, using his level and speed to avoid many evil wolves. Soon, some frost appeared on the road ahead. Am I close to the boss lair? This sudden change made Sumu cautious. Oh whoa! Suddenly, a crisp wolf howl rang out. Just from the sound, I can tell this isn't a small character. Sumu looked in the direction of the sound, and a snow-white wolf appeared in his sight. The white wolf walked freely on the road, and the area it touched was covered in a layer of frost. This should be an ice attribute boss. If that's the case, my 2 control skills would have no effect on it, right? This discovery made Sumu frown. The White Wolf King was clearly an ice attribute boss, and its ice attribute skills might have immunity effects. And will my fire attribute skills suffer reduced damage? What do you mean? Looking at the White Wolf King, which was clearly not an ordinary foe, Sumu fell into hesitation. The wolves beside it also looked different. They should all be elite monsters. From the numbers, there are at least 20 of them. Sumu glanced at the small monsters next to the White Wolf King, his expression darkening. The health of elite monsters was definitely not low, and even though he now had the bloodline of the Mage God, Fire Rain had no cooldown, but a single Fire Rain under the Mage God bloodline required 1,500 points of mana. Moreover, he also had to activate the magic shield. Calculating this, his mana would definitely not be enough. I've advanced, so I should be able to learn some skills. I should learn the skills first and then come back. After careful consideration, Sumu decided to return to the village first, mainly because his phantom clone and summon skeleton had not yet cooled down. If he returned to the village to learn skills now, by the time he came back, these 2 skills would be ready again. With 4 little brothers plus a clone, he would have a better chance against the White Wolf King. I wonder what skills I can learn after advancing. As he headed back to the village, Sumu was not in a hurry. He opened the auction house and searched for skills. The previous Fire Rain and Freeze spell were both bought from the auction house, which indicated that there should be many useful skills from world drops. What is this? At that moment, Sumu saw a skill being auctioned in the auction house. Sturdy physique, increases 10 points of constitution profession, warrior, upgradable, a passive skill? This skill immediately caught his attention. It was actually a passive skill that increased constitution. Although this skill was limited to the warrior profession, this restriction was ineffective for Sumu. If it reaches S rank, it should directly increase 200 points of constitution, and my health and defense will rise to another level. Sumu stared at this skill, his eyes shining. Bidding has reached 100 gold coins? Looking at the price of this skill, the current auction price was 100 gold coins. Soon, someone bid 101 gold coins. For a warrior, constitution is crucial. In the early stages, it's completely worth investing some skill points into it. Just leveling up a few times, this passive can also increase constitution by 20 or 30 points. There won't be few competitors. Sumu stroked his chin, deep in thought. The drop rate for such passive skills should not be high, and if he didn't secure it now, he didn't know when he would encounter it again. Anyway, I have money, so I must bid. With this thought, Sumu decisively made a bid of 120 gold coins. This price increase had a significant effect, and after a while, no one raised the bid. However, Sumu knew very well that he definitely couldn't secure it at this price. After a while, someone bid 125 gold coins. No need for any tricks, just go straight to 200. With plenty of gold in his bag, Sumu felt like a rich man. In a certain novice village, Qin Xiao, a formidable competitor, has appeared, directly raising the bid to 200 gold coins. What should we do? One person looked at the heavy-armored warrior beside him and quickly spoke up. How much gold do we have now? The heavy-armored warrior, referred to as Qin Xiao, raised an eyebrow and asked. Almost 600 gold coins, but spending so much gold on this skill doesn't seem worth it, the subordinate said, calculating. You don't have many skill points to improve. Overall, in the early stages, attack is still more important. Keep bidding. Even if it doesn't improve, increasing 10 points of constitution is still a gain. Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment, adopting a posture that suggested he was determined to win. The subordinate had nothing more to say and continued to raise the bid. However, soon beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Qin Xiao, that guy is going crazy, raising the bid by 100 each time, and it's already reached 500. Should we still bid? Is that guy really that rich? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiao was momentarily stunned. 600 gold coins was no small amount. It could buy some decent equipment. Raise it by one more gold coin. He gritted his teeth and said. The subordinate immediately complied, but the next second, he showed a pained expression. After he raised the bid, the other party instantly pushed the price to 600 gold coins. This price had already exceeded the total amount of gold coins he had. Who on earth is so wealthy? A question arose in the subordinate's mind. He didn't notice that after realizing he couldn't win the bid for this skill, Qin Xiao's expression also turned quite ugly. 600 gold coins, not too expensive, right? In the auction house, seeing the skill he had won, Sumu smiled. Forget about 600, even if it were 1,000 gold coins, he would still bid for it. Compared to others, he could immediately max out this skill. After obtaining the skill book, Sumu chose to learn it right away, not rushing to upgrade. Upon returning to the village, he headed straight to the room of the mage mentor. I want to learn a skill. As you wish. After a brief conversation, a skill appeared before Sumu. Energy Awakening. After activation, mana recovery speed increases by 100% for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. This skill is pretty good. A recoverable skill that could be upgraded was exactly what he urgently needed. After bidding farewell to the mage mentor, Sumu hurried to the room of the priest mentor. Dear adventurer, you can only come to me to learn skills after you obtain the priest advancement certificate. After their conversation, the priest mentor's words left Sumu stunned. Need an advancement certificate? Do I really have to go grind that dungeon? Sumu felt a headache coming on. Since the priest mentor said so, the other class mentors would surely be the same. Go grind a dungeon? Having already learned the mage's skills, Sumu didn't care much about the skills of other classes. After all, those skills were optional. I might as well go grind the dungeon. After all, the White Wolf King is there. The more skills I learn, the better my chances. And if I don't submit the advancement certificate, I probably won't be able to learn subsequent skills for other classes. But then he thought again and decided to first grind the skeleton cave dungeon. He had unlimited skill points, and the useful skills from other classes were definitely worth learning. Even if he didn't get the advancement certificate now, he would have to later, so it was better to advance all classes. After learning all the skills from every class, he would have a better chance against the White Wolf King. Go! Heading towards the skeleton cave dungeon, Sumu opened his skill panel. Hardy Physique successfully upgraded to Hardy Physique, E grade. Hardy Physique, E grade, successfully upgraded to Hardy Physique, D grade. Hardy Physique, A grade, successfully upgraded to Hardy Physique, S grade. Hardy Physique, S grade increases base constitution by 200 points. Energy Awakening successfully upgraded to Energy Awakening, E grade. Energy Awakening, A grade, successfully upgraded to Energy Awakening, S-Grade. Energy Awakening, S-Grade. After activation, mana recovery speed increases by 500% for 1 minute, cooldown 5 minutes. The max level effect of Hardy Physique increased his constitution by 200 points, significantly boosting Sumu's health and physical defense. As for the Energy Awakening skill, Sumu roughly calculated. After activation, his mana regeneration speed could increase to over 100 points per second. In other words, within a minute, he could quickly recover over 6,000 points of mana. Previously, he didn't lack mana, but now that he possessed the bloodline of the Mage God, this skill would be of great help to him. This skill should not be affected by the bloodline of the Mage God. Let's give it a try. As he walked along the road, Sumu began to experiment. Activate Magic Shield. He first activated the shield skill, and his mana instantly dropped by 300 points. Energy Awakening. Then, he activated this new skill. In the next second, a strange energy suddenly surged, and Sumu could feel some kind of power being injected into his body. Mana is recovering quickly, but it hasn't been enhanced by the bloodline of the Mage God. However, this skill has no cooldown while the bloodline of the Mage God is active. Looking at the mana bar, each tick was recovering over 100 points of mana. This result was completely within Sumu's expectations. Even so, he could maintain a rapid mana recovery state for 1 minute. He quickened his pace and headed straight for the entrance of the Misty Valley dungeon. When the stone pillar of the dungeon entrance appeared, Sumu smiled. "Do you want to enter the dungeon, Skeleton Cave? Enter." After decisively confirming, Sumu stepped into the dungeon entrance. It was still the familiar scene, but with previous experience, Sumu planned to speedrun. Here we go. After stretching a bit, Sumu dashed down the path ahead. Soon, he entered the area of the first skeleton warrior and activated it. Sumu didn't stop but continued forward. After obtaining the bloodline of the Mage God, the high health of elite monsters didn't seem so daunting anymore. Running at full speed, Sumu triggered the subsequent elite skeleton warriors one after another. Pull them all at once. With a group of elite monsters chasing behind him, Sumu remained calm and, upon reaching the bonfire, raised his hand and cast a fireball. With a whoosh, the cave became brightly lit. After triggering the last wave of skeleton warriors, he stood still. Activate Magic Shield. Once the shield was up, Sumu, with over 300 physical defense, completely ignored the attacks of those skeleton warriors. There are a total of 15 elite monsters. 3 fire rains will take care of them. As all the elite skeleton warriors closed in, Sumu made his move. Fire rain, fire rain, fire rain. With the enhancement of the bloodline of the Mage God, the fire rain had no cooldown time. Even though the mana cost increased, each cast only consumed 1,500 points of mana. After 3 fire rains, even with the shield costing 3,000 points of mana, Sumu still had 2,500 points left. Minus 2,014. Minus 2,014. The 3 fire rains overlapped, and 3 identical numbers appeared above each skeleton warrior's head. Their health was just about to hit 0. You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 10 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the Mage God. You killed a skeleton warrior and gained 10 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the Mage God. Continuous kill notifications popped up, and upon seeing the experience gained, Sumu was taken aback. These elite monsters only provided 10 experience points, even under double experience conditions. It seems that after leveling up, the experience provided by elite monsters has decreased, and the triggering of the radiance of the Mage God has also lowered. Moreover, the 15 skeleton warriors only triggered the radiance of the Mage God twice. Walking up to the corpses, Sumu was still concerned about the advancement proofs for each profession. You have obtained 2 gold coins, and you have received the skeleton leggings set. You have obtained 2 gold coins. You have obtained the Archer Advancement Certificate. Not bad. After collecting all the light orbs, besides the Archer Advancement Certificate, Sumu also got the last piece of the skeleton set, just enough to complete a 3-piece set. The attributes of this 3-piece set are definitely enough to support a powerful warrior. Should I sell it now, or wait a couple of days? Looking at the 3-piece set in his hands, Sumu squinted his eyes. With the double experience event in Huagua, there would definitely be someone who could reach level 8 in the next couple of days, and the value of this equipment would be realized. A complete set for a fixed price of 2,500 gold coins. Let those rich folks gather their money. Sumu did not auction it but instead set an outrageous price. He didn't expect to sell it. He just wanted to give those wealthy players who wanted to buy this set an incentive to buy gold coins. Of course, if he could sell it at this price, he wouldn't lose out. Next, it's your turn. After listing the equipment, Sumu looked at the skeleton mage inside. With the blessing of the god of magic bloodline, he was sure he could take down this boss in an instant. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. First, restore mana. Of course, before confronting the boss, mana was very important. Energy Awakening. Sumu directly activated Energy Awakening. After a minute, his mana was restored to a full state of 10,000 points. Magic Shield. With the shield up, Sumu flashed a bright smile and cast Fireball at the skeleton mage inside. Fireball. Minus 2,608. The originally 2-second casting time of the Fireball became instant under the activation of the God of Magic bloodline, and the range reached 90 meters. Damn human, you dare to offend my dignity. The skeleton mage was hit by the Fireball and became furious, quickly casting Shadow Arrow at Sumu. Let's go head to head. Sumu grinned, not intimidated at all. Compared to before, he was now a spell cannon. Fireball. Fireball. One fireball after another flew towards the skeleton mage. Those fireballs were like cannonballs, continuous and unending. Even Sumu himself was startled by the barrage of fireballs he was unleashing. One fireball does 2,600 damage. This guy's 30,000 health is nothing to worry about. Sumu couldn't help but rub his eyes. Was this boss's health dropping way too fast? Damn it, come forth, my minions. Seeing his health about to hit the bottom, the skeleton mage quickly raised his staff, wanting to summon his minions. Fireball. Fireball. Sumu was too lazy to use Kidney Shot to interrupt like before and unleashed several consecutive fireballs instead. The skeleton mage's health instantly hit zero, turning into a pile of bones. The minions it had just summoned also lost their strength and turned back into a pile of skeletons. You have killed the skeleton mage, gaining 100 experience points, gained 1 basic intelligence point through the radiance of the God of Magic. That was too fast, right? With the boss's death, Sumu was a bit dazed. It seemed like it took less than 10 minutes from when he entered the dungeon to defeating the boss. God-level skills are really too powerful. Sumu looked at the God of Magic bloodline. The efficiency he achieved was largely thanks to this God-level skill. Loot the boss. After finishing the dungeon, Sumu rubbed his hands and walked over to the skeleton mage's corpse. You have obtained the skeleton ring. You have obtained the priest advancement certificate. He got 2 items. Skeleton ring, B grade plus 20 intelligence. This ring is good. Sumu decisively equipped the intelligence ring on his hand. He opened the attribute panel. Player, Sumu class, mage level, tier 1 level 1, 552/10,000, health, 3780 mana, 10,000 attack, 306 spell attack, 744 physical defense, 268 spell defense, 260 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 10, agility 228, spirit 230, plus 20, intelligence 317, plus 55, equipment, mage bone sword, wolfskin cloth armor, rhinoceros skin leggings, title boots, grey cloth hat, apprentice gloves, medal of valor, skeleton ring. After completing a dungeon run, the rewards were quite substantial, especially since defeating the boss guaranteed a point of intelligence. Just one more assassin advancement proof left. I need to grind. With only 1 proof left for each class, Sumu decided to continue grinding this dungeon until he had collected all the proofs for every class. He arrived at the dungeon entrance through the portal and walked over to the dungeon stone. Dungeon cooldown, 1 hour, a prompt popped up. Alright, Sumu shrugged helplessly. Forget it, I'll log out and come back in an hour. With a 1-hour cooldown for the dungeon, Sumu was at a loss for what to do. Log out. Back in reality, Sumu opened the fridge, poured himself a glass of juice, and then opened a pack of frozen dumplings. Eat and drink enough, take a break, and then continue grinding. Or should I try cooking the dumplings with magic? After pouring the dumplings into the pot, Sumu's playful spirit ignited. He spread his hands and began to gather magical energy. Before long, a ball of flame erupted from his palm. Sumu lifted the pot and placed it above his palm. After significantly boosting his attributes in the game, his constitution in reality had also greatly improved. This is so much fun. As the water in the pot gradually began to boil, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. I wonder if the dumplings cooked with magic will taste better. In the game, after Sumu equipped the skeleton 3-piece set, it caused quite a stir. Mr. Ma, there's a set in the auction house that looks like a dungeon set. The attributes are explosive. Is that so? We have to buy it. Well, a full set costs 2,500 gold coins, and we don't have that much. 2,500? However, the price Sumu set for consignment was simply too high. For top-tier corporate bigwigs, the most gold coins they had on hand was only around 2,000. There was no choice. The competition for gold coins was incredibly fierce, with almost all the big bosses buying them up. Mr. Wang, what should we do? Should we continue to acquire gold coins? Acquire them. If we can buy that set of equipment, I will definitely rise in the game. But when the big bosses saw the attributes of the skeleton 3-piece set, they couldn't care less about anything else. Sell everything the company can sell, cash out as quickly as possible, and use it all to buy equipment. Most people made the same choice without hesitation. This wasn't an auction. Whoever gathered 2,500 gold coins first could secure the set that would dominate the early game. Moreover, with double experience for the past 2 days, the leveling efficiency boost from this equipment would be top-notch. Mr. Wang, the company's shares and assets can't be sold. Mr. Ma, our shares are already very cheap, but no one wants them. Mr. Chin, it seems we can't get cash out. However, at this critical moment, various enterprises discovered that their shares and assets had become unwanted. Burp. Indeed, magic dumplings taste even better. After finishing a plate of dumplings, Sumu took a sip of juice, feeling very satisfied as he patted his belly. It was still early, and there was some time before the dungeon reset. He picked up his phone. Previously, he could never be away from his phone for more than 10 minutes, but in the past few days, it seemed he hadn't really played with it much. He opened Weibo. The trending topics were all related to him. The top trending topic read, Hero of Huawei, Sumu. Sumu curiously clicked in, and it was almost all praise for him. There were also deep dives into his identity. Seeing those well-reasoned analyses claiming he must be a big shot from some hidden family, or an invisible billionaire with trillions in assets, or at the very least, a rich second generation, Sumu couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. Who would have thought I'm just a 21st century shut in hiding in a small room, barely making ends meet? He believed that even if he posted saying he was Sumu, no one would believe him. Instead, they would mock him for trying to ride the wave of popularity. I think it won't be long before everything in this world changes. When that time comes, what position will I be in? After browsing some more posts, Sumu had a rough understanding of the current situation. The development of the divine path was unstoppable. The in-game gold had even surpassed major currencies, becoming hard currency in the real world. Various types of gaming guilds were springing up everywhere, all recruiting members. Major apps were flooded with advertisements about Divine Path. It could be said that this game had only just started a few days ago, and its impact on the real world had already reached a profound level. Keep leveling up. I must become stronger. As for the real world, I can't expose my identity. An hour quickly passed, and Sumu summoned the Divine Path crystal and entered the game. The surroundings changed, and he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. Would you like to start the dungeon, Skeleton Cave? Start. Without hesitation, Sumu entered the dungeon once again. Speed run. The moment he entered the dungeon, Sumu quickly got to work, following the previous method. In less than 10 minutes, the skeleton mage fell among the pile of bones. All set. This time, luck was on his side. The assassin advancement proof dropped. After this dungeon run, the radiance of the mage also triggered 3 times. Not bad. If this dungeon didn't have a cooldown, I could farm attributes here. Looking at his increased 3 points in intelligence, Sumu felt quite satisfied. He opened the auction house and adjusted the prices of the assorted equipment to sell them quickly. This price is still high. I probably won't sell it in the next couple of days. The set of skeleton equipment was still listed, and Sumu had no intention of adjusting it. Time to go back and learn skills. With the proof in hand, he eagerly returned to the village. Hello, I want to learn skills. Naturally, he first sought out the priest mentor. You brought the advancement proof. You will learn the priest's advanced skills. The priest mentor's attitude had changed this time. Group healing spell can be cast on 3 targets simultaneously, restoring 200% of their own spell attack and health, consuming 200 mana, instant cast, cooldown time 20 seconds. Learn. Sumu decisively learned this group healing skill. Group healing spell, a grade, has been upgraded to group healing spell, S grade. Group healing spell, S can cast on 6 targets simultaneously, restoring 600% of their own spell attack and health, consuming 200 mana, instant cast, cooldown time 20s including myself, along with the skeleton minions and the clone. That's exactly 6 targets. By the way, can the priest skills be enhanced by the radiance of the mage? Seeing the priest's skills, Sumu's eyes lit up. He had indeed overlooked this point. Powerful healing spell. He used a healing skill on himself. The mana cost hasn't changed, it seems it's useless. This discovery left Sumu slightly disappointed. However, he no longer needed to rely on healing skills. Learning was just a precaution. Next, after bidding farewell to the priest mentor, Sumu arrived at the location of the assassin mentor. What is this? When he saw the skills available for learning after advancing as an assassin, Sumu's eyes widened. Stealth, enter a 30s invisibility state upon activation. Movement speed reduced by 80%. Active attacks during invisibility will break the effect. Cooldown time 3 minutes. As an assassin, what is the representative skill? It must be stealth. You have learned the skill, stealth. After learning this skill, Sumu immediately opened the skill bar and filled it up. Stealth, a grade, upgraded to Stealth, S grade, Stealth, enter a 30's invisibility state upon activation. Active attacks during invisibility will break the effect, cooldown time 2 minutes, not bad. After leveling it up, the invisibility state won't reduce movement speed anymore. Let me give it a try. Sumu looked around and walked to a corner where no one was present. Stealth. Upon activating this skill, his body instantly became ethereal. With 30 seconds, I can do a lot. In the invisibility state, Sumu quickly ran towards the archer mentor. On the way, as the invisibility time was about to end, he avoided the gaze of others. If someone discovered he could become invisible, it would be a big deal. That Su Xiao hasn't come to trouble me lately. Walking along, Sumu suddenly thought of Su Shiji. That guy had said some harsh words to him, but afterward, there was no sound at all. I've already surpassed level 10, can I PK now? Forget it, leveling up is more important. I need to leave the novice village first. Arriving at the archer mentor, Sumu submitted his advancement proof, and several archer skills appeared before him. They all require a bow to use. Is there no passive skill? The archer skills required a bow, and Sumu looked at the bone sword in his hand, shaking his head helplessly. As a mage, he had no ranged physical attacks, only ranged magical attacks. He had no idea how the damage calculation would work for the archer skills. I'll wait for a passive. Go find the guard captain. Sumu headed towards the village entrance. Respected adventurer, have you encountered the White Wolf King? Upon seeing Sumu, the guard captain maintained his polite demeanor. It's a bit tough to deal with, Sumu replied. I suggest you form a team. The guard captain's tone became serious. His words made Sumu bite his lip. I want to learn the warrior's advancement skills. Alright, after submitting the advancement proof, warrior advancement skills appeared before Sumu. Block, raise your weapon and assume a blocking posture, with a 30% chance to block one physical attack from the opponent. Cooldown 10s, this skill is decent. Sumu learned it and filled it up immediately. Block, S-grade, raise your weapon and assume a blocking posture, 100% chance to block one physical attack from the opponent, including physical skills. Cooldown 10s, it's time to hunt the White Wolf King. Having learned all the skills he could, Sumu didn't hesitate and headed towards the main road south of the village. He chose to avoid the low-level wolf monsters. The level difference was too great, those monsters no longer provided experience, and the radiance of the mage god probably wouldn't trigger many times. Level 10 monsters are still fair game, let's group A. Arriving in the area with higher level monsters, Sumu was not polite at all. 2 points of experience is still experience. The key is that it can trigger the radiance of the god of magic. Just pull these monsters and fight. At this moment, Sumu was incredibly arrogant. His physical defense had reached 368. With the attack power of these ordinary evil wolves, they simply couldn't break through his defense. Pull all of them away, no need to activate the shield. Relying on his high health and defense, Sumu walked towards the pack of evil wolves. Oh whoa! The evil wolves howled and launched an attack upon discovering Sumu. -1/-1 sure enough. Their attacks couldn't break through his defense, only causing 1 point of force damage. Even without activating the shield, Sumu now had nearly 4,000 health, and the evil wolves' attacks felt like mere tickles. Good wolves, come with big brother. Sumu affectionately patted the evil wolf in front of him and ran forward. More and more evil wolves were attracted to him, reaching a total of over 200. If there were others here, they would surely be fainted by the sight before them. A single person standing firm amidst hundreds of wild monsters. The scariest part was that this sturdy warrior actually raised his hand to summon a rain of fire. You killed an evil wolf and gained 2 points of experience. Gained 1 point of basic intelligence through the radiance of the god of magic. This is too exhilarating, right? Carrying over 200 monsters, a single rain of fire instantly wiped them all out. This feeling made Sumu shout in delight. Although the experience was only over 400 points, this wave triggered the radiance of the god of magic 4 times due to the sheer number of monsters. Sumu looked at his intelligence. 323, plus 35, as long as I keep improving, my spell attack will also get higher. The infinite growth of intelligence brought Sumu unparalleled confidence. But this inventory is full. Of course, there were also headaches. The maximum limit of the inventory was only 100 slots, and after wiping out all these monsters, his inventory was completely insufficient, mainly because those whiteboard equipment took up 1 slot each. Forget it, I won't take them. Helpless, Sumu could only discard all these items. No more pulling monsters, let's deal with that White Wolf King first. There were still many evil wolves ahead, and Sumu used his level advantage to directly avoid them. Soon, the White Wolf King appeared in his line of sight. Besides the White Wolf King, there are other elite monsters, but I can't see their attributes here. The distance was too far for Sumu to see the specific attributes of the White Wolf King. Stealth. Fortunately, he now had the assassin's invisibility skill. In stealth mode, Sumu quickly approached the White Wolf King. Passing by those evil wolves, they had no perception of him at all. White Wolf King, boss, level, first order 1 level health, 50,000/50,000 attack power, 1,000 physical defense, 200 magic defense, 200 frost resistance, 80%, reduces frost magic damage by 80%. Fire resistance, 50%, reduces fire magic damage by 50%. Skills, Frost Stab, Frost Wolf Frenzy, Bite, Ice Wolf Clone Dam. When Sumu saw the attributes of the White Wolf King, he couldn't help but exclaim, this boss's attributes were incredibly high. Retreat first. With about 10 seconds left of invisibility, Sumu decisively backed away. The White Wolf King had fire and frost resistance, so he couldn't rely on using fireball skills. Then I'll use Magic Missile. Looking at the skill bar, the Magic Missile skill was the most suitable. Although the mana cost under the bloodline of the God of Magic was much higher than that of Fireball, this skill wouldn't be reduced in damage. And then there are those elite monsters. Sumu's gaze fell on the elite monsters surrounding the White Wolf King. Evil Wolf, Elite, level, first rank 1 life, 10,000/10,000 attack power, 600 physical defense, 150 magic defense, 150. These elite monsters have no magic resistance. With my current spell attack, a single fire rain can deal 1998 points of damage. 5 fire rains won't take them down. Sumu calculated that with his current spell attack, he would need 6 fire rains to eliminate those elite wild wolves. With the magic shield activated, his current mana was definitely insufficient. Even after using Energy Awakening immediately upon activating the magic shield, his mana was still very tight. Ignore those elite monsters and go straight for the boss? Sumu thought of another method. He could summon 4 skeleton minions and 1 clone. The current clone was definitely a super tank, capable of holding off several elite monsters without issue. The skeleton minions could also help him take on 4 elite monsters. With his defense and the shield value of the magic shield, he should be able to withstand the remaining elite monsters before taking down the boss. This method is a bit risky, but after thinking it over, Sumu dismissed this plan. More than 20 elite monsters were no joke, and that White Wolf King was not easy to deal with either. First take out the elite monsters, then use the clone and skeleton minions to tank the boss. This way, I can wait for my mana to recover. Looking at those elite monsters, Sumu had an idea. Phantom Clone, Summon Skeleton. Summoning his minions, Sumu controlled them to one side. Deactivate Mage Bloodline. Opening the skill bar, Sumu turned off the Mage Bloodline. Activate Magic Shield. He activated the shield, consuming only 10% of his mana. Let's go! Taking a deep breath, Sumu controlled the clone and skeleton minions to charge forward. Awwa! As the clone and skeleton minions approached, the elite evil wolves immediately sensed them, howling and pouncing forward. Sumu's gaze was sharp as he controlled the clone to shake off those elite monsters and head straight for the White Wolf King. The elite evil wolves naturally wouldn't let the clone attack their king, trying to intercept the clone and skeleton warriors. Freeze spell. At that moment, Sumu reached the side of those elite monsters and directly used the freeze spell, freezing them in place. Activate Mage Bloodline. At the same time, Sumu reactivated the Mage Bloodline he had just turned off. Hold the White Wolf King. With a command to the skeleton minions, Sumu controlled the clone to strike the White Wolf King with a sword. -106. A damage number popped up, also enraging the White Wolf King. It retaliated with a claw strike against the clone. -632. Sumu was not worried at all. The clone's current health was double his own, with a total of 7,560 points, more than enough to withstand for a while. At this moment, the 4 skeleton minions also launched an attack on the White Wolf King. The White Wolf King's aggro was immediately drawn away. Fire Rain spell. Facing more than 20 elite monsters, Sumu was not polite and continuously summoned Fire Rain. -1998, -1998, -1998. One damage number after another appeared above the heads of these elite monsters, and Sumu's mana was visibly depleting. 5 fire rains will do. These monsters will be low on health and won't pose a threat. After 5 fire rains fell, Sumu had consumed 7,500 points of mana, and considering the 1,000 points used to activate the magic shield earlier, he was left with only 1,500 points. Although one more fire rain could wipe out all the elite monsters, it would also leave Sumu with no mana. For the elite monsters that only had 10 points of health left, this was clearly unnecessary. Raising the bone sword in his hand, Sumu struck down on an elite evil wolf. -156. You have killed the evil wolf, elite, gaining 200 experience points, gained 1 point of basic intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Energy Awakening. Sumu decisively activated Energy Awakening, recovering his mana while harvesting the low-health elite evil wolves. With only 10 health points left, they all fell into a dying state, undoubtedly becoming lambs to the slaughter in Sumu's eyes. -156. With another strike, Sumu directly chopped down on the head of an elite evil wolf. You have killed the evil wolf, elite, gaining 200 experience points, -232. -232. Of course, in close combat, Sumu was also hit by a few attacks from the elite monsters. However, with the shield activated, he could easily withstand these attacks. You have killed the evil wolf, elite, gaining 200 experience points. Sumu continued to attack, slaying the remaining low-health elite monsters one by one. Meanwhile, on the other side, the White Wolf King's health was dropping very slowly under the restraint of the clones and skeleton minions. Its physical defense was not low, and the attacks from the clones and skeleton warriors were not high, causing very limited damage. In contrast, the White Wolf King's attack, which reached a staggering 1,000 points, was something the clones and skeleton warriors struggled to withstand. Group Healing Spell. After killing another elite evil wolf, Sumu used the group healing skill on his clone. +4,308, +4,308, +4,308. With just one skill, Sumu fully restored the health of both the clone and the skeleton warriors. It was at this moment that the White Wolf King suddenly looked at Sumu. It seemed to realize that Sumu was the biggest threat on the battlefield, but under the restraint of the clones and skeleton warriors, it found it difficult to approach Sumu. Suddenly, the White Wolf King split in two. Two white wolves appeared on the field, one of which charged directly at Sumu. White Wolf Clone. Seeing the White Wolf charging at him, Sumu raised an eyebrow. He looked at his mana. With the boost from Energy Awakening, he had already recovered over 3,000 points. Magic Missile. Using his speed to create distance from the elite wild wolves, Sumu cast a skill at the white wolf rushing towards him. -2,672. A considerable damage number popped up from that white wolf. Magic Missile. Sumu struck again. -2,672. Roar. Another skill hit, and the White Wolf King lunged in front of Sumu. It opened its massive bloody mouth and lunged to bite Sumu's body. Is this the main body? Seeing the White Wolf King's actions, Sumu's eyes widened. This was clearly a skill. Block. Sumu quickly raised the bone sword in his hand, assuming a blocking stance. Miss. The White Wolf King's biting skill was blocked by Sumu. Go kill those elite monsters. Sumu decisively ordered his skeleton minions. Those elites were low on health, and the skeleton warriors could easily handle them, while his phantom clone could restrain the White Wolf clone. Now is the time for us to go all out. Sumu raised the bone sword in his hand, his eyes fixed on the White Wolf King. Use potions. A magic missile was launched, and Sumu used a bottle of blue potion. Although the recovery was not much, it was better than nothing. Roar. The White Wolf King let out a furious roar and lunged at Sumu again. Its sharp claws could deal massive damage if they hit. Blink. Just as its attack was about to land, Sumu blinked directly behind it. Kidney shot. Backstab. Piercing attack. Magic missile. After a second of dizziness from the kidney strike, Sumu unleashed 3 skills in quick succession. The assassin's skill damage was generally low, but it didn't consume mana, so it was worth using. Blink. After landing a hit, Sumu used Blink again to create distance from the White Wolf King. Magic missile. Magic missile. From a safe position, the magic missiles flew out one after another. The White Wolf King's health continued to drop steadily. You have killed the elite evil wolf, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 point of base intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You have killed the elite evil wolf, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 point of base intelligence through the radiance of the mage. At that moment, under the attack of the skeleton warriors, those low-health elite evil wolves fell one after another. Sumu received notifications in quick succession. The skeleton warriors were quite effective. After dealing with those elite monsters, they charged towards the White Wolf King without pause. Now this feels good. With those minions holding the line, Sumu could safely output damage from a distance. With 50,000 health points, as long as his mana was sufficient, that health was no problem at all. After all, the title of Spell Turret was not given lightly. Roar! The White Wolf King seemed to sense something was off and let out a roar. The next second, a frost power manifested around it. Immediately, the frost transformed into ice spikes, creating indiscriminate attacks in the area. -2,000, -2,000, -1,740, -1,740. The skeleton warrior took a direct hit of 2,000 damage, while Sumu and his clone received damage numbers of 1,700. This skill is strong. If other players were here, they might have already been wiped out. Sumu had to admit he was quite impressed with the White Wolf King's skill. I wonder if killing it will cause the skill to drop. Forget it, let's take it down first. The skeleton minions had lost quite a bit of health, so Sumo immediately used a group healing spell. In an instant, he restored all 4 skeleton warriors' health to full. Roar! The White Wolf King was completely enraged. It unleashed the previous skill, clearly intending to eliminate those pesky skeleton warriors before launching a fierce attack on Sumo. But its ultimate attack was completely negated by Sumo's healing spell. How could it fight now? Magic Missile. Sumo didn't care about the White Wolf King's intentions and released his skills as soon as he had the chance. Oh whoa! Perhaps sensing its health was running low, or perhaps because it found Sumo particularly annoying, the White Wolf King raised its head and let out a long howl to the sky. The next second, its snow-white fur underwent a dramatic change. A blood-red hue soaked into its fur. Not only that, but the White Wolf King's eyes also turned red. Enraged, Sumo recalled the last skill the White Wolf King had. That clone disappeared? At the same time the White Wolf King went into a rage, its White Wolf clone vanished. Sumo immediately controlled his phantom clone to charge at the White Wolf King. However, the White Wolf King completely ignored the clone, its red eyes fixed intently on Sumo. It seemed to have lost all rationality, its mind consumed by a single instinct, to tear Sumo apart. The White Wolf King moved. It leaped high into the air and pounced directly at Sumo. In this enraged state, its speed received a tremendous boost. In an instant, its sharp teeth were right in front of Sumo. The White Wolf King used its bite skill again. In its enraged state, the damage of this skill would be incredibly high, and Sumo didn't dare to take it lightly. Block! Raising the bone sword in his hand, Sumo activated the block skill once more. Miss! This skill is so useful. Having blocked the White Wolf King's attack, Sumo gave a thumbs up to the block skill. Magic Missile. As he fended off the attack, Sumo also launched a counterattack. The White Wolf King was not a difficult boss to deal with. In comparison, his elite minions were more of a nuisance. If it weren't for your minions wasting too much of my mana, you would have been finished long ago. With his mana continuously regenerating in the energy awakening state, Sumo began to unleash magical missiles. Roar! The White Wolf King let out a roar, trying to tear Sumo apart in a frenzied state. Blink! Sumo didn't give the White Wolf King that chance, directly blinking to create distance. Charge! As the skeleton minions and phantom clones rushed towards the White Wolf King, the battle was nearing its end. You have killed the White Wolf King, gaining 5,000 experience points. You leveled up, gaining 20 attribute points to distribute, and 10 skill points. Gained 1 base intelligence from the radiance of the mage. Main quest completed. The moment the White Wolf King fell, a flurry of notifications popped up on Sumo's interface. With the double experience bonus, after killing the White Wolf King, Sumo successfully leveled up to Tier 1, Level 2. Now I can leave the Novice village. What Sumo was most concerned about was the notification of the main quest completion. This meant he could leave the Novice village and explore the vast land of the Divine Path. All into spirit. Looking at the 20 distributable attribute points, Sumo decided not to increase his constitution for now. After this battle with the White Wolf King, he realized one thing. As long as he had mana, even 10 White Wolf Kings would fall in seconds. Let's see what the boss dropped. Walking to the corpse of the White Wolf King, Sumo eagerly reached out his hand. You have obtained Ice Wolf Cloth Armor. You have obtained Ice Wolf Leggings. You have obtained the White Wolf King's Head, Ice Wolf Cloth Armor, a grade plus 20 Spirit plus 20 Intelligence requirement level, Tier 1, Level 1, Ice Wolf Leggings, a grade plus 20 Constitution plus 20 Spirit requirement level, Tier 1, Level 1, White Wolf King's Head. Deliver it to the captain of the guards in the Novice village. These 2 pieces of equipment are amazing. All 3 items were useful, especially the 2 pieces of cloth armor, which significantly increased his spirit. Sumo immediately equipped both pieces. Player, Sumo class, Mage level, Tier 1, Level 2, 0/12,000, health, 3830 mana, 12,000 attack, 306 spell attack, 756 physical defense, 383 spell defense, 310 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 25, agility 228, spirit 250, plus 50, intelligence 328, plus 50, equipment, mage bone sword, tied boots, grey cloth hat, apprentice gloves, courage medal, skeleton ring, ice wolf cloth armor, ice wolf leggings. What a pity, no skills dropped. The 2 pieces of equipment, along with the significant increase in spirit from leveling up, perfectly compensated for his current mana shortage, making it a great harvest. And there's the quest reward. Looking at the White Wolf King's head in his inventory, Sumo cheerfully returned to the Novice village. This was a main quest, so the reward would definitely be substantial. In a building in a city in Huagua, a young and handsome man held a phone and dialed a number. Beep, beep. It rang for a while before someone answered. Is this old Wang? The man said with a smile. Hello, Mr. Sheen. Mr. Wang is currently in the Divine Path game. Is there something urgent? The man's brow raised, and he quickly replied, Tell Mr. Wang I need to see him urgently. I'll report it right away and get back to you. The person immediately responded. The man hung up the phone and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of the building. Looking down from here, the vast magic city unfolds before the eyes. Usually at this time, the streets of the magic city are bustling with pedestrians, but now they are few and far between. The man's gaze is deep, lost in thought. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, his phone rang. The man leisurely picked up the phone and answered the call. I said, Old Sheen, are you not leveling up in the Divine Path? Are you looking for me to chat or drink? I'm busy. Upon hearing this, the man smiled. I don't have time to drink with you, I have serious business. What's serious business? The tone of the person on the other end became serious upon hearing this. I found that Sumu. The person called Old Sheen slowly spoke. What did you say? His calm tone made the person on the other end gasp. Are you serious? Are you sure it's that Sumu? The other end was filled with continuous questioning. Not sure yet. That person contacted me actively, wanting me to arrange a live broadcast, saying it would showcase skills from the Divine Path in reality, Old Sheen replied. This. Old Wang on the other end fell silent, and after a while, his voice finally came through. Did you agree? Old Sheen nodded. I agreed. I wanted to invite you to witness it. I'm in. Without hesitation, Old Wang immediately accepted. Once I arrange it, I'll notify you. After Old Sheen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. He opened his phone's contact list and found a contact named Sumu. Old Sheen didn't dial the number, just stared at the name, murmuring, I want to see if you can really bring the skills from the Divine Path into reality. Achoo! In the Divine Path, Sumu sneezed. Can you catch a cold in the game? He rubbed his nose, looking confused. Completing the quest is more important. Returning to the Novice village, Sumu headed straight for the captain of the guards. I've dealt with that White Wolf King. My God, I can't believe you solved the White Wolf King so quickly. The captain of the guards looked at the head of the White Wolf King that Sumu handed over, his eyes filled with disbelief. Respected warrior, you really did it. With this, the road from the village to the town is opened. Deliver this letter to Meijin Tai in White Mist Town, and you will receive a generous reward. After a while, the captain of the guards realized his own loss of composure and quickly took out a letter. Do you accept the quest? Go to White Mist Town? Quest reward, Froststorm. At the same time, a quest prompt popped up in front of Sumu. That skill from the White Wolf King? Seeing the quest reward, Sumu's eyes lit up. This is a delivery quest. As long as he reaches White Mist Town, he can immediately obtain this skill. His intuition told him that this group skill must be stronger than Fire Rain. I must accept it. Sumu immediately took on the quest. Respected adventurer, the road to White Mist Town is not smooth, but since you were able to kill the White Wolf King, you should be able to reach safely. I wish you a smooth journey. The captain of the guards looked at Sumu with respect, his tone filled with concern. Goodbye. Sumu smiled and bid farewell to the captain of the guards. He walked to the outskirts of the village. In the level 1 monster area, there were still quite a few players. Don't steal my monsters. You're already level 2, why are you still fighting level 1 monsters? I just like stealing monsters, what's it to you? Damn it, if we could PK, I'd smash you to pieces. Those players were all very enthusiastic. Even if some knew they couldn't rise in the Divine Path, during this time, even fighting level 1 monsters could help them accumulate quite a bit of copper coins to sell. Looking at these people, Sumu felt an indescribable sensation. If it weren't for the sudden influx of infinite skill points, he would probably still be fighting fiercely with these people over monsters. It's time to leave the village. Glancing at the road over there, Sumu cast aside those miscellaneous thoughts. His primary goal now was still to reach that Misty Town. Following the southern road straight ahead, I can reach Misty Town. There should be some first-level small monsters on the way, right? Moving towards the direction of the White Wolf King's lair, Sumu walked quickly. Haven't the monsters here respawned yet? I wonder if that White Wolf King will respawn. Arriving at the place where he had previously killed the White Wolf King, there were no monsters around. Sumu continued down the road ahead. Soon, some tall brown bears appeared on the road ahead. Brown bear level, first level 1 health, 2000 attack power, 200 physical defense, 100 magic defense, 50 description. These brown bears have a strong territorial awareness, their health is high, and their defense is not low, but their heavy bodies make their movements very clumsy. Compared to monsters of the same level, these bears have a bit too much health, and their defense isn't low either, a typical roadblock. The attributes of the brown bears matched the description, high health and high defense, but their attack was a bit low. They can't break my defense. Glancing at his own defense, Sumu stretched lazily. If it weren't for these brown bears blocking his path, he really wouldn't want to deal with them, mainly because the experience was a bit low. With this time, he could go to Misty Town and kill monsters of the same level to take advantage of the double experience for these few days. Just treat it as farming the Divine Mage's radiance. The brown bears had a strong territorial awareness. As soon as Sumu got close, he immediately attracted the aggro of two nearby brown bears. Roar! The brown bears let out an angry roar, wanting to tear apart the intruder in their territory. -1, -1, but when their attacks hit, the damage was only a mandatory 1 point. Roar! Even so, the brown bears still happily swung their powerful claws. Blink! Taking 1 point of damage felt like a tickle, so Sumu decisively used Blink to appear in front of a few other brown bears. Roar! These brown bears immediately launched an attack on him. With this damage, I can't even be bothered to cast a magic shield. Looking at his nearly 4,000 health, Sumu couldn't even be bothered to use the shield skill. Letting these brown bears hit him for a while, he could heal back to full health with just one skill. As expected, big clumsy bears, they're moving too slowly. Standing still, Sumu looked at the two brown bears chasing after him with a helpless expression. With the movement speed of these brown bears, it would indeed take some time to gather them together. Pull them in from here, then directly blink to the innermost part, and pull the ones behind out. One-shot kill, the chance to trigger the Divine Mage's radiance will be even greater. Blink! Sumu blinked again, heading towards the brown bears ahead. Because of their strong territorial awareness, he didn't even need to provoke them intentionally. The brown bears all chased after him one by one. This actually saved me some time. With the brown bears relentlessly pursuing him, Sumu didn't wait for them anymore. Blink! With the enhancement of the Divine Mage's bloodline, infinite blinking was simply a piece of cake. With his high mana of 12,000, pulling monsters was a trivial matter. Swiftly darting back and forth among the brown bears, Sumu adhered to one principle: pull as many as possible. It seems like I've pulled a bit too many. When he turned around, there were brown bears densely packed on both sides of the road chasing after him. If someone with a phobia of clusters were here, they would probably faint. No need to gather them anymore, just cast Rain of Fire right here and be done with it. The brown bear's movement speed is relatively slow, dragging a long line behind it. As the recent batch approached, Sumu smiled slightly and raised his staff. In the next second, a rain of fire fell from the sky. -2,218, -2,218, -2,218. A large number of damage numbers popped up. These high health, high defense brown bear monsters were all instantly killed by Sumu without exception. You killed a brown bear and gained 2 experience points. Gained 1 basic intelligence from the radiance of the mage. You killed a brown bear and gained 2 experience points. Gained 1 basic intelligence from the radiance of the mage. Continuous prompts rang out, and Sumu directly looked at his intelligence value. This time, luck was on his side. A wave of instant kills directly added 5 points to his intelligence. It's not over yet, those brown bears will take a while to run over. He smiled and looked at the brown bears chasing him from behind. Compared to the faster-moving wolves, these brown bears were indeed too fat. Sumu was not in a hurry, patiently waiting in place. -1, -1, -1. Some of the brown bears in front had already reached him and launched an attack. Ha! Sumu let out a yawn, completely ignoring them. Almost there. Once all the remaining brown bears entered the range of the Rain of Fire, he struck again. Rain of Fire. -2,248, -2,248, -2,248. You killed a brown bear and gained 2 experience points. Gained 1 basic intelligence from the radiance of the mage. This time, all the brown bears fell to the ground, leaving a dense mass of corpses, with light orbs scattered everywhere. Added another 7 points of intelligence, and I gained 1080 experience points. Sumu looked at his attribute panel. Intelligence reached 340, plus 50. He had actually killed over 500 brown bear monsters in this wave. The radiance of the mage had also triggered 12 times. As expected, the more monsters I kill in an AoE, the higher the chance of triggering the radiance of the mage. But what am I going to do about this inventory? Killing monsters was definitely enjoyable, but looking at his inventory, Sumu's heart ached slightly. If only I had a few little brothers to help me loot. So annoying. He helplessly sighed to the sky. Only pick up the valuable stuff. With piles of loot before him, Sumu began to pick them up one by one. All level 1 white gear, worth much more than those before. These potions have also become higher quality? I can save them for now, each slot can stack 20 bottles. Only pick up weapons, don't need any other junk gear. 3 minutes of monster killing, 1 hour of looting. After organizing most of the spoils, Sumu wiped the sweat from his forehead. I need to find a way to expand this inventory. These level 1 gear are not easy to sell. His inventory was filled with level 1 white gear, and Sumu shrugged helplessly. The brown bears on the road ahead had all been killed, and he moved through without obstruction. Soon, a dense cluster of buildings appeared in his sight. Is that White Mist Town? Sumu looked at the group of brown bears guarding outside the town, raising an eyebrow. At this distance, I can teleport directly into the city. With his inventory full, he had lost interest in killing more monsters and ran straight towards the buildings. Just as he was about to attract the attention of the brown bears, a glimmer flashed in Sumu's eyes. Blink! With all his mana activated, the 12,000 mana allowed him to instantly appear 1,200 meters away. Whoosh, Sumu arrived in the town. So big. This was a town with a somewhat ancient style, and the surrounding buildings were very dense. As a newcomer, Sumu was momentarily unsure of where to go. At that moment, a woman dressed as a peasant walked out of a house, holding a basket, seemingly on her way to buy vegetables. Hello, Sumu quickly approached and politely asked. Hello, esteemed adventurer. Upon seeing Sumu for the first time, the peasant woman clearly recognized his identity and responded with a smile. May I ask where Master Intai is? He is in that magnificent house to the north of the town. You can get there by following this direction. The peasant woman enthusiastically pointed the way for Sumu. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Sumu set off in the direction indicated by the peasant woman. There are so many buildings in this town. Is that a blacksmith shop, a tailor shop, and a pharmacy? Along the way, Sumu saw many shops, some of which had quest indicators above the heads of NPCs. I'll look for Master Intai later. Let's check out those shops first. Curiously, Sumu walked towards a blacksmith shop. Clang! Clang! The sound of hammering soon echoed, with several muscular blacksmiths working hard. Hello, adventurer. Is there anything you need help with? One of the blacksmiths smiled as he saw Sumu arrive. I'm just looking, Sumu replied with a smile. If you want to learn forging skills, I can teach you. The blacksmith spoke again, and Sumu's eyes lit up. If I learn forging skills, can I make weapons myself? Of course, but you need to master enough techniques first. The blacksmith gave a positive answer. At that moment, a prompt also popped up in front of Sumu. Do you want to learn forging, beginner? Should I learn it? Sumu pondered, feeling a bit hesitant. Forging was clearly a life skill, and it would take a lot of time to practice. I'll learn it first. But then he thought, it wouldn't hurt to learn it first, he could still practice in his spare time. Learning forging, beginner, costs 50 gold coins. After confirming, another prompt appeared. That's not bad. Spending 50 gold coins to learn a life skill was something others would never dare to imagine. But Sumu didn't even blink. He opened his skill panel. Forging, beginner, was prominently listed. Can I upgrade it directly? To Sumu's surprise, there was actually a plus sign next to the skill. He tentatively clicked on it. Forging, beginner, upgraded successfully. At the same time, a 1/10 appeared next to forging, beginner. It really can. This change delighted Sumu. Without hesitation, he started clicking the plus sign frantically. Forging, beginner, upgraded to forging, intermediate, upgraded to forging, advanced, upgraded to forging, master. In just a short while, Sumu had maxed out this skill. At that moment, he also gained a lot of knowledge about forging. I need to learn forging blueprints to make equipment, but now I can directly decompose weapons. What excited him the most was the decomposition ability that came with the forging skill. Other players haven't leveled up to the first tier this quickly, and these equipment are hard to sell. I was worried about what to do, but now it's good. He looked at the weapons in his inventory. Opening the decomposition function, he selected one of the weapons, and a prompt appeared. Do you want to decompose? Decompose. You have obtained Forged Iron X2 the next second. 2 steel-like items appeared in Sumu's bag. Continue to decompose. Sumu didn't hesitate and continued to decompose the white-grade weapon in his hands. These forged iron pieces can stack up to 100, now that's comfortable. After breaking down a large number of weapons, Sumu obtained 100 pieces of forged iron, taking up only one inventory slot. Now I don't have to worry. Forged iron is the basic material for crafting weapons. Even though it doesn't do much for Sumu right now, when other players level up and need to make equipment, the price of these materials will definitely not be low. Moreover, compared to those white gear, he can accumulate more forged iron. Since I can learn blacksmithing skills, can I also learn other life skills? Sumu looked towards the other shops in the town. Since I can max out all my skill points, why should I hold back? Sumu decisively walked towards those shops. After some conversations, he learned several life skills. Tailoring, can create armor. Jewelry making, can craft various jewelry. Alchemy, can produce various potions. Skinning, can harvest animal pelts. Mining, can locate and gather from ore veins. Herbalism, can identify and collect herbs. All of these are life skills, and mastering them all is no easy task. max it out. But for Sumu, anything that can be solved with skill points is no big deal. All master level, this is too enjoyable. After leveling up all these life skills, Sumu felt a sense of satisfaction. Although some life skills require recipes to be effective, acquiring recipes is not a problem for him at all. Regardless of whether I need them or not, learning is the hard truth. Please call me the master of life. With master level skills and various life skills in his mind, Sumu couldn't help but show off. I can go find that mage Intai now. After wandering around the town and finding no more life skills to learn, Sumu headed towards the center of the town. There are still restaurants and inns in the town. I wonder if eating and staying there means I won't have to return to reality? On the way, Sumu saw a building labeled Whiteness Town Inn. Judging by its size, this inn is quite large, capable of accommodating thousands of people. This town should be able to host several novice village players. There should be bigger cities or a main city later on. According to the conventions of online games, changing maps is clearly unavoidable. Sumu had just left the novice village and was already thinking about heading to the main city. Soon, he arrived in front of a building. White Mist Town Mage Association. This place resembled a service hall, very spacious, with two mage-dressed individuals standing at the entrance. "Hello, I'm here to see Mage Intai." Sumu approached and politely said, "Please follow me." The two mages glanced at Sumu, and one of them gestured. Sumu followed behind him and entered the Mage Association. As soon as he stepped inside, the scent of magic enveloped him. The entire association exuded a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. Mage Intai, an adventurer, has arrived. Passing through a long corridor, the mage opened the door to a room and reported to the person inside. "An adventurer has arrived so soon?" The person in the room stood up immediately, a look of surprise on his face. His words made Sumu raise an eyebrow, feeling an indescribable strangeness. "Please have a seat, adventurer." After a moment, Mage Intai also reacted, pointing to the chairs and table in the room, smiling as he spoke. Sumu was not polite and sat down on a chair. At that moment, Mage Intai waved his hand in the air, and a bowl of tea appeared instantly on the table in front of Sumu. "You came to find me, is there something you need?" "It was the captain of the guard in the novice village who sent me here. This is the letter he asked me to deliver to you." Sumu followed the task procedure and took out the letter. Mage Intai took the letter and opened it to read. He looked very serious, and after a while, he revealed an appreciative smile. "To arrive at Whiteness Town so early, you have unlimited potential." Faced with the NPC's praise, Sumu felt a bit embarrassed. Just then, a prompt popped up in front of him. "Task completed. Go to Whiteness Town, reward, Froststorm." Here it comes. This prompt made Sumu's eyes light up. He quickly looked at the description of the skill. Froststorm, S-rank, consumes 500 mana, releases a froststorm in a 50-meter diameter area, lasts for 5 seconds, dealing 100% spell attack damage per second. Enemies within the storm have their movement speed reduced by 30%, cooldown 90 seconds. Indeed, it's an S-rank area attack skill. Looks quite powerful. After seeing this skill, Sumu couldn't hide his excitement. Froststorm was much stronger than Fire Rain. The key was that this skill could be upgraded. "Young adventurer, you seem a bit excited." Just as Sumu was about to upgrade Froststorm, Intai stroked his long beard and spoke. This question left Sumu unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, Intai didn't press further and instead said, "I see you are a good candidate for practicing magic. I have an item here that might help you. A task is coming." Hearing this, Sumu narrowed his eyes. "However, if you want to obtain this item, you'll need to help me with something." Intai teased. "What is it?" "There's a particularly annoying fellow in the Goblin Forest to the east of Whiteness Town. If you can bring back its head, this item will be yours," Intai said while stroking his beard, taking out a crystal. It was a hexagonal blue crystal, seemingly filled with powerful magic. "Do you accept the task? Eliminate the Goblin Forest, kill the Goblin Mage." Class task? Sumu was not surprised by the appearance of the task. The key was that this task was marked with the word class. Can I ask what this item is used for?" Sumu looked at the crystal, pondering. "This crystal is related to the inheritance of a certain mage." Intai slowly replied. "Inheritance?" This statement instantly widened Sumu's eyes. Wasn't this the hidden class transfer? Transferring to a hidden class will definitely allow you to learn more skills, right? Sumu's heart was filled with joy. He didn't expect that delivering a letter would have such benefits. However, he thought for a moment that it might also be because he was the first to leave the novice village, which allowed him to receive this hidden class task. "I understand, I'll go right away." Sumu quickly accepted the task. "With your current strength, you might not be able to deal with those goblins. There's a bounty hall in the town where you can take various bounty tasks, and the rewards are quite generous, which can help you quickly improve your strength." "Got it," Sumu nodded slightly and bid farewell to In-tai. With his current attributes, dealing with a goblin mage boss shouldn't be too difficult, unless that boss had particularly high attributes. In any case, he would first find that boss and see its specific attributes. While searching for the boss, I can level up. Let's check out that bounty hall and do some tasks. Walking out of the Mage Association's door, Sumu followed the guidance of the mage at the entrance and headed to the bounty hall. In the Mage Association, In-tai was still holding the letter brought by Sumu. Suddenly, a flame appeared in his hand. As the fire burned, the letter slowly turned to ashes. This boy's potential may exceed my imagination, but can he rise in this wasteland? In-tai tightly gripped the blue gem, murmuring to himself. An indescribable sorrow lingered on his aged face. In the real world, Chin-fun was adjusting his hairstyle. As a well-known rich second generation in the magic world, he had always been very high profile. Has the news been released? Beside him, a phone call was connected and on speaker. It's already out. Now the top 10 trending topics on Weibo are all about Sumu teaming up with our Chin group for the first live broadcast. A voice quickly responded from the other end. Has the location been decided? Chin-fun applied a bit of hair wax, styling the edges of his hair to look very formal. We've booked the conference room in the company building. When do you think is a good time for the live broadcast? The voice asked. Let's set it for 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Got it, President Chin. Chin-fun immediately hung up the phone. He picked up his mobile phone, found the contact named Sumu in his address book, and dialed. Beep, beep, President Chin, has the arrangement for the kid been made? After 2 busy signals, a voice with an accent came through. It's all set for 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Send me the location, and I'll send a private jet to pick you up. Chin-fun quickly replied. Alright, but just to remind you, I want half of the earnings from this live broadcast. Don't worry, it's all yours. Chin-fun readily agreed, showing no intention of bargaining. Working with President Chin is always straightforward. A cheerful voice came from the other end. In the real world, the news about the first mage god Sumu starting a live broadcast spread across major platforms, causing a huge stir. Su God must be very handsome, right? He's actually going to do a live broadcast, so exciting. I'm curious about Su God's leveling method and the team behind him. Did you see that it's a collaboration with the Chin Group? Maybe Su God is the Chin Group's son-in-law? I heard that this time Su God will release skills from the game in real life. I wonder if it's true. If that's the case, the whole world will be shaken. Online, various comments flew around, and the hype for this live broadcast surpassed all previous ones. The reason for such an effect was all because of the name Sumu. Achoo! In the bounty hall of White Mist Town, Sumu rubbed his nose, his brows furrowed into a straight line. Why do I feel something is off? The large hall was empty except for those NPCs, yet it gave Sumu a sense of being under scrutiny. Forget that, let's see if there are any tasks related to the Goblin Forest. Putting aside his random thoughts, Sumu began to search the hall. Almost every task had a clearly marked location, and the rewards were listed. Some offered gold coins directly, some provided equipment, and others gave materials. This task is suitable for me. After searching for a while, a task caught Sumu's attention. Slay Goblin Berserkers, Elite go to the Goblin Forest and kill 100 Goblin Berserkers. Reward, 100 gold coins, Goblin Staff, Blueprint. This task offered not equipment, but a blueprint for an item. Goblin Staff, a great attack plus 50, spirit plus 50, intelligence plus 50, level, first order level 5, crafting requirements, forged iron, 50, goblin blood, 20, goblin bones, 20, first order magic crystal, a weapon with high spirit and intelligence, not bad. After seeing this weapon blueprint, Sumu had already decided to craft one for himself. Although the mage bone sword had a higher attack bonus, the goblin staff's high spirit and intelligence were clearly more suitable for him. Moreover, using a staff to strike felt much better than using a bone sword. I'll take it. Sumu directly accepted this elite quest. As for where to gather the materials for crafting this equipment, he believed those goblins would provide him with the answers. Let's take them all. Sumu glanced at the quest list and accepted several tasks related to the Goblin Forest. Since he would be doing them anyway, he might as well collect the rewards. Let's go! After accepting the quests, Sumu followed the directions to the Goblin Forest. Max out this skill. As he walked, he began to upgrade Froststorm. Froststorm, S grade, successfully upgraded to Froststorm, SS grade, Froststorm, SS grade, successfully upgraded to Froststorm, SSS grade, Froststorm, SSS grade consumes 1000 mana, releases a Froststorm in a 100-meter diameter area, lasts for 8 seconds, dealing 200% spell attack damage per second. Enemies within the storm have their movement speed reduced by 50%, with a 10% chance to be frozen, cooldown 80 seconds as expected of an SSS grade skill. Looking at the maxed out effect of Froststorm, Sumu's mouth dropped open. His current spell attack was 780 points. Each hit of Froststorm dealt 1560 points of damage, lasting for 8 seconds. The total damage would be 12,480. Moreover, in the state of activating the Mage Bloodline, the skill's range could reach a diameter of 300 meters. At a distance of 300 meters, I doubt anyone can escape the range of Froststorm, but it consumes too much mana. The more Sumu looked at this skill, the more he liked it. Even when the Mage Bloodline was activated, one Froststorm would consume 3,000 mana, but he had more than enough mana to spare. Whatever the amount, I'll use it all. Sumu grinned as he hurried towards the goblin forest. With his speed, a few dozen minutes later, a grove of towering trees appeared in his sight. Compared to the forest in the Novice village, the trees here were more lush and dense. Many areas were obscured from view. Rustle, rustle. As soon as Sumu approached, there was quite a commotion in the forest. An ambush? With limited visibility, Sumu couldn't see the monsters in the woods. However, with his current defense and health, even if a group of goblins charged at him, he wouldn't be worried at all. Charging into the bushes is a dangerous move. I should just use my skills. However, Sumu didn't walk directly into the forest. This was a player's instinct. Let's try out the new skill. He looked into the forest, a smile creeping onto his face. Frost Storm. In the state of activating the Mage Bloodline, the air within a 300-meter radius suddenly turned cold. The next second, the water vapor in the air began to condense, transforming into flurries of snowflakes. Whoosh, whoosh, the wind howled, and snowflakes danced. The extremely low temperature instantly affected all the monsters within the storm. You killed a goblin scout, gaining 10 experience. Gained 1 intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You killed a goblin thief, gaining 10 experience. Gained 1 intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You killed a goblin warrior, gaining 10 experience. A few seconds later, a series of messages popped up on Sumu's interface. This feeling is quite exhilarating. A frost storm covered a large area, and Sumu didn't even need to lure monsters. The most crucial part was that he hadn't even seen what a goblin looked like yet. In the real world, a person was sitting on the sofa, occasionally fiddling with a prop in his hand. Fireball, he shouted, flicking his left hand. In the next second, a fireball flew out of thin air, disappearing after traveling a few meters in the air. This trick should fool those people. Even if it's exposed, the Chin family will take the blame anyway. After a successful attempt, the person revealed a lewd smile. That's right, he was Sumu, who contacted Chinfan, preparing to start a livestream under the identity of the god of magic. After all, in the real world, no one could discern his level, so naturally, no one knew if he was really Sumu. In other words, as long as his magic tricks were good enough, he could fool everyone, including Chinfan. As for his purpose in doing this, there was only one: money. The god of magic Sumu was undoubtedly the hottest topic of discussion at the moment. With such attention on him, the money he could rake in from the livestream would be countless. With that money, he could buy a large number of Divine Path gold coins and do even better in the Divine Path. For this livestream, he practiced the trick of conjuring fireballs from thin air no less than 1,000 times, so there was no way he would mess up. Thank you, brother Sumu. But this is only right, after all, we happen to share the same name. On his table lay an identity card, and the name on it was also Sumu. This was also the biggest reason he dared to pull off this scam. Goblin Forest. After a series of prompts ended, Sumu looked at his experience bar. 3120/12,000. There was still quite a distance to level up. This wave of over 200 monsters triggered the god of magic's brilliance 5 times. Looking at his intelligence, 345 plus 50 overall. The probability of triggering the god of magic's brilliance when killing monsters of the same level was still decent. Time to loot. All the goblins within a radius of 300 meters had been dealt with, and Sumu strode into the woods. Soon, beside some bushes, he saw the goblin corpses lying on the ground. Like most goblin images in anime, these goblins were a bit taller and wielded different weapons. Due to their death, Sumu couldn't see their specific attributes. They're too spread out. Looting is more troublesome than fighting monsters. Hidden behind numerous bushes, Sumu found it hard to discern where he could loot, so he could only search each corner one by one. A dozen white gear pieces, all disassembled. Also, 3 goblin blood, 5 goblin bones. The drop rate is a bit low. After counting his gains, Sumu scratched his head. If this were a traditional online game, he would definitely be given a title, wall hanger. But who could refuse the joy of being a wall hanger? By the way, how did I get this cheat? Do I have some kind of system? Opening his forging skill, Sumu thought while using the disassembly function. But no matter how he guessed, the so-called system gave no response. Forget it, just keep leveling up. Sumu was too lazy to think about it. Once he became a god, everything would be fine. After disassembling the weapons, the tailoring skill can also disassemble armor. Looking at the white armor in his bag, Sumu continued to disassemble. Disassembly successful. You obtained Magic Pattern Cloth X1. Disassembly successful. You obtained Magic Pattern Cloth X1 like wrought iron. These Magic Pattern Cloth could stack up to 100. I'll keep it, even if I can't use it, I can sell it. This package is enough now. After learning these 2 life skills, Sumu could also confidently pick up the white gear. If I kill 26 Goblin Scouts, 47 Goblin Thieves, and 18 Goblin Warriors, I can complete 3 quests. One quest gives 100 gold coins, not bad. He looked at his quest log. Besides that elite quest, the other 3 quests required killing 100 Goblin Scouts, 100 Goblin Thieves, and 100 Goblin Warriors. He had almost completed them with just 1 blizzard. Let's move forward and use skills in areas with more monsters. The terrain in the forest was complex and overgrown with weeds. Sumu headed towards a patch of bushes. Although he could clear a path with blizzard, looting was just too troublesome. He wanted to find a few goblins first and check their attributes. But just as Sumu got closer, a goblin suddenly appeared behind him. You have been stunned. The next second, Sumu felt a wave of dizziness hit his head, and he froze in place. At the same time, a damage number appeared above his head. -67. After 1 second, Sumu regained his senses and saw the monster behind him. It was a goblin thief holding a dagger. Goblin thief, level, first stage 2 life, 1500 attack, 300 physical defense, 50 magic defense, 50 skill, ambush description. These goblin thieves have mastered the skill of hiding in the forest. They have high attack power and can stun enemies. You little trash, you can't play fair, attacking from behind. Although the damage from the goblin thief's skill wasn't high, as an elegant mage, being ambushed by a thief was quite frustrating for Sumu. I'll chop you down. Sumu raised his bone sword and struck at the goblin thief. -256. -1. 2 damage numbers appeared simultaneously. Without skill bonuses, the goblin thief's normal attack could only deal a bit of forced damage to Sumu, while Sumu's normal attack took away a significant portion of the goblin thief's health. Kidney strike, backstab, piercing attack. Sumu only used the assassin's skills and didn't use any others. This was a duel between thieves. You have killed the goblin thief. With the goblin's fall, Sumu also achieved victory. He reached out and picked up the items dropped by the goblin thief. You have obtained the skill, ambush. A skill drop? Seeing the additional skill in his inventory, Sumu couldn't believe it. This was the first time he had ever obtained a skill like this. Had the goddess of luck finally favored him? Ambush, E-grade in a stealth state. The first attack on an enemy can stun them for 1 second and deal physical attack X1 50% damage. It's still an E-grade skill. Let's max it out. This skill was dropped by the goblin thief, a typical assassin class skill. After all, without a stealth class, one clearly couldn't use this skill. Fortunately, Sumu had already learned stealth. Ambush, E-grade, successfully upgraded to ambush, D-grade. Ambush, a grade, successfully upgraded to ambush, S-grade. Ambush, S-grade in a stealth state. The first attack on an enemy can stun them for 3 seconds and deal physical attack X 600% damage. Not bad. This skill can even stun a boss for 1 second, right? Thinking about the combination of the ambush skill with stealth, Sumu already had a vision in his mind. The assassin class had always been the nemesis of the mage class. But what if this mage is even more of an assassin than an assassin? Magic City Airport. As a top-tier wealthy individual, having a private jet is standard. Old Wong, long time no see. Shinfen sat on his plane, looking at the man in his 30s in front of him, and warmly embraced him. We haven't seen each other since the emergence of the Shinto game over a month ago, right? Old Wang also hugged Shinfen tightly. It was clear that their relationship was quite good. Don't mention it, it's all because of this Shinto. Our good days are over, all those old men at home have entered the game. Shinfen's tone was full of helplessness. Who says otherwise? Old Wang sighed in agreement. They were once carefree, dominating the world, their status above that of the vast majority, but the emergence of Shinto made them feel an unprecedented crisis. This time, when we meet that Sumu, let's join forces to discuss cooperation. With the financial power of our 2 families, he definitely won't refuse. Once we bring him to Magic City, we can create a guild together in Shinto? Shinfen slowly spoke, already having grand plans in his heart. With the appeal of the mage god Su, he believed Shinto would become the next place where he could command the winds and rains. Absolutely, with the 2 of us joining forces, what can't we accomplish? Old Wang's expression became excited upon hearing this. Their hands tightened together. They were both envisioning the glory they would create alongside the mage god Su. This forest is vast and fraught with danger. For those players who just arrived in White Mist Town, this place is definitely not a good leveling spot. In the woods, Sumu couldn't help but roll his eyes. He originally wanted to lure a wave of monsters and then unleash Froststorm directly, but those seemingly safe weeds would occasionally have a goblin thief pop out, ambushing him. Who can withstand this? Just clear a path through. At worst, it'll be a hassle to loot. Although the goblin thieves didn't deal much damage, the humiliation was strong, and Sumu didn't want to gather monsters anymore. Froststorm. In the state of the mage god's bloodline activated, Sumu unleashed an indiscriminate attack on the area ahead. The frost was piercing, and the storm was merciless. With the health of ordinary monsters, they couldn't withstand a complete froststorm. A few hits and they were already dead. The goblin thieves hidden in the bushes revealed their corpses after dying. You killed a goblin scout and gained 10 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the mage god's radiance. You killed a goblin thief and gained 10 experience. You killed a goblin warrior and gained 10 experience. Only gained over 1,400 experience? The mage god's radiance triggered twice? This time, the monsters in the area ahead were clearly not as dense. Energy awakening. Blink. Sumu decisively activated Awakening to enter a rapid mana recovery state, then used Blink to flash back and forth among the bushes, picking up the dropped items one by one. Beep, beep, beep. After picking up quite a few packages, his private chat notification suddenly rang. Sumu raised an eyebrow and opened the chat message. The chat settings in Shinto were extremely intelligent. He had set up a block, and only one type of message could come through. Friend, can you sell that set of skeleton equipment for 2,000 gold? If that price doesn't satisfy you, then there's nothing we can do. The message from the other party was very direct. From this simple sentence, it was clear that 2,000 gold was the other party's bottom line. To be able to offer 2,000 gold at this time, they must be some big shot. Looking at this message, Sumu stroked his chin. For the skeleton set, my psychological price is also 2,000 gold coins. This is also the reason why the other party's message was able to come through. I set it to block all bids below 2,000 gold coins. How about a little more? This is a set after all. However, even though the other party was very direct, Sumu had no intention of selling it just like that. Bottom lines are something that are tested. In the 489th Novice village, a handsome, burly man wielding a sword was fighting against a level 5 wild wolf. Minus 196. A significant damage number popped up above the wild wolf's head. With the health of a level 5 wild wolf, this hit took away a third of its health, enough to show how high this warrior's attack power was. My lord, the player selling the skeleton set has contacted us, but from his tone, it seems that 2,000 gold coins might not be enough. Standing next to the warrior were several people, one of whom spoke up. Judging by the man's appearance, he looked to be in his 20s, yet that person called him my lord. He is testing our bottom line. You reply to him that we have only raised 2,000 gold coins. Upon hearing this, my lord remained very calm, continuing to fight the wild wolf. Woo! The wild wolf soon fell to the ground, and my lord did not continue to engage, patiently waiting on the side. His name was Li Xiao. The surname Li is definitely a prominent one in Huagua. His status is also very powerful. He is an invisible billionaire worth hundreds of billions. This is not just an asset over 100 billion, he actually has 100 billion in cash. In the vast Huagua, there are not many invisible billionaires like him, but there are definitely quite a few. Compared to those asset tycoons in the spotlight, they may not be as famous, but they can influence the life and death of many enterprises. Only people like them, who possess vast sums of money, can gather 2,000 gold coins at such a time. My lord, that person hasn't replied yet. What do you think? After waiting for a while, one of his subordinates asked nervously. At this time, it's all about who has more patience. Li Zhao's expression showed no change. His demeanor drew admiring glances from others. How could an invisible billionaire worth hundreds of billions not be deeply calculating and a seasoned capital player? This type of person excels at negotiation. Li Xiao is particularly skilled at it. However, after a long while with no news, his calm began to waver. The benefits brought by the skeleton set are self-evident. As long as a warrior wears this set of equipment, they will surely have smooth sailing in the subsequent leveling in the Shinto world. If this were just a game, there would be no need to spend such a high price. But the problem is, this is not just a game. Li Xiao is already over 60 years old. Every day he can feel his vitality waning. The Shinto game gave him a chance to rejuvenate and a new hope. Rejuvenation, immortality. This is something that cannot be bought back with any amount of money. How many gold coins do we have in total? He took a deep breath, the calm on his face gone. 2,200 coins. The finance department is still collecting. One of his subordinates answered respectfully. Tell that person, 2002, we will buy it immediately at auction. Li Xiao clenched his fists, choosing to compromise for the first time in his life. 2,200? Looking at the private message, Sumu's eyes lit up. This price is definitely not low. Selling it now, I certainly won't suffer any losses. How should I put it? At my current level, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that I monopolized the best equipment in the auction house. By the time most people can wear the skeleton set, I might have already obtained even higher level equipment. Once he had equipped those items, the allure of the skeleton set would undoubtedly diminish in comparison for those wealthy bosses. Sold. Sumu indeed took action. Gold coins are something that no one would ever have too many of. Opening the auction house, he adjusted the price of the skeleton set to 2,200 gold coins. Consignment successful. Almost at the same time he changed the price, the skeleton set was snapped up. This is a real boss. Looking at the amount of gold coins waiting to be collected, Sumu smiled with satisfaction. Pleasure doing business. Can we add each other as friends? If you have powerful equipment or skills for warriors, feel free to contact me directly. I guarantee you'll be satisfied with the price. After a while, the other party sent another message. Sumu chose to ignore it. With so many bosses around, as long as his items were good enough, would he worry about not selling them? As for skills? Sorry, I don't even have enough of what I've learned myself. La, la, la. Humming a little tune, Sumu continued to blink through the forest. If other mages saw Sumu using blink just to loot faster, they would probably roll their eyes. Is this the capriciousness of a god of magic? In Huagua, a group of people stood by the stone railing at the riverbank. It's causing quite a stir online now that Sumu is going to collaborate with the Qin family for a livestream. We need to manage this well. Don't worry, our people have already gone over and are negotiating with the Qin family. I'm afraid this livestream will attract the attention of the whole world. I'm quite curious about the gimmick of this livestream. Can skills from the game really be brought into reality? We'll find out tomorrow night. These people exchanged words, their expressions serious. You have obtained goblin blood. You have obtained goblin bones. The materials are almost complete. But where can I get a first-level magic crystal? Picking up the goblin corpses, Sumu squinted at the pile of materials in his bag. This magic crystal was clearly not something that could be easily obtained. There was no way. The Divine Path crystal only recorded some basic game information, and nothing else was mentioned. He wasn't a game master reborn, so he could only rely on years of gaming experience to explore on his own. The primary goal is still leveling up, only with a high level is their real power. After picking up all the bags around, Sumu walked towards the edge of the previous frost storm. Although he couldn't see the number of goblins in the forest, holding the indiscriminate attack frost storm in his hands, he was determined not to let any slip by. Frost storm. He decisively struck, ignoring the high mana cost under the bloodline of the god of magic. You killed a goblin scout and gained 10 experience. Gained 1 intelligence through the radiance of the god of magic. A series of prompts quickly appeared on the interface. Compared to the range of Fire Rain, the power of the Frost Storm skill was fully manifested at this moment. As long as Sumu wanted, he could wipe out all the monsters in this entire goblin forest. With such high-intensity mob-killing ability, Sumu's experience was rapidly increasing. The only trouble was still that looting is a painful yet joyful task. While dismantling the white gear in the bags and organizing the materials he had collected, Sumu shrugged helplessly. Some goblins in remote locations had already disappeared before he could loot them. Forget it, just pick up the more obvious ones. Sumu was too lazy to loot every single bag. He would just pick up the more noticeable ones along the way. Frost storm. Walking into the forest ahead, he unceremoniously unleashed another storm. In Magic City, at a certain hotel, Lord Kenjiro, that Sumu will be live streaming tomorrow night. Everything has been arranged, and you can go in then. However, if you take action, my people may not be able to support you. For the honor of Sakura country, I will never let that Sumu live, even if it costs me my life. Kenjiro looked at the person beside him, a strange, unhealthy expression on his face. His obsession with so-called honor had reached a pathological level. Then I leave it to you. This is the honor of a samurai. Kenjiro glanced at the security uniform laid out on the bed, clenching his fists tightly. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. Finally leveled up. The double experience should be ending soon, right? As the glow of leveling up enveloped him, Sumu looked at his intelligence. 360, plus 50, the triggering of the Divine Mage's Radiance was quite frequent, and with the boost from this passive skill, his spell attack would become increasingly powerful. What is that? After picking up most of the items in this area, Sumu spotted a figure in the forest ahead. There shouldn't be any other players here besides me, so is that an NPC? The appearance of the figure made Sumu squint. Generally speaking, The appearance of an NPC in such a perilous forest indicated that a quest was about to come. Let's go take a look. He quickly walked towards the figure. The figure stood still, not moving. As Sumu approached, he realized that the person's body was wrapped in a long black cloak, making it impossible to discern their appearance. Hello, he greeted the NPC. The NPC seemed startled by Sumu's sudden appearance and began to size him up. Are you an adventurer? Yes, Sumu nodded. The NPC seemed to ponder for a moment, then spoke. Adventurer, there is a very strong goblin in the camp ahead. If you can bring me its head, I will reward you handsomely. Just as I thought, a quest. Hearing this, Sumu smiled. A prompt appeared immediately. Do you accept the quest? Enraged goblin, boss, it's actually a boss quest? This task made Sumu quite happy. Bosses are full of treasures, and the rewards for this quest would surely be great. I accept. Sumu quickly took on the quest. The NPC said nothing more. Under that dark robe, he seemed somewhat eerie. His behavior made Sumu unconsciously start to think. This NPC looks a bit mysterious. Could this be a hidden quest or something? Never mind, I'll just complete this quest first. Heading towards the camp, Sumu ignored the NPC. A quest is a quest, as long as there are rewards. Should I put all points into spirit, or split half into intelligence? Walking along the road, Sumu looked at the 20 attribute points he had just gained. He was about to face a boss, and spell attack seemed more useful. I'll put it all into spirit. With the Divine Mage's bloodline activated, my mana consumption is too high, and I don't even know how much health that boss has. Sumu allocated all 20 points into spirit. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, Tier 1, Level 3, 128/14,000, health, 3830 mana, 12800 attack, 306 spell attack, 820 physical defense, 383 spell defense, 330 attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 258, plus 25, Agility 228, Spirit 270, plus 50, Intelligence 360, plus 50, Equipment, Mage Bone Sword, Tidal Boots, Grey Cloth Hat, Apprentice Gloves, Skeleton Ring, Medal of Valor, Ice Wolf Cloth Armor, Ice Wolf Leggings. With 820 points of spell attack, a fireball does 3,280 points of damage. That boss's spell defense shouldn't exceed 300 points. I can deal at least 3,000 damage in one hit. With Frost Storm active, even if the boss has elite minions around, I can attack freely. With such powerful attributes and skills, Sumu was full of confidence for the upcoming boss battle. To encounter an adventurer here, my luck is truly exceptional. In the forest, the NPC let out a chilling laugh. He extended a hand, gesturing in the void, and a magical rune appeared. If Sumu were here, he would be greatly surprised. The hand that the NPC extended from under the cloak was not a human hand, but as the magical rune surged, his hands gradually transformed into a pair of smooth arms. Then, he removed the cloak. It turned out to be a beautiful woman. Great, the quest target is actually here. On the outskirts of a large camp, Sumu looked at the goblins wandering in the camp ahead, his expression filled with joy. Goblin Berserker, Elite, Level, Tier 1, Level 2 Health, 15,000/15,000 Attack Power, 650 Physical Defense, 150 Spell Defense, 100 Skills, Berserker Axe, Blood Rage Description. This is a group of goblins passionate about war, with strong bodies and merciless to intruders. From the scale of this camp, there must be several hundred elite monsters here. Even with the Frost Storm activated by the God of Magic bloodline, it will take several rounds to finish them off. The Goblin Berserkers wielded sharp axes and wore simple armor, showing high attack but low defense in their attributes. But the problem lay in their health. He had 820 points of spell attack. Frost Storm dealt 1540 points of damage per hit. Even with 8 seconds of duration, it could only deal 12,320 points. These Goblin Berserkers would still have over 2,000 health left. Pairing it with Fire Rain, clearing them out won't be a problem. Of course, Sumu had more than just Frost Storm as a skill. During the activation of Frost Storm, Fire Rain could perfectly fill the output gap. The current question is whether to go for a big group at once or to take them down in several waves. Looking at the state of the God of Magic bloodline activation, Sumu stroked his chin in thought. Frost Storm plus Fire Rain was enough to wipe out a group of Goblin Berserkers. However, Fire Rain had a smaller range than Frost Storm, so he would need to gather the monsters a bit. My mana is sufficient. If necessary, I can directly activate Energy Awakening when the fight starts. Let's go big. After observing the camp ahead, Sumu fully demonstrated what it meant to be bold with skill. Deactivate God of Magic Bloodline. Activate Magic Shield. Activate God of Magic Bloodline. To conserve some mana, Sumu also gave up on the high shield value. After all, as long as he operated properly, those Goblin Berserkers wouldn't be able to hit him. The shield was just a precaution. Energy Awakening. Sumu directly activated Energy Awakening and then adjusted the casting range of Froststorm. Half of the positions were placed outside the camp, while the other half covered nearly 100 elite goblins within the camp. The purpose of this was to give oneself more operational space. After all, Froststorm does not calculate total damage directly like Fire Rain. During the full release of Froststorm for these 8 seconds, one still had to deal with those goblin berserkers. Froststorm. After recovering a good amount of mana, Sumu directly unleashed the skill. Ya, woo ya. Under the attack of Froststorm, the goblins in the camp looked towards Sumu, murmuring in an unknown language. They raised their axes, wanting to cleave this intruder in half. -1540, -1540, -1540. But as damage numbers appeared above their heads, a layer of frost enveloped the goblins. Under the influence of this frost, their movement speed slowed down. Some goblins were completely covered in frost. Clearly, this triggered the freezing chance of Froststorm. Seeing the slow-moving goblins, Sumu quickly stepped forward. Fire Rain has a smaller range, and he needed to cover more goblins within it. Fire Rain, -2360, -2360. A rain of fire fell, and the damage of this skill seemed a bit insufficient against the high health of the goblin berserkers. The falling flames also melted the frost on the goblin berserkers. Sumu had anticipated this and directly blinked to create distance. These goblin berserkers had skills. Even if one's damage was not high, if 100 goblins released skills together, even with a magic shield, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. Keep your distance, my mana is enough to deal with them. As Sumu retreated, the goblins charged at him again. -1540, -1540, -1540. The damage from Froststorm struck again. The most powerful aspect of this skill is that each jump of damage can trigger slow and freeze effects. While suffering this damage, the movement speed of the goblin berserkers was immediately affected. Good opportunity. Sumu seized the moment and released Fire Rain. Woo ya! At that moment, the goblin berserkers let out a roar. Their blood seemed to boil. Skill? Sumu thought of the Blood Fury skill. Not affected anymore? Sure enough, when this skill was activated, the slow and freeze effects on the goblin berserkers disappeared completely, and their speed even increased. They raised their axes, each waiting for the right moment to strike. I can't let their throwing axe skill hit me. No need to conserve mana in this situation. Faced with this situation, Sumu remained calm. He directly predicted a Fire Rain at the position behind him. Fire Rain, -2360, -2360. In the state of the God of Magic Bloodline activation, the range of Fire Rain was still quite large, covering more than half of the goblin berserkers. Coupled with the damage from each jump of Froststorm, the health of these elite goblins was rapidly declining. Fire Rain. Sumu maintained a distance that prevented the goblin berserkers from using their throwing axe skill, mindlessly unleashing Fire Rain despite the huge mana consumption. You have killed a goblin berserker, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the God of Magic. You have killed a goblin berserker, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence point through the radiance of the God of Magic. You have completed the task, exterminate the goblin berserkers. The blue mana was gradually running low, and after the 8 seconds of the Froststorm ended, over 100 goblin berserkers fell to the ground. This feeling of mass AoEing elite monsters is just too damn satisfying. The quest was complete, and as long as he returned to turn it in, the blueprint would be in his hands. What excited Sumu even more was that the probability of these elite monsters triggering the divine light of the mage was much higher than that of ordinary monsters. Just from this wave, he directly gained 15 points of intelligence. Wait for my mana to recover, and continue this strategy with the next elite monsters. But I still need to pay attention to the boss's position. Attracting the boss while dealing with elite monsters would be troublesome. Sumu took a deep breath, and while waiting for his mana to recover, he began to collect the drops from those elite monsters. So much gold, and high-quality equipment, this is great. While picking up, Sumu couldn't help but show an excited smile. These elite monsters were indeed different from ordinary ones. Soon, after he collected most of the drops, a prompt suddenly popped up. You have obtained the skill, Thunderbolt to skill has arrived? Sumu quickly opened his inventory. A skill book was quietly placed in one of the slots. Thunderbolt, B grade, consumes 300 mana points, summons a lightning strike at any position within a radius of 100 meters, dealing spell damage equal to 300% of spell attack to the enemy, 2 seconds casting time, 60 seconds cooldown. It's actually a B grade skill, and the initial damage bonus is quite high. After seeing the skill's description, Sumu's eyes widened. No wonder it was an elite monster of the first tier. The drops were just that good. I really need a powerful output skill right now. My luck is just too good. Sumu scratched the back of his head, feeling the favor of the goddess of luck once again. Successfully learned Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt, B grade, successfully upgraded to Thunderbolt, A grade. Thunderbolt, SS grade, successfully upgraded to Thunderbolt, SSS grade, max level already? After upgrading this skill to SSS grade, Sumu found that he couldn't upgrade it further. Thunderbolt, SSS grade consumes 500 mana points, summons a lightning strike at any position within a radius of 1000 meters, dealing 1000% spell attack damage to the enemy, while also paralyzing the target for 3 seconds, 2 seconds casting time, 60 seconds cooldown 10 times the spell attack damage, and a paralysis effect? This is just too powerful. However, after seeing the SSS grade effect, Sumu couldn't help but shout. Although this skill required a 2-second casting time and had a cooldown of up to 1 minute, with the blessing of the divine bloodline of the mage, a 1500-point instant lightning strike was not to be underestimated. We're about to fight the boss. This skill came just in time. With this skill, Sumu was full of confidence for the upcoming boss. Even without activating the divine bloodline, this skill had a 1000-meter attack range, ensuring he had absolute initiative. Before dealing with the boss, I still need to take care of the elite monsters. Looking towards the goblin camp ahead, Sumu waited for his mana to recover. He opened his inventory and took out a potion. Large blue potion, restores 500 mana points, cooldown 1 minute. There were plenty of these blue potions in his inventory, so Sumu didn't hold back and used one immediately. However, the 500 points of mana recovery were just a drop in the bucket for him. Fortunately, I have energy awakening. I can recover fully in a few minutes. Continue to break down the equipment. During the mana recovery process, Sumu opened his inventory and began to break down the junk equipment one by one. A few pieces of equipment are quite good. They suit me. Among these pieces of equipment, Sumu found several that were suitable for his character. Anger Flame Boots, C grade plus 15 Spirit plus 15 Constitution level, First Order level 1 Apostle Gloves, C grade plus 25 Intelligence level, First Order level 1 Blue Mage Hat, C grade plus 25 Spirit level, First Order level 1. These are much more useful than the equipment from those quests. Without hesitation, Sumu equipped all these items. How should I put it? For a long time to come, he would prioritize choosing equipment with higher spirit. After all, with the radiance of the mage god, intelligence could be stacked infinitely, and his spell attacks could keep up with the speed of monster hunting. Plus, the experience gained from 100 elite goblins allowed Sumu to successfully level up to First Order level 4. This rocket-like leveling speed was something others could hardly imagine. 20 attribute points, all into spirit. Player, Sumu profession, mage level, First Order level 4, 320/16,000, health, 3930 mana, 14800 attack, 306 spell attack, 890 physical defense, 393 spell defense, 350 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 35, agility 228, spirit 290, plus 80, intelligence 375, plus 70, equipment, mage bone sword, skeleton ring, medal of valor, ice wolf cloth armor, ice wolf leggings, anger flame boots, apostle gloves, blue mage hat. My mana is almost 15,000. The increase in mana made Sumu feel at ease. Once his mana bar was completely full, he walked towards the camp. Better not pull too many monsters, 100 should be enough. After I level up, these elite monsters will only give 10 experience points, and that's with double experience. I wonder if I can reach First Order level 5 after taking down that boss. Looking at his experience bar, Sumu squinted his eyes. Just now, after defeating most of the goblin berserkers, he leveled up, and the subsequent experience prompts turned into 10 points. Moreover, upon closer inspection, the radiance of the mage god was mostly triggered before leveling up. This indicated that the benefits of killing lower-level monsters decreased linearly. Of course, Sumu didn't mind this. He directly released his skills in the camp. Frost Storm, H City. Shinfun and Old Wan were sitting in a luxurious business car. Do you think that person is really Sumu from the game? Old Wang suddenly asked while looking out at the scenery. How should I know? Shinfun smiled. Old Shin, you really know how to play. Hearing this answer, Old Wang showed no surprise, instead revealing a knowing expression. I certainly hope he is. That way, we can collaborate with him and surely make a name for ourselves. The sky outside had already entered dusk, and Shinfun's expression carried a hint of anticipation. Whether Sumu was real or not, he hadn't verified, and tomorrow night's live broadcast was essentially a verification. For Chinfun, this was definitely a worthwhile livestream. If Sumu couldn't bring the skills from the game back to reality during the broadcast, he could easily claim he was deceived, shift the blame, and play the victim to attract some traffic. It was a total profit. President Chin, we've arrived. At this moment, the car stopped outside a house. It was a large villa, at least over 400 square meters. H City had developed rapidly in recent years, and owning such a villa here meant a considerable fortune. However, in Chin Fun and Old Wang's eyes, this villa was nothing special. Ding dong! Chin Fun pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door opened automatically. Chin Fun and Old Wang exchanged glances and walked in together. Boom! Suddenly, a fireball flew towards the two of them. Ah! Chin Fun and Old Wang were startled and quickly dodged. Sorry, you two, are you hurt? Just as the two were still in shock, a voice rang out. They both looked over and saw the person standing in the yard. Are you Su Fazhen? Chin Fun asked tentatively. It's me. The person nodded and replied with a smile, his tone neither servile nor overbearing. That fireball scared you, didn't it? I can only release it, but I can't control it perfectly yet. Chin Fun and Old Wang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock and indescribable excitement. A fireball in reality? Who else besides Su Fazhen could do that at this stage? They had found the right person. In contrast, the Sumu was secretly pleased upon seeing the expressions on their faces. As a seasoned magician, he knew how to grasp the audience's psychology. Chin Fun and Old Wang had already been impressed by his earlier trick. As long as he could complete this performance in the live broadcast, endless glory and wealth would await him. Gentlemen, I've packed my things. When do you think we should set off? He said with a bright smile. The sooner they headed to the Magic City, the fewer flaws he would expose. Fire rain. Blink. Outside the goblin camp, Sumu was entangled with a group of goblin berserkers. With the experience from the first group clear out, he was noticeably smoother this time. Those goblins couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes, and their health was rapidly dropping. Frost storm combined with fire rain, as long as my mana is sufficient, can I clear the boss along with the mobs? This playstyle made Sumu feel like he was about to float. Once my intelligence is stacked up, I can definitely give it a try. And as long as I learn more skills, I might even be able to face the boss head-on. Another fire rain fell, and there were hardly any goblin berserkers left standing. Sumu felt no pressure at all and began to envision a beautiful future. You killed a goblin warrior, gaining 10 experience. You killed a goblin warrior, gaining 10 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. A series of prompts appeared, and his intelligence increased by another 4 points. Compared to the previous wave's 15 points, it was clearly a bit less. There was no helping it. Even though the goblin berserkers were elite monsters, they were still 2 levels lower than him. After sorting through the loot on the ground, Sumu entered the camp. Is that the boss? Inside the camp, a goblin that was clearly larger than the others, at least 2 meters tall, was lying on a straw mat. It was about 300 meters away from Sumu. At this distance, he couldn't see its attributes. The boss is surrounded by elite monsters. If I clear the mobs, I will definitely aggro the boss. So, does that mean I really have to clear the mobs along with the boss? Sumu calculated that if he started this boss battle, he would have to face at least 40 to 50 elite monsters. The mana cost for clearing these monsters was essentially the same as clearing 100. This meant that he wouldn't be able to unleash his full firepower when facing the boss. First, let me sneak over and check the boss's attributes. Stealth. In stealth mode, Sumu quickly ran towards the boss's position. Soon, the attributes of this goblin appeared before him. Furious Goblin Warrior, Boss, Level, Tier 1, Level 3 Health, 50,000/50,000 Physical Attack, 1200 Physical Defense, 300 Magic Defense, 300 Skills, Furious Charge, Blood Rage, Frenzied Axe Shock. Description: this is a belligerent goblin, the vanguard of the goblin army stationed in the forest. Be careful, its temper is very volatile. Only 50,000 health? Upon seeing the boss's health, Sumu immediately retreated. 30 seconds is enough time for him to return to a safe area. My current magic attack is 898 points, and a single thunderbolt deals 8,680 points of damage. With 50,000 health, that means I need to hit it 6 times, which is 9,000 points of mana. With 15,000 mana, plus energy awakening, Sumu began to calculate how to approach this battle. These goblin berserkers have a blood rage skill that makes them immune to control, which is the most troublesome aspect for him. If he gets too close while casting a skill, he fears dozens of flying axes will come flying at his face. What kind of skill is Frenzied Axe Shock? What Sumu was most concerned about was the boss's third skill. Generally, skills with shock could have control effects. If he got controlled, the situation would be very dangerous. First, summon my little brothers. Phantom clone. Summon skeletons. Soon, 5 little brothers appeared beside Sumu. After leveling up, the attributes of the skeleton warriors have also increased. Their health has actually reached 5,000. Sumu was pleasantly surprised that the skeleton warrior's health had increased by 2,000 compared to before. Clearly, this was due to his advancement to Tier 1, Level 4. Use Froststorm to hold off the small monsters, then let my little brothers buy me some time. I'll directly hit the boss with Thunderbolt, and that way, it will be basically foolproof. With the blessing of the bloodline of the mage god, the Thunderbolt skill can be used as long as the target is within his line of sight. Even though casting Thunderbolt would cause a brief stiffness, as long as he was in a safe position, he could continuously cast 5 Thunderbolts. 10 seconds would be more than enough. Within those 10 seconds, the boss wouldn't be able to get close to him at all. Even if his little brothers were beaten to death by elite monsters, he could still escape and farm the area. Let's do it this way. Magic Shield. Energy Awakening. Starting with the shield and then awakening, Sumu also consumed a mana potion. After his mana was replenished, he moved to the farthest position to cast Froststorm. In a certain Novice village, a group of people was leveling up. They were well trained and coordinated perfectly. Their location was already at the outskirts of the skeleton cave dungeon. With this double experience, the leveling speed is really too fast. I'm about to reach level 8. As a monster fell, someone couldn't help but speak up. We really have to thank that Sumu. A person dressed as a mage said with a smile, then looked at the warrior in the team. Long Fei, did you get the entry ticket for tomorrow's live broadcast? I got it. The Chin group is quite easy to talk to. The warrior nodded. I really want to meet that Su mage god. Let him teach me how to play a mage, and maybe get an autograph or something. The mage sighed a bit. Alright, I know your character, that's why they let me go. The warrior rolled his eyes, a worried expression on his face. I just have a feeling something will happen tomorrow. With you around, what's there to be afraid of? The mage replied dismissively. The problem is, I'm just a participating audience. The Chin group won't let me get involved. The people I dispatched can only guard the perimeter. The warrior sighed, that Sumu's safety is crucial. Do you think I'm just going for fun? The burden is heavy. Alright, I'll give you all the experience later. You'll have less time to level up before tomorrow's live broadcast. The mage also put away his carefree demeanor. I hope everything goes smoothly. The warrior's expression remained serious as he murmured softly. Beautiful country. Fuck. In a luxurious villa, Lanknade was seething with anger. That Sumu has already reached level 4 of the first tier, and I'm still not at level 7. At this rate, the gap will only widen. Can't those mages in the leveling teams level up any faster? His roar echoed throughout the villa. This is already the fastest speed. A servant replied nervously. How's the matter I asked you to handle? Lanknade turned his head, his eyes almost burning with rage. The world's top assassin has boarded your private plane and is heading to Huagua. The servant quickly answered. Upon hearing this, Lanknade's anger seemed to subside a bit. He ripped off his tie, his voice extremely cold. You are dead. Goblin Camp. Frost Storm. After Sumu cast the skill, he immediately looked at the goblin boss. Accompanied by a sharp gaze, a powerful energy suddenly gathered above the boss. Thunderbolt. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Minus 8,680. An extremely exaggerated damage number popped up above the goblin boss's head. If there were other mages present, even seeing the last 3 digits of the damage would leave them speechless. Go! After landing a hit, Sumu commanded his clone and skeleton minions. 5 minions charged towards the oncoming goblin army. Before they enter a blood rage state, let them suffer the slow from Froststorm, just hold them back a bit. Multitasking, Sumu controlled his clone to lure the elite monsters while continuing to cast skills at the boss. Thunderbolt. Minus 8,680. Another lightning strike, and the boss's health dropped significantly again. Roar! Seeing Sumu so arrogant, the goblin boss immediately turned blood red. In this state, its speed increased dramatically. Thunderbolt. Minus 8,680. Sumu did not retreat, his gaze sharp, summoning lightning once more. At the same time, the boss's speed suddenly received some kind of boost and charged forward. Charge? From this distance? Sumu raised an eyebrow, murmuring. There was at least 100 meters between him and the boss. The charge skill was indeed quite far. Blink. Fortunately, this distance gave Sumu enough reaction time. Dodging the charge with Blink was not his first time. In contrast, after the boss charged to Sumu's previous position, it lost its target and stood there in a daze. Thunderbolt. Minus 8,680. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu was unrelenting. Under 3 strikes of lightning, the boss's health had already dropped by half. Roar! The boss seemed to realize the situation was not right, raising the axe in its hand. About to throw the axe? Sumu kept a close eye on the boss's weapon, ready to dodge at any moment. But in the next second, the boss slammed the axe down onto the ground. Immediately, the ground shook violently. Under the influence of this tremor, the surrounding area within hundreds of meters was affected. You have been stunned. Duration 3s. Not only was Sumu stunned, but the skeleton warrior and the clone were also stunned. Minus 2007. A considerable damage number appeared above Sumu's head. However, this damage did not break the magic shield. 3 seconds is not a short time, and the boss charged right in front of Sumu. Minus 807. Minus 807. In its enraged state, its attack speed was extremely high, continuously dealing significant damage to Sumu. Fortunately, Sumu still had the magic shield up, so he remained calm in the face of these attacks. I didn't expect this control skill to be so far-reaching. As the stun ended, Sumu immediately turned and blinked away. Thunderbolt. After creating some distance, lightning struck down from the sky once more. Roar. The boss let out a furious roar and charged at Sumu. Thunderbolt. Another bolt of lightning fell. Boom. The boss's massive body fell straight to the ground. In addition to the damage from 5 thunderbolts, the boss continued to take damage from Froststorm. Its 50,000 health points were completely depleted. It's done. Sumu's expression was calm. This battle was really not difficult at all. Froststorm. Group healing. Without looting the body, Sumu cast another Froststorm on the battlefield while healing 5 of his little brothers. This brought the nearly dead skeleton warriors and clones back to life instantly. Fire Rain. With some mana left, Sumu unleashed a rain of fire. You killed a goblin berserker, gaining 10 experience. You killed a goblin berserker, gaining 10 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the divine light of the mage. A series of notifications appeared, and all the goblins in the large camp were eliminated. This boss only gave 4,000 experience. I probably won't level up until tomorrow. Sumu looked at his experience bar. 6180/16,000. He needed another 10,000 points to level up. It's getting dark. Looking up, the time in the Divine Path world was synchronized with reality, and it was already evening. I'm feeling a bit tired too. Let's turn in the quest and log off. Sumu walked over to the goblin boss's corpse and picked up the glowing orb. You gained 100 gold coins. You obtained a goblin battle axe. You obtained the head of the enraged goblin. You gained the skill, Frenzied Axe Shock. A skill from the boss? Several items appeared in his inventory, and Sumu was pleasantly surprised by that skill. He decisively chose to learn it. Max it out. Frenzied Axe Shock, S rank. Successfully upgraded to Frenzied Axe Shock, SS rank. Maxed out Frenzied Axe Shock, SS rank after release, deals physical damage x 300% to enemies within a radius of 300 meters, and stuns the target for at least 3 seconds. The higher the strength, the longer the stun duration. After maxing out this skill, he raised an eyebrow. This skill could only be upgraded to SS rank, and while the damage wasn't high, the control effect was substantial. It's a pity my strength is too low. I wonder if I can find a passive to increase my strength. Wait, this skill is called Frenzied Axe Shock. Can I use it without holding an axe? Sumu couldn't help but glance at the axe dropped by the boss. The class was limited to warriors, so he couldn't equip it. Let's give it a try. With no other option, he attempted to release the skill. Holding the bone sword, he struck the ground with force, causing a tremor around him. I can use it? This result made Sumu's eyes light up. Since he could release it while holding the bone sword, it should work with a staff as well. I need to find that NPC. I wonder what reward he will give me. Sumu smiled broadly, holding the goblin's head, and headed towards the location where he had encountered the NPC earlier. On a private plane. We're about to land, Sumage. Shinfun looked out at the scenery outside the window and smiled. H-City is not far from the Magic City, and with a private jet, the flight between the two places hardly takes any time at all. Once we get to the hotel, I need to level up. Sumu nodded, pretending to be deep in thought. Shinfun and Old Wang watched his demeanor and did not continue to disturb him. The two were unaware that Sumu was actually very anxious inside. He had been paying close attention to the changes in the level leaderboard. Before Shinfun arrived, that Suafation had already reached level 4 of the first tier. If Suafation reached level 5 during his time traveling to the Magic City, his identity would be exposed. Therefore, after arriving in the Magic City, he had to enter the game as soon as possible, at least before Suafation's level changed. He needed to ensure he was in the game. I hope that by tomorrow's live stream, Suafation can reach level 5, so I won't have any issues during the stream. Looking down at the bustling Magic City, Sumu murmured to himself. For him, the risk of exposure had always been significant, but this was a gamble. If he won, he would have everything. If he lost, he would just offend the Qin family. At worst, he could hide in the Shinto game. No matter how powerful the Qin family was, Could they really drag him out of Shinto? Where are the NPCs? Returning to the place where he encountered the NPC before, Sumu found no one around. He scratched his head and began to look around. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. This guy is quite mysterious. Sumu turned to see the NPC completely wrapped in a cloak, squinting his eyes, and then said, "The task is complete." So fast? The NPC seemed a bit surprised. Sumu didn't waste words and took out the goblin's head. The NPC was momentarily stunned, then took off his cloak. Under the cloak was a curvaceous beauty. However, in Sumu's eyes, this beautiful NPC held no attraction. After all, in Shinto, one could adjust their appearance, and he had seen too many beautiful women in the Novice village these days. Little handsome guy, your strength really exceeded my expectations. You actually managed to take down this guy in the camp of so many goblin warriors, the female NPC said while throwing a flirtatious glance at Sumu, moving closer to him. The task is complete, where's my reward? Sumu took a step back, creating distance from the female NPC. If you can continue to help me attack the goblin stronghold, I guarantee you will receive a generous reward. The female NPC slowly spoke, her tone laced with temptation. It's a reward beyond your imagination. The female NPC's words left Sumu stunned. Does this mean he wouldn't get a reward for killing the boss and had to continue a series of tasks? Sumu frowned. So, what do you say? Will you accept? The female NPC looked at Sumu, who was lost in thought, and revealed a charming smile. At that moment, an option popped up in front of Sumu. Do you accept the task? Attack the goblin stronghold? No specified reward? Upon seeing this task, Sumu noticed that this prompt was the same as when he accepted tasks before. It only had the task prompt without any indication of rewards. He had done quite a few tasks, and such situations were rare. Let's accept it. After all, there's no loss. After thinking it over, Sumu accepted the task. Dear adventurer, I'm counting on you. The female NPC once again threw a flirtatious glance at Sumu. Sumu ignored her and turned to leave. Once he reached a safe spot, he chose to log off. In the forest. Just after Sumu left, the appearance of that female NPC suddenly changed. The originally smooth skin instantly became wrinkled, covered with a layer of black spots. That beautiful face had turned into a mass of rotting flesh, looking like a ghoul. The NPC's next action was even more horrifying. It actually held the goblin boss's head and began to gnaw on it. Delicious. A hoarse voice rang out, and the NPC's eyes revealed endless desire. I hope this adventurer can help me collect more food. That way, my strength can recover a bit. Saying this, it looked in the direction where Sumu had left. It's been a long time since I've tasted a mage. In the real world, Sumu opened the fridge, preparing to cook. His cooking skills weren't very good. What he made was merely edible. Soon, the aroma of the dishes filled the room. One dish of stir-fried pork with chile, and another of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Let's see what's trending lately. While eating, Sumu took out his phone. Soon, a message left him stunned. Shocking news, the God Path Sufa God will join forces with the Chin family to start a live broadcast tomorrow. It is said that Sufa God will personally demonstrate skills from the God Path. What the hell? I'm going live? How come I didn't know? Sumu instinctively shouted. When did he join forces with the Chin family, and when was he going to start a live broadcast? He immediately clicked in, becoming more and more confused as he read. The post stated that currently, no one leveling up in the God Path had been able to release skills in reality. Of course, those people's levels hadn't reached the first tier yet, only Sufa God had advanced. So most people believed that Sufa God could definitely release skills in reality. And anyone who could release skills in reality must be Sufa God. Am I being impersonated? Looking at the post's serious tone, Sumu began to realize, is there really someone who can release skills in reality like me? That shouldn't be possible. His brows furrowed into a straight line. His ability to release skills in reality was entirely due to his superior attributes. Is there really someone who can catch up to him at this stage? And why hasn't that person appeared on the level leaderboard? The key question was, why would they want to impersonate him? Could it be that this is a trap, and someone wants to lure me out? Sumu thought of a possibility. Someone impersonating him to draw out the real person. Let them be, my identity cannot be exposed. But I am quite curious about this live broadcast. Sumu had no intention of debunking the impersonator. On the contrary, he was very interested in this fake Sumu. In the God Path, a mage was fighting monsters. Damn it, this game is too hard to level up. I'm only at level 3 right now. This person was Sumu. After arriving at the hotel in Magic City, he had immersed himself in the game world. How did this guy level up to the first tier? I can't understand at all. He looked at Sumu's level on the leaderboard and curled his lip. But once I make some money, I can buy a lot of gold. Saying this, he opened the auction house. There were already quite a few pieces of equipment listed, including many for mages. He looked at those items with greedy eyes. That Sumu will definitely not come out to expose me to protect his identity. All that's left is tomorrow's performance. Somewhere in Magic City, 3 tall, pale-skinned individuals landed at an airport. A car was waiting outside the airport, clearly there to pick them up. Is everything arranged? One of the white individuals asked after getting in the car. I only got 2 entry tickets, so only 2 of you can go in. The driver replied. 2 is fine. The white individual nodded. This is your press pass. No weapons are allowed inside, and there will be no support once you enter. I will be waiting outside to assist you, but I will only help you escape. The driver continued, then handed the 2 white men their credentials. Mr. Lonta said that if you fail, he will take good care of your families. The mention of families made the white man's expression change slightly, but he quickly concealed it. Then, his cold voice rang out. Tell Mr. Lonta that I have never failed. In the Magic City, at the Tianhao Grand Hotel, the security for tomorrow's live broadcast must not fail. Tell everyone that not even a needle can be brought into the live site. Shinfun was on the phone, giving instructions. Tomorrow's live broadcast was of great importance, and his phone had been ringing non-stop. There were simply too many arrangements to make. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, there was a knock on his door. Wait a moment. Shinfun instructed the person on the phone, then got up and walked to the door. Captain Long? Upon opening the door, Shinfun was taken aback. Outside stood a tall man who exuded a sense of security at first glance. Is President Qin busy right now? The man smiled and spoke slowly. Captain Long, just a moment. Shinfun picked up his phone and said, I'll call you back later. After hanging up, he stepped aside. Captain Long, please come in. Long Fei walked into the room with a smile and sat down on the sofa. President Qin, I don't like to beat around the bush. I came to see you this late mainly to discuss tomorrow's live broadcast. Is there a problem? Shinfun raised an eyebrow and asked. I would like you to move the live broadcast time earlier, the sooner the better. Long Fei took a deep breath. You know that Sumu has a special identity. The earlier the broadcast, the less time there is for those who want to make trouble behind the scenes. Well, Shinfun understood Long Fei's meaning. After thinking for a moment, he said, the security of the Qin group has always been very good, and that Sumu can bring skills from the game into reality. That kind of power is no longer that of an ordinary person. Saying this, Shinfun's expression showed some difficulty. Moreover, the broadcast time is not something I can decide alone. It also requires Su Feishan's approval. Can President Qin arrange for me to meet Su Feishan? Long Fei's tone was somewhat anxious. He had long admired Su Feishan and felt a sense of excitement at the thought of meeting his idol. We added each other as friends in the game. I'll ask him when I log in. Shinfun did not refuse. In front of Long Fei, he summoned the Shinto crystal and entered the game world. About 10 minutes later, he returned to the room out of thin air. Su Feishan said the broadcast time can be moved to 1 p.m. tomorrow, but he doesn't want to meet you. This response made Long Fei show a look of disappointment, but he quickly adjusted. That's fine, we'll see each other during the live broadcast tomorrow. It's settled then, I'll go back and arrange the personnel now. Safe travels, Captain Long. As Long Fei left, Shinfun quickly picked up his phone and dialed a number. Notify everyone that the live broadcast time has been changed to 1 p.m. tomorrow. Make sure everyone works overtime tonight. Even though changing the broadcast time at the last minute would bring him a lot of trouble, he had to give face to Long Fei. Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health. Sumu stretched and climbed out of bed. After gaining a lot of attributes in the Shinto game, he found that his physical condition in reality had also improved. Those special forces soldiers can't beat me now, right? This kind of enhancement surpassed human potential. I wonder if my body can withstand bullets in the future. While making breakfast, Sumu murmured to himself. After frying a few fried eggs and having them with milk, he opened his phone. Soon, news about Su Fashion's livestream starting early appeared in his view. He clicked in, and a bunch of comments followed. Why did it suddenly start early? Damn, if I hadn't checked my phone this morning, I would have almost missed the livestream. Isn't a night livestream better? It's so dark, at least the fireball would be clearer. Is Su Fazhen trying to stream early and then level up? Almost every comment had 999 plus. Is that guy afraid that I might level up suddenly during the live stream and expose my identity? Compared to these netizens' wild guesses, Sumu could actually guess a few things. It's a simple reasoning. If the mage levels up suddenly while streaming, the so-called livestream would turn into a farce. He had just reached level 4 of the first tier yesterday, and the other party clearly thought he wouldn't reach level 5 of the first tier before noon. He's calculating quite well. Sumu took a sip of milk and shook his head slightly. It was now 10 a.m., and there was still plenty of time before the noon livestream. He had ample time to reach level 5 of the first tier. Of course, if he wanted to use this trick to expose the other party's identity, he just needed to level up during the time of the live stream to slap him in the face. First, get into the game and card the experience. Sumu already had a plan in mind. No matter what the other party's purpose for starting this livestream was, he wouldn't go easy on the impersonator. A little maneuvering in the game would suffice. There was no need to expose his identity. Summoning the Shinto crystal, Sumu entered the game. It was still the Goblin Forest from yesterday, and he was in a safe area. That NPC's quest from yesterday felt a bit strange. He opened the quest log and looked at his several tasks. Aside from the cloak NPC's quest, the other tasks clearly marked their rewards. I can take this blueprint. Aside from that first-tier magic crystal, I've basically gathered everything. Where do I get this crystal? The goblin staff significantly increased his spirit and intelligence, which would greatly help him in exterminating the goblin stronghold next. The problem was that first-tier magic crystal. According to the usual patterns in most online games, do I have to dismantle a first-tier weapon? Sumu looked at the first-tier axe dropped by the boss yesterday. His master-level forging skill could dismantle it. Since I can't sell it anyway, let's give it a try. A first-tier axe, even if listed in the auction house now, no one could afford it. Rather than selling it cheap, he might as well verify his guess. Do you want to dismantle? Dismantle. You have obtained a first-tier magic crystal, just as I thought. Looking at the crystal emitting a faint glow in his bag, Sumu couldn't help but smile. Time to go back and turn in the quest. He hurried towards Whiteness Town. There was no rush to level up. He would make the goblin staff first. In Magic City, at the Tianhao Hotel, Sumu stood in front of the mirror in the presidential suite. His face looked somewhat haggard. He had tossed and turned all night. He agreed to start the livestream early because he felt that Su Fazhen couldn't possibly level up around 1 p.m. He just needed to stay in the room before 1 p.m., claiming to Qinfen that he was leveling up in the game, and then head to the Qin group for the livestream just before 1 p.m. After performing the fireball, he would end the livestream as quickly as possible and then enter the Shinto game. After all, in the game, although Qinfen had him as a friend, he couldn't see his level. He had confirmed this point multiple times before launching this scheme. As long as Su Fazhen does not level up during this short period of his live broadcast, his identity will not be exposed. Once he gets enough money from Qin after the breakup, he can make a run for it. Success or failure hinges on this one move. Sumu continuously splashed cold water on his face, forcibly suppressing the tension within. This gamble, which would determine the turning point of his life, was about to begin. Complete the task to obtain the Goblin Staff Blueprint. Learn to craft. In the task hall of Baiwu Town, after obtaining the blueprint, Sumu immediately chose to learn. His master-level forging now had an additional item to craft. Would you like to craft the Goblin Staff? Craft. Soon, the materials fused in his hands and transformed into a long-handled staff. Sumu did not hesitate and directly chose to equip it. Physical attack decreased by 50 points, but intelligence increased by 25 points, and spirit increased by 50 points. He looked at his attributes. Spirit 290, plus 130, intelligence 382, plus 95. Both mana and spell attack had increased significantly. Let's look for other tasks available in the Goblin Forest. The tasks in the task hall were quite varied. Besides monster-killing tasks, there were also some gathering tasks. Previously, Sumu had been too lazy to do gathering tasks, mainly because he found them troublesome, but now he needed to manage his experience level, so these tasks could be done. Would you like to accept the task to gather green mushrooms in the Goblin Forest? Accepted. Would you like to accept the task for goblins mixed soup? Accepted. Does this task give a blueprint? Continuing to browse, one task caught Sumu's attention. Gather 100 blueberries from deep within the Goblin Forest. Reward, Super Mana Potion. Blueprint, Super Mana Potion, requires 1 large blue bottle, 1 mana grass, 1 vitality vine, restores 2000 mana, cooldown of 1 minute. This blue potion is pretty good. Compared to the large blue bottle in his bag, the mana restored by the Super Mana Potion was quite impressive even for him at the moment. There should be herbal gathering in the Goblin Forest, right? I completely forgot about that. Looking at his master-level herbalism skill, Sumu slapped his forehead. After activating this skill, he would be able to identify the herbs distributed throughout the forest. Let's go! After clearing out his inventory as much as possible, Sumu set off for the Goblin Forest again. Mining is also on. Upon entering the Goblin Forest, Sumu wasted no time. Frost Storm. A skill was unleashed, and a series of prompts sounded. All 2 points of experience, and the God of Magic's brilliance didn't trigger. These monsters are pointless to kill. There were many prompts, but the experience was only 2 points. This was even under double experience conditions. Normally, a kill would only yield 1 point. If Sumu leveled up further, these monsters would yield no experience at all. However, the purpose of clearing monsters was merely to better collect materials in the forest. You have gathered a green mushroom. You have gathered a vitality vine. You have gathered mana grass. As expected, there were plenty of herbs in the forest. Sumu collected task items and herbs while looting the packages dropped by the goblins, hardly taking a break. You have obtained wrought iron. You have obtained magic pattern cloth. As soon as his inventory was full, he would decompose the white gear. As for higher level equipment, Sumu kept all of it. Once those wealthy players reached the first tier, the market for these items would open up. A bountiful harvest. With several sets of herbs added to his inventory, along with a large amount of wrought iron and magic pattern cloth, Sumu was all smiles. I wonder if there are any places like warehouses in White Mist Town. At the rate I'm defeating monsters, my items will run out soon. Of course, the issue of the inventory space that troubled Sumu still existed. There was no way around it. His leveling efficiency was just too fast, and the equipment he farmed was something no one could wear. I should go level up a bit in the back. After clearing the outskirts of the forest, Sumu walked deeper inside. Haven't the monsters respawned yet? Arriving outside the elite camp from yesterday, there was nothing here. Is the respawn time really that slow? This made Sumu frown. He had originally planned to farm some elite monsters and take down the boss again. Then I can only keep moving forward. There was no choice. Sumu could only venture deeper into the woods. Compared to his previous caution, he walked with a swagger this time. Even if the monsters deeper in the forest were of a higher level, they couldn't take down this squishy mage in an instant. After walking for more than 10 minutes, a roadblock appeared on his path. It was made of a large tree covered in thorns, directly blocking the way ahead. On either side of the roadblock stood 2 goblins armed with bows. Not only that, but behind the roadblock, he could also see some goblins wielding staves and some strong goblin warriors. If I keep going forward, I should reach the goblins' main camp, right? My hidden class quest should be completed back there. Sumu gazed into the distance. There were many more roadblocks behind this one, and the path ahead was basically filled with goblins. The herbal resources in here are even richer. Besides that, Sumu also spotted quite a few herbs. I'll clear a path first, then set up a frost storm to level up, and then log off to check the livestream. He didn't care at all about the roadblock. He could just use his blink skill to get through. He took a few steps forward. Close the mage bloodline. Frost storm. The reason for closing the mage bloodline to unleash the storm was to control the experience points. You killed a goblin hunter and gained 10 experience. You killed a goblin mage and gained 10 experience. You gained 1 intelligence from the mage's radiance. Continuous prompts appeared. In terms of experience, these goblins were at the same level as Sumu, and under the AoE of his group attack skill, the mage's radiance triggered twice. Blink! After clearing a group of goblins, Sumu directly blinked to loot the items. Time slowly passed, and it was almost 1 o'clock. Sumage, you don't need to worry too much, everything has been arranged on site, and there won't be any problems. In the president's office of the Qin group in the Demon City, Qinfen stood in front of Sumu. Although he said he wasn't worried, his tightly clenched fists betrayed him. I do have confidence in President Qin. Sumu replied with a smile, his expression far more anxious than Qinfen's. Seeing Sumu's expression, Qinfen couldn't help but frown, revealing a look of confusion. President Qin, everything is arranged, we can start at any time. Just then, someone walked in. Got it, Qinfen replied and then said to Sumu, shall we begin? President Qin, you go ahead, I'll tidy up and be right there. Sumu responded. Qinfen nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Phew! As soon as he left, Sumu tugged at the tie around his neck and exhaled forcefully. He took off his suit jacket and adjusted the fireball mechanism in his hand. Soon, he put on the suit jacket and walked out of the room. Qinfen and a few others were waiting here when he came out, and they stepped forward first. Sumu followed closely behind. The group arrived outside a conference room door. Qinfen gestured to the person next to him, who pushed the door open with force. Inside the large conference room, it was filled with people, mostly reporters from major media outlets, including some foreign journalists. Qinfen entered first, pointing to the position at the door, signaling to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, the live broadcast is about to begin. Let's welcome Su Fazhen. Upon hearing Qinfen's voice, Sumu took a deep breath and walked into the room. Hello everyone, I am Sumu. He politely greeted everyone. A camera focused on him, and a large screen appeared behind him. Is this Su Fazhen? Not what I expected. Not as handsome as I thought. I was expecting a super handsome guy. Why do I feel like this guy looks a bit familiar? He's not a burly man? Fazhen? A burly man is a warrior. The screen was filled with a flurry of comments, one after another. Ha! Looking at those comments, Sumu took a deep breath. A closer look revealed that his body was shaking unnaturally. In this situation, as a fraud, he was already extremely nervous inside. Next, I will demonstrate the fireball skill from the game. He forced himself to control his trembling body and shouted loudly. In the next second, he began the performance as he had practiced during this time. It's coming. Can he really release the skill? I wonder, if he can release skills, will the monsters in the game one day invade reality? Who can say? The meaning of this game is worth pondering. In any case, being able to see fireballs in reality means we can do it in the future. Just thinking about it is exciting. The comments started discussing again. Compared to those viewers behind the screen, the audience present, including reporters, all widened their eyes and raised their cameras. Fireball! Sumu deliberately shouted loudly to attract everyone's attention, then used a magical technique to trigger a mechanism in his suit. In the next second, a fireball flew out directly. As the fireball took shape, Sumu shouted again, I can only summon a fireball now, its power is not enough to demonstrate. After saying this, he looked at the comments on the big screen. Wow, the fireball really came out? So fast, I didn't see clearly. Can Su Fazhen do it again? Su Fazhen is amazing. Oh my god. This is just too exaggerated. The screen was filled with shock. Even the audience present was dumbfounded. It worked. Sumu was secretly delighted upon seeing this. Next, he just needed to answer some questions to solidify his identity as Fazhen. Ha! But at that moment, someone suddenly rushed towards Sumu. His speed was fast, almost instantly reaching Sumu's face. What's going on? Sumu was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, his head was struck by a punch. Bang! Sumu fell heavily to the ground, his life or death uncertain. Yet even so, the person did not stop, raising his fist again, aiming for Sumu's forehead, wanting to finish him off completely. You dare! But before his fist could fall, a loud shout rang out, and someone suddenly crashed into him, sending him flying against the wall. Security! This scene completely caught Qin off guard, and his reaction was quick as he immediately shouted out. The person who acted changed his expression, staring intently at Long Fei, while his peripheral vision swept towards the fallen Sumu. He was Kenjiro, a ninja from the land of cherry blossoms. The moment he saw Sumu unleash a fireball, he knew he had to take action. If such a terrifying enemy were allowed to develop, how could the land of cherry blossoms dominate the world? For this, he was willing to pay any price, all for the sake of so-called honor. Kenjiro attacked Long Fei. The two quickly became entangled in a fight, but there were other security personnel on site. For this live broadcast, Qin had made ample preparations, and those security guards immediately surrounded Kenjiro. He must die. Kenjiro showed no signs of retreating. Even if he left his life here, he had to take down Sumu. Make your move. Suddenly, another voice rang out in the conference room. In the next second, a figure rushed towards the fallen Sumu. Stop him, Qin shouted urgently. Get out of the way. But the person's skills were surprisingly good, and in just a few moves, he took down the security guards blocking his path. Not only that, several people with press credentials in the venue also joined in. Almost in the blink of an eye, the person reached Sumu's side and kicked towards Sumu's head. Blood burst forth. It's over. Seeing this, Qin felt as if he had lost all his strength and collapsed to the ground. He had clearly made arrangements, he had clearly reiterated his instructions, yet the development of events had exceeded his control. No one leaves today. On the scene, Long Fei's furious roar was deafening. At the same time, the special forces outside the Qin group received the signal and locked down the entire building. With their strength, not even a mosquito could escape the Qin group at this moment. Beautiful country. Mr. Langt, we succeeded over there. Langtnade sat in his office chair, and upon hearing the report from his subordinate, a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Nice! What kind of bullshit god of law? That title must belong to me, Langtnade. Ha! 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 The laughter echoed continuously in the large office. Land of cherry blossoms. We succeeded, but Kenjiro probably won't be coming back. There are always sacrifices in big undertakings. Kenjiro's sacrifice is valuable. Although the Hua country gained double experience and seized some advantages, once that Sumu is dead, he will no longer be a threat. A man stood under a cherry blossom tree, holding a few petals in his hand, a brilliant smile on his face. Other parts of the world. One after another, people received the news of the god of law falling. Great! This guy died just right. Isn't there a saying in Hua country? A tall tree catches the wind. Now he's reaping what he sowed, right? Their attitude towards the fall of the god of law was almost unanimous. They applauded in approval. Congratulations, you leveled up. Sumu was unaware of everything happening outside. He timed it perfectly, and after a little over 10 minutes past 1, he threw a frost storm towards the roadblock ahead, while also leveling up to level 5 of the first stage. At the same time, on the world level leaderboard, his level also changed from level 4 of the first stage to level 5. The feeling of leveling up is still great. Killing these monsters of the same level, the probability of triggering the God of Law's brilliance is not low. If I could keep from leveling up, I could infinitely farm intelligence. Having successfully leveled up, Sumu allocated the 20 points of distributable attributes to intelligence this time. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, Tier 1, level 5, 20/18,000, health, 3930 mana, 16800 attack, 256 spell attack, 1014 physical defense, 393 spell defense, 420 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 35, agility 228, spirit 290, plus 130, intelligence 412, plus 95, equipment, goblin staff, skeleton ring, medal of valor, ice wolf cloth armor, ice wolf leggings, fury boots, apostle gloves, blue mage hat. The reason for increasing intelligence is mainly because after doing so, my spell attack can break through the 1000-point barrier. I'm now called the 1000 damage mage. On the attribute interface, that 4-digit spell attack looks dazzling no matter how you look at it. That imposter should have been exposed by now, right? Thinking of the live broadcast happening in the real world, Sumu smirked. The mage god who is live streaming cannot level up in the game. The time node I've locked in is enough to turn that live broadcast into a farce. As for whether this detail will be discovered, Sumu opened the world channel. What the hell, did the mage god just level up? Aren't they live streaming? This is obvious, the mage god live streaming outside is fake. Indeed, there are many people named Sumu, and this game is different from ordinary online games. You can't even see the level of someone standing opposite you, making it really hard to tell. Damn it, I hate scammers the most. I'm going to spam the live stream. Who has the time to watch live streams? Leveling up is the hard truth. The number of people stealing monsters has decreased today, and double experience is about to run out. As expected, the crowd's eyes are sharp. I don't even need to step in. The angry netizens will help me smash that imposter's head. Of course, Sumu could also choose to ignore that imposter and let him divert the public's attention. But then again, this person is using my identity to swindle. In the end, won't all this mess fall back on me? I don't want to be the scapegoat. Level 5 of Tier 1, soon I'll reach the Goblin's base camp. I'll go back and learn a few skills before coming back. Sumu didn't know that he didn't need those netizens to take action. The imposter's head had already been smashed. After such a big incident at the live broadcast site, the internet was thrown into chaos. Is it true? The mage god Su was taken down? That's the light of our Huagua. My youth is over. Why did this happen? The entire internet was filled with wails. But amidst these wails, some different voices emerged. The one live streaming is an imposter. The mage god Su just leveled up in the game. You can tell from the level leaderboard. Yeah, although you can't see if the mage god Su is online on the leaderboard, the level will still change. I suspect the mage god Su deliberately chose to level up while the imposter was streaming to slap his face. I'm dying of laughter. Did that imposter just dig his own grave? I want to laugh too. That guy really took the bullet. The mage god Su better hide well. I think if the mage god Su really came, those people probably couldn't beat him. One after another, comments emerged, confirming that the mage god Su had not died, and the news of the imposter at the live broadcast site was quickly verified. Across the internet, countless people were expressing their feelings. This twist is really as thrilling as a roller coaster. Shin Group, Shinfun was sitting in his office, looking grim. He had received the news that mage god Su had not died and knew that the one he found was an imposter. At this moment, he deeply felt what it meant to have his intelligence insulted. He clearly had some ways to confirm the identity of Su Fashion, such as having the other party trade him some high-level equipment, or asking the other party to reveal the Novice Village serial number, arranging for someone from the Novice Village to verify. But he was just blinded by immediate gains. Ding, ding, ding. The phone on the desk rang. Shinfun sat up straight, his expression anxious as he picked up the phone. Do you know you've embarrassed our Chin family? A serious, deep voice came from the other end. Father, this time I didn't do well. I promise there won't be a next time, Shinfun replied, swallowing hard. Your elder brother has already arranged for public relations. If anyone asks, just say this live broadcast was actually a special operation in cooperation with Captain Long to root out those with ulterior motives. The voice on the other end didn't blame him, but spoke with a tone of disappointment. Compared to your elder brother, you are still too rash in your actions. During this time, you should level up properly in the game and help your elder brother collect some gold coins, understand? Understood, father. Chin-fun replied with a dark expression. After he finished speaking, the call was hung up. Chin-fun remained silent for a moment before suddenly exploding, forcefully throwing everything on the desk to the ground. Elder brother, you only know elder brother. I will make you know, I am the most promising heir of the Chin family, in beautiful country. In the office of Ront Nader, cheerful music was playing. Accompanied by the rhythm, nearly 60-year-old Ront Nader was dancing joyfully. On his desk sat a bottle of red wine. Judging by the labeled year, that bottle was extraordinarily valuable. Yet he was just that happy. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the office door was knocked on. Ront Nader frowned and turned off the music. Come in. The door was pushed open, and it was the person who had reported Sufashin's death, but his face looked somewhat grim now. What happened? Ront Nader asked. The news just came in again. The one who died was a fake. It said that it was a trap set by Long Country, and in the game, that Sufashin leveled up after the live broadcast, the subordinate said nervously. I must have fallen into a trap. What did you say? Upon hearing this news, Ront Nader's eyes widened, and his face turned red. He wanted to say something more, but suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and collapsed to the ground. Ambulance, call an ambulance quickly. In the office, only the sound of the subordinates shouting remained. In Cherry Blossom Country, I haven't been this happy in a long time. A man sat cross-legged under a cherry blossom tree, eating sashimi and drinking sake. Soon, another person rushed over. Your Highness, we've been tricked, he reported nervously, completely losing his composure. This move should be called closing the door to hit. No, inviting the gentleman into the urn. Kenjiro died for nothing. Crash! A crisp sound rang out. The cup the man was holding shattered into several pieces. His beautiful kimono was splashed with sake. Baka! Sufashin, I will make you die a terrible death. Under the cherry blossom tree, the angry roar continued unabated. In White Mist Town, Mage Hall. Hello, I want to learn mage skills. Sumu stood in front of a mage, smiling as he spoke. May the will of the god of magic guide you. As the mage spoke, a skill appeared before Sumu. Ring of Resistance, D-grade. Learning the skill required 10 gold coins, and Sumu had thousands of gold coins in his bag, feeling no pressure at all. He was eager to learn more skills. Level up fully. Ring of Resistance, S-class consumes 300 mana points. After use, pushes enemies within a 10-meter radius away. Push distance is affected by intelligence enhancement, and deal spell damage x 300%, instant cast, cooldown time 30s. After fully upgrading this skill, the effect is quite good. Sumu walked out of the mage hall and headed to the halls of other professions. White Mist Town is large, with each profession having a decent building. The closest to the mage hall is the priest hall. Unlike the novice village, the priest hall has many young and beautiful ladies. May the holy light shine upon you. Under the serene smile of a lady, a skill appeared before Sumu. Holy Light Missile, D-class. Sumu decisively learned it and maxed it out. Holy Light Missile, S-class consumes 200 mana points, transforms the holy light into a missile, dealing spell damage x 600% to the target, or can be cast on an ally to restore their health by spell attack x 600%, instant cast, cooldown 10s. I no longer need the priest skills to deal damage, but it's better to learn it than not. Sumu found this priest skill rather average. For now, the skill he used the most was still the group healing spell. Next, following the signposts in the town, Sumu arrived at the Archer Hall. Hello, adventurer. Upon entering, a spirited female archer greeted him warmly. I want to learn skills. Sure. Soon, many skills appeared before Sumu. Among them were skills he hadn't learned in the novice village. Now that I have enough money, I'll learn them all. After thinking for a moment, Sumu chose to learn them one by one. Soon he reached a skill that could only be learned at level 5 of the first tier. Eagle Eye, D-class when activated, increases vision range by 100 meters and bow range by 10 meters, duration 1 minute, cooldown 5 minutes. The skill is pretty good. Seeing this skill, Sumu showed a delighted expression. His current normal vision range was about 300 meters. Although the Thunderbolt skill could attack targets up to 1,000 meters away, at that distance, the target looked quite blurry. Max it out. With a beaming smile, Sumu immediately upgraded this skill to the highest level. Eagle Eye, S-class when activated, increases vision range by 1,000 meters and bow range by 100 meters, duration, 1 minute 30 seconds, cooldown time, 5 minutes. Awesome. With an additional 1,000 meters of vision range, combined with his original range, he could achieve precise lightning strikes from a kilometer away. So comfortable. While humming a tune, Sumu learned all the skills from the other two professions, including the taunt skill from the warrior that he hadn't learned in the novice village. The warrior's first tier skill was a shield counter, which required equipping a shield to use, but Sumu still chose to learn and max it out. Next came the assassin's skills. Bludgeon, S-class strikes the opponent's head, dealing physical damage x 200% and putting them into a 60 stun state. They will awaken if attacked while stunned. A nice opening skill. A staff can also be considered a club. After learning the skills, Sumu continued to wander around Whiteness Town. His bag was too full, and he needed to find a place to store some items. Hello, can I store items here? He arrived at the largest inn in Whiteness Town. Yes, you can. The owner was a very cute girl, but her adorable face quickly revealed a greedy expression. 10 gold coins a day. So expensive? This price surprised Sumu. My inn not only stores items but also provides rest. It's perfect for adventurers like you. Do you want to stay or not? The landlady put her hands on her hips and said, then let's rent it for a day. Hearing this, Sumu became interested and took out 10 gold coins. Here's your key. The landlady quickly produced a key marked with 206. Taking the key, Sumu went upstairs to find the room. The furnishings inside were very simple, just like an ordinary inn. Besides the bed, there was also a large locked chest. Sumu tried the key in his hand, and the chest opened, revealing a storage compartment with 100 slots. 10 gold coins a day for storing items. This price would be unbearable for others, right? Sumu couldn't help but mutter. But according to the landlady, I can stay in this inn without logging out? What about food? After putting a large amount of wrought iron, magic pattern cloth, and some first-tier equipment into the chest, he looked at the bed behind him. Lying down felt quite comfortable. I'll come back to try it later. I'll probably stay in this town for a while, so I can pay 100 for rent first. After organizing his storage slots, Sumu left the room and locked the door. He could directly put the key into the storage slots, taking up just one space, which was quite convenient. Here are 90 gold coins. I'll rent for another 10 days. After going downstairs, Sumu found the innkeeper. Wow! The landlady's eyes lit up as she looked at the gold coins. You really are a wealthy guy. So, is there food here? Sumu shrugged and asked. Of course. My cooking skills are quite good. Since you spent so much money, this meal is on me. Just sit tight for a moment. The landlady beamed as she got busy. Sumu wasn't in a hurry and casually sat down at a spot. Soon, a fragrant feast was served. Unknown roasted meat and a bowl of soup. Not bad. After tasting it, Sumu nodded. Everything in this game felt real. After finishing the food, he could clearly feel his stamina replenished. I wonder if this will have any effect on reality. After leaving the inn, a thought popped into Sumu's mind. Log out. He directly exited the game. I'm so full. Upon returning to reality, he was surprised to find that after eating his fill in Shinto, he was also full in real life. So, as long as you have enough gold coins, anyone can stay in the game indefinitely? And as long as your health is above 1 point in the game, doesn't that mean you could achieve immortality? As this thought emerged, Sumu felt it was increasingly feasible. Not to mention others, achieving immortality in Shinto was definitely within his reach. My goal is to become a god. I must keep working hard. Taking a deep breath, Sumu calmed his emotions. I wonder what that imposter is up to now. Just as he was about to enter the game, he suddenly remembered the live stream. He rushed into his bedroom, picked up the phone on the bed, and opened Weibo. What? When he saw the description of the live stream, his eyes widened. So many people actually want to put me to death? The imposter's death shocked Sumu deeply. I absolutely cannot let anyone know my true identity. Sumu clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. Right now, he didn't possess the strength to rise above everything, but as long as he continued to improve in the Shinto game, there would be no one in reality who could threaten him. The road ahead is still long. Sighing, Sumu summoned the Shinto crystal and entered the game. In the vast Whiteness town, he was the only player present. The double experience time had already passed. Even for the leading players, it would probably take some time to reach the first tier. First, clear the Goblin Forest, complete the NPC's quest, and the hidden class quest. I wonder what this hidden class will be. Actually, it doesn't matter. I can learn any skill anyway. Thinking of the crystal that Meijin Tai had shown him, Sumu raised an eyebrow. The skills of a hidden class shouldn't be bad, right? Heading towards the Goblin Forest, Sumu quickened his pace. Eagle Eye. Once he entered the woods, he activated the Eagle Eye skill. My vision just opened up. With the enhancement of this skill, his field of view suddenly widened, and he could even see the patterns on the trees hundreds of meters away clearly. By observing, Sumu avoided some goblins on the outskirts and headed straight for the location of the main camp. Those low-level monsters no longer provided any benefits. Killing them would only waste his inventory space. I'll gather herbs and quest items along the way. Of course, if he saw herbs or quest items, Sumu would still stop to collect them. Quest completed. Gather green mushrooms from Goblin Forest. Quest completed. Goblin mixed soup. Soon, the two gathering quests were completed. leaving only the last one for collecting blueberries. Sumu hadn't seen those blueberries on the outskirts of the forest. It seemed he had to reach the goblin main camp to collect them. Continuing deeper, he arrived at the location of the previous roadblocks. The ordinary goblins on the road had respawned. Activate the bloodline of the mage god. Sumu decisively activated the mage god's bloodline. Frost storm. The next second, a frost storm instantly enveloped the goblins in the first few roadblocks within a radius of 300 meters. You killed a goblin hunter, gaining 1 experience point. You killed a goblin mage, gaining 1 experience point. Gained a point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. Under the high damage of the frost storm, the ordinary monster's health dropped to 0 in just 2 seconds, unable to escape at all. The double experience has ended. Looking at the 70 or 80 experience points gained, Sumu pouted. If it weren't for the double experience over the past 2 days, he definitely wouldn't have reached level 5 of the first tier. The radiance of the mage god only triggered once. Low-level monsters just don't cut it. He wasn't very satisfied with gaining just a point of intelligence. Fortunately, taking down these goblins didn't take much of his time. From here to the goblin main camp, there were at least 10 more roadblocks, and the number of goblins was at least 400. Sumu initially wanted to sneak past, but with those roadblocks in the way, he couldn't run far in 30 seconds. It was easier to push through. Frost storm. He released a frost storm towards the roadblock behind him and directly blinked to start collecting the light orbs dropped by the goblins in front. The whole process was very smooth and efficient. When his inventory was almost full, Sumu would stop to break down the equipment. No matter how many materials I stockpile, they'll definitely sell. Whether it was wrought iron or magic pattern cloth, Sumu already had several sets of both. Even if he made equipment, he wouldn't need that much, but when others reached the first tier and started learning life skills, these items would sell much better than those pieces of equipment. I wonder how those rich players are leveling up. I'm still waiting to sell my stuff. Looking at the level leaderboard, he saw that he was still the only one at the first tier, and Sumu felt a bit helpless. The bone sword he had put up for auction was sold for 600 gold coins. Besides that, he only had first-tier equipment left. Those pieces of equipment definitely wouldn't sell now. However, once those rich players reached the first tier, he could start making sales. The value of gold coins in this world is even more precious than gold in the real world. What is that? After picking up all the bags, Sumu walked to the last barrier and was startled by the scene ahead. It was a village full of goblins. The village was quite large, with at least a few thousand goblins based on their numbers. So many goblins? There should be elite monsters inside, right? The barrier was still some distance from the goblin village, so Sumu couldn't see clearly. Eagle Eye. He activated Eagle Eye, and his vision suddenly became clear. The entire village is divided into 3 parts. The outermost area has ordinary monsters and elite monsters, all at level 5 of the first tier. Further inside are all elite monsters, and there are a few that look like bosses. After observing for a while, Sumu realized that this goblin village was not simple. Just the boss-like entities he could see numbered 3. The central area of the village was blocked by high wooden walls. There were watchtowers at 4 positions on the wall, all manned by elite goblin archers. Sumu couldn't see what was happening inside the wooden walls, his brow furrowed. My mission target should be in there, right? What should I do next? Even with his current strength, if he wanted to conquer this goblin village alone, he had to plan his strategy. Do these monsters have a linked aggro mechanism? If I start with Frost Storm, will it pull all the monsters out? Sumu began to observe the distribution of goblins around the village. Based on experience, there should be an aggro range among these goblins. As long as he controlled the area of Frost Storm well, he could pull out a wave of goblins. Ordinary ones are fine, but the elite ones are a bit troublesome. With Eagle Eye activated, Sumu could clearly see the attributes of those goblins. The ones that posed a threat to him were the elite goblin archers. Goblin Sharpshooter, elite, level, 1 tier 5 health, 20,000/20,000 ranged physical attack, 800 physical defense, 100 magic defense, 100 skills, piercing arrow swift description. These goblin sharpshooters have an attack range of nearly 100 meters and possess keen insight. As long as one enters their shooting range, they will be shot to pieces. Ranged monsters are the hardest to kite. Compared to melee monsters, Sumu found ranged monsters much more annoying, not to mention elite ranged monsters. The goblin sharpshooters had low defense, but their health was a full 20,000 points. Sumu looked at his intelligence value, 415, 95, 10-20 points of spell attack. Calculating, each hit from Frost Storm dealt 1940 points of damage. In 8 seconds, a single Frost Storm was not enough to take down these goblin sharpshooters. One sharpshooter's normal attack damage is 407 points. I need to pull at least 20 of them. Even without using skills, a round of volleys could take away 8,000 points of my health. Then let's use 2 frost storms. After some thought, Sumu made a plan. In the same area, the damage from frost storm cannot stack, but once the damage from the first frost storm is maxed out, releasing the second one would be fine. Although this method was much slower than using fire rain, it was more stable. With a release range of 300 meters plus the slow effect, as long as he kept kiting, those sharpshooters wouldn't be able to hit him at all. First, deal with the ranged monsters on the outskirts, then take down the first boss. The several bosses inside the village were positioned separately, with a considerable distance between them. It was entirely feasible to pull out one boss at a time to fight. Of course, Sumu could also choose to AoE all 3 bosses together. Let's get started. Taking a deep breath, Sumu walked towards the outskirts of the village. With the blessing of the god of magic's bloodline, the frost storm had absolute initiative. The air around the village suddenly dropped, and frost accompanied by a fierce wind struck the goblins. -1990, -1990, -1940, -1940. One after another, damage numbers popped up above the goblins' heads. At the same time, their aggro target shifted to Sumu. Wow! A large group of goblins rushed over, shouting, but under the interference of the frost storm, their movement speed was affected, and some were even frozen into ice sculptures. Once they get close, I'll unleash the second frost storm. Sumu retreated, his gaze fixed on the goblins in the storm. What's that? Suddenly, he noticed that the speed of those sharpshooters had increased. They were under a slow effect, yet their speed was faster than before. A skill? Sumu quickly realized this must be the elite monster's swift skill. With 30 sharpshooters, it would be a bit troublesome if I entered their range. In the state of swift, some sharpshooters were about to run out of the frost storm's range. Another one! Without hesitation, Sumu connected to that area, and the second frost storm struck again. The goblin sharpshooters that had just rushed out of the storm's range were immediately covered by the second frost storm. Blink! Seizing the opportunity, Sumu blinked backward, escaping the goblin's range. The goblin sharpshooters could do nothing but endure the damage from the 2 frost storms. You killed a goblin warrior and gained 5 experience. You killed a goblin warrior and gained 5 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the god of magic's radiance. A series of prompts popped up, and those ordinary goblins had already fallen first. You killed a goblin sharpshooter and gained 100 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the god of magic's radiance. You killed a goblin sharpshooter and gained 100 experience. Following that, the elite sharpshooters fell one after another. This method of play is still stable. Basically, the monsters can't get close to me. The 2 frost storms created a 600-meter frost path, and with the high damage, it was simply too comfortable. Intelligence increased by 5 points. Elite monsters really yield high rewards. Once I clear out all the small monsters in this area, I should gain at least 20 more points of intelligence. The intelligence column changed to 420/95, and the experience column became 3386/18,000. Energy awakening. Blink. While recovering his mana, Sumu used Blink to collect the light orbs dropped by the goblins. You obtained a goblin iron bow. You obtained 3 gold coins. You obtained agile boots. You obtained Swift. After picking up quite a few items, a skill caught Sumu's eye. Compared to ordinary monsters, elite monsters were indeed rich. Swift, D rank increases your movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. Cooldown of 1 minute. A skill that increases movement speed. Pretty good. Max it out. After learning it, Sumu fully upgraded the skill. Swift, S rank increases your movement speed by 200% for 15 seconds. Cooldown of 1 minute. Not bad. It will work wonders when paired with stealth. Looking at his skill bar with no limits, Sumu felt a sense of delight. Having infinite skill points is simply exhilarating, making him want to learn every skill and max them all out. Do it the same way. After picking up the items, his mana was almost fully restored, and Sumu walked leisurely towards the outskirts of the village. After dealing with a group of goblins, he had more room to maneuver. Frost storm. Starting with a storm, he retreated, then unleashed a second frost storm in the next area. You killed a goblin warrior and gained 5 experience. You killed a goblin sharpshooter and gained 100 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. You killed a goblin sharpshooter and gained 100 experience. After the 2 storms ended, there were over 100 goblin corpses lying on the ground. Not in a hurry to collect the loot, Sumu looked towards the first boss on the outskirts. It was a tall goblin clad in heavy armor, wielding a spear. It's your turn. Fixating on the boss, Sumu stroked his chin in thought. Goblin Spear Thrower, boss, level, 1st order 5th level health, 60,000/60,000 physical attack, 1400 physical defense, 300 magic defense, 300 skills, spear throw, clone, bloodthirst with 60,000 health, 1400 attack, and 3 skills. This boss's strength was evident, but that wasn't the key. the key was the elite monsters beside the boss, also wielding spears. It wouldn't be impossible to AoE them together, but that was before. Now Sumu had a better strategy. Walking towards the village outskirts, Sumu increased the distance between himself and the boss. After a few hundred meters, the boss's figure had shrunk considerably. After 1,000 meters, Sumu could hardly see the boss's exact position. Eagle Eye. In the next moment, Sumu decisively activated the skill, and his vision expanded instantly. From over 1,000 meters away, he could clearly see the boss's location. The intelligence bar showed 425, plus 95, with 1040 spell attack. Thunderbolt. Without hesitation, lightning surged in Sumu's eyes. In the next second, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky onto the goblin boss. Minus 10,100. A massive damage number popped up. If there were other players here, they would surely be stunned by this damage, especially the mages. How many fireballs would they have to cast to deal that much damage? Boom! The first bolt of lightning hit successfully, followed closely by the second. Minus 10,100. Even with 60,000 health, these two thunderbolts significantly reduced the boss's health. Roar! At that moment, the enraged boss seemed to sense Sumu's position and let out a furious roar. Under its command, the nearby elite monsters charged towards Sumu's location. Compared to the clumsy warriors, they were much faster. The boss itself moved swiftly, leading the charge. Come on! Sumu watched the boss's movements, a slight smile on his lips. With the perspective granted by Eagle Eye, even from a kilometer away, he could track the goblin boss's actions. Thunderbolt! With the boost from his high intelligence, the lightning struck the boss accurately once more. Minus 10,100. Another 10,000 health points, and the boss's health bar dropped to half. And this was just the beginning. At a distance of 1,000 meters, no matter how fast it would take time to reach him, sending you on your way. Sumu unceremoniously unleashed Thunderbolt again. Even in the state of the god of magic bloodline, a single bolt of lightning requires 1,500 points of mana, and 6 shots only add up to 9,000 points. After defeating the boss, he still had enough mana to deal with those elite monsters. Thunderbolt! Minus 10,100. The sixth lightning strike fell from the sky, taking away the last bit of health from the goblin boss. Thud! Its massive body collapsed to the ground, kicking up quite a bit of dust. You have killed the goblin spearman, gaining 5,000 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the god of magic. It fell without even touching my clothes. Is this the Thunder Mage? As the boss fell, the duration of Eagle Eye was just over half, and seeing the boss's unwilling expression, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. This wasn't even the maximum attack range of Thunderbolt. Energy Awakening. Of course, the battle wasn't over yet. Sumu activated Awakening to restore his mana. After a while, when those elite goblins entered the skill range, Sumu raised his staff. Frost Storm. The goblins were instantly trapped in the frost zone, their speed drastically reduced. Fortunately, their health was high enough to withstand the damage from the first storm. But just as they stepped out of the first storm, the second storm followed closely behind. Yah! The goblins kept shouting something, seemingly cursing. You have killed the goblin thrower, gaining 100 experience. You have killed the goblin thrower, gaining 100 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the god of magic. Dozens of elite monsters fell at the same time, and Sumu's experience surged significantly. 16860/18,000. He only needed to kill a few more elite monsters to level up. Activate Swift Loot. Sumu directly activated the newly acquired Swift skill. In the next second, it felt as if he was enveloped by some strange power, moving swiftly. I'm running so fast. He covered a distance of several hundred meters in just a few seconds. Sumu began to loot the corpses of those elite goblins. There were 2 pieces of first-tier D-grade equipment, which were quite decent. I wonder what the boss dropped. Could there be any skills? What Sumu was looking forward to was still that boss. You have obtained the head of the goblin spearman. You have obtained the goblin spear. You have obtained the blueprint, bloodthirst potion. You have obtained Iron Helm heavy armor. A head, clearly a quest item. Then there were 2 pieces of first-tier level 5, quality A-grade warrior equipment. What caught Sumu's attention was that blueprint. Bloodthirst potion requires 2 blood orchid and 2 revitalizing grass. Effect: enter bloodthirst state after use. Attack speed increased by 50%. Casting speed increased by 50%. This potion is quite powerful, but it's of no use to me. I should learn it. I can make it later and sell it. With the god of magic bloodline, Sumu wasn't worried about casting time. But if one day he felt like using his staff for basic attacks, this potion would be somewhat useful. Of course, the greatest value of this blueprint lies in the fact that after learning it, the potions he creates can be sold. As for those herbs, once he wiped out the entire goblin village, wouldn't he be able to gather them at will? Let's continue. In a hospital in the beautiful country, Lanknade lay on the exclusive hospital bed, looking haggard, slowly opening his eyes. Mr. Lank is awake, doctor, a voice immediately rang out. Soon, several doctors rushed in, examining Lanknade thoroughly. Nothing serious. Lanknade's subordinate let out a sigh of relief. Sue. At that moment, he heard Lanknade on the bed murmuring, Mr. Lank, what do you want to say? He immediately leaned in. Use all our power in Huagua, spare no effort to find that Sue. I want him to completely disappear. Lanknade's voice was extremely weak, yet carried an irresistible tone. Understood, I will deploy the secret weapon. His subordinate nodded heavily. You can rest assured, Sue will undoubtedly die within a month. Next is the second line of defense for the village. Having dealt with the first boss, Sumu's gaze turned to the second boss. It was a goblin, short in stature, holding a dagger and dressed in leather armor. Goblin Thief Leader, Boss, Health, 55,000/55,000 Physical Attack, 1500 Physical Defense, 200 Magic Defense, 200 Skills, Stealth Backstab Kidney Shot. A standard assassin class boss. Although its attack is high, its defense is somewhat lower. Beside this boss, there were also dozens of elite assassin-type monsters. This guy can stealth, so long-range attacks won't be as effective. And those elite assassins are quite tricky to deal with. The entire village was filled with goblins. It was impossible to delve deeper without clearing them out piece by piece. We can fight, start with Thunderbolt to whittle down the boss's health, hit it a few times, then unleash Blizzard. Even if those goblin thieves can stealth, they won't escape the range of the blizzard. After a moment of thought, Sumu already had a plan. However, before fighting the boss, there were still some minor monsters to clear out. No rush, take it slow. Today's task is just to eliminate this goblin village. If that's the case, I can complete my hidden class quest along with those mysterious NPC quests. Sumu wasn't anxious, adjusting the casting range of Froststorm based on the distance between the goblins to ensure he wouldn't suddenly trigger the boss battle. In a novice village, Long Fei had just entered the game when a wizard-like person approached him. I heard you messed up. The wizard had a rather annoying expression on his face. Long Fei showed no signs of caring, shrugged, and replied helplessly, the young master of the Qin family is just too unreliable. Do you know how many people tried to get that Sumu's life on sight? Have they all been caught? The wizard scoffed. Some have been dealt with, but a few should have hidden in the Shinto game. They haven't been found yet. We've stationed people in every corner of the building, just waiting for those people to find it unbearable in the game. Long Fei answered. So Captain Long is taking this time to level up? The wizard chuckled, teasing him. Stop joking with me. Focus on leveling up. Long Fei gave the wizard a light punch, his tone suddenly turning sentimental. It seems that the real Sumu must have calculated this, deliberately leveling up while the imposter was streaming. His leveling speed is really fast. Yeah, I wonder what method he used. If it was a tiered leveling method, there shouldn't be a whisper about it. Could it be that he trained an elite team? The wizard looked equally puzzled. I think he probably won't level up in the short term. The higher the level, the greater our chance of catching up to him. Let's keep it up. Long Fei sighed. He instinctively opened the level leaderboard. What? Upon seeing the person's level on the leaderboard, he was momentarily stunned. What's wrong with you? The wizard quickly waved his hand in front of Long Fei. Long Fei's face was filled with surprise, then he forced a smile. He actually leveled up again. The mage heard this and widened his eyes in disbelief. What the hell? Baimu Town. A beautiful woman was walking down the streets of the town. She seemed to know the way well and entered a secluded alley. The woman tapped her fingernail, and a bug flew out from her little finger. After a while, a figure stepped into the alley. Are you crazy? How dare you come here? Upon seeing the woman, the figure roared in anger. Shoo, keep your voice down. It wouldn't be good if someone saw us. The woman smiled charmingly, looking at the figure. Seeing your face makes me feel sick. The figure remained unmoved. Hee hee. The woman let out a strange laugh that didn't match her appearance. So, what is it that you want to discuss with me? The figure was getting impatient. The woman still wore that smile, her tone leaving no room for refusal. I want to borrow something from you. I need to deal with a fairly strong mage. Congratulations, you leveled up and gained 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. Outside Goblin Village, after defeating the ordinary monsters in front of the second boss, Sumu successfully leveled up to level 6 of the first tier. I've leveled up twice today, this efficiency is really high. I wonder what people in the world will think of my leveling efficiency. Sumu murmured softly, a smile on his face. The dense number of monsters in this goblin village was indeed a great place for leveling up. Intelligence has increased quite a bit, so I'll allocate all 20 points to Spirit. Player, Sumu Profession, Mage Level, Tier 1 Level 6, 14/19,000, Health, 3930 Mana, 17600 Attack, 256 Spell Attack, 1070 Physical Defense, 393 Spell Defense, 440 Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 258, plus 35, Agility 228, Spirit 310, plus 130, Intelligence 440, plus 95, Equipment, Goblin Staff, Skeleton Ring, Medal of Valor, Ice Wolf Cloth Armor, Ice Wolf Leggings, Fury Boots, Apostle Gloves, Blue Mage Hat. If Sumu could screenshot his attributes and post them on the real-world Shinto forum, someone would definitely jump out and say, "This picture is 100% edited. How could anyone have such exaggerated attributes?" However, if those people could see Sumu's skill bar, they would probably shout, "What the hell, he's cheating. Let's start fighting the boss." With his powerful attributes, Sumu felt confident. Eagle Eye. Standing a kilometer away, he activated Eagle Eye vision and focused on the goblin thief. Thunderbolt. Minus 10,500. An exaggerated number immediately popped up, causing the thief boss to shudder. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? Sumu spoke from afar, launching another lightning strike. Minus 10,500. Yeah. The thief boss shouted in anger. At that moment, its figure suddenly disappeared. Not just it, but those elite minions also vanished. Clearly, this was the thief's stealth skill. Frost Storm. Sumu had anticipated all of this and unleashed a storm in the area 300 meters in front of him. Even if the opponent was in stealth, they would definitely be affected by the slow and damage once they entered the storm. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a group of goblin thieves appeared in Sumu's line of sight. Their stealth had been interrupted by the frost storm. The boss isn't affected? However, among this group of goblins, the boss did not show itself. Mana Shield. Sumu didn't dare to be careless and directly raised a shield of over 10,000. Even if that boss has a high attack of 1,500 points, it's impossible to break through a shield of over 10,000. It should try to ambush me from behind. Standing still, Sumu remained vigilant of his rear. The rogue boss had a backstab skill and would definitely not attack head-on while in stealth. Minus 2,607. Suddenly, a huge damage number appeared above Sumu's head. The rogue boss then appeared behind him. Such high damage. This number surprised Sumu slightly. If he hadn't activated his shield, his health bar would have dropped by half. Ring of Resistance. Just as the rogue boss prepared to continue its assault, an energy ring surged from Sumu's body. This energy ring carried a strong repulsive force, instantly knocking the rogue boss away. Thunderbolt. Minus 3,010. Minus 10,500. Two damage numbers popped up above the rogue boss's head in quick succession. Blink. At the same time, Sumu blinked, increasing the distance between himself and the rogue boss by 200 meters. Thunderbolt. Another bolt of lightning fell. The rogue boss was directly hit, and its health plummeted. It raised the dagger in its hand, letting out a reluctant cry, and charged fiercely at Sumu. As a boss, its movement speed was very fast, but no speed could match lightning. Thunderbolt. Minus 10,500. Just before it got close to Sumu, a bolt of lightning accurately struck. The rogue boss's health was nearly depleted. Sumu allowed it to rush in front of him and used the Ring of Resistance again. With his high intelligence bonus, this skill sent the goblin rogue flying 100 meters away. Thunderbolt. Final blow. As the boss was knocked back, Sumu unleashed two more bolts of lightning. In this stalemate, the rogue boss had no chance to evade at all. You have killed the goblin rogue leader and gained 2,000 experience. You gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. It's your turn now. Confirming the boss's death, Sumu turned to face the elite goblin rogues. Under the influence of the first frost storm, they were too far away to pose a threat. Frost Storm. The second frost storm was unleashed, and the elite goblin rogues' health was insufficient to withstand it. Their life points gradually decreased under the storm until they reached 0. You have killed an elite goblin rogue and gained 100 experience. You have killed an elite goblin rogue and gained 100 experience. You gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Done. In the vast goblin village, with the two bosses taken down in succession, Sumu truly felt no pressure. He had too many skills at his disposal, and with the support of the mage's bloodline, as long as he didn't underestimate the enemy or make mistakes, that layer of mana shield could not be broken. Let's see the rewards. Sumu quickly walked towards the rogue boss. You have obtained the head of the goblin rogue leader. You have obtained the silver edge dagger. You have obtained the blueprint. Bright silver leather armor, silver edge dagger, a great attack power plus 300, agility plus 50, attack speed increased 10%, required level, first order level 5 bright silver leather armor, a grade requires magic pattern cloth x20, first order beast skin x20, first order magic crystal x1, effect, physical defense plus 100, magic defense plus 100, health plus 500, agility plus 30, required level, first order level 5 one piece of equipment, 1 blueprint. Sumu directly learned the blueprint and put the dagger into his bag. The attack power of this equipment is very high, and it also adds attack speed. Once those assassin bosses reach level 5 of the first tier, I'm sure I can sell it for a good price. And that piece of leather armor is obviously a good item as well. I have learned the skinning skill, so as long as I kill some first tier beasts that can be skinned, getting the materials won't be a problem at all. When the time comes to sell this leather armor, I could make a nice profit. I wonder if, once I have enough money, I can buy in this world? For example, can I buy that in? Thinking about the scene where I earn so many gold coins that my hands cramp, Sumu's eyes sparkled with golden light. White Mist Town is the first stop after leaving the Novice village. Given the vastness of this Divine Path world, there will surely be even larger cities ahead. To develop in a big city, gold coins are absolutely essential. That goblin is a big guy, clearly a warrior-type boss. I can definitely handle it with ranged lightning strikes, but the center of the village is blocked by high walls, making it impossible to see what's inside. That's a bit of a hassle. Judging by the attributes of the 3 bosses outside, the final boss guarding this village is clearly not simple. Moreover, according to my quest, that boss should be a magic-type boss. Magic-type bosses aren't something to be afraid of. When it comes to casting skills, it definitely can't match me. Energy Awakening. While picking up items, Sumu took a moment to rest and recover mana. There are still some scattered ordinary monsters in the village, which he chose to temporarily ignore. As long as he deals with the boss, those ordinary monsters would be nothing more than a frost storm. In the real world, major forums and discussion boards are buzzing about the live broadcast held by the Chin group. I almost thought Suafation was really in trouble. I didn't expect it to be a setup. This setup was well done. Those with ulterior motives should be exposed. Suafation is the hope for our Huagua's future. It's clear he was envied. Suafation, stay hidden. Don't let anyone find you. At first, the comments online were very much in favor of Sumu. After all, Sumu activated double experience for the Huagua region, benefiting many people. But amidst these discussion threads, some discordant voices began to emerge. Did you know? I have a magician friend who said he noticed during the live broadcast that the fireball was a kind of magic trick. But why hasn't Suafation come out to clarify? Letting this farce continue? TSK, think about it. This live broadcast is just Suafation trying to make money without showing his face. How could he expose that guy? People like him don't deserve to be called a god. Yeah. At first, I really thought it was a coordinated effort, but then it became clear that Sumu just wanted to make money from the live broadcast. People like this are disgusting. I think he spent a lot of money leveling up, and now he probably has no money left, so he teamed up with the Chin family to pull this stunt, fearing his identity would be exposed, so he found a stand-in. Suafation, you must come out and give us an explanation. Under the influence of this public opinion, the tide turned quickly, and almost the entire internet was putting pressure on Suafation to personally appear and provide a reasonable explanation. Public opinion has always been a sharp weapon. This weapon is extremely powerful, capable of completely crushing many people. The overwhelming public opinion online has only one goal: to crush Sumu, to force this Suafation to personally show up to quell these disputes. And that's not enough. The situation gradually extended into the Divine Path game. In the Huagua region's chat channel, message after message popped up. Suafation, come out and clarify. What's Suafation? To me, it's just a turtle hiding its head. I always feel that name is fake. How dare you insult my idol? No matter what, my idol has brought everyone double experience, unlike you keyboard warriors. I just insulted him, so what? If you have the guts, let your Suafation come and kill me. No matter what, Suafation, come out and explain things clearly. Is it all pre-arranged with the broker? More and more people were joining the chat channel, and the messages scrolling across the screen almost all contained the word Suafation. Hawkeye. Thunderbolt. At this moment, Sumu, who was being criticized by the majority, was standing 1,000 meters away, unleashing Thunderbolt. The remaining boss was a warrior class with a health of 60,000 points. However, compared to the other 2 bosses before, this warrior boss was much slower. Before it could reach Sumu, it was already taken down by 6 Thunderbolts. As for the elite monsters following it, they also fell one by one under the attack of Froststorm. Gain 10 intelligence again. This place is just perfect for me. After defeating these monsters, Sumu's experience bar increased by half, 9260/19,000. His intelligence also rose to 450, plus 95. Besides some items dropped by the elite monsters, the boss also dropped good loot. Goblin Warrior Captain's Head. Goblin Warrior Captain's Shield, a great physical defense plus 200, magic defense plus 100, blocks 10% of physical damage, 5% of magic damage, required level, First Order level 5 Goblin Captain's Chain Iron Shoes, a great constitution plus 50, strength plus 30, movement speed plus 5%, required level, First Order level 5 for a warrior. These two pieces of equipment were quite good, especially that shield. It was simply standard gear for a defensive warrior. Once most of the levels reach First Order, I can start selling these pieces of equipment. The equipment dropped by the boss should sell for at least 10,000 gold coins, right? Besides the equipment in his inventory, he also had quite a few First Order items stored in the inn's warehouse. As players' levels increased, the monsters they could kill also became higher level, and the amount of gold obtained increased as well. Compared to before, the value of gold had started to depreciate. For some wealthy players, gathering over 10,000 gold coins was not a difficult task. Too many blue and red potions. These First Order potions have no usage restrictions, even those not at First Order can use them, so I should sell some. Seeing that his inventory was getting full, Sumu opened the auction house and listed some potions, freeing up quite a few slots. He opened the chat channel, ready to type potions in the auction house are being sold cheap, and then saw the overwhelming comments related to him. Am I speculating? Am I making money? And you want me to clarify? After reading many comments, Sumu roughly understood. Isn't it obvious that someone wants to put me on the stage? He squinted his eyes and fell into thought. If he really got angry at these comments and tried to clarify, the scene would definitely not be smaller than a counterfeit live broadcast. Clarify? Not happening. Say what you want, I'll eat, drink, and level up as usual. When my strength is enough to influence the whole world, you guys will all be nothing but clowns. Taking a deep breath, Sumu chose to ignore these comments. If it were the old him, facing such indiscriminate insults, he would have definitely argued back for 800 rounds until one side conceded. But now, his mindset had already changed. Would a god bother with ants? Phantom clone. Summon skeleton. The gaze turned towards the wall in the center of the village, and Sumu summoned his little brother. Inside, the situation was still unknown. He needed to send his little brothers to scout the way. Go! He commanded the skeleton little brother, while Sumu controlled his clone to approach the entrance of the wall. It was a suspended door, seemingly requiring destruction to enter. The skeleton little brother charged ahead, heading straight for the door. The phantom clone followed closely behind. Sumu himself maintained a distance of 1,000 meters, remaining still. While controlling the clone, he could see everything the clone saw. From the perspective of others, the clone was indistinguishable from the real him. Of course, the clone could not speak. Yeah. Soon, as the skeleton little brother approached the gate, the elite goblin archers above the wall immediately launched their attack. They stood high up, and the skeleton warrior could only endure the arrows hitting him. Boom! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, hitting the goblin archer on the wall. It wasn't over yet. The lightning struck again, directly taking down one goblin archer. Boom! The lightning continued. Sumu stood 1,000 meters away, launching long-range attacks. Those goblin archers couldn't reach 1,000 meters in range, and under the assault of the thunder and lightning, they fell one after another. The skeleton warriors and the clone were completely free of pressure, focusing all their efforts on destroying the suspended door. Clang! With a sound, the suspended door fell down. In the state of eagle eye, Sumu clearly saw the situation inside. A goblin sat on a throne, holding a uniquely shaped staff, staring intently at the skeleton warrior and the phantom clone. Beside it, dozens of goblin-like mages raised their staffs together. In the next second, dozens of fireballs flew straight towards the skeleton warrior and the clone. The damage from these fireballs was very high. The two skeleton warriors at the front almost fell down as soon as they were hit. What the heck? Sumu watched the scene from a distance, unable to help but click his tongue. If he went up and got hit by this round of attacks, his mana shield would drop by half. Not to mention that the boss hadn't even made a move yet. However, given the current situation, the skeleton warriors and the phantom clone had no choice but to give up. The door was already open, and he, 1,000 meters away, had not entered combat mode. Sumu controlled the clone to approach the Goblin Grand Mage. Goblin Grand Mage, boss, level, first stage 6th level health, 50,000/50,000 spell attack, 1,500 physical defense, 300 spell defense, 300 skills, spell resistance, summon fire rain, fireball spell. The Goblin Grand Mage clearly noticed the clone and raised a hand to cast a fireball. Minus 2,560. An extremely high damage number popped up above the clone's head. This indicated that the boss's fireball damage bonus reached 200%. Such high damage? Sumu's eyes widened. The clone had the same defense as him. If this fireball hit him, it would also deal minus 2,560 damage. Not to mention the damage from the elite monsters beside the boss was also not low. If he stood there and exchanged blows with them, he would definitely be the one to die. Does that spell resistance mean this guy can reduce spell damage? What Sumu was more concerned about was the boss's skills. The name was easy to understand, but he didn't know how much damage his thunder and lightning would be reduced. Minus 2,560. A few seconds later, another fireball hit the clone. The clone instantly turned into white light. Sumu stood 1,000 meters away, not rushing to make a move. The time for Eagle Eye was about to end. He had to wait for the cooldown of the next Eagle Eye. In a certain Novice village, dozens of people gathered outside the skeleton cave dungeon. Boss Ma, everyone is arranged. One team of strong healers, and the rest are powerful damage dealers. We can go into the dungeon now. These people were all elites trained by Ma Jingfei. Besides all reaching level 8, they had each improved their skills and donned some decent equipment. I don't know what the situation is inside the dungeon. If we can't handle it, everyone cover me and retreat. Ma Jingfei spoke to the crowd, exuding authority. Boss Ma, a first-tier potion has appeared in the auction house with no level requirement. Do you want to buy it? Just as everyone was about to enter, one of his subordinates shouted, "First-tier potion?" Ma Jingfei raised an eyebrow and quickly opened the auction house. He pondered while stroking his chin. This must be sold by Sumu. Soon, he realized, if anyone could sell such a large quantity of first-tier potions at this stage, it could only be the god of magic, Su. With these potions, we will have a better chance in the dungeon. Ma Jingfei smiled, but he didn't immediately buy all the potions. Friend, your potions are 5 gold each. I'll take them all. He sent a message to the nameless seller. Outside Goblin Village, Sumu was about to take action when a private message popped up. 5 gold each? I'm selling them for 3 gold each in the auction house. What's this guy thinking? Seeing the price offered, Sumu was stunned. Is there really someone actively raising the price? But after thinking it through, Sumu understood. There's no such thing as a free lunch. This person clearly came for him. What do you want? He replied. The response came back instantly. I just want to get to know you. No need for that. 3 gold each, take it or leave it. Sumu scoffed, having no intention of getting to know him. Opening his inventory, the number of gold coins displayed was 45,869. With his AoE farming efficiency, he had already collected over 40,000 gold just from looting. This didn't even count the high-value equipment in his inventory. Once those were sold, he would definitely have over 100,000 gold. There was no need to waste time chatting with those wealthy bosses. You must be the god of magic, right? At that moment, another message came through. Sumu was not surprised. If the other party hadn't guessed his identity, why would they offer him free gold? That's me, Sumu admitted directly. God of magic, do you know how much public opinion is swirling outside right now? My name is Ma Jingfei, you should have heard of me. I can help you suppress that public opinion and even organize a press conference to ensure those voices online are silenced. I have one request, I want to team up with you. As long as you agree, I can share everything with you. A flood of messages came in. Sumu glanced at them, frowning. If it were before, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying Ma Jingfei's shoes, but now the big shot's words were filled with a tone of humility. I have no need to explain myself to that public opinion, and as for cooperation, that's even less necessary. Without much thought, Sumu flatly refused. Block messages. After sending that message, Sumu didn't care what Ma Jingfei thought and blocked him. Ma Jingfei might be a good buyer, but he certainly didn't lack buyers for what he was selling. Collaborating with these profit-driven merchants could lead to being sold out without even realizing it. Even if Ma Jingfei's influence could help him deal with that public opinion, so what? Sumu believed that there would definitely be more targeted public opinion stirred up by those with ulterior motives in the future. They won't let it go unless they force themselves into the open. If I respond every time, wouldn't that be just what they want? Nothing can stop me from fighting the boss. Sumu looked towards the distant goblin village. Without activating Eagle Eye, all he could see were blurry walls. Magic Shield, Energy Awakening, Eagle Eye. With 3 skills activated in succession, lightning gathered in Sumu's gaze. Boom! A thunderclap erupted, and a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky above the goblin mage's head. Minus 8,480. In the next moment, a damage number popped up above the goblin mage's head. In the real world, in a large villa, a man looked at several computers in front of him, smiling broadly. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. The hype is successful. I believe that under this kind of public opinion, it won't take 3 days for that guy to crack under the pressure and surface. You did well, I'll transfer the money to you. The voice on the other end was very deep. I don't need money, I want 500 gold coins, the man said with a smile. No problem, as long as he comes out to clarify, the gold coins will be in your hands immediately. The other end responded very readily. The call was quickly hung up, and the man's smile grew even brighter. He stood up, walked to a nearby cabinet, and took out a bottle of XO. Suefation? I want to see how long you can withstand the pressure, he murmured to himself as he poured a glass of wine and downed it in one go. It actually reduced 20% of the spell damage? In the state of eagle eye, Sumu clearly saw the damage caused by the thunderbolt. With the boss's health, at least 7 strikes of lightning would be needed to take it down. But as a magic-type boss, its running speed is still slow. 7 strikes of lightning is more than enough time. Shrugging slightly, Sumu was not at all polite with the Goblin Grand Mage. Thunderbolt! As the opponent rushed towards him, the eagle eye's range perfectly captured its movements, and each strike of lightning was so precise. Minus 8,480. As a damage number popped up above its head, the Goblin Grand Mage died with tears in its eyes. You have killed the Goblin Grand Mage, gaining 5,000 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. As a Grand Mage, its skill range was at least 200 meters, yet it didn't even manage to hit Sumu with a single fireball. If it could speak, it would surely shout, "You can't afford to play this game." Indeed, range is the truth. Watching the largest boss fall to the ground, Sumu laughed heartily. The extremely high range of the lightning combined with eagle eye. Such precise long-range strikes were simply unmanageable for those slower-moving bosses. The rest are no longer a threat. Frost Storm. With the boss taken care of, Sumu was not polite with those elite mages either. With a magic shield on, he directly blinked in front of those mages, starting with a storm and then unleashing a rain of fire. No pressure. With high magic defense, even though these elite monsters were numerous, Sumu could take them all down before they broke through his shield. You have killed the Goblin Elite Mage, gaining 100 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You have killed the Goblin Elite Mage, gaining 100 experience. This experience is rising too fast. After dealing with these monsters, Sumu noticed that the experience bar had increased again. He had already leveled up twice today. Picking up items, my task is complete. With an excited smile, Sumu ran towards the Goblin Mage boss. You have obtained the Goblin Mage's head. You have obtained the Goblin Mage's staff. You have obtained the Goblin Robe. You have obtained the skill, Spell Resistance. A total of 4 items dropped, 2 of which are quest items. The heads are all complete. As long as I hand them over to that mysterious NPC, this series of quests will be finished. I wonder what the reward will be. But this hidden class quest is more important. I need to take this staff to that Entei mage first. In the quest log, both tasks were marked as completed. Sumu was very interested in that hidden class promotion. He looked at the equipment dropped by the boss. Goblin Robe, a great health plus 500, spirit plus 50, intelligence plus 50, 1% chance to restore 500 mana when casting skills not bad. I can sell the White Wolf Robe. Sumu put on the new robe and then listed the old White Wolf Robe on the auction house. This skill is impressive. The remaining item was that skill. Spell Resistance, a grade reduces spell damage taken by 10%. The goblin boss dropping this skill truly gave Sumu a pleasant surprise. Learn it, max it out. Spell Resistance, a grade, upgraded to Spell Resistance, S grade. Spell Resistance, SS grade, upgraded to Spell Resistance, SSS grade, is maxed out. Spell Resistance, SSS grade reduces spell damage taken by 50%. Maxing it out actually reduces 50% of spell damage? That's insane. After seeing the effect of the SSS grade skill, Sumu exclaimed in surprise. With this skill, he could definitely be considered a spell tank. Based on my previous lightning damage, the calculation formula should be skill damage minus spell defense, and the remaining damage is reduced by 50%. That means, the boss's attack just now would only deal a little over 1,000 damage to me. For passive skills like this, the more the better. Sumu looked at his attributes. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, first tier 6, 7580/19000, health, 4430 mana, 18800 attack, 256 spell attack, 1160 physical defense, 393 spell defense, 470 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 35, agility 228, spirit 310, plus 160, intelligence 455, plus 125, equipment, goblin staff, skeleton ring, courage medal, ice wolf leggings, fury boots, apostle gloves, blue mage hat, goblin robe. That's quite an improvement. I have to say, defeating bosses really is a way to get rich, especially since I took down 4 bosses in the goblin village. There are herbs and gathering quest items all around here, and the remaining goblins are all lower level than me. There's not much profit in farming them, so I'll finish all the quests here and then head back. With the goblin village boss taken care of, Sumu shamelessly scavenged the herbs and quest items around. You have obtained blueberries. You have gathered mana grass. You have gathered blood orchid. After finishing gathering all the herbs in this area, Sumu finally revealed a satisfied smile. This trip could definitely be considered a bountiful return. White Mist Town. Sumu hurried back, running quickly and constantly using blink. There was no way around it. Hidden classes were just too enticing. I'm here. Arriving outside the mage hall, Sumu couldn't help but smile. He walked straight in. Having been here before, he found Masterine Tai's room with ease. Knock, knock, come in. The voice of Masterine Tai came from inside. Sumu took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and pushed the door open to enter. Hello, Master. I have completed the task you assigned to me. Seeing the Master again, Sumu was neither humble nor arrogant, polite and respectful. What? In contrast, Masterine Tai showed a look of surprise upon hearing Sumu's words. Soon, he realized his rudeness and quickly adjusted, his tone still carrying a hint of disbelief. You really dealt with that goblin mage? This is its staff. Sumu nodded and took out the task item. How did you do it? The appearance of the staff made Masterine Tai's eyes widen again. He seemed to be quite aware of the situation in that goblin village, so he was very curious about how Sumu conquered the village. There's no need to go into that, right? Sumu smiled slightly, showing no intention of answering. Mainly, how should he respond? Should he say he fought his way in? Should he say that the goblin mage was struck dead by lightning before it even touched his clothes? Masterine Tai definitely wouldn't believe that. I was too abrupt. Masterine Tai had no intention of blaming Sumu for his response. His expression changed constantly, sometimes thoughtful, sometimes sizing up Sumu from head to toe. After a while, he sighed deeply. Since you have completed my test, then it is yours. Saying this, he took out the crystal from before and handed it to Sumu. Task completed. You have obtained the Ashen Mage's gem. A prompt appeared before Sumu. Ashen Mage? That name sounds impressive. Sumu's expression became excited as he quickly looked at the gem. Ashen Mage's gem. This stone seems to contain some kind of inheritance, but it has lost its luster and needs to be activated through some special method. After seeing the description, Sumu's excited heart felt as if it had been doused with cold water. He thought that obtaining the gem would grant him a hidden class, but now it seemed he still had to activate it. What to do now? Sumu looked at Masterine Tai. Since this thing was given by him, he should know how to activate it, right? Masterine Tai, how can I obtain the inheritance within this? Well, I'm not too sure either. Unexpectedly, Masterine Tai also had a bewildered expression. 3 black lines appeared on Sumu's forehead. This NPC is unreliable, but I think since it is related to the Ashen Mage's inheritance, using items that contain fire energy might activate it. Seeing Sumu's deadly gaze, Masterine Tai swallowed hard. Items that contain fire energy? Sumu's brows furrowed into a straight line. Alright then, I'll take my leave for now. Since he had already obtained the gem, he would deal with the activation later. Adventurer, I have one more thing I would like to ask you to help with. Just as Sumu was about to leave, Masterine Tai's voice rang out again. Sumu stopped, turned his head to look at this unreliable NPC, and narrowed his eyes. There are quite a few magic crystal mines in the Misty Mountains west of White Mist Town. I would like to ask you to bring some back for me. I can teach you a spell skill and reward you with a large number of skill points. Do you accept the task, Magic Crystal Mine in the Misty Mountains? Got it. Originally, Sumu didn't want to accept it, but upon hearing about the spell skill, he still took on the task. For him, any task related to skills was a must complete. As for the reward of skill points, in the quest hall, there were quite a few tasks that rewarded skill points, but Sumu couldn't be bothered to even take a look. After bidding farewell to Meijin Tai, Sumu headed to the quest hall. You have completed the task and obtained the recipe, Super Mana Potion. After receiving the potion recipe, Sumu immediately chose to learn it. So tired. At this moment, Sumu already felt fatigued. I'll find that NPC tomorrow. I really can't hold on any longer today. I wonder if resting at the inn has the same effect. Without returning to reality, Sumu went to the inn. Hey, you're back? Upon seeing Sumu, the innkeeper's wife greeted him with a beaming smile and great enthusiasm. At this moment, in the vast White Mist town, he was her only guest. Innkeeper, get me something to eat and drink, Sumu said with a smile. He. The innkeeper's wife chuckled, rubbing her fingers together. Here you go. Sumu, unfazed, took out a few gold coins. "Please wait a moment, guest, it will be ready soon." The innkeeper's wife quickly took the coins and got busy. Before long, a sumptuous meal was served, along with a delicious unknown drink. Eating this food, Sumu felt a significant replenishment, and his fatigue diminished considerably. Compared to what I make myself, the food here is obviously much tastier and more abundant. As long as I have enough gold coins, I could even skip returning to the real world. However, even though he said that, staying in this inn was indeed a bit dull. In a cave in Goblin Forest, a beautiful woman was setting something up in the cave. After a while, a cold smile appeared on her face. "As long as I can trick that adventurer mage into here, he won't be able to escape my grasp. He should be more delicious than those goblins, right? Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee." The cave echoed with terrifying laughter. In the real world, Sumu lay in bed scrolling through his phone. He had tested it at the inn, and lying there indeed allowed for a full rest. However, no matter how good the inn was, it couldn't compare to his own bed. The public opinion about me is getting stronger. Looking at this situation, they won't stop until they force me out. Most of the trending topics he saw on his phone were related to him, and Sumu chose to ignore them all. With such a vast country as Hwagwa, and with him being very low-key in his daily life, it was impossible for anyone to find him. Even if someone did come looking for him, they wouldn't think that a jobless drifter living in a small house could be the legendary Sumage stirring up the storm, unless he were to act recklessly and use his skills in front of them. Otherwise, he was just a small character sharing the same name as the Sumage. Sleep, sleep. For those comments, Sumu chose to turn a blind eye. Somewhere in Hwagwa, a group of people was holding a meeting, their faces showing a sense of worry. "Now that things have escalated online, should we calm the situation down? I think letting them make a fuss might force that Sumage out, but that's not very prudent, is it? Finding him and having our people protect him is the best way to ensure his safety." "That's not protection, that's coercion." Soon, disagreements arose among the crowd, with a few people arguing heatedly. "Everyone, stop arguing." At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, silencing the others. "This matter is definitely not that simple. Let's calm the public opinion first." This person slowly spoke, bringing the meeting to a conclusion. "Early to bed and early to rise is good for your health." The next day, Sumu got up from bed, feeling incredibly comfortable. Perhaps due to a significant boost in his attributes, he was in excellent condition. After preparing a sumptuous breakfast for himself, Sumu entered the game. Are these first-tier potions really in such high demand? Opening the auction house, he found that all the potions listed yesterday had been sold out. There were a total of 5 sets, each containing 100 potions, each priced at 3 gold, totaling 1,500 gold coins. There were also some other items, and the amount of gold waiting to be collected in the auction house was 2,800 coins. Not knowing what the gold limit was, Sumu did not collect these coins, as there was no fee for leaving them there. "Let's make some big blue potions first." He opened the alchemy skill, where a potion he could craft was displayed. "You have created a super mana potion. You have created a super mana potion." Having gathered a large amount of herbs in the Goblin Forest yesterday, Sumu directly crafted 80 bottles of super mana potion. He put half of them up for auction, marking the price at 10 gold per bottle, while keeping the rest for emergencies. "I can go find that NPC now." After organizing his warehouse and inventory, Sumu headed to the Goblin Forest. That mysterious NPC was still waiting for him to turn in the quest. Arriving at the place where he had encountered the NPC before, it was empty. Sumu was not surprised and began to search around. "Hello, adventurer." Not long after, the NPC suddenly appeared. "I have completed the quest, here is what you wanted." Sumu smirked and handed over the heads of several goblins to the NPC. "You are indeed impressive. I didn't expect you to finish the quest so quickly." The NPC revealed an extremely excited smile. She looked at Sumu alluringly and said, "There is a treasure chest in a cave not far ahead, and your reward is inside it." As she spoke, she pointed in a direction and threw a flirtatious glance at Sumu. For some reason, goosebumps rose all over Sumu's body. "Why do I feel like something is off?" As he walked towards the cave, he frowned. According to the previous quest process, usually after completing a quest, the NPC would directly give the reward. What was the deal with sending him to a cave to open a treasure chest? Was this the last step of a series of quests? But the problem was that after the NPC finished speaking, he didn't receive any quest prompt. There must be something wrong. Sumu stopped in his tracks. From the first moment he saw this NPC, that strange feeling had lingered in his heart. Eagle Eye. Moving to a distance, Sumu decisively activated Eagle Eye, searching for that NPC. What is this? In no time, his eyes widened, and his whole body trembled. The beautiful NPC was nowhere to be found at the previous location. Instead, there was a hideous-looking creature that appeared extremely bizarre, and it was gnawing on the heads of those goblins. What the hell is going on? The scene before him left Sumu bewildered. Was I tricked by this NPC? He quickly realized. This was probably the reason why there was no quest reward. There must be something in that cave. What should I do now? Having discovered the true face of the NPC, Sumu found himself in a dilemma. It was best not to turn against it before knowing its strength. Should I go do other quests? Or should I check out that cave? He looked to the other side, using the range of eagle eye to locate the cave. Found it! The cave was very close. He would reach it in another 500 or 600 meters. Through observation, Sumu did not find any ambush at the cave entrance. Since the quest has come this far, I might as well take a look. Arriving at the cave entrance, Sumu carefully observed. There were no monsters. The cave looked like an ordinary cave. Shadow clone. However, to be safe, he summoned a shadow clone. Aside from being unable to use skills or speak, the clone was essentially another version of himself. I'll hide first. After observing the surroundings, Sumu hid behind a patch of bushes. Then, he controlled the clone to step into the cave. The cave wasn't deep, and visibility inside was decent. The clone walked a short distance forward and saw a treasure chest radiating golden light. There really is a chest? Sumu was somewhat surprised to see the chest through the clone's perspective. He had previously opened something good from a silver chest, and now a gold chest was right in front of him. He definitely had to open it. He controlled the clone to approach, and the clone slowly placed its hand on the chest. But at that moment, a strong light suddenly erupted from the chest. The light instantly enveloped the clone, forming a barrier of light. Is it a trap? Outside the cave, Sumu squinted. The clone was trapped by the barrier and unable to escape. This meant that the NPC had never intended to give him any rewards. The so-called chest was actually a trap designed to lure him in. Fortunately, he had used the clone to scout ahead, which saved him from falling into the trap. Hiding in the bushes, Sumu's expression darkened. I want to see what you're really up to. Inside the cave, Sumu controlled the clone to raise its staff and struck the barrier. An invisible force repelled the clone's attack. In this small barrier, the clone had extremely limited space to move. Sumu controlled the clone, struggling continuously. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Suddenly, a burst of laughter echoed. The clone's movements halted abruptly, standing dumbly inside the barrier, staring intently in the direction of the laughter. After a while, a grotesque creature entered the cave. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? An exceptionally hoarse voice rang out. The clone couldn't speak, so it couldn't respond. Sumu controlled the clone to raise its staff and struck at the creature. Thud! The staff hit the barrier and was bounced back. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. The laughter sounded again. The creature stepped forward, coming right in front of the clone. At that moment, Sumu saw the creature's information. Goal level, first stage 5 life points, 50,000/50,000 unknown. Only the level and life points were visible. The other attributes were hidden. Not much health, and the level isn't high. I can deal with it. However, looking at the opponent's level and life points, Sumu's previously anxious heart calmed down. This guy was at most just a bit stronger than those goblins. Why aren't you talking? Inside the cave, the ghoul looked at the clone with a tone of arrogance. As it spoke, its body suddenly transformed back into that beautiful NPC. Now you recognize me, right? If the clone could speak, Sumu would definitely play along with the ghoul, feigning surprise and shouting, "How could it be you?" But now, Sumu could only control the clone to keep striking the barrier with the staff. Don't waste your effort. This is a barrier created by the Grand Mage of White Mist Town, and you can't break it. The ghoul looked at the clone's actions with disdain. It smiled, and a ring that emitted the same light as the barrier appeared in its hand. A beam of light shot from the ring towards the barrier. -500. The next second, a damage number appeared above the clone's head. -500. A second later, another damage number emerged. I can't wait to taste your flavor. As the clone's health continued to drop, the ghoul revealed a sinister smile. Hiss! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared in the cave, striking the ghoul fiercely. -10,600. A damage number popped up above the ghoul's head. Who is it? The ghoul's health dropped significantly in an instant. Clearly startled, it roared madly. Stop shouting! A voice rang out. The expression on the ghoul's face grew even more surprised, unable to help but turn to look at the clone inside the barrier. Weren't you trapped in the barrier by me? What's going on? Hee hee. Sumu did not answer the question, his eyes gathering lightning. -10,600. Another bolt of lightning hit the ghoul, taking away 1/5 of its health. How can your damage be so high? How is this possible? Who are you? The ghoul was now completely panicked. The fear of death wrapped around it. Compared to those bosses, it seemed to possess higher intelligence, but it was precisely this intelligence that made it lose the courage to fight back. I'm just an adventurer. At the entrance of the cave, Sumu looked at the ghoul inside, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As long as he released 3 more bolts of lightning, this ghoul pretending to be an NPC would be dealt with. This was far easier than he had anticipated. Adventurer, don't kill me, I can tell you the secrets of this world. Just as Sumu was about to continue his attack, the ghoul's voice made him pause. The secrets of this world? From the first day he entered this place, Sumu knew that everything was far from simple. He never expected to have the opportunity to touch these secrets now. Go ahead. Sumu stopped attacking and shouted, I'll tell you right now. The ghoul looked ready to speak. However, at that moment, it suddenly charged at Sumu with strange speed. Trying to trick me? Sumu frowned, anger filling his eyes. This guy had tricked him before. Ring of resistance. Just as the ghoul was about to get close to Sumu, an energy ring suddenly appeared. Ah! The powerful force directly bounced the ghoul away. Minus 2,480. A damage number also popped up above the ghoul's head. Die! Sumu no longer held back, and before the ghoul could stabilize its form, another bolt of lightning struck. Minus 10,600. Spare me, adventurer, I can really tell you everything I know. The ghoul pleaded again. At this point, it even knelt on the ground. My master is the fallen mage Adolf. He has a magic book that records the secrets of this world. As long as you can get that book, you can know everything. Your master? Hearing this, Sumu's brows furrowed. That's right, if you don't kill me, I can take you to find him. The ghoul nodded repeatedly. Is that so? Sumu suddenly laughed. But before the ghoul could speak, a bolt of lightning appeared. Minus 10,600. It wasn't over yet. With a mix of fear and surprise on the ghoul's face, Sumu unleashed another bolt of lightning. Minus 10,600. You have killed the ghoul and gained 2,000 experience points. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. As the prompts appeared, Sumu looked at the ghoul's corpse on the ground and sneered. Do you really think I'm stupid? Although Sumu was eager to know the secrets of this world, he could tell from the ghoul's tone that its master was definitely not a good person. With his current strength, if he really went to find that fallen mage with this guy, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Remember this name for now, there will be opportunities in the future. Of course, Sumu would not let go of any clues that could touch the secrets of this world. I wonder what this guy will reveal. He walked towards the corpse. From the experience points, this guy should also be a boss level, but he was just too timid. You have obtained the Azure Ring. You have obtained the skill, shapeshifting. Is that it? Seeing the 2 prompts in front of him, Sumu felt somewhat disappointed. He opened his backpack and looked at the ring. Azure Ring, it seems to be the item of a certain mage from Misty Town, which can unlock the main quest, the Trader of Misty Town. Main quest? The ring couldn't be equipped, it was a quest item, but upon seeing that quest, Sumu suddenly became interested. The ghoul had also mentioned that the barrier was the work of a certain mage in Misty Town. Who could it be? The first person that came to Sumu's mind was that mage Tai. It shouldn't be him. I'll do this quest later. Sumu looked at the skill book. Shapeshifting, S rank. You can change your appearance to that of another person, and the transformed appearance will be fixed. No wonder this guy could turn into a beauty. Seeing the description of the skill, Sumu clicked his tongue in amazement. The auxiliary effect of this skill was absolutely top-notch. As long as he learned this skill, he could completely become another person. Even a woman would be fine. Learned. Congratulations, you have learned shapeshifting. After successfully learning, Sumu opened the skill bar and found the skill. It can be upgraded? The plus after the skill made Sumu's face light up. He didn't expect this special skill could continue to be upgraded. Shapeshifting, S rank. Successfully upgraded to shapeshifting, SS rank. Shapeshifting, SS rank. Successfully upgraded to shapeshifting, SSS rank. Is full. Shapeshifting, SSS rank. You can edit another appearance and its profession. In the transformed state, you can learn all skills of that profession and equip all gear of that profession. Note, after the first edit, you will not be able to edit again. At the moment this skill was maxed out, a face editing frame popped up in front of Sumu. Besides appearance, height, and weight, he could also edit various physical details and names. Wow, does that mean I can completely become another person? Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. This skill was simply divine. Let's edit a fairly ordinary face. After thinking for a moment, he began to edit his second identity. He was already quite handsome, so there was no need for this second identity to be too handsome. A more normal look would suffice, and it was important that it bore no resemblance to his original appearance. Before long, a rather ordinary face appeared before Sumu's eyes. What profession to choose? After selecting a weight and height similar to his own, Sumu looked at the profession column and found himself in a dilemma. He could learn skills from all professions, but some equipment couldn't be worn. However, in the transformed state, some equipment could be worn. Then how about an archer? After much thought, Sumu chose the archer profession. Mainly, he wanted to see how the attributes of an archer would be calculated in the transformed state. Please edit name. Let's call him Xian Yuan. Editing complete. Everything was settled, and this skill also changed. Shapeshifting, SSS rank after use. You will transform into the archer, Xian Yuan. Use. In the next second, Sumu's body began to change, transforming into an archer figure, a man whose appearance was exactly like the face he had just edited. Sumu quickly opened the attribute panel. Player, Xian Yuan class, archer level, tier 1, level 6, 9580/19000, health, 4430 mana, 18800 melee physical attack, 256 ranged physical attack, 656 physical defense, 393 magical defense, 470 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 35, agility 228, spirit 310, plus 160, intelligence 455, plus 125, equipment, goblin staff, skeleton ring, medal of valor, ice wolf leggings, fury boots, apostle gloves, blue mage hat, goblin robe. Spell attack has turned into ranged physical attack, which means I can use a bow now, just as imagined. The archer's ranged attack bonus is agility x2, plus the passive skill learned as an archer, which perfectly matches the 656 ranged attack, and this is without changing to archer equipment. Although ranged physical attack is definitely not as good as spell attack, in the archer class, I am absolutely outstanding. Change back. Sumu quickly transformed back to his original appearance. Looking at it now, this archer identity is of no use, but it will definitely come in handy later. First, let's go back to White Mist Town and take all the quests related to the Misty Mountains, or I could also find that Meijin Tai and ask about the owner of this ring. Sumu did not notice that after he transformed into Xian Yuan, a new name suddenly appeared on the world level leaderboard. Tier 1, level 6 Xian Yuan. And this suddenly emerged person caused an uproar worldwide. What the hell? How did another Tier 1 suddenly pop up? And it's Tier 1, level 6? This is almost catching up to Su the god of magic. I don't know. Who is this Xian Yuan, and how did he suddenly make it onto the list? Could it be that the level leaderboard can actually be hidden? This Xian Yuan has been hiding his level all along and just popped out now? I think that must be it. It's also possible that this guy had some kind of fortuitous encounter. After all, this game can't be understood by common logic. I'm curious if this Xian Yuan can beat that trash Sumu. You're just being stupid again. What's the point of your curiosity? Su the god of magic is my forever idol. Cut it out. Your Su the god of magic is just a coward. I support Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan is the best in the world. In the Huagua District channel, a fierce debate about Sumu and Xian Yuan erupted. In the Sakura Country chat channel, there was a chorus of complaints. Damn, is Huagua that strong? They occupy 2 spots on the world leaderboard. Can our Sakura Country even rise? This is infuriating. I refuse to accept it. Is there no one in Sakura Country who can make it onto the list? Or are they hiding their levels? There's no need to hide anymore, show yourselves. Why can Huagua people level up so fast? Is there some special method? Can't we find it? You guys need to step it up. Not just in Sakura Country, but everywhere else in the world, people were equally shocked by the sudden emergence of Xian Yuan. They'd suddenly realized that there must be some special leveling method in the game of Shinto. As long as they could figure out this method, they could ascend the level leaderboard. White Mist Town. Sumu thought for a while and still took the ring to find Meijin Tai. You mean you encountered a ghoul outside the town? And he colluded with the mages in the town to try to kill you? After learning the details, Meijin Tai's expression changed dramatically. That's right, this was found on that ghoul. Sumu handed the ring to Meijin Tai. This ring contains a magical energy. It does seem like a mage's possession, but I have never seen it before. After carefully examining, Master In Tai shook his head. Moreover, I don't think there are any traitors in the Mage Guild. This statement left Sumu at a loss for words. He was already doubting whether Master In Tai was the owner of the ring. However, given this guy's level, it seemed unlikely. The appearance of the corpse-eating demon in White Mist Town is no small matter. Don't spread the word about this for now. I will discuss it with the town mayor before making a decision. For now, this ring will stay with me. Master In Tai spoke again. At that moment, a prompt popped up in front of Sumu. Accept main quest, traitor of White Mist Town, wait for Master In Tai to discuss with the town mayor, then come to him to discuss the next steps. Seeing this quest, Sumu let out a slight sigh of relief, and his doubts about Master In Tai diminished considerably. As long as this quest was successfully activated, he would naturally find out who the real culprit was as he continued. Then I'll head to the Misty Mountains first. There are many magical beasts in the Misty Mountains, so you must be careful. Master In Tai's tone carried a hint of concern. Sumu smiled in acknowledgement and left the Mage Guild. He didn't rush to the Misty Mountains but instead went to the quest hall. I'll accept all quests related to the Misty Mountains. He began to browse through the quest list, accepting every quest marked with the Misty Mountains. After accepting the quests, Sumu headed to the inn. Before farming monsters, he needed to ensure his inventory was sufficient. He stored a considerable amount of first-tier equipment in the inn's warehouse, freeing up a lot of inventory space. Still not enough. It would be great if I could expand it further. 100 inventory slots are definitely enough for many people, but for him, even another 100 wouldn't be enough. However, he hadn't seen any items or tools in the tailor shop that could expand his inventory. Haven't those guys reached first tier yet? He opened the chat channel and began to observe secretly. Xianyuan YYDS, help me surpass Suafation. From today on, Xianyuan is my idol, and Suafation can step aside. Xianyuan? After just a few glances, Sumu was completely baffled. How did these people know about Xianyuan? He quickly opened the level leaderboard and was shocked to see Xianyuan ranked second. My avatar can still make the list? Of course. After a brief surprise, Sumu smiled. With this second identity, he could do many things, not just face players, but also confuse those NPCs. After the incident with the corpse-eating demon yesterday, Sumu had a significant change in perspective regarding the NPCs in this Divine Path world. To go further in this world, one must always be wary of anyone. First, clear the entire Misty Mountains, then see about completing this main quest. In a novice village, the Skeleton Cave Dungeon. We finally defeated it and got a lot of job certificates. A few people stood beside the pile of bones in the Skeleton Cave Dungeon, crying tears of joy. They had entered with a team of 20, but now only 5 remained. The equipment dropped by the elite monsters should go to those who sacrificed a revival opportunity, and let's give them some gold as well. Among the 5, a warrior dressed in a full set of skeleton armor beamed with excitement. He was Li Xiao. Only he, wearing the full skeleton set, could clear this dungeon at this time. Now that the warrior advancement certificate has been released, once I reach first tier, this dungeon will be at our mercy, and everyone's strength will rapidly improve. Having cleared the dungeon, he was not far from reaching level 10. Moreover, this time the dungeon also dropped a lot of equipment, which greatly enhanced his team. Spending a huge price to buy this set of equipment was indeed worth it. Of course, all the credit goes to the skeleton set he was wearing. Even though he had been far left behind by Suafation, he still managed to leave others far behind. Keep a close eye on the auction house. As soon as high-level first-tier equipment appears, buy it all for me. Li Xiao looked at his subordinate beside him, his eyes resolute. The elite team he established, Shen Tu, was already taking shape. As long as they continued to develop, they would surely become one of the future overlords. In a certain novice village, still in the Skeleton Cave Dungeon. Boss Ma, I heard that Li Xiao's team has already cleared the Skeleton Cave Dungeon, while we are still stuck on the 5th wave of monsters. Before we gather a complete set of skeleton equipment, we probably won't even see the boss. Ma Jingfei's subordinate had a face full of despair. There were 20 of them in total, and their equipment was quite good. But seeing the 5 elite skeleton warriors in front of them, everyone looked fearful. Sigh. Ma Jingfei sighed deeply. His expression was extremely helpless, shaking his head repeatedly. If I had known, no matter the cost, I should have bought that skeleton equipment. However, this world never offers a remedy for regret. Let's exit and reset the dungeon. We'll only fight the elite monsters in the front. Once we gather a complete set of skeleton equipment, we'll challenge the boss. Also, find someone to keep an eye on the auction house. As soon as high-level potions or equipment appear, no matter how many gold coins it costs, buy them all for me. In other novice villages, those wealthy players at the forefront had also encountered the Skeleton Cave Dungeon. But the vast majority of teams could only get past the 3rd wave of monsters, with many teams stuck on the 4th and 5th waves. Among these teams, quite a few comments emerged. How did that Suafation clear this dungeon? His team must be incredibly strong. I really don't understand. If that guy is hogging all the resources, how can a single mage lead a team through this dungeon? Yeah, without a tanking warrior, this dungeon is impossible to clear. They could hardly imagine that when Sumu cleared this dungeon, he was all alone. Misty Mountains. This place is located in the northern part of White Mist Town, shrouded in mist all year round. These mists are really annoying. After stepping into the mountains, Sumu felt quite helpless. With the mist around, even in eagle eye mode, his vision was greatly affected. On the outskirts of the mountains, after moving through the mist for a while, Sumu did not see any magical beasts. Let's cast a skill and test the waters. After thinking for a moment, he released Froststorm towards the area ahead. The cold frost, accompanied by a howling wind, made the already chilly Misty Mountains even more severe. You killed a cheetah beast and gained 5 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the brilliance of the mage. You killed a cheetah beast and gained 5 experience points. A few seconds later, dozens of prompts appeared on Sumu's interface. Are these monsters so scattered? A single Froststorm only killed dozens of beasts, which surprised Sumu. He had thought the monsters in this mountain range would be quite dense. Collecting items is troublesome. It would be great to have a skill that allows me to see everything clearly in the mist. With the mist present, even after killing quite a few beasts, Sumu couldn't determine the location of their bodies. Searching a 300-meter area thoroughly would indeed be a waste of time. There should be a dungeon deep in this mountain range. Let's find the entrance to the dungeon first. Let's clear this path ahead. As Sumu climbed the road ahead, he used Froststorm to clear the way. You killed a cheetah beast and gained 5 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. You killed a cheetah beast and gained 5 experience points. With the powerful AoE skill of Froststorm, Sumu ascended the mountain quickly. He was too lazy to collect the corpses of the beasts that were hard to find. These beasts should be able to be skinned, right? After picking up some beast drops along the way, Sumu looked at their corpses. After using the skinning skill, a prompt quickly popped up. Skinning successful. Gained a tier 1 beast skin. Now I have materials. This discovery made Sumu's face light up with joy. With these tier 1 beast skins, he could craft a large amount of assassin gear. Then let's take some time. He began to skin all the beast corpses around him. Skinning successful. Gained a tier 1 beast skin. Skinning successful. Gained a tier 1 beast skin. With his master level skinning skills, Sumu did not fail even once. As time passed, Sumu also entered the midsection of the Misty Mountains, and his inventory now held 5 sets of tier 1 beast skins. One set contains 100. The probability of triggering the radiance of the mage when killing these ordinary monsters is getting lower and lower. Is there some saying about that? Sumu looked at his intelligence. 460 plus 125. If a mage saw this base intelligence value, they would surely be astonished. However, Sumu remained calm inside, even feeling that the increase was too slow. The fog around is getting thicker. If only Eagle Eye could see clearly, I could find the dungeon location sooner. Now I still have to rely on luck. In the midsection of the mountains, visibility was only 1 or 2 meters. This was the most frustrating part for Sumu. Help! Help! Just then, Sumu suddenly heard a faint cry for help. There are actually other people here? Raising an eyebrow, Sumu began to carefully discern the direction from which the voice came. Over there! Blink! After identifying the location, Sumu immediately used Blink and quickly headed towards that place. A few minutes later, he found a soldier in armor under a large tree. The armor bore the words White Mist Town. What happened to you? Sumu walked over and asked the soldier. Are you an adventurer from White Mist Town? The soldier, upon seeing Sumu, seemed to see a savior and shouted repeatedly. Yes. Sumu nodded. At this, the soldier's eyes suddenly brightened. I am a soldier from White Mist Town. 5 days ago, we were ordered by the town mayor to explore the depths of the Misty Mountains. Cough, cough. He coughed violently as he spoke. Soon, his expression turned fearful. We reached the depths of the mountains and unexpectedly encountered terrifying enemies. They have limbs like humans but heads like goats, and their speed is extremely agile. They seem to be able to see through the fog. My entire squad was wiped out, and I am the only one left. At this point, the soldier's face turned ashen. It was clear that he was already at the end of his rope and wouldn't last long. I want to ask you to kill those goatmen and bring their horns back to White Mist Town. Do you accept the quest? Kill the goatmen? I understand. Sumu decisively accepted the quest. Kill the goatmen and bring back 100 goatmen horns to White Mist Town, to be given to Mayor Shinda. Completion reward, White Mist Town Warrior Badge, Adventurer. I will leave the rest to you. After Sumu accepted the quest, the soldier showed a relieved smile and then closed his eyes. The death of the NPC did not surprise Sumu at all. Many games have similar quest storylines. What concerned him was that White Mist Town Warrior Badge. White Mist Town Warrior Badge, Health plus 2000, Physical Defense plus 200, Magic Defense plus 200. Compared to the badge he currently had, this piece of equipment was clearly much stronger. He had to complete this quest. It looks like the magic crystal mine is in the lair of the goatmen. I'll finish the other collection tasks first, then eliminate the goatmen. The quest hall had taken on quite a few tasks, including several collection tasks. By the time he reached the middle of the mountain range, many of the items needed for collection tasks had already appeared. Frost Storm. Sumu began to unleash the storm horizontally, clearing the surrounding beasts. You have obtained black stone ore. You have collected camphor tree spores. You have collected living root grass. You have collected mana grass. Of course, aside from those quest items, Sumu did not overlook the herbs and ores that appeared in the mountains. His inventory quickly became insufficient. I'll just put these first-tier equipment up for sale. No need to set the price too high. Let's say 100 gold each. There was no other choice. Sumu could only list those first-tier items that took up 1 slot each. Consignment successful. Gain 90 gold. Consignment successful. Gain 90 gold. Almost as soon as he listed them, Sumu received the notifications. Damn, they sold so fast? The speed of the consignment left Sumu wide-eyed. On the level leaderboard, it was just him and his alternate account, which meant no one else had reached first tier yet. But judging by how quickly these items were selling, it was as if they were being snatched up. First tier equipment has appeared in the auction house. Hurry and grab it. The boss said, as soon as it's listed. Buy. Damn, who has such fast hands? I didn't get a single piece of equipment. The boss is going to be mad now. You guys all have some gold. Let's grab the equipment together. Sumu was unaware that after he listed those first-tier items, countless eyes were focused on the auction house. Each piece of equipment he listed was like suddenly sending a red envelope in a crowd of thousands. Those with quick hands got it, and those with slow hands missed out. Is first-tier equipment really this easy to sell? Watching the amount of gold waiting to be collected in the auction house increase, Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue. These items he originally thought would take a long time to sell had unexpectedly become hot commodities. If I had known, I would have brought all those items from the inn. After selling dozens of items, Sumu ran out of stock. He had stored dozens of items in the inn's warehouse, and going back to get them would obviously waste a lot of time. Actually, there's no need to rush. I'm the only one with first-tier equipment. Selling them later will be the same. Sumu continued to climb towards the misty mountains. Frost storm. Still using the storm to clear the way, then looting. No notifications? But as the duration of the frost storm ended, no notifications popped up on Sumu's interface. He looked at his intelligence, 465, plus 125, with 1,180 points of spell attack. The maximum damage of frost storm reached 11,800 points. Ordinary monsters simply couldn't withstand it. Is it an elite monster? Sumu quickly realized. Ordinary monsters couldn't take the damage, but elite monsters were different. He must have entered the territory of elite monsters. Looking around, the mist was thick, making it hard to discern the location of the monsters. Sumu stood still, and some noises came from nearby. Crack! Something stepped on a branch on the ground, making a sound, and this sound continued without stopping. Clearly, the monsters attacked by the storm have come looking for me, and there are quite a few of them. Let me see your true forms. Mana shield. With a shield raised, Sumu made no unnecessary movements. He wanted to see what these goatmen really look like. Here they come. Soon, Sumu noticed some figures emerging from the surrounding mist. Humanoid, but with goat heads, moving at incredible speed. As they drew closer, Sumu finally saw the true appearance of these goatmen. Goatman, elite, level, first tier 7 life points, 6720/24,000 attack power, 950 physical defense, 150 magic defense, 200 skills, swift stealth ram description, evil horned beings, monsters from deep within the mountains. I never expected they actually existed. One level higher than me, their experience should be considerable, right? Knowing the attributes of these monsters, Sumu smiled slightly and raised his hand to unleash a storm centered on himself. Under the attack of the first frost storm, the goatman's health was nearly depleted. Minus 2,160. Minus 2,160. After several consecutive hits, the goatman in front of Sumu collapsed to the ground. You have killed a goatman, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from divine light. You have killed a goatman, gaining 200 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from divine light. Continuous notifications rang out, and Sumu looked at his intelligence. 480, plus 125. This one storm increased his intelligence by a full 15 points. It's so much more comfortable to fight high-level elite monsters. Looking at his experience points, 17890/19,000, he had less than 2,000 points left to level up. This meant that as long as he killed 10 more goatmen, he could reach first tier 7. This leveling speed is something others can't even catch up to. I still need to collect the drops from elite monsters. Sumu quickly began searching around. You have obtained a goatman's horn. You have obtained a sunbow. The drops from elite monsters were very rich. Dozens of goatmen had yielded 5 pieces of first-tier equipment. Sumu didn't rush to put these items up for sale. The consignment speed was very fast, so he would wait until his inventory was full. The drop rate for these goat horns is a bit low. Out of over 40 goatmen, only 10 dropped. Looking at the task requirement of 100 goat horns, Sumu rubbed his head. The difficulty of this task was not low. Keep grinding. I should be at their lair by now. Continuing forward, Sumu used the same grinding method. Frost Storm. The storm instantly enveloped a radius of 300 meters, eroding the health of the goatmen within. AoE skills are really useful. Even if I can't see the monsters, I can still grind. Standing still, Sumu patiently waited. After being attacked, all the goatmen turned their aggro towards him. Since they were all melee monsters, he just needed to stand still and wait for them to come to him. Here they come. The goatmen were indeed fast. After the first frost storm ended, their movement speed returned to normal, and it wasn't long before they found him. Mana Shield. Energy Awakening. With both skills activated, Sumu stood with over 10,000 in shields, and his mana was continuously regenerating. Minus 557. Minus 557. 7 or 8 goatmen at the front had already reached Sumu, launching continuous attacks. Their attack speed is quite fast, and their damage is low, but they won't break my shield. Sumu had no intention of fighting back at all. He was still waiting for the other goatmen to arrive, so he could catch them all in the second storm. They're here. Soon, the remaining goatmen appeared in Sumu's line of sight. Frost Storm. You have killed a goatman, gaining 200 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. You have killed a goatman, gaining 200 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. After all the goatmen fell, Sumu's level also reached first tier level 7. I'm almost at first tier level 10, then I can advance to second tier, right? This dungeon should be able to drop the second tier advancement proof, right? Sumu smiled broadly. While others had yet to step into the first tier, he was already on the verge of advancing to the second tier. This feeling was beyond mere satisfaction. By the way, I leveled up. Does that mean the level of my avatar on the leaderboard has also increased? At that moment, Sumu suddenly thought of a question. He quickly opened the world level leaderboard. The avatar's level hasn't changed? There were still 2 people on it. His own name in first place, first tier level 7. Second place was Xian Yuan, first tier level 6. This means that as long as I don't transform into my second identity, his level won't change. After a moment of thought, Sumu realized. Xian Yuan suddenly appearing on the leaderboard was precisely because he had used the illusion technique. As long as I transform into Xian Yuan at the right time, I can create the illusion that Xian Yuan is chasing Sumu. Sumu already had a plan in mind. After a while, he would transform into Xian Yuan, raising Xuan Yuan's level on the leaderboard to first tier level 7. Next is allocating points. I'll put them all into spirit. Looking at his current attributes, Sumu decided not to add to his constitution anymore. With the radiance of the mage, his intelligence growth was keeping up perfectly. He allocated all 20 points into spirit. Player, Sumu profession, mage level, first tier level 7, 3100/20,000, health, 4430 mana, 19600 melee physical attack, 256 spell attack, 1230 physical defense, 393 spell defense, 490 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 35, agility 228, spirit 330, plus 160, intelligence 490, plus 125, equipment, goblin staff, skeleton ring, medal of valor, ice wolf leggings, fury boots, apostle gloves, blue mage hat, goblin robe. If others saw Sumu's attributes, they would definitely exclaim wow. A mage, aside from spirit and intelligence, had other attributes that would make others envious. I wonder where the dungeon is located. This fog is so annoying. Too bad Eagle I can't see through it. Will those goatmen drop skills that can see through the fog? Sumu looked at the corpses of the elite monsters. After looting, no skills dropped. With a helpless shrug, Sumu continued to move forward into the fog. After walking for a while, just as he was about to unleash Froststorm, an inexplicable feeling surged in his heart. What is that? At that moment, Sumu noticed a shadow flash through the fog. So fast. The shadow moved incredibly quickly, far faster than the goatmen he had encountered before. It darted around in the fog, seemingly searching for an opportunity to attack him. Is it a boss? Sumu narrowed his eyes. Only a boss could reach such speed. Is it not followed by minions? To Sumu's surprise, there were no other goatmen in sight. Magic Shield. Energy Awakening. Without hesitation, Sumu activated these 2 skills in succession. The speed is too fast, and the fog obscures my vision, making it hard for the lightning strike to hit. Looking around, Sumu searched for the shadow's whereabouts while waiting for an opportunity. Bah! Suddenly, a sheep's bleat rang out, and a shadow darted out from the fog, launching an attack at Sumu. Its speed was swift, and the horns on its head bore iron-like patterns, looking extremely hard. The impact was aimed directly at Sumu's lower back. If it hit solidly, it could really be fatal. Ring of Resistance. Almost at the same time, an energy ring quickly appeared, pushing the attack back, minus 3,190. At the same time, a damage number appeared above the goatman's head. Thunderbolt. Taking advantage of its retreat from the ring of resistance, lightning flickered in Sumu's eyes. Minus 11,800. Another damage number popped up. Bah! The goatman suffered consecutive attacks and turned to step back into the fog. Before this, Sumu had also seen its specific information. Ironhorn Goatman, Boss, Level, First Order 8th Level Health, 45010/60,000 Attack Power, 1500 Physical Defense, 300 Magic Defense, 500 Skills, Horn Charge, Magic Vision, Earth Binding. Is this a magic-type boss or a physical-type boss? Seeing the boss's skills, Sumu frowned. The latter two skills looked like those of a magic-type boss, yet this boss was engaging in close combat. It should be able to see clearly in the fog, which means I don't have the initiative. But there's still no pressure. Letting the boss move wildly in the fog, Sumu stood still, just one word in mind. Wait. As long as the boss launched an attack, he could counterattack. Just then, the ground beneath Sumu suddenly stirred. The soil under his feet began to rise, binding his feet in place. Minus 1,530. A damage number popped up above Sumu's head. This wasn't over. The boss in the fog was clearly waiting for this opportunity and charged again. Come on, come on. Sumu, trapped in place, was not at all flustered. Minus 1,107. The boss's normal attack hit Sumu, causing considerable damage. Frenzied axe shock. Sumu raised his staff high and struck the ground forcefully. A powerful reaction force rebounded onto the boss. Its head immediately showed a dizzy status. Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt. The frenzied axe shock skill was incredibly effective. Even though it was a boss, it suffered 2 seconds of dizziness. 2 lightning strikes followed, bringing the boss's health below half. As the dizziness ended, the boss seemed to sense Sumu's strength and attempted to retreat into the fog again. Blink. Kidney strike. Quick as a flash, Sumu struck the boss again, causing it to be stunned once more. This time it was only 1 second of dizziness, but it was enough for Sumu to unleash a lightning strike. Minus 11,800. Just one final blow was needed to finish off this boss. Charge. Sumu used a skill he rarely employed. The charge skill was quite powerful, and with his high agility bonus, the boss couldn't evade it at all. During the brief moment of dizziness from the charge, the lightning strike followed closely. Minus 11,800. You have killed the Iron-Horned Goatman and gained 10,000 experience points. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Such a lot of experience? Seeing the experience bar surge by half, Sumu's eyes widened. This boss was level 8 of the first tier, and unexpectedly, killing it granted a whopping 10,000 experience points. It seems that the levels of high-tier elites and bosses have increased. We still need to fight elite monsters and bosses to level up quickly. Sumu walked towards the boss's corpse. You have obtained the rune stone of the Goatman Cave. You have obtained the iron horn of the Goatman. You have obtained the claw of the Goatman. You have obtained the skill, Magical Perspective. As he reached out to touch it, 4 prompts appeared simultaneously. While Sumu was fighting the boss, a group of people appeared in various novice villages. They stood there dumbfounded, their eyes fixed on the void, fidgeting restlessly. The boss instructed that if we don't grab a piece of equipment today, we won't have to come to work tomorrow. President Lee said, those who can't grab equipment will be kicked out of the elite team. With such slow hands, can they even be considered elite? President Ma has instructed that if we can grab more than 3 pieces of equipment today, there will be gold coin red envelopes. These people did nothing but continuously refresh the auction house, waiting for first-tier equipment to be listed. Misty Mountains. Sumu was looking at the skill in his inventory. Magical Perspective, a grade consumes 500 mana points. After use, grants magical vision within 100 meters, lasts 1 minute, cooldown 5 minutes. Under Magical Vision, you can see some unexpected things. The boss was able to see me in the mist. Is it related to this skill? The skill description wasn't very detailed, so Sumu chose to learn it directly. Max it out. Opening the skill bar, he immediately maxed out this skill. Magical Perspective, a grade, successfully upgraded to Magical Perspective, SS grade. Magical Perspective, SS grade consumes 1000 mana points. After use, grants magical vision within a 500 meter range, lasts 2 minutes, cooldown 3 minutes. Under Magical Vision, you can see some unexpected things. Still the same description, but Sumu was quite curious about this so-called unexpected thing. Magical Perspective. After using this skill, Sumu's eyes were suddenly enveloped by a powerful magical energy. In the next second, the world before him changed dramatically. The surrounding mist suddenly vanished, and everything became so clear. In this perspective, he could even see the trees around him emanating a green energy. Not only that, but there were also some red energies moving nearby. Judging by their size, These should be small animals living in this mountain range. I can see the energy forms of life signs. This is even cooler than a thermal imaging camera. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. I wonder if I can see invisible monsters in this perspective. Let's try it with Eagle Eye. In this visual state, Sumu activated Eagle Eye. As the view suddenly widened, Sumu was astonished to find that the effects of these two skills overlapped. In other words, he could maintain magical vision within the range of Eagle Eye. So many goatmen? Outside 1,000 meters, Sumu also saw monsters with strong life signs, their outlines identical to those of the goatmen. There were quite a few. These goatmen were mostly concentrated in one direction, seemingly guarding something. Sumu closed Eagle Eye in magical perspective, then opened his inventory. Runestone of the Goatman Cave can open the door to the Goatman Cave. This runestone was clearly meant to open a dungeon. As for the location of the dungeon, it should be just behind those goatmen guards. The other two items were equipment. The goat horn is a boxing glove weapon, while the goat claw is a dagger-type weapon. Iron Horn of the Goatman, grade A melee attack plus 300 strength plus 50 additional skill. Horn charge required level, first order level 8 Claw of the Goatman, grade A melee attack plus 300 agility plus 50 attack speed plus 10%, attack inflicts bleed effect required level, first order level 8. Both pieces of equipment have high attack and attributes, one with an additional skill and the other with an attack effect, making them top-tier melee equipment. These two pieces of equipment will definitely attract those rich folks. Placing these two items in the bottom slots of his inventory, Sumu had no plans to sell them for the time being. Clear out the elite goatmen behind, then sell a wave of equipment, and next it's time to grind dungeons. With magic vision and Eagle Eye, I can clear all these monsters at once. The fog was no longer a problem. Sumu was ready for a big move. AoE, right? One monster is A, hundreds of monsters are also A, so the more monsters I can A at once, the better. There are still over 60 tasks for the goat horn, and once I deal with all the monsters here, I should be able to complete it. Great Fool Nation. A man dressed as an archer stared intently at the world leaderboard, his eyes filled with rage. Shen Yuan, I am the strongest archer in this world, and I will not allow anyone to surpass me. Archery has always been a strong suit in Great Fool Nation, so many people choose the archer profession in the Divine Path game. Because of this, the man looked at the second-ranked Shen Yuan, wishing he could tear him apart. The first-place archer must be mine, Shen Yuan, right? I will make you understand what a true sharpshooter is. But with the huge level gap, no matter how angry he was, he could only utter a few harsh words. Hua Nation, somewhere. Ding, ding, ding. A phone on an office desk rang incessantly. The man sitting in the chair had a grim expression, holding a cigar, taking a deep puff before finally answering the phone. The public opinion has been suppressed that Sumu probably won't show up. What are you planning to do? The voice on the other end was low and heavy. Don't worry, I'll think of something. The man's face was equally grim. I'm telling you, you better come up with a plan, or else. The tone on the other end suddenly turned cold. This statement made the man's expression even more unpleasant. Actually, I already have an idea, but to implement it, I need your resources. After a long silence, the man spoke. What idea? The other end suddenly became interested. On the current leaderboard, besides that Sumu, there's another guy called Shen Yuan. We might be able to target him. The man slowly said. What do you want to do? You can give it a try, even if you can't find that Sumu. Finding that Shen Yuan is also fine. But remember, if you can't find either of these two guys. The other end said this and hung up. The man stared blankly, letting the ash from his cigar fall to the ground, murmuring to himself. Shen Yuan, Eagle Eye, Magic Vision. In the Misty Mountains, after the cooldown of the two vision skills, Sumu decisively activated them. Hurry up! Everything in front of him suddenly became clear, and Sumu moved quickly. Blink! With several consecutive blinks, he arrived near those goatmen. Frost Storm. Without hesitation, Sumu unleashed Frost Storm at a portion of the goatmen. After the storm's damage had formed, Sumu clearly saw that those abilities containing signs of life had become agitated, all heading towards his location, each filled with hostility. Blink! Sumu smiled slightly and blinked 100 meters towards another area where the goatmen were. With the overlap of two vision skills, he had a clear understanding of the positions of all the goatmen around him. 3 storms covering different areas can draw all the goatmen in, and then once they gather, I can finish them off with one storm. Sumu's method was simple. Frost storms could not overlap damage in the same area, but they were unaffected in different areas. I've drawn them all in. The 3 storms struck from different positions, and Sumu did not let a single goatman escape. Watching them rush towards him in the storm, Sumu began to retreat towards the center point of the 3 directions. After waiting for a while, the 3 waves of goatmen had almost arrived at the same position. Frost Storm. Sumu's lips curled up as he released his fourth skill into the area in front of him. You killed a goat man and gained 100 experience. You killed a goat man and gained 100 experience. Gained 1 intelligence through the radiance of the mage. A few seconds later, prompts popped up continuously on Sumu's interface. The experience bar surged significantly. Basic intelligence increased by 20 points, now at 510 points. Experience also increased by 4,200. Leveling up isn't far off. After a large group of goatmen was dealt with, Sumu immediately looked at his experience and intelligence. 510 plus 125, 17300/20,000. This method of farming monsters is not only efficient but also ensures that the corpses of those monsters are very concentrated, making it much easier to pick up items. Sumu's smile was radiant as he blinked to the area where the goatman had fallen. The ground was covered in white light. Even picking up coins could yield 3 to 4,000. You obtained the tie collar boots. You obtained the goatman's horn. You obtained the sharp longsword. You obtained the long red leather armor. Elite monsters truly lived up to their name. Sumu picked up a large number of first-tier equipment, and his inventory quickly filled up. Selling for 100 gold was instant. Would selling for 120 also be instant? Opening the auction house, Sumu listed 3 pieces of first-tier equipment for 120 gold coins. Listing successful. Before long, all 3 pieces of equipment were sold. This sells way too easily. Sumu's eyes widened, somewhat surprised by the result. These first-tier equipment pieces were of relatively high level. No one could wear them without being at least level 4. Whether they can wear them or not is none of my business. As long as they sell quickly, I won't lose out. After a moment's thought, Sumu pouted. Other people's leveling efficiency was slow. What did that have to do with him? He could solo dungeons and complete main quests by himself. Did he need teammates of the same level? This is the path to becoming a god. Those who can stand out in the end will surely be few. But I will definitely be one of those few, perhaps even the only one. Ambition shone in Sumu's eyes. He did not raise the price further but instead listed all the equipment in his inventory at the price of 120 gold coins. Once there was space in his inventory, he continued to pick up the corpses of the goatmen. Thus, while picking up and selling, the amount of gold coins waiting to be collected in the auction house reached over 24,000. Although there were still quite a few coins from before that had not been collected, this harvest could be considered a great success. Sumu looked at his inventory. The amount of gold coins inside was over 63,000. Most of this gold was earned by myself through AoE farming. With the addition from the auction house, I will soon break the 100,000 gold mark. Such a vast amount of gold is unimaginable even for the richest person in this world. Given the uniqueness of the Shinto game, the gold in the game will undoubtedly become hard currency worldwide, and those boss-dropped items can sell for at least 10,000 gold. From the attitude of that innkeeper, it seems that gold has quite a significant use in this game world. Let's keep accumulating. Sumu took a deep breath, calming his slightly excited heart. There's a saying about being humble and not hasty. If I want to become a god, the road ahead is still long. In Whiteness Town, at the mayor's residence, Zinder, something big has happened. Mei Jintai hurriedly entered a room. What's going on? A middle-aged man sat inside, slightly overweight, but giving off a mature and steady vibe. He was Zinder, the mayor of Whiteness Town. Adventurers have discovered a ghoul outside the village. Mei Jintai spoke with a serious expression. As soon as he finished speaking, Zinder frowned and quickly asked, "Are you sure?" Not only that, but the ghoul has also colluded with people in the town. Have you seen this ring? Intai nodded vigorously while taking out a blue ring. Upon seeing the ring, Zinder's expression changed again. Who else have you told about this? His voice grew heavy. Besides that adventurer, only you and I know. Intai replied, from the patterns on this ring, it belongs to a mage, but I can guarantee that there will be no traitors in the Mage Association. Zinder fell silent, taking the ring. Just then, the ring suddenly emitted a glow. A barrier identical to the one that trapped Sumu in the cave appeared again, but this time the target was Intai. Did you forget? A sinister smile appeared on Zinder's face. I'm also a mage. The mission is complete, just go back to the town to report. At that time, this main quest can continue, right? After cleaning up the battlefield, Sumu's task of killing the goatmen was marked as complete. The NPC for reporting the task was Zinder, which coincidentally was the same NPC for his next main quest. However, Sumu was not in a hurry to return to Whiteness Town. Using the dual vision skill, Sumu had already located the cave dungeon of the goatmen. I'm about to level up to first tier level 8. I need to transform into Xian Yuan. Experience was already very close to first tier level 8, and Sumu used the transformation technique. In the next second, he transformed into Xuanyuan's appearance. Sumu immediately opened the world-level leaderboard. Just as I thought, Xuanyuan's level had also risen from first tier level 6 to first tier level 7. Sumu then opened the chat channel. Is there anyone looking to level up in a party? Newbie Village main quest needs people, requirement is level 7 and above, the more the merrier. If we don't complete the main quest, we can't go to the next map. Skeleton Cave Dungeon needs powerful mages, just clear the first 2 waves of elites, equipment split evenly. Xuanyuan leveled up, he's caught up with Sumu again, go Xuanyuan, surpass Sumu. Why is the archer leveling up so fast? Xuanyuan, can you teach me? I'm an archer girl, and I'll give a big reward. Xuanyuan, please add me as a friend, I beg you. Little brother is also a confused archer. I can do anything. The chat channel was still very lively, with plenty of discussions about Xuanyuan's level up. Sumu looked at those comments, nodding in satisfaction. Just as he was about to change back, the private chat channel suddenly rang. To Sumu's surprise, many of the private messages were identical. Xuanyuan, we would like to ask you to form a guild. All activity funds will be provided by us, and you will serve as the guild leader. If you already have a guild, we would like to join. There were many such messages, indicating that a lot of people had been trying to send private messages to the player Xuanyuan. I didn't expect to receive private messages even after transforming. Sumu ignored the content of the private messages, feeling somewhat surprised to have received them. It seemed that this avatar of Xuanyuan was essentially another account for himself in the Divine Path game. Block messages. After blocking all messages, Sumu transformed back. With the identity of Xuanyuan, it would be even harder for his true identity to be exposed. Let's go run a dungeon. Taking out the runestone, Sumu headed towards the cave of the goatmen. This place looks a bit creepy. Upon arriving at the cave entrance, it was filled with skulls everywhere. The entrance of the cave was even carved into the shape of a giant goat's head. From the surrounding scattered bones, it seemed that anyone who stepped into this cave would ultimately become a pile of dry bones. Why does this place feel so familiar? Looking at the bones, Sumu felt no fear at all. It was just a small dungeon. With his current attributes, it would be a breeze, right? However, the bones in this place seemed to be part of some kind of ritual, reminding him of the evil gods he had encountered during a previous quest. What kind of existence is the evil god in this Divine Path game? And that fallen mage mentioned by the ghoul sounds like a major villain. Sumu muttered at the entrance of the dungeon. Forget it, I won't think about that for now. I'll figure it out later. He slapped his face and refocused on the cave entrance. The entrance resembled a set of teeth and was currently closed. To open it, a key was clearly needed. Sumu quickly took out the rune stone. At the same moment the rune stone appeared, a surge of energy rushed towards the door in front of him. The next second, magical patterns appeared on the door. Boom! A sound echoed, and the cave door was opened. In the real world, the public opinion regarding Su Feishan's collaboration with the Qin family was calming down. Even though there were still many voices questioning Su Feishan and demanding clarification, Su Feishan had no intention of responding at all. Not only did he not show up, but he didn't even offer a single word of response. This left those who had been stirring the pot feeling helpless. After these discussions subsided, new comments suddenly emerged on various forums and communities. Compared to Xuanyuan, Su Feishan is trash. I heard Xuanyuan established a big guild, not one of those cowardly turtles. Xuanyuan even made it onto the leaderboard. Why did he hide his level before? But after Su Feishan's livestream, he stopped hiding? This shows that Xuanyuan looks down on Su Feishan. I am a member of Xuanyuan's guild. Xuanyuan said that compared to him, Su Feishan isn't even worthy to carry his shoes. These comments had one thing in common. They were inflammatory. Whether standing with Su Feishan or Xuanyuan, the comments were filled with a lot of hostility. As soon as these comments appeared, a verbal battle erupted. On various platforms, a hot topic of discussion began to rise. Who is stronger, Xuanyuan or Su Feishan? Or has Su Feishan never regarded Xuanyuan as a threat? Would you like to enter the Goatman Cave Dungeon? After opening the stone door, a prompt popped up in front of Sumu. Open. Without hesitation, Sumu directly entered the dungeon. According to the mechanics of most online games, a dungeon is definitely not something a single player can clear. However, Sumu felt no pressure at all. The tunnel in the cave was pitch black, with a faint light visible in the distance. A fireball emerged from Sumu's palm, illuminating the path ahead. This place has a faint smell of blood, and it doesn't seem like there are any monsters ahead. Let's go in and take a look. After pondering for a moment, Sumu decided to head straight for that light. Stealth, swiftness, with both skills activated, he dashed towards the light at an incredible speed while invisible. what is this place? As he passed through the light, a picturesque valley came into view. Below, the large trees were lush and green, with several treehouses nestled among the branches. These treehouses were connected by rope bridges. Sumu was positioned above the valley, with a staircase leading down beside him. Eagle Eye, Magic Vision. Standing at a height, with both vision skills activated, he could see the entire situation of the valley. There's a patrol of goatmen on the way down. After dealing with these goatmen, I can cross the rope bridge to the center of the valley. That powerful energy emanating from there must belong to the boss, right? Even with the towering trees obstructing his view, Sumu could still see the boss located in the center of the valley through his magic vision. Unlike those elite monsters, the energy radiating from the boss was dazzling, clearly indicating it was not a pushover. From this position, I should be able to attack that boss, right? Sumu squinted, resting his chin on one hand, formulating a very bold plan. From his elevated position, the view was expansive. Although Eagle Eye couldn't penetrate the cover of the trees, Magic Vision could help him identify the boss's location. This way, he could implement a ranged strike. I can't even see the boss's attributes. Is this a bit risky? Moreover, if I attack the boss, won't that draw out all the elite monsters in the dungeon? Under the dual vision, Sumu looked at the red dots below, still undecided. The elite monsters in the dungeon should be a higher level than those outside, and their health should also be increased. However, no matter how high their health was, it certainly wouldn't withstand the damage from 2 frost storms. The rope bridges below aren't wide. As long as I cast Frost Storm from the bridge, those goatmen definitely won't be able to cross, and they won't interfere with my fight against the boss. If that's the case, as long as I stand in this position, I can clear this dungeon. After carefully observing the terrain, Sumu decided to attack the boss from the first rope bridge. Before the fight starts, let me take care of you guys first. Sumu looked towards a group of elite monsters below the staircase. These monsters were guarding the first rope bridge, and if he didn't deal with them, his strategy would be disrupted. Fortunately, taking them out was simple. Just 2 storms would do the trick. Frost Storm. Reaching the staircase, Sumu unleashed a skill at the elite monsters below. At this distance, he could also intersperse Fire Rain attacks. Fire Rain. You have killed the Goatman Scout, gaining 300 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the Divine Light. You have killed the Goatman Guard, gaining 300 experience. You have killed the Goatman Sentinel, gaining 300 experience. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. The continuous rain of fire combined with the damage from the frost storm quickly took down the elite team below. Each monster brought Sumu 300 experience points, allowing him to level up to first tier level 8 just as he was about to upgrade. These are actually first tier level 9 experience monsters. If I finish this dungeon, I should be able to reach first tier level 9, and first tier level 10 shouldn't be far off. I hope I can get a mage's advancement certificate first. Sumu walked towards the corpses of the team and picked up the light orb on the ground. You have obtained the blueprint, Sheepskin Robe. His luck wasn't great, he only dropped 1 blueprint. Sheepskin Robe, requirements, 100 magic pattern cloth, 50 magic goat wool, 50 first tier beast skin attributes, increases 100 physical defense, 100 spell defense, 50 intelligence, reduces received magic damage by 5%, set 1/5 set effect, increases spell attack by 10%. It's actually a set, and it's a magic set? But upon seeing the attributes of the equipment made from this blueprint, Sumu's eyes widened. The sheepskin set consists of 5 pieces, all of which are magic equipment. The effect of the 5-piece set can increase spell attack by 10%. As long as he can gather all 5 pieces, his spell attack will increase significantly. This set effect is just too suitable for me. As long as my intelligence keeps growing, this 10% bonus will get higher and higher. Sumu looked at the equipment he was wearing and was already looking forward to this sheepskin set. I won't leave this dungeon until I gather all the blueprints and advancement certificates. He had made up his mind. Newbie Village No. 9527. Su Shao, we couldn't find that white wolf. We even asked the captain of the guards, but we can't pick up the main quest at all. What's going on? Next to Su Shiji stood quite a few people, each with a grim expression. Detailed guides about the main quest process in newbie villages were already available on major game forums, but in their newbie village, they couldn't pick up the main quest at all. You all go look in the forest again, and send a few agile assassins to scout the road to the town. Many newbie villages have already started their main quests. We can't fall behind. Su Shiji's voice was somewhat suppressed, then he asked, haven't we seen that mage recently? Haven't seen him for several days, it's like he vanished into thin air. No one knows what's going on. One of his subordinates immediately replied, forget him, Su Shiji shook his head, though he said that there was a strong hatred hidden in his eyes. These people didn't know that each newbie village's main quest could only be completed once. The main quest in Newbie Village No. 9527 had already been completed, so they certainly couldn't pick it up again. Inside the Goatman cave dungeon, Sumu stood at the position of the suspension bridge, taking a deep breath. He didn't rush to act, continuously using eagle eye and magic vision to observe. After figuring out the positions of the majority of the goatmen, he focused on the location of the boss. The Thunderbolt had an extremely long attack range. As long as he knew the opponent's position, he could implement precise strikes. The boss should give a lot of experience. If I take out those elite monsters, I might directly level up to first tier level 9. In that case, the level of the identity of Xianyuan might become a problem. Sumu looked at his experience bar. He only had a few dozen experience points, far from leveling up, but he had such concerns. Transform into Xianyuan. After thinking for a moment, he transformed into Xianyuan. But this isn't a solution. Can the level leaderboard be hidden? After transforming, Sumu changed back to himself, his expression showing a hint of helplessness. The identity of Xianyuan is not something I use to deal with other players. After all, as long as I don't reveal myself, no one can find me. This identity is mainly used to confuse NPCs. After the encounter with the ghoul, Sumu has realized one thing. Not all NPCs in this world are reliable. NPCs like the ghoul will definitely appear again. The Xianyuan identity allows me to do many things. Climbing the level leaderboard is actually meaningless. He began to explore the level leaderboard in that world. Hide level? When he clicked on the name Xianyuan, a prompt popped up. Great! Sumu suddenly smiled. Hide. After confirming, the second-ranked Xuanyuan's level instantly became unknown. Sumu quickly switched back and opened the level ranking again. Hide level. In the next moment, the first-ranked Sumu's level also turned into unknown. Now, he wouldn't have to change into Xianyuan every time he leveled up. Now I can upgrade with peace of mind. Sumu looked towards the center of the valley. The upcoming battle was crucial. Eagle Eye. Magic Perspective. Energy Awakening. The next battle would consume a lot of mana, so Sumu directly awakened it. Thunderbolt. In the vast valley, a sudden thunderclap echoed through the air. This bolt of lightning accurately struck the boss at the center of the valley, creating a tumultuous wave throughout the valley. The Goatman elites in the treehouse all looked towards Sumu's direction, rushing out one after another. The boss in the center of the valley also charged towards Sumu. Frost Storm. The positions of the Goatman elite divisions varied. Some were not far from the other side of the suspension bridge. Sumu unleashed the storm, covering the area behind the bridge. Under the slowing effect, all the Goatman elites halted. First, take down the boss. Sumu ignored the elites and used dual perspectives to track the boss's position. The lightning strikes were unstoppable. Even though the boss's movement speed was not slow, it was still accurately hit by the thunderbolt. However, it was too far away, and many large trees obstructed the view, so Sumu couldn't see the boss's health bar or the damage caused by the lightning. Without the magic perspective, I really can't capture the boss's movements, but judging by the energy it emits, it doesn't seem to have weakened much after being hit by the lightning. With the magic perspective, Sumu could see the opponent's vital signs, which was equivalent to a health bar. With his current spell attack, even if the boss had high spell defense, the lightning should still deal tens of thousands of damage, but the result didn't seem to reflect that. Is this a magic-type boss? Does it have spell resistance? Sumu quickly thought of a possibility. So what if it has magic resistance? It just means I need to hit it a few more times. Realizing this, Sumu opened his bag and directly consumed a bottle of super mana potion. Thunderbolt. Aiming at the boss's advancing direction, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. But at that moment, Sumu suddenly noticed that the boss had directly shifted several dozen meters sideways. Blink? The only skill Sumu could think of was that. His eyes turned sharp. With that skill in play, it was clearly not so easy for the lightning to continuously hit the boss. Coupled with the elite monsters continuously rushing towards him, the situation seemed a bit dire. In the Huagua chat channel, just as the discussion about whether Su Fazhan or Xianyuan was stronger reached its peak, someone suddenly discovered that the two big shots had remarkably hidden their levels in perfect sync. You guys, shut up already. The two big shots are hiding their levels, clearly trying to show goodwill to each other. Are you all dumbfounded? Hiding levels is showing goodwill? I bet Xianyuan is planning to hide his level and then surpass that Sumu in one go. Heh, then why didn't the two big shots hide their levels before you all started arguing? As soon as you started, their levels were hidden? It's probably because the big shots didn't want to stir up trouble. Exactly, maybe the two big shots have already added each other as friends. and they might have even agreed to run dungeons together, while you idiots are still arguing non-stop. The comments in the chat channel quickly changed. Because the two big shots hid their levels almost simultaneously, it put those arguing black fans in an awkward position. If the two big shots really added each other as friends, or if they were already good friends, then their so-called disdain from Shen Yuan towards Su Fazhen and vice versa would just be a joke, right? These comments quickly disappeared, and the discussion points in the chat channel and various communities began to shift. What everyone was curious about was whether Shen Yuan and Su Fazhen had really reached a consensus. If these two big shots teamed up, the scene would be unimaginable. In the dungeon, Sumu released another bolt of lightning towards the position where the boss had just blinked. Hit! The boss did not dodge this strike. Clearly, the boss's blink skill had a cooldown. Thunderbolt! Sumu pressed the attack, unleashing another lightning strike. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the boss had no chance to counterattack. Just then, the boss suddenly stopped in place, motionless. What's this guy doing? Sumu frowned at the unmoving red dot. Thunderbolt! Such an opportunity could not be missed. Since the boss was standing still like a live target, he wouldn't hold back. Thunderbolt! Two bolts of lightning struck in succession, and Sumu closely monitored the life energy contained in the red dot. No decrease? What did it do? To Sumu's surprise, his two lightning strikes seemed to have caused no damage. Is it a shield? Squinting, Sumu's mind raced. Ranged attacks were certainly convenient, but they also left him completely unaware of the boss's attributes. Then let's clear the minions first. Exhaling a deep breath, Sumu decided not to worry about the boss anymore. Confirming that it was a magic-type monster, he felt less pressure. With the passive skill of magic resistance, he could easily withstand the damage from a magic-type boss. Instead, these elite minions posed a greater threat to him. Position two extremes just right, and release two frost storms in this area, so those minions will come over and die. Blink! He blinked to the center of the bridge, activating the storm at the limit of the frost storm's casting range. Haste! Then, he increased his speed, quickly dashing to the other end of the suspension bridge just as the first batch of goatmen was about to attack him. Frost Storm! While running, he released the skill centered on himself. The pursuing goatmen immediately fell into a slowed state. They had already taken full damage from one storm, and their remaining health couldn't support them crossing the entire bridge. You killed a goatman guard. Gained 200 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the magic god. You killed a goatman mage. Gained 200 experience. You killed a goatman sentinel. Gained 200 experience. The first batch of goatmen began to fall one after another, and the bridge was filled with orbs of light waiting to be collected. Sumu was not in a hurry. The entire valley was vast, and the positions of the goatmen were scattered and varied. There were still over 200 elite monsters approaching from behind. Among them were quite a few ranged monsters, and he had to ensure they were always under the slowing effect of the storm, otherwise, they would be able to attack him. Energy Awakening. Sumu activated the second Energy Awakening and downed the second bottle of Big Blue. While dealing with these elite monsters, he also had a boss to take care of. The blue mana was his greatest enemy. It's great to have high spirit. In the state of Energy Awakening, the mana recovery speed is still impressive. Watching the mana bar continuously recover, Sumu felt very reassured. With his current fighting style, he could even AoE the boss along with the others. Let's see how much health the boss has left. If it comes to it, I'll just take turns hitting it with my staff. In the real world, in a certain villa, a person suddenly appeared out of thin air. Damn it! After returning here, he let out an angry roar and flipped over a glass coffee table in front of him. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed, leaving shards all over the floor. His angry expression did not fade. To actually use hidden levels to deal with those comments, why won't you just show up? Even just responding on any platform would be fine. He roared in frustration. Whether it was the inflammatory comments in the Shinto chat channel or the public opinion across major gaming communities and platforms, all of it was orchestrated by him. His goal was simple: to provoke Shen Yuan and Su Fazhen into responding. As long as there was a response, he could follow the clues and uncover the identities of these two people. However, what he did not expect was that these two were simply too mysterious, so mysterious that he had no way to approach them. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with malice. At this point, I can only use special means. You are forcing my hand. In a deep mountain in Huagua, Master. A young man stood respectfully in front of an old man. Ye after so many days in that game world, have you learned anything? The old man stood with his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. Disciple can feel that I am getting stronger, and some skills in the game seem to be usable in reality, but there always seems to be something missing. The young man's face was filled with worry, his expression struggling. You are a once-in-a-century talent of our sect, even you cannot use those skills in reality. Can that Su Fazhen really do it? The old man sighed deeply upon hearing this. Master, I will continue to work hard. The young man's eyes revealed a sense of defiance. The old man, with a complex expression, walked to the young man's side and patted his shoulder. I have a premonition that there must be a shocking conspiracy behind this game. I hope that in the future, you can support Huagua and our sect. You killed the Goatman guard. Gain 200 experience. You killed the Goatman mage. Gained 200 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the brilliance of the Fazhen. You killed the Goatman soldier. Gained 200 experience. By the suspension bridge, Sumu looked at the fallen Goatman in front of him, a smile creeping onto his lips. The Fazhen bloodline skill was truly powerful. Almost half of the elites have been dealt with, and that boss is almost here. The dual perspective had not yet ended, and Sumu clearly saw that the red dot with the strongest life signs was nearing the location of the suspension bridge. Frost Storm. Sumu's fighting style was simple and brutal. He directly used the AoE skill to envelop the boss. Unlike those elite monsters, the boss was not affected by the storm's slowing effect and quickly reached the other side of the suspension bridge. It was at this moment that Sumu clearly saw the true form of this boss. It was a goat man holding a bone staff, its entire body covered in strange magical patterns. Its eyes were blood red, and red fur sprouted from the hair on its forehead. Goatman Priest, Boss, Level, Tier 1, Level 10 Health, 51840/72,000 Magic Attack, 1800 Physical Defense, 100 Magic Defense, 800 Magic Resistance, 20% Skills, Blink, Magic Shield, Crow Storm, Dark Crow Spell. This boss indeed has magic resistance and a skill like Magic Shield. After seeing the boss's attributes, Sumu realized. Just now, he had only dealt damage with 2 lightning attacks, and the boss's health was still quite healthy. The radiance of the mage triggered quite a bit. My current intelligence is 555, plus 125, and my magic attack has reached 1360. While looking at his intelligence, he kept a close watch on the boss. A damage number quickly appeared above the boss's forehead. Minus 1536. The damage per jump of the storm skill is magic attack x 200%. After deducting the boss's magic defense and resisting 20% of the damage, it was exactly this number. Thunderbolt. Lightning flickered in Sumu's eyes, and a bolt struck the boss. Minus 10,240. The boss's health instantly dropped a notch. At the same time, the boss on the other side of the suspension bridge was not idle either. The bone staff in its hand emitted a strange red light, and then a shadow resembling a crow flew straight towards Sumu. Minus 1095. A significant damage number popped up above Sumu's head. The damage is a bit high. His own health also dropped a notch, and Sumu frowned. Fortunately, he had 50% magic resistance. Otherwise, this boss's 2 skills could have brought his health to the brink. Its casting speed is slower than mine. Watching the boss prepare to continue casting skills, Sumu did not hesitate and used Thunderbolt. Minus 10,240. A damage number immediately appeared above the boss's head, and at that moment, its form paused for a moment. The red light that had been gathering on the bone staff suddenly dimmed. The passive of Thunderbolt triggered. Sumu quickly realized that the paralysis effect of Thunderbolt interrupted the boss's casting. Thunderbolt. Seizing this opportunity, Sumu unleashed another lightning strike. Minus 10,240. 3 lightning strikes hit in succession, leaving the boss with only 20,000 health. After the brief paralysis ended, it did not continue to cast skills at Sumu but instead raised its staff and began to murmur some kind of incantation. Is it going to activate the shield? Sumu narrowed his eyes and quickly found the skill Frenzied Axe Shock. Raising the staff above his head, he forcefully struck the ground. The next second, the suspension bridge began to shake under the force, affecting all the Goatman elites on it, who all showed signs of dizziness above their heads. This shockwave extended and also affected the boss. A fleeting dizziness appeared above its head. The closer the Frenzied Axe Shock skill was to the release center, the longer the dizziness duration. The boss was about 100 meters away from Sumu, so the dizziness lasted less than 1 second. But this less than 1 second of dizziness successfully interrupted the boss's casting. Thunderbolt. Magic Missile. As a bolt of lightning struck down, a magic concentrated missile also rushed towards the boss. The 2 skills hit almost simultaneously. You have killed the Goatman Priest and gained 20,000 experience points. You have gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Congratulations, you leveled up and gained 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. The moment the boss fell, a large amount of experience directly leveled Sumu up to level 9 of the first tier. The experience from high-level bosses is indeed high. In this dungeon, leveling up twice in a row, Sumu's face was beaming with joy. Compared to himself, this magic-type boss was still too weak. Next up are you guys. Sumu looked at the Goatman elites rushing towards him on the suspension bridge. With the boss down, there weren't many elite monsters left, and he had no intention of conserving mana. He walked into the casting range of Fire Rain and unleashed a dual-element attack on those elites. You have killed the Goatman guard. Gained 100 experience points. You have killed the Goatman mage. Gained 100 experience points. You have gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You have killed the Goatman sentinel. Gained 100 experience points. Continuous prompts popped up until there were no standing Goatman elites left in the entire dungeon. This way of farming dungeons, I doubt anyone can replicate it. Even if a powerful team of mages came, they wouldn't reach my efficiency. While others played online games and farmed dungeons by slowly pushing through one monster at a time, he had just created a wave flow, making it incredibly enjoyable. Especially with all the light orbs scattered around, it was dazzling. There must be a lot of good loot. I hope I get all the blueprints. Sumu's eyes sparkled as he flashed to the side of the boss's corpse. Reaching out, as he touched the light orb, several prompts popped up in succession. You have obtained the skill, Crowstorm. You have obtained the Goatman Priest's necklace. You have obtained the Mage 2nd Tier Advancement Certificate. You have obtained the equipment, Soulbone Staff. Awesome! Looking at the 4 items that appeared in his inventory, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. As expected of a magic-type boss, each of the 4 items provided him with significant enhancements. The Mage 2nd Tier Certificate goes without saying. With this, he could advance to the Mage Guild after reaching level 10 of the 1st tier. Then there was that skill. Crowstorm, a grade consumes 500 mana, upon use, summons a flock of crows in the target area, dealing 50% of spell attack damage per second to enemies within a 20-meter radius, and restoring 1% of that damage as health, lasting 3 seconds, cooldown time 3 minutes. Another AoE skill, and it has spell lifesteal. This skill is pretty good. This skill made Sumu's eyes light up. Let's max it out. Crowstorm, a grade, successfully upgraded to Crowstorm, S grade. Crowstorm, SS grade, successfully upgraded to Crowstorm, SSS grade. At max level, Crowstorm, SSS grade consumes 500 mana, upon use, summons a flock of crows in the target area, dealing 200% of spell attack damage per second to enemies within a 100-meter radius, and restoring 5% of that damage as health, lasting 3 seconds, cooldown time 2 minutes. Very powerful. After maxing out this skill and looking at its description, Sumu nodded repeatedly. Although the overall damage of this skill wasn't as high as Froststorm, its healing was extremely powerful. With this skill, he could completely tank the boss while farming AoE monsters. Stacking Froststorm with Crowstorm, farming this dungeon again will be much easier. The damage the boss deals to me is probably less than what Crowstorm heals. Sumu looked again at the Soul Bone Staff. Soul Bone Staff, grade A melee attack plus 100 intelligence plus 80 spirit plus 80 attached skill. Shadow Crow, deals spell damage x 200% to enemies, cooldown 10s, high intelligence and high spirit, plus an attached damage skill. It's a pity that the weapon's attached skill can't be upgraded. The attributes of this staff were quite good, much better than the goblin staff in his hand. Sumu clicked to equip it. Just then, a prompt suddenly popped up. Placing this staff on the Goatman's altar will trigger a special event. It's actually a quest item? Sumu's eyes widened, and he did not continue to choose to equip it. He looked at the necklace. Goatman Priest's necklace, grade A spirit plus 50 intelligence plus 50 mana recovery speed plus 10% good stuff. This was the first time Sumu had seen equipment for the necklace slot, and he directly chose to equip it. I'll add points after picking up everything. After collecting the boss's drops, Sumu began to gather the drops from the elite monsters. You have obtained the blueprint, Sheepskin Magic Hat. You have obtained the Warrior 2nd Tier Advancement Certificate. You have obtained the wool of the Magical Goatman. You have obtained the Archer 2nd Tier Advancement Certificate. You have obtained the blueprint, Sheepskin Leggings. Perhaps because it was his first time clearing this dungeon, the drops from the elite monsters were very generous. In addition to those ordinary first-tier equipment, Sumu also obtained 2 blueprints he had been longing for, as well as 2 profession advancement certificates. Only magic-type goatmen drop magical wool, but the drop rate is at least 80%. If I run this dungeon a few more times, I should be able to collect all the blueprints and advancement certificates, and the materials should be enough too. I won't change my equipment for now. I'll wait until I have a full set before switching. After picking everything up, Sumu allocated all 20 points from leveling up to Spirit. He opened his attribute panel. Player, Sumu Profession, Mage Level, First Tier Level 9, 6200/22,000, Health, 4430 Mana, 23200 Melee Physical Attack, 256 Spell Attack, 1490 Physical Defense, 393 Spell Defense, 580 Attributes, Strength 28, Constitution 258, plus 35, Agility 228, Spirit 370, plus 210, intelligence 570, plus 175, equipment, goblin staff, skeleton ring, medal of valor, ice wolf leggings, fury boots, apostle gloves, blue magic hat, goblin robe, goatman priest's necklace. After this dungeon run, his spirit and intelligence attributes had greatly improved. If he were to switch to that sheepskin set, his attributes would definitely increase another tier. My current equipment is average, but the sheepskin set, whether for individual attributes or set effects, is very powerful. I need to hurry and get a full set. I estimate that after reaching the second tier, this set of equipment will last me for a while. Let's go take a look inside. There were no monsters left in the dungeon, and Sumu strode forward. He still had a mining task to complete here. Arriving at the center of the valley, Sumu was startled by the sight. The ground was littered with unknown piles of bones, arranged in a very strange manner, as if some special ritual was being conducted. Is this ore? Looking around, Sumu spotted a pile of ore emitting a purple glow. He quickly approached and began to mine the ore. You have obtained magic crystal ore. You have obtained magic crystal ore. After finishing mining a pile of ore, Sumu obtained 5 pieces. The task requires 10. Let's keep looking. He continued searching around and soon discovered another pile of ore. You have obtained magic crystal ore. Task completed. Collecting magic crystal ore. On the task interface, Mastering Tai's task changed to a completed status. I can go back to the town to turn in the task. There should be a follow-up, right? That main quest should be available too. With the dungeon task completed, Sumu prepared to leave. This dungeon should have a time limit, and it probably couldn't be cleared today. He wanted to see what the next task was. If it was unrelated to this dungeon, he would come back tomorrow to clear it, gather the equipment, and obtain the advancement proof before tackling the follow-up of that main quest. Where is that place? Just as Sumu was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a round hole in the center of the bone pile. From the shape of the hole, it seemed that the soul bone staff would fit perfectly. What special event will be triggered if I put this staff into the round hole? A strong curiosity appeared on Sumu's face, and he felt a surge of excitement. In the real world, a man was on a video call. Didn't I say? If there's something, just call me. Why send me a video? The person on the other end of the video had snow-white skin and striking green eyes. This matter is of great importance. It must be handled by you personally. The man's expression was serious. The person on the other end pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. What do you want to do? The man smiled, his lips curling up at a 45-degree angle, his tone extremely confident. I want you to find the best special effects team to make a short film for me. Once we have this special effects short film, I guarantee that Su Fazhan will have to respond. At the Mage Guild, Sumu stood outside Mastering Tai's room, knocking repeatedly. Not in? Originally, he wanted to place the soul bone staff into the Goatman altar to see what would happen, but just as he was about to act, a sudden sense of crisis surged in his heart. After a significant boost in mental energy, Sumu found that his intuition had also strengthened. Because of this, he put away the soul bone staff and returned to Whiteness Town. Did he go to the mayor's place? Sumu rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Mastering Tai had indeed mentioned going to discuss strategies with the mayor, so he should be at the mayor's house now. First, I'll go to the inn and sell those equipment. Not rushing to turn in the task, Sumu returned to the inn. Opening the warehouse, he placed the materials in his inventory and took out all the first-tier equipment. Aside from the equipment dropped by the boss, there were about 50 pieces of other first-tier equipment. I'll sell them at the previous prices and organize these herbs and materials in my inventory. Looking at the messy herbs and crafting materials in his inventory, Sumu felt a real headache. The Misty Mountains were vast, and at this stage, he was the only player. He had gathered all the herbs and ores by himself. If it weren't for the large quantities, he might have had to open a second room. The auction house has started selling equipment again. Everyone, rush to grab it. The boss said, whoever gets the equipment will receive a bonus of 10 gold coins and has a chance to become a member of the elite team. Everyone, listen up. This is a war. Get the equipment, and we'll all enjoy the good life together. If not, we'll all go work in the factory. Just as Sumu was listing the equipment, a group of people in various novice villages began to closely watch the auction house, frantically clicking to purchase. Faster than before? In the inn, Sumu looked at the equipment that sold out in less than a few minutes, his expression filled with astonishment. Huagua truly lived up to its reputation as a great nation. There were indeed many wealthy bosses. So many first-tier equipment pieces were actually consumed so quickly. Let's make some potions to sell. With first-tier equipment selling so well, Sumu organized the materials and began crafting potions. You have obtained a super mana potion. You have obtained a bloodthirsty potion. With plenty of herbs, Sumu made 100 of each type and listed them all at the auction house for 5 gold each. Consignment successful. Consignment successful. These potions were far more popular than the first-tier equipment. After all, first-tier equipment needed to be upgraded before it could be equipped, while these potions could be used immediately. Most groups were currently tackling the skeleton cave dungeon, and these potions would clearly enhance their efficiency in clearing the dungeon. The amount of gold has exceeded 100,000. After withdrawing the gold from the auction house and adding the gold in his inventory, the total reached 108,978. If he placed this gold in front of the innkeeper, he could probably buy the whole place. I'm starting to feel a bit tired. I should go report a quest to the mayor first. While he was still not in a state of exhaustion that would prevent him from playing, Sumu headed to the mayor's residence. It was located in the center of Misty Town, a 3-story loft with a yard full of flowers and plants. Sumu arrived outside the yard and rang the bell on the iron gate. Click. After a while, the iron gate opened automatically. Is this magic? Sumu marveled as he stepped inside. A man in a blue robe, looking to be in his 50s, was trimming a patch of greenery in the yard. Hello, adventurer. He greeted Sumu with a warm smile upon seeing him. Hello, Mayor, Sumu replied. What brings you here? Mayor Sind put down the pruning shears and asked. I found the soldiers you sent deep in the Misty Mountains and tracked down the whereabouts of those goatmen. As he spoke, Sumu took out the goat horns. Those goatmen really exist. Sin showed a surprised expression. But looking at the goat horns Sumu brought back, his expression became complex, and he sighed deeply. What happened to those soldiers? They all died. Sumu stated bluntly. They were all brave warriors. Sin's tone carried a hint of regret, then he fixed his gaze on Sumu. Adventurer, you did well. Here is your reward. As soon as he finished speaking, a prompt popped up in front of Sumu. Quest completed, kill the goatman, receive the Misty Town Warrior badge. Got it. His inventory quickly added a badge. Misty Town Warrior badge, health plus 2000, physical defense plus 200, magic defense plus 200 compared to the badge from the Novice village. This one provided significantly more health and defense. Adventurer, can you continue to delve deeper into the Misty Mountains and gather more information about the goatmen? At that moment, Sin spoke again. Do you accept the quest, delve deeper into the Misty Mountains? Of course I accept. Sumu didn't hesitate to take on the quest. At the same time, he noticed that this quest was already marked as completed. Delve deeper into the Misty Mountains, find the goatman's lair and report the details to Sind. So that's how it is. However, after seeing the specific quest details, Sumu understood why the quest was marked as completed. He had already cleared the goatman's lair, so it had to be completed, right? Actually, Mayor Sind, I have already reached that goatman's lair. Sumu smiled slightly and said to Sind, Are you serious? Sind's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, those goatmen seem to be performing some kind of ritual deep in the mountains, and this is what I found on one of them, Sumu said as he took out the soul bone staff. What is this? Upon seeing the staff, Shinda's expression changed instantly. Why does this guy look a bit excited? Sumu frowned at Shinda's change in expression. I can sense a strange aura from this staff. Shinda tightly grasped the soul bone staff, murmuring, it might be a key. Adventurer, could you please take this staff and delve once more into the goatman's lair to explore the secrets of that place? A task popped up in front of Sumu again. Do you accept the task? Open the goatman's altar? Reward unknown. Another unknown reward? Sumu was not surprised by the appearance of the task, but upon seeing the reward, his brows furrowed into a straight line. By the way, Mayor Shinda, has Meijin-tai come to find you? Sumu fixed his gaze on Shinda, changing the subject. A hint of something unusual flashed across Shinda's face, but he quickly adjusted and said, Meijin-tai? Shouldn't he be at the Mage Association? This answer made Sumu's heart tremble. His intuition told him that something might have happened to Meijin-tai. It's like this, I encountered a ghoul outside the town and discovered it was colluding with a certain mage in the town, so I informed Meijin-tai about it. He said he would come to discuss countermeasures with you. Did you really not see him? Sumu spoke while observing the changes in Shinda's expression. There was such a thing? Shinda first showed a look of surprise, then shook his head. I haven't seen him. Perhaps he still has matters to attend to at the Mage Association. But I just came from the Mage Association, and Meijin-tai is not there. I think he must have come here to find you. Sumu's tone carried a hint of probing as he glanced into Shinda's house. Adventurer, are you implying that I'm lying? I am the mayor of White Mist Town. It is my duty to guard this place. Shinda suddenly raised his voice, appearing somewhat angry. If you don't believe me, go look for yourself. This response left Sumu stunned. What should we do about the ghoul? After a moment of thought, he asked Shinda. He was still waiting to find Meijin-tai to hand in his task. Meijin-tai must have found some clues and left the town to investigate. Perhaps he will return after a while. Right now, there is something more urgent than the ghoul. We must first deal with the threat of those goatmen in the misty mountains. Shinda pondered for a moment before steering the conversation back. Do you accept the task? Open the goatman's altar? The task prompt appeared on Sumu's interface once again. This guy has a problem. Now, Sumu also reacted. Given Mei Jingtai's level of concern about that ghoul, the appearance of the ghoul posed a significant threat to the town. However, Shinda, as the mayor, seemed to completely disregard the ghoul, focusing solely on wanting to open the goatman's altar. If there was nothing fishy about this, he wouldn't believe it. Then let's see what you really want to do. I understand. Sumu remained calm and accepted the task. Adventurer, the safety of White Mist Town is entrusted to you. Seeing Sumu accept the task, a smile appeared on Shinda's face. As long as you complete the task, I will give you a generous reward. Sumu said nothing more and turned to leave. With the reward being unknown, the big promise Shinda painted for him was truly hard to swallow. Have to wait until tomorrow. After leaving the mayor's residence, Sumu returned to the inn. The Goatman dungeon must be cleared by himself, but he didn't plan to activate that altar until he had gathered all the set blueprints and advancement proofs. Once I change into the set and successfully advance, even if that Shinda tries to stir trouble, I won't be afraid of him. Exit game. With no pressure in his heart, Sumu returned to the real world. Mayor's mansion. As Sumu left, Shinda's expression gradually became fanatical. I didn't expect those goatmen to really be secretly worshipping the evil god. This is just too great. He turned and walked into the house, mumbling to himself. A strange excitement shone in his eyes. Inside the house, apart from Shinda, there was no one else. Even if Sumu had really searched the room just now, he wouldn't have found anything. A faint smile hung on Shinda's lips as he walked in front of a full-length mirror in the hall. The next second, he began to chant a spell. Ripples instantly appeared on the mirror, and Shinda walked straight through. Shinda, what exactly are you trying to do? An angry roar sounded. If Sumu were there, he would definitely recognize it as Intai's voice. At this moment, he was bound to a wall by a force, only his face able to move slightly. Of course, it's to pursue greater power. Shinda listened to Intai shouting with an extremely disdainful expression. Can you really sell out your town for so-called power? Intai's expression grew even angrier upon hearing this response. In this world, powerful strength is everything. Shinda sneered, his cold words devoid of any emotion. In the real world, Sumu held a cup of milk in one hand and a phone in the other. The online public opinion has gradually calmed down. Indeed, not responding is the best response. After browsing the game community for a while and looking at those trending apps for a long time, Sumu revealed a smile. There are countless keyboard warriors online. Arguing with them is just self-defeating. While these people are typing away for a sense of existence, he was about to level up to the second tier. Moreover, this gap would only widen. I wonder who is trying to find me behind the scenes. Of course, he could ignore the keyboard warriors, but those with ulterior motives truly annoyed Sumu. They used such despicable means, merely wanting to put him in a dead end in the real world. In other words, these people were his sworn enemies. Bang! A flame burst forth from his palm, and the empty milk carton was instantly ignited, turning to ashes. I should be able to act quietly in reality now, right? He looked towards the tall buildings outside. Eagle eye. Magical perspective. A flash of light crossed his eyes, and his view suddenly became expansive. The buildings in front of him had nowhere to hide under the magical perspective. Human-shaped energies were exposed before his eyes. Vital signs are so weak. Compared to the monsters in the Divine Path game, the people in front of him emitted very weak red energy. In this perspective, with the skill blink, Sumu could completely avoid all surveillance and appear at any location within a kilometer. Let's give it a try. After a brief contemplation, he decided to make an attempt. He targeted an unoccupied safe passage. Blink! With a thought, he disappeared from the room and the next second arrived at the location of the safe passage. Success! A look of ecstasy appeared on Sumu's face. Blink! Immediately, he used blink again and returned to his house. The entire process went unnoticed by anyone, nor would it be captured by any surveillance equipment. Just by this silent flicker, I have already become a bug-like existence in the real world. I can't be too conspicuous. If I expose my true identity now, I will definitely fall into danger. Continuing to develop is the way to go. Taking a deep breath and calming the excitement within, Sumu dove headfirst onto the bed. Early to bed means early to rise. Early to rise means time to grind dungeons. In the game of Divine Path, even at night, the various novice villages remained bustling with activity. Since most people don't have much gaming time each day, many choose to play at night to avoid crowds. Of course, there are also many who have extremely strict schedules. They plan their 24 hours meticulously, knowing exactly when to rest and when to game. With the discipline of these players, their levels naturally lead the pack. Long Fei, you've switched to the skeleton set and have other high health and high defense gear. We can try to take on the boss now. A mage stood in front of Long Fei, full of anticipation. It's a magic type boss. It has to drop the gear I want, right? How's the priest group doing? Long Fei's face was also filled with expectation, but with a bit more composure. All set. We bought plenty of first-tier super mana potions. We have enough blue. Alright then, organize everyone, let's gather at the skeleton cave in half an hour. Long Fei issued the command. In other novice villages, many teams were just as confident about clearing the skeleton cave dungeon. Besides leveling up and farming good gear from the earlier elite monsters, the first-tier potions sold by Sumu were also a huge help to them. Even so, the difficulty of clearing the dungeon remained high. In addition to the initial entrance, there would be some backup personnel prepared outside the dungeon. They would adjust and respond according to the number of monsters in each wave. For example, when facing the two later waves of numerous skeleton elites, they would send in more tanky warriors and priests. They aimed to take down those elites in the most secure way possible. When confronting the final boss, they would arrange for more damage dealers and assassins specifically to interrupt the boss's skills. In short, to clear this dungeon, they needed cooperation among all professions, and everyone had to do their part well. A slight misstep could lead to everyone wasting a resurrection opportunity in this place. Faced with such high difficulty, they could hardly imagine that Sumu had already started soloing higher-level dungeons. Beautiful country. Good house. This is the most powerful place in the world for filmmaking. Some of the special effects here are so well done that they are hard to distinguish with the naked eye. At this moment, a group of people was working overtime to produce a segment of a film. This film is only a few seconds long, but it must be done to perfection, making it impossible for anyone to tell at first glance that it was created with special effects. A supervisor shouted, "You all need to put your hearts into this. It concerns the future of our beautiful country." Under his urging, everyone else was busily occupied. Every frame of the scene had a professional team responsible for it. The content of this film was quite simple. A person fully cloaked in a hood held a fireball in their hands and smashed it towards someone in a secluded alley. Ding, ding, ding. The next day, in the morning, Sumu woke up to the sound of a rapid ringing. It was 6 o'clock in the morning. Achoo! Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Sumu got up and took a shower. Start. Without preparing breakfast, he directly entered the game. "Landlady, prepare me a sumptuous meal." In the inn, Sumu shouted loudly. The time in the game synchronized with reality. It was now 6 in the morning in the Divine Path game, just as dawn was breaking. The awakened landlady had a face full of displeasure, but upon seeing the gold coin Sumu took out, she revealed her most beautiful smile. "Dear guest, your food will be ready shortly. The food here is still the best." Regardless of the time or that it was morning, Sumu ate meat heartily and drank to his fill. After eating, Sumu returned to his room to organize his inventory, trying to empty it as much as possible. Then, he rushed towards the Goatman cave. No flickering, no swiftness, no stealth. He directly ignored the small monsters along the way. When he arrived at the entrance of the dungeon, it was almost 8 o'clock. There was no helping it. The misty mountains were simply too vast, and the terrain was quite complex, taking a lot of time just to travel. "Do you want to start the Goatman cave dungeon?" "Start." Stepping into the dungeon, Sumu walked to the stairs and directly unleashed his skills at the patrolling team below. After dealing with this team of goatmen, Sumu arrived at the edge of the suspension bridge. "Now that I have the Crow Storm skill, I can definitely take on the boss head-on." Unlike yesterday's strategy, Sumu decided to adopt a simpler and more brutal approach today. Eagle Eye. Magic Perspective. With the vision skills activated, after confirming the boss's position, lightning flickered in Sumu's eyes. Thunderbolt. As the thunder crashed, it not only angered the boss but also provoked all the elite monsters in the dungeon. Swiftness. Activating the speed boost, Sumu ran towards the opposite side of the suspension bridge, not continuing his attack on the boss. His target was the elite monsters near him on the other side of the bridge. Frost Spell. A frosty power enveloped him, freezing all the elite monsters in place. Energy Awakening. Sumu immediately activated the awakening skill, waiting for the freezing effect on the elite monsters to wear off. Frenzied Axe Shock. Once the freezing ended, Sumu raised his staff and unleashed another area stun skill. The elite monsters instantly fell into a stunned state. Almost there, the next batch of monsters has arrived. The reason for doing this was simple. He planned to take down both waves together once the next wave of elite monsters got close. Frost Storm. Adjusting the range of the storm skill, Sumu blinked and returned to the other side of the suspension bridge. "You used a super mana potion. After downing a large blue potion, Sumu looked towards the dense mass of monsters, and a surge of shadow energy suddenly appeared in his eyes. Crow Storm. The next second, a swarm of crows made of shadows began to wreak havoc among the monsters, devouring their health. Minus 2,780. Minus 2,780. Minus 2,780. One damage number after another popped up above the heads of those goatmen, while at the same time, plus 139 numbers kept appearing above Sumu's head. Although the duration of the Crow Storm skill was not as long as that of the Frost Storm, the AoE lifesteal was extremely exaggerated. In just 1 second, Sumu had restored at least 10,000 health points. You killed a Goatman guard. You killed a Goatman mage. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the god of magic. You killed a Goatman sentinel. Soon, the first wave of Goatmen fell one after another under the erosion of the Frost Storm and Crow Storm. The boss is here. Sumu did not let his guard down. The boss had already arrived on the opposite side of the suspension bridge. The boss murmured incantations, and a shadowy crow flew towards him. No big deal. After losing a chunk of health, Sumu was not worried at all and unleashed a Frost Storm and a Crow Storm towards the boss. Along with the small monsters, Sumu started AoE attacks. Minus 2,900. Minus 2,900. Minus 1,760. Just now, a wave of small monsters had increased his intelligence significantly, and Sumu's damage was boosted again, even hitting the boss for 1760 damage per jump. Plus 145. Plus 145. Plus 88. While the Crow Storm dealt damage, Sumu's health was instantly restored. Whoa! The boss was still murmuring incantations and launched an attack at Sumu, but its damage couldn't keep up with Sumu's recovery. Thunderbolt. Sumu was not idle either. Under the continuous effect of the 2 AoE skills, he intermittently used lightning skills on the boss. This caused the boss's health to drop rapidly. It's about to shield. Just as the boss's health fell below half, it raised its staff, clearly preparing to activate a magic shield. Blink. Kidney shot. Frost spell. Blink. Sumu naturally wouldn't give the boss a chance to activate the shield. A series of combos flowed smoothly, interrupting the boss's skill while freezing most of the elite monsters in place. You killed the Goatman guard. You killed the Goatman mage. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You killed the Goatman sentinel. You killed the Goatman priest. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Congratulations, you leveled up and gained 20 attribute points and 10 skill points. On the other side of the suspension bridge, as the Goatman boss fell, Sumu's level also reached Tier 1, level 10. On the suspension bridge, the bodies of Goatman elites were scattered everywhere, and one glowing orb after another was so dazzling. In a novice village, in the skeleton cave dungeon, a group of people was surrounding a skeleton mage, and when the bone sword in its hand glowed, someone immediately shouted, "The boss is about to cast a skill. We can't let it summon minions," interrupted quickly. Then, a player dressed as an assassin landed a kidney shot on its waist. The boss's skill was interrupted, and the skeleton minions were not summoned, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Everyone, give it your all. The boss is almost out of health. If we clear it today, everyone gets a reward of 100 gold coins. As the skeleton mage's health continued to drop, a man dressed as an archer revealed an excited smile. After spending a lot of effort, they were finally about to clear this dungeon. The boss's experience is mine. You obtained the blueprint, sheepskin gauntlets. You obtained the blueprint, sheepskin boots. You obtained the Goatman priest's ring. You obtained the recipe, sheep spirit potion. You obtained the Goatman's magic hide. You obtained the Archer Tier 2 Advancement Certificate. You obtained the Assassin Tier 2 Advancement Certificate. All the blueprints are complete. I just need the Priest's Advancement Certificate, but I'm still short on materials for crafting the equipment. After picking up all the glowing orbs on the ground, Sumu had a lot of good items in his inventory. The sheepskin set still needed the magic Goatman's hide to craft, but he had all the other materials. As long as he ran the dungeon one more time, he could make this set of equipment. Goatman Priest's Ring, Intelligence plus 30, Spirit plus 30, Spell Hit plus 1% Sheep Spirit Potion, summons a sheep spirit to envelop oneself for 30 seconds, restoring 100 health per second. Requirement, Sheep Wind Grass X2, Spirit Grass X2. That piece of equipment and potion recipe are quite good. The ring slot can hold 2, and Sumu directly equipped the priest ring. Why didn't the boss drop the soul bone staff? What surprised Sumu was that the boss did not drop a weapon this time. The staff's attributes were still quite good, but it was a quest item, which was indeed frustrating. Let's go back and level up, and tidy up a bit. This dungeon is really fast. My bag is truly not enough. I wonder if there will be a bigger bag later. Sumu hadn't gathered all the materials for the advancement proof and the sheepskin set, so he didn't plan to activate the goatman's altar. His intuition told him that the difficulty of this main quest was definitely not small, and he had to face it in the strongest state. This dungeon will refresh in 2 hours. Exiting the dungeon, a prompt popped up. It's about time. Sumu rubbed his chin and nodded slightly, heading back towards the town. Avoiding the small monsters on the way, he returned to the town and immediately went to the Mage Association. Although Ian Tai was missing, there were other mages here. Taking out the advancement proof, Sumu walked over to a kind old mage in the hall. "Hello, I want to advance." Seeing this advancement proof, the old mage was clearly surprised and said, "Adventurer, I didn't expect you to obtain the qualification for advancement so quickly." After speaking, the old mage murmured a spell. A few seconds later, a powerful magical energy surged into Sumu's body. Sumu looked at the experience bar, and a percentage of advancement value appeared in that place. "I also want to learn skills." "Okay." A skill then appeared before Sumu's eyes. Spell Surge, C grade. After releasing a skill and dealing damage, there is a 5% chance to deal an additional damage, with the damage value being 5% of the skill damage. This skill is pretty good. The skill's description was easy to understand. For example, if he used Thunderbolt to deal 10,000 points of damage, there would be a 5% chance to deal an additional 500 points of damage. Clearly, this was a passive skill that increased output. Max it out. After learning it, Sumu didn't hesitate and upgraded this skill to the highest level. Spell Surge, a grade, successfully upgraded to Spell Surge, S grade, at max level. Spell Surge, S grade. After each release of a skill that deals damage, there is a 30% chance to deal an additional damage, with the damage value being 30% of the skill damage. The probability has increased, and the damage has reached 30%. With my skill release frequency, the output has increased quite a bit. Sumu was very satisfied with this skill. "By the way, has Mage Tai returned?" Just as Sumu was about to leave, he asked the mage in front of him. "I don't know where Mage Tai has gone these past few days. He hasn't come to the Mage Association at all." The old mage shook his head, a hint of worry on his face. "All right." Sumu pursed his lips and raised an eyebrow. The fact that Mage Tai had not appeared clearly indicated that something had happened. He might have already met with misfortune. "What should I do about this quest?" Sumu looked at his 2 completed quests, feeling a headache coming on. "First, let's level up and learn skills." He had no way to find the NPC, after all. He went to the Assassin Association, submitted the proof, and learned the assassin's skill. Dance of Chaos, S grade. When activated, it increases attack speed by 100%, lasting 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 3 minutes. For an assassin, this skill's enhancement was undoubtedly huge, but Sumu didn't care much. His combat style of randomly striking with a staff was ultimately rare. Then came the warrior's skill. Defensive Stance, S rank. After activation, physical damage taken is reduced by 50% and magical damage by 30% for 30 seconds, cooldown time 3 minutes. This is quite a nice skill. The warrior's skill surprised Sumu a bit. As long as this skill is activated, he can gain a significant damage reduction for 30 seconds, especially that 30% reduction in magical damage. I wonder how this damage reduction is calculated. It shouldn't be stacked. Sumu pondered while looking at his 50% magic resistance. If it were a stacking effect, the magical damage he received would be reduced by 80%. However, the calculation mechanism should be that the damage taken after deducting 50% resistance is then reduced by 30%. Since he hadn't obtained the advanced proof for priests, the only skills Sumu could learn were those of the archer. Charged Shot, S rank. Charge for 3 seconds. Shoot a powerful arrow forward for 300 meters, dealing ranged attack x 800% damage to enemies in its path, cooldown time 1 minute. This skill is quite good, with a high damage bonus, and can be considered a group attack skill. After learning the skill, Sumu went to the inn. "Landlady, open another room for me." Taking out 100 gold coins, Sumu was quite extravagant. The landlady was curious why Sumu needed 2 rooms for himself, but with gold coins in front of her, she wouldn't refuse. Holding the key, Sumu entered the second room and opened the storage panel. "I can make 3 pieces of leather armor with the materials I have now, so I'll do that and then put everything in the storage." The reason for opening a second room was that Sumu planned to empty as many slots in his inventory as possible. To advance to the second tier, he needed to farm a large amount of advancement points. With his farming, the Misty Mountains would surely be littered with corpses. In other words, his inventory would definitely not keep up with his monster farming speed. "I hope I can expand my inventory later." Sumu couldn't help but complain about the inventory. "You crafted leather boots. You crafted leather gloves. You crafted leather mage hat." Taking out the materials, Sumu crafted 3 pieces of equipment that required the least materials. Leather boots, a rank plus 30 spirit plus 30 constitution movement speed increased by 5% required level. First tier level 8 leather gloves, a rank plus 50 intelligence casting speed increased by 5% required level. First tier level 8 leather mage hat, a rank plus 30 intelligence plus 30 spirit spell hit plus 1% required level. First tier level 8 wearing these 3 pieces of equipment did not trigger a set effect, but the attribute boosts were substantial. Sumu opened his attribute panel. Player, Sumu class, mage level, first tier level 10, advancement points 0%, health, 5580 mana, 26,000 melee physical attack, 256 spell attack, 1700 physical defense, 508 spell defense, 850 attributes, strength 28, constitution 258, plus 50, agility 228, spirit 390, plus 260, intelligence 590, plus 260, equipment, goblin staff, skeleton ring, ice wolf leggings, leather boots, leather gloves, leather mage hat, goblin robe, goatman priest necklace, goatman priest ring, white mist town warrior badge. The attributes have increased significantly. If I can also make the robe and leggings, my attributes will be even higher. Looking at these impressive stats, Sumu's smile was radiant. It's no exaggeration to say that his current attributes likely outclassed those of the so-called experts by a wide margin. The strength attribute is still too low. I need to find a passive that increases strength. However, the only thing that made Sumu feel a bit unsatisfied was the strength attribute. Compared to other attributes that easily reached 3 digits, having only 28 points in strength felt rather meager. Let's check the auction house. Sumu opened the auction house and searched for skills. Unlike before, many skills appeared this time, but there wasn't a single skill that increased passive attributes. I already have all the mage skills. After browsing, Sumu shook his head. The skills that low-level monsters could drop were just those few, and he had already bought them before. I'll buy at a high price, I'm sure I can get it. With over 100,000 gold coins in his bag, Sumu opened the chat channel and typed a message. Buying warrior skills that increase strength passively for 500 gold coins, instant buy. In recent days, as players leveled up, the output of gold coins increased, and their value was rapidly depreciating. Yet, even so, Sumu's offer of 500 gold coins was still considered a high price. No one is responding to me? However, to his surprise, no one private messaged him at that price. It seems the money isn't enough. Sumu was well aware. For warriors, increasing strength passively was the most significant boost. And in most online games, those who chose the warrior class were usually wealthy players. Buying warrior skills that increase strength passively for 800 gold coins, firm price. While heading towards the Misty Mountains, Sumu continued to shout in the chat channel. In a novice village, Brother Fawn, someone is offering 800 gold coins for warrior passives. How much did General Lu say he would pay for your strength passive? One of the 5-man team, dressed as a mage, suddenly spoke up. 800? Brother Fawn, also a mage, frowned and said, General Lu said he would offer 500 gold coins, but it probably won't be until the afternoon that he can gather it. Brother Fawn, I think we should sell it to this guy? That's an extra 300 gold coins, and we can get it right away. The mage's eyes twinkled as he chuckled. This. Brother Fong hesitated, looking a bit awkward. We already agreed with General Lu. It wouldn't be good to back out last minute, right? The mage immediately showed a disdainful expression and raised his voice. What's wrong with that? General Lu isn't going to give us an extra 300 gold coins. That's 300 gold coins. Each of us could get an extra 60 gold coins. If we had that money, we wouldn't have to look at General Lu's face anymore. Exactly, Brother Fong, General Lu hasn't gathered the money, so why should we sell it to him at a discount? Right, that 300 gold coins is free money. The others chimed in. Brother Fong fell into deep thought and after a while finally said, since everyone is saying that, then let's sell it. On the outskirts of the Misty Mountains, Sumu cast a frost storm, killing all the small monsters in the area. At his current level, these small monsters provided no experience, and the divine light of the mage did not trigger, but his advancement value increased by 2%. The advancement value could be gained regardless of the level of the monster killed, just varying in amount. Sumu continued forward, only clearing the small monsters on the path ahead, picking up nothing except for a first-tier C-grade equipment. Buddy, strength passive, 800 gold coins, you cover the handling fee, if you want it, I'll list it. After clearing another wave of monsters, Sumu received a private message. List it. With plenty of money, Sumu didn't care about the handling fee. Done. After the other party sent a message, he immediately opened the auction house, saw the strength passive, and bought it instantly. You have learned Strength Mastery. Strength Mastery has been upgraded to S rank. increasing strength by 200 points. That's nice. After maxing out this passive, Sumu smiled. This can be considered a transformation from a quadrilateral mage to a pentagonal one. The real world. HZ City. In an alley, a person lay on the ground. He seemed to have been struck by something, with a large burn on his chest, lying motionless, his life uncertain. Above this alley, there was a glaring camera. Ah! Someone come quickly. As time passed, someone arrived in the alley and saw the person on the ground, immediately letting out a terrified scream. After a while, a group of agents arrived here. No heartbeat. From the wound, it seems to be an explosion injury. After examining the body on the ground, one agent spoke up. Check the surveillance, there might be clues. An agent pointed at the camera above the alley and said, understood. Immediately, someone took action, heading to the surveillance center to retrieve the video. But as he saw the content of the surveillance video, his eyes widened in shock, revealing an expression of disbelief. He quickly picked up his phone and dialed a number. What's wrong? The agent on the other end asked after the call connected. He spoke tremulously, his voice shaking. Something big has happened. It's at 30%. Outside the Goatman dungeon, Sumu was clearing the small monsters on the road, and his advancement value had reached 30%. As long as he finished off the monsters inside the dungeon, advancing would definitely not be a problem. Open the dungeon. After using the runestone to open the dungeon, Sumu played the same way as before. First, he cleared the outer wave of small monsters, then attacked the boss together. Frost Storm, Shadow Raven. 2 AoE skills were released one after another into the monster pile, and this time the speed of monster clearing had obviously increased significantly. In addition to the efficiency brought by the increase in spell attack, the passive effect of the spell surge was also quite powerful. Whether it was the damage from each jump of Frost Storm or the damage from each hit of Shadow Raven, they could trigger independently. You killed the Goatman guard. You killed the Goatman mage. You killed the Goatman priest. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Your advancement value is full, successfully advanced. All attributes increased by 30 points. As the boss fell, a glow of advancement appeared around Sumu, and his level rose to Tier 2, Level 1. Advancing is still so satisfying. Looking at all his basic attributes increased by 30 points, Sumu felt incredibly refreshed. The boost from advancing was much greater than leveling up. Hope I have all the materials. Without hesitation, Sumu began to pick up the drops on the ground. You obtained the Goatman's magical fur. You obtained the Tier 2 advancement proof for priests. You obtained the spirit sword of the goat. You obtained the item, Shadow Pearl. The drops were plentiful, with quite a few Tier 1 equipment and the priest's advancement proof dropping as well. But the boss's drops were clearly not as impressive this time. Spirit Sword of the Goat, attack plus 300. There is a chance to trigger the Spirit of the Goat when attacking a target, restoring 10% of the damage delta's health. Shadow Pearl can be embedded in staff-type weapons, increasing shadow spell damage by 5%. I'll keep it for now. That sword would definitely not be useful for him, but the pearl was quite nice. Sumu organized the items and opened the tailoring interface. The remaining 2 pieces of the goatskin set had all the materials gathered. You crafted the goatskin robe. You crafted the goatskin leggings. Sheepskin robe increases 100 physical defense, 100 magic defense, 50 intelligence, reduces magic damage taken by 5%. Required level, first order level 8. Set 1/5. Set effect, increases spell attack by 10%. Sheepskin leggings, plus 50 constitution plus 50 spirit. Required level, first order level 8. The set is complete. Sumu immediately equipped these 2 items and eagerly opened his attribute panel. Player, Sumu profession, mage level, second order level 1, 0/25,000, health, 5680 mana, 26400 melee physical attack, 766 spell attack, 1958 physical defense, 668 magic defense, 960 attributes, strength 258, constitution 288, plus 80, agility 258, spirit 420, plus 240, intelligence 630, plus 260, equipment, goblin staff, skeleton ring, sheepskin leggings, sheepskin boots, sheepskin gloves, sheepskin hat, sheepskin robe, goatman priest necklace, goatman priest ring, white mist town warrior badge. My spell attack is almost 2000. Seeing his spell attack, Sumu's eyes widened. The sheepskin set effect is indeed powerful, boosting his spell attack by nearly 180 points. With my current attributes, I shouldn't be afraid of that Shinda, right? Sumu took out the soul bone staff. It was time to explore what was going on here. In the game of Divine Path. Keep it up, the boss is almost dead. Long Fei was leading many elites to attack the skeleton mage. Everyone, keep it up. As the skeleton mage had only a sliver of health left, everyone was giving it their all. Finally, the skeleton mage fell to the ground. Great! We finally cleared this dungeon. Now we can take a break. Cheers erupted in the skeleton cave. A mage walked up to Long Fei, grinning, and said, "I'll use the equipment this guy dropped first." Just as Long Fei was about to respond, the private chat channel suddenly buzzed nonstop. He opened the private chat channel and saw the incoming message. His smile instantly vanished. What's going on? The mage frowned at the sight. There was an accident in HZ City. Someone died, Long Fei replied with a grim expression. The mage was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Isn't this none of our business?" It shouldn't be, but according to the surveillance footage, the suspect is very likely that Su Mage. Long Fei said with a bitter smile. What? The mage instinctively shouted upon hearing this. His shout drew the attention of others nearby. Lu Team, are you okay? Lu Team, did you get too excited after defeating the boss? A few people started teasing him. The mage, referred to as Lu Team, had no mood for jokes, repeatedly waving his hands, looking seriously at Long Fei. Are you sure? Not sure yet, but we have a lot to do next, so you better keep the team in line. Long Fei shook his head and patted the mage's shoulder. At the center of the Goatman altar, Sumu stood in front of a pile of bones, tightly gripping the soul bone staff in his hand. It should summon some hidden boss, right? Mana shield. To be safe, Sumu directly cast a shield on himself. He now had over 26,000 mana, and with the enhancement of the mage bloodline, the shield value was nearly 40,000 points. Energy awakening. Not rushing to activate it, Sumu began to recover mana. After the 1-minute duration of energy awakening ended, he used it again and slowly placed the soul bone staff into the circular hole of the bone pile. In the next second, the other bone piles around suddenly surged with black energy, beginning to converge towards the central bone pile. Seeing this, Sumu quickly stepped back, creating some distance. At that moment, the white Mist Town warrior badge he equipped suddenly shone with a brilliant light. Before he could react, the light condensed into a portal. Two figures swiftly passed through the portal and arrived here. Great! Just as I thought, this is a sacrifice to the evil god. A mad voice rang out. Sind, are you planning to offer your soul to the evil god? Do you want to become a fallen mage? Another trembling voice followed closely. It's them. Sumu looked at the two figures before him, his expression not particularly surprised. He had long suspected that Sind was up to no good, but what surprised him was that Meijin Tai was still alive. Meijin Tai. This NPC was related to his quest, and Sumu quickly called out to him. Brave adventurer, Sind has betrayed White Mist Town. He has imprisoned me with magic. You must stop him. Upon hearing Sumu's shout, Intai seemed to have found a savior, roaring at the top of his lungs. He. Before Sumu could respond, Sind let out a loud, cold laugh. No one can stop me. As he said this, Sind suddenly flickered and appeared next to the soul bone staff. Axiwo Domaya. He murmured an incomprehensible incantation, his face displaying a sickly excitement. Noble evil god, I am willing to become your servant. With another shout, the black energy gathered on the altar seemed to find an outlet, surging madly into Sin's body. During this process, half of Sin's face began to change, becoming extremely hideous. That half of his face was not something a human could possess. The eyes on that half of Sin's face were covered in a strange blackness. Thunderbolt. Sumu also reacted, launching a lightning strike at Sin. But at the moment the lightning fell, the black energy above Sin's head coalesced into a shield. The lightning was blocked. Not effective? Sumu looked at the black shield, his brows furrowed. His mana was still sufficient, and he could continue to unleash lightning attacks. However, Sin did not appear to be in a red namestate to him, and he could not see his health bar or attributes. Let's wait and see. Suppressing the urge to continue attacking, Sumu focused intently on Sin's transformation. If nothing unexpected happened, this guy should be the big boss. The aura emanating from him suggested he was at least a tier 2 boss. A mage boss. What's there to be afraid of? Sumu's expression was very calm. If Sind were a boss of another profession, he might have hesitated. Sind, this is betrayal. At that moment, Ing Tai let out a roar. Compared to Sumu's calmness, his expression was filled with fear and anger. Sind ignored his shout, completely immersed in the black energy, wearing a sinister smile. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Ing Tai clenched his fists, his lips biting into blood. As he shouted this, a powerful energy erupted from his body. The barrier that had imprisoned him was instantly shattered. A stronger green light continuously radiated from Ing Tai, and he floated into the air. I offer my life as the price, awaken, spirit of the earth. Immediately, cracks appeared in the ground, and some stones floated up, covering Ing Tai's body. In just a few seconds, he transformed into a 3-meter-tall stone giant. The stone giant raised its thick stone arm and struck a heavy punch at Sind. A shield of black energy immediately coalesced in front of Sind. Bang! The sound of impact echoed, and a crack appeared on the black shield. The stone giant did not stop, swinging another punch. Bang! Another shockwave hit, and the black energy seemed to be struggling. In Tai, why are you stopping me? Sind couldn't hold back any longer, roaring in desperation. However, In Tai, who had transformed into the stone giant, clearly had no way to respond and continued his assault. Thunderbolt! Meanwhile, Sumu, who was watching the scene, tentatively launched an attack. Boom! All the attention of the black energy was focused on the stone giant, clearly ignoring this bolt of lightning. -1. Sind was struck by the lightning, and a damage number that made Sumu gasp appeared. What the hell? Sumu didn't know what to say. His current spell attack multiplied by the lightning skill bonus was about to reach 20,000 points of damage. Sind's spell defense could not possibly be 20,000 points. So, before he becomes hostile, my attacks can't hurt him? Sumu quickly figured it out. The scene before him was similar to a plot in a game. His intervention had no effect. On the battlefield, under the fierce assault of the stone giant, the black energy was weakening more and more. You despicable guy! Sind shouted through gritted teeth, and suddenly a portal appeared behind him. In the next second, he pulled out the soul bone staff from the altar and stepped into the portal. The black energy on the Goatman altar dissipated in an instant. He ran away? Sumu looked at the disappearing Sind, somewhat taken aback. This guy was too cowardly, right? At the same time, the stone giant collapsed to the ground. Brave adventurer! In Tai lay among the rubble, his tone extremely weak. Sumu hurried forward, wanting to help In Tai up. No need, my life has reached its end. In Tai revealed a faint smile, looking nothing like a dying person. Sind is the one colluding with the ghouls. I interrupted the ritual just now. He hasn't become a true fallen mage yet. I hope you can kill him before he becomes one. In Tai spoke with a pleading expression. Do you accept the main quest, kill Sind? I understand. Sumu did not hesitate and accepted the quest immediately. With your current strength, you are still not enough to deal with Sind. Have you collected the magic crystal or I asked you to gather? In Tai spoke again. I have collected it. Sumu nodded. Cough cough. In Tai coughed violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He forced himself to speak. There is a laboratory behind my office. As long as you put the magic crystal or into the alchemical container, you can obtain a powerful magical potion that will help you defeat Sind. Okay, Sumu responded. Finally, before I die, let me teach you a magical skill. In Tai's gaze began to fade. As his voice fell, a faint spell energy appeared before Sumu, forming a magical formula. Do you want to learn the skill, gravity field? Learn! Sumu decisively chose to learn, and at that moment, In Tai closed his eyes. His body slowly turned to dust, gradually dissipating. Sumu's expression was somewhat complex. This plot truly surprised him. He looked at the skill. Max it out. Gravity field successfully upgraded to SSS level. Maxed out gravity field. SSS level consumes 1000 mana points. Summons gravity, immobilizing enemies within a 200-meter range. The higher the intelligence, the stronger the gravity field. Lasts for 20 seconds. Cooldown time 3 minutes. A large-scale control skill? This skill doesn't deal damage, but the effect surprised Sumu. A 20-second control effect, even if it's not a stun, is still very powerful. In the real world, a video suddenly spread like wildfire across major communities and forums. Damn, isn't the person in this video Suefation? Suefation actually dared to commit a crime in reality? He must be severely punished. We can't let him go. Soon, a new wave of public opinion surged online. This time, the public opinion was different from before. It involved human lives, and the sentiment had reached an uncontrollable level. Let Suefation come out and respond. If he can't provide an alibi, he must pay with his life. People like him, who have power but don't follow the rules, don't deserve to live. The real culprit must be brought to justice. In just a few hours, Sumu had seemingly become the real culprit, condemned by everyone. Even those who usually claim to be die-hard fans of Suefation didn't dare to speak up for him at this moment. The situation online was overwhelmingly one-sided. Some even went into the game world to stir up the narrative. Suefation, the murderer, come out and confess. Suefation, there's no way out by evading. The chat channels in Huagwa were flooded with such remarks. Everyone's accusations were directed at Sumu. But just as the chat channel was being bombarded, a scrolling announcement suddenly appeared. Player Sumu has triggered a special event. Baiwu Town is now in a hostile state with all players. Players in the Baiwu Town area have activated the main storyline quest, Exterminate the Evil God's Lackeys. Participants will receive generous rewards. As soon as this announcement was made, the overwhelming messages in the chat channel were instantly disrupted. What the hell? Baiwu Town's main storyline. Is this the main storyline of the second phase? Damn, We can't even get through the main quest of the first phase in the newbie village, and now the second phase's main quest is starting? Generous rewards? How generous? Where is Baiwu Town? Who can take me there? I suddenly realized a blind spot. Suafation has been doing the main quest all along, right? Does he have the time to act? Is he stupid enough to get caught on camera? This announcement also prompted those who had previously been afraid to speak up for Sumu to come forward. After some analysis, netizens gradually regained their rationality. Even though some still believed the murderer was Suafation, the narrative was no longer so easily swayed. In the real world, at the crime scene in HZ City, a tall man dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses was investigating. Although it's well hidden, I've still found it. A smile curled at the corner of his mouth, his gaze deep, as if he was plotting something. In the Shin-2 game, Sumu stood 1 kilometer outside Baiwu Town, activating both the Eagle Eye and Magic Vision skills. The entire town is under control. Through Magic Vision, the area around the town was filled with life signs shrouded in black abilities. Those were the guards of the town, clearly controlled by Shinda using magic. From this position, I can't see Shinda's situation. I must enter the town. Baiwu Town was large, and the outskirts couldn't observe the mayor's residence located in the center. Sumu took a deep breath, preparing to take action. Although this special event was a group event, in Baiwu Town, aside from himself, there were no other players around. This main quest, he could only complete it alone. Just as Sumu was about to act, a prompt popped up. The villagers in Baiwu Town are innocent. They are merely controlled by Shinda's evil magic. As long as Shinda is defeated, the magic on them will be lifted. Please try to rescue as many villagers as possible. Alright, this prompt made Sumu, who originally planned to treat the NPCs as small monsters for AoE, curl his lips. An NPC miskill 0/20 appeared in his taskbar, indicating that the mission had failed. Since I can't fight my way in, I'll have to sneak in. Sumu had given up on a frontal assault. Although the NPCs weren't densely positioned, if he made a move, a few AoE skills would wipe out 20 NPCs in no time. Blink! With Eagle Eye and Magical Vision activated, Sumu found an empty spot and used a long-distance blink to instantly reach the interior of the town. After spending so many days in White Mist Town, he was very familiar with the area. Stealth, swiftness, with both skills activated, Sumu dashed towards the Mage Association. White Mist Town was large, although there were many NPCs, they couldn't guard every position. Along the way, Sumu only encountered 2 patrol teams of guards. In his invisible state, these guards did not notice him. Is the security here that tight? After successfully reaching the Mage Association, Sumu looked at the guards on high alert outside, as well as some mages whose eyes were blinded by darkness, frowning. He had seen those mages before, including the old mage who had helped him advance. Their strength was not weak. While they might not reach the level of a boss, they were at least stronger than those elite monsters. I should sneak in. Not knowing the situation inside, Sumu didn't dare to blink recklessly. In the state of swiftness, 30 seconds of stealth time was enough for him to enter Intai's office. In stealth mode, Sumu quickly approached the entrance of the Mage Association, slowing his pace at the entrance to avoid being discovered by the NPCs. With his stealth skill at max level and his own level higher than those NPCs, he easily walked in. The door is locked. Arriving outside Intai's office, the door was in a locked state. Sumu decisively blinked. There was no one else in the room. He immediately began searching for the alchemy room mentioned by Intai. Soon, he discovered a hidden door in the office's bookshelf. Wow, this is impressive. Pushing open the hidden door, a fully equipped alchemy room appeared before Sumu's eyes. The table was filled with bottles and jars, along with some magical spells and formulas. As a master alchemist, Sumu understood those formulas at a glance. Do you master Enhanced Magic Energy Potion? A prompt popped up. Of course, I'll learn it. Sumu was not polite at all, and his alchemy skill gained a new potion he could craft. Enhanced Magic Energy Potion increases spell attack by 30% for 1 minute, cooldown time 5 minutes. Requirements: Magic Energy Grass X10, Magic Thistle X10, Enhanced Magic Crystal X5, Magic Crystal or X5. This potion is great. After seeing the effects of this potion, Sumu clicked his tongue in amazement. A 30% increase in spell attack for 1 minute was a huge boost for any mage. But the materials for this potion are hard to gather. Just looking at the material requirements made Sumu frown. He had never seen any of the materials except for the magic crystal ore. Fortunately, Intai should have gathered these materials. He walked over to the alchemy equipment and placed the 10 magic crystal ores he had on it. After a while, the magic crystals emitted a glow, seemingly providing energy to the entire set of alchemy equipment. After some time, 2 glass bottles on the alchemy equipment filled with a light blue liquid. You have obtained Enhanced Magic Energy Potion. With 2 potions in hand, Sumu smiled. Now, he was even more confident in dealing with Shinda. Newbie Village No. 9527. On the main road to the west, a group of people was clearing out the first-tier monsters. Dozens of them surrounded a small monster, each one steady as a rock. The leader of this group was none other than Su Shiji. We must reach White Mist Town before the main quest is completed, that way we can snag a reward. After the main quest for White Mist Town appeared, he finally realized why they couldn't accept the main quest in the Novice Village. It was because the main quest for their Novice Village had already been completed. In other words, as long as they could clear the small monsters on the way to White Mist Town, they would be able to reach it. Looking at the generous rewards marked on the announcement, Su Shiji could hardly contain himself. Su Xiao, could it be that the mage we dealt with before was Su Fazhen? One of the younger brothers suddenly thought of something and spoke nervously. If anyone could complete the main quest in the Novice Village, it would probably be Su Fazhen. I don't think so, right? That guy is a lone wolf. Someone retorted. If that kid really found a way to level up, completing the main quest alone wouldn't be too difficult, right? Another person chimed in. It does seem like that. That guy was running to the high-level monster area alone, and then after 2 days, he was nowhere to be seen. Clearly he went to White Mist Town. If we could figure out his leveling method, wouldn't we be able to soar too? The discussion among the crowd grew more intense. If they could really uncover the secret of Su Fashion's leveling, then what were Zhao Fazhen, Li Zhanshan, and Wang Gongshan to them? Listening to their words, Su Shiji's eyes gradually deepened. Zinder really is afraid of death. At White Mist Town, at the mayor's office, Sumu looked at the guards stationed outside, his expression helpless. The number of those guards clearly exceeded 20. Once he launched an attack on Zinder, these guys would definitely not stand by and watch. I really want to kill you all. Suppressing the urge to unleash a frost storm on those guards, Sumu activated the skills of stealth and swift. In his invisible state, he easily stepped into Zinder's residence. Compared to the heavy defenses outside, the inside of the house was completely empty. Magic vision. Sumu activated his magic vision to observe the situation inside the room. Found him. Zinder was sitting in a room upstairs. Sumu lowered his footsteps and headed upstairs. Who is it? Just as he was going up, Zinder suddenly shouted out, "Blink!" Sumu was not nervous at all, directly using a blink to appear behind Zinder. Sucker punch! He raised his staff and struck Zinder on the head. In the next second, a stun mark appeared on Zinder's head, lasting for 10 seconds. At the same time, Sumu also saw this guy's attributes. Zinder, Special Boss, Level, 2nd Stage 1st Level Health, 78968/80,000 Spell Attack, 2200 Physical Defense, 500 Spell Defense, 1000 Spell Resistance, 30% Skills, Unknown. Is his health this high? After seeing Zinder's health bar, Sumu curled his lips. As a mage, this guy's health bar was indeed a bit thick. Think about the skill combo. With 7 or 8 seconds left on the stun, Sumu stroked his chin and thought, can I control him to death? He looked at his various control skills. In this small room, Zinder would definitely not be able to escape. Let's start with a Thunderbolt. Sumu didn't hesitate and directly released his highest single-target damage skill. As for those 2 bottles of powerful mana potions, he really didn't plan to waste them on Zinder. Thunderbolt, minus 13,006. An extremely exaggerated damage number popped up above Sin's head, pulling him out of the daze from the club. You despicable scoundrel, how dare you ambush me? Sin shouted angrily as he regained consciousness. Kidney strike. But as soon as he finished speaking, another dizzy mark appeared on his head. Thunderbolt, minus 13,006. This time, the dizziness was brief. After recovering, Sin's face turned ashen, his eyes glaring angrily at Sumu. Charge. Thunderbolt. Frenzied axe shock. Thunderbolt. Sumu was unrelenting, unleashing every control skill he had on Sin. However, he didn't possess many control skills, and each one could only inflict a maximum of 1 second of dizziness, barely allowing for a connection with the Thunderbolt. You will pay for this. After the control ended, Sin's health had dropped to nearly half. He spat out harsh words, but an energy began to rise around him. Trying to run? Sumu was very familiar with this energy. It was the blink skill. He couldn't let Sin escape, so Sumu's gaze turned to the warrior's taunt skill. Taunt. Regardless of its effectiveness, he used it on Sin. In the next moment, Sin's blink was interrupted, and he raised his soul bone staff, striking at Sumu. -1. A damage number popped up above Sumu's head. This looks a bit ridiculous. Watching Sin hit him with the staff, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. Thunderbolt. But laughing aside, he didn't forget to attack while Sin was taunted. Are you really a mage? As the taunt time ended, Sin was bewildered, angrily questioning. Since he met Sumu, he hadn't been clear-headed for more than 3 seconds, and this mage-dressed adventurer had completely overturned his perception of the profession. "Of course, I'm a mage," Sumu answered the question calmly. However, Sin had no intention of continuing to bicker with Sumu. His health was dropping too quickly. Staying in this room would only lead to his demise. He used the blink skill again, disappearing from the room. Eagle Eye. Magic Perspective. Sumu quickly activated his vision skills, searching for Sin's whereabouts. Outside? Blink. Sumu blinked and appeared in the courtyard outside. Dark Binding. At that moment, a black energy suddenly shot out from Sin, wrapping around Sumu. Minus 1720. A significant damage number appeared above Sumu's head, and the black energy bound him in place. "You have been imprisoned, duration 10s, ugh." This was something Sumu hadn't anticipated. After controlling Sin for so long in the room, he didn't expect to be controlled by Sin in an instant. "Get him!" After binding Sumu, Sin shouted. Immediately, the surrounding guards charged at Sumu one by one. Gravity Field. In the binding state, Sumu couldn't move but could still cast skills. He directly used the gravity field, a large area control skill. In an instant, the guards seemed to sink into a quagmire, unable to move. "Is this Een Tai's trick?" Sin was also affected, frowning as he asked. "Thunderbolt." The answer to him was a bolt of lightning. Dark Shield. Sin quickly raised his staff, and a black shield appeared above his head, blocking the lightning strike. If he were hit again, his health would drop to single digits. "Adventurer, I must admit, your strength exceeds my expectations." Cinder's gaze towards Sumu had completely changed. In addition to hatred and anger, there was also a hint of fear. "But if you think this will defeat me, then you underestimate me too much." He suddenly laughed, his demeanor becoming extremely frenzied. Dark Sacrifice. With a loud shout, the soldiers restricted by the gravitational field collapsed one by one. Immediately, black energy surged from their bodies, flying towards Cinder. Thunderbolt. Sumu watched all of this, his brows furrowed, continuously using lightning to attack. However, the black shield was incredibly sturdy, blocking one bolt of lightning after another. The black energy smoothly flowed into Cinder's body. Fully restored? Sumu clearly saw that as the black energy was injected, Cinder's health, which had already reached the killing line, instantly returned to full. "These NPCs don't count as kills for me, right?" Sumu immediately looked at his taskbar. Compared to the fully healed Cinder, he was more concerned about the task's restriction against killing NPCs. Phew! Seeing that his accidental kill count was still 0, he let out a sigh of relief. "Now, I will make you pay the price." With his health restored, Cinder revealed a confident smile. He raised the soul bone staff in his hand and murmured a spell. Defensive Stance. Sumu didn't dare to be careless and activated the damage reduction skill he had obtained earlier. Dark Erosion. A few seconds later, Cinder shouted, and the black shield transformed into a black spear, piercing straight towards Sumu. Minus 1974. Another number popped up above Sumu's head. How is this possible? Cinder's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression completely one of shock. This skill was supposed to be his most powerful attack. Cinder had intended to use this strike to instantly kill Sumu. Healing Spell. Plus 2670. On the battlefield, Sumu didn't even consider casting a mana shield, he directly used the healing spell to restore his health to a safe level. This scene left Cinder dumbfounded once again. Throughout their battle, this adventurer had already used every skill from all classes. Energy Awakening. You used a super mana potion. Thunderbolt. Sumu ignored Cinder's astonishment and unleashed lightning once more. Minus 13,006. After the dark shield disappeared, his attack easily hit Cinder. Shadow Arrow. Hit by the lightning, Cinder retaliated. Minus 1,204. Compared to Sumu's 5-digit damage, the damage he dealt as a boss was less than 1/10 of Sumu's. Cinder's mind was filled with question marks. He really wanted to ask, "Are you the boss, or am I the boss?" Thunderbolt. But even if he asked, Sumu wouldn't answer. For Sumu, the most important thing now was to completely resolve this trouble before Cinder's skills cooled down. Otherwise, if he used Dark Sacrifice again, his mana would be in a tight spot. "I'll fight you to the end." Just as Sumu thought, Cinder's skills were all on cooldown, and he could only unleash the uncooled Shadow Arrow at Sumu. Shadow Arrow. Thunderbolt. The two began a barrage exchange. Minus 13,006. A 5-digit damage appeared above Cinder's head. Minus 1,204. A 4-digit damage appeared above Sumu's head. The damage values of the two were clearly not on the same level. However, in terms of overall health, Cinder clearly had the advantage. He only needed 5 shadow arrows to take care of Sumu, and Sumu needed at least 7 bolts of lightning to take him down. Powerful Healing Spell. Plus 11,748. But soon, something that made Shinda despair happened. Sumu used a powerful healing skill, instantly restoring his health to full. Why does this scene feel familiar? Shinda murmured instinctively. Just a moment ago, he had also restored his health in an instant. This is impossible, this isn't real, who exactly are you? Shinda kept roaring. Compared to Sumu's ordinary healing skills, his dark sacrifice was a big move, with a long cooldown, and he definitely wouldn't be able to use it before his health ran out. Please spare me, I can lead you to the embrace of the evil god. You will become an immortal fallen mage. Shinda was completely panicked, begging Sumu for mercy. Sorry, I won't be siding with any evil god. Sumu replied with a smirk. No, you can't kill me, but as a fallen mage, if you kill me, you will bear the mark of the evil god. You will become the enemy of the evil god, and any existence that opposes the evil god will ultimately be annihilated. Looking at Sumu's faint smile, Shinda felt the approach of death at that moment, screaming hysterically. Is that so? Upon hearing these words, Sumu's expression shifted from calm to confident. If the evil god is my enemy, then I will slay the god. On the road from Novice Village No. 9527 to Misty Town. Everyone, put in more effort. Let's try to reach Misty Town before tonight. I don't think that Su God can complete the task so quickly. Su Shiji commanded his subordinates, beating up a first-tier bear monster. These bear monsters have such thick health, and their aggro range is so high, we're low level. At this rate, we might not even make it by tonight. Yeah, it's too troublesome to fight, our levels are still too low. Even dealing with a single bear monster required more than a dozen people working together, and everyone looked at the numerous bear monsters on the road ahead, lamenting. Yet, despite their complaints, they were all working hard. After all, the generous reward was still waiting for them. I hope that Su God finishes the task later. Don't worry, this is the main quest of the second phase. It won't be that easy to complete. Exactly. I estimate this task will take at least 2 days to finish. We will definitely be able to ride on the rewards. As they discussed this topic, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Everyone, put in more effort, drink potions like water. Meanwhile, Su Shiji clearly didn't believe that Su God could complete the main quest of the second phase in a short time. He was quite confident about getting this reward. Damn it! Bang, clatter, clang, accompanied by an angry roar, a sound of items dropping and shattering echoed. A man lifted his foot and kicked the office desk in front of him fiercely. Bang! The desk fell to the ground, smashing the precious floor tiles. The man was still not satisfied, his face filled with rage. Su God, I won't let you suppress the public opinion. I must expose your true face. Misty Town. Fear was evident in Shinda's eyes. At this moment, his health was down to single digits. Please, don't kill me. I can work for you like a horse. With threats proving ineffective, he lowered his stance as the town mayor, constantly pleading. Blink! Bang! Sumu remained silent, blinking to Shinda's back, raising his staff, and struck him on the head. You have killed Shinda, successfully liberated Misty Town. You have gained the title, Savior of Misty Town. Announcement, player Sumu has successfully liberated Whiteness Town, gaining plus 50 to all attributes, plus 1000 skill points, and a reward of a growth weapon, Staff of the Mage God. Announcement, player Sumu has successfully liberated Whiteness Town, gaining plus 50 to all attributes, plus 1000 skill points, and a reward of a growth weapon, Staff of the Mage God. At the moment Sind fell, a series of prompts popped up in front of Sumu. This guy didn't drop any experience? No equipment either? How stingy. What left him feeling somewhat disappointed was that killing Sind didn't yield any experience, and there were no light orbs on the ground to collect. But when he saw the weapon rewarded in his inventory, his eyes widened. Staff of the Mage God, level 0 plus 100 intelligence plus 100 spirit plus 100 constitution. Gain growth value after killing monsters. Each growth will increase attributes and unlock entries. Current growth value 0/10,000. This equipment is amazing. Sumu was at a loss for words. After all, this was a weapon that could grow. He equipped the weapon directly. After equipping, this weapon will bind to your soul. Do you wish to continue equipping? A prompt followed immediately. Equip. Sumu didn't hesitate and put the equipment on. He opened the attribute interface. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, Tier 2 level 1, 0/25,000, health, 7180 mana, 30400 melee physical attack, 716 spell attack, 2170 physical defense, 818 spell defense, 1160 attributes, strength 308, constitution 338, plus 180, agility 308, spirit 470, plus 290, intelligence 680, plus 310, equipment, staff of the mage god, skeleton ring, sheepskin leggings, sheepskin boots, sheepskin gloves, sheepskin mage hat, sheepskin robe, goatman priest necklace, goatman priest ring, white mist town warrior badge. My attributes are simply outrageous. Looking at his attributes, Sumu truly didn't know what to say. Even if Sind didn't drop anything, he was very satisfied. Just as he was thinking this, Sind, lying on the ground, suddenly floated up. Is he coming back to life? Seeing this, Sumu quickly took a few steps back, then a bolt of lightning struck down. He wasn't really worried about Sind coming back to life. That would just mean he could reap more benefits. Miss. As the lightning struck Sind, it didn't cause any damage. A surge of dark energy erupted from Sind, forming a phantom. This phantom stared intently at Sumu, like an abyss, wanting to swallow him whole. Are you the evil god? Sumu gazed into the abyss without the slightest retreat. He had seen this phantom once before at the wild boar man's altar. It seemed this guy was the evil god Sind spoke of. The phantom didn't answer, or rather, it couldn't answer. The darkness slowly rotated, forming a vortex that sucked Sind's corpse into it. An evil god has left a mark on you. As the black vortex disappeared, another prompt appeared before Sumu. A mark? Sumu quickly looked at his body. That black energy hadn't touched him at all. How could it leave a mark? Forget it, no need to worry. After a moment's thought, Sumu didn't dwell on it. It was just an evil god. Once he grew stronger, he wouldn't be afraid at all. Time to head to the next place. Looking around, Sumu felt no attachment to White Mist Town. But the things I left at the inn, it wouldn't be good to take everything with me. Sumu hurried towards the direction of the inn. If there is anything in this town that I care about, it is obviously the materials and equipment stored in the hotel warehouse. On the way from Novice Village No. 9527 to Misty Town, Su Shiji and his group stood there in a daze, each with an unpleasant expression. They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in their throats. Everyone, let's log off and take a break. After a long time, it was Su Shiji who spoke first, breaking the awkward silence. Alright, Su Xiao, then we'll log off first. The others responded one by one, heading back towards Novice Village. Damn it! Just as everyone else left, Su Shiji's roar echoed. The moment he saw the announcement, his expression was extremely complicated, a mix of shock, confusion, anger, and unwillingness. He never expected that Su Fashion would complete this main quest shortly after starting it. The veins on Su Shiji's forehead bulged. He had missed out on 50 points in all attributes and 1,000 skill points. Beautiful country chat channel. It's that Sumu again. He actually completed the second phase of the main quest. This is unbelievable. Crazy, we haven't even figured out the first phase of the main quest. I want to ask, what's the highest level now? Has anyone reached level 8? It's over, we've been completely outclassed. Following the announcement of Sumu completing the second phase of the main quest, the chat channel was filled with wails. The proud and self-important people of beautiful country were ruthlessly slapped in the face by Sumu. In a building with 8 corners in beautiful country, a group of people held an emergency meeting. This enemy Su is too terrifying. We can't let him continue to develop. Our people embedded in Huagua have already taken action. That video will definitely force Su out, and by then, even if our people don't take action, others will. That's best. But if we fail, we must have a backup plan. One person slammed the table hard, his expression extremely serious. Even if it exposes all our embedded personnel, we must eliminate the threat as much as possible. Anyone named Sumu must be eliminated. As soon as these words were spoken, the others in the room showed shocked expressions. They all knew what the consequences of this would be. Yet, no one stood up to refute. You are our hero. Warrior, thank you for saving Misty Town. May the holy light always bless you. In the Misty Town Hotel, Sumu was surrounded by a crowd, basking in glory. Whether it was NPCs from the Mage Association or other associations, they all gathered here, praising Sumu to the fullest. Respected warrior, what would you like to eat? It's all free. The greedy landlady was especially generous. Everyone is really too polite. Surrounded by these compliments, Sumu felt a bit embarrassed. Adventurer, please go to Howling Moon City and report the events that happened in Misty Town to the city lord, Yubai, and ask him to send a new town mayor. At this moment, an elderly mage spoke up. Do you accept the quest? Go to Howling Moon City? I understand. Sumu accepted the quest. Then I'll leave it to you. After another round of praise, the crowd gradually dispersed. The landlady also served Sumu an extremely lavish meal. Sumu was not polite. After all, he was now wearing the title of the savior of Misty Town. Eating and drinking for free was only right. By the way, landlady, how do I get to Howling Moon City? Sumu asked while eating. The southern part of the Misty Mountain Range has a passage that leads straight south to Howling Moon City. The innkeeper replied enthusiastically. Sumu nodded slightly, already planning his next destination in his mind. After eating and drinking his fill, he returned to the inn. The two warehouses were filled with items. Besides materials, there were also many herbs. The most valuable were the equipment dropped by the boss. Those wealthy players must have quite a few gold coins by now, right? Sumu looked at the equipment dropped by the boss, as well as his own unequipped gear and the blueprints for crafting, stroking his chin. The attributes of these items were very high, and their value was incomparable to those ordinary first-tier items. He really couldn't decide on a price. How about holding an auction? Sumu squinted and began to think. He glanced at his title of Savior of White Mist Town. As long as he wore this title, his messages in the chat channel would have a special mark. In other words, as long as he spoke in the chat channel, he would attract everyone's attention. Let's do it! After some thought, Sumu opened the chat channel. Suafation is amazing, completing the second phase of the main quest so quickly. This is insane. Suafation's team is just too incredible. I'm wondering if Shen Yuan and Suafation teamed up. Otherwise, how could this quest be completed so fast? Sumu, you murderer, how can you still face doing quests? Sumu, come out and explain. Don't think you can escape punishment just because you completed a quest. Various comments intertwined, dense and numerous, making Sumu frown. Those exaggerated remarks, needless to say, made him a bit happy. But the negative comments were inevitably annoying. Me, a murderer? Especially facing those baseless accusations, Sumu didn't even know how to retort. In 1 hour, the auction house will auction a large number of first-tier high-attribute equipment. Ignoring the curses, Sumu edited a message and sent it out. The next second, a prominent mark appeared on the world channel. The Savior of White Mist Town has spoken. Wow, the Savior of White Mist Town? Why is this guy's message flashing? Savior of White Mist Town? This is Suafation. Suafation is selling equipment? It must be top-notch. Damn it, Sumu, you dare to sell equipment? You have the face for it, huh? Sumu, Savior, the murderer still hasn't faced justice? Sumu's message was quickly recognized, and the chat channel immediately erupted into polarized opinions. Some even privately messaged Sumu to vent their anger. Block. Sumu directly blocked those comments, opened his inventory, and began crafting equipment and potions. You crafted a goblin staff. You crafted a bright silver leather armor. You crafted a super mana potion. You crafted a bloodthirsty elixir. After crafting most of the materials in the warehouse into equipment and potions, Sumu arranged them neatly, waiting for consignment. Ding! Ding! At that moment, a message popped up. Sumu raised an eyebrow and opened the private message. Friend, I want to buy all the equipment you have for 100,000 gold coins. So rich? Seeing this message, Sumu was taken aback. He knew that he only had 130,000 gold coins in his inventory, and this person could actually offer 100,000 gold coins? Are you sure? Sumu sent a message back. Just kidding. The other side quickly replied. 3 black lines immediately appeared on Sumu's forehead. I have realized that this person must know I have activated the information shield, so they deliberately set a high price, wanting me to respond. I don't have that many gold coins, but I have chips that you might be interested in. Just as Sumu was about to add this person to the blacklist, they sent another message. Oh, Sumu became interested and edited a message. Tell me more? There was a moment of silence on the other end, and several messages came in consecutively. Right now, the internet is full of public opinion targeting you, but I know the person in that video is not you, and I also know who has been using public opinion to frame you from behind, as well as their purpose for doing so. I think you would be very interested in their identity, right? Seeing this, Sumu narrowed his eyes and did not rush to reply. Although he still didn't know the situation of the murderer in the chat channel, he sensed the taste of conspiracy. Why should I trust you? Sumu edited a message and sent it. I can help you deal with that guy and help you resolve those negative public opinions. The reply came quickly. Seemingly worried about being doubted by Sumu, he added, Don't worry, I won't ask about your identity. You just need to see the results. What do you want? Sumu asked after some thought. I want gold coins or equipment, anything valuable will do. The message from the other side was very direct. Taking money to solve problems is my specialty. How about these 2 pieces of equipment? Sumu thought for a moment and sent the attributes of the bright silver leather armor and the silver dagger to the other party. Okay, but you need to add another 500 gold coins. The reply came back very quickly. Sumu raised an eyebrow. 2 pieces of equipment plus 500 gold coins was definitely not a small amount. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the other party was asking for a lot. Don't worry, it's definitely worth it. I guarantee that person will completely disappear and won't trouble you again. Just as Sumu hesitated, the other party sent another message. Seeing this, Sumu took a deep breath and sent a message back. First do the job, then pay. Deal. The other party agreed so readily that Sumu was not surprised at all. His motive for approaching Sumu was intriguing and could even be a self-directed play. No matter who you are, since you want to play, then I'll play along. With a faint smile on his lips, Sumu edited another message to the other party. To be honest, I wasn't even there, so how could I possibly be the murderer? This public opinion is really annoying. His tone carried a hint of grievance mixed with a complaint, giving the impression of a helpless rant. Of course, Sumu had never paid attention to the public opinion online from the beginning. Language might be a sharp sword, but it couldn't pierce his iron wall. What Sumu cared about more was the other party's purpose for approaching him. It was clear that he was a smart person to approach him in this way. Perhaps he really just wanted equipment and gold coins, but to say he wasn't curious about Sumu's true identity, Sumu absolutely didn't believe it. This message of his had revealed quite a bit of information. No matter how the other party interpreted it, it could confuse his vision. What a pity. If Suafation were in HZ City, maybe we could see a good show. Soon, the other party sent a message. He. Looking at this sentence, Sumu laughed. The other party's words clearly carried a strong sense of probing. Of course I want to see a good show. HZ City is not far. My private jet can get there in less than an hour. But there are still some matters to handle in the guild, so I can't leave. After thinking for a moment, Sumu didn't mind revealing a bit more information about himself. Alright, it doesn't really matter where you watch. This scene will definitely satisfy you. The message came back quickly. Seeing this, Sumu had no intention of replying. His attitude towards those who were scheming behind his back had always been very clear. Ignore them. But since he could make those people pay a price while only giving up a piece of equipment and a few hundred gold coins, why not? Moreover, it was a deal where he would see the results first and then pay. Such a transaction was bound to be profitable. As for the other party taking screenshots of his chat records to use as leverage or to guide the next round of public opinion, Sumu was completely unconcerned about that. The Divine Path game wasn't like those online games. There was no screenshot function in this game world, let alone bringing a phone in to take pictures. Otherwise, if there was a player named Sumu, and he casually chatted about any sensitive topics with others, he wouldn't know how many troubles he would have to bear. Next time someone tries to pry into my identity, I could add them all as friends, and accidentally reveal some information to stir the waters even more. Continuing to craft potions and equipment, a sly expression appeared on Sumu's face. No one could have imagined that the Suafation stirring up the storm in the Divine Path was just an ordinary person from a third-tier city. In a certain Novice village, 4 people stood together. What did that guy say? Asked a tall woman with short hair, looking very capable. He agreed, replied the man in the middle. He actually agreed so readily? The others were somewhat surprised. First do the job, then pay. The man looked at the astonished expressions of the crowd and smiled wryly. This guy is quite a shrewd businessman. Did you find out any useful information? After a moment of silence, one person asked. Reaching a deal with Sumu was just one of their goals. Establishing a friendly relationship with this Suafation and deducing his true identity was their ultimate plan. Nothing substantial, but he should not be from HZ City, and the place he is in is not far from HZ City. One more thing, his status is definitely not low. He is at least a hidden wealthy person with a private jet. The man slowly spoke, analyzing. Such a status also aligned with his long-held assumptions. That range is quite broad. There are simply too many hidden wealthy people in Huagua, and there are no traces to follow. The person beside him frowned, lost in thought. After a while, one person suddenly spoke up. Could this information be a smokescreen released by that guy? That possibility cannot be ruled out, but for now, our search direction is still focused on the big cities around HZ City, looking for hidden wealthy people with the surname Su. The man replied, in my opinion, we should also look in HZ City. That guy might just be playing in the dark. The woman spoke again. Hearing this, the man nodded. I'll handle the public opinion matters with you. The rest, you can arrange yourselves. Leave it to us. The other 2 patted their chests in assurance. We can't fall behind in leveling up in the game either. As he said this, the man's gaze turned cold. Finding that Suafation in reality is just to control him. Only then can we rise faster in the Divine Path. In the Divine Path game, Sumu looked at the high attribute equipment in his hands and opened the chat channel. In 10 minutes, the auction will officially begin, and the equipment for sale includes the following. While editing the message, he posted the attributes of the equipment. The next second, the entire chat channel erupted. Damn, these are all top-tier equipment. Did Suafation poke the boss's nest? Where did all this top-tier equipment come from? Wait, shouldn't this equipment be given to teammates? Could it be that Suafation's teammates are all decked out in top-tier gear? Damn, the attack bonus on this weapon is several times higher than my current attack. What the hell? If I were given just one piece of equipment, I could rise to power. Envy, jealousy, and of course, some mixed with hatred. However, after Sumu sent the message, he couldn't be bothered to look at the chat channel anymore. The momentum for this auction had already begun, and now it was up to those bosses to deliver. Right after Sumu's message was sent, people in every novice village were busy. Quick, gather all the gold coins from everyone in the company. The boss said we must at least bid on a weapon. Anyone with money on hand, even a copper coin, must be submitted. The shield, that shield is simply unbeatable. If we get it, our guild will definitely rise. That Bao's attributes are also very strong. If we buy it, can we catch up to Xin Yuan? Whether they were the visible wealthy or hidden big shots, everyone had their own desired equipment. This was a game that could determine their ascension to godhood. If they could possess these pieces of equipment, it seemed they would be one step closer to the divine position. Of course, many of them still retained their rationality. The greatest use of top-tier equipment was still to help them crush monsters or dungeons they couldn't defeat before, thus creating higher profits. Their primary consideration was still the practicality of the equipment. Among the many pieces of equipment Sumu was selling, that shield undoubtedly attracted the majority of people's attention. Compared to the higher-level Goatman equipment, the Goblin's shield was clearly more appealing. Next was the Valiant Metal that Sumu had replaced. If they could get these two pieces of equipment, they could cultivate a tanky warrior. A tanky warrior was the most solid existence for monster hunting and dungeon grinding. Time's up. In the Whiteness Town Inn, Sumu opened the auction house. He had a lot of equipment on hand, and the first item he listed was the Goblin Staff. He had saved up quite a bit of materials before, and he made a total of 5 of these staffs. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to list all 5 Goblin Staffs at once. The auction has begun. Setting the starting price of the Goblin Staff at 500 gold, Sumu sent a message in the chat channel. The eye-catching label made his message captured immediately. The auction has started. Hurry and take a look. A top-tier weapon for mages? This intelligence and spirit are so high, and the level requirement is low. Equipping it is like upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. 1,000, I'm doubling it directly. The enhancement this Goblin Staff provided to mages was self-evident. Someone immediately raised the bid to 1,000 gold. This move was clearly aimed at a quick resolution. That's ruthless, doubling it right away. In that case, I won't hold back either. 2,000. Soon, another wealthy player doubled the price. At this point, no one else was bidding. Many people's eyes were on that shield. Before the final showdown, they didn't want to spend too much gold. The auction time ticked away, and the final price for this equipment was set at 2,000. Ha ha, with this staff, I'm half a mage god now. After winning this equipment, the wealthy mage laughed wildly. But not long after, his smile abruptly stopped. Another identical Goblin Staff was listed in the auction house. Damn, how is there another one? The attributes seem to be exactly the same. Wasn't that last one a huge loss? I'll bid 1,005. After the staff was put up for auction, the previous bidders who hadn't won immediately offered a flat price of 1,005. 1,006. With that 2,000 safety net, others began to raise their bids by 100. 1,007. 1,008. In the end, the price was set at 1,008. However, as others were looking forward to the next piece of equipment for auction, they were all stunned when they saw that unique first-tier equipment on the auction block. Still a Goblin Staff? Did Su Fazhen poke the Goblin's nest? I think the next one will still be a Goblin Staff. 3 consecutive Goblin Staves left many people at a loss. Although Sumu had posted many pieces of equipment before, no one knew how many of those items there actually were. This Goblin equipment quickly sold for 1,700 gold coins. Then let's auction both together. At the Whiteness Town Inn, Sumu directly put the 2 Goblin Staves he had up for auction. The starting price was set at 1,000 gold. After more than 10 minutes, these 2 weapons were successfully auctioned off at a price of 1,005 each. 5 staves, after deducting the handling fee, totaled 7,650 gold coins, more than I expected. Sumu smiled as he took out the bright silver leather armor. He had also made 5 of this equipment. This armor is a must-have for assassins. What are we waiting for? 1,000 gold. That's a bit harsh, starting at 1,000 gold? This price is about right. After all, it doesn't enhance as much as weapons. Next to the wealthy bosses in various novice villages, many people stood discussing the value of the equipment and whether to raise their bids. The final price for the bright silver leather armor was set at 1,001. Soon after, another piece of bright silver leather armor was put up for auction. Those bosses wanting to bid on equipment were all numb. They reached a tacit understanding among themselves. The subsequent bright silver leather armors were all successfully sold at a price of 1,000 gold. 5 pieces of leather armor, a total of 5,100. After the handling fee it's 45.90. Alright, I forgot to give that guy one. After selling the bright silver leather armors in his inventory, Sumu slapped his forehead. He had considered this piece of equipment as a reward. It doesn't matter, I'll just say he didn't do a good enough job and give him a little less. Sumu pouted. Since he was the one handling the matter first, the final say was with him. Let's put these goblin pieces up for auction together. Besides the craftable equipment, all that was left in Sumu's hands were single pieces of equipment. He directly put 3 pieces of goblin equipment up for auction, leaving the dagger behind. Hurry, the shield is up for auction. That robe is nice too. Those goblin shoes are great. If equipped on the same warrior, they'd be a solid tank. Forget the other equipment, the shield is key. This time, Su Fazhan is putting up 3 pieces of equipment at once. It's very likely that there's only one of each. After these 3 pieces of equipment were put up for auction, those who had been closely watching the auction house widened their eyes. The shield they had been thinking about was finally up for auction. Of course, many people knew they couldn't afford the shield and turned their attention to the other 2 pieces of equipment. First, the shoes, which reached a price of 1,200 gold before no one continued to bid. The robe, with its mana regeneration attribute, made many wealthy mages go wild. In just a few minutes, the price of the robe was raised to 2,200 gold. Meanwhile, the price of the shield only slowly increased by 50. In a certain novice village, a few people sat together. Boss Ma, should we raise the price of the shield? One person asked. Don't rush, this shield might have 2 as well, Ma Jingfei said in a calm tone. Having navigated the business world for many years, he was always very composed. Boss Ma, we currently have 5,000 gold coins. We should be able to secure this shield. In another novice village, it was also Boss Ma. No rush, let's wait for a better moment. The person referred to as Boss Ma rested his chin on his hand, his expression equally calm. Yet beneath that calm exterior, there seemed to be a hint of anxiety. The value of this shield was too great. Who would claim it in the end was still uncertain. The shoes went for 1,200, the clothes sold for 2,500. And this shield is still being auctioned? With notifications of successful sales for the shoes and clothes appearing one after another, Sumu raised an eyebrow at the shield. Was this thing really that popular? Bid as you like. Sumu shrugged and waited silently. He didn't know that for other players, the most challenging part of monster farming wasn't the lack of damage output. Those ordinary monsters were manageable. A warrior with full vitality points could withstand them. But those elite monsters with skills were a different story. If you weren't tanky enough, even with a priest healing from behind, there was still a risk of sudden death. In fact, if he thought about it carefully, Sumu could fully understand the value of this shield. But as a mage who could tank better than a warrior, he had truly forgotten the difficulty of this divine path game during his monster farming. Boss Ma, it's gone up to 3,000. Aren't we going to bid? Next to Ma Jingfei, one of his subordinates was getting a bit impatient. Bid 3,005. After a moment of thought, Ma Jingfei knew it was time to act. Originally a shield with a value of 51, it was instantly raised to 3,005. An increase of 500 in one go? That's quite bold. A big player has entered. It seems this shield won't be ours. Should we continue to raise the bid? Who knows, there might be a second shield. After the price was raised to 3,005, many who were still observing began to have second thoughts. This price was certainly high. But in this vast country, there were plenty of hidden talents. Just a few dozen seconds later, the price of the shield was raised by another 500. 4,000. This price was already enough to buy 2 goblin staves, but this was still not the final price. 4,005. Still an increase of 500. The price of this shield had reached an exaggerated number. Can this shield really be worth so much? In the White Mist Town Inn, Sumu looked at the final transaction price of the shield, his expression somewhat astonished. If we talk about attributes, the defense and damage reduction of this shield were quite good, but in his view, it still seemed rather useless. To sell for such a high price was indeed a surprise. So it seems, defensive gear is quite sought after? Through this piece of equipment, Sumu also realized something. He looked at the valiant metal he had replaced. This piece of equipment was a reward for the main quest in the novice village, and theoretically, every novice village could obtain one. However, thinking about the attributes of that Ice Wolf King, he didn't believe anyone could complete the main quest in the novice village at this stage. Then I won't be polite. Sumu directly listed the metal at an auction starting price of 3,000 gold coins. Sure enough, after the metal was listed, someone quickly bid 3,500 gold coins. The higher the bid, the better. I hope to clear out all my stock. In a certain novice village. Boss Lee, we've put all our gold coins on the line. What if we can't secure this metal? A few people stood beside Li Xiao, all wearing worried expressions. The shield that had just been auctioned was precisely the one Li Xiao had won. As the first person to clear the skeleton cave dungeon, he understood the importance of equipment value very well. It is precisely because of this that he has far more gold coins in his hands than others. Contact Mr. Ma and borrow some gold coins from him. Tell him that as long as I win this medal, I will give it to him directly in a few days. Li Xiao's tone was extremely serious. Mr. Li, you're not joking, are you? Giving it to him for free? Wouldn't that be a huge loss for us? The people beside him widened their eyes. According to the current price, the medal would not be worth less than that shield. Giving away such a valuable piece of equipment made their hearts bleed. With our current strength, it's impossible to get through the Ice Wolf main quest, but with this medal and that shield, we have a chance. Don't forget, after completing the task, I can still get a medal. Li Xiao's words were incredibly serious. He not only cleared the skeleton cave dungeon but also received the main quest to kill the Ice Wolf King, and he was now close to leveling up. Once he levels up after advancing, he can equip that shield and medal. At that time, whatever he wants to do, his efficiency will greatly increase. Earning back these gold coins is just a matter of time. Hearing this, his subordinates stopped hesitating and immediately made contact. Mr. Ma agreed. After a while, he excitedly spoke up. The medal actually sold for 5,000? That's too valuable. In White Mist Town, after seeing the final transaction price of the medal, Sumu rubbed his nose. Compared to other equipment, this piece had the lowest demand level, so its value naturally soared. In any case, it sold for 24,000 gold coins. Sumu looked at the number of gold coins to be collected from the auction house, smiling broadly. This was much more than he had expected. Next up are these high-level equipments. Opening his inventory, Sumu looked at the Goatman equipment he had obtained. Originally, he could continue farming the Goatman dungeon to make another set of Goatman gear to sell. But then he thought, given the attribute value of this set, it was likely that no one could afford the price. The main quest in White Mist Town had already been completed, and there were no second-tier monsters in this area, so he had no reason to waste time here. Moreover, if he went to farm the Goatman dungeon, the drops would only increase. One auction is enough. After that, I'll sell second-tier equipment. Sumu began to list the Goatman equipment. These pieces required a high level, so he directly put up more than 10 high attribute pieces together. Each had a base auction price of 2,000 gold coins. After more than 10 minutes, none of these pieces went unsold. The number of gold coins to be collected from the auction house reached over 50,000. Adding the gold coins in Sumu's inventory, he had reached 200,000. If he took all this gold out, he could easily pile up a small mountain of gold in his hotel room. If Sumu took these gold coins out for consignment, he could definitely exchange them for shares of most listed companies on the market. With the equipment sold, and with materials and potions left, I already have enough gold coins, so I'll sell them at a lower price. Having become immensely wealthy, Sumu still did not overlook those potions and materials. Although these items were worth much less than the equipment, even a small mosquito is still meat. Sumu opened the chat channel and directly edited a message to send out. Clearance sale, a large quantity of materials and potions for sale at a low price. Buying them is a profit. Once we get to the town, we can learn life skills. With these materials, getting rich is not a dream. What? We can learn life professions when we get to the town? I see, so the goblin staff is crafted? That leather armor must also be manufactured, right? So, does that mean the guild has to cultivate a few life profession players? Sumu's news quickly stirred up a storm in the World Channel. With over 1 billion people in Huagua, not everyone enjoys fighting and killing. In most online games, there are also quite a few casual players. Unlike those games, if one can level up life skills in the game of Shinto, then they truly won't have to worry about their livelihood for a lifetime. We must buy it. Cultivating a few life players will greatly enhance the company's overall strength. Let's buy some. Don't forget the medicines and materials, just leave some gold coins. That Su Fazhan is obviously preparing to move to a higher level with his big sale. Even if he wants to sell things later, we won't need them for a while, but these resources are more important now. Within some large companies, many people even held an emergency online meeting. Almost everyone reached a consensus. At least one life profession player must be cultivated. As a result, the materials that Sumu was selling became scarce. Sold out. In the Baiwu town inn, Sumu smiled with satisfaction as he watched the materials in the auction house being cleared out. At this point, he had perfectly wrapped up his time here and was ready to head to the next map. Others are still in the Novice village thinking about how to deal with the Wolf King, right? Having completed the main quest in Baiwu town, not a single player had reached Baiwu town yet. That feeling of being so far ahead was exhilarating. Time to set off. After organizing his inventory, Sumu took out the 2 keys from the inn. "Dear adventurer, I wish you a smooth journey," the innkeeper said sincerely as she took the keys. Following the innkeeper's directions, Sumu headed towards Xiaoye City. Passing through the misty mountains, when faced with small monsters blocking the way, Sumu directly activated stealth and swiftness, showing no intention of engaging. With the help of Eagle Eye and Magic Vision, he quickly found a small path. This was a secluded canyon trail, and no small monsters appeared on the way forward. After passing through this path, an endless grassland appeared before Sumu's eyes. Which way to go? The unfamiliar environment left Sumu a bit confused. Dawn! Catch up to it, don't let it escape, hurry! At that moment, a flurry of urgent voices reached Sumu's ears. Over there! Sumu immediately looked in the direction of the sound, activating Eagle Eye and Magic Vision. In the next second, a group of soldiers in armor riding horses appeared in his line of sight. They seemed to be chasing some creature in the grass. That creature was darting swiftly beneath the grass. Is it coming towards me? Through the dual perspective skills, Sumu clearly saw that the creature beneath the grass was large, and its path was heading straight for him. A quest is coming. Facing the unknown creature's approach, Sumu's expression was calm, a faint smile on his lips. He was just worried about not being able to discern the direction, and now this group had appeared. What else could it be but a quest? So what if it runs fast? If I tell you to stop, you have to stop. Sumu's attention shifted to the unknown creature, waiting for it to come closer. As it entered the range of his skills, a flash of energy crossed Sumu's eyes. Gravity field. Although the gravity field skill had no damage, the gravitational field was directly linked to the player's intelligence. Sumu's intelligence was now close to 1,000 points, making the force field he released extremely powerful. Under the perspective skill, it was clear to see that as the gravity field appeared, the creature stumbled, as if it were a bug trapped in a quagmire, unable to move. Good opportunity, act fast. Everyone get ready for battle, we must take down this sand beast. Go! Not far away, the shouts of that group of people echoed again. Their attention was entirely focused on that creature, not noticing Sumu in the distance. Can they handle this guy? Sumu squinted, comparing the life signs of the people with the creature underground. Let's observe the situation first and be ready to support at any time. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait and see. After trapping the creature with the gravity field, he should have already triggered this mission. HZ City. In a certain villa, a man was on a video call. Is this what you call being confident? How should we wrap this up now? On the other end, a white man shouted angrily. The man lowered his head, his expression grim. The public opinion hasn't been completely suppressed yet. As long as we let the victim's family come forward to strongly condemn Su Fazhan and demand justice, we might still be able to turn the situation around. I don't want to hear your nonsense, I just want to see results. The white man's tone was filled with rage. Just as the man was about to explain, the communication suddenly cut off. Not only that, but the power to the entire villa seemed to have been cut off as well. What's going on? Is anyone there? Why is the power out? The man's brows furrowed as he shouted loudly. He was in a high-end villa. Even if there was a power outage, there would be prior notice. It couldn't just go out suddenly. Where is everyone? Where did they all go? But he shouted for a while, still no one responded. Damn it! The man's expression grew impatient as he walked to the door, wanting to go out and see what was happening. Bang! The next second, the door was kicked open, and the door panel slammed into the man's face, the force knocking him to the ground. Are you looking for death? The intense pain on his face made the man let out an angry roar. Sorry, were you talking to me? A somewhat polite voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the man suddenly looked up, his expression turning to one of terror. Who are you? How did you get here? Help! Help! He kept shouting. Stop shouting, your subordinates are just too useless. Another woman's voice sounded, extremely disdainful. What do you want? This is a private residence. The man forced himself to calm down and spoke. Someone paid a hefty price to see a good show, and we can be considered the directors. A playful voice echoed. A tall man in a trench coat and sunglasses took out a pair of gloves from his pocket. A pair of white gloves. He wore a faint smile, and his eyes behind the sunglasses showed no emotion. The good show is about to begin. Please, spare me. Before long, the large villa was filled with the frantic screams that echoed continuously. In the Shintu game world, Shui Xiao, heal me. Everyone, output with all your might. Sumu stood 100 meters away, watching the NPCs fight the boss. These people really fight professionally. There were 10 of them in total, with a heavily armored warrior leading the charge at the front. 2 others dressed like assassins flanked the warrior, clearly providing support. The rest included mages chanting spells and archers shooting arrows. Below ground, the boss was restricted by the gravity field and seemed to realize it couldn't escape, its massive body directly burrowing out from the grass. There were no obstacles blocking the view on the grassland, and through his eagle eye, Sumu could clearly see the true form of the boss. It was a bug-like creature with countless spiked tentacles, about 3 meters in size. Its lower jaw had 2 jagged fangs. Facing the approaching armored warrior, it sprayed a mysterious acidic liquid from its gaping mouth. Due to the constraints of the gravity field, it seemed to be able to attack only in this way. That's quite a bit of damage. Sumu clearly saw that after being hit by the acid, the warrior's life signs dropped significantly. Holy light healing. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from the sky and landed on the warrior. His life signs instantly recovered. The warrior gained confidence and launched an attack on the sandworm. The 2 assassins circled around to the back of the sandworm. The gravity field's time is up. Sumu watched the battle with his arms crossed. The end of the gravity field meant that the sandworm was about to break free. Sure enough, at the moment the gravity field disappeared, the sandworm dragged its massive body and charged violently at the warrior. Clang! The warrior, holding a shield, braced himself against the blow while swinging his longsword to strike the sandworm. This guy is pretty tough, Sumu murmured as he observed. This team's strength was formidable, and their cooperation was seamless. Coupled with a reasonable personnel configuration, the boss's health was dropping rapidly. At this rate, the battle would be over in no time. Should I go for the last hit? Sumu focused on the boss's life signs, stroking his chin and calculating. The sandworm was clearly a tier 2 boss, and both the experience and loot should be quite good. As long as he landed the final blow, all of it would be his. But if he really stole the boss from the NPC, would he still be able to take on the next quest? Just as Sumu hesitated, the boss's health had already dropped to 30%. The sandworm seemed to realize that this couldn't go on, and it sprayed acid again, but this time the target was not the warrior. The acid shot out like a column of water, heading towards the priests and archers. Get out of the way! The warrior shouted loudly. His shout prompted the others to react immediately. Several mages used blink skills to escape, while the archers distanced themselves with their speed. Holy light shield. The female priest covered herself with a layer of holy light, blocking the attack. Ugh! The acid had no effect, and the sandworm began to retreat. It swung its massive body, forcing the warrior back, and then burrowed underground. As a sandworm, the soft soil beneath the prairie allowed it to move swiftly, and it quickly fled. Get on your horses and chase it down. We can't let it get away. The warrior immediately ordered the others. It's coming at me again, and it's low on health. Isn't this just delivering a free kill? 100 meters away, Sumu watched the rapidly writhing sandworm underground, pursing his lips. A low-health boss was coming right to him. It would be unreasonable not to take advantage of it. Thunderbolt! A sudden clap of thunder struck the ground where the sandworm was moving. With Sumu's current spell attack, this hit caused the sandworm boss's health to drop sharply, nearing its end. One more shot. Not done yet, Sumu predicted its position again. This bolt of lightning, after dealing the first segment of damage, triggered a second wave of damage from the surge of mana, directly finishing it off. 2 notifications appeared on Sumu's interface. You have killed the prairie sandworm, gaining 10,000 experience points, gain 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Sumu looked at the corpse of the sandworm, about 50 meters away from him. Just as he was about to pick up the items, the riders on horseback caught up. Yulin, how did this guy die? I sense 2 powerful magical energies just now. It must have been other hunters. Isn't this just picking up the scraps? Looking at the dead sandworm, several voices rang out, laced with anger. Just as Sumu had anticipated, the weakened boss was picked up by others, and no one would be without anger. There's a person over there. From the outfit, he seems to be an adventurer. Could it be that this sandworm was taken down by him? Soon, someone noticed Sumu's presence and began to discuss. The leading warrior thought for a moment, dismounted, and walked towards Sumu. Hello, adventurer. He greeted Sumu with a bow. Hello, Sumu returned the gesture. Was it you who caused this sandworm to suddenly stop? The warrior Yulin asked politely. That's right, it was my skill, Sumu admitted directly. I thought so. How did this guy suddenly stop? And that attack just now, was it also you? Yulin smiled and pressed on. It came at me, and I had no choice, Sumu explained with a hint of helplessness. Adventurer, I don't mean to blame you. We just need the crystal core of this sandworm. I wonder if you could let it go to us. Yulin asked without any blame, rather a bit shyly. As he spoke, a quest popped up in front of Sumu. Do you accept the quest, Yolin's request? Reward unknown, another quest with an unknown reward? Seeing this quest, Sumu raised an eyebrow, and his gaze towards Yulin became a bit unusual. Should he take this quest or not? What's wrong, adventurer? Yulin clearly noticed Sumu's unusual reaction and asked in confusion. Before Sumu could speak, someone from behind Yulin couldn't help but shout, Yulin, this sandworm was originally our prey, this kid picked it up, why are we being polite to him? Hearing this, Sumu's expression immediately darkened. These NPCs didn't seem like good people. With their strength, they should all be quasi-boss level. If this well-coordinated team decides to fight, I would definitely be at a disadvantage. Scanning the crowd, Sumu made a plan. You can take the crystal core, but the other items belong to me, he said, neither servile nor overbearing. You, the one picking up scraps, really dare to say that? As soon as he said this, a mage among the crowd shouted, Mai, shut up. The next moment, Yolin's angry voice rang out. Mai's face stiffened, glaring at Sumu in dissatisfaction, falling into silence. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to kill this sandworm. Besides the crystal core, we don't want anything else, Yulin said with a smile. Accept the quest. Sumu pouted and accepted the quest before him. Successfully accepted the quest, Yolin's request, hand over the sandworm's crystal core to Yulin. Walking to the side of the sandworm, Sumu reached out to touch the glowing orb. You have obtained the sandworm's crystal core. You have obtained the sandworm's bracers. You have obtained the recipe, corrosive potion. 3 prompts popped up in succession. Take it. Without looking at the other 2 items, Sumu took out the sandworm's crystal core. Thank you so much, adventurer, Yulin said as he took the crystal core, nodding in gratitude. This thing was originally ours. Do we really need to thank him? Mai seemed very dissatisfied with Yolin's attitude and deliberately muttered. Yulin ignored him and continued to speak to Sumu. Adventurer, are you planning to head to Howling Moon City? Yes. Sumu nodded and asked, do you know which direction Howling Moon City is? The sandstorm plain is quite a distance from Howling Moon City. If you rely solely on walking, it will take you several days. Yulin replied. Several days? This surprised Sumu. He had thought that crossing the canyon would lead him directly to Howling Moon City, but it seemed that was not the case at all. If you don't mind, you can join us. At this moment, Yulin extended an invitation to Sumu. Do you accept the quest, collect sandworm crystal cores? Reward unknown. Does this guy want me to work for him? Seeing the quest prompt appear, Sumu realized what was happening. Yulin was clearly being so polite because he valued Sumu's strength. Then I'll accept it. After a brief moment of thought, Sumu accepted the quest. Collect sandworm crystal cores, help Yulin and others kill the sandworms on the sandstorm plain. Completion reward, unknown. Meanwhile, Yulin's smile grew even brighter. Adventurer, we are a hunting team from Howling Moon City, and we came to the sandstorm plain to collect sandworm crystal cores. Once we complete the task, we will take you back to Howling Moon City. As he said this, Yulin looked at the priestess behind him. Shui Xiao, you come with me later. Got it. The priestess immediately responded. Xiao Fei, go look for prey. Yulin turned to a man dressed as an archer. The latter nodded and summoned a hawk. Shoo! With a whistle, the hawk soared high into the sky and began to circle above. Everyone, rest in place. Yulin shouted to everyone. Then, he walked over to the horses, took down a water pouch, and handed it to Sumu. Drink up, adventurer. No, thanks. Sumu waved his hand. He didn't trust these NPCs. The climate on the sandstorm plain is dry. If you don't replenish your water, your stamina will deplete quickly. Yulin paused for a moment and then reminded him, I have my own. Sumu smiled slightly and took out a bottle of blue potion. Although drinking several bottles within a minute would only provide the recovery effect once, it wasn't considered a mana recovery effect, and it was quite refreshing. Are you drinking magic potions like their regular water? Seeing Sumu's actions, several mages in the crowd were dumbfounded. The value of magic potions was thousands of times more expensive than regular water. They wouldn't dare use them unless it was a critical moment, let alone to quench their thirst. Is that not okay? Sumu looked at the surprised expressions of the crowd and took out another bottle of blue potion, downing it in one go. With over 200,000 gold coins in his inventory, he didn't care about the consumption of a few bottles of blue potions. Moreover, with his current mana capacity, he really didn't need the super mana potions. You win! The crowd was speechless, wearing expressions that said he was truly wealthy, and several mages' eyes were filled with envy. Sumu ignored their gazes, opened his inventory, and looked at the other 2 items dropped by the sandworm boss. Sandworm bracers, plus 80 agility plus 50 constitution plus 10% arrow loading speed requirement level, second stage level 1, recipe, corrosive potion, requirements, Sand Poison Grass X2 Corrosive Liquid X2 Effect, adds corrosive effect to a weapon, dealing an additional 100 points of corrosive damage to enemies when causing damage, lasting 30 seconds. The bracers are nice. Perfect for archers. This potion is also quite good, it can significantly increase output. For these two things, Sumu was quite satisfied, especially the corrosive potion. As long as he made it himself, it would definitely become the next best-selling medicine. Found it. After a while, the falcon that had been circling in the air flew back to the archer Cho Fei's shoulder. Everyone mount up, let's go. Yulin immediately gave the order. The priestess girl got on the same horse as Yulin, leaving her horse for Sumu. Looking at the horse in front of him, Sumu raised an eyebrow. He couldn't ride. What's wrong, adventurer? Seeing Sumu still frozen in place, Yulin quickly asked. It's nothing. Sumu shook his head and climbed onto the horse's back. The next second, the horse bolted uncontrollably. Sumu quickly grabbed the reins. Before long, a prompt appeared on his interface. You have mastered the skill. Riding, beginner, skill? I'm good at this. Sumu wasn't even riding. He was just letting the horse run, and he quickly opened the skill panel. Riding successfully upgraded to master level. After maxing out this skill, his mind instantly filled with various riding techniques. Giddy up! Soon, Sumu became quite adept. This scene was witnessed by Yulin and the others, each with a look of surprise. They couldn't understand how Sumu, who had seemed like a novice when mounting, suddenly became a riding expert. However, they didn't delve deeper and quickly accepted this reality. In their minds, adventurers were simply different. Giddy up! After skillfully controlling the horse, Sumu galloped freely across the grassland in the direction indicated by Yulin. Yulin and the others followed closely, some even struggling to keep up with Sumu. Among them, a few people looked at Sumu's back, exchanging glances. Their eyes all revealed the same thing. Greed! Over there! Sumu took the lead and soon spotted the sandworm wriggling in the grass. Let me handle it! Yulin shouted, dismounted, and charged forward, initiating the battle. Everyone maintained formation, output at full strength. After giving the order, he drew the aggro of the sandworm. The others also began their attacks in succession. Up close, Sumu observed the sandworm's health, narrowing his eyes. Grassland sandworm, boss, level, second tier first level health, 74208/80,000 attack power, 1500 physical defense, 300 magic defense, 300 skills, acidic venom, burrow, sweep. Compared to the boss he had encountered before, the sandworm boss's attributes weren't particularly high. Aside from its slightly thick health, its other attributes were even lower than some first-tier bosses. But the difference was that in this plane, there were quite a few of this type of sandworm. Rather than calling it a boss, it was more like a slightly stronger elite monster. Because of this, Yulin and the others felt no pressure facing this boss. These people's damage isn't that high. Sumu stood by and watched, not in a hurry to strike. The attacks from Yulin's group were clearly not high. The total damage from all of them combined was less than what he could unleash with a single lightning strike. If he were to attack, he would surely scare them all silly. Let's cast a fireball. Sumu decided against using lightning and instead began to chant the fireball spell he hadn't used in a long time. He didn't plan to reveal all his strength to these NPCs, but he didn't mind showing some of it. Fireball. Pretending to chant for 2 seconds, a fireball flew towards the sandworm boss. -8,388. An extremely exaggerated number popped up above the head of the sandworm boss. The boss's health dropped significantly. This damage also made Yulin and the others widen their eyes. What the hell? What kind of damage is this? 1 skill of yours equals 10 of mine? Are you really an adventurer? Especially the few mages in the team, seeing Sumu's damage, couldn't help but shout out. They had learned the fireball spell, but who would bother to level up such a basic skill to the max? My fire spells have bonuses, that was my ultimate just now, Sumu replied calmly. Stop staring, keep attacking. At this moment, Yulin, who was tanking the boss, shouted. The others reacted and continued their assault. Sumu, however, stood aside, showing no intention of continuing the attack. If ultimate moves could be used continuously, they wouldn't be called ultimates. While pulling the boss, Yulin glanced at Sumu out of the corner of his eye. As the main tank, he was most aware of the sandworm's state when it tried to escape earlier. The seemingly low-health sandworm still had over 20,000 health left. Now that Sumu could deal nearly 8,000 damage with one skill, it was no wonder he could take advantage of this leak. With this guy's help, our task will be much easier. Yolin's face showed an excited smile. But what kind of reward should I give to an adventurer like him? However, Yolin's smile quickly faded, replaced by a troubled expression. Oh right, I still have that thing. He suddenly thought of something, and a smile reappeared on his face. Sumu didn't notice the change in Yolin's expression. his gaze fixed on the boss's health. After all, the sandworm was marked as a boss, and the experience gained from killing it wouldn't be low. Plus, it could reliably trigger the Divine Mage's radiance, so he had to land the final blow. By the way, my staff hasn't leveled up yet. Sumu suddenly remembered the Divine Mage's staff in his hand. Throughout the journey, he hadn't been grinding monsters, and the only one he had killed was the boss just now. Divine Mage's staff, 0th rank plus 100 intelligence plus 100 spirit plus 100 constitution, gain growth value after killing monsters. Each growth will grant attribute boosts and unlock entries. Current growth value 5,000/10,000. The boss actually gave 5,000 growth value directly? Seeing the description of the staff, Sumu's pupils slightly widened. This was incredibly convenient. With that, he had to secure the final blow on this boss. Sumu didn't notice that while he was examining the staff, a few people were also sizing up the weapon in his hand. Their glances exchanged, seemingly conveying some kind of message. However, the looks they gave Sumu were clearly filled with considerable wariness. Compared to the boss's tens of thousands of health, these NPCs didn't have nearly as much, especially as ranged classes. Having low health was the norm. If they were hit by that fireball ultimate, they would basically be left with almost no health. These NPCs didn't have a second life. The battle quickly approached its end, and the sandworm boss's health reached the kill line. Output everything, this guy wants to run. Just like the previous sandworm, under the threat of death, the sandworm burrowed underground, trying to escape. Minus 8,388. But just before it burrowed underground, an ordinary fireball hit its body. The powerful flames engulfed it, taking away its last sliver of health. You have killed the prairie sandworm, gaining 10,000 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. 2 prompts appeared on Sumu's interface. Sumu quickly opened the equipment panel to check the status of the staff in his hand. Mage god staff, level 1 plus 150 intelligence plus 150 spirit plus 150 constitution. Use powerful magical items to grant the staff corresponding attributes. Current attribute count, 1 growth value 0/20,000. Each attribute increased by 50 points. And I can unlock an attribute? Excitement shone in Sumu's eyes. Is this the power of growth equipment? By the way, didn't I just loot a gem? Sumu hurriedly opened his bag and found the shadow gem dropped from the Goatman dungeon. This should count as a magical item. Do you want to use the shadow gem to grant an attribute to the mage god staff? Possible attribute, shadow enhancement, increases all shadow damage by 10%. As a prompt popped up, Sumu narrowed his eyes. Among all his current skills, only the Crowstorm dealt shadow damage. A 10% damage increase is indeed strong, but would a single attribute damage waste an attribute slot? Forget it, no need to rush. This is a growth weapon. I need to get some powerful attributes. After careful consideration, Sumu put the shadow gem away. Items dropped by a level 1 boss are definitely not as good as treasures from a level 2 boss. Since he had just arrived at the level 2 map, there was no need to be in such a hurry. You bastard! Are you doing this on purpose? Just as Sumu was pondering, an angry shout rang out. The speaker was a mage in the team. He glared at Sumu, fists clenched. What? Sumu turned to look at him, his expression calm. Are you still pretending to be innocent? You deliberately dealt the final blow to the sandworm, didn't you? The man's expression grew even angrier, his voice filled with a roar. Not just him, the others in the team also looked at Sumu with anger. Setting aside the issue of loot, for these NPCs, defeating powerful monsters also meant gaining experience to level up. The team had already agreed that the final blow to the boss would be left to Yulin. Sumu had already snatched 1 boss kill, and now he had taken a second. The suppressed feelings of the group could no longer be contained. Exactly, what's the difference between this and stealing a boss? You still won't admit it? Others began to voice their accusations, all directed at Sumu. Shut up! At that moment, a roar sounded. It was Yulin who spoke. As the leader of the team, he held great prestige, and the voices of reproach were immediately silenced. What's there to argue about? If it weren't for this adventurer's intervention, that sandworm might have escaped, and we would have wasted our efforts. Compared to the anger of the others, Yulin saw things clearly. The sandworm wasn't difficult to deal with. The biggest challenge was how to keep it from escaping. One must know that the sandworm that burrows underground escapes at an incredibly fast speed. Sumu was able to deliver the final blow at the right moment, something none of them could do. As long as they could ensure the efficiency of killing the sandworm, what did it matter if they gave up some experience? Sorry, their tempers aren't great. Yulin looked at Sumu with an apologetic smile. But since you've taken the experience, could you let us have the drops? His tone was conciliatory, not demanding. Sure. Sumu did not refuse. Thank you. Yulin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and called out to the archer. Xiaofei, go look for the next target. The rest stay here and rest. After finishing speaking, Yulin smiled at Sumu. Adventurer, come with me. Upon hearing this, Sumu raised an eyebrow and glanced at the others, but still followed behind Yulin. The two walked to the side, and Yulin took something out from his bosom. This is something I obtained by chance. According to those in the Mage Association of Howling Moon City, this stone seals a peculiar magical energy, but no one knows how to unseal it. I think you might be able to find a way. As he spoke, Yulin handed the stone to Sumu. Thank you. Without a second thought, Sumu took the stone in his hand. You have obtained the sealed magic stone. Sealed magic stone. This stone contains powerful magical energy, which may be activated through some special method. What a good item. I wonder if it can be used for the staff's attributes. After seeing the description of the magic stone, Sumu's mind began to race. Do you want to use the sealed magic stone to grant the staff of the god of magic an attribute? Possible attribute, magical power, final spell damage plus 5%. Wow, is it really that powerful? Seeing the prompt that popped up, Sumu was genuinely stunned. Final damage plus 5%. That's much stronger than just increasing spell damage by 5%. This is still an unsealed stone. If this stone were to be unsealed, wouldn't this attribute be even more powerful? Suppressing the urge to activate the attribute, Sumu put the magic stone away. This thing is definitely a good item. If it could be completely unsealed, it might increase final damage by over 20%. If that's the case, this attribute would be incredible. Adventurer, how often can you release that skill that trapped the sandworm? Seeing that Sumu was very satisfied with the magic stone, Yulin spoke again. Once every hour. Sumu put away his excited expression and exaggerated the cooldown of the gravity field. He now understood that these NPCs were no different from real people. Those unknown reward tasks required a back and forth between himself and the NPCs, or even competing for benefits, even taking down NPCs. Compared to those known reward tasks, the unknown ones, though filled with uncertainties, were indeed quite interesting. How about this? If the next sandworm tries to escape, I hope you can use that skill to stop it, and then I'll deliver the final blow. Yulin thought for a moment and said. After speaking, he worried that Sumu might misunderstand, so he explained, I'm not saying you're stealing the kill, it's just that others already have opinions, and I need to consider their feelings. No problem. Hearing this, Sumu smiled and nodded. Since Yulin had already given him the task reward in advance, he should help him complete the task of killing the sandworm. Who? Just as the two reached a consensus, a fierce wind suddenly swept across the prairie. Huge clouds of dust were lifted. Woo! The horses on the scene were immediately frightened and became restless. It's a sandstorm! Someone shouted. Everyone stay in place and don't move. Keep an eye on the horses. Xiaofei, pay attention to the surroundings. Yulin's expression instantly became serious. Sumu looked at the fearful expressions on everyone's faces and realized what was happening. This sandstorm was likely not a good omen. In the real world, a video quickly spread online. It showed a man kneeling on the ground, looking miserable, with tears and snot all over his face. The fireball video of the God of Magic Su online was made by someone I hired. It was all special effects. Those comments accusing the God of Magic Su of being the murderer were also orchestrated by me with hired commenters. I was just following orders, trying to find the God of Magic Su, which is why I did these foolish things. The video quickly stirred up a storm in various communities. Is it really like this? Actually, when I first saw that video, I thought it was special effects. Sorry, Su Fazhan, I'm such an idiot for believing such things. Su Fazhan, I was wrong. I won't be led astray anymore. Su Fazhan YYDS, I will always support you, my idol. From now on, I won't believe any comments that lead to Su Fazhan. He is the future law god of Huagua. We must protect him. Exactly. We can't let those with ulterior motives succeed. All the previous criticisms against Sumu sank without a trace. Countless people stood up to apologize, and many posted expressing their trust in Su Fazhan. The trending topics on major platforms were all we owe Su Fazhan an apology. Fuck, this is just stupid. How did I raise such a useless person? Damn it! In the beautiful country, looking at the report in front of him, furious roars echoed through the sky. Wind and sand plains. The howling wind swept through, with sand and dust blocking out the sun. Sumu was caught in the sandstorm, feeling the wind and sand everywhere around his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. How is everyone doing? A loud call rang out. Yulin shouted, inquiring about everyone's situation. We're fine. This sandstorm is too big. It might not end anytime soon. What should we do next? Someone quickly shouted back. Hold the horses, we'll wait here until the sandstorm passes. Yulin gave the order and walked towards the horses against the wind and sand. Magic perspective. Sumu stood still and activated the skill. Although the sandstorm obscured visibility, the magic perspective was unaffected. In this perspective, he could clearly see everyone's location and the direction of the storm. What is this? It was also in this perspective that Sumu noticed something was off. The magic perspective skill was very powerful. It could not only see the vital signs of every creature but also their hostility towards him. Among this group of people, 5 were staring in his direction, emanating a red glow. Obviously, the red glow meant that these people had a particularly high level of hostility towards him. Sumu immediately looked at Yulin. He only had a vast life force around him, with no other abnormalities. Do these NPCs want to cause trouble? After confirming that Yulin had no hostility towards him, Sumu stroked his chin and began to think. Since he had just taken down the sandworm, someone had already developed dissatisfaction towards him. Let's wait and see. Sumu silently observed the movements of those people. If these guys weren't NPCs, he would have acted already. Just like before with Shinda, before turning into a hostile red namestate, all his damage had been miss. Although he didn't know if these NPCs were in the same situation, if he acted first, it would definitely have some impact. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Sumu's private chat channel rang. It was the guy who had previously contacted him to negotiate terms. Mr. Su, I have fulfilled your request. Are you satisfied with the performance online? The message from the other party went straight to the point. Don, without logging off, Sumu naturally didn't know how things were online. He didn't rush to reply and instead opened the chat channel. Sorry, Su Fazhen. Su Fazhen, we were wrong, you are the best. Su Fazhen, we shouldn't have doubted you, sorry. Unlike the previous arguments, the current chat channel was almost entirely filled with apologies. Not bad. Seeing those apologies, Sumu couldn't help but smile. This guy is quite reliable in getting things done. But, after thinking for a moment, Sumu edited a message. You've made this matter too ostentatious. I've never liked being high profile. His tone carried a hint of reproach and dissatisfaction, further reflecting his low-key personality. Didn't Mr. Su say before that he wanted to see a good show? If it's too low-key, then we won't be able to see the performance. The other side quickly replied. Seeing this, Sumu fell into deep thought. The wind and sand around him continued to howl, yet it did not disturb his contemplation. Do you really think I can't solve this trouble? The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he sent a message. But why would I let you handle it? After a full minute, the other side finally replied. This time, we were the ones who made it too showy. Sorry, Mr. Su. That's exactly the effect I wanted. A broad smile spread across Sumu's face. He took out the shiny silver dagger and 500 gold coins, sending them off to the other party. In any case, you've helped me solve a problem, so this is your reward. In just a few sentences, Sumu deducted the previous leather armor. Thank you, Mr. Su. The other side quickly expressed gratitude. After a while, the other side sent another tentative message. If possible, we would like to do something for Mr. Su. Do something for me? Sumu looked at the message and couldn't help but smile. From this person's tone, it was clear he was a master in reality. Such people are generally difficult to manage. However, Sumu had no intention of trying to control him. There are simply too many people wanting to do things for me. A simple sentence that was both a rejection and elevated his own status. Sure enough, the other side stopped replying. Be careful, something is approaching. At that moment, another voice rang out. It was the archer Chiu Fei, who had been responsible for reconnaissance. Get ready for battle. With his words, Yulin's expression also grew tense. The number of sandworms in the sandy grasslands was vast, and now that the sandstorm had kicked up, those sandworms would likely be coming out to move around. With the strength of this small team, dealing with one sandworm in a sandstorm was not difficult, but if more than 2 sandworms came, they would be in danger. There's movement, there's more than one enemy. Soon, Chiu Fei spoke again, his tone grave. His ears were extremely sensitive, able to hear the surrounding movements even amidst the wind and sand. Magic perspective. Compared to Chiu Fei's ears, after activating his skill, Sumu had a more intuitive view of the surrounding situation. 3 sandworms? Under the magic perspective, 3 sandworms were following the trajectory of the sandstorm, approaching their group. In a certain novice village, that guy is indeed a shrewd businessman. A man looked at the items in the email and sneered. Compared to his previous offer, Sumu's few casual words had made him lose 1,000 gold in reward. Did he agree? Asked the woman beside him. The man shook his head and then said, My previous judgment should have been correct. His identity is definitely not ordinary. Can we find him? The woman looked worried upon hearing this. Hearing this, the man's expression turned extremely confident. In this world, no one can hide from me. They're coming, at least 3. Chiu Fei shouted loudly amidst the sandstorm. Gather around me, protect the priest. Yulin tightly gripped his sword and shield, standing in front of everyone. "Adventurer, can you use that control skill?" He looked at Sumu. "Yes," Sumu nodded. "Wait until the sandworms get close, then follow my command," Yulin said. Just then, a sandworm burrowed up from the ground and launched an attack on the group. Yulin raised his sword and attacked the sandworm. His attack caused significant damage, immediately grabbing the sandworm's attention. "Give it your all." With other threats still present, Yulin couldn't afford to be careless and urged everyone on. The others also put in their full effort. Fireball. Sumu seized the moment and unleashed a fireball. Compared to the others' 3-digit damage, his 4-digit damage caused the sandworm's health to drop significantly. Fortunately, Yulin, as a warrior, had a taunt skill, which allowed him to hold the boss's attention. "It's coming." As the boss's health dropped to half, Xiao Fei gave a warning. "Adventurer." Yulin immediately looked at Sumu. Gravity field. From his magical perspective, Sumu was much more aware of the positions of the other sandworms than the others, and he activated the gravity field skill. Under the powerful gravitational interference, the other 2 sandworms were momentarily halted, frozen in place. "They've stopped." Xiao Fei also noticed and spoke up. The others finally breathed a sigh of relief. If all 3 sandworms had attacked them at once, the situation would have been dire. Fireball. Everyone was giving it their all, and Sumu released another fireball. His 3 fireballs took away nearly 30,000 health from the boss, delivering the final blow. "You have killed the prairie sandworm, gaining 10,000 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. You leveled up, gaining 30 attribute points and 20 skill points." After killing this boss, Sumu directly leveled up to 2nd tier level 2. In such a critical moment, no one cared whether he had stolen the kill. The gravity field's duration quickly ended, and the other 2 sandworms charged in. Sumu saw everything clearly from his magical perspective but remained calm. Even without Yulin and the others, the remaining 2 sandworms posed no threat to him. "Over there." Xiao Fei's ears were extremely sensitive. As one sandworm approached, he immediately pointed a direction to Yulin. Yulin rushed forward. After a while, another sandworm burrowed up from the ground. Yulin initiated the attack, firmly holding the sandworm's aggro. "This guy's skills are pretty good." Sumu stood quietly at the back of the crowd, outputting damage, his gaze shifting to Xiao Fei. "This guy must have mastered quite a few scouting skills. While everyone is focused on the boss, I might as well allocate some points." After releasing a powerful fireball, Sumu stood still, contemplating the distribution of his attributes. After reaching the 2nd tier, each level up granted 30 attribute points, and he wasn't in dire need of mana anymore, so adding all to spirit wasn't necessary. "Let's split it evenly." After some deliberation, Sumu decided to allocate half to intelligence and half to spirit. After finishing, he opened his attribute panel. Player, Sumu class, mage level, 2nd tier level 2, 5,000/26,000, health, 7680 mana, 33,000 melee physical attack, 716 spell attack, 2328 physical defense, 868 spell defense, 1225 attributes, strength 308, constitution 338, plus 230, agility 308, spirit 485, plus 340, intelligence 698, plus 360, equipment, staff of the mage, skeleton ring, sheepskin leggings, sheepskin boots, sheepskin gloves, sheepskin mage hat, sheepskin robe, goatman priest necklace, goatman priest ring, whiteness town warrior badge. Sumu then looked at the staff of the mage. Staff of the mage, tier 1 plus 150 intelligence plus 150 spirit plus 150 constitution. Using powerful magical items can grant the staff corresponding attributes. Current attribute count, 1 growth value 5,000/20,000. The sandworm only provided 5,000 growth points for the staff. Fireball, minus 9,012. After the attribute enhancement, Sumu's fireball damage was about to break into 5 digits. Everyone watched this scene, and a few people began to stir restlessly. "What are you doing?" Yulin quickly noticed something was off. The boss's health was decreasing at a slower rate. This meant someone had lowered their output. "We've fought 2 bosses in a row, and we don't have much mana left." "Exactly, our skills are all on cooldown, we can't do anything." Several voices chimed in. "Be careful, skills incoming." On the battlefield, the sandworm spat out acid. Under the interference of the sandstorm, even with Yulin's warning, it wasn't easy for others to dodge. Many were hit by the acid, and their health dropped significantly. Facing the acid, Sumu showed no intention of dodging. Minus 2,132. A damage number popped up above his head. But for Sumu, who had over 7,000 health, this damage was hardly a concern. "Come over here." At that moment, the priest Shuexiao shouted to everyone. The others instinctively gathered around her. But just then, another sandworm burrowed up, sweeping through the crowd. Group healing. Fortunately, Shuexiao's skill was released in time, restoring some health to everyone. Even so, many people's health had dropped into the danger zone. Unlike everyone else, Sumu did not group up with them. Shuixiao's group heal did not restore his health. However, Sumu also avoided the sandworm's sweep. Spread out! Yulin roared, attacking the other sandworm first. He took on two bosses at once, and his health quickly became precarious. Greater heal. The priestess Shuixiao continuously healed him. Fireball. Sumu attacked from the other side, appropriately taking down the low-health sandworm. You killed the prairie sandworm, gaining 5,000 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. 2 notifications popped up in succession. Magic missile. Arcane blast. Just then, 2 skills flew towards him. The next second, 2 damage numbers appeared above Sumu's head. -388. -588. It wasn't over yet. After these 2 damage numbers appeared, another arrow flew towards him. -1532. Another damage number floated above Sumu's head. Compared to the previous 2 spell attacks, this arrow dealt significantly more damage. Mana shield. Sumu immediately activated his shield skill. With 50,000 shield points, Sumu couldn't be bothered about his health anymore. His gaze darkened as he looked at the NPCs attacking him. At that moment, those guys had turned into red names in his eyes. What are you doing? Yulin's roar echoed. He never expected that at such a critical moment, someone would attack Sumu. This guy has taken down so many bosses, we can't let this go. It's him, he killed all the previous bosses, clearly on purpose. Complaints arose, and those few ignored Yulin's angry reprimand, continuing to attack Sumu. Several damage numbers popped up above Sumu's head, but under the high shield value, this damage was hardly worth mentioning. Shuixiao, heal him. Seeing Sumu being attacked by the crowd, Yulin shouted at Shuixiao, +2,000. A healing message immediately appeared above Sumu's head. I don't have much mana left, Shuixiao shouted after finishing the heal. Yulin was still carrying the sandworm, and she had to ensure its health was safe. What are you all standing there for? Quickly take this guy down. Yeah, not to mention the drops from those 2 bosses, we can't let him take them. Seeing Sumu retaliate, the few who acted first became uneasy, and they began to persuade the others. Those few looked at Yulin, then at the corpses of the 2 sandworms, their expressions very conflicted. Sumu remained standing still, showing no intention of fighting back. He was still waiting for those NPCs to make their move. Once they did, they would turn red in his presence. What nonsense are you talking about? He is our teammate. How can you attack a teammate? Yulin, carrying the boss, scolded the crowd. This kid has good stuff on him. Definitely worth more than those sandworm cores. As long as we take him down, our profits this time could multiply by dozens. Greedy voices rang out. The few who were still hesitating widened their eyes. They all knew very well that this adventurer was no ordinary one. Under the temptation of profit, a few more couldn't hold back and launched an attack on Sumu. -1432. -388. -588. A few skills hit Sumu, causing quite a bit of damage. How is this possible? How is this guy still not dead? Is his health really that thick? At that moment, others were astonished to find that Sumu stood unmoving in the storm, seemingly not taking them seriously at all. I don't believe it. Your health can't be thicker than a boss's. Go all out. Kill him. Several voices rang out, filled with murderous intent. The shield value decreased little by little, and Sumu lost his patience, looking at the 2 who had not yet attacked. One was the archer Chiu Fei, and the other was the rogue standing next to Yulin. In the magical perspective, these 2 did not show any red hostility towards him. Ring of resistance. Suddenly, a powerful energy surged from Sumu's body. The next second, a figure was directly blasted away. In the magical perspective, even invisible units had nowhere to hide. Thunderbolt. Sumu did not hold back against this person. While sending him flying, another bolt of lightning struck down. -22,780. An extremely exaggerated damage number popped up above the assassin's head. You have killed an NPC. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. After killing the opponent, the prompt did not show any experience gained. As expected, Sumu was not surprised. He had not gained experience when killing Shinda either. However, killing these NPCs seemed to reliably trigger the radiance of the mage god. This is impossible. You killed him in 1 hit? How can your damage be so high? He must have used some ultimate move. He definitely has top-notch equipment on him. Kill him and we can loot that equipment. Seeing Sumu kill 1 person in an instant, the others looked fearful, but then their expressions turned greedy. In their eyes, Sumu's damage must mean he had top-tier equipment. Thunderbolt. Sumu looked at the greedy faces of those NPCs and shook his head disdainfully. These guys were just like that previous ghoul. Thunderbolt. With lightning flashing in his eyes, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky. This time, Sumu aimed at a mage. This guy had been targeting him before, so he would send him on his way first. Minus 22,480. You have killed an NPC. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. Without a doubt, it was a one-hit kill. These mage NPCs could not possibly have more than 20,000 health. Run! This guy is a monster. Why can you kill people so quickly? On the field, as another person was killed in an instant, the NPCs finally reacted. Sumu was far more terrifying than those sandworms. Several mages directly blinked away, escaping into the sandstorm. A few archers activated their swift skills and fled at high speed. Can you escape? Sumu stood still, allowing them to run. In the magical perspective and under the eagle eye, where could they possibly escape to? In the sandstorm, continuous thunder rumbled. On the field, Yulin looked at Sumu with a very complex expression. He wanted to ask Sumu to spare those people, but he couldn't find the words. The looks from Shueyu, Xiufei, and another NPC towards Sumu were filled with fear. Compared to the remaining sandworm, this adventurer seemed more like a boss. Adventurer, we mean you no harm. You saw it too. I stopped them, but they. Looking at Sumu's piercing gaze, Yulin's voice trembled. He was still holding off that sandworm, his health precariously low. Even with Shuexiao healing him, they had no way to deal with the remaining sandworm with just the few of them left. So I don't intend to attack you. Sumu shrugged, his tone very flat. Yulin and the other NPCs in his sight were not in a red name state. In other words, they still belonged to the friendly NPC category. As for whether these NPCs would turn against him, from their fearful expressions, it was highly likely that they would not. Adventurer, this sandworm still has a lot of health. Please help us. Seeing that Sumu had no intention of continuing his attack, the priestess Shuexiao shouted. She was clearly at her limit. As she spoke, a quest popped up in front of Sumu. Do you accept the quest, Shuexiao's request? Completion reward, Holy Light Shield, a skill? This quest immediately caught Sumu's attention. He was always eager to accept quests that could grant skills. Thunderbolt. As he accepted the quest, Sumu launched an attack on the sandworm. The remaining few also joined the battle. Sumu unleashed his full power this time. The sandworm couldn't withstand his output. You have killed a prairie sandworm, gaining 5,000 experience points. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. After consecutively killing 2 sandworms, Sumu gained 10,000 experience, bringing his total experience to 15,000, and the growth value of the mage's staff also reached 15,000 points. If I kill 1 more sandworm, the mage's staff can be upgraded to the next level. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Sumu tightened his grip. Thank you, adventurer. To express my gratitude, it is yours now. Priestess Shuexiao approached and took out a skill book. Holy Light Shield, C grade, consumes 100 mana, summons Holy Light to form a shield around the body. Shield value is Spirit plus Intelligence, X 300%, can block physical and magical damage, cooldown time 5 minutes. This skill is pretty good. After seeing the skill's description, Sumu smiled. His spirit and intelligence were his 2 highest attributes. If this skill was maxed out, the shield value would be quite impressive. Holy Light Shield has been upgraded to Holy Light Shield, S grade, and is now maxed out. Holy Light Shield, S grade, consumes 800 mana, summons Holy Light to form a shield around the body. Shield value is Spirit plus Intelligence, X 600%, can block physical and magical damage, cooldown time 3 minutes. Sumu looked at his spirit and intelligence values. Together, they totaled 1861. The shield value of this skill would be 11,166 points. Although it can't compare to the magical shield enhanced by the bloodline of the law god, the mana cost of this Holy Light Shield is much lower. The sandstorm is starting to dissipate. Suddenly, the archer Xiufei spoke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the howling storm around them indeed began to fade. Sumu raised an eyebrow and walked over to the corpses of the sandworms. You have obtained a sandworm crystal core. You have obtained a sandworm spike. You have obtained a blueprint, spike arrow. You have obtained sandskin boots. 3 bosses dropped quite a lot of items. Sumu collected them one by one and took out the sandworm crystal cores. This is yours. Yulin stared at the crystal core in Sumu's hand, stunned for a moment before taking it. Kill sandworm quest completed. At the same time, a prompt popped up in front of Sumu. Previously, I encountered a powerful mage named Xia. He seemed very interested in the magic stone I gave you and told me that if there was a chance, I could go to one of the 8 main cities, Daylight City, to find him. Perhaps he could tell you how to unseal the magic stone. At this moment, Yulin also spoke up. Daylight City? Mage Xia? Hearing this, Sumu narrowed his eyes. He realized that this clue should be the reward for completing his task. How do we get to Daylight City? he asked Yulin. There are airships in Howling Moon City. You can buy a ticket to Daylight City for just 10 gold coins. Yulin replied. Can we head to Howling Moon City now? Sumu asked again. We have enough sandworm crystal cores to complete the task. Once the sandstorm passes, we can go back. Yulin nodded. He looked at the horses and added, if the journey goes smoothly, we can rest for the night and arrive by noon tomorrow. Sumu didn't say much upon hearing this. When the NPCs rested night, he could also log off and take a break. The storm continued for several more minutes, and the sand began to gradually dissipate. Let's go! Yulin mounted his horse first, taking the lead. The group started heading back towards Howling Moon City. In the world of Shinto, this is an endless abyss. Looking down, the infinite darkness seems capable of swallowing everything. In this darkness, there seems to be a pair of eyes that can see through everything. Howling Moon City. The Lord's Mansion is located in the center of the entire city. This place covers a large area, and the entire Lord's Mansion is built very luxuriously. Somewhere in the Lord's Mansion, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was completely black, resembling a human form, yet not quite human. It seemed very familiar with the entire Lord's Mansion, skillfully making its way to a room. Creak! The door was gently pushed open. Who is it? A sharp voice immediately rang out from inside. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. A chilling laugh echoed from the dark figure. The air suddenly froze. The room fell into a terrifying silence. What is it? The sharp voice sounded again. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. The one marked by the master is coming. The figure's voice was extremely strange. The entire room fell silent once more. I know what to do. After a long while, the sharp voice rang out. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. The figure laughed again, as if warning, yet also commanding. Don't forget, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. In the real world, Sumu picked up his phone and watched a video circulating online. These people are impressive. They can find this. After watching the content of the video, he burst into laughter. Although the video only shows an apology, the fate of this person in the video is clearly not worth mentioning. This also made Sumu understand. The people he traded with possessed considerable power, and they were definitely trying to figure out his identity through indirect means. Guess as you like. Putting his phone aside, Sumu showed no signs of worry in his eyes. Those previous hints, whether intentional or not, would surely make those people think his identity was extraordinary. They would not pay attention to those small characters. Sumu revealed a self-deprecating expression. Even in this ordinary neighborhood of a third-tier city, not many knew his name. To put it realistically, someone like him could suddenly disappear one day, and no one would care. This feeling was indeed very lonely, but only those who can endure loneliness can become true strong individuals. Closing his eyes, Sumu began to sense the power within his body. Unlike before, he could now clearly feel that extraordinary force. What is this? Just as he sensed this power, Sumu noticed something. Come out, he whispered softly, and a staff appeared in his hand out of thin air. The staff of the god of magic? Sumu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the staff. He actually managed to bring this equipment out of the game. What about the summons? What about the clones? A bold idea suddenly popped into Sumu's mind. He closed his eyes and began to feel the power within him. Phantom clone. In the next second, he suddenly split into two, and a clone identical to him appeared in the room. Summon skeleton. It wasn't over yet, he continued to murmur. Twisted energy began to take shape, and 4 skeleton warriors appeared in the room. The already small space suddenly felt a bit cramped. Did I really do it? Sumu stared at the 4 skeleton warriors, his eyes wide and his eyelids twitching. If summons can come to reality, does that mean the monsters in the game can also come to reality? This discovery gave Sumu a terrifying thought. Perhaps one day, those monsters from the game would step into reality. No matter how everything develops, strength is the most important. Taking a deep breath, Sumu tried to calm his emotions. Even if those monsters came to reality, so what? He could still AoE them. If these 4 skeletons went outside, they would probably scare people to death, right? He looked at the skeleton warriors standing dumbly in place and laughed. Dismiss summon. However, he certainly couldn't let such a thing happen, otherwise, someone would be eyeing this neighborhood tomorrow. Next is you. Sumu looked at his clone again. From any angle, the clone looked exactly like him. Aside from not being able to speak, the clone had no flaws in the real world. Sumu transferred part of his consciousness to the clone. The clone's perspective was shared with the main body. He controlled the clone to pick up the phone, push open the door, and walk out. It was evening, and most people were in the game Divine Path, so there were hardly any people in the neighborhood. Sumu controlled the clone to head towards the supermarket outside the neighborhood. There were quite a few people here, shopping for things. The clone walked into the supermarket and casually picked up some items. A total of 87. please scan," the cashier said after calculating the price. Sumu controlled the clone to open the phone and show the payment code. Ding! Payment successful. After paying, the clone picked up the items and started to return. Along the way, he encountered some people, but no one greeted the clone. They were not familiar with each other, and with the Divine Path game starting, everyone had planned their time tightly, hurrying along the road. The clone quickly returned to the house. This skill is really powerful. Sumu looked at the clone in front of him, a smile unconsciously rising at the corners of his mouth. As long as the clone does not suffer fatal damage, it will not disappear. Moreover, even if it is far away, it can maintain contact with the main body. If those time management masters had this skill, management studies would surely reach a new level. Let's rest first. We'll talk when we get to Xiaoye City tomorrow. The next day, before dawn, Sumu crawled out of bed. Enter game. The surrounding scenery changed, and he arrived in the sandstorm plains. Yulin and the others were sitting around the campfire resting. After Sumu appeared, Xiu Fei suddenly opened his eyes. His ears were extremely sensitive, like a sentinel in the team. Seeing it was Sumu, he closed his eyes again. "I'm going to take a look around," Sumu said softly and left the camp. The sandstorm plains is a great place. Those sandworm boss have low health and defense, and the experience is decent, which is also why he logged in so early. Magic vision, eagle eye. Riding his horse, Sumu activated the dual perspective skill, searching the sandy ground around him. Go! The horse ran quickly, expanding Sumu's search range. There's one over there. After more than 10 minutes, he spotted a sandworm curled up in the grass, seemingly resting. Thunderbolt! From several hundred meters away, Sumu was not polite at all, unleashing a series of lightning strikes. You have killed a prairie sandworm, gaining 5,000 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the Divine Mage's Radiance. After the kill notification appeared, Sumu quickly checked the attributes of the staff. Divine Mage's Staff, Tier 2 plus 200 Intelligence plus 200 Spirit plus 200 Constitution. Use powerful magical items to grant the staff corresponding attributes. Current attribute count 2, growth value 0/30,000. The staff successfully upgraded to a Tier 2 weapon, and the number of attributes was unlocked to 2. I'm about to level up too. Sumu continued searching for the whereabouts of the sandworms on the plains. After a long time, he killed 2 more sandworms in succession. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 30 attribute points and 20 skill points. The level up notification popped up, and the sky began to brighten. Sumu allocated all the attribute points from leveling up to spirit and returned towards Yulin and the others. Yulin and the others were all waiting in place, and when they saw Sumu return, they all mounted their horses. The sound of hooves echoed, and dust flew up. When the sun reached its highest point, a city appeared in Sumu's sight. On the world map of the Divine Path, various novice villages are the starting positions. Some novice villages will reach the same town. Then some towns will reach the same city. Finally, these cities are divided into the territories of the 8 main cities. The areas behind the 8 main cities are considered the real challenges. However, to reach the 8 main cities, one must complete the main storyline quests in front. This is also a test of the player's strength. In the major novice villages of Huagua, many people wore frowns. Damn it, the difficulty of the main storyline quests is too high. Even if we have established an elite team now, it's still hard to complete the quests without most people dying. I really don't know how that Su mage got through the second main storyline. His team can't all be top-tier experts, right? I'm wondering, can we ask him to help us with the main storyline? They were all those wealthy players who were ahead. Relying on the equipment and potions they bought from Sumu, their leveling speed had increased significantly. But when facing the first-tier boss of the main storyline quests, many of them were still at a loss. It's not that they couldn't defeat it. At this stage, if they fight, at least more than half of them will lose a chance to resurrect. A resurrection chance is equivalent to their life. No one would joke with their life. Please ask the God of Su to help us with the main quest? I'm afraid we won't have that opportunity. Even if he is willing, we can't afford the price. I really envy the players in the same novice village as the God of Su. They can just lie down and go to the next map. Please, let the next map I go to be Whiteness Town, so I can also breeze through the second round of the main quest. In Xiaoye City. After saying goodbye to Yulin and the others, Sumu began to wander around the city. What a big city! Compared to White Mist Town, Xiaoye City is much larger. Everywhere in the city, there are soldiers in armor, lined up neatly. Every building is very imposing. Not only that, but there are also signboards at various traffic junctions in the city, marking the locations of different places. First, to the inn. Following the signs, Sumu arrived at the location of the inn. It's more of a luxury hotel than an inn. This place is much more impressive than the inn in White Mist Town. Hello, adventurer. This is the inn of Xiaoye City. and the daily accommodation fee is 50 gold coins. The owner is a well-dressed middle-aged man, and the price he quoted made Sumu's eyes widen. 50 gold coins a day is really not something an average person can afford. I'll stay for 10 days. Sumu took out 500 gold coins and handed them to the owner. Esteemed guest, this way please. The owner's eyes lit up upon seeing the gold coins, and he immediately led Sumu to the door of a room. Place your hand here. For the next 10 days, only you can enter this place. The owner gestured for Sumu to place his hand on the rune at the door. Sumu pouted and placed his hand on it. The rune lit up, and the door opened. Inside was a luxurious suite. For meals, you can go to the hall. The owner smiled and left. Sumu walked into the room and immediately went to the storage box. Not bad. Upon opening it, the storage box could hold 200 items. Sumu stored some things from his backpack. After organizing, he left the room and headed to the location of the Lord's mansion. Who goes there? At the entrance of the Lord's mansion, Sumu was stopped by a group of soldiers. I'm from White Mist Town, and I have something to report to the Lord. Sumu stated his purpose. Wait a moment. One soldier nodded and turned to enter the Lord's mansion. After a while, the soldier returned and called out to Sumu, "Follow me." Following behind him, Sumu entered the Lord's mansion. This place is impressive. The Lord must be wealthy. Walking on the jade-paved path and looking at the flowers competing for beauty around him, Sumu muttered to himself. Soon, the soldier led Sumu to a hall. "Adventurer, what do you want from me?" Above in the hall, a very handsome man with exceptionally fair skin was sitting on a chair carved from jade. "Lord, an incident has occurred in White Mist Town." Sumu didn't elaborate and took out a letter. The soldier took the letter and walked to the Lord's side. The Lord opened the envelope, and as he read the contents, his expression gradually darkened. This is a serious matter. After reading the letter, the Lord suddenly stood up. "Adventurer, did you kill Shine?" He stared intently at Sumu and asked. "I did." Sumu nodded. "You did well." The Lord's eyes showed appreciation. "Task completed. You have received the title, Warrior of Xiaoye City. Increases the favorability of all people in Xiaoye City, is that it?" Seeing the reward for completing the task, Sumu couldn't help but roll his eyes. As if noticing Sumu's eye roll, the city lord frowned. "Adventurer, you come from Misty Fog Town, so you must be quite familiar with the Misty Mountains and the Wind Sand Plains, right?" "Yes. Since I need to appoint someone as the mayor of Misty Fog Town, how about you escort them? Do you accept the task, escort the new mayor to Misty Fog Town?" Task reward, Starry Ring. Sumu looked at the reward item and couldn't help but open his mouth in surprise. Starry Ring, special plus 200 intelligence. The ring has a storage space with 100 slots for items, not to mention the 200 intelligence attribute. Just the 100 slots of storage space meant he had to complete this task no matter what. "I accept. You have accepted the task. Escort the new mayor to Misty Fog Town." After Sumu accepted the task, the city lord, Yubai, nodded slightly. "Regarding the candidate for the next mayor, I still need to report to the royal capital, which will take about 3 days. You can take a good look around Howling Moon City during these 3 days." With that, the city lord waved his hand. "Please, adventurer." The guard turned to Sumu and led him out of the city lord's mansion. "Let's go explore first." Sumu stood next to the signpost and began to survey the area. "Living area?" A sign caught his attention. "Let's go take a look." He walked quickly towards the living area. After more than 10 minutes, a bustling street appeared before him. The so-called living area was almost entirely linked to life skills, with various shops. Above some NPCs' heads, there were indications of available tasks. Sumu stroked his chin and thought for a moment before walking to the entrance of a pharmacy. "Hello, are there any formulas I can learn here?" "Dear adventurer, I have quite a few potion formulas available for learning, but they require a certain price." The NPC respectfully answered Sumu's question and took out several potion formulas. Super Vitality Potion, Vitality Grass X2, Life Vine X2, restores 2000 health points upon use, cooldown of 1 minute. Magic Blood Potion, Magic Grass X2, Mana Blood X2, increases blue mana limit by 1000 points upon use, lasts 1 minute, cooldown of 3 minutes. Poison Coating, Poison Flower Grass X2, Snake Venom X2, can poison a weapon upon use, effective for 5 minutes, with a chance to deal 50 damage per second to enemies for 10 seconds. These formulas are all pretty good. Sumu chose to learn them all. The price for learning each formula was 80 gold. Because of the title he held in Howling Moon City, all expenses in the city were at a 20% discount. However, these herbs could not be bought in the pharmacy. Players had to gather them in the wild, and the shopkeeper also had material collection tasks. Sumu did not take on any tasks. For a player with a master-level life profession like himself, gathering those materials was less cost-effective than directly making the potions. "Let's check out other shops." After bidding farewell to the pharmacy owner, Sumu went to other shops. After some conversations, he learned a lot of crafting blueprints from the owners. There were various second-tier weapons in blacksmithing, and various second-tier clothes and pants in tailoring, etc. What caught Sumu's attention was that there was an additional life skill available to learn in this living area. The shop owner was a dwarf wearing pilot goggles, studying some kind of engineering machinery. Adventurer, do you want to learn engineering? It's a complex subject. Yes, I want to learn. Sumu replied with a smile. Then you'll need to invest some gold. The boss also started to laugh. Spend 160 gold coins, successfully learn the skill, engineering. Engineering has been upgraded to master level. After learning this skill, Sumu immediately maxed it out without hesitation. Then, Sumu also learned a few engineering blueprints from the boss. After finishing, Sumu looked towards an empty area behind the living area. It resembled a shop, but no one was operating it. Sumu quickly realized that this should be a shop open for players. Although there weren't many people in this Howling Moon City right now, as the number of players increased, such shops would become very popular. After all, the 10% tax at the auction house is no joke. Let's check the quest hall, take on a few quests, and level up outside the city. There were a lot of gold coins in the inventory, and Sumu had no plans to invest in these shops for now. After all, he was the only player in the entire Howling Moon City. Even if he opened a shop, there wouldn't be any customer flow. But I can indeed set up a shop here. The auction house's handling fee is just too expensive. On the way to the quest hall, Sumu stroked his chin and pondered. In Howling Moon City, one could take an airship to the royal city of Sunlight City, which meant that traveling between the two places was very convenient. He could easily come to Howling Moon City to consign items every so often. Of course, he could set that aside until he reached the third tier. Bigger than White Mist Town. Upon arriving at the quest hall, it was 10 times larger than the one in White Mist Town. Professional. Once inside the hall, there were many windows, each marked with levels and quest locations. Sumu checked his current level. The highest quest he could take was a Tier 2 Level 3 quest. He walked to that window and checked it out. Go to the Wailing Marsh, collect 100 venomous snake fangs. Quest reward 200 gold coins, venomous dagger. Illusion of the Wailing Marsh. Go to the depths of the Wailing Marsh for investigation. Quest reward 500 gold coins, Dance of the Giant Snake. Collection quest, collect 100 marsh venom flowers, obtain recipe, antidote. There were 3 quests available, all offering good rewards. Sumu accepted all 3 quests and headed towards the Wailing Marsh. I need to get a mount. After leaving the city, Sumu recalled his elegance while riding a horse. It was much faster than walking. However, what he wanted was a mount that could be summoned and dismissed at any time. Those physical mounts were indeed somewhat limited. First, I'll do the quests to level up. If there are no mount skills here, then I'll go check Sunlight City. Speeding up his pace, a marsh soon appeared before Sumu. The air was filled with a decaying smell. Yah! Yah! A few crows cawed. Sumu looked at the bubbling marshland ahead, frowning. Magic vision. With a blink of his eyes, the perspective suddenly changed. I can actually see them. Sumu revealed a delighted smile. The magic vision skill was powerful. He could see everything clearly, even beneath the marsh. Are those monsters? Sumu quickly spotted the red life signs in the marsh. They were all snake-like. Can Frost Storm hit them? The monsters were beneath the marsh, and Sumu squinted, tentatively casting a skill towards that area. No damage? To his surprise, Frost Storm did not deal damage to the monsters below the marsh. I need to lure them all out. Sumu realized. To farm monsters in this marsh, he had to lure the underground monsters out. Summon skeleton. Phantom clone. Summoning the little brother and the clone, Sumu looked at the skeletons. Go attract the monsters. With the increase in his level, the attributes of the skeleton minions also received a significant boost. These second-tier level 3 skeletons had health points exceeding 10,000. The 4 skeletons headed towards 4 different areas. The clone moved forward to lure the monsters. As they stepped into the swamp, the snake monsters underground were all stirred up. Gurgle. Bubbles kept rising from below the swamp, and one after another, snake-like creatures about 1 meter long, with combs on their heads, emerged. They had sharp poisonous fangs and immediately attacked the skeleton warriors and the clone. -200, -20. A series of damage numbers popped up over the skeleton warrior's head. In addition to the normal attack damage, the attacks from those snake monsters also carried poison damage. However, the number of monsters attracted by the skeletons was not too many, and their health was still bearable. -82, -20. Unlike the skeleton minions, the clone did not take much damage. After all, they were just ordinary monsters. Group healing spell. As more and more swamp poisonous snakes emerged, Sumu raised his hand and cast a healing skill. The health of the skeleton warrior and the clone was instantly restored. Frost Storm. From the magical perspective, after all the poisonous snakes in the swamp emerged, Sumu's lips curled slightly. Minus 3,978. Minus 3,978. Minus 3,978. With the health of the poisonous snakes, after the third jump damage of the storm, those swamp poisonous snakes began to fall one after another. You killed a swamp poisonous snake and gained 10 experience points. You killed a swamp poisonous snake and gained 10 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage god. Continuous prompts popped up on Sumu's interface. Experience points increased? Seeing his experience bar rise a bit, Sumu was slightly surprised. These swamp poisonous snakes were all second tier level 3, and according to previous experience calculations, they should only give 5 points. Now these monsters were at the same level as him, yet the experience points reached 10, which was quite a nice change. Start collecting items. The ground was littered with the corpses of swamp poisonous snakes, and Sumu began to pick them up one by one. You obtained a poisonous fawn from the swamp poisonous snake. You obtained a forest dweller's wristband. Can these snakes be skinned? After collecting the items, Sumu looked at the corpses of the poisonous snakes. You obtained a scale from the swamp poisonous snake. After using the skinning skill, Sumu obtained a scale. Yes, among the equipment crafting blueprints he had learned, there were indeed items that required snake scales for crafting. You obtained second-tier beast skin. You obtained a scale from the swamp poisonous snake. With master-level skinning skills, he could almost skin every swamp poisonous snake. Continue moving forward. From the magical perspective, Sumu controlled the skeleton minions and the clone to delve deeper into the swamp. Frost Storm. Before the swamp poisonous snakes were alerted, Sumu directly unleashed the skill. The frost storm lasted for 8 seconds. Even if there was no damage in the first few seconds, the damage in the later part was enough to kill those poisonous snakes. Everything went as Sumu had anticipated. As soon as the skeleton warrior and the clone were in position, the first time the swamp poisonous snakes poked their heads out, they were hit by the storm's damage. The high damage numbers caused the health of those swamp snakes to drop instantly, and many of the storm's damage triggered mana surges, causing some of the swamp snakes to die on the spot. Not challenging at all. Sumu shook his head slightly, a faint smile on his face. With these swamp snakes in front of him, he could unleash as much AoE as he wanted. Speed up, let's go deeper. With plenty of blue mana, Sumu was also ready to unleash a big wave. The skeleton warriors and the clones were indeed good at drawing monsters, but he was the best at it. Eagle Eye. Magic Perspective. After activating the dual perspective skill, Sumu began to observe the swamp. Judging by the number of swamp snakes underground, if he drew all the monsters in the front area, there would be at least over 1,000. Resolving all these monsters at once would be an absolutely spectacular scene. Not to mention anything else, just skinning them would tire me to death. Can this bag hold everything? Sumu was not worried about his AoE not being able to take down these monsters. What he was concerned about was whether his inventory would be enough. In a certain novice village, is everyone gathered? Li Xiao looked at the Ice Wolf King in the distance, his expression serious. Our group is all assembled, and some high-level players from the novice village have also joined. We should be able to complete this main quest, reported a subordinate beside him. Distribute potions to everyone, aiming to minimize casualties. Also, inform the elites in the group that those with high damage output in this battle will be prioritized for equipment distribution in the future. Li Xiao took a deep breath and issued the command. His level had reached the first tier, and apart from Sumu and Xian Yuan, his name ranked third on the world leaderboard. This ranking undoubtedly gave him considerable influence in this novice village. Coupled with his promise of rewards to those high-level players, he attracted a large number of combatants. A vast crowd began to gather outside the Ice Wolf King's territory. The scene became somewhat spectacular for a moment. With 1,000 people gathered, this boss must be taken down. In the Wailing Swamp, Sumu controlled the skeleton warriors while directing the clones. Blink! After the skeleton warriors and clones drew the monsters, Sumu directly blinked into the depths of the swamp. Raging Axe Shock. Raising his staff, Sumu struck the ground. The swamp trembled, continuously bubbling up, startling the swamp snakes below. As damage numbers appeared above their heads, they were also stunned. Gravity Field. Sumu did not rush to output damage but released the gravity field skill towards the swamp snakes behind. The swamp snakes chasing the skeleton warriors and clones were like trapped in a quagmire. Go over there. Sumu signaled to the skeleton warriors while controlling the clones to draw more swamp snakes. Before long, all the swamp snakes in the area were drawn out. A dense mass of poisonous snakes gathered. If someone with a phobia of clusters were here, they would probably be scared to death, especially since the swamp snakes looked extremely terrifying. There are at least 12 or 1,300 of them. Am I fighting 1,000 with one? Sumu looked at the swamp snakes in the swamp, which were exhaling red signals, forcing himself to suppress the tingling sensation on his scalp. Let's begin. Frost Storm. With over 1,000 ordinary monsters, how spectacular was that scene? But just seconds after the frost storm was unleashed, the swamp snakes began to fall one after another. The ground was instantly covered with a dense mass of swamp snake corpses. You killed a swamp poison snake, gaining 10 experience. You killed a swamp poison snake, gaining 10 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage god. Continuous notifications appeared on Sumu's interface. The super efficient monster farming method was something others could hardly imagine. This is just too exhilarating. Controlling the skeleton warriors and clones to converge towards him, the swamp snakes they drew also entered the range of the storm. Frost Storm. Sumu raised his hand for another skill, completely enveloping this area in snow and wind. You killed a swamp poison snake, gaining 10 experience. You gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the law god. Next came a continuous stream of notifications. Sumu directly looked at his intelligence value. Intelligence 710, plus 360, this wave directly increased his intelligence by more than 30 points. Feels good. Sumu then looked at his experience points. He was already halfway there. According to the experience mechanism in the Divine Path game, the higher the level, the slower the efficiency of leveling up, but for him, it didn't seem to be the case. These 2 god-level skills are really powerful. Sumu couldn't help but sigh as he looked at his 2 god-level skills. The Law God Bloodline and the Radiance of the Law God complemented each other, both essential. I wonder when I can get another god-level skill. This also made Sumu realize the power of god-level skills. However, after obtaining multiple firsts, it seemed he hadn't triggered a first announcement in a long time. I wonder if there are any rewards for the first hidden class transfer? Opening his inventory, Sumu took out the Ashen Mage gem that Intai had given him. Even though it would waste an inventory slot, he had always carried this thing with him. Where can I find fire attribute items? Isn't anything else okay? Sumu frowned, really wanting to roast this gem with a fireball. But then he thought, if it were that easy, Intai would have cracked the secret of this gem long ago. Ashen Mage, this profession sounds like playing with fire. I'll look into it later. Putting the gem back in the inventory, Sumu looked at the fallen snake swarm. The torment of 3 minutes of monster hunting and 2 hours of looting was about to begin. You have obtained XXX. You have obtained XXX. Various second-tier ordinary equipment came one after another. Decomposition successful. You obtained second-tier magic forging stone. Decomposition successful. You obtained second-tier magic pattern cloth. Sumu decomposed as much of the equipment as he could. You have obtained the venomous fangs of the swamp snake. Collection task completed. You have obtained the blueprint, rocket boots. While picking up items, something caught Sumu's attention. Rocket boots, gear parts X10 second tier magic crystal X1 second tier magic pattern cloth X20 transmission device X1. Using it allows you to fly in the air for 30 seconds, but its effect is not very stable. Be careful, it might explode. This was a blueprint for engineering equipment. From the description, it didn't seem like a reliable item. What attracted Sumu was the word flight. This thing looks quite interesting. I can make one to play with when I have time. After learning this blueprint, Sumu continued to pick up items. I wonder if there's anything that automatically loots. While picking and skinning, compared to monster grinding, this task was too tedious, and Sumu's thoughts began to wander. You have obtained the skill, Hunter's Instinct. Just then, a notification snapped him back to reality. A skill dropped? The appearance of the skill brightened Sumu's eyes. After grinding so many monsters, he hadn't really obtained many skill books. Generally, the probability of skills dropping from ordinary monsters was about the same as winning the lottery. Hunter's Instinct, C grade. After learning, you will master the skills of a hunter and possess strong insight. A passive skill? Seeing the description of this skill, Sumu raised an eyebrow. It was his first time seeing a passive skill that didn't add any attributes. However, judging by the description, it should be a good skill. Learned. Hunter's Instinct has been upgraded to Hunter's Instinct, S grade. Hunter's Instinct, S grade. Your insight has greatly improved. After filling up, the skill description remained very simple, but Sumu discovered the extraordinary aspect of this skill. His eyes became increasingly profound. Just a glance at the surrounding environment allowed him to see many different things. This skill is amazing. I feel like Sherlock Holmes right now. If I were to become a detective, I would definitely be good at it. This feeling made Sumu very comfortable. The inventory is full again. Continuing to clean up the battlefield, a headache-inducing situation arose for Sumu. Even though not every swamp venomous snake dropped items, the drops from thousands of ordinary monsters were too much for 100 inventory slots to hold. There's no choice. I'll just put them up for auction. I won't pick up the trash, and I won't skin the snake. After thinking for a moment, Sumu put several pieces of decent second-tier equipment up for auction, along with some materials that had larger stack sizes, barely making his inventory usable. I need to get a big bag, I can't keep going like this. In a certain novice village, Li Zhao's team had gathered. Let the warriors take the front line, each warrior assigned at least 5 priests to heal, while mages and archers provide ranged output, and all assassins step aside. I'll tank the Ice Wolf King, arrange for 50 priests to monitor my health, I must not fall. Li Zhao's strategy was very conservative. Aside from the Wolf King boss, there would also be dedicated warriors to tank the elite monsters beside the Wolf King. Archers, initiate the attack, everyone else, be ready. Once everyone understood their tasks, Li Xiao gave the order. The main quest of the novice village was about to begin. After Sumu put various second-tier items up for auction, the personnel stationed at the auction house from various guilds and groups quickly noticed. What the hell, is this really second-tier stuff? Oh my, did Su the Law God put this up? We can't even get first-tier equipment to drop. And this Su the Law God is already selling second-tier items? The price is a bit high, should we buy or not? Everyone was stunned by these second-tier items. They held a large amount of gold from their guilds and groups, and their statuses were not low, so they had seen a lot. But now, they truly felt their knowledge was still too shallow, especially for the materials Su Mu was selling. Everyone had question marks on their foreheads. What are these things used for? Of course, even if they were very curious about these items, they wouldn't buy them. There was no way, second tier was still too far from them. You have collected swamp flowers. You have collected magical herbs. You have collected life grass. In the Wailing Swamp, after sorting through the loot, Sumu began to gather herbs around the swamp. The growing environment here was quite harsh, and the herbs were not abundant. Adhering to the principle of not letting anything go to waste, Sumu continued to compress the last bit of space in his inventory. I need to get a shop. This can't go on. As a master of all trades and life professions, Sumu realized this moment. Currently, he was the only player on the entire map of Howling Moon City, and the outdoor resources were completely monopolized by him. Even if the shop had no customer flow in the short term, it could still serve as a warehouse. I need to go back and set it up. After sweeping through the surrounding swamp area, he also completed the few tasks he had taken from the quest hall. Sumu checked the time and planned to return to Howling Moon City first. His inventory was just too full and chaotic. Rustle, rustle. But just as he was about to leave, there was movement in the nearby grass. With his enhanced insight, those small movements could not escape Sumu's eyes. Magic perspective. The grass obscured his view, and Sumu activated his skill directly. Is it a person? A humanoid life sign appeared in his sight. Task NPC? Sumu frowned and quickly ran towards the patch of grass. As Sumu approached, the figure hiding in the grass was clearly startled, jumping up in surprise. A woman? Sumu scrutinized the NPC for a moment, narrowing his eyes. She was a beautiful woman. Dressed in white, she wore a white hat on her head. From her attire, she resembled a priest. While Sumu was examining the NPC, she was also sizing him up. Are you an adventurer? Soon, the NPC recognized Sumu's identity and asked in a somewhat uncertain tone. Yes. Sumu nodded in response. Great. The NPC girl immediately broke into an excited smile and then said, Can you help me? Adventurer. Accompanied by the NPC's request, a task appeared before Sumu. Do you accept the task, Fian's commission? Completion reward, Holy Light Strike, a task with a skill reward? Seeing the task reward, Sumu stroked his chin. A task with a skill reward was quite appealing to him, but this skill clearly belonged to a priest and was likely an attack-type skill. What do you need me to do? Sumu asked the NPC Fian. I am a member of the Priest Association of Xiaoye City. A few days ago, I accompanied the association's team into the marsh, but the team was attacked by monsters, and all the other members got separated. I would like to ask you to go into the marsh and bring them out. The priest girl slowly explained the task's content. Understood. Sumu nodded. With his dual perspective skill, this kind of search task was not difficult for him. I will assist you. Just as Sumu was about to venture into the marsh, the priest girl spoke again. This made Sumu pause, his brows knitting together. You want to come with me? You will need my help. Fian nodded seriously. Sumu stood still. It wasn't that he looked down on this priest girl. The NPCs in Xiaoye City were at most level 2. Of course, NPC attributes were higher than those of ordinary elite monsters, and having a priest to heal would be quite good if a team took on this task, but he didn't need that. Can I go alone? Sumu said directly. Why? I can help you. Fian showed a puzzled expression upon hearing this. The depths of the marsh were fraught with danger. Wouldn't an extra helper be good? Sumu thought for a moment and put on a posture as if he was about to give up the task. If you don't let me go alone, then I won't do this task. Now it was Fian who was at a loss. However, she wasn't the kind of rigid NPC found in games. When Sumu proposed to give up the task, her expression struggled for a moment before she sighed heavily. Since you insist, then you can go alone. But you must be very careful, there is an extremely cunning guy deep in the marsh. Hearing this, Sumu smiled. He didn't have to bring this burden. After bidding farewell to Fian, Sumu moved forward in the direction she indicated. In a certain novice village. Come on, take down this boss, and we can go to the next map. Everyone, output at full strength, kill the elite first, then focus on the boss. The boss has resistances, fire and ice skills have damage reduction, archers, take the lead in output. Warriors, hold your own monsters. The cries filled the air, and besides Li Xiao, there were others directing the battle. Under the overwhelming numbers, the elite monster was quickly defeated, and everyone began to focus their attacks on the boss. With a large number of priests healing, Li Xiao, the main tank, maintained a healthy amount of health. But just as the Ice Wolf King's health was gradually declining, the boss let out a loud roar. In the next moment, the air around them suddenly turned cold. Compared to many novice villages where the Ice Wolf King blocked the way, the players in Novice Village know. 9527 had it much easier. The experience from first-tier monsters is very high. I should be leveling up soon. With the help of the group, Su Shiji was leveling up rapidly. Without the Ice Wolf King's obstruction, the first-tier brown bears on the road to Whiteness Town were quite suitable for grinding levels. They moved slowly, making it easy to kite them. Su Shiji and the others completely abandoned the skeleton cave dungeon and instead treated this place as a leveling paradise. Su Xiao, at this rate, we'll all be able to reach first tier soon, and that Su Fazhen has really helped us a lot. Exactly, and if he completes the main quest, it means we won't have to do the subsequent main quests either. How delightful. Many people praised Su Fazhen, even though he had caused Su Shiji to lose a resurrection opportunity. Stop the chatter, leveling is the most important thing. Once our levels go up, we'll need to arrange for some people to grind for job certifications. Su Shiji listened to their words, frowning, feeling quite displeased. He held no gratitude towards Su Fazhen. Instead, he felt more jealousy. He envied Sumu's achievements in the divine path and resented that Sumu hadn't shared the fast leveling methods with him, firmly keeping the previous grievances in mind. If given the chance, he would definitely settle the score. Of course, to deal with Su Fazhen, his own strength was not enough. Su Shiji looked at his subordinates who were actively leveling up, a faint smile appearing on his face. These people were his capital for dominating the divine path. Howling Swamp. After accepting the NPC's quest, Sumu didn't plan to return to Howling Moon City just yet. Let's search while grinding monsters. The quest required finding someone, and Sumu was too lazy to make a big fuss about grinding monsters. He controlled the skeleton warrior and his clone to move forward, only clearing out the swamp snakes that appeared on the road ahead. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 30 attribute points and 20 skill points. As the level of the swamp snakes increased, Sumu successfully reached second tier level 4. He looked at the staff of the mage god in his hand. Staff of the mage god, second tier plus 200 intelligence plus 200 spirit plus 200 constitution using powerful magical items can grant the staff corresponding attributes. Current number of attributes 2 growth value 2878/30,000. Killing a normal monster only provided a little growth value for the staff. It really becomes harder to level up after the second tier. Sumu was not surprised. The staff had leveled up quickly before because he had killed high-tier bosses. Once I reach the third tier, the staff should also reach the third tier. I'll allocate all the attribute points to spirit. He opened the attribute panel. Player, Sumu class, mage level, tier 2, level 4, 520/28,000, health, 8180 mana, 37400 melee physical attack, 716 spell attack, 2504 physical defense, 918 spell defense, 1235 attributes, strength 308, constitution 338, plus 280, agility 308, spirit 545, plus 390, intelligence 728, plus 410, equipment, staff of the mage god, skeleton ring, sheepskin leggings, sheepskin boots, sheepskin gloves, sheepskin mage hat, sheepskin robe, goatman priest necklace, goatman priest ring, Whiteness Town warrior badge. Every level up, the attributes explode as always. After adding a large amount of upgrade attributes to spirit, the base spirit value has already reached over 500. With the blessing of the mage god's radiance, his base intelligence has also reached 728 points. What does this mean? With his current attributes, other players might not even reach this level when they advance to tier 3. Since there are skills that can infinitely increase intelligence, there should also be skills that can infinitely increase other attributes. Looking at his somewhat unbalanced attributes, Sumu pouted. A lopsided mage is not a good all-round mage, but those should be god-level skills, not so easy to obtain. Temporarily setting aside those miscellaneous thoughts, Sumu continued to delve deeper into the swamp. With the enhancement of hunter's instinct, his eagle eye allowed him to observe this area in great detail. There's half a footprint over there. Judging by the size of the footprint, it's a woman's. I just saw Fian, this is not her footprint, which means it's her companion's. After noticing this detail, Sumu immediately headed in that direction. In the real world, beautiful country. The clearing plan has been arranged, but with such a large area, our manpower cannot reach everywhere. Which areas do you think we should focus on first? One person was reporting to another. The other person was an old man, dressed in bright clothing, exuding an impressive presence. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his mouth twitching rhythmically as if deep in thought. The subordinate beside him waited quietly, not daring to urge him. After a long while, the man spoke. Start from the cities on the second line, prioritizing those who fit the identity. Then shift the target to those who meet the criteria in major cities. Understood. The subordinate immediately nodded in response and turned to prepare arrangements. Wait. Before he could take a few steps, the man's voice rang out again. The subordinate quickly turned around, respectfully awaiting orders. Tell those people that when they act, they must do it perfectly. Whoever achieves remarkable results, I will personally reward them. As for the rewards, the man paused, rubbing his eyes. I will fully cultivate them in the divine path. Eagle eye. Magical perspective. In the depths of the wailing swamp, Sumu followed the direction of the footprints, using his dual perspective skills to observe the movements. Eager to complete the task, he did not bother to farm those small monsters. Over there. After advancing for a long time, a weak life sign appeared in the distance. Judging by the life energy emanating from the other party, they were almost at the end of their strength. Swift. Blink. Sumu did not hesitate, using both sprint and blink together. Soon, he arrived at the location of those figures. A girl was leaning against a large tree with her eyes closed, her holy priest robe was covered in blood, and many of her wounds looked very severe. Greater healing. Sumu raised his hand and cast a healing spell. Plus 15,024. An exaggerated number suddenly appeared on the opponent's forehead. The weak life signs instantly recovered significantly. The NPC slowly opened her eyes. Who are you? She seemed a bit surprised upon seeing Sumu. Hello, I'm an adventurer. Fei Yen sent me to find her companions, Sumu said with a smile. Fei Yen sent you to find us? The NPC's expression changed to one of joy upon hearing this. What about the others? So far, I've only found you, Sumu replied. The NPC was taken aback and struggled to get up. Although she had regained some health, her complexion was still very pale. We must find the others as soon as possible. The NPC spoke firmly, clearly intending to search for the others alongside Sumu. You want to come with me? Sumu squinted and asked. Yes. The priestess nodded. Looking at her weak state, Sumu couldn't help but curl his lip. You're too weak right now. Coming with me will only be a burden. You can either wait for me here or retreat to the outskirts of the swamp in the direction behind me. Pointing behind him, Sumu had no intention of bringing this burden along. You will need me. The NPC girl clearly wasn't ready to leave, her eyes wide as she shouted. I don't need you. To me, you're just a burden. Sumu ruthlessly rejected her, then added, if you want me to rescue the others quickly, don't waste my time. This left the NPC girl in silence. Alright then, if you head in this direction, you should be able to find my companions. Following the direction she pointed, Sumu turned and ran. I need to clear the swamp snakes on the way, otherwise, those NPCs won't be able to get out. Unlike his previous method of travel, Sumu began to clear the swamp snakes ahead. The skeleton minions and clones had been dismissed during the earlier journey, so he walked over the swamp himself, luring out the snakes below. Fire Rain. Sumu directly used Fire Rain, braving the attacks of the swamp snakes to kill them. As for the loot from the swamp snakes, he had no intention of checking. Is that a corpse? Moving forward, Sumu spotted a humanoid creature, but there were no signs of life on her. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a girl in a priest's robe. Sumu was not surprised. He continued deeper, stopping after walking about 1,000 meters. Elite monsters are starting to appear. Unlike the swamp snakes on the outskirts, a large number of powerful serpentine creatures appeared ahead. Not only that, but Sumu also sensed that the swamp in that area was somewhat different. Mana shield. He didn't dare to be careless and slowly approached with the shield up. You have been affected by swamp gas, losing 5 health points per second. -5. -5. After a prompt appeared on the interface, Sumu realized what was happening. The air in this area was filled with a strange smell, like gas but even more unpleasant. This gas was toxic. A damage of 5 health points per second was already quite high. However, with a high shield and healing skills, Sumu stepped into the area without hesitation. Can't let the elite monsters get away. From a magical perspective, he could see all the lurking swamp snakes below the swamp. Almost every spot emitting swamp gas had an elite-level swamp snake hiding there. There are about 200 of them. It shouldn't be a problem to take them all at once. The number of elite monsters wasn't dense, and Sumu's plan remained simple and brutal. Lure the monsters, then AoE them all together. Swift. As soon as the sprint skill was activated, he ran towards the nearest area. When his feet touched the ground of the swamp, the elite monster below immediately became agitated. Gurgle. A series of bubbles emerged, and a head the size of a basketball, covered in spikes, appeared. Swamp Lurker, Elite, Level, 2nd Tier 4 Life, 22,000/22,000 Attack Power, 1500 Physical Defense, 500 Magic Defense, 800 Skills, Corrosive Venom Spike Attack Serpent's Kiss Hiss. The elite swamp snake flicked its red tongue, its two eyes fixed on Sumu, launching an attack at the first opportunity. Blink! Just as its venomous fangs were about to bite him, Sumu teleported to another patch of swamp nearby. Gurgle! The swamp stirred again. After the snake's head emerged, Sumu continued on to the next area. Hold on, this must be the boss's ultimate move. If we endure it, we can complete the mission. In a certain Novice village, under the storm attack of the White Wolf King, the health of those caught in it began to plummet rapidly, especially the priests. Most of them relied on spirit and intelligence, with their health nearly sustained by equipment. After taking damage from the frost storm, they all started to panic. Mages, get out. Priests, don't just stand there, heal each other. Don't just heal yourselves, quickly heal the warriors. If the warriors go down, it's all over. Protect CEO Lee, we can't let him fall. Fortunately, many people remained calm, continuously shouting and directing the situation. Even so, under the skill, hundreds of people on the field lost a chance to resurrect. Is this boss skill too ruthless? Damn, this is an AoE skill. It wipes out a whole area. If players had this kind of AoE ability, it would be unbeatable. You're thinking too much. How could a player's AoE reach the level of a boss? That's true, even that Sufa god probably can't take out hundreds of monsters with one skill. On the field, those who survived were all shaken and couldn't help but discuss. Everyone, stop talking, the boss is about to go down. Everyone who's alive, output with all your might. Li Zhao's face was very grim, his voice carrying a hint of a roar. He truly hadn't expected the boss's area skill to be so powerful. These were all elite members he had built up. Deep in the howling swamp, about 200 elite monsters followed Sumu. Compared to the ordinary monsters, these elite ones were larger, leaving long marks on the swamp. They moved quickly, yet still couldn't catch up to the infinitely blinking Sumu. Gather closer. As the swamp snakes behind him basically gathered in the same area, a smile crept onto Sumu's lips, and a cold light burst in his eyes. The air around began to drop, and a cold storm swept across the field. Gravity field. At the same time the damage from the frost storm appeared, Sumu directly activated gravity, immobilizing all the swamp snake elites in place. Raven Storm. Then, Sumu unleashed another AoE skill, filling in the damage. You killed the swamp lurker, gaining 300 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. You killed the swamp lurker, gaining 300 experience. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 30 attribute points and 20 skill points. You killed the swamp lurker, gaining 200 experience. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage god. Hints came one after another, and the high experience from elite monsters directly raised Sumu to level 5 of the 2nd tier, with experience points still continuously increasing, leaving only 1/3 to the next level. It's so comfortable to farm elite monsters. The rapid increase in experience made Sumu glance at his intelligence value. 763. Plus 410, those 200 elite monsters had directly boosted his intelligence by nearly 40 points. The probability seemed to be only 1 in 5, but it was already quite good. As his intelligence continued to rise, Sumu could clearly feel that the probability of triggering the divine light of the mage began to decrease. This change did not surprise him. Given his current base intelligence value, it was simply not something that a 2nd tier level could possess. Clean up the battlefield. The elite drops need to be organized well. Looking at the ground full of light orbs, Sumu smiled broadly. He directly discarded some items from his backpack, freeing up quite a few slots. You have obtained the blueprint, Venomous Dagger. Venomous Dagger, Elite Snakefangs X10, 2nd tier Forged Iron X50, 2nd tier Magic Crystal X2, Attributes, Attack plus 300, Strength plus 50, Agility plus 50. Attack has a chance to inflict poison damage, dealing agility x 10% poison damage to enemies. Required level, 2nd tier level 3. Sumu quickly received a pleasant surprise. Blueprints were the most comfortable thing for him. he could learn them directly without taking up space. If this equipment is made, those assassin bosses will definitely fight to pay for it. The attributes of the venomous dagger could be considered top-notch, and the materials he needed were easy to obtain. The probability of elite swamp snakes dropping fangs was not low, and second-tier forged iron could be obtained by dismantling ordinary second-tier equipment, which Sumu had plenty of in his backpack. The more troublesome part was the second-tier magic crystals, which required dismantling A-grade or higher equipment or finding mines to obtain. However, when the item slots became insufficient, Sumu wouldn't mind dismantling some A-grade second-tier equipment. You have obtained the equipment, magic wristband. You have obtained the equipment, calf's shield. You have obtained the blueprint, flame longbow, flame bones X10, second-tier forged iron X50, second-tier magic crystal X2. Attributes: ranged attack plus 350, agility plus 50. Attack includes agility x 10% fire damage, shooting speed plus 10% another blueprint? Seeing the second blueprint recipe, Sumu smiled. His luck was indeed quite good. The attributes of the flame longbow were extremely suitable for his second identity. If it weren't for the current tightness of his backpack, he would have planned to carry a full set of archer equipment. In that case, he could transform into Xianyuan and use Phantom Clone to get a powerful ranged damage dealer. Although the Phantom Clone couldn't use skills, it possessed many special effects. As long as he equipped those ranged damage items with special effects, the damage from the Phantom Clone would definitely not be low. His clone could even solo a boss. Thinking of this, Sumu felt a bit inflated. Soloing a boss was one thing, but he was even thinking about having his clone solo a boss. What would other players think if they knew? I'll keep it for now and make it later. All those second-tier equipment with weak attributes, let's dismantle them. Opening his backpack, Sumu began to dismantle A-grade second-tier equipment. Among them were some second-tier mage equipment, but just for the 10% spell attack bonus from the goblin set, Sumu had no plans to change. With his current intelligence, the boost from this set was significant. Moreover, the attributes of the goblin set were not low. You have obtained the skill, Corrosive Venom. Just as Sumu was about to pick up all the drops, something else made his expression brighten. As long as it was a skill, no matter what category, it was a good thing. Corrosive Venom, be great after use. It can apply venom to weapons or other attack type items, dealing damage to enemies and causing additional toxicity damage equal to the user's highest attribute x 100%. Toxic damage is not reduced by physical or magical defenses. Cooldown: 2 minutes. The skill is something. After seeing the description of this skill, Sumu clicked his tongue in amazement. Not being reduced by physical or magical defenses, this skill could be considered semi-true damage. Of course, this damage should be mitigated by poison resistance. This skill is also quite suitable for archers, as it can apply venom to arrows. Of course, if I hit someone with a staff, it can also trigger. Sumu immediately maxed out this skill. Corrosive Venom, S-grade after use. It can apply venom to weapons or other attack type items, dealing damage to enemies and causing additional toxicity damage equal to the user's highest attribute x 300%. Toxic damage is not reduced by physical or magical defenses. Cooldown: 1 minute. My highest attribute is intelligence, and it can keep increasing, so the damage of this skill will be very high in the later stages. After allocating the points and making some adjustments, Sumu looked towards the swamp ahead. If all goes well, he should be encountering the boss soon. Howling Moon City, Lord's Mansion. A person was sitting in front of a mirror, her face painted with red makeup. The next mayor of White Mist Town has been determined. She spoke to the void. No one responded. It was as if she were talking to herself. Eliminate that guy and replace him. According to my plan, that adventurer will fall into an irretrievable situation. As she spoke, a shadow flashed across the mirror. In a certain Novice village, a snow-white wolf king fell straight to the ground with the final blow from a warrior. Phew, finally done. He looked at the boss before him, letting out a sigh, his anxious expression finally easing. Great, we completed the main quest. Aside from that Sufa god, we should be the first to finish, right? We can move on to the next map. Cheers erupted in the arena. Compared to those unfathomable Sufa gods, they were already ahead of other players, especially Li Xiao, definitely the third best in the world. Mr. Ma sent a congratulatory message, and he wants to borrow equipment to do the main quest. What do you think? Not long after defeating the boss, a subordinate ran over to Li Xiao. This main quest had gathered thousands of people, clearly attracting attention from various forces, and there were plenty of informants. Tell him he can borrow it, but the interest won't be low. Li Xiao thought for a long time and smiled. That's how it is between merchants, always prioritizing profit. Okay, I'll reply to Mr. Ma right away. The subordinate immediately responded. Li Xiao turned to look at the crowd behind him, his brow twitching. There was one thing he had never understood. The cost he paid to deal with this Wolf King was not small, and this was only possible after the levels of the main force had risen. Judging by Sumu's completion time for the main quest, it was clearly impossible for him to finish this task. And there was one more thing. Why was there no hint of movement from Su-Fa God before or after taking action? Did he form an elite team? But how did those people manage to level up so quickly? The more Li Xiao thought, the more confused he became. In his view, to kill the White Wolf King, at least 50 players with equipment levels on par with his would be needed. According to his understanding, there are absolutely no more than 5 people in the world who can reach his level. Caw, caw. The wailing swamp echoed with the low whispers of crows in the air. As he ventured deeper into the swamp, the surrounding environment underwent a tremendous change. First, the sky above grew dim. An unknown gas enveloped the swamp, making the place appear gray and hazy. Secondly, the soil beneath became increasingly sticky. A slight step would create a sense of sinking, not to mention the effects of the toxic swamp gas, which dealt 5 points of damage every second. You can't enter this place without a priest. Sumu stood on a patch of swamp, covering his nose. The smell around was simply unbearable. What puzzled him was that after arriving in this area, he had not seen a single elite monster. Wah! Wah! At that moment, a sound of crying rang out. Over there! Sumu reacted quickly, immediately looking in the direction of the sound. No one? But with the enhancement of his 2 perspective skills, he found nothing. Wah! Wah! The crying sound came again, louder this time. Let's go take a look. Sumu squinted and slowly walked toward the source of the crying. His movements were very slow, and his steps light. Wah! Wah! The crying continued. Sumu walked nearly 100 meters, yet still saw nothing. Something's not right. Suddenly, just as one of his feet was about to step forward, his keen insight made him realize something. Although the magical perspective couldn't see it, his hunter instincts alerted him. There was something lurking in the swamp below. It can actually evade my magical perspective? Sumu stood still, frowning. The magical perspective skill was clearly not omniscient. The creatures beneath the swamp must possess high-level concealment skills, which is why he couldn't see them. Wah! Wah! Just as Sumu stopped, the crying sound rang out again. This crying is trying to lure me into the swamp ahead, which means there's a trap ahead. Sumu widened his eyes, carefully observing the swamp area before him. The muddy ground looked normal, yet it gave off a sense of crisis. And those swamp pools with gas bubbling up created a strong sense of pressure. If you look closely, you can detect it. With his powerful insight, Sumu began to pay attention to the patterns of the bubbles rising. There! After more than 10 minutes, Sumu locked onto a position. Thunderbolt! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking fiercely into the bubbles of that swamp pool. Corrosive swamp water surged up, and at the same time, a massive head emerged. This head had a diameter of nearly 1 meter, with a bright red comb on top and fleshy spikes on both sides. As it surfaced, the swamp beneath Sumu's feet began to sink, and within seconds, it had sunk to his ankles. As expected, it's a boss. As his body was being consumed by the swamp, Sumu stood firmly in place, completely unperturbed. His gaze was fixed on the creature ahead. Undoubtedly, it was a swamp snake, but its size was enormous, with a body diameter of at least 1 meter, and its lower half submerged in the swamp, making it impossible to see how long it was, though it was estimated to be at least 10 meters. If one were to see such a giant snake in reality, many would likely faint on the spot. Of course, if other players were here, they probably wouldn't last long either. Accompanied by its flicking tongue, its attributes were revealed before Sumu's eyes. Swamp Giant Snake, Boss, Level, 2nd Stage 5th Level Health, 100555/120000 Attack Power, 2000 Physical Defense, 1500 Magic Defense, 1500 Poison Resistance, 30% Magic Resistance, 20% Skills, Mimicry Ambush, Swamp Collapse, Snake's Kiss, Tail Sweep. The sky is impressive. Facing such a giant snake, Sumu understood why there were no other swamp snakes around. The territorial awareness of snake-like creatures is inherently strong. This giant snake is clearly the ruler of this area. It seems that it avoids magical sight with that mimicry ambush. If I fall down now, is that its swamp collapse skill? Looking at the boss's 2 skills, Sumu wasted no time and activated his mana shield. At the same time, the energy awakening was activated. In contrast, the swamp giant snake kept its eyes fixed on Sumu, showing no signs of rushing to attack. When the swamp reached Sumu's knees, it finally dragged its massive body towards him. Thunderbolt! Seeing this, Sumu smiled slightly and launched a lightning attack. Minus 19,445. The giant snake's enormous body was directly hit by the lightning, taking away nearly 20,000 points of health. Zizz! Zizz! The electric arcs surged over the swamp giant snake, making it furious. It opened its gaping mouth, and its terrifying fangs dripped with venom. Blink! Sumu had no intention of taking this hit head-on. He blinked to create distance and escaped from the collapsing swamp. Thunderbolt! Arriving at a safe position, another flash of lightning appeared in his eyes. However, to his surprise, as the lightning struck down, the giant snake quickly twisted its body and actually dodged the attack. It can dodge this? This scene truly caught Sumu off guard. Snake-like creatures are very agile. Despite the giant snake's massive size, its movement speed is not slow at all. So you can dodge, huh? Sumu's gaze darkened. The swamp giant snake relied on its twisting body to evade the lightning, proving itself to be the ruler of this swamp. But he was not to be underestimated either. Let's see how you dodge this. With lightning flashing in his eyes, another bolt of lightning formed in the air. The swamp giant snake clearly prepared itself, continuously twisting its body. Zing! The lightning struck down, hitting beside the giant snake's body. After dodging this blow again, the giant snake raised its head, flicking its tongue at Sumu, seemingly in a provocative manner. Thunder! The next moment, another thunderbolt struck directly on the giant snake's head. Its towering head immediately drooped down. Minus 19,445. As the damage numbers appeared, a deep wound was left on its head. It never expected that the interval between Sumu's two attacks would be so quick, fast enough that even if it could dodge the first strike, it couldn't avoid the second. Roar! The swamp giant snake went completely mad, lunging fiercely at Sumu. It realized that to win this battle, it must first deplete Sumu's health. Sumu stood his ground, unmoving. Gravity field. Thunderbolt. As the control skill was unleashed, even with the swamp giant snake being a boss, it could not withstand the powerful gravity under Sumu's high intelligence boost. Its rapidly advancing body stumbled, and the subsequent lightning struck accurately. Minus 19,445. Even with its thick health bar, it was starting to struggle. Especially with the powerful control ability of the gravity field, it was now like a live target. Thunderbolt! Sumu was not polite at all, and the lightning skill struck again. But just then, the body of the swamp giant snake sank rapidly. As the lightning struck, the swamp giant snake had already submerged to the bottom of the swamp. This blow did not cause any damage. Is it possible to do it this way? Sumu frowned tightly and rolled his eyes. Isn't this boss just cheating? Before he could continue to complain, the swamp below began to ripple. The giant snake, which had burrowed into the swamp's depths, pushed against the gravitational field and launched an attack. Alright, who told you this is your territory? Since the swamp giant snake could still play like this, Sumu had nothing more to say. He stood still, allowing the swamp snake below to attack him. After all, the magic shield was still up. Even if this boss had high attack power, it couldn't take him down in an instant. The moment it surfaced was when he would counterattack. After several dozen meters, the control effect of the gravitational field disappeared, and the swamp giant snake arrived in the area right beneath Sumu's feet. It spun around continuously, not in a hurry to attack, much like a patient hunter. Can you hurry up? Even Sumu, that attacked, was starting to feel impatient. Of course, the reason the swamp giant snake was circling around was not without purpose. It was loosening the swamp in this area. Just then, Sumu noticed that the swamp beneath his feet had become extremely adhesive, as if a giant hand was forcefully pulling his legs down. Sumu pouted, completely unwilling to escape. As half of his body was about to sink into the swamp, the giant snake below no longer had any reservations. Roar! A massive head broke through the ground and lunged at Sumu. Minus 3,082. Minus 300. You have been attacked by the venom of the snake's kiss, losing 300 health points per second for 10 seconds. As a damage number appeared, another damage notification floated above Sumu's head. This was the boss's skill, which not only had a high damage value but also came with a poison effect. If it were anyone else facing such an attack, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, for Sumu, all this damage was negated by the magic shield. Bludgeon. As the boss bit at him, Sumu was also ready to counter, raising his staff and striking it on the head. The massive snake head immediately fell into a state of confusion. Thunderbolt. Frenzied axe shock. Thunderbolt. Kidney strike. Thunderbolt. What followed was a series of combo attacks, leaving the boss with no chance to retaliate. Commonly known as control to death. You have killed the swamp giant snake, gaining 20,000 experience points. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Congratulations, you leveled up. Just as the swamp giant snake fell, the high experience allowed Sumu to level up again. Let's see what dropped. The feeling of leveling up made Sumu smile brightly. He looked at the light orb next to the boss's corpse and reached out to touch it. You have obtained the venomous fangs of the swamp giant snake. You have obtained the blueprint, giant snake leather armor. You have obtained the giant snake spear. You have obtained the skill, poison resistance. For items, 1 rare material, 1 blueprint recipe, and a long-handled weapon. What Sumu cared about the most was that skill. Poison resistance, B grade increases poison attribute resistance by 10%. This is a good thing. Without hesitation, Sumu maxed out this skill. Poison resistance, S grade increases poison attribute resistance by 30%, a 30% resistance to poison attributes. Its power was self-evident. I'll keep the other items for now. I wonder if this boss can be skinned? Sumu looked at the boss's corpse. You have obtained the skin of the giant snake. After trying, a prompt popped up. Seeing the leather in his hand, Sumu looked at the blueprint recipe again. Giant Serpent Leather Armor, Giant Serpent Skin X1, Tier 2 Magic Pattern Cloth X50, Tier 2 Magic Crystal X2, Attributes, Physical Defense plus 200, Magic Defense plus 200, plus 1000 Health, Agility plus 50. Wearing this equipment can reduce the probability of being discovered while sneaking. High Defense and High Health Leather Armor, plus 50 points of Agility, combined with that special effect. This equipment is simply tailor-made for assassins. The value of this equipment is far greater than any weapon. You have crafted Giant Serpent Leather Armor. The materials in hand were just enough, and Sumu did not hesitate to create this piece of equipment. As a mage, he couldn't wear this armor, but he could wear it after transforming into Xian Yuan. He could easily transform into Xian Yuan, wear this equipment, and activate stealth. This spear has good attributes, high attack, I can keep it to sell. Then there was that long-handled weapon, which Sumu decided to keep. After all, it was a weapon dropped by a Tier 2 boss. Selling it for a high price shouldn't be difficult. Those NPCs are nowhere to be seen. Having taken down the final boss in the swamp, Sumu truly had no intention of staying in this place. He began to search the central area. There are quite a few rare herbs here. Due to the boss's presence, many rare medicinal materials had grown in the vicinity. Sumu did not hesitate to pack all these herbs and take them away. For this, he even discarded some more common herbs. There are people over there. During the herb gathering, Sumu noticed several weak life signs. He hurried in that direction and indeed found a few priestesses. Their faces were pale, and their expressions were filled with fear. Hello, I'm here to find you at Fian's request. Sumu called out. Ah, the priestesses were clearly startled. But upon hearing Fian's name, hope appeared in their eyes. Can you take us out of here? Yes. Sumu nodded. He had come here specifically to take these people out. There's a cunning giant serpent hiding around this swamp. If we don't kill it, we probably won't be able to escape. One of the priestesses said nervously. That guy has already been dealt with by me. Sumu smiled lightly, causing the priestesses to fall into a daze. They looked Sumu up and down, clearly not believing it. How could a mere adventurer defeat the overlord of the swamp? You better not be lying to us. If we rashly escape, we'll all be in danger. Another priestess spoke up. Sumu curled his lip and took out the venomous fangs of the swamp giant serpent. These are its teeth. Do you believe me now? As soon as this item appeared, the priestess's eyes widened in shock. How did you do that? You killed that cunning giant serpent all by yourself? Several exclamations rang out together. World level ranking. This ranking only displays the top 10 players in the world by level. Currently, 5 rankings have appeared on this leaderboard. Ranked first is Sumu, level unknown. Ranked second is Xian Yuan, level unknown. Ranked third is Li Xiao, level 1, tier 1. Ranked fourth is Ma Jingfei, level 1, tier 1. Ranked fifth is Wang Shaolin, level 1, tier 1. The subsequent rankings are empty, but those on this list are all players from Huagua. It must be said that the previous double experience greatly improved the leveling efficiency of Huagua players, and this credit naturally belongs to the top-ranked Sumu. In the land of cherry blossoms, a man dressed in a kimono gazed at the world ranking leaderboard, his expression dark and terrifying. One step behind, falling further behind, now the highest ranked player in the entire land of cherry blossoms might just be him. Jin Aikiru, word has come from all over the country to assist you in leveling up. From now on, you need not worry about anything else, focus all your energy on leveling up, and you must secure a place on the world leaderboard. He looked at the message sent in the private chat channel, his gaze resolute. I, Jin Aikiru, swear that even if I am behind now, I will definitely reach the top in the future. Suddenly, a loud roar echoed. Jin Aikiru's eyes were fixed on the name ranked first, completely disregarding those behind him. Looking at his level 9, somewhere in the world of Shinto. Crackle, boom, countless flashes of lightning intertwined. A person stood beneath the thunder, gazing up at the brilliant starry sky. He stood tall, as if bearing the weight of the entire firmament. If there were others here, they would hear him murmuring something. The shackles of the world are about to be undone. The throne above the heavens is about to reveal itself. Anyone has the chance to become that supreme sovereign. Great, we finally made it out. Adventurer, you are truly amazing. From today onwards, you are our idol. After safely escorting all the priestesses out of the Wailing Marsh, Sumu was surrounded by a group of girls, showering him with praise one after another. This is what I should do. Sumu smiled, accepting their admiration. Your reputation in the Priest Association of Howling Moon City has increased. A prompt popped up. There's this benefit too? Sumu understood the advantages of reputation, and his smile grew even brighter. Is it you? You made it out safely? At that moment, an NPC appeared, joyfully calling out upon seeing the group of priestesses. This NPC was Fei Yen, who had issued the quest. Adventurer, I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. With her companions rescued, she sincerely expressed her gratitude to Sumu. Quest completed. You have received the skill book, Holy Light Strike. At the same time, Sumu also received the quest completion prompt. Holy Light Strike, a grade consumes 500 mana, summons a holy light to strike enemies within 100 meters, dealing Spirit plus Intelligence, x 300% damage, with a 1/2 times damage bonus against undead creatures, instant cast, cooldown time 5 minutes. Wow, starting off with an A-grade skill. Sumu couldn't hide his excitement upon seeing this skill. Generally, starting with an A-grade skill often means it can be upgraded to SSS grade. Moreover, considering the difficulty of the quest, rescuing these NPCs was definitely a high difficulty task. Holy Light Strike has successfully upgraded to Holy Light Strike, SSS grade, and is now maxed out. As expected, after opening the skill panel and allocating points, Sumu directly upgraded this skill to SSS grade. Holy Light Strike, SSS grade consumes 2000 mana, summons a holy light to strike enemies within 500 meters, dealing Spirit plus Intelligence, x 1500% damage, with a 2 times damage bonus against undead creatures, instant cast, cooldown time 3 minutes. Awesome! Sumu glanced at the damage calculation. This skill dealt even more damage than his Thunderbolt skill. The damage calculation formula was also very friendly to the priest class. Sumu looked at his attributes. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, Tier 2, level 6, 8000/30,000, health points, 8180 mana points, 39800 melee physical attack, 716 spell attack, 2583 physical defense, 918 spell defense, 1295 attributes, Strength 308, Constitution 338, plus 280, Agility 308, Spirit 605, plus 390, Intelligence 764, plus 410, Equipment, Staff of the God of Magic, Skeleton Ring, Sheepskin Leggings, Sheepskin Boots, Sheepskin Gloves, Sheepskin Hat, Sheepskin Robe, Goatman Priest Necklace, Goatman Priest Ring, Whiteness Town, Warrior Badge. The total of Spirit and Intelligence has reached 2,169 points. In other words, the damage of the skill Holy Light Strike has reached 32,535. If the opponent is an undead monster, like the boss in the Skeleton Cave before, this skill would deal over 65,000 damage. What a pity! If only this were a magic-type skill. Looking at this powerful skill, Sumu sighed. This is a priest skill, unaffected by the bloodline of the God of Magic, and the high mana cost is not an issue. The main problem is the 3-minute cooldown time, which is indeed a bit long. Adventurer, can you escort us back to Howling Moon City? While Sumu was still lamenting this skill, Fian's voice rang out. Of course. Sumu readily agreed. He had originally planned to return to Howling Moon City as well. After leaving the swamp, there were no monsters on the way back to the city. The guards of Howling Moon City were clearly very capable. Finally back. When the city gate of Howling Moon City appeared in sight, the group of priestesses burst into tears of joy. Sumu followed them into the city, looking at the sign in front of him, deep in thought. He had now reached Tier 2, Level 6, and could learn skills from various class mentors. However, he wasn't in a hurry about that. The messy items in his inventory were driving him to the brink of obsessive-compulsive disorder. To the living area. Sumu hurried towards the living area. Arriving in front of the deserted shops, he began to assess them. Each shop was marked with a number, Shop No. One was located in the most prosperous area, adjacent to the NPC storefronts. How much does this place cost? Just as Sumu was evaluating the storefront, an NPC approached. He was dressed in luxurious attire, clearly wealthy. Adventurer, are you interested in purchasing a shop? I want to buy this shop. Sumu nodded, pointing at Shop No. 1. This is the number 1 shop in Howling Moon City, and the price is not low. Are you sure you can afford it? The NPC scanned Sumu up and down, his gaze carrying a hint of disdain. What's the price? Sumu asked nervously. Even with a fortune, he was genuinely worried that the price of this shop would exceed his budget. 100,000 gold coins. As a distinguished guest of Howling Moon City, you can enjoy a 20% discount, which is 80,000 gold coins. The NPC replied. 80,000 gold coins? This number made Sumu breathe a sigh of relief. He looked at the gold coin count in his inventory, 267809. Buying this shop was more than enough. Buy it, after all, I have no other place to spend money right now. After a slight struggle, he made his decision. I'll buy it. He boldly initiated a trade with the NPC, placing down 80,000 gold coins. Is that it? Just like that? Even the NPC was a bit taken aback. What, not allowed to buy? Sumu raised an eyebrow and retorted. Of course not. I'll go prepare the paperwork. Please wait a moment. The NPC immediately got busy, and his tone of address towards Sumu changed. After a long while, he brought back 2 items. You have obtained the deed to Shop No. 1 in Howling Moon City. You have obtained the business license for Howling Moon City. After paying the money, Sumu officially became the owner of Shop No. 1. Adventurer, it's yours now. You can make appropriate modifications and name it, the NPC explained enthusiastically after taking the money. Sumu nodded and eagerly walked into the shop. The entire storefront was quite large, with an internal space of about 500 square meters, and there was also a space at the back that resembled a warehouse. Sumu's eyes lit up as he walked in that direction. This was a room, about 80 square meters in size, surrounded by some cabinets, including several large safes. Sumu approached to take a look, his expression filled with joy. Each safe had 100 item slots, which meant he could store most of his things here. In addition, items could also be placed on those cabinets. Sumu calculated that this warehouse was at least equivalent to 1,000 item slots. This was much larger than any hotel storage space. Put all the valuable items in the safes, and the rest can be placed outside. Opening his backpack, Sumu began to organize. He first placed the land deed and business license in the innermost safe, then put in the materials and equipment dropped by the second-tier boss. After occupying more than 10 slots, Sumu looked at the 2 items in his hand. One was a class change stone related to a hidden profession, and the other was an unsealed magic stone. The value of these 2 items was self-evident, but he really couldn't figure them out in a short time. Better to keep them on me. After careful consideration, Sumu decided to carry these 2 items with him. Next came a large amount of materials and herbs. He opened several crafting skills and crafted everything he could. Most of them were high-level potions of the second tier. Unlike equipment, these second-tier potions had no level requirement for use. As soon as they were listed on the auction house, someone would definitely pay a high price for them. I'll just hold on to them for now, no rush to sell. Sumu didn't plan to sell these potions. He intended to stockpile a large quantity of potions and sell them later when more players came to Howling Moon City. This would not only increase the foot traffic to his shop but also save a significant amount in transaction fees. Sumu continued to take down everything he had listed on the auction house and placed them on the warehouse shelves, clearing out all his item slots except for 2 gemstones. He also needed to move everything from the hotel warehouse over here. Returning to the hotel, Sumu became a mover. After a long time, all his belongings were moved to the shop's warehouse. The shelves in the room were filled with various materials, herbs, and potions. The rest were all locked in the safes. This feels good. With everything arranged fairly neatly, Sumu smiled with satisfaction. The warehouse door was a magical door, and after setting up a magical fingerprint, Sumu stepped out and came to the outside of the shop. Aside from the neatly arranged shelves, there were no decorations here. There's no one in White Mist Town right now, so I won't do anything for now. Sumu had no plans to decorate the shop and simply closed the shop door. By this point in the game, he was already feeling a bit tired. Exit the game. Howling Moon City. A shadow suddenly appeared in a mansion. It was completely black, resembling a shadow, making it impossible to discern what kind of creature it was. Inside the house, an older man with slightly gray hair was holding an appointment letter. Let me be the mayor of White Mist Town. I can't believe that idiot Yubai thought of this. The man frowned, his expression clearly showing resistance. Throwing such a mess at me, that guy has no good intentions. He muttered continuously, snorting coldly. No matter what, I will not accept this job. He put down the appointment letter, picked up a pen and paper, and began to write a resignation report. He did not notice that a shadow was slowly approaching from behind. When the resignation report was finished, he laughed. So what if you are the lord of Xiaoye City? As long as I deliver this report to the royal capital, whoever wants to be the mayor can be. Just as his words fell, the shadow had already reached his back. The person seemed to sense something was wrong and suddenly turned around. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. A terrifying laughter echoed. The shadow enveloped him completely like maggots on a corpse. In the next second, he began to struggle continuously, half of his body wrapped in a strange blackness. He wanted to shout something, but one of his hands was tightly gripping his own neck. Ugh! Ah! A deep voice sounded as he struggled desperately. However, the strange blackness was clearly more powerful, slowly devouring him. When his eyes turned completely black, he revealed a bizarre smile. The report he had just written was also torn apart by him. The pieces of paper scattered all over the ground. A voice followed closely. The good show is about to begin. On the outskirts of the Novice village leading to Misty Town, a group of people was clearing the annoying first-level bear monsters on the road. Congratulations, Su Xiao, for ranking 8th on the leaderboard. After another bear monster fell, Su Shiji's level rose to first level 1. Ha, ha, ha. Su Shiji laughed out loud. Climbing the level leaderboard meant his status in the family would rise sharply. Su Xiao, there are buildings over there. We should be heading to the next map. Great. We're probably the second batch of players to reach the second map, right? I need to post something later to show off. Will there be other players in the town? Soon, someone discovered Misty Town, and everyone was excited. Su Shiji's face also couldn't hide his excitement. Let's go, into the town. With his shout, a group of people marched into Misty Town. We've been immersed in the game for days. Let's go out and take a look. In the real world, the sky had turned to dusk. The small third-tier city where Sumu lived had not been too polluted. The sunset glow on the horizon looked very beautiful. He changed into casual clothes, picked up his phone, and went out. Usually, at this time, there would be quite a few pedestrians on the street, but now it seemed a bit deserted. With the emergence of the Shin-2 game, those elderly folks who loved square dancing had also found a second youth in the game. Sumu walked down the street, looking at the few shops that were open. Most had only 1 or 2 staff members, and they were basically all food-related stores. This was also the current state of the world. Sumu strolled along, feeling a strange sensation. His vision had become broader. Many details he would not have noticed before suddenly flooded into his mind. For example, when he occasionally encountered pedestrians on the road, he could guess what they had just eaten by smelling the scents on them, and he could even identify small stains on their clothes and deduce their living environment. Everything was like something out of a movie with Sherlock Holmes, not exaggerated at all. Is it the change brought by that skill? Sumu realized that the passive skills he learned in the game were automatically manifesting in reality. Not just himself, this change would also be exhibited by others after their levels increased. What will the world be like in the future? Sumu frowned, unable to help but ponder. In the real world, somewhere, a person sat cross-legged on the ground, seemingly sensing something. After a while, he suddenly opened his palm. In the next moment, a ball of flame appeared out of thin air in his hand. However, the flame lasted only a very short time, dissipating after a few seconds. I actually succeeded. Even so, an incredibly excited expression appeared on the man's face. This was not magic. This was real magic. In a corporate building, a man's fist was wrapped in white bandages. In front of him were iron plates, one after another. Many people stood beside him, watching, including one person holding a camera. Let's begin, the man shouted. The cameraman immediately gave an okay gesture. The man took a deep breath, raised his fist, and struck the iron plate hard. Bang! A fist imprint immediately appeared on the plate. This was not the end. The man quickly punched the other iron plates. Bang! Bang! With successive strikes, more and more dents appeared on those iron plates. Incredible! Mr. Lee, your strength now is probably unmatched by the strongest boxers in the world. Can an old man really do this? The onlookers were all shocked, expressing their amazement. The one throwing punches was none other than Li Xiao. He was already quite old, and if the video from just now were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. I can feel it. My body is changing. Li Xiao's face could not hide his excitement, his body trembling involuntarily. He was already at an age close to being buried, but after advancing in the divine path, he could clearly feel that the improvements in the game were being reflected in reality. He looked at the people behind him, his expression growing even more excited. It's a kind of infinite vitality. The next day, at noon, Sumu woke up naturally and did not prepare lunch. Entering the game, he arrived at the inn in Howling Moon City. Eating in the game could reflect back on his real body. Compared to the things he made himself, the food here was not only more abundant but also more delicious. For just a few gold coins, he could enjoy a feast. Please enjoy your meal. The boss served meticulously, his tone extremely respectful. Just as Sumu was about to indulge, a group of soldiers arrived. Is there something you need? The boss was clearly startled by the sudden arrival of the soldiers. We are here to find someone. The leading soldier looked at Sumu. Adventurer, the lord of the city requests your presence. Hearing his words, Sumu was taken aback for a moment, looking at the delicious food in front of him, raising an eyebrow. Can I finish my meal first? The captain of the soldiers smiled slightly. The lord of the city doesn't like to wait. Sumu raised his head, his gaze sharp. Was this NPC threatening him? Then I'll try to eat a bit faster. Sumu also showed a faint smile and began to eat in front of the soldiers. The soldiers' expressions immediately darkened. "Adventurer, didn't you hear what I said?" he emphasized. In response, Sumu made a loud gulp as he drank. The soldier fell silent, watching Sumu eat with a serious face, not knowing what to think. Burp! After a while, Sumu satisfiedly let out a burp, wiping his mouth with the napkin on the table. "Let's go!" He stood up and spoke to the soldiers. "Humph!" The soldiers snorted coldly and turned to leave. Under the lead of this group, Sumu returned to the Lord's mansion once again. It was still the same hall, where two people were already waiting. Lord Yubai sat on his throne, one hand resting on his head, seemingly dozing off. Below stood an older man. His hair was gray, yet he wore a magnificent suit, exuding an air of nobility. "Lord Mayor, the guests have arrived." A guard entered the hall and reported softly. Above, Yubai opened his eyes, showing no displeasure at Sumu's tardiness. Instead, he smiled. "Adventurer, your task has been moved up. This is the next mayor of White Mist Town, Simon." The older man turned to Sumu. "Hello, adventurer, my name is Simon." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward Sumu. "Hello." Sumu nodded and shook his hand. In the next moment, a strange feeling surged in his heart. This feeling was very odd. Simon's body felt icy, unlike the normal temperature of a human. Sumu noticed the man's attire. It seemed somewhat out of place. From his clothing, he must be a noble, but there were some small flaws on him. For instance, there were several worn spots on the expensive fabric. "Adventurer, it's not polite to scrutinize others like that." Simon seemed to have noticed Sumu's gaze and said after releasing his hand. Sumu raised an eyebrow and withdrew his gaze. "All right, something significant has happened in White Mist Town, and it must be investigated thoroughly. Simon, the rest is up to you." Yubai's voice rang out. The Lord cast a glance at the guard, who nodded and turned to Sumu and Simon. "I will escort you both to White Mist Town. The horses are ready outside the city, please." Simon bowed to Yubai and turned to leave the Lord's residence. Sumu followed behind him and the guard, feeling that something was off. First, the original task required him to escort the new mayor to White Mist Town 3 days later. How had it suddenly been moved up, and by 2 days at that? Second, Simon gave him a strange feeling, and the captain of the guard seemed to harbor considerable hostility toward him. Sumu looked at his task list. The task had changed to escort Simon to White Mist Town. Completion reward, Radiant Star Ring. The task remained the same, and the reward had not changed. "Let's get the reward first." Sumu was quite eager for that Radiant Star Ring. No matter what, he had to complete this task. Upon reaching outside the city, dozens of horses and a squad of guards awaited them. "Let's go." The guard said little, mounting his horse and issuing the command. A group of people mounted their horses and set off toward White Mist Town. Sumu rode along, not revealing his master-level riding skills, leisurely following behind the crowd. The sandy plains were vast, and besides the sandworms, they also faced the threat of sandstorms. The escort task was more troublesome, requiring constant vigilance over the target. The journey was not safe. As the group stepped onto the sandy plains, a sandworm set its sights on them. It moved quickly beneath the sand, launching the first attack. "Form up." The guards from Xiaoye City were well trained, quickly surrounding Simon in the center. The leading guard was the first to attack the moving sandbag. With a single strike, he dealt thousands of damage to the sandworm boss. This guy is impressive, agile, and his level must be high. Watching the guard's swift movements, Sumu couldn't help but marvel. With this guy's strength, he could easily be considered a humanoid boss, capable of taking on that sandworm boss alone. Does this escort task really need me? The sandworm was quickly dealt with, and Sumu didn't even get a chance to intervene, suppressing a murmur. With the speed these people were traveling, they could definitely reach White Mist Town in a day. If there were any threats on the road, aside from the sandworms, it would be the small monsters in the Misty Mountains. The difficulty of this task seems off. Sumu squinted. The sandworm boss was easily dealt with. Could those small monsters in the Misty Mountains really be a threat? Could there be unexpected variables on this road? A bold thought emerged in Sumu's mind. This escort mission seemed to be more complicated than it appeared. "Speed up. We'll travel through the night and rest once we reach White Mist Town." After dealing with the sandworms, the guard shouted. The group quickly mounted their horses and increased their pace. Sumu stayed at the back of the line, silently observing everyone's actions. However, the results were somewhat disappointing. The guards all looked normal, with nothing amiss. So, will there be an ambush on the road? Sumu shifted his thinking. But as night fell, aside from a few oblivious sandworms, they encountered no sandstorms either. The group soon arrived at the path leading from the misty mountains to the sandstorm plains. At this point, Sumu became very cautious and activated his eagle eye and magical perspective. No ambush? Or can I just not see it? The outcome was still surprising. This prime ambush location had no one at all. He even doubted whether the enemy's concealment skills were too advanced for his magical perspective to detect. However, after the team exited the misty mountains, the so-called ambush still did not occur. As night fell, the familiar sight of White Mist Town appeared before Sumu. Is it really this simple? Sumu found it hard to believe. Adventurer, take me to the former mayor's residence, Simon said with a smile as he stepped into the town. This way. Sumu did not refuse and led the way to Shinda's residence based on his memory. The group quickly arrived there. This place looks nice. Simon seemed quite satisfied upon seeing the mansion. Adventurer, come inside and tell me the specific details about the previous events in White Mist Town. He stepped inside first and invited Sumu. Alright. Sumu nodded and followed him into the house. At that moment, Simon took out a ring that emitted a faint starlight. As a reward for escorting me, this is yours. You have completed the task and received the radiant star ring. With a prompt appearing, a ring also appeared in Sumu's hand. Got it. Sumu couldn't hide his excitement upon receiving the equipment. This was a 100-slot item, but just then, Simon suddenly burst into laughter. The next second, the door to the house swung open with a loud bang. A strange black energy surged from the radiant star ring and flew towards Simon. Under the impact of this force, Simon was violently slammed against the wall behind him, and a huge damage number appeared above his head. -100,000. At the same time, an angry roar sounded from outside. You killed the new mayor. Everything happened too quickly, so fast that as the shout rang out, the captain of the guards charged at Sumu. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent, clearly intending to execute Sumu on the spot. At that moment, in Sumu's perspective, the captain of the guards had already turned red. Just as his charge skill was about to hit him, Sumu decisively used a skill, Ring of Rejection. The guard captain's charge skill was instantly interrupted, and he was sent flying by the energy ring. At the same time, a significant damage number appeared above his head. You really have turned to the darkness, and you dare to attack the guards of Howling Moon City. The injured captain of the guards roared, stabilizing himself before refraining from further attack. Sumu stood in place, his brow furrowed. He realized that this was clearly a conspiracy. I didn't kill this guy, he shouted, explaining to the guards. We all saw it. Simon was killed by your own hands. Do you still want to argue? The captain of the guards said with a stern face, adamantly insisting. Sumu's gaze suddenly turned cold. This captain definitely had issues. From today on, you are the enemy of Howling Moon City. At that moment, the captain spoke again. As soon as he finished speaking, an announcement appeared. Player Sumu has turned to darkness, killing the newly appointed mayor of White Mist Town, and is listed as a mortal enemy of Howling Moon City. Players who help Howling Moon City kill Sumu will receive generous rewards. This was a world announcement. When this world announcement appeared, players throughout the Divine Path game were plunged into shock. On the World Channel, various comments began to emerge. What the hell? How did Suefe God kill an NPC? Wow, my idol is truly an idol. Suefe God is amazing, can even kill NPCs? We can only get one-shot by those NPCs. Turned to darkness? Is this some hidden quest? Are the rewards really generous? Damn, this announcement makes Suefe God a public enemy. Generous rewards? How generous? I want it. Is Suefe God in White Mist Town now? Or Howling Moon City? Is anyone forming a team to hunt Suefe God? I think this quest reward must be great, maybe even a god-level skill. Some admired Sumu to the core, while others were incredibly curious about the task he was undertaking. However, more people were concerned about that generous reward. With the announcement out, could the reward be low? Even if they weren't a match for Suefe God, with the help of NPCs, couldn't they just form a large group and take him down? These NPCs are ruthless. Glancing back at Simon's corpse, Sumu's gaze was sharp. He had sensed something was off from the very beginning, but he didn't expect these NPCs to play so well. You have been listed as a dead enemy of Howling Moon City. All NPCs within Howling Moon City will regard you as an enemy. Triggered hidden quest. Prove your innocence. Prove your innocence. Simon's death is clearly a frame-up. Find the mastermind behind it all, avoid harming the innocent, and prove your innocence. Completion reward, God-level skill fusion book. Triggered hidden quest, embrace the darkness. Embrace the darkness, kill all NPCs in White Mist Town, completely turn against all human factions. Completion reward, become a fallen mage. Compared to what others saw in the announcement, 2 quest options appeared before Sumu. Fallen mage? Does that mean I have to turn to the evil god? Upon seeing the content of the second quest, Sumu narrowed his eyes. Who the mastermind was had become clear. Trying to force me to submit in this way? An evil god, huh? A killing intent flashed in Sumu's eyes. Blink! A powerful magical energy manifested, and without a word, Sumu disappeared from the mayor's residence. That guy ran away, everyone, chase him! The captain of the guards shouted immediately upon seeing Sumu vanish, and he himself began searching the surroundings. However, after searching a few rounds, he still couldn't find any trace of Sumu. This guy must still be in Misty Town. Pass on my orders to gather all the guards in the town and seal off the entire area. If that guy is found, kill him on sight. The captain of the guards spoke in an extremely cold tone. The guards he brought quickly sprang into action, consolidating the original defenders of the town and guarding all the key routes. Misty Town, the mayor's mansion upstairs. Sumu sat in Shinda's study, resting his chin on one hand, deep in thought. He had engaged in a psychological game with the captain of the guards. With his eagle eye and magical perspective, the movements of the guards were completely within his expectations. The captain of the guards thought he would escape from Misty Town, but he never imagined he would return here. As for the two tasks, he accepted the first one without a second thought. The black energy that eliminated Simon was exactly the same as what he had seen on Shinda before. This conspiracy against him seemed like a scheme by the so-called evil god to enslave him. Even if the first task had no reward, he would never accept the second. I'm a man destined to become a god. Why would I care about a fallen mage like you? Do you want me to be your evil god's lackey? Screw you! Sumu kept mocking, showing great disdain for that evil god. This task was given to me by that lord, and the captain of the guards, who harbors great hostility towards me, is also the lord's confidant, so the lord is plotting against me? He began to analyze the situation before him. Sumu took out the shining star ring. This was the reward for completing the escort mission, and there weren't many who could tamper with this piece of equipment. That Simon is also suspicious, looking for death? Recalling Simon's demeanor when he handed over the ring, Sumu sensed something was off. He slowly walked downstairs. Returning to this place had another purpose: to inspect the scene. In the real world, ring, ring, ring. A series of urgent phone calls continued incessantly. Who the hell is calling so late? Are you out of your mind? A person rubbed his sleepy eyes and cursed as he got out of bed. You better have something important, or else. Picking up the phone, Su Shiji shouted into the receiver. Su Xiao, get online quickly, something big has happened. The voice on the other end was very urgent, and the words immediately woke Su Shiji up. This guy's corpse is not right. In the hall on the first floor of the town mansion, Sumu was observing the position where Simon had fallen. His powerful insight quickly revealed something was amiss. The spot where Simon crashed into the wall didn't seem like it was from an impact. It looked more like he had deliberately slammed into it. Was the impact damage caused by that black energy really that strong? Sumu began to recall the situation when the black energy was unleashed. That energy didn't feel particularly strong to him. This was a game world, and even those NPCs couldn't escape the game's rules. 100,000 points of damage didn't seem like something that black energy could achieve. Thinking of this, Sumu's eyes widened suddenly. He reached out to measure Simon's body temperature. Too cold. A chilling sensation washed over him. How long has it been? This temperature was definitely problematic. Sumu remembered the scene when he met Simon in Howling Moon City. During their first handshake, his body temperature had seemed abnormal. Could it be that this guy has been dead for a long time? A terrifying thought surged in Sumu's mind. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Throughout the journey from Howling Moon City to Misty Town, Simon had always felt off to him. What Sumu couldn't understand before, he now did. The Simon he had met was not Simon at all. Controlling a corpse? This evil god is something else. Sumu smiled faintly, not at all worried about his situation. What should I do to complete this task now? Confront that city lord? Or capture that captain of the guards for interrogation? He began to plan his next moves. After completing the first task, there was a warning on the task prompt. Killing innocent NPCs will lower your reputation in the main city. In other words, he had to find those NPCs that truly had issues. How can I lure that captain of the guards out alone? In Whiteness Town, people began to appear out of thin air. It was already deep into the night. The moonlight had dimmed. Yet, they continued to appear one after another. Soon, nearly 100 people gathered in this area. Is everyone assembled? Su Shiji looked at the crowd, his voice booming. Everyone who arrived at White Mist Town is here. One of his subordinates quickly replied. Su Shiji nodded, then revealed an excited expression. You all know our target, right? We know. The crowd responded in unison, their shouts echoing. After they logged in, a task popped up on their interface. Assist the NPCs of White Mist Town in killing the player Sumu. Although this task did not specify a reward, just the content of the task was enough to drive Su Shiji crazy. Kill the player Sumu. The entry into the Divine Path game is limited in number. Now that Sumu had become the public enemy of the NPCs, this was the best opportunity for him to deal with Sumu. As long as he killed this Suefation 10 times, Suefation would become a thing of the past in this Divine Path world. Of course, Su Shiji's goal was not just that. He was more concerned about the leveling techniques that Sumu possessed. Even if I have to turn White Mist Town upside down, I will find that guy. Su Shiji clenched his fists, full of confidence. The current White Mist Town was not the novice village it used to be. With their numerical advantage, each of the 100 of them casting a skill would be enough to take down that Suefation. A group of people began to search vigorously in White Mist Town. Su Xiao, there's someone over there. Not long after, a figure appeared in front of them. Go! Su Shiji's face lit up, signaling everyone to rush over. Not a red name. Who is this guy? Looking at that outfit, he doesn't seem like the mage we met before. As they got closer and saw the person's appearance, everyone was stunned. They clearly did not expect that, besides themselves, there were other players in White Mist Town. An archer? Su Shiji also stared at the person's outfit, frowning. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something and blurted out, "You are Xian Yuan? Oh, you know me?" Having his identity revealed, Xian Yuan smiled and asked back. He admitted it generously, leaving Su Shiji and the others exchanging glances. What are you doing here? Su Shiji's expression was not friendly. After all, he had heard that Suefation seemed to be good friends with Xian Yuan. Of course, I'm here for the announcement's reward. But Xuan Yuan's words left him stunned again. Reward? Su Shiji quickly reacted. You mean the reward for killing Sumu? Xian Yuan did not answer, a faint smile on his lips, giving off an inscrutable feeling. What are you joking about? Aren't you friends with that Sumu? Yeah, you two were so in sync hiding your levels together, how could you not know each other? Aren't you in the same team as Sumu? Are you here to scout for him? Several voices chimed in, not believing what Xian Yuan said. I don't need to explain myself to you. Xian Yuan also ignored these people, his expression very indifferent. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Su Shiji's voice rang out. Xian Yuan paused, turned his head to look at Su Shiji, and asked, What? According to this announcement, it seems that for every time you kill that Sumu, you can receive a reward. He is a player and has 10 chances to respawn. You should know better than I how generous this reward is, Su Shiji said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xian Yuan squinted his eyes, as if making a decision. Seeing this, Su Shiji continued, You know better than us about that guy's strength. We can cooperate, and as for those rewards, you can take the bigger share. At this point, Su Shiji's smile became even more radiant. Even if Xian Yuan was friends with Su Fazhen, what did friendship matter in the face of absolute profit? Sure enough, Su Shiji heard the most pleasant words he had heard recently. Deal. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. Su Shiji beamed as he extended his hand towards Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, ignored the hand, and turned to leave. TCH. Su Shiji looked at Xuan Yuan's back with a face full of displeasure. But to deal with Su Mu, he still brought his subordinates and followed behind Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan walked ahead, lost in thought. Who is Xian Yuan? Isn't that just Su Mu after transforming? After transforming into Xian Yuan, Su Mu's perspective returned to the normal player state. As expected, not a single NPC could see through his identity. He swaggered down the streets of White Mist Town, preparing to find that captain of the guards. Who would have thought that he would run into Su Shiji and his group on the way? Upon seeing this group, Su Mu instantly guessed their intentions. These people were clearly here to cause him trouble. Originally, he wanted to avoid them, but then he thought that they might have some value to exploit. Hey, where are you planning to take us? Yeah, you're not just wandering around with us to buy time for your friend, are you? Do you even know where that guy is? After leading the group for a while, a few impatient voices of doubt arose. Sumu turned around and glared at them, his sharp gaze immediately silencing them. To be honest, the aura of strength emanating from Xian Yuan was quite intimidating. Soon, a group of NPCs appeared before them. They were stationed at a position that was the main road from White Mist Town to Xiaoye City, clearly not wanting Sumu to escape to Xiaoye City. Among this group of NPCs, the leader was the captain of the guards from before. Hello, is there anything we can help you with? Sumu stepped forward and greeted them warmly. The captain of the guards looked Sumu up and down, then glanced at Su Shiji and his group, and said, An adventurer has killed the newly appointed town mayor. I need your assistance, and I will offer you generous rewards. How generous? Sumu put on a greedy expression. The people behind him, including Su Shiji, wore the same expression. Do you accept the mission? Capture the real culprit? At this moment, a prompt popped up in front of Sumu. Accept. Without a second thought, he accepted the mission. Capture the real culprit. Help kill the archenemy of Xiaoye City. Completion reward, Bloodthirsty Frenzy, A-Class. It really does seem like something. After seeing the mission content, Sumu couldn't help but click his tongue. His second identity had some weight. He could actually take on a mission to kill himself. An A-Class skill? This skill looks really strong. Is it given just for one kill? On the scene, aside from Sumu, everyone else also accepted the mission. Upon seeing the A-Class skill reward, they all became a bit restless. With their levels, how many skill points do they have? Including Su Shiji, none of them possess an A-level skill. I know that you adventurers have multiple lives, and every time you kill that guy, you can come back here to receive the quest again, with equally generous rewards. The captain of the guards spoke again. The meaning of this was very clear. As long as they could kill Sumu 10 times, they would receive 10 rewards equivalent to A-level skills. What are we waiting for? Hurry up and find that guy. If we can get 10 A-level skills, that would be incredible. No way, 10 A-level skills? Even that Su Fazhen doesn't have that, right? The crowd kept discussing. Their words made Su Shiji's eyes shine with excitement. In the crowd, one person fell into deep thought. Sumu looked at the quest rewards, and a bold idea popped into his mind. Having dealt with NPCs many times, he had quite a bit of insight into completing quests. If we encounter that guy and happen to kill him, and you all don't see it, whose reward would that be? Sumu stroked his chin and asked the captain of the guards. Of course, you must kill that adventurer in the presence of witnesses to receive the reward, the captain of the guards answered. Hearing this response, Sumu smiled. Just as he thought. As long as he made these NPCs believe he had killed Sumu, then in their eyes, he would have completed the quest. In other words, as long as he made these NPCs think the person he killed was Sumu, they would willingly hand over the rewards. As for the so-called witnesses, Sumu looked at Su Shiji and the others. Weren't these guys the best witnesses? The logic was the same. As long as Su Shiji and the others believed the person he killed was Sumu, then the quest could be considered complete. I've got this all figured out. Sumu already had a plan in mind. Originally, he intended to find a way to lure the captain of the guards away, but now he wasn't in a hurry. What are you laughing about? Do you know where that Sumu is? Su Shiji, noticing Sumu's smile, couldn't help but ask. Of course I know. Sumu replied directly. This made Su Shiji's eyes light up. There's no time to waste. What are you waiting for? Yeah, hurry up and take us there. That Su Fazhen can't escape this time. The others were getting restless. Follow me. In front of these people, Sumu put on a confident demeanor and took the lead. Next would be the time to showcase his acting skills. Walking ahead of everyone, Sumu looked at his skills. Phantom Clone. This skill was the most crucial part of his plan. Behind him, Su Shiji and the others deliberately kept their distance from Sumu. Su Xiao, I don't think this guy is a good person. We need to be cautious. We can't let him take all the rewards. A few people whispered beside Su Shiji. I know what I'm doing. Su Shiji waved his hand, his eyes fixed on Sumu's back, deep in thought. The group fell silent. They quietly followed Sumu and arrived at a place. That guy is right here? You're not lying to us, are you? The few of them exchanged glances upon seeing the inn in front of them. After arriving in White Mist Town, they had been here before. The high accommodation fees were something even Su Shiji couldn't afford. Is that guy really inside? Su Shiji looked at Sumu with a puzzled expression. That Su Fazhen actually hadn't escaped White Mist Town but was hiding in this inn? Wasn't that just waiting to be caught? I opened the inn for him, how could I not know? Sumu replied with a smile. Then what are we waiting for? Charge in and take him out. Everyone, let's go. Hearing this, the crowd began to stir with excitement. If that Sumu was really inside, wouldn't that A-level skill be within reach? You all wait outside. That guy is an expert at escaping, and the terrain inside is narrow, making it easy for him to get away. I'll lure him out. Sumu signaled for everyone not to act rashly and gestured around the inn's entrance. You're not planning to tip him off, are you? Or do you want to hog the reward for yourself? Sumu's actions raised suspicions among many. He showed a calm smile and explained, if I really wanted to help that guy, I wouldn't have brought you all along. Besides, if I could handle that guy alone, I wouldn't need you. This statement immediately silenced the crowd. Sumu smiled slightly and walked into the inn. It was nighttime, and the landlady had clearly already gone to bed. Sumu walked inside and transformed back. My defense is too high. I can't give those guys a single chance. Looking at his stats, Sumu curled his lips. With his current physical and magical defenses, the damage from those outside would probably only be a forced 1 point. How long would it take to get to low health? After thinking for a moment, Sumu took off all his equipment. The attributes of the Phantom Clone are based on his overall attributes when he releases skills, and removing his equipment would significantly reduce the clone's attributes. Phantom Clone. In the next second, a clone identical to Sumu appeared in the inn. Transform. Immediately after, Sumu transformed into Xuanyuan's appearance. He was carrying a trash bao bought casually at the blacksmith shop in White Mist Town, and the quiver contained the lowest quality arrows. However, with high attributes backing him, his ranged attack was not low. Transferring part of his consciousness to the clone, Sumu controlled it to hit himself. -1. Only a single point of forced damage. At the same time, it also turned the clone in front of him into an attackable red namestate. The show can begin. Outside the inn. Following Sumu's instructions, Su Shiji and others lay in ambush on either side of the entrance. Why isn't that guy coming out? Is Xian Yuan just messing with us? After waiting for a while with no movement from the inn, someone couldn't help but mutter, "You sold me out? Sumu, what do you mean I sold you out? With this generous reward, you'd probably do the same to me. You scoundrel." Just then, two voices sounded from inside the inn. Before the crowd could react, a figure charged straight out of the inn. "It's that mage we saw before." "That's right, it's him. He really is that Sumu. Great, we can take our revenge." Many recognized the figure at first glance. The life they lost in the Novice village made them remember this Sumu vividly, especially Su Shiji, who was now gritting his teeth. "Don't let him escape, kill him." A loud shout rang out as Su Shiji was the first to attack. As a mage, he unleashed his most powerful instant cast skill. The next second, his skill hit Sumu, but the damage number that appeared left him stunned. 2 digits? He instinctively shouted, his face filled with disbelief. As a first-tier mage, his skill had also reached B level, and he was wearing decent equipment. Yet, his strongest strike only dealt a 2-digit damage? While Su Shiji was in shock, the others began to attack one after another. However, Sumu's movement speed was too fast, causing many attacks to miss entirely. And those skills that did hit only dealt single-digit damage. What the hell? A C-level skill only dealt 6 points of damage to this guy. Is this for real? My magic missile only did 3 points of damage? Damn, how high is this guy's spell defense? Of course, most of these were magic-based skills. There was no way around it. Even without equipment, the clone's base spirit value was still too high, plus a 50% magic resistance. How could these people deal any damage? I only dealt over 30 points of damage. Does this guy have such high physical defense too? This is ridiculous. My strongest skill only did over 50 points of damage. His health bar is a bit thick. Aren't mages supposed to be squishy? Soon, many archers' attacks hit, and one by one, they couldn't help but roar in anger. Sumu was not a mage at all. He was clearly a mage lord. Especially that speed of escape. A group of assassins felt ashamed in comparison. Chase him. Don't let him get away. A loud shout rang out on the field. Without a second thought, others rushed to chase Sumu. He. The person who shouted this was leisurely following behind the crowd, a broad smile on his face. This person was Xian Yuan. The clone's perspective was shared with the main body. Sumu paid attention to the clone's health and controlled its escape direction right towards the captain of the guards. The reason for running that way was to land a fatal blow on Sumu in front of the guard captain. I need to get ready too. Grabbing the longbow in his hand, Sumu nocked an arrow. Archers were a bit troublesome in this regard. Not only did they need to equip a longbow, but they also had to carry a quiver. At the back of the main force, Sumu was already prepared to strike. The archer skills he currently possessed were all S level. Once he made a move, the clone would definitely be killed in an instant. Why does this Sumu only know how to run and not fight back? If you were being chased by 100 people, would you dare to fight back? That's true. Watching Sumu desperately flee, although everyone found it a bit strange, they didn't doubt it. Even if the damage they dealt to Sumu wasn't high, with 100 people, each dealing some damage, it was still unbearable. If it were them, running away would also be the best choice. His health is running low. Quick, take him down. Whoever kills him gets the reward. During this escape, Sumu was hit by several skills one after another. A group of people shouted at the top of their lungs, their faces flushed, eager to land the final blow. That was an A-level skill. Although these people were all trained by Su Shiji, many had their own little schemes in mind. Once that guy is low on health, no one else touch him. Let me handle it. Su Shiji also shouted, his voice loud and unquestionable. The crowd didn't realize that Sumu's escape direction was the same as the one they had come from. And at the end of that direction, a team of guards was waiting. Captain, it's that guy. The team of guards had clearly noticed the situation here. Over 100 people chasing one person, especially at night, how could it not attract attention? Fall back, don't let him escape. The guard captain quickly ordered, not advancing to attack Sumu, but instead instructing his subordinates to widen the encirclement. He knew Sumu had displacement skills, and if the encirclement was too tight, it could allow this guy to escape again. However, before his subordinates could act, an arrow sliced through the night sky. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow was faint and small, not very noticeable under the cover of night. But the power of this arrow was extraordinary. At the moment the arrow hit Sumu, a 4-digit damage appeared directly. The next second, a flash of white light followed. This scene left everyone present in shock, especially the captain of the guards, who stared wide-eyed, seemingly unable to believe that Sumu had been taken down so easily. It worked! Among the crowd, one person's expression was extremely calm. Shen Yuan looked at the task completion prompt on his interface, a faint smile on his lips. In the midst of everyone's astonishment, he walked towards the captain of the guards. "I've killed this guy, so the reward can be given to me, right?" The captain of the guards was still a bit dazed, but quickly came to his senses and took out a skill book. "You have obtained the skill, Bloodthirsty Frenzy." Bloodthirsty Frenzy, a great enter a frenzy state after use, lasting 20 seconds, increases base melee/ranged attack power by 50%, attack speed and movement speed by 30%, damage taken increased by 30%, cooldown time 5 minutes. This skill is something. Upon seeing this skill book, Sumu's eyes lit up. This skill could definitely be considered a top-tier skill. Although it would increase the damage taken after activation, the boost in output was no small matter. The only downside was that this skill did not enhance spell attacks. If a mage had a similar burst skill, it would greatly enhance their power. "Friend, that's not very fair." Just as Sumu was about to learn this skill, Su Shiji walked over. He had already reacted to the scene of Shen Yuan killing Sumu, and his expression was not pleasant. The joy of killing Sumu was dampened by the thought of handing over an A-grade skill book. "What? Didn't we agree that the rewards belonged to me?" Sumu looked at Su Shiji, sneering dismissively. The reason he collaborated with these people was merely to make the act more convincing. "I only said the bulk of the reward belongs to you, but I never said it all belongs to you." Su Shiji's tone carried a chill. "That skill in your hands must be auctioned off, and the gold from the auction will be split 6-4, you 6, we 4. He stared at Sumu, his attitude resolute. "What if I don't?" Sumu also fixed his gaze on Su Shiji, showing no intention of compromising. "Then don't blame us for being rude." Su Shiji laughed coldly in anger. After successfully killing Sumu, he had become disdainful of the so-called leaderboard experts. The number 1 ranked Sumu had been chased down and killed by them, let alone the second-ranked Shen Yuan. "What do you want?" In the face of this threatening tone, Sumu's expression remained dismissive. Even if he was now the archer Shen Yuan, he was not someone Su Shiji and his group could provoke. "This isn't a novice village. If you don't agree, that Sumu will be your fate." Su Shiji revealed a sinister smile. As he spoke, his subordinates behind him also turned to look at Sumu. Besides their fierce and menacing gazes, many even began to gesture. "You better listen to our young master Su. Young man, if you don't heed young master Su's words, you'll regret it soon. You saw what happened to that Sumu. Do you think you're tougher than him?" Several voices chimed in. Su Shiji's group of over 100 people indeed exuded a certain intimidation. "Learn the skill." Sumu curled his lip, completely disregarding the more than 100 people, and directly learned the skill in front of everyone. "Damn, are you looking for death? You just learned it directly? Can you even learn it as an archer?" Hearing Sumu's deliberate shout, many people began to curse loudly. Su Shiji's face turned an even darker shade, his fists clenched tightly, wishing he could just strike out. But they were still within White Mist Town, where players were not allowed to fight each other, and the NPCs were watching nearby. If he really attacked Sumu, the NPCs would definitely not stand by and watch. Successfully upgraded Bloodthirsty Frenzy to Bloodthirsty Frenzy, SSS level. Sumu ignored Su Shiji and the others, silently leveling up the skill he had just acquired. Bloodthirsty Frenzy, SSS level. Enter a frenzy state after use, lasting 30 seconds, with a 300% increase in base melee/ranged attack power, 150% increase in attack speed and movement speed, 100% increase in damage taken, cooldown time of 5 minutes. At max level, the enhancement effect of this skill had greatly improved. Although it could only enhance the base melee and ranged attacks, for him, the effect of this skill was nothing short of perfect. After all, he was a full-time mage. "Friend, you're playing with fire." On the field, Su Shiji's deep voice rang out again. He couldn't make a move, so he could only resort to threats. "Friend?" Sumu scoffed. "Who's your friend?" Su Shiji's expression grew even darker, gritting his teeth. "Well, you're the kind of guy who can betray even friends, that's ruthless enough, but don't forget, you're all alone. Today, you either compensate me with 10,000 gold coins, or you can just wait. Ha! In the face of Su Shiji's threat, Sumu only had 2 words in his eyes. Idiot. Very well, I'll remember this debt. But unexpectedly, Su Shiji dropped a harsh remark and led his group to turn and leave. TCH. Sumu looked at the backs of the group, disdainfully curling his lips. Even if this bunch doubled in number, they wouldn't withstand a single frost storm from him. Can I still take on the quest? Turning to the captain of the guards, Sumu asked. An A-level skill wouldn't satisfy his appetite. After 24 hours, you can come back to me for a quest. The captain's response left Sumu somewhat stunned. He didn't say much more and walked towards the outskirts of Whiteness Town. 24 hours was exactly the time it took for a player to re-enter the game after dying. From the NPC's behavior, they seem to be aware of this. The rules of this world are a lot like a game, but some don't conform to the game. Walking outside Whiteness Town, Sumu furrowed his brows. After experiencing this plot where he was framed by NPCs, he had a renewed understanding of this world. Everything cannot be treated with common sense. Should I stay in Whiteness Town, or head to Howling Moon City? Temporarily setting aside other thoughts, Sumu began to contemplate his next plan. Even with a mount, traveling back and forth between Whiteness Town and Howling Moon City would take quite a bit of time. 24 hours round trip was definitely not enough. If he wanted to continue milking the captain of the guards, he had to stay in Whiteness Town. Considering the 24 hours to complete a quest, the delay is indeed a bit long. It seems I need to take action against that captain of the guards sooner. After weighing the pros and cons, Sumu made a decision. He would collect the reward once more tomorrow, then take action against the captain of the guards. He believed that the Xian Yuan who had completed 2 quests should have no defenses. Phew! After all this time in the game, I'm really feeling a bit tired. Exhaling a deep breath, Sumu logged out of the game. Whiteness Town. Su Xiao, are we just going to watch the guy take the reward? Yeah, he's all alone, and we have over 100 people. Are we really afraid of him? I think that guy seems to be heading outside the town. How about we go deal with him now? A group of people surrounded Su Shiji, discussing non-stop. Su Shiji's face was ashen, his eyes flickering constantly. You all saw it just now. That guy took out Sumu with 1 arrow, and just got an A-level skill. Even if we can take him down, we'll still be dragged down quite a bit. After a long while, he spoke calmly. If we want to deal with him, we need to find the right opportunity. The subordinates nodded in agreement. The arrow that Xian Yuan used to kill Sumu was truly shocking. After all, Sumu's defense was not low. That arrow from Xian Yuan could deal 4-digit damage, enough to take out any one of them. This was Su Shiji's biggest concern. If a battle broke out, he would definitely become Xuan Yuan's first target. Tomorrow morning, everyone get up early to level up, and log off to rest by evening. Su Shiji issued the order to the crowd. He already had a plan in mind. Xian Yuan killed Sumu. Could that Su God swallow this anger? The reason Su God chose to flee today was simply because their group of over 100 had allied with Xian Yuan. But if they didn't ally with Xian Yuan, would Su God fear Xian Yuan? There's a saying, when the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Su Shiji's plan was simple. Wait for Sumu to take down Xian Yuan, then they would strike and take down Sumu, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Tomorrow night, all assassins log in first, and lie in wait around the town, observing the situation. The others should not log in yet. Wait for my notification. In Xiaodia City, inside the Lord's mansion, a person was grooming themselves in front of a mirror. Their long, slender hair was very smooth. Suddenly, a shadow appeared in the mirror. Your trick of using someone else's knife to kill is truly exquisite. A voice echoed from the mirror. Sometimes, to deal with someone, you don't necessarily need to do it yourself. The person smiled. But don't forget, without the master's intervention, your scheme cannot succeed. The voice in the mirror grew serious. The rules of this world have not yet been fully liberated. The master has paid a considerable price. If the next plan does not go smoothly, then you'll have to take action yourself. Hearing this, the person's gaze turned cold. I only agreed to help you deal with him, not to take action against him. In the room, the air seemed to freeze, eerily quiet. Hee hee, hee hee. Suddenly, a chilling laughter echoed in the room. You have no choice. You filthy demon. The shadow's words made the person shudder. Bang! The next second, the mirror was shattered into pieces. In the real world, sunlight shone on a building. Time zones are truly fascinating. Some people were already asleep in bed, while others were busy working overtime. Phase 1 of the elimination plan, successfully cleared target, 37 people. A person held a report, making a report. I understand. The person sitting in the chair nodded, but the expression on their face was not satisfied. This number was far from his expectations. At this rate, to eliminate the targets on the list, it will take at least 5 years. The subordinate continued, hesitating to speak. The person in the chair fell silent. Change the plan, directly target first-tier cities, and shift the focus to those with assets over 100 million, who meet the criteria. Of course, in addition to those with the same name, we can also target those invisible wealthy individuals. After a long while, the person in the chair stood up, raising their voice. But that would be too risky. The subordinate replied upon hearing this. The man took a deep breath, rubbed his eyes, and then sighed heavily. If it really doesn't work, then we'll have to give up on this plan. His subordinate, seeing this, pulled out another report, but things may not be without a turn. Then, the subordinate handed the report to the man. The report contained the announcement about Su Fashion triggering a notice and becoming a public enemy. Soon, an excited roar echoed throughout the building. Very good. In the morning, as sunlight streamed through the window and illuminated Sumu's face, he slowly woke up. After a significant boost in his game attributes, his physical condition in reality had also improved, especially in terms of mental strength. After just a few hours of sleep, he felt full of energy. Going to play the game? But I have nothing to do in Misty Fog Town. After getting up and tidying himself, Sumu sat on the sofa, for the first time not diving straight into the game. The monster levels outside Misty Fog Town were simply meaningless to grind. Let's talk about it tonight. Picking up his phone, Sumu began scrolling through the trending topics. Many headlines related to him popped up. Su Fashion is undertaking an epic mission, and perhaps upon completion, will trigger a world-class announcement again. Are we really going to take action against the future law god for a little reward? A notice to those players in Misty Fog Town. Who exactly is Su Fashion? Why is he ahead of all the players? Does he hold some secret? Most of these were speculative posts, completely lacking any real evidence, relying solely on wild guesses. After reading, Sumu couldn't help but shake his head. He continued scrolling and suddenly discovered a different post. Sharing the same name as Su Fashion, unable to bear the insults, chose to end his life. The content of this post was brief, telling the story of a person named Sumu who, sharing the same name as Su Fashion, couldn't withstand the pressure of public opinion and took a drastic step. The post also included a picture, a photo of a person writing a suicide note in a room. What made Sumu feel something was off was this picture. With his keen insight, even just a photo allowed him to see the clues. The handwriting in this person's suicide note is off, and their clothing is very neat, including the various details in the room. It absolutely doesn't look like someone who would take their own life. This is not right. Sumu, like a detective, instantly solved the case. He looked at the post again. The location was in HF City. It wasn't close to his city, taking about 2.5 hours by high-speed train. Should I go take a look? His intuition told him there was something wrong behind this, and it sparked his curiosity to investigate. I haven't traveled far in a long time. With nothing pressing at the moment, even if he reached HF City, he could still enter the game there without any delay. But if I go out, I still need to be cautious. Of course, Sumu didn't plan to just take a car to HF City. He found a black shirt and a pair of black pants from his wardrobe and put on a black mask. Eagle eye. Magical perspective. With both skills activated, Sumu took in everything around him. Blink. In the next second, he appeared a kilometer away. In an ordinary third-tier city, there weren't that many cameras on the streets. With his magical perspective, Sumu easily avoided those cameras and arrived at the high-speed train station. Even now, with the popularity of the Divine Path game, there were still many travelers at the train station. Sumu didn't buy a ticket, he directly teleported into a train's restroom. He chose an empty carriage that had no one in it. In the past, there would hardly be any empty carriages, but now, this had become the norm. As the train sped along, the platform of HF City came into view. Under the mask, Sumu wore a faint smile. For this city, one is like a person who does not exist. A person who does not exist cannot be traced. After avoiding various surveillance and crowds, he arrived at the address mentioned in the post. Because something happened, this place became very ominous, and people said they would avoid it at all costs. Sumu used a flicker and directly entered the house. Sure enough, there's a problem. From a magical perspective, everything in the room was laid bare. Sumu discovered the mark left by a second person. Even though that guy's actions were seamless, they couldn't escape magic. Is it specifically targeting someone named Sumu? I can't tolerate this. Sumu quickly figured out the other party's motive. This was aimed at him. Is it an individual act or an organization? He stroked his chin, his gaze icy. HF City, Hawaiian Grand Hotel. This could be considered a high-end hotel, with a luxurious suite costing over $2,000 a night. Doug stood by the window, looking through a telescope at a room in the opposite building. I'm monitoring the next target. He wore a Bluetooth headset, currently connected. The mission is temporarily cancelled. Inform everyone in HF City to withdraw to a safe location and wait for further orders. The voice on the other end left Doug stunned. Why was it suddenly cancelled? He asked in surprise. That's an order. You don't need to question it. For the time being, you will play your game over there, and I will send you some equipment in gold. Remember, keep an eye on those guys. Don't let anything go wrong. The voice on the headset had a commanding tone. All right, you have the final say. Doug shrugged and replied. After hanging up, he closed the window and put away the telescope while dialing another number. All tasks cancelled. Tell the others to meet at our usual place. After making this call, Doug began to clean up the hotel. He was very professional, leaving no trace, at least not visible to the naked eye. Sumu, I quite enjoy those screams. Before leaving, he deliberately glanced at the room he had been observing and licked his lips. The expression on his face was somewhat morbid. Bang! After tidying up, the door to the room was slammed shut, and Doug took his things and left the hotel. There was one thing he did not know. An invisible pair of eyes was watching all his actions, including his hostility towards Sumu. This guy clearly isn't a good person. A kilometer away on a rooftop, Sumu watched Doug in action, his gaze sharp. Compared to others in the view, this guy carried a sense of red. Red signifies an enemy. Sumu never showed mercy to enemies. Right now, he had many ways to make this guy disappear. However, seeing Doug leave in a hurry, Sumu did not rush to act. Following him might yield unexpected gains. Walking down the street, Doug swaggered along, not making any effort to hide himself. Some passers-by on the street couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. After all, Doug was tall, with blonde hair and blue eyes, very handsome. Doug even smiled and whistled at some girls. His somewhat flamboyant behavior was indeed a bit inconsistent with his identity. But this was also a form of hiding. Is someone watching me? Is it my imagination? Soon, Doug frowned and looked around. His intuition was sharp, but after observing the people around him, he found nothing unusual. Ha! I'm getting old, not as good as before. Doug chuckled softly, murmuring to himself. He entered the subway station like a traveler. HF City was not small. After passing through more than 10 stops, Doug walked out of the subway. The meeting point was at a villa in the suburbs. Doug was the first to arrive. He skillfully took a key from a flowerbed outside the villa. Once inside, he set the box he was carrying aside and walked to the refrigerator. Opening the fridge door, he found it filled with beer. Finally, I can have a good drink. The cancellation of the mission made his tense nerves completely relax, and he began to drink heartily. After a while, another person arrived at the villa. This person was different from Doug. He was not a foreigner. You really have a leisurely spirit. Seeing Doug drinking heavily in the room, the man rolled his eyes. The mission has been cancelled. If we don't relax now, when will we? Doug picked up a can of beer and tossed it to the man. The man caught the beer bottle and opened it, gulping it down. That damn Sumu should have disappeared sooner. He wasted my leveling time. After finishing a can of beer, he crumpled the bottle in his hand, his tone fierce. Don't be angry. We have plenty of time to level up now. They'll provide us with gear and gold. Doug smiled and tossed another can of beer to Wu. Wu didn't speak, just sneered. He took the can of beer and sat down heavily on the sofa next to Doug. That Sumu is only strong in the game. If he were in front of me, I could take him down with one hand. Wu's tone was filled with murderous intent. Ha ha, Doug laughed at this, raising his beer. Come on, drink more. The two began to drink together. Time passed, and two more people arrived at the villa. These two were like Doug. Hey, Doug, have we completed our mission? When are we going back? I really can't stand this place anymore. The two shouted at Doug as soon as they entered. Guys, don't rush. They want us to stay here for now. Doug replied helplessly. It was clear he didn't want to stay there either. I've had enough of those guys. If I could have everything in Shin2, I wouldn't be under anyone's control anymore. I'm tired of this life too. Why don't we make a name for ourselves in Shin2 together? The two spoke one after another, not holding back at all. Hearing this, Doug tossed 2 cans of beer to them. They caught the beers and sat on the sofa. Wu, do you want to join us? Doug looked at Wu. Wu didn't say anything, silently raising his beer. This action made Doug and the others laugh. They were old partners, after all, otherwise, they wouldn't have been sent to the same place. Cheers! Doug shouted. But just as he was about to bring the beer to his mouth, his expression suddenly turned to one of terror. Not just him, the other 3 also wore fearful expressions. They suddenly realized that their bodies could not move. An invisible force held them firmly in place. Not only their bodies, but even their mouths could not open. That powerful force was something they could not resist. It was a power beyond their comprehension. 800 meters away from the villa, Sumu revealed a faint smile. After Doug entered the villa, he had been waiting at this spot. Once he confirmed that no one else would come, he knew it was time to act. The skill that controlled Doug and the others was the gravity field. Under the control of the immense gravity, the four mortals could not break free at all. Since you want to deal with me, let me give you a great gift. A flame surged in his eyes, and Sumu's killing intent was palpable. In the next moment, a rain of fire appeared out of nowhere at the location of Doug and his three companions. The four were instantly engulfed by the flames. The alcohol became an excellent accelerant. The expressions on their faces twisted in extreme agony as they tried to escape the sea of fire, but could not withstand the force of gravity. In an instant, the large villa was ablaze. Under the flames, everything ceased to exist. The fire's intensity was unstoppable. Even Sumu, who was 800 meters away, seemed to feel a wave of heat. "This is a warning," he murmured softly, his face expressionless. Sumu knew very well that there were too many people who wanted him dead. With his current abilities, he might be able to drag all those people out, but it would take too long. Moreover, those people were likely not in Huagua. Whenever he could teleport across the sea, it wouldn't be too late to settle accounts with them. This was also the reason he dealt decisively with Doug and the others. Even if he could extract some information, he had no plans to act afterward. After tonight's show, whether it was the progress of the main quest or leveling up, he would have to catch up. "I can still go back for dinner." Looking at the time, Sumu's lips curled up, and he suddenly vanished, as if he had never been there at all. In a city, in a conference room of a corporate building. "Everyone, get your spirits up. Tonight is very important." A man in a suit and tie, looking like a leader, was giving a speech. Nearly 100 people sat in the large conference room, each one full of energy. These people were the subordinates of Su Shiji. They gathered here to facilitate a collective online presence. The small leader looked at the enthusiasm on the faces of those present and smiled with satisfaction, then shouted, "Our slogan is..." Soon, a deafening voice rang out. "Kill Sumu, take down Xian Yuan. Kill Sumu, take down Xian Yuan." Late at night, Sumu cooked a pot of noodles, and after eating his fill, he entered the game world. By the time, Sumu was already able to enter the game. In this game, death would not deduct any experience, but after 10 deaths, one could no longer enter the game world. It could be said that this punishment was far more brutal than having to start over after dying. How should I perform in today's show? Outside White Mist Town, Sumu fell into deep thought. The method from yesterday was clearly no longer viable. Perhaps I can kill two birds with one stone. Sumu suddenly thought of an excellent plan. Transform into Xian Yuan. After transforming into the appearance of an archer, Sumu walked towards White Mist Town. The captain of the guards was still stationed at this critical point. Clearly, the captain was there to prevent Sumu from escaping to Howling Moon City. "Hello, adventurer." Upon seeing Sumu, the captain of the guards greeted him. Yesterday, Xuanyuan's arrow had instantaneously killed Sumu, undoubtedly increasing his favorability. "I'm here to take a quest." Sumu was very direct. The captain of the guards nodded, and a quest appeared before Sumu. It was still yesterday's quest, but today's quest reward had turned into a piece of equipment. Rock chain armor, A-class plus 100 constitution plus 100 strength attached skill. Rock skin, after use, reduces 80% of physical damage taken, becomes ineffective after 3 attacks, cooldown of 10 minutes, required level, second stage level 5. Wow. From the attributes of this equipment and the attached skill, it could be considered top-notch for both offensive and defensive warriors. Compared to yesterday's A-grade skill, this reward truly left Sumu feeling disappointed. "What's wrong, adventurer?" The captain of the guards seemed to notice Sumu's expression and asked. I wanted to ask, are the upcoming rewards all equipment related?" Familiar with dealing with NPCs, Sumu feigned confusion in his response. "Yes," the captain of the guards replied without hesitation. Sumu said nothing and turned to leave. Watching Sumu's back, the captain furrowed his brow. He always felt that something was off, but he couldn't quite figure it out. In White Mist Town, while Sumu was talking to the captain of the guards, a stealthy thief nearby was observing everything. "Su Shao, that Xian Yuan has arrived, but he hasn't spotted Sumu yet." The thief immediately messaged Su Shiji. "Got it, keep an eye on Xuan Yuan's position. Sumu will definitely cause him trouble." Su Shiji ordered the thief while hiding in a corner of White Mist Town, waiting for the right moment. "Today, let me show you the strength of Su Shao." A broad smile was on his face, clearly confident. Something's not right. In White Mist Town, Sumu was searching for a suitable spot to summon a clone but felt as if someone was watching him. He quickly thought of something and raised an eyebrow. Magical perspective. Once the perspective skill was activated, Sumu smiled. Su Shiji is trying to stir up trouble. With his level advantage and the magical perspective skill at max level, these low-level thieves' stealth skills were utterly ineffective. Swift. As the sprint skill activated, Sumu took a few quick steps, leaving behind the thieves who could only move slowly in their stealth state. In the next moment, he arrived at a deserted corner. Phantom clone. Sumu directly used the cloning skill. In the next second, another Xian Yuan appeared. Immediately after, Sumu transformed back into himself. This was not a mistake, it was part of his plan. Tonight's performance would be a bit different. HF City. Outside a villa, a group of people was cleaning up. There were 4 people inside, all perished. The fire was merciless. Yeah, from the looks of it, those 4 were probably drinking and didn't notice the fire. They discussed while cleaning, their tone tinged with a hint of sorrow. Have their identities been confirmed? Yes, they are all international students. This should be their usual gathering place. The few of them looked at the identity documents in their hands and continued to investigate the scene. Have the cause of the fire been found? One person asked. Not yet. Based on the environment, it seems the fire started from the sofa they were sitting on, possibly due to an unextinguished cigarette butt. Someone quickly replied. Was there anything suspicious nearby? The person continued to inquire. Everything has been checked. There are no abnormalities. Another person came over with a report. The person took the report and began to read. After a while, he nodded. Everyone has worked hard. Let's wrap it up. This incident is tentatively classified as an accident. After transforming back into himself, Sumu immediately blinked to another location in the town. The next plan was simple. He was going to stage an escape from Whiteness Town. There was no need for the clone Shen Yuan in front. The clone just needed to maintain the pursuit. Sumu would lead Su Shiji and his group towards the main road guarded by the captain of the guards. Then he would find a way to separate the captain from the others. Next would be the scene where Shen Yuan strikes, killing Su Fei Shen. To achieve this, a mage clone that couldn't use skills wouldn't be able to do it. As for how this performance would unfold, Sumu already had a brilliant plan in mind. He looked at his attributes. Profession, Mage level, Tier 2, Level 6, 8000/30,000, Health, 8180 Mana, 39800 Melee Physical Attack, 716 Spell Attack, 2978 Physical Defense, 918 Spell Defense, 1295 Attributes, Strength 308, Constitution 338, plus 280, Agility 308, Spirit 605, plus 390, Intelligence 764, plus 590. He had spent the last 2 days in Whiteness Town, doing nothing, so his experience and attributes had not changed. However, after equipping the Radiant Star Ring, his intelligence had indeed become somewhat exaggerated. This damage is really a bit too much. Sumu calculated his damage. Those people from Su Shiji probably wouldn't even withstand the first jump damage of Froststorm. He didn't care about the lives of Su Shiji's group. What worried him was that killing those guards would lower his reputation in the main city. Forget it, just a few NPCs, losing some reputation isn't a big deal. I should be able to make it up with quests later. But then he thought again, and Sumu didn't dwell on it. It wasn't like he was committing mass murder, and it was self-defense, so there was nothing to feel guilty about. Let's take off some equipment. I can't appear too strong. Yesterday, when facing Su Shiji and the others, he had taken off his gear, and if he wore it all today, it would clearly alert them. Sumu directly removed the entire goblin set, leaving him with a basic intelligence of 764. Without the 10% spell attack bonus from the set attributes, his current spell attack was 1582. Even so, the damage of each jump of Froststorm reached 3056. Given Su Shiji and his group's spell defense and health, 80% of them would still be instantly killed by the first jump damage. There's nothing I can do about this. All the intelligence boosting equipment was off, and his attack was still this high. Sumu smiled helplessly. Let's get started. He quickly ran towards the town's exit, not deliberately hiding his movements along the way. Is that Sumu? That's right, it's him. He really logged in. Is he planning to seek revenge on Xian Yuan? Sumu walked boldly in Whiteness Town and was soon spotted by the lurking assassins, but they followed Su Shiji's orders and did not act rashly. Something's off. He's running towards the town's exit. Quickly report to young Master Su. But when the assassins realized that Sumu was not seeking revenge on Xian Yuan but trying to escape Whiteness Town, they quickly messaged Su Shiji privately. Damn it, this guy is so cowardly. Su Shiji gritted his teeth upon receiving the news. His so-called perfect plan had ended before it even began. Su the god of magic? I think you should change your name to Su the coward. Su Shiji's eyes were filled with anger, but he was also helpless. Sumu was determined to escape. Could he really force Sumu to fight Xian Yuan? Notify everyone to log in. We must not let that Sumu escape, Su Shiji decisively ordered. Compared to his hatred for Xian Yuan, he wanted Sumu dead even more. His subordinates were very efficient and almost simultaneously entered the game. Chase. With Su Shiji's command, over 100 people immediately pursued the direction Su Mu was fleeing. With those stealthy assassins acting as scouts, they quickly caught up to Su Mu. Kill him, Su Shiji shouted, taking the lead in the attack. The others also launched their assault. Come at me. Looking at the crowd behind him, Su Mu smiled. He was now in his true form. Dodging these guys' attacks was as easy as pie. Blink. Su Mu directly executed a 10-meter blink. Su Shiji and the others' attacks all missed instantly. Don't run, Su God. You're just a coward. What kind of nonsense god is that? To me, you're just a stray dog. Seeing that they couldn't pose a threat to Su Mu, Su Shiji and the others began to curse loudly. If you're so capable, why don't you kill me? Su Mu responded to their taunts. This statement left Su Shiji and the others speechless. A group of them, with red eyes and filled with rage, chased after him while launching attacks. Many of their attacks occasionally hit Su Mu, but the damage was negligible. Su Shiji's expression grew increasingly grim. However, soon his eyes lit up. In this chase, they had arrived at the main road of White Mist Town, and the NPCs stationed there had already spotted Su Mu. Now let's see where you can run. With the help of those NPCs, Su Shiji instantly gained confidence. But at that moment, he was surprised to find that the fleeing Su Mu had actually stopped. What does this guy want to do? Su Shiji widened his eyes, a sudden sense of foreboding creeping in. Su Xiao, that guy has stopped. It seems he's afraid of the NPCs. Now is our chance to attack. Everyone, go all out, use your strongest skills, and kill him. The rewards are beckoning us. Su Shiji's subordinates were all excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline, eager to land the final blow. No one noticed that the already cold night seemed to be filled with frost in the air. Various shouts shattered the night's silence. Su Mu stood still, his attention fully focused on the captain of the guards. He was his greatest threat. Magic Shield. As the shield skill activated, frost appeared in Su Mu's eyes. Frost Storm. In the next second, a fierce wind howled, and the main road of White Mist Town was instantly enveloped by powerful frost energy. At the same time, various 4-digit damage numbers appeared above Su Shiji and his companions' heads. Except for the warriors with high health, all other fragile classes were instantly killed. Even Su Shiji was no exception. Although his equipment was good, most of it was offensive gear. Faced with the high damage of the frost storm, his health was simply insufficient. What the hell is going on? As for those tanks with higher health, they too turned into white light as the second wave of damage hit. Su Shiji and his group didn't even have time to react to what had happened before they were all forced offline. This was all within Su Mu's expectations. Killing these players had no impact on his reputation. He looked at the damage numbers appearing above the captain of the guards and the other NPCs. The captain had just over 1,000 points. The other NPCs had 2,000 points. However, their health was not low at all, and they could easily withstand a round of the storm's damage. Are you not going to surrender? The captain of the guards, slowed by the frost storm, glared at Su Mu. Come catch me then? Su Mu scoffed and directly blinked away. Don't run! The captain of the guards let out a furious roar, and his body suddenly changed. His eyes turned blood red, and his speed increased by more than double. The slowing effect of the frost storm was utterly ineffective against him. In this state, the captain of the guards charged towards Su Mu. Running so fast? Su Mu frowned. In front of this captain, he had no intention of using skills from other classes. The purpose of this was naturally to avoid revealing anything to the opponent. It was also to plan for the next steps. Ring of Rejection. As the captain of the guards approached, a ring of energy surged around Su Mu. Unlike last time, although the captain of the guards was knocked back, he was only a few meters away. He raised his weapon and charged at Su Mu. Su Mu did not dodge, allowing the captain's skill to hit him. A damage number of over 4,000 appeared. With the mana shield, Su Mu felt no pressure at all. The captain struck again. A slight smile appeared on Su Mu's lips. Freeze! A surge of icy power manifested, freezing the captain of the guards in place. After mastering Frost Storm, he hadn't used this skill in a long time. In terms of control effects, this skill was still quite strong. Provocatively gesturing at the captain, Su Mu strode forward. You damned guy! The captain's expression grew increasingly furious. He looked up at the night sky. The moon was very round tonight. Even though it was late, the moonlight was still bright. Woo! The captain suddenly let out a strange cry. What is this? Seeing the changes happening to the captain, Su Mu froze for a moment. Werewolf! The original captain had completely transformed into a monster covered in fur, his face resembling that of a wolf. His mouth was filled with sharp teeth, looking particularly terrifying. The captain of the guards in Howling Moon City is actually a werewolf. Sumu didn't know what to say. The situation before him had completely overturned his understanding. "Human, you forced my hand." At this moment, the werewolf captain spoke. "What the hell are you?" Sumu took a deep breath, not wanting to miss this opportunity to gather information. However, the captain had no intention of chatting with Sumu and directly launched an attack. Previously, he had run on 2 legs, but after transforming into a werewolf, he ran on 4 legs, moving even faster than before. At this moment, the information in Sumu's eyes also changed. Werewolf, boss, level, unknown. Health, 150000/150000 unknown. Unknown. Aside from a health bar, all other information was unknown. Has he turned into a boss? However, Sumu couldn't help but smile. The captain had transformed from an NPC into a boss, which was a good thing. He had thought he wouldn't be able to take advantage of this guy, but now it seemed that as long as he took down this boss, not to mention what good loot might drop, the experience points would definitely be substantial. Ugh! Seeing the smile on Sumu's face, the werewolf let out a roar. He opened his massive mouth and lunged at Sumu. "I won't hold back." Sumu, unafraid, calmly opened his inventory. With things having escalated to this point, he no longer needed to play any tricks. After equipping his gear, Sumu's attributes instantly surged. The werewolf charged right in front of Sumu and bit down on his shoulder. A damage number of over 3,000 appeared above Sumu's head. This damage was completely absorbed by the mana shield, leaving him unscathed. Sumu smiled slightly, raised his staff, and struck the werewolf on the head. Bludgeon. The next second, the werewolf fell into a state of dizziness. "This is impossible. How can this be? That guy took out over 100 of us with one skill?" In a corporate building, angry roars continued unabated. Su Shiji had a terrifyingly dark expression, and the others in the conference room dared not even breathe. Even if they found it hard to believe, they had to accept reality. They fully understood now that Su Shin was on a completely different level from them. The reason Su Shin had been chased away by them was due to fear of Shen Yuan. Without Shen Yuan, Su Shin could easily take them out. "Su Shao, how about we ally with that Shen Yuan?" A subordinate spoke up. Su Shiji's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. He had just fallen out with Shen Yuan yesterday, and now he was supposed to curry favor again. Where was he supposed to put his face as the young master Su? The subordinate guessed Su Shiji's thoughts and nervously added, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? We need to deal with one of them first, Shen Yuan or Sumu?" Su Shiji gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, his expression torn. After a long while, he regained his composure. "We do need to deal with one first." Outside Baiwu town, on the road through the misty mountains leading to Xiaoye city, Sumu looked at the werewolf in front of him, who had fallen into a state of unconsciousness, his eyes radiating intense killing intent. Holy light strike! A beam of white light descended from the sky, landing on the werewolf. The peaceful holy light carried a sense of slaughter, proclaiming judgment. Ah! The powerful force made the werewolf let out a heart-wrenching scream. -22,564. A number popped up as the werewolf's health suddenly dropped by 1/6. This guy has such high spell defense? And spell resistance? Sumu raised an eyebrow upon seeing that number. His total mental and intelligence points were nearly 2,500, and the base damage of Holy Light Strike was as high as 35,000. "I will kill you." Just as Sumu was calculating, the werewolf roared in anger, a strange black energy swirling around its sharp claws. Clearly, this guy had used some kind of skill. At this distance, with the werewolf's attack speed, Sumu had no way to dodge. "With my tens of thousands of shield points, I'm not afraid of you." Sumu showed a contemptuous look, raising the staff in his hand and striking at the werewolf's waist. Kidney strike. 2 damage numbers appeared above Sumu and the werewolf's heads. The difference was that the werewolf's head showed a state of dizziness again. Thunderbolt. Lightning fell from the sky. -18,746. Another 5-digit damage number appeared above the werewolf's head. How is this possible? How can your damage be so terrifying? The werewolf was completely stunned. Sumu's 2 attacks had directly taken away 1/3 of its health. Meanwhile, the damage it dealt to Sumu was utterly insignificant. "What's impossible about it?" Sumu replied with a smile, raising the staff in his hand again. The werewolf's running speed was very fast. Only by controlling this guy could he ensure his output would hit. Frenzied axe shock. The werewolf fell into a state of dizziness once more. Even as a boss, it couldn't completely resist these top-level skills. That brief moment of dizziness gave Sumu the opportunity to output damage. Thunderbolt. -18,746. -5,623. Lucky me. 2 damage numbers popped up in succession, and Sumu laughed. This triggered the effect of mana surge. Woo! The werewolf was struck by the lightning, its skin torn and flesh mangled, and its fierce face showed fear. It was not a mindless monster, on the contrary, it had high intelligence. Realizing it was no match for Sumu, it began to contemplate escape. As long as it could escape and transform back into human form, it could gather more people to surround and attack Sumu. Want to run? Seeing the werewolf give up the attack and retreat, Sumu instantly understood its plan. Gravity field. A powerful gravity pressed down on the werewolf, trapping it as if in a quagmire. Woo! The werewolf realized the situation was dire and used the previous skill again. With red light in its eyes, its strength and speed received a tremendous boost, and it actually pushed against the gravity field and started to run. No wonder it's a boss-level monster, Sumu exclaimed in amazement. With his current intelligence level, even those elite monsters and NPCs would likely be unable to escape the constraints of the force field. This werewolf boss, however, gave him a bit of a surprise. I'm not playing with you anymore. With a slight smile, Sumu began to gather energy. Crackle! Zing! In an instant, the area was filled with thunder and lightning. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck the werewolf boss. Under the restraint of the gravity field, even though it could dodge some of the attacks, its health was still dropping steadily. At this rate, it would meet its end here today. Suddenly, the werewolf boss seemed to see something, a glimmer of hope appearing in its eyes. Adventurer, I am the captain of the guards. That Sumu is right here. Come help me. What it saw was the approaching Xian Yuan. Ignoring its current werewolf form, it called out for help towards Xian Yuan. As long as you help me kill that Sumu, I will reward you handsomely, the werewolf captain shouted repeatedly. The scene of Xian Yuan instantly killing Sumu was still fresh in its memory, but it overlooked one thing. If even it couldn't kill Sumu, how could Xian Yuan do it? Fear had already driven the captain of the guards to lose his sanity. It looked eagerly at Xian Yuan, hoping someone could restrain Sumu, allowing it to escape. Everything was going just as it wished. Xian Yuan raised the longbow in his hand, drawing the bowstring. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the night sky, shooting out rapidly. The werewolf captain's eyes widened, revealing a husky expression. That arrow struck him squarely on the head, causing significant damage. Zing! Immediately after, another bolt of lightning fell, accurately hitting the dazed werewolf captain. He looked at Xian Yuan, who was drawing the bow again, as if he understood something. However, before he could finish his sentence, the arrow and the lightning struck again. Thud! The werewolf captain's body fell straight to the ground. His large wolf eyes remained wide open, as if refusing to close even in death. You have killed the werewolf, gained experience. 50,000 gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Congratulations, you leveled up, gained 30 attribute points, 20 skill points. Congratulations, you leveled up, gained 30 attribute points, 20 skill points. At the same time, several prompts popped up on Sumu's interface. After killing this boss, the abundant experience allowed him to level up directly by 2 levels. Is this guy's experience really that high? His level suddenly rose to second tier level 8, which completely took Sumu by surprise. But thinking about it, given the werewolf captain's display of strength, this guy's power was not weak. Even if 100 players of the same level came, they probably wouldn't be his match. Unfortunately, this guy ran into him. He would gladly accept this abundant experience. I wonder what good things this guy will drop. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Sumu slowly walked over. You have obtained the head of the guard captain. This item contains the aura of a monster. You have obtained a secret order. You have obtained the rock chain armor. You have obtained the wolf fang broadsword. A total of 4 items dropped. 2 of them should be quest items, while the other 2 were pieces of equipment. One was the reward marked in the previous quest, unexpectedly dropping. The other was a decent weapon. Wolf fang broadsword, a grade plus 150 strength plus 50 constitution attack, carries a heavy strike effect. Each attack has a chance to deal an additional 10% damage to the enemy. Required level, second tier level 5, two-handed weapon. This weapon, paired with that armor, would definitely cultivate a powerful warrior. Sumu only glanced at the 2 pieces of equipment before putting them into his backpack. If nothing unexpected happened, it would take some time to sell these 2 items. What is this letter? Sumu's attention was drawn to the sealed letter. Upon opening it, he found a series of incomprehensible symbols. What the heck is this? Sumu frowned deeply. Clearly, this letter was encrypted, and he had to find a way to decipher its contents. I'll hold on to it for now. There should be someone in this world who can crack the contents of the envelope. Sumu took a deep breath and placed the envelope at the very bottom of his backpack. This layer contained more important items, like those 2 gemstones. This head is from the captain of the guards. The aura of the monster contained within is enough to prove this guy's identity. For me, this is very important evidence. Then there was the head, which Sumu also placed at the bottom. His intuition told him that once he deciphered the contents of the envelope and took out the werewolf's head, he could prove his innocence. Sumu was incredibly curious about the effect of that god-level skill fusion scroll. What should I do now? With 2 key pieces of evidence in hand, Sumu contemplated his next move. With the identity of Shen Yuan, I can move around normally in Xiaoye City. I should head back first. I must complete the mission, but I can't forget to level up. The captain of the guards had already been dealt with, and there was no need to stay in White Mist Town any longer. Sumu looked towards the misty mountains behind him and turned to disappear into the night. Beautiful country. A man stared at the emails on his computer, his expression extremely pale. He quickly stood up and rushed towards an office. Bang! Bang! He knocked hard on the door. Come in. The person inside seemed to be in a good mood. Something's wrong. The subordinate entered and said nervously, the people we sent to HF City have all been wiped out. The person inside trembled slightly upon hearing this. Who did it? It was said to be a big fire, classified as an accident, but those from Doug are all skilled. They wouldn't make such a mistake. It seems someone is targeting us, the subordinate reported. Could it be that Sumu? The person pondered for a moment and suddenly asked. That's a possibility, the subordinate nodded. If it really is him, it means he's in HF City. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the person's face. Send all our people to HF City. We must find out what happened. If it really was that Sumu who acted, we must find him, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Demon City. Shinfun was running wildly on the treadmill. The speed was so fast that a normal person couldn't handle it, yet he ran with ease. This was the feedback from the Shin2 game brought into reality. Shinfun enjoyed the enhancements that the Shin2 game provided him. At the same time, he also hated the humiliation that the Shin2 game brought him. It was all because of that livestream incident. Onlookers might think it was a deliberate arrangement, but many knew the truth behind it. In the eyes of many, Shinfun had completely become a laughingstock. Ding, ding, ding. At that moment, his phone, which was placed aside, suddenly rang. Shinfun was slightly puzzled. It was already quite late. Who could be calling him? Who is this guy? Seeing the caller's name, Shinfun frowned, seemingly trying to recall the person's identity. He answered the call. Young Master Qin, how have you been lately? A standard polite opening line came from the other end. Who are you? Shinfun asked, somewhat confused. I am Su Shiji from Daheng Group, came the reply. Oh, it's Su Xiao. Shinfun was taken aback for a moment, his expression somewhat strange. He wasn't familiar with Su Shiji. They had only met once at a gathering and exchanged business cards. On the other end of the line, Su Shiji's voice continued, there's something I want to collaborate with Qin Xiao on. What is it? Shinfun's tone was very flat, showing no enthusiasm for the so-called collaboration. I know the secret of that Sumu. I wonder if Qin Xiao is interested in knowing. But as soon as Su Shiji's words left his mouth, Shinfun's eyes widened in disbelief. The secret of the god of law? This was huge news. Tell me. Shinfun suppressed the surge of excitement within him, his voice trembling slightly. After the last live broadcast incident, he clearly wouldn't easily trust anyone again. I am from the same novice village as Su Shin. While everyone else was still killing level 1 monsters, that guy went to the high-level monster area and has been grinding alone the whole time. Su Shiji slowly began. Grinding alone? Shinfun sensed the crux of the issue. According to the leveling difficulty in the game, those high-level players all use team leveling methods. How could one person possibly level up quickly? Are you serious? Shinfun pressed. I can guarantee he is definitely alone, even if he has friends. It's only that Shen Yuan. Su Shiji's tone was firm. I'm currently in White Mist Town, and I've even killed that Su Shin once. You killed Su Shin once? Shinfun's tone was even more surprised. He certainly knew about the announcement in White Mist Town, but he was half convinced by Su Shiji's words. Qin Xiao, I can guarantee with the credibility of De Heng that every word I say is true. Su Shiji made another assurance. Su Xiao, I don't quite understand what you mean. At this point, Shinfun's expression grew even more puzzled. You might as well be direct. How do you want to collaborate with me? Ha ha, Su Shiji laughed on the other end of the phone. That Sumu has mastered the secret of leveling up. As long as we can find him in reality. Su Shiji's words were left unfinished, but just that one sentence made Shinfun tremble all over, almost dropping his phone. If everything was as Su Shiji said, this was an excellent opportunity. What do you need me to do? Shinfun was tempted. Deploy personnel, collect information related to Sumu, and then determine who was most likely to be that Sumu. Su Shiji's answer was also very direct. Deal. De Heng Group Building. Su Shiji heard the response on the other end and hung up the phone. He opened his contacts and dialed the next number. Searching for Sumu was like looking for a needle in a haystack. With just his own strength, it was impossible, so he was looking for allies. Or rather, he was creating enemies for Sumu. There's a saying that goes well, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Whether Suafation truly held some leveling secret was unknown to anyone, including him, and was merely a conjecture. But it was precisely this conjecture that magnified a person's inner greed. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered again. Hello, is this Wang Xiao? I want to discuss a collaboration with you. In the world of Shintu, the sun was already high in the sky. In the vast city of Howling Moon, a player walked down the street with large strides. This was Sumu transformed into Xian Yuan. After a night of travel, he had returned to this city once again. When he arrived outside the city, he took a moment to observe. From his perspective, the guards of Howling Moon City were all in a red name state. This meant that the news of Simon being killed by him had already reached here. That Simon's death was very suspicious. His corpse must have some issues. He looked at the sign pointing to the Lord's mansion. Simon's body must have already been sent to the Lord's mansion. Forget it, I can't act rashly for now. But after a moment's thought, he abandoned the idea of investigating the Lord's mansion. If the mastermind behind his framing was indeed the Lord of Xiaoye City, with his current strength, he might not be able to handle him. Let's level up to Tier 3 first. Sumu looked at his level. He was not far from Tier 3. Moreover, after killing that werewolf boss, the advancement value of the Staff of the Mage was also close to Tier 3. He went to the quest hall and accepted several Tier 2 Level 8 quests. The destination of the quests was the dark cave outside Xiaoye City. If all went well, that place should be the location of the Tier 3 dungeon. First, I need to gather the Tier 3 set and the proofs for all professions. I believe that by then, even the Lord of Xiaoye City won't be my opponent, right? After accepting the quests, a confident smile appeared on Sumu's face. Just as he was about to leave the quest hall, a person suddenly walked in. It was an NPC. His steps were slow, and his expression was very serious, revealing a sense of pallor. Are you an adventurer? Upon seeing Sumu, his eyes lit up, and he hurried over. Yes, is there anything I can help you with? Sumu could tell from his demeanor that a quest was coming, so he quickly replied. I am the coroner of Xiaoye City. Just yesterday, something terrible happened at the Lord's mansion. The NPC seemed to trust adventurers like Sumu and began to speak. As usual, a body was sent to me, but this time, it was the new mayor of Whiteness Town. But just as I was about to examine the cause of his death, his body suddenly vanished. At this point, the NPC's expression grew even worse. After my inspection, I actually found traces of monsters at the spot where Simon's body disappeared. Then I began to track them down and eventually discovered that the monsters' trail led to the dark cave outside Xiaoye City. He stared at Sumu, his eyes filled with pleading. Adventurer, can you help me find Simon's body? Do you accept the quest? Go to the dark cave and retrieve Simon's body? Completion reward, coroner's gift. Looking at the quest that popped up in front of him, Sumu couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence, he had to take this quest. Don't worry, I'll help. Sumu decisively accepted the quest. The dark cave was located in the southwest direction outside Xiaoye City. Compared to the Howling Marsh on the other side, this place was even more eerie. The entrance was a huge cave mouth, and inside was complete darkness. To grind monsters here, one had to carry lighting tools. However, for Sumu, the dark environment posed no problem. The skill magic vision was even more effective than night vision goggles. This place is a cave maze. Standing at the entrance of the cave and looking at the environment inside, Sumu raised his eyebrows. The environment here was clearly not friendly to mages. The cave passages were twisted and complex, with stone walls several meters thick. In such an environment, the AoE skills of a mage could only target a very limited number of monsters. What to do? Accustomed to grinding in groups, Sumu found it a bit hard to adapt. Should I just carry the monsters to grind, or should I go straight in? With the vision skill, he wasn't worried about getting lost in this cave maze. Let's go in, ignore the ordinary monsters for now. After careful consideration, he disregarded the red dots around the cave. Stealth, swiftness, with both skills activated, Sumu moved swiftly through the cave passages. As he ran, he observed the strange monsters in the cave. They looked very peculiar, resembling shadow-like creatures. Their labeled name was Little Shadow Demon. Most of these monsters were around level 6 to 7 of the second tier, scattered throughout the various passages, not concentrated in one area. Blink! As the stealth time was about to end, Sumu executed a long-distance teleport and arrived at a safe zone within his line of sight. Following this rhythm, he moved quickly through the maze of caves. After a while, Sumu stopped. Now I can start farming. Looking ahead, the red dots on the cave path grew larger. those should all be elite monsters. On average, there are 3 in a passage, spread out quite a bit. It's a bit of a hassle to farm them all together. Sumu didn't rush to act but began to plan his monster pulling route. The most annoying thing about this cave maze was that many passages were not interconnected, and quite a few were dead ends. To pull monsters, he would have to backtrack. Moreover, he couldn't blink through walls. Otherwise, those monsters would lose their target in an instant and wouldn't follow him anymore. Let's pull them little by little. Sighing, Sumu activated his mana shield. Blink! He teleported directly to the dead end of a passage and then ran back towards the outside. In the cave, those elite monsters launched their attacks as soon as they spotted Sumu. They lurked in the darkness, being shadow-type monsters, making them hard to detect. In such a narrow cave, their ambushes were nearly unavoidable. Of course, Sumu didn't intend to dodge. An attack from a shadow creature hit his body. At the same time, Sumu also saw the attributes of this creature. Greater Shadow Demon, Elite, Level, 2nd Tier 7 Health, 30,000/30,000 Attack Power, 1800 Physical Defense, 1000 Magic Defense, 1000 Skills, Shadow Resistance. Shadow Assault. Soul Scream. His Shadow Resistance? Sumu was taken aback upon seeing one of the Shadow Demon's skills. Originally, in such a narrow passage, he intended to use the Crowstorm to farm these monsters, but Crowstorm dealt shadow damage, which would definitely be mitigated. Fire Rain. Sumu made a quick decision and unleashed Fire Rain in the passage. -7,943. -7,943. After several shadow demons were hit by the Fire Rain, their health dropped significantly. Sumu didn't continue attacking. This damage was merely to attract aggro. Swift. Activating the sprint skill, Sumu ran quickly through the cave. After more than a minute, about 10 shadow demons were relentlessly pursuing him. So few. Sumu felt a bit helpless. If this were in an open area, with his actions, he would have pulled at least 100 monsters by now. Let's farm slowly. Fire Rain. While casting Fire Rain, Sumu continued to pull more monsters. After the duration of the mana shield expired, he cast a Holy Light Shield for himself. Although the shield value of this skill was less than that of the mana shield, it had the advantage of low mana cost. The percentage mana cost of the mana shield meant that even with over 40,000 mana, he couldn't keep it up indefinitely. That should be enough. Just like that, while pulling monsters, Sumu had about 70 to 80 elite monsters following him. Fire Rain. Fire Rain. Sumu slowed down his running speed and threw Fire Rain down the passage behind him. It feels like I'm back to the days of farming monsters at the beginning. This retro farming method gave him a sense of nostalgia. You have killed a greater shadow demon and gained 300 experience points. You have killed a greater shadow demon and gained 300 experience points. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. Under the dense rain of fire, many of the monsters that were already in poor health began to fall, and the health of the other monsters continued to decline. The experience they brought also made Sumu very satisfied. On the road through a certain Novice village, a person was carrying more than 10 thick-skinned bear monsters, followed by a priest who was constantly healing him. Then there was a group of mages, holding up their staffs, releasing their skills. Waves of fire rained down from the sky, landing on the positions of those bear monsters, and the concentrated damage immediately caused them to collapse to the ground. This AoE grinding is really comfortable. Yeah, with this rain of fire, dozens of damage numbers popped up, adding up to over 1,000 damage. But it consumes too much mana, and the cooldown is long, though the efficiency is quite good. What do you think? If we hit the experience on one person with this method, wouldn't we surpass Suefation in no time? Of course. He's just one mage. How can he compare to our dozen mages in damage? That's right, but it's a pity that to maintain this efficiency, no one's level can fall behind. The group of mages discussed while waiting for their skills to cool down. All the mages wore a proud expression. Being able to AoE grind monsters at this stage definitely made them the top mages in the game. Congratulations, you leveled up. You gained 30 attribute points and 20 skill points. In the dark cave, after dealing with the elite monsters behind him, Sumu's level reached 2nd tier level 9. The rich experience from the elite monsters made his leveling speed soar like a rocket, an efficiency that others could hardly imagine. If the numbers on the level leaderboard weren't hidden, others would probably be so shocked by his current level that they wouldn't be able to speak. The top players among them had just reached the 1st tier, and Sumu was already about to step into the 3rd tier? What would those still trying to catch up think? Of course, Sumu didn't care about their thoughts at all. He walked over to the corpses of the shadow monsters and began to collect the drops. The drops from elite monsters were quite generous, including some A-grade 2nd tier equipment. Sumu collected all these items. With the 100 slots in his bag thanks to the star ring, Picking up items was much more comfortable now. You have obtained a fragment of the secret realm. Among these items, Sumu was attracted by a piece that resembled a puzzle. Fragment of the secret realm. Collect 5 pieces to unlock a certain secret realm. This was a crystal fragment with an irregular shape. Secret realm? Is it a dungeon? After seeing the item description, Sumu narrowed his eyes. This secret realm should be a certain dungeon. Looks like I need to keep grinding. Sumu was quite interested in this item. He looked towards the other red dots in the cave. To collect 5 pieces, he probably needed to clear all the monsters in this cave. No pressure at all. With no one stealing monsters, Sumu activated Energy Awakening, looking relaxed. After his mana was fully restored, he activated the Swift skill, with a mana shield, and continued to pull monsters. Fire Rain. After hitting the monsters, he used Fire Rain to attack while pulling more monsters. You killed a greater shadow monster, gaining 200 experience. You killed a greater shadow monster, gaining 200 experience. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the mage. In this high-intensity grinding method, Sumu's experience bar filled up once again. Congratulations, you leveled up, gaining 30 attribute points and 20 skill points. His level had reached second tier level 10. The experience bar disappeared, and a reminder appeared above. Please obtain the advancement proof. Seeing this, Sumu smiled slightly. For him, experience was not the only benefit of grinding monsters. He looked at the staff of the mage god in his hand. With just a few hundred growth points, this weapon could advance to the 3rd tier. Keep grinding. Sumu was not polite at all, having no intention of letting any monster in the cave escape. After another wave of monsters, the staff of the mage god upgraded to the 3rd tier first. Staff of the mage god, 3rd tier plus 350 intelligence plus 350 spirit plus 350 constitution. Use powerful magical items to grant the staff corresponding attributes. Current number of attributes, 3 growth points 0/50,000. Each attribute increased by 150 points, and the number of attributes opened has also become 3. But I don't have any suitable magical items. Looking at the weapon in his hand, Sumu felt a bit unworthy of its power. If these 3 attributes could provide a percentage increase in output or a percentage increase in spell attack, that would be amazing. However, Sumu also knew that he couldn't be impatient. Adding unsuitable attributes wouldn't mean much. Mystery fragments, give me more. Picking up the drops on the ground, Sumu muttered to himself, "You have obtained a mystery fragment. You have obtained a mystery fragment." His luck was good, as fragments kept popping out one after another. When pieced together, they formed a triangular crystal block. However, this triangular piece was missing a small triangular section in the middle. Mystery fragment can open the lava cave deep within the dark cave. After placing the 4 pieces together, the description on the fragments changed. Lava cave? The name of that mystery made Sumu's eyes light up. He immediately looked at a gem at the very bottom of his inventory. That gem of the Ashen Mage. To activate this gem, a fire attribute item was needed. The lava cave dungeon was clearly related to fire attributes. I need to quickly gather the key to open this door. Regarding the hidden class, Sumu's expression became excited. He looked at the remaining monsters in the cave. He would not leave until he obtained the last fragment. What followed was even more frenzied monster grinding. Even in some deep dead-end passages, Sumu did not let a single monster escape. After grinding over 200 more, the 100-item slots of the Radiant Star Ring were almost full, yet the remaining mystery fragments still did not drop. Could it be that the small monsters don't drop it? Sumu frowned. The drop rate for fragments was not low, and they wouldn't drop duplicates. After grinding so many elite monsters, he should have gathered them by now. Is it on the boss in this area? Sumu looked deeper into the cave. With his perspective skill, he could see that he had already reached the deepest part of the cave, several hundred meters ahead. However, there were no red dots in that area. There can't be no boss in this place. Sumu was very clear in his mind. Every map's core location would definitely have a boss, and this place would be no exception. As for why he couldn't see the red dot, it was clearly because that boss had a high-level stealth skill. This place is their home ground. I need to be careful. First, let's add some attributes. Without rashly investigating, Sumu opened his attribute panel. After leveling up continuously, he hadn't allocated his attribute points yet. According to his previous plan, the basic attributes from leveling up should all be added to spirit. But now his spirit value was already quite high. His mana was also very sufficient. His constitution had improved thanks to the staff of the mage god, so overall, it was a bit better. In contrast, the attributes of strength and agility seem a bit lacking. A full-time mage is supposed to be well-rounded. Being too specialized is not good. Let's average out the points into the other 2 attributes first. After thinking for a moment, Sumu evenly distributed the 60 points gained from these two levels into strength and agility. The skills of other professions he mastered all required boosts from strength and agility. He opened the attribute panel. Player, Sumu profession, mage level, second tier level 10, pending advancement, health points, 9680 mana points, 48200 melee physical attack, 876 spell attack, 3036 physical defense, 1068 spell defense, 1505 attributes, strength 338, constitution 338, plus 430, agility 338, spirit 665, plus 540, intelligence 820, plus 560. These attributes are too exaggerated. Is this the joy of being a full-time mage? Seeing his current attributes, even Sumu felt a bit abnormal. After grinding so many elite monsters in the cave, the brilliance of the mage god had gained over 50 points in intelligence, and his base intelligence was approaching 4 digits. With the support of equipment and base attributes, his mana was also about to break 50,000. With his current mana and spell attack, even when facing a 3-headed werewolf boss, he could take them all down. My health is also about to reach 10,000. If I were still in White Mist Town right now, even if I stood still and let Sushiji and his gang attack me, they wouldn't be able to kill me. Of course, achieving such attributes was largely due to his infinite skill points. Plus, even though he had broken the limits of his profession, he could learn any skill. Could it be that I am the chosen one? Sumu had speculated about why he had received these abilities, but this question clearly had no answer. First, deal with the boss. Putting aside these thoughts, Sumu slowed his pace and walked toward the deepest part of the cave. He maintained the skill of magical perspective. This cave was incredibly dark. Even if he couldn't see the boss, magical perspective allowed him to discern the environment. Is there light? Just as he was nearing the bottom of the cave, a faint ghostly light appeared ahead. In this pitch-black cave, such a glow looked indescribably eerie. Sumu furrowed his brows and slowly approached the source of the light. What is this? Without needing magical perspective, an open area appeared in Sumu's line of sight under the pale blue ghostly light. It was a cavern filled with stalactites. What first caught Sumu's attention was a red glowing area at the back of the cave. The red liquid emitted a scorching heat. It should be the entrance to the magma cave instance. Where is the boss? Just as Sumu was about to search for the boss's location, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. Ha! 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 Is someone there? This was a human laugh, and it felt somewhat familiar to Sumu. He looked in the direction the laughter came from and suddenly widened his eyes. There was a large rock, and on it sat a person. Simon, isn't this guy dead? Sumu couldn't help but murmur. Seeing a dead person in such a place gave him a somewhat creepy feeling. With this body, I no longer have to hide in this place. At that moment, Simon spoke again. His voice was still the familiar one Sumu had known, but the tone was somewhat off. This guy isn't Simon. Sumu quickly realized that Simon's corpse had been possessed by some kind of monster. So you're saying that the boss of this place ran to Howling Moon City, killed Simon, and then possessed him just to frame me? Can the boss of this place even run away? Sumu was genuinely a bit confused. From the shadows outside, it seemed that the boss here was also a type of shadow demon. This kind of creature has possession skills, so it really shouldn't have surprised him. What he didn't expect was that the boss on this map could actually leave. Of course, this is all thanks to the grace of that evil god. Simon's voice rang out again. He knelt on the ground, bowing his head in piety. My lord, I will become your most loyal servant. His slightly fanatical voice filled the entire cave. It really is the evil god's doing. So, that guy can influence the rules? As Sumu listened to these words, his gaze gradually turned cold. It seemed he had offended some formidable existence when he took down Shinda. Does that evil god want me to become a public enemy, thereby consuming my 10 resurrection opportunities? After careful consideration, Sumu understood the other party's intention to frame him. They wanted to drive him out of the divine path world. In that case, I won't hold back. Sumu's face turned frosty as he fixed his gaze on the kneeling Simon. This loyal servant of the evil god was doomed today. With his sights locked on Simon, Sumu began to plan for the battle in his mind. After all, this was the boss of this place. Backed by that evil god, he had to give it his all. Let's use the unexplainable combo. Taking a deep breath, Sumu decisively activated his mana shield. Energy awakening. The mana recovery skill was used right after, and as he watched his mana gradually increase, Sumu's gaze shifted to Simon. Holy Light Strike. He opened with the strongest output skill. A beam of holy light appeared out of nowhere in the dim cave, accurately hitting Simon. Minus 23,643. An extremely high damage number popped up. The kneeling Simon clearly hadn't reacted yet and hurriedly got up from the ground, looking around in a panic. Suddenly, he felt a wave of dizziness hit his head, leaving him stunned like a wooden chicken. Thunderbolt, minus 17,752. Charge, Thunderbolt, minus 17,752, minus 5,325. Kidney Strike. Sumo unleashed a series of unexplainable combos, bombarding Simon relentlessly. In the cave, lightning flickered continuously, and under Sumu's powerful spell attack boost, Simon's health plummeted. Triggered mana surge 3 times in a row, so comfortable. Another bolt of lightning struck, and seeing the 2 damage numbers pop up consecutively, Sumo couldn't help but smile. The damage he dealt in this combo reached a staggering 130,000 points. Indeed, ambushes were the way to go. Is it you? On the battlefield, Simon woke up from his daze and, upon seeing Sumo behind him, his mouth dropped open in shock. To him, Sumo should have been trapped in White Mist Town. How could he suddenly appear here? Hello, Mayor. Sumo greeted him with a smile, looking anything but friendly. The moment his words fell, another bolt of lightning struck down. You bastard. Simon also felt the power of the lightning, his eyes glaring fiercely at Sumo. Facing Sumu's earlier barrage, he had already lost more than half of his health, but everything had happened so quickly that he could only react now. Just then, Sumo was surprised to find that when the lightning struck Simon, it did not cause any harm. Simon's body seemed to have lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. Did he run away? Sumu's pupils dilated as he suddenly thought of something. Gravity field. In the next moment, he unleashed a skill directly. Where is he? Under the control of the powerful force field, Sumo knew that the boss couldn't escape and quickly looked around. Shadows were everywhere. For the boss, these shadows were excellent hiding spots. Magic perspective. Sumo decisively activated the perspective skill. Still can't see him? To Sumu's surprise, the magic perspective seemed completely ineffective against this boss. Blink. Without hesitation, Sumo immediately blinked to the exit position. There was only a narrow passage here. If the boss wanted to escape, it would have to pass right by him. You can't run. Guarding this spot, Sumo shouted loudly while observing the shadows. Although the magic perspective had lost its effect, his keen insight remained. Hee hee, hee hee, hee hee. Suddenly, a terrifying laughter echoed in the cave. The sound reverberated throughout the cave, making it impossible to discern its direction. Frost storm. Sumo snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh. A fierce storm swept through the entire cave. The range of the frost storm undoubtedly enveloped every corner. You lowly ant. Under the onslaught of the storm, the boss in the shadows was clearly suffering damage, letting out a furious roar. Hee hee, I thought you were a turtle hiding its head. Sumo stood his ground and retorted directly. Do you dare insult me? The angry voice rang out again. The boss in the shadows was evidently enraged by Sumu's words, but he did not reveal himself. This guy is different from those ordinary monsters. He has a high level of intelligence. Is it granted by that evil god? Sumo had been observing the shadows while trying to discern the direction of the voice, but still found no trace. The opponents seemed to have completely vanished into the darkness. If that's the case, then I'll grind you to death. Sumo was no longer anxious. This shadow magic boss had a spell defense of 5,000 points and a 30% spell resistance. Each jump of the frost storm dealt 750 damage, totaling 6,000 damage within 8 seconds. This boss had a total of 180,000 health points, with about 50,000 remaining. After 10 storms, this guy would undoubtedly be dead. I can't lose this position. My control skill is about to cool down. Sumo ignored the shadows in the cave. He just needed to guard this escape route. Time passed second by second, and after one frost storm ended, Sumo raised his hand for another storm. The already cold cave became bone-chilling. Kid, you better stop. Do you know who you're facing? The boss in the shadows could no longer hold his composure and threatened. I am the spokesperson of the evil god in Howling Moon City. If you kill me, you will never have a good ending. Sumo remained unmoved by this harsh threat. If that so-called evil god could really act against him, he would have been finished when dealing with Shinda. Are you really determined to be an enemy of the evil god? The echoing voice in the cave sounded again, tinged with impatience. The damage from each jump of the frost storm was real-time. If it were any other boss, it would have already launched an all-out attack on Sumo by now. It is precisely the kind of existence that possesses wisdom, yet is bound hand and foot by the fear of death. Adventurer, we can negotiate. I can help you become a powerful fallen mage. Trust me, that is a power you cannot resist. When threats failed, the boss chose to entice. Once you possess this power, you will become the most loyal servant of the Dark God, and you will gain everything you desire. You could even become an existence on par with a god. The voice was filled with temptation, unceasing. Sounds pretty good. Sumo smiled and spoke. Trust me, following the Dark God is your supreme honor. The boss thought Sumu was tempted and raised the stakes. As long as you become an apostle, all your crimes in Howling Moon City will be absolved. Really? Sumu directly ignored the first part of the statement, but the latter piqued his interest. Perhaps he could extract information about the mastermind behind the scenes from this boss. I want to know, how will you help me clear my name? You know, I killed the mayor of White Mist Town, he asked into the cave. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. After a long while, the boss's voice finally spoke up. You don't need to know that. Ha! Sumu scoffed disdainfully. Then in that case, ice, frost, wind. He deliberately raised his voice, shouting each word. Sure enough, such a threat was very effective. I'll tell you, the boss's panicked voice followed. The Lord of Howling Moon City is a monster. What did you say? This statement made Sumu's eyes widen, filled with disbelief. A city so large, and the Lord is actually a monster? However, thinking of the identity of that captain of the guards, Sumu was not surprised. Is what you said true? He emphasized. I swear to the Dark God, everything I say is true. As long as you pledge allegiance to the Dark God, you can also become the Lord of the city, or even a king. The shadow demon answered earnestly, not forgetting to continue the temptation. Becoming a king? Sumu curled his lips. Whether it was powerful strength or kingship, it all sounded quite appealing. But unfortunately, my goals are not that small. However, these meant nothing to him. Frost storm. The cold wind and frost swept through the cave once more. You are not trustworthy, a furious voice rebuked. Do you need to be trustworthy with a monster? Sumu sneered. Why, as long as you become a fallen mage, you can exist like a demigod. How can a mortal resist such power? The shadow demon roared, its health dwindling, filled with extreme confusion. Demigod? Sumu's expression was cold. Your vision is too narrow. Thunderbolt. Accompanied by a flash of lightning, a prompt popped up before Sumu. You have killed the shadow demon boss. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Through the earlier conversation, he had been assessing the boss's position. When the opponent was on the brink of death, he also caught a glimpse of that tiny movement of the shadow. Of course, even without the final lightning strike, it would have just meant casting a few more frost storms. This guy's drops should be quite generous, right? Having easily dealt with a major boss, Sumu smiled broadly and walked toward that spot. Despite the high defense and thick health of this shadow demon boss, dealing with it was even simpler than the previous swamp snake boss. Just as Sumu approached the shadow's position, a strong storm suddenly erupted. A black vortex was forming. Why does this scene feel a bit familiar? Sumu furrowed his brows. When Shinda died, it seemed to be a similar scene. Holy light strike. After a brief hesitation, Sumu unleashed his strongest skill. A flash of holy light struck the black vortex. No damage numbers appeared, but the black vortex suddenly dissipated. Sumu's strike was effective. Before he could feel joy, the black energy began to coalesce again, transforming into a pair of eyes. What is this? As he looked at those eyes, Sumu immediately felt a wave of heart palpitations. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Those eyes were like the soul-reaping gaze of death, holding him firmly in place. Are you the evil god? Fortunately, with his strong mental power, Sumu did not crumble. He raised his head, staring directly at those eyes, showing no fear on his face. Then, Sumu made a shocking move. He raised his middle finger at those eyes. Just then, the eyes disappeared. Ha! The pressure that enveloped him suddenly vanished, and Sumu let out a long breath. Those terrifying eyes made him realize one thing. There was still a huge gap between him and the so-called gods. The road ahead is still long. With a bitter smile, Sumu walked over to the corpse of the shadow demon. Next to the shadow was a light orb. You have obtained a fragment of the secret realm. You have obtained Shadow Escape. You have obtained Shadow Remnant. A total of 3 items dropped. One of them was exactly the fragment Sumu was missing. Sumu took out the 4 fragments he had previously pieced together. After placing the last fragment, this thing also changed. Secret Realm Key. Can open the lava cave located deep within the dark cave. Finally got this key. Now let's see if I can get some fire attribute items. As long as I can activate this gem, I can change to a hidden class. Gripping the key tightly, Sumu looked towards the dungeon entrance inside the cave. Even from a distance, he could feel the scorching flame energy. Moreover, this dungeon was related to the 3rd-tier job change. He had to clear it. Sumu looked at the second item. Shadow Escape, S rank after use, you can merge into the shadows. The description was very simple. No duration, no cooldown. It seemed that as long as there was a shadow, it could be used. I can't even see it from my magical perspective. This skill's concealment effect is even stronger than stealth. Learned. After learning this skill, Sumu directly upgraded it to SSS rank. The description remained the same, but clearly, the SSS rank's concealment effect was even more powerful. Let's give it a try. Moving to the shadowed area, Sumu used the skill. In the next second, he completely merged into the shadows. Awesome, as long as there's a shadow, I practically don't exist. Sumu shouted excitedly. The power of this skill couldn't be described in just a few words. If an assassin obtained this skill, under the cover of night, they would definitely be like a ghostly presence. The key point was that this skill could also be used in the real world. As long as he wanted, he could become the world's top assassin. Suppressing the joy in his heart, Sumu looked at the last item. Shadow Remnant, this retains a trace of will. The introduction was also very simple, with no indication of its use. However, since it was dropped by a boss, it probably wouldn't be trash. I'll keep it for now. Next up is dungeon grinding. I need to get the advancement proof. But my bag is a bit full. Should I put some things away first? The dungeon was right in front of him, and Sumu thought for a moment, not rushing to start grinding. Simon's body must first be taken to Howling Moon City. This way, I can also free up my package. Howling Moon City. The city lord, Yubai, was grooming himself in front of a mirror. His face was adorned with makeup for a woman. If the others in the city lord's mansion were here, they would surely be shocked. Their lord is a man. Yet at this moment, this lord was applying flamboyant red makeup, completely unbefitting of his status. What a handsome face. Strangely, the lord caressed his own face, his eyes filled with obsession. The lord spoke again, his tone laced with indulgence. Even if threatened, I will not let you fall into crisis. The divine path world. This is an endless abyss. Below is an expanse of darkness. Within this darkness, a monster with black wings and a hideous face was flying upward. Splash! Crash! Just as it reached a certain point in the abyss, a force of order surged forth, completely enveloping its body. Under this power, the monster instantly turned to ashes. However, that was not the end. From below the abyss, another identical monster flew up. It seemed to be under the control of some existence, trying to cross that invisible order. Howling Moon City. Sumu carried Simon's body and returned here. Is this Lord Simon's body? What happened? The guards at the city saw Simon and were all shocked. Sumu ignored them and hurried toward the task hall. It was still early, and the coroner should still be waiting there. Adventurer, you really found Lord Simon's body? When Sumu arrived at the task hall, the coroner's eyes widened at the sight of the body he was carrying. That cunning monster was able to sneak into Howling Moon City. Its strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Who would have thought that this adventurer before him could actually defeat that monster? I'd like to ask you for a favor. Placing the body on the ground, Sumu smiled. What favor? The coroner was taken aback. Sumu's smile grew even brighter. He had already thought of a plan when he carried Simon's body back. A plan that would allow him to complete the main quest. Come with me to the city lord's mansion, he said slowly, looking at the coroner. All right. The coroner did not refuse, shouldering the body and following Sumu. The two headed toward the city lord's mansion. What exactly do you want me to do? On the way, the coroner asked Sumu nervously. Sumu's expression was calm. I want you to verify the cause of Simon's death in front of the city lord. This statement eased the coroner's expression considerably. For him, verifying the cause of death was part of his duties. Of course, there's another person. Just then, Sumu spoke again. Another person? Who? The coroner was momentarily stunned. Sumu directly took something out of his package. The head of the werewolf. What is this? The coroner clearly recognized the captain of the guards and couldn't help but exclaim. As an experienced coroner, he could clearly sense the aura of the monster emanating from this head. Is it a werewolf? Yes. Sumu nodded. Everything was indeed as he had expected. This coroner in Howling Moon City was the key NPC for him to complete his task. I remember, he was the one responsible for escorting Simon to Whiteness Town. The coroner took a deep breath, his expression very serious. I hope you will report this truthfully to the city lord. Sumu added. Don't worry, it's my duty. The coroner readily agreed. The two walked for a long time, and ahead appeared a building. The Grand Lord's mansion. Quickly go report to the lord, something serious has happened. The coroner, clearly of high status, shouted directly at the soldiers guarding outside. Upon seeing the head in the coroner's hand and the body he was carrying, the soldiers understood that something significant had occurred and hurried into the lord's mansion. Sumu stood quietly beside the coroner, waiting for the next development. Soon, the soldiers rushed back, bringing the two into the lord's inner chamber. It was still the same council hall. However, this time, Lord Yubai had no intention of sitting on his throne. What exactly happened? He walked up to the coroner, staring intently at Simon's corpse, and asked sternly, "When I was about to examine Lord Simon's cause of death, I suddenly discovered that a monster had stolen his body. So I entrusted this adventurer to go to the dark cave to search for Lord Simon's body." The coroner paused at this point. Seeing this, Sumu spoke up, "I reached the depths of the dark cave and unexpectedly found Lord Simon. At that time, he looked a bit strange, constantly muttering something, 'Great evil god, I am your loyal servant,' and the like." At this point, Sumu paused, observing Lord Yubai's reaction. According to that shadow monster, this guy was indeed a creature. Evil god? As soon as Sumu's words came out, not only Lord Yubai but everyone in the hall showed expressions of shock. They seemed to be well aware of what an evil god was. "Are you sure?" Yubai looked at Sumu, emphasizing his tone. Sumu remained silent and nodded heavily. "I understand." Yubai took a deep breath, and his expression turned calm. As expected of a city lord, he was deep-minded. Just a simple sentence, and he wanted to suppress this matter. "Lord, there is one more thing I want to report to you." Sumu naturally would not let it go like this, pointing at the werewolf's head and saying, "You must be familiar with this guy?" "This is?" Yubai squinted at the werewolf's head after a brief examination. "Is it my captain of the guards? Previously, when this guy was chasing that Sumu, I happened to run into him, and that's when I discovered he was actually a werewolf." Sumu took the opportunity to speak. The next moment, everyone's expression in the hall changed again. The captain of the guards of the Howling Moon City Lord's mansion was actually a werewolf. Yubai's face instantly turned ashen. "I understand." After a moment of silence, he still said that same calm phrase. Yubai's reaction was within Sumu's expectations, but he clearly could not let the matter pass like this. "Lord, haven't you noticed? Or are you deliberately turning a blind eye? What do you mean by that?" Yubai was taken aback for a moment, and his voice grew heavy. "Lord Simon was possessed by a monster, and the captain of the guards of the Lord's mansion is a werewolf. Yet this werewolf escorted Simon and died in White Mist Town. Isn't it obvious that it would make that adventurer named Sumu take the blame?" Sumu spoke directly, not holding back. With the situation evolving to this point, his opportunity to complete the task had arrived. As soon as Sumu finished speaking, Yubai's gaze turned to him. "Do you know that Sumu?" The tone of this question was very calm, yet it seemed to contain some meaning. "As fellow adventurers, of course we know each other." Sumu did not shy away. Yubai fell into deep thought. His gaze kept sizing up Sumu, his expression unchanged. "I will have someone investigate this matter." After a long while, he spoke. "If that Sumu is truly innocent, I will clear his name." Upon hearing this, Sumu raised an eyebrow. "At this moment, I have laid all the evidence before Yubai, yet this guy still shows no intention of clearing his name. Are you really hiding something?" Sumu's gaze turned cold. He did not fully trust the words of the shadow demon. His earlier statement not only proved his own innocence but was also a test for the city lord, Yubai. This guy's way of handling things was clearly unsatisfactory to him. "By the way, Lord City Lord, the creature controlling Simon said something before it died, and I think it's necessary to report it to you." Sumu spoke again. "What did it say?" Yubai, with a blank expression, suddenly furrowed his brow. "It's serious, if others find out." Sumu glanced at the others in the hall, hesitating to continue. "You all can leave." Yubai waved his hand. The other guards and the coroner exited the hall together. "Now can I speak?" Yubai fixed his gaze on Sumu, his eyes strange. "It told me that you are a monster." Sumu smiled and watched Yubai's reaction after speaking. He wasn't worried that this city lord would suddenly explode in anger. In fact, he hoped he would take action against him directly. With so many NPCs watching outside, how would this lord explain attacking an innocent adventurer like him? After all, these NPCs knew that adventurers had multiple lives. It was clearly impossible to kill someone and silence them here. Yubai let out a cold laugh and retorted, "Do you believe it?" Sumu also laughed and replied, "I originally didn't, but your attitude towards that innocent adventurer, Sumu, makes it hard not to believe. Shouldn't we report this situation to the royal capital?" As soon as he said this, a strong killing intent suddenly surged in Yubai's eyes. An overwhelming pressure bore down on Sumu. This guy is not simple. Feeling that murderous intent, Sumu took a step back. Yubai felt different from all the bosses he had encountered before. Right now, he probably wasn't a match for him. Fortunately, although Yubai had murderous thoughts, he did not act. He suddenly laughed. "I can lift the bounty on that Sumu, but I don't want anyone else to know what you said to me today." After Yubai finished speaking, he ignored Sumu and walked out of the hall. "After my investigation, the adventurer Sumu is not the murderer of Simon. I hereby lift the bounty on him within the scope of Howling Moon City." Yubai issued orders to the guards. Immediately, an announcement popped up in front of Sumu. the bounty on player Sumu has been lifted. As this announcement appeared, the world channel erupted. I knew it. I said Suafation was doing some task, but I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. Could it be the main quest of the third round? Suafation is just too outrageous. Did you see the announcements for the previous main quests? Maybe this really is the third round's main quest. So impressive. Our guild just completed the first round of the main quest, thinking we could catch up to Suafation, but forget it. From the perspective of other players, the appearance of this announcement was equivalent to declaring that Suafation had completed some incredible task. They didn't even know what to say anymore. They hadn't even left the Novice village, and he was already close to the main city. The gap was simply insurmountable. You have completed the task, proving your innocence, reward, God-level skill fusion book. In the hall, after the announcement, a prompt immediately popped up on Sumu's interface. The next second, something resembling a skill book appeared in his inventory. I actually completed it. Sumu couldn't hide his excitement and couldn't help but let out a shout in his heart. I can consider my words to Yubai as a threat. I didn't expect this guy to really compromise like this. After Yubai issued the order, he turned and walked into the main hall. When he reached Sumu's side, he spoke softly, "Remember my words, otherwise, no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough." After saying that, without caring about Sumu's reaction, Yubai strode away. Is he threatening me? Sumu looked at the back of the city lord, his expression indifferent. If there were a mission, he would definitely expose this guy's identity without mercy. Once we reach the royal capital, perhaps I will receive a mission. But for now, the priority is to advance first. With the bounty lifted, the identity of Sumu could safely enter Xiaoye City. Sumu walked towards the city lord's mansion. Adventurer, thank you for retrieving Simon's body for me. This is a family heirloom. I hope it can help you. Outside the door, the coroner was still waiting, pulling out a bag. Mission completed. You have received the coroner's family heirloom. After receiving the bag, Sumu opened it. What is this? Inside was a stone. Radiant crystal magic stone. This is a magic stone containing powerful magical energy. When embedded in certain equipment, it can enhance spell attacks. What a good item! Seeing the stone, Sumu felt a pleasant surprise. After bidding farewell to the coroner, he walked towards the outskirts of Xiaoye City. This city was different from Whiteness Town, with many NPCs everywhere. Especially in the commercial area, there were even more NPCs. If he went to the shops as Xian Yuan, it might expose that Xian Yuan and Sumu were the same person. As for how to solve this problem, outside the city, Sumu used the phantom clone. In the transformed state of Xian Yuan, the phantom clone naturally also looked like Xian Yuan. Change back. Immediately, Sumu returned to his original self. Controlling the clone, the two returned to Xiaoye City together. In the eyes of those NPCs, Sumu and Xian Yuan walked side by side, and their relationship seemed very good. The two arrived at the commercial area together. Extending his palm, after verifying the runes on the shop, Sumu entered with Xian Yuan. After the shop door closed, Sumu let the clone stand still and entered the back warehouse. Equipment should still be kept in the safe. It seems I haven't gathered herbs much lately. Opening the inventory, Sumu began to organize. After clearing everything out, he opened the 100-item slots on his ring. If I sell all these items, it would be at least over 100,000 gold coins. After finishing the organization, looking at the pile of second-tier equipment, Sumu felt like a local tycoon. Once players arrive at Xiaoye City, he could open his shop. Can this stone be attached to the staff of the mage god? Sumu took out the radiant crystal magic stone. Do you want to grant the attribute? Attribute, spell attack plus 10%, a prompt popped up. So powerful? Seeing this prompt, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. This task was really worth it. Grant. Without hesitation, a 10% increase in spell attack was very tempting. Grant successful. The magic stone in his hand suddenly disappeared, and an attribute appeared on the staff of the mage god. Sumu looked at his spell attack, 3,314 points. If nothing unexpected happened, most people now didn't even have the 300 points of spell attack behind him. I wonder if this attribute can be overwritten. Sumu looked at the staff of the mage god. There were only 2 attribute slots left. He took out the previous shadow pearl. Do you want to grant the attribute? A prompt appeared, and Sumu nodded. As expected, this entry could be replaced. In that case, as long as he had the right attributes, he could confidently use it for now and replace it later when he obtained more powerful magical items. And now it's your turn. Sumu looked at another item in his inventory, his body trembling with excitement. That Divine Skill Fusion Book. Divine Skill Fusion Book. After use, you can choose 5 Master Des level, passive/active, skills to fuse and obtain a brand new divine skill. It was clear from the description. This skill could fuse 5 passive or 5 active skills. However, the skills to be fused must all be at S level. For many players, raising 5 skills to S level would require a significant amount of skill points, likely needing to complete numerous quests. But for Sumu, how to choose these 5 skills became a dilemma. I have too many skills, and they are from different professions. If I fuse them recklessly, what kind of divine skill will I get? Opening the skill panel and looking at the S-level skills, Sumu was struck by indecision. The power of divine skills was self-evident. He had to make a careful choice. How about using these passive attribute skills? After much consideration, Sumu looked at his few passive skills. The passive that increased strength, the one that increased agility, the one that increased spirit, the one that increased constitution, and one that increased intelligence. Each of these 5 skills increased his base attributes by 200 points. It had to be said that these 5 skills greatly enhanced him. Moreover, in terms of type, these 5 skills could be considered the same type. Should I fuse them or wait? Sumu hesitated while looking at the 5 skills. There was indeed a risk. If the fused skill was not what he expected, he would lose 1,000 points in base attributes. His strength would clearly be significantly reduced. It shouldn't be a problem. After all, this is a divine skill. But then he thought again. The power of the divine skill book would surely not disappoint him. Let's do it! Taking a deep breath, Sumu clenched his fists. He directly used the divine skill book. Please select the skills to fuse. After the prompt appeared, Sumu opened his skill panel. He placed the mage's wisdom, priest's spirit, and other skills one by one. Confirm fusion? A confirmation prompt popped up. Sumu looked at the 2 options, his expression anxious. Yes. He gritted his teeth and pressed down. A powerful light suddenly surged from the skill book. The 5 skills Sumu selected disappeared one after another from his skill panel. At the same time, each of his base attributes also decreased by 200 points. Sumu gazed at the white light in his hands, his eyes filled with anticipation. The fusion process lasted several minutes, and the light gradually dimmed. After the light completely dissipated, a skill book appeared in Sumu's hands. Attribute enhancement. Divine all 5 base attributes increased by 50%. All attributes increased by 50%? Upon seeing the description of this skill, Sumu's eyes widened, and he felt a tumult of emotions within. This skill was simply outrageous. For many professions, the early game was certainly about the boost from fixed attributes, but once it reached the late game, the bonuses from percentage attributes were absolutely incomparable. If others saw this skill, even if they had to trade 9 lives for it, no one would think it was a loss. Because as long as one obtained this skill, even if they had only 1 life left, they could rise in this divine world. Would you like to learn the skill? Yes. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Sumu pressed confirm. After successfully learning, he couldn't wait to open the skill bar. Can I continue to upgrade? To his surprise, the newly learned God-level skill was not maxed out. To upgrade a level of a God-level skill, the required skill points were astronomical. However, Sumu had no concerns and directly pressed the plus behind the skill. Ability upgrade successful, upgraded to limit break, maxed out, limit break, God level increases 5 basic attributes by 100%, oh my gosh. After successfully maxing out the skill, Sumu held back from shouting out loud. 5 attributes increased by 100%. He quickly opened his attribute panel. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, Tier 2, level 10, pending advancement, health, 90-60 mana, 58800 melee physical attack, 752 spell attack, 4324 physical defense, 1006 spell defense, 1770 attributes, strength 276, constitution 276, plus 430, agility 276, spirit 930, plus 540, intelligence 1242, plus 560, with all basic attributes reduced by 200 points, many attributes had decreased. However, in comparison, his spirit and intelligence had received a significant boost. As expected of limit break, seeing the over 4,000 spell attack, Sumu felt a surge of excitement. His current damage could be described as terrifying, especially with limit break and the divine mage's radiance. These 2 skills complemented each other perfectly. After advancement, all my attributes can be further enhanced. The subsequent level up points will be evenly distributed among the other 4 attributes. With limit break, Sumu also changed his previous point allocation method. This skill enhanced the basic attributes. In other words, without basic attributes, the skill would not have any effect. Currently, aside from leveling up and advancing, the only way to gain basic attributes was through the Divine Mage's Radiance skill. By distributing evenly, his gains would be maximized. I need to go farm for the advancement proof. Sumu looked at the pending advancement next to his level and rubbed his hands together. After obtaining the advancement proof, he would also need to farm enough advancement points to successfully reach Tier 3. There are still a few skills I haven't learned. Now that I've completed the task, I can go find the mentors of each class. Exiting the warehouse and closing the door, Sumu left the shop with his clone. He headed towards the Mage Association's hall while controlling his clone to walk outside of Howling Moon City. In the eyes of the city lord, Yubai, Sumu had a close relationship with Xian Yuan, but he would never guess that Sumu and Xian Yuan were actually the same person. Taking his time to arrive at the Mage Association, Sumu walked inside. Hello, I want to learn mage skills. Seeing the kind mage mentor, Sumu smiled and spoke. May you achieve success on the path of magic. The mentor slowly replied, and 2 skills appeared before Sumu. Spell critical hit. Sea level has a 1% chance to deal a spell critical hit, causing double spell damage to the target. The spell that triggers the critical hit will additionally consume 50% of the mana. If mana is insufficient, the critical hit cannot be triggered. Flame wall. Sea level consumes 300 mana to form a 1/5 firewall in the target area, lasting 20 seconds. Enemies entering the firewall take spell damage equal to x 10% per second. Cooldown time 2 minutes. Learn them all. Each skill required 80 gold coins, and Sumu directly learned both. It seems I can't learn that previous mage intelligence passive anymore. After learning, Sumu found that the skills available for learning were 0 and pouted. The skills that can be learned from the mage mentor here are all basic skills. Even skills that were missed in the novice village or whiteness town can be learned from any mentor. However, Sumu was not surprised. If he really fused the 5 passives into a god-level skill and could learn them again, that would indeed be a bit overpowered. It's important to note that his current basic attributes are equivalent to 2 points. Let's put other professions aside for now and learn them after I get the advancement proof. While allocating points to the 2 skills he just acquired, Sumu walked towards the outskirts of Howling Moon City. Spell critical hit has reached max level. Flame wall has reached max level. Spell critical hit, S rank has a 5% chance to deal a spell critical hit, causing double spell damage to the target. The spell that triggers the critical hit will additionally consume 50% of the mana. If mana is insufficient, the critical hit cannot be triggered. Flame wall, S rank consumes 800 mana to create a 2x10 firewall in the target area, lasting 30 seconds. Enemies entering the firewall take spell damage equal to x 50% per second. Cooldown time, 1 minute. After reaching max level, Sumu nodded in satisfaction at the effects of these 2 skills. On the top floor of the Lord's mansion, there is a platform. Standing in this place allows one to overlook most of Howling Moon City. Yubai stood here, his eyes shimmering with a faint blue light. In his gaze, 2 figures were imprinted. Sumu and Xian Yuan. These 2 guys really teamed up? This is quite a hassle. The monsters have respawned. In the dark cave, after Sumu activated the magical perspective, he found that most of the monsters on the outskirts had respawned. Dismiss the clone. He cancelled the phantom clone and walked into the cave. Shadow escape. As the skill activated, he instantly transformed into a shadow. This powerful stealth ability was undetectable even by those shadow monsters. Sumu ignored the small monsters and rushed deeper into the cave. Along the way, he encountered some respawn elite monsters, but he chose to ignore them, focusing entirely on that dungeon. With the dual enhancement of Shadow Escape and Blink, he quickly reached the depths of the cave. There were no monsters here, and the previous shadow monster boss didn't seem like it would respawn. Taking out the key made from the secret realm fragment, Sumu arrived at the magma area. A wave of intense heat immediately washed over him. Would you like to open the secret realm dungeon, lava cave? Maximum number of entrants, 50. Open. A strong white light surged from the secret realm key, and a portal appeared. Sumu didn't hesitate and stepped through the door. It's so hot. The next second, the temperature around him suddenly rose by several degrees. This place feels like a volcanic cave. Sumu quickly surveyed the surrounding environment, whispering to himself. Looking around, the ground was filled with cracks, and between those cracks flowed magma that emitted a red glow. Eagle eye. Sumu gazed into the distance. Inside the cave, there were almost magma pools all around. Many life forms resembling fire elements wandered back and forth in those magma pools. Sumu frowned, deep in thought. The outskirts of the cave were manageable, with plenty of places to stand, but the deeper he went, the larger the magma pools became. This meant he would likely have to fight those fire elemental creatures in the magma pools. What would happen if I stepped into this magma pool? Would I melt instantly? Or just lose health? Sumu looked towards a crack not far ahead. Mana shield. Activating the shield skill, Sumu walked over and slowly extended his foot to step on it. Minus 500. The next second, a damage number popped up above his head. Is the damage really that high? The damage number left Sumu stunned. With his high defense and magic resistance, he was surprised to see that even a slight touch caused 500 points of damage. He reached out his hand and touched the magma again. The sensation was one of intense heat, but still within an acceptable range. Minus 500. Another identical damage number appeared. This meant that as long as he touched the magma, he would receive a fixed damage of 500 points. This dungeon is quite challenging, no wonder it requires 50 people. 500 points of damage is no small number for any class that has reached level 10 of the second tier. Undoubtedly, without 50 players at level 10 of the second tier, all at elite level, it would be impossible to clear this dungeon. Those fire creatures can lie in the magma, their fire resistance must be quite high. Let's start with Froststorm. Sumu set his sights on a fire element in a magma area. Accompanied by a glint in his eyes, a powerful frost began to take shape. However, as the Froststorm touched the magma, ice and fire collided instantly. The sound of steam evaporating filled the air. Nevertheless, with Sumu's current spell attack, the Froststorm still dealt considerable damage to the fire elements and the magma, even after being reduced by environmental factors. After taking damage, the fire elements floated up from the magma and headed towards Sumu. This design is a bit cool. Sumu now clearly saw the appearance of those fire elements. 2 meters tall, resembling a burning flame, they had human-like limbs and were formed from fire. When they were about 100 meters away from Sumu, the fire elements raised their hands. Are they charging a fireball? A fireball slowly formed in their hands and flew towards Sumu. -1003. A damage number quickly popped up above Sumu's head. The damage is a bit high. After seeing this number, Sumu was slightly surprised. His current magic defense was very high, and he had magic resistance. Even so, the damage dealt by these fire elements still reached 4 digits, which was indeed quite impressive. Sumu took a few steps forward and saw the attributes of the fire elements. Fire Demon, Elite, Level, 2nd Tier 10 Life, 10064/40,000 Magic Attack, 2,000 Physical Defense, 800 Magic Defense, 1,200 Skills, Fire Resistance, Fireball. From the attributes, it was clear that these fire demons were magic-type monsters. Although as earlier Froststorm was reduced by 50% due to environmental factors, it still dealt nearly 30,000 damage. Let's do it again. Sumu used Froststorm once more. -3,742, -1,117, -5,613. Different damage numbers popped up above the fire demons' heads. Each jump of damage from the Froststorm independently triggered mana surges and spell critical hits. Facing more than 20 fire demons, the probability of critical hits was indeed quite high. You have killed a fire demon. Gained 1 intelligence from the radiance of the god of magic. As the damage from the second storm jumped a few times, the fire demons on the field fell one after another. Killing high-level elites is different. Sumu glanced at the radiance of the god of magic, which had triggered 5 times in total. With the boost from the limit-breaking enhancement, he had gained 10 points of intelligence in such a short time. This dungeon is impossible to scout with eagle eye, the monsters are too spread out, and I can't play a wave strategy. Of course, for Sumu's monster farming efficiency, these more than 20 monsters felt like nothing at all. Let's see what loot dropped. Without hesitation, Sumu quickly walked towards the corpse of the flame demon. You have obtained the flame demon core. You have obtained the flame demon core. You have obtained the blueprint, demon flame robe. Several prompts popped up in succession. The drops from the flame demon were not particularly abundant. However, that blueprint made Sumu's eyes light up. Demon flame robe, Tier 2 Magic Pattern Fabric X100, Tier 2 Rune Thread X10, Flame Essence X5, Tier 2 Magic Crystal X5. Attributes: Intelligence plus 100, Spirit plus 100, Final Damage from Fire Attribute Skills plus 5%, Set Effect, Fire Attribute Skill Mana Cost reduced by 10%, Damage increased by 10%, a Tier 2 Mage set? Sumu smiled. He could finally replace his sheepskin set. Although this Tier 2 Mage set was more suitable for fire mages, the attribute bonuses of the Tier 2 set were clearly higher than those of the sheepskin set. This equipment only had 3 pieces, a robe, pants, and a hat. Compared to the 5 pieces of the sheepskin set, this 3-piece set was much more comfortable, allowing him more flexibility in gear combinations. What is this flame essence? There was one material he had never seen before. This dungeon should drop it, no need to rush. However, Sumu was not in a hurry, he was already in the dungeon, so why worry about not getting the materials? He looked at the Flame Demon Cores. Flame Demon Core, it contains powerful flame magic. The description was simple and straightforward, which made Sumu's eyes shine. He looked at the bottom of his inventory and took out the Ashen Mage's gem. Meijin-tai said that fire attribute items can activate this gem. I wonder if these demon cores can be used? For this lava cave dungeon, Sumu was most concerned about whether he could activate the gem. However, he was a bit confused about how to operate it. There were no hints on the gem. Let's try placing it on top. With Meijin-tai gone, Sumu had no one to ask and could only try it himself. He placed a Flame Demon Core on the Ashen Mage's gem. No reaction? The gem showed no response. Is the method of activation wrong? Sumu frowned. Or is the energy contained in this flame demon core insufficient? He took out another core and placed it on the gem. At that moment, the gem suddenly flickered. There's hope. Seeing this, Sumu was overjoyed. He immediately placed the gem on the ground and arranged the more than 10 flame demon cores beside it. This time, the gem seemed to sense enough flame energy, emitting a faint glow. The next second, all the flame demon cores ignited, enveloping the Ashen Mage's gem within. Just as Sumu hoped to activate the gem, the flames lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. The faint glow emitted by the gem also abruptly stopped. It really isn't that simple. Sumu sighed, feeling a bit disappointed. But thinking about it, after all, it was related to a hidden class transfer. If it could be activated with just a few ordinary demon cores, he would be looking down on this hidden class. It's still not enough energy. It seems I need to collect more demon cores or even stronger fire attribute items. Sumu's gaze turned towards the depths of the cave. In this dungeon, there must be powerful bosses present, and the items they dropped might help him activate the gem. Of course, even if he couldn't activate it in one run, he could always run it multiple times. There are still footholds in those magma pools. Let's slowly push through. A glint flashed in his eyes as Sumu instantly arrived on a rock in the magma pool. His arrival immediately gave the aimless flame demons around him a target. These are all distant monsters, many of which, being close, directly launched fireballs at Sumu. Holy Light Shield. Sumu began another shield skill, completely unfazed. Crow Storm. Black energy manifested around the magma, transforming into one crow after another. These crows had a clear purpose, eroding all the fire elementals within range. But that wasn't all. A cold glint appeared in Sumu's eyes. Frost Storm. With two AoE skills unleashed simultaneously, combined with the passive effect of mana surging and the boost from spell crits, the stacked damage was something those frail fire elementals could not withstand. You have killed a fire elemental. You have killed a fire elemental. Gained 1 point of intelligence from the radiance of the mage. Sumu began to rampantly farm in this magma area. Inside the Daheng group building, Su Shiji was reviewing the information in his hands. The people on it varied in appearance, looks, and age, but they all shared the same name, Sumu. After gathering the strength of most people, he collected a lot of information about Sumu. That guy should be quite young, anyone over 30 is excluded. As for the rest, I have a way to find you. Su Shiji revealed a confident smile. His method was simple, even a bit crude. Just send someone to the places where Sumu lived and install hidden cameras. Whoever spends the most time in the game is likely to be that Mage Su. Once the identity of Mage Su is confirmed, with Su's capabilities, there are 1,000 ways to deal with Sumu. Even if Mage Su is strong in the game, he surely wouldn't reach that level in reality. After all, the vast majority of people can't even cast a fireball completely in real life. I'll make you understand the consequences of offending me. How severe it will be. Inside the lava cave, Sumu was picking up items back and forth in the scalding magma. -500. A significant damage number popped up from his head every few seconds, but all this damage was blocked by the thick shield on him. When the shield is activated, even swimming in this magma pool, I don't feel any burning sensation. On the contrary, if the shield disappears, while losing health, a burning sensation will arise. Sumu squinted at the magma pool he was in. In the game of Shinto, everyone's pain perception was greatly reduced, but it wasn't completely absent. Just like when one is attacked, there is always some slight pain, but this feeling has almost vanished as one's level and attributes increased. And under the shield, there was no pain at all. If asked for a reason, Sumu could probably figure it out. The shield value acts as a protective barrier around oneself. As long as this barrier isn't broken, those attacks don't cause direct harm. In other words, the shield skill has another characteristic. It should be the rules of this world. It seems like a game, yet it is close to reality. Sumu muttered, refocusing his attention on the light orbs waiting to be picked up. You have obtained a fire elemental core. You have obtained a flame staff. You have obtained a recipe, flame essence. The drops from elite monsters were still abundant, with a 30% drop rate for the fire elemental core, along with a staff and a recipe. Flame Staff, Intelligence plus 150, Spirit plus 50. When using fire attribute skills, casting time reduced by 10%, cooldown reduced by 10%, required level, 2nd order level 8 Flame Essence, Fire Magic Core X5, 2nd order Magic Crystal X1. The staff's attributes are quite good, but with the God of Magic staff in hand, this staff is only worth selling. What Sumu cares about is that recipe. As an alchemy master, this kind of recipe can be easily mastered. You have learned the recipe, Flame Essence. I wonder how strong the flame energy contained in this thing is. It should be quite high, right? After mastering the recipe, Sumu was eager to try it out. There are quite a few second-order A-grade equipment in the bag, and breaking them down will yield a second-order magic crystal. As for the fire magic cores, he already has about 40 to 50 of them. Taking out a piece of equipment, Sumu directly dismantled it. If others saw the attributes of this equipment, they would definitely express their regret. Such a godly item was actually dismantled. You have obtained a second-order magic crystal. But for Sumu, this equipment was just a magic crystal. Do you want to convert 5 fire magic cores and 1 second-order magic crystal into flame essence? Yes. As the alchemy skill activated, a dazzling white light emerged from Sumu's palm. After a while, a crystal emitting a faint red light appeared in his hand. You have obtained flame essence. Looking at this flame essence, Sumu was troubled. Making the magic flame robe requires 5 flame essences. The fire magic cores are not a problem, but the key is the second-order magic crystals. To create the magic flame robe, 10 second-order magic crystals are needed. Not to mention there are 2 more pieces of the set afterward. I don't even know how many fire attribute items are needed to activate the Ashen Mage's gem. Better not waste it for now. Suppressing the urge to use the Ashen gem to absorb the flame essence, Sumu continued to explore deeper into the cave. Blink! He blinked back and forth in the magma pool, attracting the surrounding fire magic while moving forward. Is that a rocky area over there? Soon, through his eagle eye and magical perspective, Sumu discovered a cave area. He didn't hesitate and led the fire magic behind him in that direction. Picking up items in the magma pool is quite troublesome. If he could bring them to the surface, it would be much more comfortable. After a series of blinks, a large flat rocky area appeared beneath his feet. The fire magic behind him was still relentlessly pursuing. Sumu stood still, not in a hurry to attack. Once they all reached the flat ground, he unleashed Froststorm and Crowstorm simultaneously. With the powerful lifesteal ability of Crowstorm, Sumu didn't even activate his shield skill, standing still to kill directly. You have killed a fire magic. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the God of Magic's radiance. After a series of kill notifications, Sumu looked at his intelligence value. 1358, plus 560. Along the way, he had killed about 200 fire magic, triggering the God of Magic's radiance 58 times in total. With the super limit enhancement bonus, his intelligence value increased by 116 points. This is even higher than the attribute bonus from leveling up. You have obtained a fire magic core. You have obtained the blueprint, Flame Longsword, set, Flame Longsword, Second Order Forged Iron X100, Flame Essence X5, Second Order Magic Crystal X5 plus 150 Strength plus 50 Agility, attack adds 200 points of fire damage, fixed value, set effect, physical critical hit plus 2%. You have obtained the Third Order Priest Advancement Certificate. You have obtained the Third Order Mage Advancement Certificate. This drop was also quite good. And even more surprising was that among the 2 class advancement certificates that dropped, one was for the mage. This means he can return to Howling Moon City to advance. After all, without leveling up, killing monsters now yields little in terms of experience and advancement points. Let's assess the situation and then head back to town. Not in a hurry to return, Sumu activated his dual perspective skill and gazed into the depths of the cave ahead. What is that? In the open area, his eagle eye observed in detail. A group of powerful life forms, at least 2 meters tall, appeared before him, 2-headed dogs. These 2-headed dogs were enveloped in flames, looking quite impressive, with a total of 11 of them. One of them was significantly larger than the others, about 3.5 meters in size. From the life signs on it, Sumu realized this was a boss. The appearance of the boss changed Sumu's mind. According to the dungeon's progress, after he finished clearing it, there would be a cooldown period before he could continue. Returning to Xiaoye City now and then coming back to fight the boss would waste too much time. After some thought, Sumu decided to defeat this boss before going back to level up. Summon Skeleton. Summoning a skeleton minion, Sumu switched to a set of ranged agility gear. Transform into Xian Yuan. Phantom Clone. Summoning the clone, Sumu switched back to his mage outfit. With the boost from his gear, the clone's ranged attack reached over 2,000 points. Unfortunately, the clone couldn't use skills, otherwise, with all his S-level ranged skills, the clone's output would definitely be high. Can't use active skills, but it should trigger passives, right? Then I should look for passive skills that enhance archer output. There are always more solutions than difficulties. Sumu had planned to find passive output skills for archers. However, other players' levels were too low, and there were none in the auction house. But he still had 2 archer skills he hadn't learned, and one of them should be a passive skill. I'll deal with that later. First, let's handle the boss. Heading towards the boss's location, Sumu observed the surrounding terrain. The open cave area had at least 700 to 800 meters of kite distance, starting with Frost Storm to kite, combined with Crow Storm to deal with the small monsters, and with the skeleton minion and clone distracting those small two-headed dogs, he could focus entirely on killing the boss. Mana Shield. Energy Awakening. Starting with 2 skills, Sumu began waiting for his mana to recover. The Energy Awakening skill was linked to his mental value, and the recovery speed was not slow. However, his current mana was indeed a bit terrifying. If other mages saw his mana nearing 60,000, they would definitely exclaim, "Hacker!" Frost Storm. Thunderbolt. Starting with a storm that covered the boss and all the small monsters, Sumu followed up with a bolt of lightning. Not far away, he clearly saw damage numbers popping up above the heads of those two-headed dogs. The difference was that when the frost from Frost Storm hit their bodies, the flames enveloping them almost instantly negated the frost's effect. In other words, these two-headed dogs were completely unaffected by the slowing effect. Despite their large size, they were surprisingly fast. Under the lead of that boss, the group of two-headed dogs lunged towards Sumu. Not affected by slowing? Then let's try this. With the slowing effect failing, Sumu raised an eyebrow, and an invisible pressure suddenly enveloped the entire cave. Gravity Field. The rapidly charging two-headed dogs all came to a halt. Go! Sumu called to the skeleton minion and controlled the clone to attack the boss, his eyes flashing with electric light. Thunderbolt. Crow Storm. While dealing with the single-point boss, Sumu did not forget to take care of the other small monsters. In this confined space, his AoE skills were almost guaranteed to hit. Roar. Just as Sumu was about to continue using Thunder Light to quickly kill the boss, the two-headed dog, which was fixed in place, let out an angry roar. This roar carried a sonic attack, and Sumu immediately felt a bit dizzy. You have been affected by the flame two-headed dog's roar impact effect, silenced for 5 seconds. A prompt popped up right after. It even silences? Sumu's pupils suddenly widened, and his expression darkened. For a mage, silence was undoubtedly fatal. But that wasn't all. The flame dog boss raised its massive front paw and stomped heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground cracked under this tremendous impact. A lot of magma surged up through these cracks, accurately hitting Sumu, his skeleton minion, and his clone. Nearly 3,000 damage numbers popped up over Sumu and his clone's heads. The skeleton minion directly lost over 7,000 health points. However, the skeleton minion's health was still within a safe range. As for Sumu himself, he was completely unperturbed. With a shield in place, the flame dog boss couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, the previously cast Crowstorm was still continuously draining health. As long as the boss couldn't kill him in one hit, Sumu's health would almost instantly be restored. The control time of the gravity field was still ongoing, and the flame dog boss had clearly exhausted all its ranged attack methods. Dealing with melee is still a huge advantage. Sumu stood still, silently waiting for the 5 seconds of silence to pass. Frost Storm, Crow Storm, Gravity Field. Once the time was up, Sumu replenished his AoE damage skills and then added another gravity field. He looked at the flame dog boss. This guy had a health pool of 160,000 points, but only 2,000 points of magic defense, and only fire resistance. After Sumu's previous rounds of attacks, the boss's health was already nearing its end. If it weren't for that 5 seconds of silence, it would have been a corpse by now. Holy Light Strike, minus 97,640, minus 29,292. You have killed the Flame Hell Dog boss. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the Mage God. For the final blow, Sumu used the highest damage Holy Light skill available. What he didn't expect was that this strike not only triggered a spell critical hit but also triggered spell surging. Seeing those two extremely exaggerated damage numbers, even Sumu couldn't help but shout out, "Damn!" A Holy Light Strike directly caused nearly 130,000 damage. If he were to say this out loud, even with the title of Mage God, no one would believe him. Of course, the reason the Holy Light Strike could deal such exaggerated damage was still due to the enhancement from the limit-breaking boost. His current spirit and intelligence values were exceptionally high. Facing a boss of the same level, he could complete a one-on-one even without activating the Mage God bloodline. This could be seen from the fact that the Flame Dog boss couldn't break free from his gravity field. The absolute lead in attributes was his capital to fight against everything. You have killed the Flame Dog Elite. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the Mage God. On the battlefield, under the attacks of the Skeleton Warrior and the clone, the remaining elite Flame Dog fell one after another. The attributes of the Skeleton Warrior were linked to Sumu's attribute level. Now, they could completely stand on their own. If I sent a skeleton minion to White Mist Town, those guys led by Su Shiji probably wouldn't be able to handle it, right? Looking at the tall figures of the 4 minions, Sumu clicked his tongue in wonder. However, he was busy advancing and had no time to return to White Mist Town. Walking up to the boss's corpse, Sumu rubbed his hands together. You have obtained the Flame Core. You have obtained the Archer Advancement Certificate. You have obtained the Claw of the Flame Hound. You have obtained the Flame Boots, a total of 4 items. What Sumu cared about the most was still that Flame Core. Flame Core, this is an item containing powerful flame energy. What a good item! With this thing, he could ignore the other 2 pieces of equipment. Can this thing grant attributes to the mage's staff? Sumu suddenly thought of something. Picking up the Flame Core, he tried it out. Would you like to grant attributes? Granting attribute. Fire damage plus 10%. It works. He had quite a few fire skills, so this attribute would definitely be useful. Besides, attributes could be replaced later, so he could use it for now. Wait, but then he reconsidered and gave up. The current primary goal was still to activate the Ash Gem. Come on, let's see the effect. Taking out the Ash Gem, Sumu placed the Flame Core on top of it. This time, the Ash Gem glowed again, clearly sensing the powerful flame energy from the Flame Core. The Flame Core ignited under the influence of the Ash Gem. Sumu stood by, carefully observing the changes in the Ash Gem. This time, the Flame Core burned for several dozen seconds before the flames slowly dissipated. This gem has a temperature now? Sumu picked up the Ash Gem and quickly noticed the difference. He had previously tried those ordinary flame cores, but at that time, the Ash Gem, scorched by the flames, felt completely cold. Now, this thing wasn't hot, but it definitely had a bit of warmth. Alright, as long as I use this batch of items, I don't believe I can activate you. With the Ash Gem showing changes, Sumu smiled slightly, feeling more confident. He picked up the drops from another 10 small monsters. His bag had quite a few more items, 2 of which were usable. Flame Boots, a grade plus 80 Spirit plus 50 Constitution trait, heat-resistant lava fire gloves, a grade plus 80 Intelligence plus 30 Constitution spell hit plus 1% compared to the sheepskin set. These 2 pieces of equipment had more attribute bonuses, especially the trait of the boots. Wearing them, he should be unharmed while standing in a pool of lava. I'll wait until the flame set is made before switching. However, for the 10% spell attack bonus from the 5-piece sheepskin set, Sumu temporarily decided not to change equipment. He had only obtained 1 blueprint for the Mage Flame set and needed a large number of second-tier magic crystals. Clearly, he wouldn't be able to farm them without running a few more dungeons. Sumu was already planning to leave, but just as he was about to go, he suddenly noticed a flame rune appearing in the spot where the Flamehound boss had just been guarding. What's this? Sumu raised an eyebrow and cautiously walked over. Using 100 magic cores, you can summon the Phantom of the Flame King. Note, the Flame King is extremely powerful, and can only be summoned once every 5 days. When he touched the flame rune, a prompt popped up. A hidden boss? Sumu fell into deep thought. The Phantom of the Flame King sounded like a very formidable boss, not to mention the warning that followed. The fire attribute items dropped by this guy would definitely be more powerful than that flame core. Originally, he had planned to collect a large number of flame cores to gradually activate the Ash Gem, but now it seemed that directly challenging this Phantom of the Flame King would yield greater rewards. That's it for today. I'll head back to the city to rest, and start grinding dungeons like crazy tomorrow. HF City. During this off-peak travel season, flight schedules had been significantly reduced, and there were very few people on the planes. After some flights arrived, some people disembarked, seemingly without any connection to each other, yet communicating through their headphones. Orders have come down from above. Everyone named Sumu must be investigated. And one more thing, everyone must be cautious. Soon, the same voice echoed in their headphones. It's just one Sumu. Do we really need to mobilize all of us for this? Isn't that a bit excessive? Yeah, I thought the mission was cancelled, and I could finally have time to level up. 2 complaining voices chimed in. You all need to be careful. Doug and his team were wiped out, which indicates that your opponents in HF City are not easy to deal with. The voice issued a warning. TCH, don't compare us to those useless people like Doug. A disdainful voice retorted, its tone icy. We will complete the task, but you better deliver what we want. Before the other side could respond, several people in the airport simultaneously took off their headphones. Their eyes all contained the same thing. Confidence. In the shops of Xiaoye City, Sumu was clearing out his inventory. Most of the second-tier equipment in the safe had been taken out by him. There were about 100 pieces of A-grade equipment. In terms of value, each of these pieces was worth at least 1,000 gold coins. Some high-attribute weapons could even sell for several thousand or even tens of thousands of gold coins. However, at the moment, no one could actually use these pieces. Decomposition successful. Obtained second-tier magic crystal. Sumu picked up a piece of lower attribute equipment and directly decomposed it. After decomposing several pieces, he took out some fire magic cores and began to refine fire essence. You have created a magic flame robe. Without skimping on magic cores and second-tier magic crystals, Sumu directly crafted a magic flame set. Continued decomposing. With plenty of second-tier equipment, Sumu decomposed without hesitation. Soon, dozens of second-tier magic crystals filled his inventory. However, he did not continue refining fire essence. Summoning the shadow of the Flame King required 100 fire magic cores, and he needed to ensure he had enough cores first. After placing the other materials for crafting the magic flame set in his inventory, Sumu left the shop. It's time to advance. With 3 advancement certificates in hand, Sumu's first stop was the Mage Association. Advancement successful. After submitting the certificate, the pending advancement text behind the level bar changed to advancement value 0/100. Sumu, with a calm expression, headed to the Priest Association. Adventurer, may the holy light always guide your path. Bathed in the peaceful holy light, a sacred power enveloped Sumu. He looked at the priest mentor and said, I want to learn priest skills. As you wish. The career mentor smiled kindly. 2 skills then appeared before Sumu. Mental Light, C-grade. The healing amount gained has a healing effect of mental value x 100%. Holy Light Protection, C-grade, consumes 1000 mana points to apply a protection to the target, granting a 0/1 invincibility effect when receiving lethal damage. The blessing lasts for 10s, cooldown 30 minutes. The protection effect disappears after receiving lethal damage. The same person can only receive the blessing effect once within an hour. Divine Skill. Sumu didn't care much for the first skill, as healing wasn't his main job, but the description of the second skill genuinely surprised him. This skill essentially grants a chance to be immune to death. Even though this skill has significant limitations, it still cannot hide its power. Learned, maxed out. Sumu decisively maxed out these 2 skills. Mental Light, S-grade. The healing amount gained has a healing effect of mental value x 500%. Holy Light Protection, S-rank, consumes 2000 mana points to apply a protection on the target, granting 1 second of invincibility when receiving lethal damage, with a blessing duration of 10 seconds and a cooldown of 20 minutes. The blessing effect disappears after receiving lethal damage, and the same person can only receive the blessing effect once within an hour. With his current high spirit value, the amount of health restored by a single heal can be described as exaggerated. As long as the opponent can't take him down in an instant, his health can be fully restored in no time. And the Holy Light Blessing skill, once used, can definitely turn the tide. But with my strength, it's probably going to be hard to use this skill. Sumu chuckled and headed towards the Archer Association. It was getting late, and after leveling up, he had learned 2 new skills, so he was about to log off. Arriving at the hall of the Archer Association, an experienced hunter gave Sumu some guidance. Soon, the 2 new skills for archers appeared before his eyes. Hunter's Focus, C-rank. Each of your attacks has a 5% chance to deal an additional damage equal to agility x 100%, not affected by physical defense reduction. Pet Taming. Profession, you can tame a wild beast as your pet. After use, you can summon/disband the summon, and the pet cannot be summoned again after death. Seeing these 2 skills, Sumu's face lit up with joy. The first passive skill can trigger the clone, which can greatly enhance the clone's output. The second skill is very straightforward. It doesn't require leveling up, just marked as a professional skill. This indicates that only archers can tame pets. Sumu recalled the archer NPC he encountered in the Wind and Sand Plains, who had a falcon pet for scouting. I need to summon a powerful pet, like taming a dragon or something. This pet can be a mount, right? This skill stirred Sumu's thoughts. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight? I'll think about that later. I'm a bit tired today, time to log off. Su Xiao, everything is arranged. When do we act? Su Shiji sat on the sofa, video calling someone. After hearing the person's words, he stroked his chin with his right hand, deep in thought. The person on the other end of the video did not rush him, patiently waiting. After more than 10 minutes, Su Shiji seemed to have made up his mind. Let's act tomorrow at noon. Remember, those people must not alert the enemy. If the installation fails, don't force it. We must not let anyone catch on. He was very cautious, emphasizing repeatedly. Don't worry, I know what to do. The person on the other end assured him. Hearing this, Su Shiji nodded in satisfaction and continued. You'll be in charge of those 2nd and 3rd tier cities. Keep a close watch. As long as you find that Sumu, what I have, you won't miss out on either. Thank you, Su Xiao. The person on the other end of the video showed an excited smile. For both of them, finding Sumu and obtaining the leveling secrets of Su Fashion was filled with immense temptation. On the quiet street, Sumu was taking a walk. He walked slowly. With his current attributes, even a slight display would make him seem like a Superman in the eyes of others. Even most modern technological weapons would probably be helpless against him. Not just him, others in this world were also undergoing subtle changes, though the process was relatively slow. "Hey buddy, want some skewers?" As he walked, a voice called out to him. Turning his head, he saw a quiet barbecue stall. There were only a few scattered customers at the stall. The speaker was a chubby middle-aged man, who was smiling broadly at the moment. "Then let's grill some." Sumu thought for a moment and walked over. "It had been a long time since I had barbecue. Buddy, just so you know, the price of this skewer has gone up." The owner smiled as he brought over a menu when he saw Sumu sit down. Sumu nodded slightly and began to look at the menu. "So expensive?" It was shocking to see the prices. Ordinary meats were basically priced at over $100 per skewer, and even the cheaper vegetables cost dozens. A meal of barbecue would easily cost over $1,000. In such an ordinary third-tier city, these prices were simply outrageous. "There's no way around it. This is the market now. Everyone has gone to play games," the owner added, noticing Sumu's expression. "Then grill me a few meat skewers and throw in some vegetables." For Sumu, who was wealthy, affording a barbecue meal was still within reach. After all, even in the game Shinto, a meal would cost several gold coins. These days, it's tough to do business. Everyone has gone into the games. "I heard that if you eat and drink in that game, you don't need to eat in reality anymore." "I don't know if that's true." The owner chatted with Sumu while grilling the skewers. "Who knows?" Sumu replied ambiguously, more aware than anyone else. "Anyway, I'm not dreaming of becoming a god anymore. People have to survive. Relying on that game is just too hard. I earn more now than I do killing monsters all day." The owner was clearly a chatterbox, rambling on with Sumu. Out of politeness, Sumu responded symbolically while pondering internally. People like the barbecue stall owner were not uncommon. In fact, they could be said to be the majority. Even if one could really live in the world of Shinto, how many people could maintain the gold coins needed? Yet the impact of the Shinto game was still enormous. No one could say what this world would become in the future. "Your skewers are ready." The grilled skewers smelled delicious, and Sumu began to eat heartily. Compared to the food in the Shinto game, these skewers had more flavor. "Check, please." After paying, Sumu walked back to his house. A gentle breeze blew through the street, carrying a hint of chill. Some pedestrians on the road huddled up. Sumu felt no pressure, letting the wild wind rage. After returning home, he took a shower, scrolled through his phone for a while, and began to rest. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high. The moonlight deepened, and the night enveloped the earth. Time passed, and the sky began to lighten with dawn. Achoo! Sumu stretched lazily and got out of bed. A good night's sleep kept him full of energy. Today's goal is to farm dungeons for materials, make the demon flame set, and then fight the shadow of the Flame King. With a fresh new day, Sumu was full of motivation. Ding dong! Just as he was about to enter the game, the doorbell rang. Sumu frowned immediately. It had been a long time since he had interacted with anyone. Who could be at the door? Magical perspective. With a blink, an image of the outside appeared in Sumu's eyes. It was a person in work clothes, carrying a tool bag. "Is anyone home?" "Circuit inspection," a voice called from outside. "Circuit inspection?" Sumu's expression darkened. In his magical perspective, the person outside had a faint red aura around him. This indicated that he held hostility towards Sumu. Would someone truly here for a circuit inspection have hostility? Let's see what this guy is up to. Sumu walked to the door and opened it. "What do you want?" he asked, putting on a normal expression. "It's like this. The circuit in the community is being inspected, and we need to check the circuit situation in every household. Please cooperate," the person outside said with a smile, very polite. "Come in." Sumu nodded and let the person into the room. "I'll be quick." As soon as the person entered, he walked over to a socket and took out his tools to get to work. While operating, he struck up a conversation with Sumu. "Hey buddy, what's your name?" "My name is Sumu." Sumu replied with a slight smile. "Sumu?" The man showed a surprised expression upon hearing this. "You can't be that Suefation, right?" Sumu smiled even more and replied, "How could Suefation be living in such a rundown community like this? It's just a coincidence of the same name." Upon hearing this, the man also showed an expression of agreement. "That makes sense." After a flurry of activity, the man put the socket back in place, stood up, and said to Sumu, "I've checked. Your electrical circuit is fine, so I'll be leaving now. Thanks for your hard work. I won't see you off." Sumu replied as well. The man quickly tidied up his tools and left the room. Sumu closed the door, his gaze lingering on the man's back. Others might not notice, but he could see it clearly. That guy had just installed a miniature probe in the socket. With the position of that probe, it should cover the entire hall. In other words, the other party wanted to monitor his actions. Did this guy discover me? Combining what he had just said, Sumu narrowed his eyes, a surge of killing intent rising within him. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, Sumu walked to the bathroom. Phantom clone. As the skill activated, a person identical to Sumu appeared in the bathroom. In the next second, Sumu's main body disappeared and reappeared on the rooftop of a nearby building. Eagle Eye. Activating his vision skill, he firmly grasped the movements of the maintenance worker. Meanwhile, he controlled the clone to walk into the hall and lie down on the sofa. From that surveillance angle, it looked like a disheveled young man taking a nap. Sumu paid no attention to what was happening at home, focusing entirely on the maintenance worker. Blink. With dual perspectives and blinking, Sumu closely followed the man to a location. It was a hotel. In this small third-tier city, it could definitely be considered the most upscale. The maintenance worker took the elevator directly to the top floor's luxury suite. Sumu observed the situation in that room through his magical perspective and directly blinked inside. There were two people inside, chatting in the living room of the suite. "Did you finish that quickly?" A voice rang out. That guy had no defenses at all. Whatever I said went. "I doubt he's the person we're looking for." The other voice followed, which was the maintenance worker's. "I don't think so either." The other voice laughed. "As soon as you left, that guy just lay down on the sofa and fell asleep. If he were really that efficient, he'd probably be gaming all day. Who says otherwise? But the task given by young Master Su, we have to keep an eye on." The maintenance worker's voice was also filled with helplessness. Young Master Su? Sumu, hiding in the bedroom, heard their conversation clearly. Su Shiji? It was easy to guess who was most likely that young Master Su. Is that guy casting a wide net? Sumu quickly understood Su Shiji's purpose in installing surveillance at his home. There were too many people with the same name as him, and Su Shiji couldn't be sure who the Suafation was. Surveillance was undoubtedly a good method. His current identity had not been exposed. If I take out these two guys, Su Shiji will probably guess my identity. With a thought, Sumu left the hotel. He retracted his murderous intent and let the two people in the hotel go. They were merely small fry. The real target was Su Shiji. "Since you want to find me, I'll deliver myself to you." With a piercing gaze, Sumu's tolerance for Su Shiji had reached its limit. The headquarters of Da Heng Group was in Huadu. It would take 5 hours by high-speed train to get from his location to Huadu. That was simply too long. Sumu set his sights on a plane. His third-tier city had an airport, and there happened to be flights to Huadu. Without hesitation, he avoided all surveillance and headed to the airport. Compared to trains, there were more hiding spots on planes. Using a magical perspective to scan the entire aircraft, Sumu made his way directly to the rear of the cabin. The plane still has to wait a while before takeoff. It will take at least 3 to 4 hours to reach Huadu. While waiting for the plane to take off, Sumu shifted his consciousness to his clone. There was one thing he was quite worried about. If he was too far from the clone, would it suddenly disappear? To be safe, Sumu prepared to control the clone to return to the bedroom. The surveillance could only see the situation in the hall and not his bedroom. Time passed slowly, and the plane began to take off. When it reached an altitude of 10,000 meters, Sumu's attention remained on the clone. The distance grew, but the clone showed no signs of disappearing. It seemed that as long as his consciousness stayed with the clone, it wouldn't vanish no matter where he went. If I enter a game, will the clone still be there? The time on the plane was quite boring, and a thought suddenly popped into Sumu's mind. If he entered the Divine Path game, could he still maintain contact with the clone in reality? Would he be able to use a clone in the Divine Path game? As soon as this thought emerged, he felt an impulse to try it out. Forget it, I still need to keep a low profile. But to disguise his identity, Sumu suppressed this thought. It would be the same if he tried later. The plane was getting closer to Huadu Airport, and Sumu controlled the clone to get up from the sofa, rubbing its eyes as it walked into the bedroom. From the perspective of the surveillance, everything looked normal. After the clone entered the bedroom, Sumu didn't pay it any more mind. Avoiding all surveillance to reach Su Shiji's location in Huadu was not an easy task. He had to stay focused. Of course, Sumu could wait until nightfall to act. With the skill of shadow escape, he could silently go anywhere at night. But he didn't wait. Dealing with Su Shiji was a minor matter. Running dungeons was the main event. On the other side, the two people in the hotel watched the surveillance footage and began to complain. This guy can really sleep, huh? He sleeps on the sofa and then goes to the room to sleep? Forget it. I won't watch anymore. You keep an eye on it. Who knows when he'll come out? They stopped watching the surveillance and started playing on their phones. Ding, ding, ding. After a while, one person's phone rang. He quickly switched to speaker mode. How's the surveillance on your end? A rough voice came through. Don't mention it, this guy is just a shut-in. not at all like that, Su Fazhen, the technician replied. The person on the other end was not surprised by this result and casually instructed, keep an eye on him for 2 days. If he's not the one, then you can change your target. Got it, the two answered in unison. They had no idea that the person under surveillance had already arrived 1,000 miles away in Huadu. This should be the place, right? Under a tall building, Sumu, wearing a black baseball cap that shaded his eyes, thought to himself. But from a magical perspective, everything in the building was clearly captured. In the vast building, there weren't many people. Is Su Shiji not here? Sumu scanned the entire building but did not find Su Shiji's whereabouts. I actually forgot about that, he pouted and realized. At this time, Su Shiji should be leveling up in the game. In that case, we'll just have to wait until tonight to act. Sumu was not in a hurry. He walked to a secluded spot and used Blink to enter the building. This was a storage room, where even on normal days, there wouldn't be many people. What should I do now? With Su Shiji absent, Sumu was at a loss. Previously, he could have directly entered the Divine Path game and dealt with Su Shiji later in the evening without wasting any time. But now, at home 1,000 miles away, his avatar was still being monitored. Sumu's only concern was that after he entered the game, his avatar might disappear. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to return in a short time, and if he didn't appear on camera for too long, it could raise suspicions. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. After all, as long as I take care of Su Shiji, I can greatly reduce the chances of me being suspected. After careful consideration, Sumu made a plan. He couldn't just waste time in this place. After shifting his consciousness to his avatar, Sumu controlled it to walk into the hall. Under surveillance, he made the avatar change clothes, brush his teeth, wash his face, and then opened the door to the room and walked out. Before long, the avatar returned with some food, made a bowl of instant noodles, and after eating in the hall, stretched a bit. To outsiders, this behavior looked like a person who had just woken up, satisfied and ready to start gaming. Then, the avatar returned to the bedroom. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, Sumu summoned the Divine Path Crystal. Enter the game. As he immersed his consciousness into the crystal, Sumu also maintained the consciousness left on the avatar. A flash of light surrounded his main body, and he entered the Divine Path game. Not gone? Upon entering the game, Sumu was surprised to find that he still maintained contact with the avatar. Although this connection had become extremely weak, he could clearly know that the avatar was still in the bedroom. I can't control the avatar anymore. However, under some kind of barrier, even though the avatar was still there, Sumu could not control its every move. He looked at the skill bar. The phantom avatar was in an active state. Now my plan can be perfectly executed. Sumu smiled. As long as he didn't cancel the summoning, the avatar would remain in the bedroom. Even if he couldn't control it in the game, he just needed to exit the game. Let's run a dungeon. He temporarily set aside matters in the real world. He headed towards the dark cave. After reaching the depths of the dark cave, Sumu ignored the elite monsters and went straight to the dungeon entrance. Do you want to open the lava cave? Yes. A scorching wind rushed towards him, and Sumu did not hesitate, pressing 2 skills at once. Mana Shield, Energy Awakening. After more than 10 seconds, he activated another skill. Swiftness. With his movement speed enhanced, Sumu smiled slightly and ran forward. Several fire mages quickly noticed his presence and launched fireball attacks. Sumu ignored them, using Blink to instantly appear next to the next batch of monsters. Frost Spell. A wave of frost surged around him, freezing more than 10 fire mages in place. Sumu glanced back. The outermost fire mages had also chased after him. He was not in a hurry to attack. After mastering the terrain of the entire dungeon, it was certainly the easiest to clear it all at once. Blink. Arriving at the magma pool area, Sumu directly faced the burning damage and pressed forward. Frost Spell. His method of pulling monsters was quite simple. As he approached those flame demons, he directly used the Frost Spell, attracting their hatred while also freezing all these ranged monsters in place. After all, they were all ranged monsters, and with their attack range not low, once hundreds of flame demons attacked together, Sumu still felt the pressure of pulling monsters. Should I clear the boss in one go too? Pulling a large group of monsters behind him, Sumu arrived at the innermost rocky cave. There stood 11 fiery 2-headed hounds. The flame demons behind him had not caught up yet, which made Sumu's mind active. Forget it, that guy has a silence skill, can't take the risk. After careful consideration, Sumu dismissed the idea. If the flame demons were melee monsters, even if he was silenced by the boss, he would have absolute confidence to clear it together with the boss. Ranged monsters were a different story. Let's start clearing. Sumu's attention turned to the approaching flame demons. Froststorm paved the way, and Crowstorm filled in the damage. Under the damage of these 2 large area AoE skills, the flame demons walked the path to death. One by one, they fell in the path of the area damage. You killed a flame demon. You killed a flame demon. Gained 1 point of intelligence from divine light. Sumu looked at his attribute panel. The advancement value from high-level elite monsters was very high, and the advancement value kept rising. After killing 100 flame demons, the progress bar also reached 100%. Congratulations, you have advanced and gained a total of 40 points in all attributes. With the pop-up of an upgrade, Sumu's level bar instantly changed from 2nd tier to 3rd tier. At the same time, his attributes received a significant boost. Each time he advanced, the attribute bonus was based on his base attributes, and with the enhancement of the limit-breaking boost, all his 5 dimensions increased by 80 points. Player, Sumu Profession, Mage Level, Tier 3 Level 1, 0/30,000, Health, 9860 Mana, 62,000 Melee Physical Attack, 912 Spell Attack, 4896 Physical Defense, 1086 Spell Defense, 1850 Attributes, Strength 356, Constitution 356, plus 430, Agility 356, Spirit 1010, plus 540, Intelligence 1480, plus 560. It really feels good to look at. Looking at his panel, Sumu was all smiles. There was nothing more joyful than increasing attributes. You killed a flame demon. On the field, other flame demons were still rushing in, but none could escape the overlapping area of Froststorm and Crowstorm. For them, the front where Sumu stood was a no-go zone. Did I not trigger divine light? After all the flame demons fell, Sumu glanced at his intelligence value again. The number had not changed. Logically, the trigger probability for killing elite monsters couldn't be this low. Is it because I advanced to Tier 3? Sumu squinted, thinking of a possibility. As his level increased, the probability of divine light would gradually decrease. Of course, this was just his personal guess. First, let's pick up the loot. With the ground covered in flame demon corpses, Sumu began to collect the drops. You obtained a flame demon core. You obtained a blueprint, fiery gloves. You obtained iron wall gauntlets. The drops were still abundant, with over 200 flame demons yielding more than a dozen pieces of 2nd tier equipment, and the blueprint for the mage flame set also dropped the gloves. With this, 100 flame demon cores are enough. Sumu looked at the magic cores placed in the first slot of his inventory. The number displayed was 115. He was now able to summon the Phantom of the Flame King. It's your turn. To summon the Flame King, he still needed to deal with the boss guarding that area. In a state of energy awakening, Sumu's gaze locked directly onto the Flamehound. Holy Light Strike. Thunderbolt. Minus 51,850 minus 46,960. The two skills were unleashed in succession, and two extremely exaggerated numbers appeared above the Flamehound boss's head. This was without triggering any spell critical hits or mana surges. Frost Storm. Raven Storm. Sumu unleashed two AoE skills together. This combo was executed seamlessly, taking less than 10 seconds in total. After one Ravenstorm ended, Sumu followed up with another. By the time the boss and its minions reached Sumu's side, their health was already nearly depleted. Freeze. Sumu finished with a freezing spell, dealing damage while also applying control. You have killed the flame two-headed hound boss. You gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. The kill notification appeared. Only the boss's death triggered the radiance of the mage, and this boss did not grant Sumu any experience. So, the 3rd tier is a significant change. Sumu murmured softly. He wasn't concerned about the experience issue and instead looked at the mage's staff in his hand. The growth value was 0. This staff reached the 3rd tier before him, but after he had killed a large number of 2nd tier monsters, the staff had not gained even a bit of growth value, which made Sumu aware of the situation. You have obtained the Flame Core. You have obtained the Warrior Advancement Proof. You have obtained the Blueprint, Mage Flame Hat. You have obtained the Assassin Advancement Proof. After picking up the drops, everything Sumu needed had appeared. With the materials in his bag, if he didn't summon the Flame King, he could directly craft the Mage Flame set. And with the 2 advancement proofs, all 5 major classes could complete their advancements. He could now return to Howling Moon City and wait for the dungeon to refresh. Current dungeon refreshes in 5 hours. However, after glancing at the dungeon's refresh time, Sumu frowned. 5 hours was quite a long refresh time. Now that he had reached the 3rd tier, even this highest level dungeon could not provide experience, let alone other places. He could either go gather herbs or mine a bit, otherwise, there really wasn't much to do. Since it's the Phantom of the Flame King, that guy's fire resistance must be very high. Sumu stroked his chin, deep in thought. He wanted to wait until he had completed the Mage Flame set and replaced the Sheepskin set before dealing with the Flame King Phantom. After all, the attribute boost from 2nd tier equipment was much higher than that of a 1st tier set. Without knowing the opponent's strength, He needed to present his strongest form to ensure everything went smoothly. To fight or not to fight? Sumu looked at the runes, his expression conflicted. Forget it, there's nothing to wait for, let's just go for it. After careful consideration, his gaze became resolute. The attributes of the sheepskin set were a bit low, but the 10% spell attack bonus was enough. Taking out 100 flame demon cores, Sumu walked to the location of the runes. Do you wish to summon the phantom of the Flame King? Note, the Flame King is extremely powerful, please proceed with caution. Looking at the prompt before him, Sumu decisively chose to confirm. The runes on the stone wall suddenly lit up. The 100 flame magic cores also ignited. After several dozen seconds, a massive phantom emerged from the flames. Who is it that has awakened me? A voice followed. At the same time, an option popped up in front of Sumu. The Phantom of the Flame King has been summoned for the first time. Player triggers hidden quest. Servant of the Flame King, accept the Flame King's gift, bear his mark, and gain powerful flame power. Flame power? The appearance of the hidden quest made Sumu frown. After experiencing the incident with the evil god, he had no good feelings towards so-called servants, especially the words bear the mark. It certainly didn't sound like a good thing. With that ash gem, what do I need flame power for? Sumu quickly made his choice. At that moment, the phantom's voice rang out again. Human, did you summon me? Sumu did not answer, silently watching the phantom, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Thunderbolt! A bolt of lightning fell from the sky, striking the phantom. Miss! No damage? Sumu was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized, this phantom should not have fully formed yet. In response to this sudden strike, the phantom seemed momentarily stunned. Human, you dare to strike at me? It questioned Sumu. Stop the nonsense, I won't ally with you, just attack already. Sumu shrugged, responding very bluntly. This statement left the phantom, which had intended to speak, suddenly silent. Its pair of ethereal eyes stared intently at Sumu, carrying an indescribable meaning. If you ally with me, you will become my spokesperson. When I step into this world, you will become my servant, and that will be your supreme honor. The phantom's voice was lofty, carrying an air that could not be refused. Chop! In response, another bolt of lightning struck. Miss! Still no damage dealt. Are you done with your nonsense? Hurry up and fight. Sumu remained impatient. You insignificant ant. The phantom was clearly enraged by Sumu's words. It let out a furious roar. Feel the wrath of the flames. The next second, the phantom began to change, slowly becoming clearer. After more than 10 seconds, Sumu saw its attributes. Phantom of the Flame King, Special Boss, Health, 300,000/300,000 Magic Attack, 4,000 Physical Defense, 4,000 Magic Defense, 4,000 Magic Resistance, 50% Flame Resistance, 80% Skills, Flame Fire, Flame Explosion, Hellfire. See, impressive. Even having seen many bosses, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the phantom's attributes. This guy's attributes probably surpassed those of some low-level third-tier bosses. Even if there were 50 elite players here, facing this boss would only lead to death. Unless all 50 players were equipped with a full set of second-tier gear and at least one S-level output skill, they would have no chance of fighting back. Ant, witness my power. The phantom still maintained its lofty demeanor. As its voice echoed, a flame shot towards Sumu. Minus 2,767. A damage number popped up above Sumu's head. Not bad, a skill dealing 8,000 points of damage. Sumu calculated that this burst of flame had a base damage of about 8,000 points. For any warrior at this stage, they would likely be instantly killed. But for him, this hit was nothing. Holy Light Strike. Sumu countered with a skill, indicating his response. Minus 24,825. The phantom has 50% spell resistance, and Sumu's strongest strike only dealt over 20,000 points of damage. Compared to the boss's damage, he seemed more like that boss. You damned guy. This strike made the phantom roar in anger again. The boss's address for Sumu had changed from ant to guy. I'll give you one more chance, join me, and you will gain unparalleled power. The phantom extended an olive branch to Sumu once more. Thunderbolt. The sound of thunder echoed, and lightning descended. Minus 44,980. This time, another damage number appeared, exceeding the Holy Light Strike by 20,000. Critical hit. Sumu's expression brightened at the sight. If this could keep happening, before he took him down, this Flame King might not even be able to break his magical shield. You are seeking death. This strike made the phantom furious. Its illusory hands came together. A powerful flame energy began to gather. Seconds later, a massive fireball took shape in its hands. Clearly, the boss was planning to unleash a big move. Defensive stance. Sumu did not hesitate and activated his defensive skill. This skill could reduce 30% of spell damage and lasts for 30 seconds. Minus 3,197. A significant damage number popped up above Sumu's head. How is this possible? But upon seeing that number, the Phantom shouted in surprise. This was its highest single-target damage skill, aimed at instantly killing Sumu. Nothing is impossible. Thunderbolt. Sumu smiled faintly, standing firm in place. For the next 30 seconds, he was even a bit worried whether the boss could break his magical shield. White Mist Town. Su Shiji was leading a team to farm monsters. Young Master Jie, most of our people have been deployed and are eliminating targets. Among them, a few suspects look fine. One person spoke while farming monsters. They had seen Su Fazhen, but with his appearance adjusted, he looked quite different from reality, only vaguely recognizable in some facial features. As long as there was any resemblance, they were key targets for monitoring. Even if they look fine, keep an eye on them. That guy is not simple. He might have already discovered the surveillance is acting. Su Shiji smiled, seemingly unhurried. As he attacked, a first-tier monster fell. With the experience gained, Su Shiji looked satisfied. I just want to put pressure on that guy and make him jump out. You humble little bug, feel the wrath of the flames. In the depths of the lava cave, an angry roar echoed. The Phantom of the Flame King held a massive fireball, flying towards Sumu's head. Minus 3,197. It was still the same damage number as before. In the 30 seconds of defensive stance, Sumu was the tankiest player in the entire Divine Path. Thunderbolt. With ample shield value, Sumu leisurely cast his lightning attack. Under the powerful output, the health of the Flame Phantom was rapidly decreasing. Human, you are insulting me. The pressure of the health loss grew heavier, and the Flame King kept roaring. But no matter how furious he was, his strongest strike could only take away over 3,000 points of Sumu's health. At his frequency, he hadn't even taken down half of Sumu's shield value. TCH. Hearing the Phantom's words, Sumu scoffed. He didn't even regard that so-called evil god, let alone this Flame King who might not even be a god. This is the final strike. A strong killing intent surged in his eyes, and the light of lightning flickered continuously. Thunder. Lightning. Minus 44,980. Minus 13,494. The two damage numbers appeared simultaneously. The damage from this final strike totaled nearly 60,000. The Shadow's health was completely depleted with this blow. You have killed the Flame King's shadow. Gained 1 point of intelligence through the radiance of the mage. 2 notifications appeared, and Sumu raised an eyebrow. No experience? Given the power of the Flame King's shadow, it should have provided experience. Just as Sumu was puzzled, the shadow with nearly empty health did not disappear immediately. It resembled a flame, slowly extinguishing. Human, this is just a remnant of my consciousness, not even 1/10,000th of my strength. Even with just 1,000th of my power, crushing you would be as easy as squashing an ant. The shadow spoke again. You can still talk? Sumu was intrigued. When the day of my descent arrives, I will make you understand the consequences of opposing me. The shadow left behind this statement, its flames beginning to flicker until they dissipated. A burning crystal then fell to the ground. Sumu's expression brightened, and he quickly stepped forward to pick up the crystal. Heart of Flame, this is a crystal with extremely strong firepower, widely useful. Such a powerful boss, and it only dropped this one item? Sumu was surprised that, aside from this crystal, the shadow dropped nothing else. He was at a loss for words. Holding the Heart of Flame in his hand, he attempted to grant the mage's staff a new attribute. Would you like to grant an attribute? Attribute, fire damage increased by 30%. So powerful? Seeing that attribute, Sumu's eyes widened. A 30% increase was definitely an exaggerated number. This was enough to demonstrate the strength of this crystal. I'm a bit reluctant. Sumu's expression became conflicted. He had quite a few fire skills, and if he granted this attribute, the damage output of his fire skills would increase significantly. But if he fed this item to the Ash Gem, whether it could be activated was still uncertain. What should he choose? Player Sumu has achieved the stage goal. The Shinta game will launch the first nationwide event. Player Sumu has achieved the stage goal. The Shinta game will launch the first nationwide event. Just as Sumu was in a dilemma, a scrolling announcement appeared. This announcement was very eye-catching, and any player in the Shinto game would be drawn to it immediately. At the same time, every player in the game also received a prompt. Would you like to participate in this event? Note, no penalties for death during the event, and the rewards are abundant. After carefully reading the prompt, everyone's choice was unanimous. Accept. No penalties and abundant rewards meant it was a sure win. The discussions in the chat channel were continuous. Su the Mage is too awesome. I don't know what stage he completed, he's so fierce. I'm curious about this event, since it was initiated by Su the Mage. Can we participate? Yeah, I'm only level 3 right now. Will I get killed instantly if I join this event? That's unlikely. After all, it's a nationwide event. They have to give us some chance. Do you think Su the Mage, who started the event, knows the specific details? Su the Mage, come and tell us. Thankfully, the Shinda chat didn't have an it function, otherwise everyone would be at ing Sumu right now. However, they were clearly mistaken. At this moment, the same prompt appeared before Sumu as it did for everyone else. Would you like to participate in this event? Yes. Sumu's choice was the same as everyone else's. What kind of event will it be? He squinted, equally curious about the content of this event. If it was to achieve a phased goal, it was clearly because he had killed the phantom of the Flame King. Could it be that this event is related to the Flame King? Sumu began to analyze. If this event was indeed related to the phantom of the Flame King, that would be a good thing. At the very least, he could obtain more fire attribute items. Let's activate the Ash Gem first. With that thought, Sumu took out the Ash Gem. He placed the Heart of Flame and the Ash Gem on the ground, standing by patiently waiting. Guided by the Ash Gem, the Heart of Flame quickly ignited. The flames enveloped the Ash Gem, and unlike the previous times, this flame was clearly more brilliant. It was under this intense firelight that a glow appeared on the Ash Gem. Unlike the previous flickering light, the glow on the Ash Gem this time brightened from dim to radiant. Is it about to activate? This change made Sumu fix his gaze, his heart filled with joy. Was he about to change classes to a hidden profession? Sumu couldn't help but feel excited. Under his watch, the glow on the Ash Gem became even more dazzling. Suddenly, a burst of flames erupted from the gem. Immediately, a scene unfolded before Sumu's eyes. It was a world consumed by flames. In this world, everything was shrouded in fire, turned to ashes. Sumu seemed to see some people. These people stood amidst the flames, waving their staffs. The apocalyptic flames were indeed stirred up by these individuals. Soon, the image flashed by. The flames on the Ash Gem dissipated in the blink of an eye. But the scene he had just witnessed lingered in Sumu's mind for a long time. Is this the Ash Mage? Possessing the power to burn everything to ashes? He murmured, captivated by that powerful flame. Such a profession is indeed not so easy. Sumu sighed and picked up the Ash Gem from the ground. Compared to before, the temperature of this stone had increased, but it was still not in a fully activated state. Sumu was not discouraged. For now, even without changing to this hidden profession, his strength was already formidable enough. If something of the level of the Heart of Flame couldn't activate you, then there's no need to waste those flame magic cores. Let's make some equipment first. After organizing his pack, Sumu had no plans to continue feeding the Ash Gem with flame magic cores for the time being. He could either wait another 5 days for the phantom of the Flame King to be summoned again and kill him once more, or head directly to the royal capital, Daylight City. Outside that royal capital, there would surely be higher-level fire dungeons. Return to Howling Moon City, organize things, and then wait for the dungeon to refresh to run it again. Sumu left the dungeon and headed back to Howling Moon City. He wasn't in a rush like when he came. He walked leisurely. There really wasn't much to do next. Let's gather some herbs and mine a bit. Sumu began to collect herbs in the dark cave. You have obtained dark moss. You have obtained magic crystal ore. With plenty of time, Sumu activated his master-level skills and used shadow stealth to traverse every corner of the cave. He packed away every herb he found, regardless of whether it was useful or not. After clearing out the dark cave, Sumu ran out of the Wailing Marsh. While killing those swamp snakes to collect materials, he also gathered the unique herbs from this area. After filling his 200 slots of inventory, over 3 hours had passed. Sumu returned to Howling Moon City. After making the corresponding potions from the herbs in his hand, he continued to break down the second-tier equipment and then crafted some blueprint equipment. After turning most of the herbs and materials into potions and equipment, he looked at the shelves filled with medicines and gear, nodding in satisfaction. I hope this event can help other players level up quickly, so my shop can finally open. These items were basically useless to Sumu, so he was counting on selling them. Closing the shop door, he took his professional certification and headed to the Warrior Association. As a warrior, you must forge ahead, adventurer. I hope you never back down. The words of the warrior mentor were quite encouraging. After successfully advancing, Sumu also learned 2 additional warrior skills, raising them to S rank. Berserker's Roar, S rank let out a roar that intimidates enemies, causing a 5-second fear effect. The target falls into a state of fear, cooldown time 1 minute. Warrior Stance, S rank upon activation, enter an offensive stance, increasing physical damage dealt by 50% but taking 30% more damage. Activation or deactivation interval is 10 seconds. These 2 skills were quite decent. Sumu was particularly optimistic about the Berserker's Roar, as it could be considered a control skill. Then came the assassin class. After arriving at the Assassin Association, Sumu completed his advancement and raised 2 assassin skills to S rank. Throat Slit. S rank, perform a throat slit on the enemy, dealing physical damage x 1000%. Damage can only be dealt if the attack hits the throat. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Frenzied Dance. S rank, upon activation, your attacks will deal splash damage of physical attack x 200% to all enemies within 10 meters for 30 seconds. Cooldown time 3 minutes. Not bad. 1 high damage skill and 1 melee AoE skill. Overall it was quite good. Moreover, his warrior skills and assassin skills could be used in combination. If my physical attack were a bit higher, I could try some melee group farming. Sumu's playful spirit was ignited. Looking at the time, the lava cave dungeon was about to reset. No rush to grind the dungeon, there's still one more thing to do. Sumu did not head towards the cave but stood still and logged out of the game. The surrounding scene flickered, and he returned to that storage room. With a thought, Sumu connected his consciousness with his avatar. Soon, the connection was re-established. Under Sumu's control, the avatar walked towards the outer hall. This was naturally captured by the external surveillance. Sumu controlled the avatar, leisurely starting to cook. No matter how you looked at it, this seemed like an ordinary person who had just finished a game and was preparing to eat and rest. With his powerful mental strength, Sumu was multitasking, while his main body activated the magical perspective. He continued to scan the entire building. Before long, a familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Found you! Su Shiji was clearly a very flamboyant person. Coupled with the reputation of the Daheng group, he often made headlines. It wasn't hard to recognize this guy. Is this guy going home? In the magical perspective, Sumu saw Su Shiji taking the elevator down to the basement, accompanied by 2 subordinates. Hold off for now. Sumu thought for a moment and decided not to act in this place. It was already evening, and more people were in the building. If he forced an attack, it would definitely cause quite a stir. It's getting dark. As night was about to fall, Sumu's gaze turned cold. Daheng Group parking lot. Young Master Su, that Sumu is making waves again. Next to Su Shiji stood a tall and burly man, seemingly his bodyguard. Don't be anxious, once we find him, the spotlight will be ours. Su Shiji smiled faintly, his eyes seemingly dreaming of a beautiful future. Exactly, that Sumu can be tough in the game, but here, Su Xiao is the one in charge. Another person, who looked relatively weak, gave Su Shiji a thumbs up. You need to tone it down a bit. Su Shiji clearly enjoyed the flattery, his face beaming with a smile. Su Xiao, I'm just speaking the truth. In my opinion, that Sumu has just found a bug in the game. He is definitely a loser in reality. He isn't even worthy of shining your shoes. The little brother continued to flatter him. Ha, ha, ha. This made Su Shiji unable to hold back his laughter. The 3 quickly arrived at a car. It was a luxurious business vehicle, with a small golden figure on the front. The little brother hurried to the back seat and opened the door for Su Shiji. Su Shiji strode in confidently and lay down in the back seat. The little brother closed the door, went to the driver's seat, while the bodyguard sat in the passenger seat. Su Xiao, are we going straight back today, or are we going to eat? After starting the engine, the little brother asked. I'm not very hungry, let's go back first. Later, I want them to report to me. It would be best to find that Sumu before the event starts. Su Shiji rubbed his eyes and lay back in the rear seat. Playing the game for a long time was exhausting, and his face looked quite tired. On the way, the little brother drove steadily, taking Su Shiji to his residence. It was a very upscale community. Come pick me up at 9 tomorrow, you 2 can go back now. After getting out of the car, Su Shiji said to the little brother and the bodyguard. The 2 nodded and drove away. Su Shiji walked alone into the elevator, pressed the button for his floor, and arrived at a luxurious flat. He took off his clothes and walked to the wine cabinet in the kitchen. Inside were various red wines. Su Shiji picked one, skillfully opened it, and poured it into a glass. Sitting on the luxurious and comfortable leather sofa, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Su Xiao. A respectful voice came through once the call connected. Su Shiji took a sip of wine and said lightly, "How's the investigation going?" So far, there are a few that are quite suspicious. They didn't appear on the surveillance footage for long, and a few have left the house. The others show no abnormalities, not like the targets we are looking for. The person on the other end reported. Focus on those with significant suspicion. As for those without suspicion, keep an eye on them for another day, and change all the targets. Su Shiji shook the wine glass in his hand and said, "Understood." The other end immediately responded. With that, Su Shiji had no further instructions and hung up the phone. He sat on the sofa, leisurely enjoying the red wine in his hand. Hoo. At that moment, a gust of wind blew in. Su Shiji raised an eyebrow, shivering slightly. He impatiently put down the wineglass, stood up, and walked towards the window. Wasn't this window closed just now? Seeing the open window, he felt a bit puzzled. Hello? Just as he was about to close the door, a voice came from behind him. Who? Su Shiji widened his eyes in shock and quickly turned around, letting out a gasp. When he saw the person sitting on the sofa, his face was filled with surprise. How did you get in? If I want to come in, I just come in. The person on the sofa smiled and turned their gaze to the glass of red wine on the coffee table. What do you want? Su Shiji looked flustered, staring at the person, moving step by step in one direction. The person ignored him, picked up the bottle of red wine, and walked into the kitchen as if no one was around, casually grabbing a bowl. Then, the person poured the red wine into the bowl and took a sip. Put! The next moment, the red wine was spat all over the floor. Su Shiji watched the scene, his expression bewildered, even a bit dazed. I really can't appreciate the taste of you rich people. The person spoke again. Su Shiji stared at him, suddenly thinking of something, and blurted out, You are Sumu? Haven't you been looking for me all along, Su Xiao? Sumu said with a faint smile, putting down the bowl in his hand. For Su Shiji, there were many ways to quietly deal with him, but he didn't want him to die so easily. You really have guts, daring to come find me here. Su Shiji's flustered expression calmed down a lot as he moved his feet and spoke. Sumu watched his little movements, smiling without saying a word. From a magical perspective, Su Shiji's thoughts were clear to him. In a drawer beside him, there was a gun. Actually, I really admire you. I've always wanted to collaborate with you. How about we join forces? Su Shiji continued, trying to divert Sumu's attention, his peripheral vision always on that drawer. As long as he could get the thing inside, he wouldn't fear an unarmed Sumu. But just then, he heard a shocking statement. Su Xiao, let's be direct. Just take out what's in that drawer. I'll stand right here, I promise I won't dodge. What do you mean? Su Shiji instinctively blurted out. His mind was a bit slow to catch up. How did Sumu know there was something in the drawer? This is not scientific. But he quickly took action, hurriedly walking to the drawer and pulling out the gun inside. He cocked it and aimed it at Sumu, his gaze fierce. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? With the gun in hand, Su Shiji's confidence increased. Could a mere mortal withstand a bullet? But to Su Shiji's surprise, Sumu, who was being aimed at, showed no sign of fear on his face. It was as if he was holding a toy gun. Su Shiji couldn't help but weigh the gun in his hand. It was heavy, definitely real. To be honest, we don't need to be enemies. If you're willing to join forces with me, we will become the rulers of the future. He spoke again, his confidence diminishing significantly. Sumu listened to these words, still wearing that faint smile. It would actually be very simple to get rid of Su Shiji. The reason he hadn't acted yet was another reason. He wanted to withstand a bullet. Magic shield. He silently chanted, using this skill for the first time in reality. The next moment, a strange feeling surged in his heart. It was as if his body was wrapped in some kind of power. This power formed a barrier around his body, or rather, a protective layer. Hey, say something. Su Shiji saw Sumu standing still, frowning and urging him. Stop talking nonsense, Su Xiao, just shoot. Sumu finally looked at Su Shiji, saying something shocking. What did you say? Su Shiji widened his eyes, unable to believe what he heard. Anyone else would feel some fear when facing a gun, but he truly couldn't see any fear in Sumu. Do you really think I wouldn't dare? Su Shiji gripped the gun tightly, gritting his teeth and shouting. As a rich young master, although he had practiced shooting at several clubs, this was his first time aiming a gun at a person. Shooting undoubtedly required immense courage. You don't dare. Sumu also noticed Su Shiji's hesitation and smiled provocatively. You're looking for death. Su Shiji was clearly enraged, his eyes suddenly turning fierce. Bang! A gunshot shattered the night sky. Just when Su Shiji thought this shot could take down Sumu, an unforgettable scene unfolded before him. The bullet came to a complete stop right in front of Sumu's body. The bullet was still spinning, yet it could not break through the invisible barrier. How is this possible? Su Shiji let out a roar. Everything before him completely overturned his understanding. Sumu's disregard for the bullet could no longer be described by common sense. Bang! Bang! He pulled the trigger again. Several bullets came one after another, yet they all stopped in front of Sumu. Clang! Losing their momentum, the bullets fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. This can't be. Su Shiji's expression was filled with terror. He wanted to say something but found he couldn't move his mouth. Not just his mouth, his body was also immobile. An invisible force held him firmly in place. His eyes stared fixedly at Sumu, as if asking, "What on earth have you done?" Responding to him was Sumu's wicked smile. Then, right before Su Shiji's eyes, a ball of flame appeared in Sumu's hand. Su Shiji's expression grew even more terrified, his eyes darting around as he desperately tried to struggle. But faced with the powerful gravitational field, he could not escape at all. Thank you for helping me verify some things, Sumu's voice rang out. Su Shiji knew very well that the seemingly friendly tone was a death knell. Goodbye, young Master Su. In a Daihan Group office, a man who somewhat resembled Su Shiji but was much older wore a frown. He was Su Shiji's older brother, Su Shixiang, the heir of Daihan Group. The reason for his frown was also because of Su Shiji. Daihan Group had transferred all its assets into Shinto, and each brother held a portion of the financial power. Whoever achieved greater success in Shinto would become the next head of the Su family. Previously, he had been far ahead of Su Shiji, but who would have thought his younger brother would surpass him? With his position as head of the family at risk, Su Shixiang was naturally unwilling to accept it. Ring, ring, ring. At that moment, his phone rang. Su Shixiang looked at the caller ID and raised an eyebrow. He recognized the caller as one of Su Shiji's subordinates. But why would this guy suddenly call him? Su Shixiang impatiently answered the phone. Young master, it's bad. Second young master is in trouble. The next second, a hurried voice came through, sounding as if the caller was about to cry. Su Shixiang's expression changed, and he quickly asked, what happened? The second young master's house caught fire. Although the fire has been extinguished, the second young master. The voice on the other end still carried a sobbing tone. Before the caller could finish, Su Shixiang understood. His expression turned sorrowful. After all, Su Shiji was his own brother. However, seconds later, a smile appeared on his face again. What did Su Shiji's death mean? It meant there would be no one left to compete with him for the position of head of the Su family. Young master, the second young master's death is too suspicious. I suspect that Sumu did it. Just then, the voice on the other end rang out again. Are you sure? This question frightened Su Shixiang greatly. He was well aware of Su Shiji's loud search for Sumu. Hearing his subordinate say this, he couldn't help but shiver. If all of this was indeed the doing of that Sumu, would he become the next target? Su Shixiang looked around the office, a powerful sense of fear enveloping him. Moments later, he made a decision. Call back all those people looking for Sumu. This matter ends here. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Sumu strolled through the streets of Huadu, with the blazing firelight reflected behind him. A crowd of people rushed toward that direction, seemingly wanting to see what had happened. Compared to their hurried steps, Sumu walked slowly, appearing somewhat out of place. But he didn't care. The trouble with Su Shiji had been resolved. Even if someone suspected Sumu, it was impossible for them to lock the target onto him. After all, from any perspective, he was still the Sumu who had never left home. This matter is temporarily settled. Sumu headed toward the airport. To return to his small third-tier city, there was only one flight a day from Huadu. There were still more than 10 hours until that flight took off. He certainly couldn't just wait around here. Arriving at a secluded corner of the airport, Sumu controlled his avatar to enter the bedroom, then summoned the Shinto crystal. Immersing his consciousness, he entered the game. 5 hours passed, and the lava cave dungeon had refreshed. Under the cover of night, the entire Shinto world was shrouded in shadows. Sumu used the shadow escape skill and headed toward the lava cave. When he reached the depths of the dark cave, he spotted a large red dot. It was a shadow demon boss. Did this guy respawn? Sumu, in shadow escape state, observed the boss. The opponent had not detected his presence. Completely different from the previous one? Its attributes are also much lower? Sumu walked around the boss and saw its attributes, raising an eyebrow. Clearly, this guy was entirely different from the mutated shadow demon before. Ambush, Holy Light Strike, Thunderbolt, Kidney Strike. After observing for a while, Sumu decisively struck. In a flurry of uninterrupted combos, the shadow demon didn't even see what Sumu looked like before collapsing to the ground. Checking the drops, aside from a few second-tier equipment, one item surprised Sumu. Shadow Potion, Dark Mushroom X2, Magic Grass X2. Increases shadow damage by 10% for 10 minutes after use, cooldown of 30 minutes. Potions that can increase damage are generally hot commodities. Moreover, the first-tier Goatnan dungeon would also drop shadow damage skills. Once most people arrived at Howling Moon City, the market for this potion would definitely not be low. Dungeon Run. After learning the recipe, Sumu started the lava dungeon. His choice remained a one-wave strategy, pulling all the fire demons to the innermost part of the cave to farm together. This time, I'll bring the boss along. Unlike last time, Sumu had experience this time, and he was bold. Even if the boss had a silence skill, he planned to farm it together. Holy Light Shield. Instead of directly activating the mana shield, Sumu used a Holy Light Shield. When pulling monsters, it was inevitable to be hit by the fire demon's attacks. With this shield, it greatly increased his margin for error. Swift, Blink, Frostbolt. Sumu still used the old method to pull monsters, leading those fire demons in batches toward the innermost area. Occasionally, some nearby fireball struck him, all of which were negated by the holy light shield. Soon, Sumu reached the innermost area. "Come on," he whispered softly, a frost glinting in his eyes. The next second, a fierce blizzard swept up around him. Holy light strike. Thunderbolt. It's still the same combo. Sumu first unleashed a set of attacks on the boss, then centered himself to release a swarm of crows. With plenty of mana, he began to lay down a frost path towards the other side. On the other side, he used a gravity field to keep the boss and its minions immobilized. From a safe distance, the boss fell to the ground without casting any skills. Deep within the vast cave, the ground was littered with loot. You have obtained a flame magic core. You have obtained a blueprint, flame armor. Sumu continuously picked up items, filling his inventory to the brim. You have purified the flame essence. You have purified the flame essence. You have crafted a flame robe. You have crafted a flame hat. Finally completed the set. After crafting a full set of flame gear, Sumu replaced his prepared equipment with the sheepskin set. Flame robe, intelligence plus 100, spirit plus 100, final damage from fire attribute skills plus 5%, set effect, fire attribute skill mana cost reduced by 10%, damage increased by 10%, flame leggings, spirit plus 80, constitution plus 30, mana recovery speed plus 10%, flame hat, intelligence plus 80, spirit plus 30, spell hit rate plus 1%, flame boots, a grade plus 80 spirit, plus 50 constitution, trait, heat resistance, lava fire gloves, a grade plus 80 intelligence, plus 30 constitution, spell hit rate plus 1%. After equipping these 5 pieces of gear, Sumu's attributes received a significant boost once again. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, Tier 3, Level 1, 0/30,000, Health, 10160 mana, 69200 melee physical attack, 912 spell attack, 4776 physical defense, 1016 spell defense, 1930 attributes, Strength 356, Constitution 356, plus 460, Agility 356, Spirit 1010, plus 720, Intelligence 1481, plus 690. How much should I sell the sheepskin set for? Sumu looked at the 5 discarded sheepskin pieces. This set of equipment was definitely considered godly at this stage. If sold individually, each piece would fetch around 3 to 4,000 gold coins. But if he bundled all 5 pieces together, he could probably get someone to pay 50,000 gold coins. Can those guys even come up with that much money? Sumu glanced at his inventory. Monsters also dropped gold coins, though not in large amounts, but over time, his inventory had accumulated 300,000 coins. For an individual, this was an extremely exaggerated number, even an unimaginable one. But with the vast player base, this amount of gold coins was really nothing. As players leveled up, the levels of the monsters they killed also increased, and the amount of gold obtained grew exponentially. Since the game started, the price of gold coins had dropped to 1/10 of the initial value. Those who bought equipment first had gained greater profits due to their equipment advantages. Sumu was unaware of all this. He had never paid attention to the gold market, focusing solely on grinding and leveling up. Let's shout it out for sale. Sumu opened the chat channel. He posted the attributes of the sheepskin set. Selling Tier 1 set, highest bidder wins, no disturbances. Due to his special title, as soon as he spoke, he immediately attracted attention. What the hell? Tier 1 set? This equipment is a bit ridiculous. Oh my god, is this godly equipment? 10% spell attack bonus? You're selling this? As expected of Su God, he must have switched to an even better set. That's why he's selling this one. This set of equipment, I've spent 10,000 seconds on it. 10,000? I'll just double it, 20,000. Sushin, can you reveal some information about the new event? In the chat channel, various comments emerged endlessly. A simple sentence from Sumu stirred countless players. At the same time, his private messages exploded instantly. Just the price of tens of thousands had countless messages. It was clear that the value of this set of equipment had driven many players into a frenzy. Continue filtering messages, list the top 10 prices. Sumu continued to sift through the messages, and soon only 10 remained. Hello, I'm Li Xiao. We've traded before. I can offer 40,000 gold for this set of equipment. The first message seemed to be from an acquaintance. Li Xiao? Sumu rubbed his chin, having some impression of the name. After all, he was ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. Too low. Sumu ignored the subsequent messages and replied to Li Xiao. How much do you want to sell it for? Li Xiao replied instantly. One piece for 10,000, let's say 50,000. Sumu directly added 10,000. Li Xiao fell silent on the other end. Sumu was not in a hurry, patiently waiting. As the 3rd on the leaderboard, Li Xiao's financial power was not to be underestimated. Deal, but you'll have to wait a moment, I need to gather the gold. A few minutes later, Li Xiao replied. No problem. Sumu was also very straightforward. By the way, there's something I'd like to ask. After a while, Li Xiao sent another message. Sumu thought for a moment and understood what the other party wanted to ask. Regarding the event, I know nothing, just like you. I'm just the one who opened it. He sent a message in response first. Got it. Li Xiao was also very concise. While waiting for Li Xiao to gather the gold, Sumu took advantage of the night to use shadow escape to gather herbs in the dark cave. After dozens of minutes, Li Xiao directly sent over 50,000 gold. Rich and bold. With 50,000 gold in hand, Sumu was momentarily stunned. The other party really wasn't afraid of him defaulting. Sumu didn't hesitate and sent the leather armor to Li Xiao. By the way, you should have quite a few high-level potions, right? Can you sell me some? The price is negotiable. After the transaction was completed, Li Xiao inquired again. I have potions, but they're all in the warehouse. With a deal on the table, Sumu certainly wouldn't refuse. Then let's add each other as friends, and you can contact me later? Li Xiao took the opportunity to send a friend request. Sumu chose to accept and didn't continue to reply. Under the night, the state of shadow escape allowed him to comfortably gather resources. After finishing gathering in the dark cave, he ran to the Wailing Marsh to collect some more, effortlessly taking down the newly spawned marsh giant serpent boss there. Back in Howling Moon City, Sumu crafted some potions and then sent a private message to Li Xiao. He sent over the potions one by one, and in the end, Li Xiao spent 5,400 gold to buy quite a few bottles, totaling 200. Sumu set the price at 30 gold per bottle, giving Li Xiao a 10% discount. After finishing all this, Sumu logged out of the game. In the late night, the airport was very quiet. Sumu found a secluded corner and closed his eyes to rest. The sky soon brightened. The large airport slowly began to have planes landing and taking off. Sumu quickly found his flight and slipped into the cargo hold. Several hours later, he returned to his bedroom. Release summon. He released the summon of his clone and used magical vision to look at the probe hidden in the socket. Is it turned off? The red dot that was previously lit on the probe was no longer glowing. Clearly, this probe was in a shutdown state. Is it because of Su Shiji's death? Sumu quickly realized. With Su Shiji dead, his underlings clearly had no reason to continue the mission. Or rather, having eliminated suspicion, there was naturally no need for surveillance. Thinking of this, Sumu couldn't help but smile. This trip to Huadu had already achieved its purpose. Just then, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of him. The national event will officially start at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. All players who have confirmed their participation should enter the waiting area inside the crystal before 3 o'clock. Attention! Players who have not entered the waiting area inside the crystal by 3 o'clock will not be able to participate in this event. After the prompt appeared, Sumu's first reaction was surprise. This was not in the Shinto game. Yet this prompt had abruptly appeared in reality. Do I really have to wait inside the crystal? He summoned the Shinto crystal, murmuring as he pondered. His intuition told him that this event was probably not as simple as it seemed. 3 o'clock, huh? He glanced at the time. It was not far from 3. Sumu had originally planned to run through the lava cave dungeon again before heading directly to Daylight City. Now it seemed he would have to wait until after the event ended. He picked up his phone and scrolled through the trending news. Almost all of the hot topics were related to him. Something about Su Faishan being the initiator of the event, and he should already know the specifics. There was also talk that this national event was actually planned by Su Faishan. Seeing how seriously people were discussing it, Sumu really wanted to reply, I'm not taking the blame for this. Continuing to browse, Sumu came across a news article. Su Shiji, the deputy general manager of Da Heng Group, died in a fire. He smiled slightly and clicked in. The article stated that Su Shiji had drunk a large amount of alcohol last night, leading to intoxication, and a cigarette but accidentally ignited the carpet, causing the fire. Was it covered up? This surprised Sumu a bit. He hadn't staged any accidental scene when he acted, so logically, it shouldn't have ended up like this. The people handling this matter at Da Heng Group are quite clever. Sumu quickly figured it out. For the time being, there shouldn't be any trouble coming his way. He continued scrolling through the trending news, waiting for 3 o'clock to arrive. SZ City, Bay 1 Community. In this precious land of SZ City, Bay 1 Community stood out even more. Just standing on the building and looking out, the distant sea view was breathtaking. On the top floor of one of the buildings, some people were having an outdoor pool party. Su Shiji died at home yesterday, supposedly an accident. One person said by the pool, speaking to a man below who was playing in the water with several beautiful women. Accident? The man in the water stopped playing and scoffed. Su Shiji made a big fuss about finding that Sumu, and then an accident happened? Isn't this a bit too coincidental? His brows furrowed. It seems that Su Shiji's promises to us can't be fulfilled now. What should we do next? The person by the pool asked. With Sushiji gone, we'll have to find it ourselves. He must have discovered something to end up in this situation. The man in the water's expression darkened. But if we take over, will it be okay? The person by the pool looked worried. The man in the water smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. We can find allies. As far as I know, the beautiful country has sent quite a few people here. Isn't that a bit risky? The person by the pool widened his eyes at this. The man in the water wore a meaningful expression. That Sumu isn't so easy to deal with. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Time ticked away. People in different parts of the world were closely watching the clock's hands move. The continent where Huagway is located, even though some places have time differences, the start time of the event is the same. It's almost 3 o'clock. Sumu looked at the numbers on the schedule and summoned the Divine Path crystal. With a flash of white light, he entered the space inside the crystal, without continuing into the game. There were still a few minutes until 3 o'clock. Everyone participating in this event was anxiously waiting. Finally, the second hand completed its last circle. The event has started. Please all participants pass through the portal for specific event rules. Accompanied by an announcement, a portal appeared in the space inside the Divine Path crystal. Sumu looked at the door, raising an eyebrow. Those with skills are bold. He strode through the portal. The next second, a broken ruin appeared around him. Where is this? He surveyed the surroundings, revealing a look of surprise. This place did not seem like a game world. What the heck? Where is this place? It looks like some city. Oh my goodness, this place is way too modern. Look at that building in the distance. It must have at least 100 floors. Exactly. What kind of event is this? It's completely different from the Divine Path game. Just as Sumu was puzzled, a cacophony of voices began to rise. In the area he was in, a large number of players appeared one after another. Within seconds, at least tens of thousands had arrived in this broken ruin. This is not right. Did we get the wrong location? Where exactly is this? What is the content of the event? Who knows? Let's wait for the announcement. The discussions continued. Almost everyone doubted whether they had come to the wrong scene. The modern scene before them was indistinguishable from reality. Eagle Eye. Sumu stood among the crowd, silently activating his perspective skill. This is a highly technological modern city? It looks a bit like Magic City, but there are differences. After observing for a while, Sumu narrowed his eyes. No matter how he looked at it, this place was completely out of place with the Divine Path game. Just as everyone was filled with confusion, an announcement appeared. This event is, Everyone Hunt Monsters. In the city you are in, monsters of various levels are scattered everywhere. Killing them will earn you points, a lot of experience, and drops. The duration of this event is 3 days, during which a promotion ranking match will be held at intervals. Dying in the event area will not deduct your resurrection opportunities, but after each death, you must wait 3 hours before re-entering the event area. After the event ends, the top 10 players in the world points ranking will receive generous rewards. Everyone Hunt Monsters? Points ranking? Promotion ranking match? This event sounds a bit interesting. After the specific information of the event was announced, the discussions in the venue rose again. From the rules of the announcement, this event did not seem difficult, and the rewards sounded quite generous. This event is a bit, but after seeing the specific content of the event, Sumu's brows furrowed into a straight line. At this moment, another announcement appeared. The monster levels in the current event area are 1 to 5. After 5 hours or when the number of monsters killed reaches 50,000, the top 100 players in points ranking can proceed to a higher level event area. At the same time, Sumu also saw the red dots scattered outside the ruins. However, the light from those red dots was extremely weak, posing almost zero threat to him. Fortunately, there was a promotion mechanism, and Sumu breathed a slight sigh of relief. If these low-level monsters persisted for 3 days, he would have wanted to quit directly. The event has started, right? My big knife can't hold back any longer. Charge! Let's go out and farm monsters. Everyone, don't rush. I think we should divide the areas, so we don't all crowd into the same place. Yeah, let's divide it up. The 10,000 people in the ruins were restless, and many began to shout. Their words made everyone present realize one thing. If they all crowded together to farm monsters, no one would gain any real benefit. I see quite a few exits over here. How about we divide the crowd according to the number of exits? That's a good idea. Everyone, let's get moving. Someone even took the lead. While these people were dividing the numbers, Sumu curled his lips and ignored them, heading towards an exit on his own. Hey, don't rush ahead. Wait for everyone. Yeah, there are so many monsters outside. You won't gain much by going out alone. A few people saw Sumu's actions and immediately shouted. Sumu paid them no mind and strode forward. Is this guy in a hurry to reincarnate? Forget it, he might be high level and wants to farm more points to level up to the next area. Just leave him be. TCH, what a show-off. Even if all the monsters outside were left for him, could he handle them all by himself? Many people looked at Sumu's back and began to complain. Some who considered themselves strong, seeing Sumu's actions, also lost interest in the division and directly ran towards the nearest exit. After all, with a promotion mechanism in place, those at higher levels naturally didn't want to fall behind. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Swift, Sumu looked at the crowd behind him, hesitated not, and took off. Damn, that guy runs so fast. He looks like a mage. How can he run faster than my assassin? Could that guy be Su the mage god? No way. He looks so ordinary. Everyone watched as Sumu disappeared in a flash, unable to stop themselves from guessing. If any mage could have such speed, it must be Su the mage god. Idle, wait for me. Give me an autograph. Everyone, charge. Capture Su the mage god alive. Many people shouted, their expressions far more excited than at the start of the event. They all used their fastest speeds, rushing towards the exit. After passing through a several hundred-meter long passage, the fastest group of people reached the outskirts of the ruins. What is this? As they saw the scene ahead, everyone gaped in astonishment. The air was filled with a scorching heat. The road before them was lined with walls of fire. Among those fire walls lay one monster corpse after another. I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Are those fire walls the mage's skill? Damn, this guy must be Su the mage god. Who else could be this impressive? I'm wondering how we should get past this. A group of people looked at the blazing firewalls, filled with fear. I'll give it a try. A player who seemed to be of a decent level bravely approached the firewall. Damn! Upon touching the flames, his health instantly dropped to 0, and he quickly retreated. Damn it, this guy must be Su the mage god. This area is not for us. Without hesitation, he turned and ran back. Not to mention he couldn't withstand the damage from the firewall. Even if he could, how many monsters could he grab? As he ran, others followed suit, retreating as well. Those who had previously mocked Sumu were now blushing with embarrassment. Some were regretting their words deeply. Not far from the crowd, Sumu was laying down firewalls. You killed a burrowing worm and gained 1 point. You have killed a locust and gained 2 points. One prompt after another kept coming. Although each jump damage from the firewall was low, it lasted a long time. Not to mention dealing with these low-level monsters. As long as the monsters stepped into the firewall's range, they would be instantly melted. No need to pick up the items. As for the light orbs dropped by the monsters in the firewall, Sumu had no interest at all. His eyes were only on the points and the accumulated kill count for the current area. In the activity area of the beautiful country, a mage, surrounded by a group of people, was rushing towards the outer area. All warriors go tank the monsters, priests watch the health, mages use fire rain for damage. The mage commanded others while walking. When the monster's health is down to the last bit, everyone stop. This time, I, Rodnard, must take the first place in the world points ranking. Rodnard was certainly not the only one wanting to take the first place in the world points ranking. This event was all about who could farm monsters faster. In this case, the advantage of numbers would play a decisive role. In various activity areas around the world, many people were ambitious. In an activity area of the Cherry Blossom Country. Hello everyone, I am Jin Ikiru, you should all know my name. Today, I want you to help me ascend to the throne of first place in points. Jin Ikiru shouted loudly. In this activity area, he had quite a few subordinates. As long as you are willing to help Mr. Jin Ikiru, he will definitely reward you handsomely. Those people also began to shout along. Soon, Jin Ikiru gathered many high-level players. Looking at these people, a confident smile appeared on his face. Promotion mechanism? I hope to encounter those experts from the Hua country, that way. Thinking of this, his expression darkened, and a strong sense of jealousy surged up. It would be best to run into that Sumu. Of course, Jin Ikiru was not blindly confident. He opened the chat channel and sent private messages to some people. Organize manpower, spare no effort to recruit every player ranked in the top 100 in each activity area, gather the most helpers. Jin Ikiru believed that under such a promotion mechanism, his team would grow stronger. By that time, what if the god of magic was there? Even as an ant, as long as the numbers are sufficient, we can take down an elephant. Jin Ikiru was not alone, many others shared his thoughts. These people were actively recruiting high-level players in the activity area. Some opposing forces even shook hands at this critical moment and temporarily formed an alliance. Because the Hua country had previously activated double experience, most people regarded Hua country players as imaginary enemies, especially the number 1 ranked Su god of magic. All of them carried a strong hostility. If there was a chance to suppress Su god of magic in this event, they would definitely not hesitate to act. You have killed a hard-shelled beetle and gained 5 points. This is so slow. Looking at the prompts continuously appearing on the interface, Sumu showed a somewhat dissatisfied expression. Less than 30 minutes into the event, his points were already close to 3,000. Killing a level 1 monster gave 1 point, a level 2 monster gave 2 points, and so on. However, in Sumu's eyes, there was no difference in the levels of these monsters. He was focused on the area monster spawn count of 3243/50,000. Then he looked at the points leaderboard for this activity area. The second place had just over 200 points, not even close to his. Can't rely on them. Sumu rubbed his nose and looked around. The distribution of monsters isn't very dense, and if I don't use Blink to attract them, the efficiency of farming isn't high. Then let's go into crazy mode. To quickly move on to the next area, Sumu didn't hold back. Blink, firewall, blink, firewall. Continuously blinking in this active area, Sumu's farming method was simple and direct. Every time he reached a new area, he laid down 2 firewalls, enveloping most of the monsters within. His mana was rapidly depleting, and Sumu, after a long time, used mana potions, treating them like water. As time passed, his points kept increasing. That number soared from a few thousand to 10,000, and it was still climbing. Damn, Sumu is farming like crazy. His points are almost 30,000, that's too ruthless. Look at the number of monsters being farmed. Sumu is trying to speed up the game progress. Damn it, Sumu, please give us other players a chance. In the same active area, others looked at Sumu's points, each one pinching their noses, desperately needing oxygen tanks. After Sumu monopolized one area, the remaining areas were crowded, and monster stealing was very serious. Many of them couldn't even steal a single monster. Sumu's tens of thousands of points were simply unimaginable. Keep farming monsters. With Sumu around, the first round will end quickly. We must ensure we are in the top 100. That guy is just too ruthless. Look at that high-level monster area over there. It's filled with firewalls. How is he doing that? In the area, many high-level players who had reached the first tier were also complaining. Originally, with their level advantage, getting into the top 100 wasn't difficult, but now it was hard to say. There weren't many monsters left for them. Whoever steals the monsters can level up. If it doesn't work, then let's take out the other players in this area. I think we can attack other players in this event, right? Soon, these high-level players thought of a plan. Dying in the event wouldn't deduct their resurrection count, so they could completely attack others. Let's do it! A team of high-level players set an example and ruthlessly attacked the low-level players in the area. Killing players can also earn points? After they started attacking, they were surprised to discover something. Depending on the level of the player killed, they could earn corresponding points. Of course, this behavior undoubtedly stirred up outrage among the player community. Dying won't waste your resurrection count. You low-level players can just wait a few hours to re-enter and farm monsters. Even if you level up, can you handle the monsters later? The high-level players felt no guilt. This also made other high-level players realize, for their level, farming low-level monsters was equally low in profit. If they wanted to level up, it was more direct to eliminate other players. As for the number of monsters farmed, letting Sumu farm those monsters was clearly much faster than doing it themselves. The players in this area quickly became competitive. In the active area, Sumu was blinking back and forth and naturally noticed those players attacking each other. Why are these people fighting instead of farming monsters? He frowned, somewhat confused. He had improved the farming efficiency in this area, so logically, these people should be busy stealing monsters. What is this? Killing players also gives points? But after looking at the points leaderboard, Sumu suddenly realized the number of monsters farmed hadn't increased, but those players' points kept rising. This indicated that the players' points were higher. Moreover, once a player with points was killed, the killer would receive all the points that player had. It seems that the hidden rule of this event is player versus player. After realizing this, Sumu narrowed his eyes. Unlike those monsters, other players appeared in a gray state under the magical perspective. It was easy to distinguish them at a glance. If he wanted to take action against them, it would be simple. He just needed to unleash a frost storm in the area with the most players. For now, let's ignore them. After a moment's thought, Sumu didn't rush to act. His current score made advancing to the next level completely effortless. Since he was unsure whether the points could carry over to the next level, he wouldn't take action against other players for the time being. If the points couldn't be inherited, then no matter how many points he earned in this level, it would be meaningless. Blink, firewall. Of course, although Sumu didn't deliberately try to kill players, he wouldn't be polite to them either. He continuously cast firewalls in various areas. Wherever there were monsters, he would drop a firewall and leave, not caring whether he would accidentally harm others. In no time, the entire event area was covered in firewalls. Other players were astonished at the sight. What the hell, this Su mage is terrifying. So many firewalls? Does he have enough mana? Does his skill have no cooldown? Truly deserving of the title, this is a real mage. Now I finally understand why Su mage's level is rising so fast. I'm speechless. I barely reached B-level Fire Rain, and I'm not even worthy to hold his shoes for this firewall. Am I really a mage? Those level 5 monsters were instantly melted. How can we compete for monsters now? Countless voices of complaint erupted. Su Mu's way of playing left other players with no monsters to farm, which made them focus more on each other. The presence of firewalls further divided the areas into dueling grounds. Damn, I'm a fully equipped first-tier tank, and this firewall will take me out in a few seconds. What kind of damage is this? Kid, there's a firewall ahead. Let's see where you run. I'll fight you. Heh, I'm level 1, 3, what level are you? You want to fight me? What? You're level 1? I'd rather fight you than touch that firewall. In these dueling zones, various forced confrontations were constantly unfolding. Everyone understood one thing: they couldn't escape the range of the firewalls. Anyone who tried to rush through the firewall would find themselves game over after just a few steps inside. Even Sumu didn't expect that his actions would ignite the bloodlust of the majority. In one corner of the same event area, a person dressed as an assassin plunged a dagger into the chest of a player, who instantly transformed into a beam of white light. Got it. He revealed a smile and turned to look at a few others standing not far away. One mage, 2 assassins, and a priest. Clearly, this was a 5-person team. Their gazes were fixed on a firewall several dozen meters behind them. Li Yin, keep an eye on my health, one of the assassins whispered. The priestess beside him nodded. Then, the man walked towards the firewall. The next second, a 4-digit damage appeared above his head. At the same time, a holy light descended from the sky, landing on him. A 4-digit healing number also floated up. Such high damage? The man immediately retreated, his expression filled with intense fear. Yu Xiao, I calculated it. This firewall lasts for 30 seconds and has a large coverage area. It's definitely an S-level skill. The priestess Li Yan spoke up. How is that possible? Exactly. Even if that Sumu has reached tier 3, how could the gap be so large? Upon hearing this, the other few couldn't help but shout out. According to this damage calculation, the total damage of this firewall exceeded 30,000. What an exaggerated number. It seems we underestimated him. Yu Zhao's gaze darkened, his tone icy. I think this guy is much stronger in reality than we imagined. Li Yan's voice rang out again. That's impossible, right? Even the boss can't fully unleash a skill, and I can barely form the most basic fireball. Even if Sumu can completely release a fireball, can it compare to those firearms? The mage spoke up, looking incredulous. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. The 5 stood in place, the other 4 looking towards Yu Xiao. His spell attack is indeed high, but his other attributes may not be. Mages are ultimately fragile professions. If we can control him, perhaps we have a chance to take him down in one hit. A minute later, Yu Zhao's voice sounded again. Of course, in the game, unless we have absolute certainty, we must not take action against that guy. He added. What about in reality? After searching for so long without a clue, now that we're in the same activity area as him, should we take the opportunity to get closer? The mage asked. Yu Xiao pondered for a moment and then smiled. Just as you said, even if he possesses some abilities in reality, he certainly can't compete with firearms. This is a great opportunity for us to investigate his identity. In the activity area, Sumu was still efficiently farming monsters. At this moment, his greatest enemy was still himself. In this state of frequently releasing skills, even with nearly 70,000 mana points, it wouldn't last long. Fortunately, his mental value was high enough, and in the state of energy awakening, the mana recovery speed was very fast. As soon as his mana was full, Sumu would continue to farm monsters at a high frequency. The number of monsters in this area has reached 50,000. A boss has appeared in the area. Killing the boss will yield a large number of points and open a portal to the next area. The top 100 players in points in this area can pass through the portal. When the monster farming number reached 50,000, a message popped up in front of all players in the activity area. Not only that, but the location of the boss was also marked. It was beneath a skyscraper in the ruins of this city. Is there still a boss? Sumu looked at the marked location and pouted. He originally thought he could advance directly, but unexpectedly, he still had to put in some effort. Swift, activating his sprint, Sumu rushed in that direction without using blink. By the time he reached that place, his mana was also full. Soon, Sumu saw many other players on the way. Idol, wait for me. Su, God of Magic, I'm your loyal fan, please give me an autograph. Big brother Su, I want to marry you, I promise I look just as beautiful in real life as in the game. God of Magic, please take me with you, I'm willing to be your most loyal little brother. Those people went wild upon seeing Sumu. Many shouted loudly, their expressions excited, and many female players even threw away their modesty, shouting crazily. In their eyes, the richly rewarded boss was nothing compared to Sumu. If the god of magic took notice of them, they would be one person below, above millions. Is it really this crazy? Sumu looked at those burly men in various beauties whose true appearances he didn't know, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Firewall. He released a firewall along the path ahead and directly blinked past it. Honey, wait for me. Idle, don't run, we won't eat you. Damn it, this cursed firewall. Truly my husband, this firewall has ignited the flames in my heart. A group of people was stopped by the firewall, not daring to take a step forward. Those who had managed to hold on in this area until now mostly had high levels and were not weak in strength, and they had their own teams among themselves. Yet, even so, a firewall was like a chasm to them. Just then, someone suddenly charged into the firewall. Who is this? So brave? Damn, isn't he just asking for death? You don't have to chase stars like this, be a bit more rational. The others outside the firewall couldn't help but discuss. But just when everyone thought he would be melted by the firewall, 2 healing numbers popped up above his head. His speed was fast, and after enduring the firewall's damage for a few seconds, he successfully passed through. He actually made it through? This guy is a bit brave, and fast too. A firewall that even mages can't blink past, and a melee fighter actually got through. Who is this person? As they saw him pass through the firewall, the discussions on the field grew louder. For them, anyone who could get past this firewall was definitely a master. On the other side of the firewall, Sumu did not stop. 30 seconds was enough to put distance between himself and the others. Sumage, wait a moment. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Sumu turned back and raised an eyebrow. The person was dressed in leather armor, holding a dagger, clearly an assassin. Although the firewall's range was not wide, the fact that an assassin could get through with his spell attacks indicated that his strength was quite strong. Of course, this strength was relative to other players. In front of Sumu, this guy was only destined to be killed in an instant. Sumu ignored his shout and turned to continue running. Sumage, I'm the one you traded with before. The one who dealt with the person who blackened you online. The voice came again. It's you? Sumu stopped and added another firewall behind the assassin. Sumage remembers me. I'm truly honored. The assassin looked at Sumu with a tone of admiration. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yu Shao. Sumu nodded slightly, his tone very indifferent. What do you want? Yu Shao took a deep breath and spoke quickly. I have a few teammates. Their strength is quite good. We want to team up with you. After all, in this promotion mechanism, having more helpers is not a bad thing for you. In his view, Sumage should not refuse such a proposal. I refuse. But to his surprise, Sumu didn't even think and directly rejected him. Why? Our levels are high, we won't hold you back, and we can help you deal with the boss. Yu Zhao's expression was astonished as he spoke repeatedly. Help me? Sumu revealed a disdainful smile upon hearing this. Blink! The next second, Sumu directly executed a long-distance teleportation, vanishing right before Yu Zhao's eyes. You dare to look down on me? Yu Zhao's expression darkened. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with intense anger. It was the anger of being underestimated. As a strong person, he could not stand being looked down upon, and he hadn't been underestimated for many years. Even if you are a mage god, so what? In the same level, you may not be my opponent. I will make you pay for this. Sumu was unaware that his actions had angered Yu Shao. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. After blinking, he had already arrived at the base of the building marked as the boss location. There, a tall insect beast appeared, which looked like a level 5 boss. As Sumu approached, it took the initiative to attack first. Charge! The boss swung its sharp horns and charged fiercely at Sumu. Sumu did not stop. Instead, he charged towards the boss at an extremely fast speed. Just as they were about to collide, an energy ring surged from Sumu's body. Ring of Resistance. You have killed the guarding boss and gained 10,000 points. With just one skill, Sumu instantly killed the boss. As the notification popped up, a teleportation portal appeared in the underground location of the building. Without hesitation, Sumu dashed into the portal. The next second, he returned to the space inside the Divine Path crystal. Why am I here? Sumu squinted, feeling puzzled. Shouldn't he have leveled up? At that moment, another announcement appeared before him. Congratulations, player, for entering the next round early. Please wait patiently, the rewards for the first round have been distributed. Immediately, a treasure chest appeared in this internal space. The chest was encrusted with diamonds, and it was clear that there were good things inside. Is this my reward for the first round? Sumu looked at the sparkling diamonds, feeling a bit excited. He had basically killed all 50,000 monsters in the first round himself, and although he hadn't paid attention when he came out, he had at least over 100,000 points. I hope I get a skill. Sumu approached the diamond chest, rubbing his hands together. He was really not interested in equipment anymore. What attracted him the most now was skills. He reached out and opened the chest before him. Inside were several items: a skill book, 2 diamonds, and a piece of equipment. Here comes the skill. Sumu ignored the other items and immediately picked up the skill book. Verdant Growth, S-Class consumes 1000 mana to summon a patch of vines within a radius of 500 meters, randomly restraining enemies in the area and dealing spell damage x 300%, restraining for 3 seconds, casting time 5 seconds, cooldown time 5 minutes. What a good item! This skill made Sumu beam with joy. He had actually opened an S-Class skill directly. Level it up. After learning it, Sumu upgraded Verdant Growth to SSS class. Although the mana cost increased to 3000, the range expanded to 2000 meters. Moreover, the damage increased to spell damage x 1000%, and the control effect became 5 seconds. High output AoE skill with a strong control effect. Sumu summarized the advantages of this skill. It dealt damage more directly than Frost Storm and could achieve the control effect of Gravity Field. The only downside was that it consumed too much mana. With the enhancement of the bloodline of the Mage God, he could expend 9000 mana to deliver a random strike over 6000 meters. That scene truly matched the name of this skill. If I can earn 100,000 points in every round, does that mean I can get an S-Class skill in every round? Sumu suddenly became excited about this event. If he could obtain more powerful skills, even grinding low-level monsters would be motivating. He continued to look at the other items in the chest. Diamond Crystal, each worth 10,000 gold. Crystal Necklace, S-Class plus 100 Spirit plus 100 Intelligence plus 30% mana regeneration speed requirement level. First order level 10. Wow, this equipment is great. Sumu didn't care much about the 20,000 gold, but he was very satisfied with that piece of equipment. Although it was only first-order equipment, its attributes surpassed most second-order equipment, especially the mana regeneration speed, which was a significant boost for him. Equip it. Sumu replaced the Goatman Priest's necklace with this piece of equipment. What should I do next? The next round will start in 2 hours. Players can move freely, but be sure to return to this space before it starts. The announcement seemed to have heard Sumu's question and provided an answer. Sumu was taken aback for a moment and couldn't help but start thinking. This event was clearly not taking place in the Shinto game. The city ruins he had just arrived at might represent some kind of significance. Could it be that the city really exists in the real world? Sumu suddenly thought of a possibility. This event was likely a warning. The monsters scattered throughout that city might really come to the reality he was in one day. By then, wouldn't his world also turn into ruins like that city? So to travel to other worlds, I must use this space as a springboard? The more he thought about it, the more chills ran down Sumu's back. Compared to other players, he had already touched upon some kind of rule. I can't think about it. I can't think about it anymore. Taking a deep breath, Sumu pulled his thoughts back. Even though he was already quite strong, it was still far from enough to touch that so-called rule. There's still plenty of time. Let's go run the lava cave dungeon. With 2 hours left, Sumu didn't plan to be idle. The rewards from the lava dungeon were still quite good. Plus, finding something to do could also help avoid his wild thoughts. Just as Sumu was heading to the lava cave dungeon, other activity areas were still engaged in monster-slaying battles. Charge! We must clear this. Don't steal my monsters. Damn, how dare you attack me? Has everyone noticed? Killing players can earn you all their points. Everyone was full of energy and had discovered the hidden rules of this event. Many activity areas had already cleared 50,000 monsters. The first round's boss level was relatively low, and there was basically no difficulty, so many had cleared it. However, with the experience from the first round, the competition in the second round would clearly be more intense. In one activity area, Rontnard waved his staff. Seconds later, a fireball shot out and hit the nearby insect beast boss. Ha! 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 With the boss's fall, Rontnard burst into laughter. With the help of others, his points were firmly at the top of the current activity area. Who else in this world can score over 30,000 points like me? I, Rontnard, am the most powerful mage in the world. He looked at that number, and a mysterious confidence surged within him. He had paid a considerable price for so many points. Let me see how generous the rewards are. Rontnard ignored his subordinates and eagerly passed through the portal, arriving in the inner space of the Shinto crystal. Then, a golden treasure chest appeared before his eyes. So beautiful. His eyes sparkled, and his face flushed as he walked up to the golden chest. In his eyes, this golden box was far more dazzling than any supermodel or celebrity. A-level skill? It's actually an A-level skill. Upon opening the chest, there was only one item inside, but after obtaining it, Rentnard instantly lost his composure. He kept shouting excitedly and even started dancing. However, his dance looked rather comical. This is simply a divine skill. After learning this skill, Rentnard kept shouting, his face turning a bit unusually red. Of course, the significance of an A-level skill was self-evident. If it were anyone else who saw this A-level skill, they would probably be even more excited than he was. With this skill, I can compete with that Sufa god, right? It was precisely this skill that intensified Lang Nade's mysterious confidence. At this moment, he was the king of the world. Xiaoye City. Sumu was cleaning out his backpack in the store's warehouse. 2 hours might not be enough for others to accomplish much, but it was certainly enough for him to clear a run through the lava cave. Cleaning up those drops was no easy task. After this event, other players' levels will definitely rise significantly, and I can open my store ahead of time. Looking at the large number of items displayed on the shelves, Sumu smiled slightly. He was still unclear about the situation in the royal capital, but with the amount of gold he had, it was obviously not enough to establish a foothold there. He needed to accumulate more gold. The second round of the event is about to begin. After a while, an announcement appeared before Sumu. He smiled and logged out of the game. More than 10 minutes later, a teleportation portal appeared again inside the crystal space. Where will this time take me? Sumu walked to the door, feeling a bit more anticipation. A flash of white light passed, and he found himself in a completely new environment. Sumu immediately began to survey his surroundings. It looked like an ancient Colosseum, with empty stands all around and in a state of disrepair. The ground of the Colosseum was littered with worn-out weapons. Various signs indicated that fierce battles had taken place in this place. Why has the scene changed again? This seems like a beast arena? Are we going to duel? Be careful, there might be monsters popping up suddenly. Before long, a large number of people appeared in the vast Colosseum. Judging by the numbers, there were about 3,000 people. After arriving, everyone immediately distanced themselves from other players. The more than 3,000 people divided into various teams, large and small. Among this crowd, Sumu also spotted Yu Xiao, who had previously wanted to collaborate with him. The second round of the event is about to start. In 8 hours, or when the number of monsters killed reaches 100,000, the top 100 players in the score ranking will enter the next area. Friendly reminder, the experience points of monsters in this area have increased. With the announcement, the players in the Colosseum were momentarily stunned. Many squinted their eyes and began to think. The level of monsters in the second round would definitely not be low, and with the increase in experience points, their gains from killing monsters would clearly be greater than in the first round. Thus, it seemed there was no longer a need for players to compete against each other. Or rather, there was no need for that at the very beginning of the second round. Everyone, as you can see, I suggest we all farm monsters together this round? Someone shouted in the arena. He was followed by 70 or 80 people, making it one of the largest teams among the 3,000, so his words naturally carried weight. This guy is right, it's an event, and rewards aren't only given for points. The rewards for farming monsters aren't low either, so there's no need for us to fight. Another person from a team of over 50 chimed in. Then it's settled, everyone farm peacefully. I agree. I have no objections. Soon, voices of agreement began to echo throughout the arena. The original wariness among the players gradually diminished. At least before the qualification spots were decided, no one would stand up to oppose. Sumu stood alone, not taking their words to heart. Peaceful farming? He didn't have that much time to farm peacefully with these people. I have something to say. At that moment, another voice rang out. He shouted with an extremely loud voice, drawing everyone's attention. However, that person's gaze was fixed directly on Sumu. We want to deal with the monster, but it all depends on whether this Su God agrees. The person spoke with a smile, his tone clearly laced with sarcasm. Su God? Are you saying this guy is Su God? No way. I actually get to see my idol? Is it really Su God? I can't believe I get to see Su God in my lifetime. I'm so happy. Idol, please give me an autograph. Upon hearing this, the others turned to Sumu, their eyes filled with fervor. Many players lost their sanity and rushed straight towards Sumu. What the person said no longer mattered. In the eyes of most, only Sumu remained. Anyone who could join Su God's team would surely rise to greatness. Su God, I heard you formed a guild. Are you recruiting? Idol, I want to follow you. What you say is always the truth. Sumu, YYDS. From now on, if Su God tells me to go east, I will never go west. What was supposed to be a good event had turned into a frenzied fan meeting. What the hell? Looking at the surging crowd, Sumu frowned. He finally understood what it meant to have crazy fans. Blink! Before these people could get close, he used a blink and appeared on the viewing platform above the arena. Idol, don't run away. We just want an autograph. Su God, please accept me, as long as I can join your guild, I can meet any request. Su brother, I want to discuss the truth with you, all night long. Su god, someone said I bring good fortune, if you marry me, you'll definitely become stronger. The height of the viewing platform's walls reached over 10 meters, and aside from Su Mu, no other mages could blink up there, even if they had learned the skill. These people could only shout from below, trying to keep their idol. Su Mu ignored them and walked to the edge of the platform. From this position, the height was at least 30 meters, but this height posed no pressure for Su Mu. He glanced down at the arena and then jumped straight down. Idol, wait for us. What monster? My goal is the idol's autograph. It seems you can't get autographs in this game, right? How are you going to do that? What do you know? As long as the idol traces his name on my back with his hand, I'll be satisfied. A group of fervent fans immediately ran towards the exit in Su Mu's direction. Of course, there were still many people in the arena who retained their sanity. Most were part of larger teams, but there were also smaller squads. In one 5-person team, a man had a gloomy expression. This man was Yu Xiao. He was the one who had spoken earlier. His original plan was to expose Su Mu's actions in the first round, putting Su God at odds with everyone. No matter how powerful Su God was, could he withstand 3,000 people? Each person with a skill could easily take out hundreds of Su Gods, right? However, what Yu Xiao did not expect was that Su God's influence was simply too great. Just a name was enough to ruin his plan, especially the glance Su Mu gave him before leaving. Everyone, this Su God is not easy to deal with. In the first round, he crazily farmed monsters, giving no chance to other players. With a tumor like him around, it's really too difficult for us to farm and level up. Yu Xiao would not sit idly by. He shouted to the remaining people in the arena. Are you trying to make us deal with Su God? Looking at you, do you have some grievances with that god of law? Hee, you want to use someone else's knife to kill, aren't you being a bit too hasty? However, the remaining teams were not interested in Yao Xiao's words. Offending the god of law with just a single sentence, these people were not that foolish. Humph. Yu Xiao seemed to know what these people were thinking and sneered. Since you don't believe, just wait and see. He dropped a line and let a few others out of the arena without looking back. Xiao, is that it? One of the mages in the team spoke reluctantly as they ran. Yao Xiao's gaze was sharp, and his expression turned calm. He smiled slightly and said, with that Su Mu's flamboyance, he will definitely go on a monster-killing spree, leaving no chance for others. By that time, he will naturally incur the wrath of the masses. Yao Xiao's smile held a hint of wicked charm. While we are killing monsters, we will also figure out the route he uses to cast the firewall. His method of killing monsters will definitely run out of mana at some point. When that time comes, as long as we join forces with others, we will definitely be able to eliminate him. After he finished speaking, the priestly Yen raised her eyebrows. Xiao, is it really okay to offend that guy so early? Her gentle voice carried a hint of worry. The others, upon hearing this, showed varying degrees of unease. They were not a particularly powerful team, and it was clearly a bit foolish to go against the god of law. That guy looks like a lone wolf. Someone like him won't cooperate with us. Those who won't cooperate with us are enemies. Yao Xiao's tone was cold, leaving no room for negotiation. Outside the arena, Su Mu was surveying the surrounding environment. Is this a ruined ancient civilization city? Through the broken buildings, he could roughly restore the original appearance of this place. Does this place really exist? This place was even more shocking than the modern metropolis of the first round. Different planes? Or different timelines? Su Mu squinted his eyes and thought, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't come up with an answer. Firewall. Su Mu suppressed his curiosity and focused all his attention on scoring points. The lowest level of monsters in the second round was level 5. Each monster was worth 5 points. Under the eagle eye and magical perspective, the highest level monsters were at level 10. Unlike the insect monsters before, the monsters here were all grotesque corpse monsters. They looked as if some terrible plague had erupted in this ancient civilization city. You killed a small corpse demon. You killed a small corpse demon. Although these monsters looked terrifying, they had no power to resist against the firewall. Those grotesque corpses were burned to ashes by the flames, causing Su Mu's points to continuously increase. Each level should mean the more points you have, the more generous the rewards. There's no need to hold back. Su Mu's perspective covered most of the area, and his efficiency was even higher than in the first round. He would pull a wave of monsters, leave a firewall, then blink to the next area, repeating the operation. With such efficiency in killing monsters, his points were increasing at an extremely exaggerated rate. At this rate, hundreds of thousands of points will be no problem. Su Mu revealed a confident smile. Damn, why is there another firewall here? I'm sick of this. Why are there no monsters around? Is this the doing of that god of law? Sumu's flamboyant method of killing monsters had also left many players in a situation where there were no monsters to kill. Among them were some members of large teams. These people grouped up to advance, naturally wanting to continue progressing in the second round. After all, the rewards for advancing were not low. I understand what that guy meant just now. Is this Su-Fa god too arrogant? He doesn't take us other players seriously. We must make him stop farming monsters like this. Many people pointed their fingers at Sumu. Let's talk first, and if we can't reach an agreement, then we'll unite with other players to get this Fa god out. With the crowd stirred up, the leaders of the teams also expressed their opinions. Su-Fa god can eat meat, but he has to let them have a sip of soup, right? If he doesn't even give them a sip of soup, then they can only slay the god. Sumu was standing deep within the activity area. This area was mostly filled with level 10 monsters, relatively scattered. A frost storm clearly couldn't clear all those monsters. Sumu looked at the skill he had just acquired. Myriad trees flourish, a vibrant life appeared in his eyes. With the blessing of the Fa god bloodline, the range of this skill was expanded threefold. In this ruined city, life surged forth from the ground and walls. Countless branches and vines emerged. They had sharp thorns and immediately targeted the nearest enemies. You killed a zombie demon, gaining 10 points. You killed a zombie demon, gaining 10 points. As the vines firmly locked onto those monsters, they also dealt high damage. Even that ordinary third-tier monster couldn't withstand Sumu's strike. The vines began indiscriminate attacks. In an instant, thousands of level 10 monsters in this area were all killed. So satisfying. Looking at the 30,000 points that had just increased, Sumu beamed with joy. Although the Myriad Trees Flourish skill consumed a lot of mana, its AoE effect was truly powerful. He didn't know how many frost storms he would need to cover such a large area. There aren't many high-level monsters left. Let's take a break and wait for them to respawn, then head to those low-level monster areas. After clearing this area, Sumu didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground. If he really picked up the loot, he didn't know how much time he would waste. The key was that those broken equipment had little value. The top players at the front had basically all reached the first tier, and there was no demand for equipment below the first tier. And those low-level players hardly had any gold on them, let alone the ability to buy this equipment. Blink! Sumu blinked and headed to the outer area of the level 5 monsters. The monster respawn rate in the activity area wasn't fast, but since the area was large, Sumu could still maintain efficiency by clearing it piece by piece. Of course, his method of farming made it difficult for others. Sumu didn't need to do much. He just had to leave a firewall, and others didn't even have a chance to steal the monsters. There was no way around it. The damage from the firewall was just too terrifying. Monsters stepping into the fire were instantly killed. Is there no one around? Arriving at an area where monsters had just respawned, Sumu raised an eyebrow at the situation around him. Previously, these low-level monster areas were filled with people, and competition was fierce, but now there were no people when the monsters respawned. Something feels off. Sumu's keen insight sensed something unusual. While pulling monsters, he used 2 perspective skills to capture the situation around him. In the distance, there were faintly some scattered teams farming monsters. Who cares? Sumu shrugged and continued farming points. For the monsters in the outer area, he basically just left a firewall and moved on. Although he had cleared most of the monsters, there were still some opportunities for random teams to pick up the leftovers. Of course, that little bit of monsters clearly wouldn't satisfy a large group of dozens of people. At the other end of the activity area, over 1,000 people gathered in this place. Upon closer inspection, it is not difficult to find that these are at least groups of 40 to 50 people. Their purpose for gathering here is quite simple. Everyone has seen it, that Su-Fa God is so tall, we can't possibly farm monsters. Exactly, I think we need to stand up and reason with that guy. I think it won't be long before he farms to this place. At that time we can send a few representatives to discuss with him. What do you all think? The leaders of each group stood in the middle, discussing among themselves. Although activities require competition, we can only win together if everyone develops peacefully. I am more in favor of that. It would be best if that Su-Fa God could vacate the low-level monster area. How can that work? We need to farm low-level monsters, and high-level monsters need to be farmed too. I think it's best to designate a section for that guy, and we can divide the rest. That would be the best solution. This plan is good. Let's do it that way. After much discussion, they reached a consensus. Most of them were from large guilds, with relatively high levels. Besides ensuring their own advancement to the next round, they also hope to bring more people into the next round. After all, under such activity rules, the more people there are, the greater the initiative. To achieve this goal, a large designated area is essential. However, even though these people had their own thoughts, they still faced the same problem. Thousands of people stood in their respective camps, all giving up on farming monsters, patiently waiting. There was still a long time ahead, and they were not in a hurry. Here he comes. After dozens of minutes, someone shouted. Thousands of people immediately turned to look in that direction. A mage holding a staff was running at a speed surpassing that of an assassin, pulling monsters along. As a wall of fire appeared, those monsters were all burned to ashes. However, compared to that wall of fire, the human wall formed by thousands of people was clearly more spectacular. Sufa God, can we have a word with you? A loud-voiced person shouted. Yeah, let's talk for a bit. Following that, thousands of people shouted in unison. This scene would definitely startle anyone else. But for Sumu, these thousands of people were not as intimidating as 1,000 monsters. Not much blue left. Then let's chat for a while. Looking at the nearly depleted blue bar, Sumu stopped. Then, more than 10 people stepped out from the thousands. Hello, Sufa God. These people did not show any hostility. Instead, they greeted him warmly. Is there something you need? Sumu asked in a flat tone. Well, the way you farm monsters, we can't level up at all. These monsters only give you points, not experience. Could you let them go for everyone? One person spoke up, but before he could finish, another voice rang out. You're Sufa God, right? You've already secured your points for the next round. I advise you not to farm monsters anymore. While there's still time, you should take a good rest to avoid any problems. This statement immediately made Sumu frown. The word rest seemed to be for his own consideration, but it carried a hint of threat. Sumu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the speaker. This guy was dressed as an archer, looking quite well equipped, and he had a robust appearance. The reason he dared to speak to Sumu like this was simply because of the thousands of people behind him. Are you threatening me? Sumu slowly spoke, his tone indifferent. You could interpret it that way. The man smiled, glancing back at the crowd behind him, and said with a playful tone, this is what everyone means. Sumu remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the others in front of him. Sufa God, this guy is just joking with you. We just want to have a good talk with you. Soon, someone couldn't withstand Sumu's piercing gaze and tried to mediate. Yes, this guy is a bit impatient. Don't take it to heart. We are very sincere and hope you can help us. Another person chimed in. Although they all wanted Sumu to compromise, they didn't want to tear their relationship with the god of law apart. These words eased Sumu's expression considerably. Alright, then I'll let you have the outer area, he replied calmly. For him, defeating monsters was almost effortless. The real issue was the speed of defeating them. To defeat 100,000 monsters was indeed a massive undertaking. These people could help him share the burden. The outer area? Isn't that a bit insufficient? Exactly, with so many of us, this number of monsters isn't enough to farm. However, Sumu's response did not satisfy the others. Many of them were at the first level. If they didn't farm level 10 monsters, the rewards would be too low. Sumu looked at their expressions, unmoved. Letting go of the outer monsters was already his biggest concession. Why waste words with this guy? He's just one person. If we deal with him, this place will be ours. At that moment, the person who had threatened Sumu spoke again. Sumu's earlier concession had given him a false sense of security. This god of law was afraid. After all, in the face of overwhelming numbers, what did individual strength matter? He looked at Sumu, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. This was his best chance to bring the god of law down from his pedestal. His expression became impatient as he drew the bow on his back. Hey, don't be impulsive. We can continue to negotiate. The god of law hasn't said he won't talk to me. Yeah, don't make a move. The team leaders nearby saw this and hurriedly tried to persuade him. Once this person attacked, the situation would be uncontrollable. Many even discreetly distanced themselves from him, fearing they would be caught in the imminent battle. There's nothing to discuss. What a ridiculous god of law, just a fragile mage. Let me show you my power. The crowd's persuasion was futile. The man roared, pulling the bowstring taut. This is my strongest strike. Die. Explosive arrow. A spinning arrow shot towards Sumu at high speed. After releasing this attack, the man's mouth involuntarily curled into a smile, seemingly confident. But the next second, the damage number that appeared above Sumu's head left him stunned. -184. What? His mouth dropped open in disbelief that this strike only caused such little damage. If it hit monsters of the same level, it would deal 700 or 800 damage. A mage with such high physical defense? While he was in shock, a magic missile flew towards him. The next second, a damage number appeared above his head. -19,004. A gap of over 100 times. With that man's health, it was undoubtedly a one-hit kill. The other team leaders were left with their jaws on the floor. The damage from the god of law's skill was too exaggerated. No matter which of them it was, they couldn't withstand it. These people were sharp. At this moment, they began to retreat. The god of law is too much. Everyone, let's attack together and take him down. Let's take down the god of law. Just as they were about to give the order to retreat, someone shouted, stirring everyone up. At the same time, more attacks flew towards Sumu. Mana shield. Facing thousands, Sumu calmly activated his shield skill. Then, various damage numbers appeared above his head. Most of the damage was -1, with only a small portion being double digits. He didn't rush to take action, instead looking towards a certain direction in the crowd. A familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. You really have a loud plan, don't you? Sumu murmured softly. The person was Yu Xiao, who had just spoken up, and the ones attacking him were the mage and priest beside him. Clearly, this move was called using a knife to kill someone. At this moment, Yu Xiao was also looking at Sumu, their gazes colliding. He wore a faint smile, as if waiting to see a good show. But soon, he couldn't smile anymore. Even though many people were too far away to attack Sumu, at least 200 or 300 could. However, 99% of the damage from those attacks couldn't break through Sumu's defenses. The mage god just stood there silently, as if being tickled. Retreat! Yu Xiao decisively shouted to his teammates beside him. Those few acted quickly, running towards the back of the team at the first moment. But in less than a second, they found themselves unable to move. Not just them, everyone present was the same. What's going on? Why can't I move? What the hell is happening? They could feel an invisible force firmly pinning them in place. In an instant, shock, confusion, and fear filled the hearts of thousands. Mage God, we haven't attacked. Yes, great Mage God, we just wanted to discuss things with you. If you don't agree, we can still farm the monsters on the outskirts. Stuck in place, the team leaders pleaded with Sumu, their faces filled with fear. It was at this moment that they truly experienced the terror of the Mage God. Just one skill could render thousands immobile. And with that terrifying defense and health, it was as if he was denying them any chance to survive. At this moment, the thoughts of over 1,000 people were almost the same. Mage God, please give us a way out. Crow Storm. Sumu, expressionless, directly attacked the position where Yu Xiao was. Shadow energy rampaged, dark crows continuously devouring the crowd. Without exception, they were all killed in an instant. Others looked at that area, their eyes filled with indescribable fear. It was the fear of the strong. They all understood in their hearts that if they were in that darkness, they too would be unable to escape their fate. From Sumu's perspective, Yu Xiao and the people beside him all turned into white light. The outer area is up to you, work hard to farm, and get to 100,000 monsters soon. After dealing with those few, Sumu grinned and shouted loudly. Those team leaders couldn't move, otherwise, they would definitely nod like chicks pecking at rice. As for reclaiming their dignity, anyone who dared to entertain that thought would be immediately expelled. Sumu didn't say much more and flickered out of everyone's sight. He headed towards another area with high-level monsters, planning to use the technique of dense woods for quick farming. The early rewards should have limitations. No matter how much I farm, I should only be able to get diamond chests. If that's the case, why not let those guys help me farm monsters, saving me some effort? The reason Sumu didn't eliminate all those people was mainly to keep them for farming. After all, the sooner he finished farming 100,000 monsters, the more time he would have to farm for herbs. Moreover, if he started a massacre, he would fall into Yu Xiao's trap. Showing absolute strength to those people and providing enough deterrence was the best choice. Of course, if these people didn't learn their lesson, eliminating them is just a matter of a frost storm. Let's take a break. This high-intensity monster grinding is indeed a bit exhausting. After releasing a forest of 10,000 trees, Sumu found a spot and lay down directly. His intimidation had indeed worked well. The team leaders no longer mentioned teaming up against the Mage God, and with their teams, they dispersed to grind the monsters in the outer areas, each one working harder than the last. There was no choice, they truly dared not approach the high-level monster zone anymore. If they wanted to advance to the next round, they could only grind hard. It was in this fierce competitive environment that some teams even tore off their masks and started fighting each other. In the face of profit, the so-called peaceful competition simply did not exist. Inside the Divine Path Crystal's internal space, you have been eliminated. A new round of monster grinding will start in 3 hours. Do you wish to continue participating? An announcement appeared in Yu Zhao's view. Sumu. He gritted his teeth, tightly clenched his fists, his eyes filled with an extremely intense killing intent. As a killer, his killing intent was enough to make anyone feel terrified. He confirmed his participation in the next round and exited the game. Xiao. Back in reality, a woman stood beside him, her expression serious. Do you understand? Yu Xiao grabbed the woman's shoulders, his eyes wide open. The woman did not answer but nodded vigorously. To me, this is a disgrace. I will not let anyone who brings me disgrace go unpunished. Yu Zhao's expression seemed a bit deranged as he gripped the woman's shoulders tightly, his strength immense. The woman furrowed her brows, enduring the pain. Sorry, did I hurt you? After a while, Yu Zhao realized his loss of composure and released his hands. What do you plan to do next? The woman asked. Wasn't that Su Shiji looking for Sumu? His death was very strange, clearly related to that Sumu. Perhaps he has already found out Sumu's true identity. Yu Zhao said, his gaze icy. He took out a phone. Xiao, what do we need to do? The voice on the other end was very direct. We will meet in Huadu. You find a way to enter the Daheng group and collect all information about Sumu. While he hasn't grown in reality yet, this is our only chance to eliminate him. Yu Zhao issued the command. In this world, he was the king hiding in the shadows. Anyone who dared to trample on the king's dignity would only meet death. Inside the Daheng group, a few people were sorting through documents. After Su Shixiang issued the order, there were dedicated personnel responsible for processing and destroying all information and surveillance videos related to Sumu. Xiao Wang, do you really think President Su's death was an accident? One person asked, holding a stack of documents. It should be an accident. President Su lived in a high-end community with very tight security. Another person replied, that's hard to say. Don't you see who President Su offended? Another person chimed in, did you not see how anxious President Su was to have us destroy the documents? Stop talking, this matter is too eerie. Soon, someone stopped the discussion among the few. They continued sorting, preparing to burn some documents. But just as they were about to burn them, the person holding the lighter suddenly stopped. What's wrong with you? Hurry up, someone urged. The person did not move, his expression revealing an inexplicable excitement. What if it really was the mage god who acted against President Su? Could it be that among the people we investigated, there is that mage god? His words stunned everyone. Why are you saying this? Exactly, even if there is that Su Fa god, can we really take revenge for General Su? The two said with disdain. If that Su Fa god is really involved, the information we have is worth more than gold. The man spoke again, his words causing everyone to shudder. The few of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with greed. In the activity area, Sumu mostly farmed high-level monsters, spending the rest of the time slacking off, yet even so, the monster spawn rate in this area remained efficient. After all, most players leveling up had levels generally higher than the low-level monsters outside, so farming was not particularly difficult. Moreover, the pressure of competition was immense. Everyone was desperately farming low-level monsters, trying to squeeze their scores into the top 100. Under such intense involution, the progress in this activity area was unimaginable compared to others. The total number of monsters killed in the current area has reached 100,000. Defeating the boss will unlock the next level. It's time to claim the rewards. With the prompt appearing, Sumu laughed heartily and rushed towards the boss's location. The surrounding scenery changed continuously, and this city, rich in ancient civilization, became the backdrop for Sumu. When a magnificent palace appeared, a corpse dressed in luxurious clothing and wearing a crown also came into view. Is this the king of this place? Sumu began to assess the boss. A first-tier boss, with high attributes, would be quite challenging for other players. However, he didn't care about its health. What mattered to him was its identity. Even the king has fallen? Sumu murmured softly. I'm hungry. At that moment, the zombie king roared and charged at Sumu. Holy light strike. Before it could take a few steps, a sacred light descended from the sky, enveloping it. Minus 119,630. A terrifying damage number appeared above the zombie king's head, instantly melted by the white light. Double damage? Sumu stared at the number, his eyes wide. That strike had neither crit nor triggered mana surge. The reason for the double damage was clearly that the zombie king belonged to the undead category of monsters. Looks like I need to get more holy light output skills. I wonder if I can open the chest later. Sumu began to feel a bit excited. Passing through the portal, he returned to the interior space of the crystal. The first day's activity has ended. You have successfully advanced to the third round. The third round will officially start tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Please arrive here before it begins. The announcement quickly popped up. Do I have to wait until tomorrow for the third round? Seeing this announcement, Sumu pursed his lips. There was still plenty of time, and he could do many things next. However, the most important thing right now was just one. Open the treasure chest. When the dazzling diamond chest appeared, Sumu eagerly walked up to it. Give me an awesome skill. He rubbed his hands and slowly opened the chest before him. What is this? The next second, the contents left him stunned. It was an egg. A very uniquely shaped egg, wrapped in a cloud radiating lightning. A pet egg? Sumu thought of something, his face filled with joy. Since it was a game of order, how could there be no pets? He quickly reached out to touch the egg. You have obtained the Thunder Dragon's egg. A dragon egg? Seeing the prompt before him, Sumu's expression became unstable. He had played many games, but in any game, dragons were top-tier beings. How do I hatch it? Sumu tightly held the dragon egg, continuously checking it. The patterns on the dragon egg are all lightning-shaped, just as its label indicates. However, there are no instructions on how to hatch this dragon egg. Tame the pet. Sumu thought for a moment and used the taming skill. The target is in an unhatched state and cannot be tamed. Ugh! Sumu was taken aback and couldn't help but roll his eyes. Why don't you tell me how to hatch it? Forget it. I'll ask someone when I get to the royal capital. With a helpless expression, Sumu could only put the dragon egg into his backpack. This thing, along with that piece of ash gem and the peculiar magic stone, made him feel quite conflicted. Good things are indeed more troublesome, he complained and then entered the game. Let's organize this. The shop can open directly. Arriving at the store, Sumu began to arrange the items from the warehouse onto the shelves. He organized everything meticulously, categorizing all the items. There was a counter specifically for selling weapons, another for selling potions, and others for materials and miscellaneous items. How should I price these? After arranging the items, Sumu was puzzled about how to set the prices. The specific prices of these items needed to be determined based on player demand, which varied at each stage. Sell them at a high price. These items are all scarce goods right now. After some thought, Sumu set a high price. High attribute weapons were priced at 5,000 gold. Other bulk items were set at 3,000 gold. Then there were the sets of mage and warrior magic flame gear he made himself, each priced at 100,000 gold. If someone saw this price, they would definitely curse Sumu as a profiteer. But when they saw the attributes of the magic flame sets, they might change their tune to a conscientious merchant. After all, the attributes of this second-tier equipment were truly top-notch. Self-purchase mode, no need for staff, just restock when there's no inventory, which saves a lot of handling fees compared to the auction house. Sumu set up the purchasing method, a very trendy unmanned shopping mode, where you could buy the selected items by paying the corresponding price. The gold would automatically be deposited into the store's warehouse. Of course, this method still had some drawbacks, such as the fixed prices deterring many buyers. Let's do it this way for now. Later, I'll hire a profiteer to help me manage the store. However, Sumu couldn't stay here all the time, so for now, this was the plan. Let's give it a name. The store was officially open, and Sumu looked at the sign outside. Let's call it Sush an Easy Purchase. Under the pitch-black night, a thin layer of mist enveloped the sky above Huadu. Those familiar with it knew that it was called smog. Fortunately, during this time, the flow of people had significantly decreased, and the long-lost moon appeared in the sky above Huadu. A person was driving towards a remote suburban area. A pile of documents was placed in the back of the car. Turn left at the upcoming intersection. The navigation voice sounded, and the person turned the steering wheel to the left. Soon, a factory building appeared ahead. Beep! The person honked the horn. After a while, the factory door opened. The person took a deep breath and drove inside. After stopping, someone walked over. Did you bring the stuff? It's all in the back seat of the car. The person pointed to the back seat. The other person glanced back and walked to the rear door. Where's the money I want? The person hurriedly pressed the lock button, speaking with urgency. The other person glared at him, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and took several big steps back. This smile gave the person a sudden bad premonition. Bang! At that moment, a heavy object fell from the sky and landed squarely on the driver's seat. The front half of the entire car was completely wrecked. The person in the driver's seat was crushed into a pulp. Standing nearby, the other person's smile grew increasingly cold. He quickly stepped forward, opened the back seat of the car, and took everything out. After organizing it, he pulled out his phone. Brother Xiao, I've got the information. Thank you for your hard work. Distribute the information. On the other end, Yu Zhao's voice quickly rang out. Got it, the man replied, then continued. But the weapons and equipment you asked me to get are a bit tricky. On the other end, Yu Zhao was silent for a long time before speaking in a deep voice. That Sumu is stronger than we estimated. Without those things, we might not be able to deal with him. Brother Xiao, are you serious? The man sounded somewhat incredulous. I'm very serious. Yu Zhao's tone was extremely grave. Ha! The man exhaled a breath of foul air. I still think it's a bit exaggerated. So many weapons and equipment, just to deal with one Sumu? Isn't that a bit over the top? You should know my working style. Yu Zhao's voice was cold and ruthless. The man immediately fell silent. Under the bleak wind, the busy tone of the phone echoed on the other end. In the real world, Sumu was lying on the sofa playing with his phone. He was looking at a post. It explained the specific rules of this event. Being eliminated once did not mean being out of the game. After each elimination, as long as 3 hours passed, one could continue the event, but they had to start from the first round to advance. This rule made most people exclaim in admiration. This way, many lower-level players could take advantage of this event to level up without worries. No matter how you look at it, this event seems to be raising the levels of other players. Sumu squinted at the post. Rather than a universal monster hunt, it was more like a universal level up. After all, this event was initiated by him. This can be seen as a good thing. As everyone's level progresses, my items will sell better. Sumu did not delve into the deeper meaning behind it and continued to look at other posts. Before long, a hot post caught his attention. The title was, "The Gap Between the World's #1 Mage and Us." He raised an eyebrow and clicked in. After reading for a while, he furrowed his brow and squinted. The content of the post discussed his powerful performance in the event area. It also analyzed his attributes in various aspects. It even stated that he had mastered at least 3 S-level skills. However, Sumu did not care about these. Since he had revealed his strength, he was not afraid of others speculating. What concerned him was the rhythm set by the post. The author accused him of indiscriminately hunting monsters in the event area, leaving no space for other players to level up. They also claimed that he was unworthy of his power, a person of low character who recklessly slaughtered other players in the event area. Is this what they call jealousy? Sumu scoffed at this point. The post's author was clearly trying to stir up trouble. He looked at the replies below the post. Is what the author said true? This Sumu is too hateful. If that's the case, I suggest making this guy come out and apologize. Don't listen to the author. I was also in that event area. It was clearly others trying to deal with Su the Mage, and Su the Mage was just defending himself. The one above must be a shill for Su the Mage. The one above is an idiot. Does Su the Mage need to be defended? Don't forget this event was initiated by Su the Mage. How he wants to play is none of your keyboard warrior's business. Even though there are some who deliberately stir the pot, the general direction still leans towards oneself. Overall, although this post has caused some waves, the impact is not significant. After experiencing the previous public opinion storms, the onlookers have clearly sharpened their eyes. Once a person becomes too famous, all sorts of troubles will inevitably follow. Sumu couldn't help but sigh. This is the path that the strong must go through. He put down his phone and walked to the window. The night sky was dotted with stars. Under the starlight, that mysterious universe was rich and colorful. No one could see it, including Sumu. In the distant horizon, a law of order was being born. It looked as if an invisible barrier was being constantly torn and filled. The next day, Sumu got up early. He first went to clear the lava cave dungeon, gathering a large amount of herbs and ores before returning to the internal space of the crystal. The third round of activities is about to begin. After the announcement appeared, Sumu wasted no time and entered the third round's activity world through the portal. The rules for this round of activities are as follows. In the world you are in, there are various levels of monsters and bosses. Killing them will grant you a large amount of experience rewards, as well as points. The points leaderboard will synchronize with the world points. Only the top 10,000 players in the world points ranking can advance to the final round. This round of activities lasts for 24 hours. Players can exit the third round activity area at any time, and their points will be retained. After a series of rule introductions, Sumu roughly understood. This round was still about monster farming, but the competition was much fiercer than in the previous rounds. How many people are there in the world? Not everyone participates in the activities, but there are still billions. To become one of the top 10,000 among billions, that's one in hundreds of thousands. As for the world points leaderboard, can Shen Yuan also make the list? A thought popped into Su Mu's mind as he looked at the leaderboard. Could he use the identity of Shen Yuan to earn 2 rewards? He looked around. It seemed to be the modern city from before. He was in a remote alley. There were no other people nearby. It appeared that all players in this round had been assigned to various corners of the city. Given the size of the city, accommodating tens of millions is not difficult, so players shouldn't be too densely packed. This means that this round limits those who farm monsters in groups, and the competition is based on individual monster farming ability. Transform into Xian Yuan. Sumu decisively transformed into Xuan Yuan's identity. Wearing the agility set and picking up his bow, he quickly ran towards the street where monsters appeared. Monsters soon appeared on the street. Humanoid creatures with red eyes, looking even scarier than zombies. Upon seeing Sumu, they surged towards him immediately. In terms of speed, these guys were several times faster than the zombies in movies. Sumu didn't hold back against these creatures and directly drew his bow. You killed a bloodthirsty corpse, earning 10 points. You killed a nightmarish corpse, earning 50 points. These monsters were all first tier, including both normal and elite monsters. Sumu used a direct shot, killing them all with a single arrow. Once the monsters gathered in large numbers, he would directly use the archer's AoE skill to clear them all. On that world leaderboard, Xuanyuan's name quickly rose to the first position. The leaderboard only displayed the names of the top 100, and to make the list, at least 1,000 points were needed. In each activity area, there was no one else like Sumu who could kill a monster in one shot. When Xuanyuan's points reached 10,000, the name in second place still had not appeared. This score is already very high. Sumu did not pay attention to the leaderboard. He glanced at Xuanyuan's score and transformed back. Fireball. He casually selected a target, and a fireball flew out. You have gained 10 points. Current rank, 158,789,778. As expected, it works. Seeing his rank, Sumu smiled. Xuanyuan's rank was separate from Sumu's. This meant he could bring both identities into the finals. If he could earn rewards for both ranks, it would be double the joy. First, let's grind with Xianyuan. Sumu transformed back into Xianyuan. Compared to Xianyuan, the identity of Su Mage was clearly faster to level up. He just needed to grind a little to reach heights others couldn't. Sumu was unaware that Xuanyuan's appearance on the leaderboard had caused a stir in the chat channel. What's going on? Why isn't Su Mage on the leaderboard? With his strength, he should definitely surpass Xianyuan. Does anyone have Su Mage as a friend? Can someone ask if he overslept and missed this round of activities? I feel that's possible. Not to mention who grinds faster between Xianyuan and Su Mage. Su Mage can't possibly still be off the leaderboard, right? I think Su Mage probably went to level up first. He'll probably come to grind after a while. The third round of activities is quite free. Hard to say, maybe your Su Mage really did oversleep. So what if he overslept? Even if Su Mage starts from the first round again, he can definitely advance, unlike you, who can't even make it into the top 100 million. The chat channel was buzzing with discussions. Many Xianyuan fans were shouting Xianyuan in O1. There were even archers and mages arguing about whether the archer's solo grinding ability was stronger or the mage's. Amidst their discussions, other names began to appear on the world leaderboard. Unsurprisingly, the top ranks were mostly filled with players from Huagua, including some well-known names. Li Xiao was ranked second. His equipment was very luxurious, and he had plenty of potions, making him the top mage after Su Mu. Most of those ranked behind him were also mages. However, among these mages, one name stood out. I actually ranked only 78th. Lanknade looked at his world ranking, his voice low. He continued to scan upwards and suddenly laughed. That Su Mu isn't here? Not seeing Su Mu's name made him smile like a child. I get it. This guy overslept. Ha, ha, ha. He laughed while murmuring, completely in a I understand everything manner. The more Lanknade thought about it, the happier he became, even breaking into a tango on the street. Compared to mages, archers were indeed weaker in group grinding, but their solo combat ability was stronger than that of mages. With agile positioning and extremely high range, these were the advantages of archers. Sumu drew his bow and shot arrows, continuously clearing the monsters around him. Relying on his powerful strength, he kept grinding in the high-level area, encountering elite monsters of the first tier, including some bosses. For those bosses, Sumu could kill them with a single arrow. That's about enough. He looked at Xuanyuan's current score, over 30,000 points. Looking further down, the second-ranked score was just over 2,000 points. The gap of more than 10 times was almost despairing. In the chat channel, many people were discussing Xuanyuan's score. Isn't this Xianyuan just too damn awesome? 30,000 points? Can the second-ranked player grind that in a day? So terrifying. Are archers really this strong? You all remember, Xuanyuan's level is at least second tier. Dealing with these first-tier monsters is a piece of cake, right? No need to say more. I would call Xianyuan the god of arrows. God of arrows? That name has a bit of weight. I think Hoi sounds better. Those who understand will understand. For the vast majority of players, relying on their own strength to kill a monster of the same tier alone is still quite a challenge. Not to mention those elite monsters and bosses. Xuanyuan's points are astronomical numbers in their eyes. In the chat channel, Xianyuan suddenly became the center of attention, and everyone seemed to forget there was also a Su Fazhen. In the activity area, Sumu put away the longbow in his hand, returning to his original identity. He picked up the staff of the god of magic, releasing an extremely vast energy. 10,000 trees flourish. Seconds later, dense branches and leaves grew in this area. Those vines began to randomly deal damage to the surrounding monsters. Any monster within this area, whether elite or boss, was instantly killed without exception. You have gained 10 points. You have gained 50 points. You have gained 1,000 points. Looking at his rapidly increasing points, Sumu did not stop there. He used a long-distance blink to arrive in another area. 10,000 trees flourish. Another large-scale AoE was unleashed, and Sumu patiently waited in place. Although this skill strikes randomly, the frequency is indeed high, with nearly 80% of the monsters being eliminated. At this moment, the first position on the points leaderboard changed hands. With just 2 skills, Sumu's points reached 50,000. That'll do. Seeing this score, Sumu smiled with satisfaction. Even if he stopped now, no one would be able to surpass him in the first and second places. Return. Sumu exited the activity area. Enter the game. Arriving in the Shinda game world, he went to the shop's warehouse, putting some needed items into his backpack, while most of the rest were displayed on the shelves. Time to set off. With plenty of time, Sumu planned to reach the capital before the second round of activities ended. Unlike before when he walked, a huge magical airship was docked at a lookout tower on the southern wall of Xiaoye City. From the outside, it looked like a ship, with white magical stones embedded around the hull and some rotating blades at the bottom. Hello, adventurer. The airship to the capital will depart in 10 minutes. The journey will take a total of 3 hours, and the ticket costs 100 gold coins. There was a ticket booth below the airship. Sumu spent 100 gold coins, took his ticket, and boarded the lookout tower. The magical airship was large. There were many NPCs on board, including some carrying goods. Hello everyone. Sumu greeted the NPCs enthusiastically. Since it was on the way, building good relations with NPCs might lead to some quests. Hello, adventurer. Some NPCs responded to Sumu's greeting, but no quests were offered. There were also some NPCs who showed indifference towards Sumu. No quests, then forget it. Sumu pouted and walked towards the interior of the airship with his ticket. 3 hours is neither long nor short. He found his seat, sat down, and lay back comfortably. Soon, a sensation of rising came over him. Sumu looked out the window at the ground below, much lower than an airplane. Estimating roughly, the airship was only about 300 to 400 meters above the ground. This height allowed Sumu to rest at ease. Just as Sumu was on his way to the royal capital, the event world erupted. Am I seeing things? How did Su Fazhen suddenly rank first? I just checked the leaderboard a few minutes ago, and Su Fashion's name wasn't even in the top 100. Damn, over 50,000 points in just a few minutes? That's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. Alright, everyone stop arguing. With Su Fazhen and Xian Yuan here, the top 2 spots in this event are a foregone conclusion. What about those who said Su Fazhen couldn't surpass Xian Yuan? Face slap, right? Actually, there's nothing to argue about. Su Fazhen and Xian Yuan should have a good relationship. We should be rational fans. Everyone understood that Su Fashion's terror had long surpassed their imagination. Even Xian Yuan, who ranked second, had an irreparable gap between him and Su Fazhen. Who is the number 1 in the divine path is simply not a matter of debate. Lanked. Nade was chanting a fireball. As a monster fell, he habitually opened the points leaderboard. I've risen to 69th place. If it weren't for these Huagua people having double experience, I could definitely make it into the top 10. He murmured softly, a hint of defiance in his eyes. Looking further up the rankings, he still couldn't find that familiar name, and his mouth involuntarily curled up. But soon, his smile came to an abrupt halt. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. Unbelievable roars erupted. Xiaoye City. On the high platform of the Lord's mansion, Yubai looked at the airship heading towards the royal capital, his eyes filled with depth. Sumu's departure was both a good thing and not a good thing for him. As the lord of a city, his status in Xiaoye City was self-evident. Even in the royal capital, there were few who could give him orders. Even if Sumu revealed his secret, without evidence, no one could judge him. It was just that his situation would be a bit troublesome. This is my warning to you. He smiled and whispered softly, enjoy it well. Under the gaze of this lord, the airship flew further and further away. Inside the airship's cabin, Sumu was taking a short rest. Resting in the divine path world could yield feedback in reality. However, the relatively small cabin was not very comfortable for sleeping. Sumu's sleep was shallow. Any slight movement would wake him immediately. The airship sped through the sky, with the magical stones around the hull providing ample energy. Coupled with the guards scattered throughout the airship, this trip to the royal capital seemed very safe. Time passed second by second, and the airship had long left the territory of Xiaoye City. Below appeared a vast expanse of dense forest. Upon reaching this place, the guards on the airship became tense. They stood by the cannons carved with runes, ready for action. Not good. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the center of the airship. It was the pilot of the magical airship. What happened? A guard immediately ran over. A large number of monsters are approaching. The pilot's expression was serious as he stared at the ship's scanner. This device was very similar to Sumu's magical perspective, displaying a dense cluster of red dots. So many monsters moving together. What on earth is going on? The guard looked at the red dots, speechless in shock. Airships to the royal capital left Xiaoye City every day, and occasionally there were monster attacks on airships, but they were usually just scattered monsters. They hadn't encountered an attack of this scale in a long time. Notify everyone, get ready. The guard decisively issued the order. There were hundreds of guards on the airship, and with those magical weapons, they still had a chance to break through. Boom! However, just as everyone was preparing to face the enemy, a huge explosion sounded from the left wing of the airship. This sudden explosion caught everyone off guard. The massive airship immediately lost its balance. God, what on earth is happening? Ah, help! Emergency landing, emergency landing. Everyone hold on to the handrails, prepare for impact. Countless voices intertwined, as the ordinary NPC passengers continuously shouted in panic, while the surrounding guards kept reminding them. Even so, during the descent under gravity, everyone's faces on the airship turned pale. Of course, there was one exception among them. In the cabin, Sumu looked through the glass at the ground getting closer, his gaze sharp. Is that guy behind this? He whispered as he looked towards the direction of Howling Moon City. The magical airship traveled to the royal capital every day, and just after he boarded, this airship encountered an accident. Could this be a coincidence? Obviously not. If anyone in Howling Moon City wanted to deal with him, the only person Sumu could think of was that lord of the city. So this guy wants to give me a warning. After a moment of thought, Sumu understood the intention of the lord of Howling Moon City. Players are different from NPCs. When a player dies, they do not truly die. NPCs are aware of this. Even if Yubai caused him to die in the airship accident, it wouldn't stop him from going to the royal capital. Don't want me to reveal your true identity? I won't fall for that. Having figured out the key point, Sumu sneered. The dignified lord of Howling Moon City was a monster. Even if he went to the royal capital and proclaimed it loudly, no one would believe him. However, regarding Yubai's identity, there would definitely be some hidden quest waiting for him. Taking a deep breath, Sumu temporarily set aside these thoughts. The current crisis had not yet been resolved. 30 meters, 20 meters. He watched the distance between the airship and the ground, remaining exceptionally calm. 10 meters. Blink. A magical energy flashed in the cabin, and Sumu instantly appeared on a large tree 100 meters away from the airship. Boom! The airship crashed to the ground, and a tremendous explosion echoed throughout the forest. Sumu looked towards that location, activating both his magical vision and eagle eye. The explosion caused many NPCs to die on the spot. The remaining NPCs emitted very weak life signs. What a grand scheme! Sumu felt no pity for the NPCs' deaths. What concerned him was the methods of the Lord of Howling Moon City. In his line of sight, a large number of monsters were rushing towards the location of the airship's crash. They don't plan to leave a single survivor. It must be said that the Lord of Howling Moon City was indeed ruthless. He tampered with the magical airship and sent a large number of monsters to eliminate everyone. With no witnesses, even if an investigation were to take place later, it would likely be deemed just an incident of monsters attacking the airship. It's a pity that no matter how many calculations you make, you still overlooked one thing. Sumu's lips curled up, his face radiating confidence. In his magical vision, the life signs of those monsters were not strong. This also meant that with his strength, he could completely wipe out those monsters. As long as there were survivors left on the airship, they could report what had happened here to the royal capital. By that time, there would surely be NPCs demanding a thorough investigation into the cause of the airship's accident and who had sent those monsters. As long as I guide the investigation towards the Lord of Xiaoye City, I can firmly grasp the initiative. This is definitely a hidden quest, and the final boss of the quest is a city lord. No matter how you look at it, the rewards for this quest won't be bad. Sumu would never let this opportunity slip by. After all, he considered himself a veteran player. When it comes to how to interact with NPCs, he dared to say that if he wasn't first, no other player could claim to be. No need to rush. Wait until the situation becomes critical before taking action. By then, those NPCs will need my help, and won't the quest come to me? With a faint smile on his face, Sumu stood atop a large tree, using his dual perspective skill to take in the situation over by the airship. Now it was just a matter of waiting. Help me, I'm trapped. Someone come, I can't control my health. Wah, wah, wah. Damn it, I paid a hefty price for this. What kind of broken airship is this? At the crash site of the airship, various cries of despair and curses rang out incessantly. Many of them had been eating and singing, and some were sleeping soundly, only to have the airship explode. You guys must take responsibility. Many people were venting their anger at the guards. Everyone, please remain calm. We will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. The leading guard was very responsible. You run fast, quickly report the situation here to the royal capital and have them send someone for rescue. He first looked at a guard dressed like an assassin and said sternly, "Understood." The person immediately sprang into action. The leading guard took a deep breath and continued to give orders to the other surviving guards. First, save the people, get everyone out. These people were all wearing hard armor, so the impact they suffered wasn't too severe. With their help, many people were rescued. Throughout the process, the leading guard's expression remained grim. The explosion of the airship was just the beginning. A large number of magical beasts were waiting for them next. Check which magical cannons on the airship are still usable. Form a defensive formation. No matter what, we must hold on until help arrives. He anxiously commanded the situation. Woo! Before long, a wolf howl echoed. Prepare for battle. At this moment, the NPCs around the wreckage of the airship were all on edge. Woo! Another wolf howl sounded. From the surrounding dense forest, one wolf-like magical beast after another sprang out. It's the Gale Wolf. A guard couldn't help but shout. Use the magical cannons to drive them back. The leading guard gritted his teeth and aimed a magical cannon at the pack of wolves in front. Bang! Magical runes surged, and a massive magical missile shot towards the wolf pack. Upon reaching its target, the missile exploded, causing considerable AoE damage. However, those Gale Wolves were clearly not ordinary magical beasts. The magical cannon's attack couldn't take them down in one hit. Woo! At the same time, all the Gale Wolves launched their attack at the command of a wolf howl. Some shield-bearing guards immediately stepped forward to block. The NPCs dressed as mages and archers began their attacks. However, their output couldn't withstand the onslaught of the wolf pack. Soon, the wolves charged to the front of the NPCs, relentlessly tearing at them with their sharp fangs. Group heal. Healing spell. Some priests began to heal others. Yet, facing the massive number of wolves, the health recovery was like a drop in the bucket. Is there anyone who can save me? Why has this route always been safe? How could there be so many magical beasts? I don't want to die. Run! The defense line was quickly torn apart, and the NPCs began to flee in all directions. However, in their injured state, their running speed was clearly no match for the swift wolves. Don't run, we can't let the defense line collapse. Come back, running leads to death. The leading guard shouted incessantly. Not a single person paid him any mind. Even some guards had given up the fight and started to flee for their lives. The sharp fangs were like the scythe of death. The leading guard lowered his head. He had been standing at the front, battling the wolf pack, and his health was nearly depleted. The situation was dire, and he was prepared to die heroically. One of the swift wolves, just as he wished, opened its bloody maw and lunged for his neck. Roar! A low growl echoed, the stench flooding the guard's nostrils, but something unexpected happened. He did not die. Raising his head, he saw the swift wolf in front of him staring intently, its sharp fangs mere inches away. What's going on? The guard could sense the wolf's bloodthirsty intent but couldn't understand why it had stopped. What is this? When he looked around, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. Not just the swift wolf in front of him, but all the swift wolves in the area were frozen in place. Counterattack. Although he didn't know what was happening, the guard raised his weapon and attacked the swift wolf before him. Fire rain spell. At that moment, a rain of flames fell from the sky, striking a group of swift wolves. Those swift wolves also fell to the ground. The guard then saw the person who had cast the fire rain. It was the adventurer from the airship. Adventurer, are these guys controlled by your skill? The guard quickly realized something, and a glimmer of hope emerged from his despair. It's me. Sumu nodded in response. Great. I hope you can help us. Once we reach the royal capital, I will report your achievements truthfully, and you will receive a generous reward. The leading guard spoke again. In the next moment, a quest appeared before Sumu. Do you accept the quest, escape the predicament? Help the surviving NPCs from the airship escape the monster's pursuit. Of course I accept. Sumu had been waiting for this quest and took it without hesitation. Strong healing spell. Immediately, Sumu raised his hand and released a beam of holy light towards the guard. What are you doing? The guard's health instantly recovered significantly, and his face was filled with disbelief. A mage actually healed him? And this healing nearly filled his health bar? If the fleeing priests knew about this, they would probably want to dig a hole and hide. However, this also filled the guard with hope. Adventurer, you cover for them while they retreat. Hearing the guard's words, Sumu merely smiled slightly and did not rush to act. For him, these NPCs were more of a hindrance. He looked at the guard, his tone calm yet full of confidence. You should escape too. I'll take care of this. Are you serious? The guard, unaware of Sumu's intentions, looked somewhat confused. There were hundreds of swift wolves in this area, far more than a single adventurer could handle. Although he didn't know how Sumu had controlled these swift wolves, they would surely have a moment when the control was lifted. I should stay and help you. The guard gritted his teeth and refused to flee. If you don't leave, then I will. Sumu shrugged, instead adopting a posture as if he was ready to run away. Then it's up to you. The guard captain was at a loss. At this point, he could only place all his hopes on this adventurer. Sumu said nothing, watching as the guard captain left. The NPCs had no idea that Sumu was currently exerting great effort to control the gravitational field. It was indeed easy to control all the enemies in a certain area, but to control the Gale Wolves while ensuring that other NPCs were not affected required some energy. Finally, a Tier 3 monster has spawned. It's starting. Once all the NPCs had left, Sumu had no more worries. Frost Storm. With the monsters concentrated, he chose the Storm skill. Under the control of the gravitational field, the surrounding Gale Wolves had nowhere to escape. -8,972. With each jump of the storm, a huge damage number appeared above the heads of those Gale Wolves. If the previous NPCs were here, they would definitely be shocked by this number. Their magic cannons dealt about the same damage. Sumu, this adventurer, was simply a walking magic cannon. You have killed a Gale Wolf and gained 300 experience. You gained 1 intelligence through the radiance of the mage. Under the attack of the Frost Storm, those Tier 3 elite wolves fell one after another. Finally, some experience. Looking at his constantly rising experience bar, Sumu felt a sense of hard-earned achievement. Although he had been grinding monsters during this time, the gap in levels meant that his experience points had remained stagnant. Now, with the experience provided by these Tier 3 elite monsters, the efficiency of leveling up had suddenly increased. Congratulations, you leveled up and gained 40 attribute points and 50 skill points. As one Gale Wolf after another fell, Sumu's level also rose to Tier 3 level 2. You have killed a Gale Wolf and gained 200 experience. This wasn't over. These elite monsters provided rich experience, and with their large numbers, Sumu's experience bar continued to rise. When the duration of the Frost Storm ended, another notification sounded. Congratulations, you leveled up and gained 40 attribute points and 50 skill points. Leveled up twice, not bad. His level had risen to Tier 3 level 3, and Sumu's expression was calm. What a pity, no boss level monsters. He pouted and began to collect the drops from the Gale Wolves. You obtained the Gale Dagger. You obtained the Gale Robe. You obtained the skill, Gale Step. You obtained Tier 3 Fur. The drops from the Tier 3 elite monsters were very generous. The attributes of those Tier 3 equipment were quite good, but what surprised Sumu was a skill. Gale Step, a grade increases movement speed by 30% and attack speed by 30% for 10 seconds. The next attack deals physical damage x 100% as extra damage, cooldown 3 minutes. This was a physical skill. Compared to the Swift skill, this one could significantly increase attack speed. Max it out. Sumu decisively learned this skill and upgraded it to S grade. The skill's effect increased to 50%, and the extra damage reached 150%. This skill pairs well with stealth. After looking at his skills, Sumu pursed his lips. Many skills seemed average, but when combined, they were quite powerful. However, he had too many skills, and most of them had no opportunity for use. What a hassle. In response, Sumu scratched his head. If anyone else heard him mumble this, they would definitely roll their eyes. Who wouldn't want such troubles? 80 attribute points, each adding 20. Sumu closed the skill interface and opened the attribute interface. Aside from intelligence, each attribute increased by 20 points. With the enhancement of the super limit increase, the other 4 attributes, except for intelligence, all increased by 40 points. Player, Sumu class, Mage level, Tier 3, level 3, 1100/40,000, health, 10560 mana, 72800 melee physical attack, 992 spell attack, 4974 physical defense, 1056 spell defense, 1970 attributes, strength 396, constitution 396, plus 460, agility 396, spirit 1050, plus 770, intelligence 1521, plus 740. Every time Sumu saw his attributes improve, it filled him with boundless confidence. Whether in the game or in reality, powerful attributes were always the foundation of his existence. He looked towards the direction the NPCs had fled. That was the original route of the airship, heading towards the location of the royal capital. Locking onto the previous guard, Sumu activated the wind step skill he had just acquired, while also using Swift. With both skills activated, he felt as if he had taken flight. A few minutes later, he caught up with the guard. Adventurer, did you hold them off? The guard, upon seeing Sumu, quickly glanced back in the direction they had come from, searching for the whereabouts of the windwolves. I dealt with them, Sumu replied calmly. What did you say? The guard captain exclaimed, losing his composure. While fleeing, he had been wondering if Sumu would lead the windwolves to another location. Did you really take them all out? The guard captain swallowed hard, emphasizing his tone. There's no need for those people to run anymore. All the monsters have been dealt with by me. Sumu nodded, his tone carrying an indescribable dominance. Ah! The guard captain sighed in relief upon hearing this. But before he could recover from his astonishment, Sumu's next words changed his expression drastically. Don't you think there's something suspicious about the airship's accident? It's as if someone tampered with the airship. What do you mean by that? The guard captain's face darkened ominously. He certainly understood what Sumu meant, but the more he thought about it, the more chilling it felt. You should know what I mean, Sumu said with a smile. The guard fell silent, looking at Sumu, wanting to say something but clenching his fists to hold back his words. Sumu observed his expression and shrugged. This was not the outcome he desired. Don't you think there are insiders among the monsters in Howling Moon City? After saying this, Sumu fixed his gaze on the guard, watching for his reaction. How is that possible? The guard roared in disbelief the next second. The only people who could tamper with the magical airship were all his friends. How could they possibly side with the monsters? Nothing is impossible. Didn't something similar happen in Howling Moon City before? Sumu spoke again, guiding the guard before him. Are you talking about the incident where the monsters stole Lord Simon's body? The guard quickly recalled, his expression growing more serious. Sumu smiled without speaking, silently waiting. Having brought the conversation to this point, the task should now commence. Ah! The guard remained silent for a long time, taking a deep breath and exhaling heavily. He looked at Sumu, his eyes filled with a plea. Adventurer, I hope you can help me investigate this matter and seek justice for my fallen friends. Then, a task appeared before Sumu. Do you accept the task? Investigate the cause of the airship accident? I will get to the bottom of this. Sumu smiled slightly and gladly accepted the task. With Sumu's assurance, the guard nodded and took out something from his possession. This is my guard token. If you find out anything, please take this token to Lord Shenluo in the royal capital. His expression was extremely serious. I understand. Sumu reached out and took the token. The guard cast a look at Sumu that said, it's all up to you, and turned to search for the fleeing NPCs. Watching his back, Sumu did not follow. He had already dealt with all the Gale Wolves, and these people would not be in danger for the time being. At this moment, what he needed to do was return to the site of the airship crash and look for some clues. Blink! With a thought, Sumu teleported to the ground, and the massive wreckage of the airship appeared before him. Unlike those online games, finding out the cause of the airship's accident did not come with immediate hints just by arriving here. Magic perspective. Sumu activated his magic perspective and carefully observed the wreckage of the airship. Before long, something caught his attention. He raised an eyebrow and walked over to that spot. With his powerful strength, he turned over the wreckage, revealing a half-destroyed crystal in front of him. There's a special magical energy on it. Is this what caused the airship to explode? Sumu held the broken crystal and examined it closely. Among the wreckage of the entire airship, only this object had magical energy. However, he did not recognize what it was. I'll keep it for now. He placed the crystal into his inventory and continued to observe the wreckage of the airship. Unfortunately, aside from the broken crystal, there were no other clues. I should log off for now. I'll deal with the rest after the event is over. He looked towards the royal capital, his gaze deep. As long as he found some clues, he could deliberately guide them towards the lord of Xiaoye City. The royal capital? Huh? Sumu murmured softly before disappearing from the land. In the event area, Li Xiao was grinding monsters. He was wearing a full set of first-tier sheepskin gear, and his weapon was a high-intelligence staff. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was the top mage under Sumu. He cast a fireball that hit a distant first-tier elite monster. A 4-digit damage number popped up, taking away the last bit of the monster's health. If other players saw his damage, they would definitely show expressions of envy. However, after killing that monster, there was not a trace of pride on Li Xiao's face. The gap is still too big. He looked at Sumu, who was ranked first on the leaderboard. The number of over 50,000 points behind him felt like a mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. I've been grinding for so long, and my current points are only 5,000. As a fellow mage, why does this guy have such exaggerated points? Li Xiao murmured, his tone filled with a sense of pale helplessness. After obtaining that set of sheepskin gear, he had always fantasized about catching up to the footsteps of the mage god Su. Now it seemed that all of this was just a wishful thinking. On the leaderboard, 80% of the top 100 were players from Huagua. With a large population base, Hwagwa already had a certain advantage, and with the double experience that Sumu had previously brought, the overall strength of Hwagwa was suddenly elevated. This dominating strength on the leaderboard naturally attracted the jealousy of other players. Of course, in the hearts of these people, there was only one greatest enemy, Sumu. Even the second-ranked Xianyuan was ignored by them. It's all this guy's fault. Without him, our gap would never be so big. That detestable Sumu, why is he so strong? Did he discover a bug in this game? No matter what, we must find out this guy's secret. The strong players from various countries were undoubtedly focused on Sumu. It is precisely this hostility that has allowed them to reach a tacit understanding with each other. As long as they can make it to the finals, Su Fazhan is their common enemy. Activity area. Sumu logged in again. There is still a long time until the event ends, so he can grind for points. First, let's aim for 200,000. After glancing at his points, Sumu set a small goal. To obtain a diamond treasure chest, he needs at least 100,000 points. However, he wanted to see if the reward for 200,000 points would be improved. There are still too few monsters in the high-level area. If there were more, I could grind for even more points. Sumu pouted, powerful magic surging from within him. 10,000 trees flourish. With a skill unleashed, tens of thousands of points were credited. The efficiency of this monster grinding would leave any player in awe. Transform into Xianyuan. Transforming into an archer, Sumu began to clear out the stragglers in the area. As Sumu's points increased significantly, Xuanyuan's points were also slowly rising. What the hell? Why are there so many monster corpses in this area? This is insane. I was wondering why I hadn't encountered a single monster. It turns out they've all been farmed. Could it be that I'm in the same activity area as Su Fazhan? In the same activity area, one after another, players arrived at the zone where Sumu was grinding monsters, all of them astonished. They looked at the scattered items everywhere, swallowing hard. Among them were elite monsters and bosses. If they could pick up the drops, they would definitely strike it rich. What a waste! The ground was littered with drops that no one was picking up, and the crowd was itching with desire. Unfortunately, the monsters were not killed by them, so they had no right to pick up the loot. Among this group of players, some began to harbor great greed. He's just a mage. If we all ambush him together, we can control him to death. An assassin stepped forward, starting to persuade others. The teammates he sought were all assassins. After a while, dozens of high-level assassins gathered together. If we all team up, how will that guy's points be calculated? We'll talk about points later. Let's take care of that guy first, and the drops from the monsters he farmed will belong to us. Whoever gets the points, the drops will be shared among everyone. What do you all think? They discussed the distribution of benefits, seeming to think that dealing with Sumu wouldn't be a difficult task. That guy is Su Fazhan. Can we really handle him with just us? At this moment, someone raised an objection. I have a good plan that should work. The assassin who initiated the team smiled, looking quite confident. What plan? Everyone turned to look at him. That guy must be using some big move to farm monsters. Such skills must consume a lot of mana. As long as we leverage the advantages of assassins, ambushing and stealth, and then everyone uses control skills in succession, we can keep that guy controlled until he dies. As the assassin spoke, a strong excitement appeared in his eyes. No matter how powerful Su Fazhan's group farming ability is, he is still just a mage. I've seen that Su Fazhan before. His health and defense are particularly high. Your plan is risky. One person nervously spoke up. Su Fazhan's previous record of defeating thousands alone was so glorious. Could they, just a few dozen, topple this mountain? That Sumu's magical defense is indeed very high, but his physical defense is somewhat lower. Everyone is elite assassins. You should have some confidence in your damage. And he must have used a magic shield or something similar before, which is why he could withstand so much damage. The assassin's face showed an inexplicable confidence, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. As long as we control him, he won't be able to use any skills. Even if we take our time, we can wear him down. His words stirred the others into action. Upon reflection, it did seem to make sense. They were all assassins. As long as they chose the perfect moment to sneak in together, coupled with continuous control, how could they not take down a mage? Let's hear everyone's stance. Those afraid of offending the mage god can back out. The assassin looked at everyone's expressions and spoke loudly. If this succeeds, the rewards might be even greater than our promotion. At this, many widened their eyes. There's a saying, fortune favors the bold. Being in the same area as Sumu, they had hardly any monsters to farm, and wanting to level up was already an exceptionally difficult task. In comparison, dealing with the mage god seemed to offer more opportunity. I'll join. At worst, I'll just be eliminated. I'll join too. Anyway, the mage god doesn't know who I am. That's true. Let's take a shot. A bike can turn into a motorcycle. Bro, what's the plan next? You lead. One by one, they expressed their willingness to join. Alright, then let's bring the mage god down from his pedestal, the assassin shouted confidently. He never considered Sumu to be any kind of mage god. As long as they utilized the rules of this divine path game, mere mortals could indeed devour gods. His eyes were filled with one thing: greed. More than the drops, he cared about those points that ranked first. In the densely populated monster area, forest of 10,000 trees, Sumu still used his strongest AoE skill to quickly clear monsters, then transformed into Shenyuan to clean up the remaining small monsters. This point total is almost there. On the leaderboard, his points reached 150,000. Xuanyuan's points also reached 70,000. Sumu's goal was to raise his points to 200,000 and Xuanyuan's to 100,000. I wonder if they will give 2 treasure chests. He still had some doubts about the rewards. Unbeknownst to Sumu, a group of assassins was currently searching for his whereabouts. That guy should be in the densely populated monster area. Everyone follow me. Led by one assassin, a team of assassins was heading towards a certain direction. There were more monsters in that location. Everyone sneak over. The assassin ignored the surrounding monsters and shouted to the others, "Stealth!" Immediately, these assassins began to disappear one by one. After becoming invisible, they easily avoided some monsters. However, their stealth skills were not advanced, and their movement speed was significantly slowed. No need to rush, let's first determine that guy's location, then find the right opportunity. The assassin led the group, searching leisurely. Where is that guy? These monsters aren't reacting at all. Isn't he pulling any aggro? After a long time, apart from the monsters, they hadn't seen a single figure. How about we split up? Let's find him first? Someone suggested. No way. The leading assassin firmly rejected. That guy is too strong. We'd better not split up. Once we find his location, we can strike directly. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded. The group continued searching in the area. After a while, the area they were in suddenly changed. Look, what is that? Is that wood sprouting? Is there a boss? Everyone looked at the trees sprouting from the ground, each one filled with confusion. The leading assassin suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. He instinctively shouted, "Get away from those trees!" Just as his words fell, sharp spikes extended from the trees, beginning to indiscriminately strike at the surrounding monsters. A player who was relatively close was immediately ensnared by those spikes. The next second, a damage number exceeding 40,000 appeared above that person's head. Seeing this, everyone widened their eyes. The damage was just too exaggerated. "Run!" someone shouted, and the group of assassins was thrown into chaos. They fled in all directions, trying to distance themselves from the trees. However, their running speed was no match for those spikes. In this world filled with trees, these assassins were no different from the other monsters. In fact, because they kept running around in panic, they became the targets of the spikes. One after another, terrifying damage numbers appeared above their heads. The leading assassin was also targeted by a cluster of spikes, his health bar completely drained. He never imagined that he would be eliminated so suddenly without even seeing the face of the god of sorcery. In the very center of all the vines, Sumu stood there, squinting his eyes. "You killed player Luing, gaining 1,320 points. You killed Triple X, gaining 890 points. Did players enter my attack zone?" The appearance of these kill notifications was something Sumu never expected. He was in a high-level monster area. How did these players get in? If Sumu knew that these players had deliberately come to find him, he would probably laugh himself to death. That's a lot of points. He looked at his current score. It had already reached 220,000 points. Transform into Xian Yuan. With his goal achieved, Sumu transformed into an archer and continued to rack up points. Soon, Xuanyuan's points also reached 100,000. This score is enough, exit the event. Sumu decisively exited the event and entered the interior of the Divine Path Crystal. Enter the game. As the surroundings changed, he found himself back in the previous dense forest. Swift, Gale Step, Blink. With his travel skills activated, Sumu began to sprint towards the royal capital. There weren't many monsters in the dense forest, and with his magical perspective, Sumu could easily avoid them. Running on foot is a bit troublesome, if only I had a teleportation skill. The blue mana was rapidly depleting, and Sumu looked helpless. His travel efficiency was clearly no match for an airship. What's that? After advancing for a while, some corpses came into view. He blinked next to those corpses. Are these the fleeing NPCs? Sumu immediately recognized the identities of these NPCs, his brow furrowing. How did they die? Looking around, there were no powerful monsters nearby. Sumu's expression darkened as he searched ahead with his magical perspective. They're all dead? His face turned cold. There were no signs of large-scale monster activity around, indicating that these NPCs had not encountered an attack from a horde of monsters. Is it the Lord of Xiaoye? The only person Sumu could think of was one. With the airship suddenly crashing, the Lord of Xiaoye would definitely not allow anyone to report this incident to the royal capital. Sumu walked slowly in one direction. A few minutes later, a guard appeared in his line of sight. It was the guard who had given him the task. At this moment, this NPC was leaning against a large tree, showing no signs of life whatsoever. On the large tree behind him, a line of words also caught Sumu's attention. "Remember the agreement between you and me." A simple sentence that revealed a strong threat. That's really ruthless. Sumu's face turned cold, a surge of anger rising from the depths of his heart. Just to give himself a warning, the Lord of Xiaoye City actually sacrificed an entire airship's crew. Sumu turned to look in the direction of Xiaoye City. "I have never accepted any threats." In Xiaoye City, Yu Bai was still standing on that high platform. The light on the horizon gradually dimmed, and this land was about to be shrouded in darkness. He raised his head, hands clasped behind his back, exuding the powerful aura of a city lord. "I hope you can be a smart person." As night fell, Sumu walked alone through the dense forest. He had been on the road for a long time. Isn't this royal capital too far? Looking at the road ahead, Sumu stopped, feeling somewhat powerless. Running on foot was just not the same as flying in the sky. If he had taken the airship, he would have probably already been in the royal capital completing tasks. That's enough for today. Ha! Slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, Sumu chose to log out of the game. The second round of activities has ended. You have achieved first place in this round, successfully advancing to the third round. Upon entering the interior of the Divine Path Crystal, a prompt popped up. Ha! Sumu was taken aback. He didn't expect that so much time had passed without him noticing. He quickly scanned his surroundings. 2 diamond treasure chests? Soon, 2 crystals radiating the same glow appeared in Sumu's line of sight. Nice! With a happy smile on his face, Sumu quickly walked over to the 2 chests. Opening the first chest, 2 items appeared inside. Pear Blossom Bow, S-grade agility plus 300, constitution plus 100, archery speed plus 20%, ranged attack plus 10%, required level, tier 3 level 1, rain of arrows, S-grade shoot a barrage of arrows at the target area, dealing 300% of ranged attack damage, with a piercing effect that ignores 30% of the opponent's physical defense. Range of 100 meters, cooldown time 90 seconds. This reward is for Xian Yuan. Seeing these 2 items, Sumu immediately reacted. A top-tier weapon for archers, and a top-tier skill for archers, they looked incredibly powerful. Sumu placed the bow into his inventory, directly learned the skill, and then upgraded it to SSS level. Both the damage and effects were significantly enhanced. Your turn. On the field, another diamond chest was shining brightly. Sumu eagerly reached out his hand. As the chest opened, 2 items also appeared in Sumu's line of sight. Spell Shell, S-grade, consumes 1200 mana, increases your spell defense by 30%, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown 10 minutes. Arcane Cloak, S-grade, intelligence plus 200, spirit plus 200, spell critical hit plus 1%, required level, tier 3 level 1. 1 skill, 1 piece of equipment. Upon seeing these 2 items, Sumu's excitement grew even stronger. Awesome! He couldn't help but shout. You have learned Spell Shell. You have upgraded Spell Shell to SSS level. Directly leveling the skill to max, the bonus from Spell Shell became 100%, and the duration extended to 2 minutes. You have equipped the Arcane Cloak. With a prompt, a gray cloak appeared behind Sumu. Paired with the staff and wizard hat in his hands, he looked like a wizard who was anything but ordinary. After activating the spell shield, Sumu glanced at his current magical defense. 4,740 points. This number was almost comparable to his magical attack. Not to mention players, even some mage NPCs of the same level probably can't break my defense, right? Sumu felt it was a bit exaggerated. Unless they had an S-level skill and their magical attack exceeded 1,000 points, they might be able to breach his defense. Mages with a magical attack below 1,000 points shouldn't even think about it. In other words, this mage must have at least 500 points of intelligence. For him, 500 points of intelligence was nothing, but for other players at this stage, 500 points was an astronomical figure. The third round of activities will start tomorrow at 12 noon. At that time, the top 10 players in the score ranking at the end of the event will have a chance to draw lots. The highest prize can be a divine level skill, divine level equipment, and other rewards. At this moment, another announcement appeared. A chance to draw divine level skills and equipment? Although the specific rules of the event had not yet been introduced, the words divine level made Sumu eager. The higher the ranking, the more chances to draw lots I should have. I wonder how many times I can draw with my 2 identities. Sumu squinted his eyes, wishing he could start drawing lots right now. If he could draw a divine level skill or equipment, his chances of dealing with that howling Moon City Lord would be even greater. I'll log off and rest, aiming to reach the capital before the event starts. Exiting the crystal's internal space, Sumu took a shower and directly lay down on the bed. With his current mental strength, he only needed to rest for a few hours to fully recover his physical strength. Not in a hurry to sleep, he took out his phone and started browsing. How terrifying is Su the Mage? Just how difficult is it to score 200,000 points? Let me analyze it for you. A detailed analysis of Su the Mage's overall strength, revealing the true power of this mage. What can such a terrifying mage achieve in reality? Let me explain. Many hot posts appeared in Sumu's view. Just seeing those titles, Sumu had no desire to click in. These people had no idea what level his true strength had reached. Their so-called analysis was just a way to attract attention. Continuing to scroll down, a relatively popular post caught Sumu's eye. According to reliable information, people from other countries are planning to team up to deal with China in the third round of activities. Team up? Sumu didn't click in, his eyes filled with disdain. China had a huge population base, and with the previous double experience, the number of high-level players combined was probably more than that of all other countries. Besides, with him around, what waves could those people possibly make? If I could run into those guys right from the start, I'd send you all home with a storm. Sumu lost interest in scrolling through posts and put down his phone. The night grew deeper. He lay in bed, sleeping soundly. On the other side of the world, the sun was still shining brightly. Nard was on the phone. I hope you can send me the list of players entering the third round of activities, and in exchange, I will give you my list as well. There was silence on the other end for a moment before responding in English. Okay, as long as we can eliminate that Sumu, we can cooperate with you unconditionally. Yes. Nard couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this response. He quickly adjusted his excited mood and spoke in a calm tone. Rest assured, I will join forces with people from other countries. This time we will put aside our past differences. Pleasant cooperation. The other end quickly replied. Nard hung up the phone with satisfaction. However, this was not the end. He continued to pick up the phone. Help me connect the call. Soon, a busy signal appeared on the other end. This international call was clearly not so easy to connect. Lanknade was not in a hurry. He did not lack allies. Accompanied by the rising sun on the horizon, a towering city wall appeared in Sumu's line of sight. From its height, this city wall was at least 100 meters tall. Even with the eagle-eye skill, he could not see the top. On one grand city gate, 3 large characters were carved. Daylight City. Is this the royal capital? Truly the main city. Looking at the unique grandeur of the main city, Sumu exclaimed in wonder. Compared to the previous towns, this place could be considered a real city. Even if powerful monsters invaded, relying on this spectacular city wall, defense would be effortless. Sumu tidied up his appearance and walked towards the entrance. Who goes there? As he approached, a group of guards came over and directly stopped Sumu. I am an adventurer from Howling Moon City. Sumu smiled and stated his identity. An adventurer from Howling Moon City? The guards looked Sumu up and down upon hearing this. They quickly recognized Sumu's adventurer status but were still somewhat puzzled. Why didn't you take an airship from Howling Moon City? One of the guards asked. I was just about to report this matter to Lord Chenluo. With a task at hand, Sumu was not flustered and took out the token from before. This is our token, how do you have it? The guards were surprised to see the token in Sumu's hand. I can only report the specific situation after I meet Lord Chenluo. Sumu replied. The guards fell into silence. They exchanged glances, and one of the higher-ranking guards took a deep breath. Follow me. Sumu did not hesitate and followed behind him. Passing through the city gate, the prosperity of the royal capital came into Sumu's view. The streets were filled with pedestrians and numerous vendors. Compared to the previous map, this place looked more like a real kingdom. The airship that was supposed to arrive from Howling Moon City yesterday suddenly lost contact. Your report must be related to this, right? The guard asked as they walked. Yes. Sumu did not hide it. The guard did not continue to question and led Sumu further ahead. After a long while, the two arrived at a guard station. I have important matters to report to the commander. The guard stepped forward and shouted to the 2 guards at the door. One of the guards nodded and quickly walked into the station. After more than 10 minutes, the guard returned. The commander has instructed you to go in. Thank you, mate. The guard saluted the guard and turned to Sumu. Sumu understood and followed the guard into the station. This place should be the command center for maintaining order in the royal capital, filled with well-trained guards. After careful observation, Sumu found that these guards were quite strong, all at least elite NPCs of level 3 or above. Among them were some that gave him a sense of pressure, seemingly reaching level 4. This is it, the guard reminded Sumu as they reached the innermost door. Then, he gently knocked on the door. Knock, 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 come in. A voice full of authority came from inside the door. The guard slowly pushed the door open. After they both walked in, Sumu saw a tall middle-aged man with a full beard. He was not wearing armor but was dressed in a light green outfit. The clothes seemed a bit tight, clinging to his muscles and showcasing very exaggerated lines. This guy's strength is not weak. Sumu only glanced at the person and felt a powerful sense of oppression. Is there something going on? The person merely glanced at Sumu before lowering his head to look at the documents on the table. Are you Lord Chen Luo? Sumu asked in return. I am, Chen Luo replied. It's like this, the magic airship I took from Xiaoye City to the royal capital exploded halfway. Everyone else accompanying me perished without exception. Sumu began to explain the situation. What did you say? The guard beside him became agitated and instinctively shouted. No one on the entire airship survived. If this gets out, it would be a huge deal. Chen Luo, who had been keeping his head down, also lost his composure. He raised his head and shouted at the guard, "This is none of your business, you can leave now." The guard realized his rudeness and quietly exited the room. Was it attacked by monsters? Chen Luo crossed his arms, and his expression softened considerably. As expected of the commander, he didn't panic over such a matter. It wasn't just an attack by monsters. Sumu put on a conspiratorial expression and emphasized, the airship exploded on its own. Exploded on its own? Chen Luo narrowed his eyes, pondering the meaning of this statement. Meanwhile, Sumu took out the broken crystal he found on the airship. I found this in the wreckage of the airship. It should be related to the explosion. What is this thing? Chen Luo glanced at it and clearly recognized what the crystal was. I understand this matter. His deep voice rang out. Sumu watched his reaction, frowning tightly. Is this guy not going to say anything more? He had put a lot of effort into this task. Just as Sumu was about to speak up to negotiate for the task, Chen Luo tapped the table. Thank you for the information you've brought, but this matter is not something you can handle. As he said this, a weapon appeared out of thin air in Chen Luo's hand. It was a staff. Looking at your attire, you must be a mage. Consider this your reward. Chen Luo placed the weapon on the table. Sumu stood on the other side, his gaze sharp. Given Chen Luo's status, the reward would certainly not be low. That staff could very well be an S-rank Tier 3 equipment. But for Sumu, who possessed the staff of the mage god, this weapon was hardly worth his attention. If he accepted it, the subsequent tasks would likely not proceed as he had envisioned. Besides the airship incident, I have one more thing I want to report to you. Ignoring the staff, Sumu spoke seriously. Go ahead. Chen Luo crossed his legs, his expression very calm. Compared to the airship accident, he couldn't think of what more important news Sumu could have to report. As far as I know, the Lord of Xiaoye City is a monster. However, just as he held this thought, Sumu's next words made him stand up abruptly. Chen Luo slammed his fist on the table in front of him, causing cracks to appear on its surface, clearly showing his agitation. His expression was extremely serious, his eyes fixed intently on Sumu. Do you know what you're saying? Of course I do. Sumu replied calmly in the face of Chen Luo's questioning. Seeing Sumu's confident tone, Chen Luo clenched his fists, his gaze deep and inscrutable, not knowing what he was thinking. He regained his authoritative demeanor and spoke in a low voice. Do you have any evidence? No. Sumu spread his hands. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo raised an eyebrow, and his expression instantly darkened. Even as the commander of the royal capital's guards, he wouldn't dare to accuse a city lord without evidence. Sumu's claims were undoubtedly seen as madness in Chen Luo's eyes, but he did not intend to pursue the matter. This could be seen as his tolerance towards adventurers, and also a slight compensation for Sumu bringing this news. You can leave now. Chen Luo looked at Sumu and waved his hand. His meaning was very clear. This matter ends here. However, he underestimated Sumu's determination. There's no evidence to pursue, but the people on that airship can't have died for nothing, right? As he spoke, Sumu took out something. I wonder if the commander knows what this is. Then, Sumu placed a black object on the table. Chen Luo immediately began to examine the black object closely, but after a long time, he could not make sense of it and could only ask, what is this thing? A fragment of the evil god's consciousness. Sumu smiled slightly and spoke calmly. What did you say? Chen Luo instantly lost his composure. His strong body trembled involuntarily, clearly fearful of the words evil god. What on earth happened? After a long while, he tightly gripped the black object, his eyes fixed on Sumu. The time has come. Seizing this opportunity, Sumu recounted his experiences in Howling Moon City. This included the captain of the guard being a werewolf, wanting to eliminate him in White Mist Town, and later his conversation with Yubai in the Lord's mansion of Howling Moon City. The more Chen Luo listened, the worse his expression became. This is how things unfolded. After Sumu finished speaking, he observed the changes in Chen Luo's expression. Regardless of whether this commander believed his words, he had already planted the seeds of doubt in him. Chen Luo took a deep breath and sat down in his chair. He rubbed his eyes, covering his face with his hands, seemingly digesting what Sumu had said. Sumu stood by, not urging him, quietly waiting for the commander's decision. What you're saying is too significant. Without evidence, I cannot take your word for it. Chen Luo's tone revealed a sense of helplessness. He wanted to capture you by to verify things. If everything was as Sumu said, he had to seek justice for the people on that airship. But he could not. This answer also surprised Sumu somewhat. Could it be that the task he had in hand was slipping away? Fortunately, at that moment, Chen Luo spoke again. I hope you can conduct an investigation in secret and find sufficient evidence. Do you accept the hidden task? Investigate the true identity of Lord Yubai? Completion reward, unknown, another unknown reward? As the task appeared before him, Sumu's expression brightened, but upon seeing the unknown reward, he became vigilant again. His gaze swept back and forth over Chen Luo, suddenly giving rise to a terrifying thought. This commander wouldn't have some unspeakable secret with Yubai, would he? Chen Luo looked at Sumu's worried expression, took a deep breath, and then said, I know this task is very challenging, but if you can truly accomplish it, I will request a reward for you from the Capital Council. At that time, the treasury of the capital will be opened for you. Hearing this, Sumu's concerns were significantly alleviated. I accept, he said slowly, taking on the task. Chen Luo also smiled, looking at Sumu with a bit more appreciation. There is an alchemist in the city. He might know how to manifest the magical creatures. I will have someone take you to find him. Don't worry, Commander, I will definitely complete this task. With things having developed to this point, Sumu's goal had already been achieved. What he cared about was whether he could take on the task, not the process of completion. Whether Yubai was a magical creature, he could be 100% certain. As long as I take down this monster myself, there will be no possibility of failure in the mission. Clap! Chen Luo clapped his hands. Immediately, the guard who had brought Sumu walked into the room. Take this adventurer to Master Xia's residence and say that I need the master's help. Chen Luo ordered the guard. Please follow me, adventurer. The guard gestured to Sumu. Then I'll take my leave, Commander. Sumu bid farewell to Chen Luo and followed behind the guard. The two quickly exited the garrison. Master Xia has a rather reclusive personality and always likes to tinker with alchemical formulas. His place is also quite remote, so we need to use the teleportation array to get there. As they walked, the guard explained to Sumu, the entire royal capital is very large, with each independent area several times larger than Xiaoye City, so walking on two legs is not realistic. Fortunately, there are teleportation magic arrays set up in various places throughout the city, which is quite convenient. Master Xia? That name sounds so familiar. Sumu thought for a moment and recalled Master Xia. In his inventory, the dusty magic stone was indeed meant to be unsealed by this mage, right? He didn't expect his task to coincide with this. This makes things easier. Sumu smiled. Speaking of which, he could also be considered an alchemical master, and perhaps he could learn some powerful alchemical formulas. Sumu couldn't help but quicken his pace, his face filled with anticipation. The two soon arrived at the location of a teleportation array. There were several teleportation arrays nearby, each marked with the area it led to. Sumu looked and saw that the place he needed to go was the southern district. Just step onto the teleportation array. The guard explained and stepped onto the array first. In the next second, he disappeared. Seeing this, Sumu hurriedly stepped forward and entered the area of the teleportation array. With a flash of white light, the scenery around them suddenly changed. Old houses appeared, and a foul smell filled the air. Sumu took just 2 breaths of air, and his brows immediately furrowed into a straight line. This is the slums of the royal capital, the lowest place in the entire royal capital. The guard said beside Sumu with a helpless expression. No matter where you are, there will always be a lower class, even in this glamorous royal capital. Sumu understood this principle as well and said nothing more. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived in front of a dilapidated wooden house. Master Xia, are you there? The guard knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. Knock, knock. The guard knocked harder. Who is it? After a while, an old voice came from inside. We were sent by Lord Chen Luo. The guard shouted inside. After a moment, the sound of the door creaking open was heard. An old man with a head full of white hair, dressed in tattered clothes, and thin in stature appeared in Sumu's sight. What does that brat Chen Luo want with me? The old man said in a deep voice, hunched over. The guard quickly gave Sumu a knowing look. It's like this, Lord Chen Luo wants me to ask how to make the monster manifest, Sumu got straight to the point. Make the monster manifest? Master Shia's wrinkled face looked a bit stunned. Just use manifestation grass, he said impatiently. Hearing the words manifestation grass, Sumu pouted. If it were that simple, Chen Luo wouldn't have sent him to find this alchemical master. That monster is very cunning, usually disguising itself as a human, making it impossible to tell, and it doesn't have any trace of a monster's aura. Sumu continued. Now that's interesting. Xia smiled upon hearing this. Come in. He beckoned to the two, shuffling his way into the house. I won't go in. I still have things to do. The guard glanced at Sumu and turned to leave. Sumu followed closely behind Xia and entered the alchemist's room. Spectacular! Despite the shabby exterior of the house, Sumu was truly amazed once inside. The room was filled with jars and bottles, all very neatly arranged, along with various alchemical tools. There were also bookshelves nearby, stocked with all kinds of books related to alchemy. As an alchemist master, Sumu understood the use of those alchemical instruments very well. Xia sat down in a rocking chair and suddenly asked, "The monster you mentioned, does it usually maintain a human form?" "Yes." Sumu nodded. "Is it in a possessed state or a disguised state?" Xia pondered for a moment before continuing to ask. "I don't know." Sumu thought for a moment and shook his head. Aside from looking excessively pale, there was really nothing else to indicate anything unusual about the city lord. If he were possessed by a monster, it didn't feel like it. If it were a disguise, it seemed too perfect. Then let's try the soul corrosion potion. Seeing that Sumu couldn't provide an explanation, Xia pointed to a bottle of potion bubbling with blue gas on the table. Sumu walked over and picked up the bottle. Soul corrosion potion. When consumed by a monster, it will corrode its soul and cause great damage. Good stuff. Upon seeing the description, Sumu revealed a big smile. This thing could be very useful when dealing with monsters. Sumu pulled out the cork from the bottle. Damn, that smell. The next second, an extremely unpleasant odor rushed into his nostrils, almost making him vomit. Sumu quickly shoved the cork back in, frowning. No matter what this thing was mixed with, no one would want to drink it. "Master, do you have any potions that can be used secretly?" Sumu turned to look at Xia, who was lounging in the rocking chair. "I could help you modify one, but the herbs are really expensive," Xia grinned. Most of his teeth were gone, and the remaining ones were black and shiny, making his smile somewhat unsettling. However, Sumu sensed the deeper meaning in his words. "I do have some gold coins." Sumu took out 100 gold coins from his inventory. "That's not enough." Xia glanced at the coins with a look of disdain. Alchemy was a money-burning profession, and many special herbs were worth a fortune, often costing thousands of gold. The alchemical tools were even treasures that money couldn't necessarily buy. "What about this?" Sumu, noticing Xia's greedy expression, took out the diamonds he had obtained from the event. "This has some value." Sure enough, upon seeing the diamond worth over 10,000 gold coins, Xia's attitude improved a bit. "If you can give me a few more, I can meet all your requests." But he was still not satisfied. Sumu didn't respond directly, resting his chin on his hand and falling into thought. He had a considerable amount of gold coins on him, which should satisfy the appetite of this alchemist master. Compared to those complicated tasks, spending money seemed much simpler. "I do have quite a few gold coins, but besides the potion, I also want to ask the master to help unseal this magic stone." Putting on a show of being wealthy, Sumu took out the magic stone. "It's just spending money. As long as it can be spent wisely, it doesn't matter how much. I think I've seen this thing before." After examining the magic stone for a while, Master Xia clearly recognized it. "I never expected it would end up in your hands." Sumu smiled slightly and continued. "I wonder if the master can help with this?" 5 pieces. Xia extended one hand. 50,000 gold coins? Sumu murmured softly. "The value of one diamond is 10,000 gold coins, so 5 would be 50,000. This price seems a bit steep. Master, can you lower the price a bit?" Sumu began to haggle with Master Xia. "To activate this magic stone, it will cost me quite a bit of effort, not to mention the potion materials you need are particularly rare." Xia shook his head repeatedly, showing no room for negotiation. "I only have 40,000 gold coins. If that's acceptable, they are yours." Sumu took out the diamond crystal and the gold coins. When these items were laid out before him, Xia's pupils slightly dilated, unable to look away. This money was enough for him to conduct quite a bit of alchemical research. "Deal." After much thought, Xia agreed. "Then I'll trouble you, master." Sumu smiled. Master Xia slowly stood up from the rocking chair. He took the magic stone from Sumu's hand and walked over to an alchemical device, placing the magic stone inside. The device soon emitted a strong glow. All done. After more than 10 seconds, Master Xia took the magic stone out. "Is that it?" Sumu looked at the magic stone, feeling as if he had been scammed. Did he really just spend 40,000 gold coins for this? Don't look like you've been cheated. This thing is a good item, Master Xia said as he handed the magic stone to Sumu. Dazzling magic stone, this stone contains powerful magical energy. Sumu took the stone and pulled out his divine staff. Would you like to grant an attribute? The attribute is final damage plus 20% so high? Sumu's eyes widened upon seeing the attribute. This attribute is equivalent to directly increasing his damage by 20%. You'll need to wait a while for the other potions. Come back tomorrow at this time to pick them up. Understood. Sumu directly granted the magic stone its attribute. After bidding farewell to Xia, he logged out of the game. The time for the third round of activities was approaching. Eat something and take a break. Back in the real world, Sumu opened the fridge and found some fresh ingredients. After eating and drinking enough, he entered the interior of the Divine Path Crystal. The third round of activities is about to begin. After the announcement appeared, a portal also emerged. Sumu passed through the portal and arrived in the ancient city he had been in before. He looked around but did not find any other presence. Clearly, like the second round, the promoted players had all been scattered. This round will randomly refresh some buffs to help everyone kill the monsters in the area faster. Killing monsters in this activity area will earn double experience points. This activity lasts for 5 hours. The first place will receive 3 lottery chances, the second place will receive 2 lottery chances, and the 3rd to 10th places will receive 1 lottery chance. So, if I take the top 2 spots, I can get 5 lottery chances. Surely I can draw a divine level reward, right? After reading the detailed introduction to the activity, Sumu was full of confidence. In this activity area, the monsters were mostly below level 3, making it virtually effortless. Other people want to compare their monster killing speed with him? They probably can't even match one of his skeleton minions. Summon skeleton. Sumu thought for a moment and summoned a skeleton minion. You all go ahead and kill monsters. Facing a few little brothers, Sumu issued orders, transforming into the appearance of Xian Yuan, and ran in another direction. Picking up the newly acquired Pear Blossom Bow, Sumu's current ranged attack reached over 3,000 points. Rain of arrows. Drawing the bow and knocking an arrow, he unleashed the previously obtained AoE skill on a densely populated area. You have gained 20 points. You have gained 100 points. With just one skill, Xian Yuan directly topped the leaderboard, showing a score of over 5,000 points. Before long, the second place appeared. It was Sumu himself, with a score of over 1,000 points. The efficiency of the 4 skeleton little brothers in monster farming was still quite good. Phantom clone. Sumu thought for a moment and summoned a clone in Xuanyuan's state. Then, he transformed back into himself. Controlling the Xianyuan clone to attack the monsters, Xuanyuan's score on the leaderboard began to rise. Sumu himself used a skill to kill a monster, and his score also increased by a few points. Perfect. Sumu snapped his fingers, his smile radiant. This way, both of his identities could exist simultaneously and farm points together. Although the clone couldn't use skills, its efficiency in farming monsters was still quite good when triggering passives. Blink. Sumu left the area directly, activating both the magical perspective and eagle eye. He didn't deliberately farm monsters, he simply tossed a frost storm at densely populated monster areas as he passed by. Compared to the previous 2 rounds, it was useless to farm more points in the third round. The number of lottery draws for ranking rewards was fixed. As long as he could secure a top 2 position, it was enough. Therefore, under such rules, Sumu planned to focus on those enemies. This was a world event. Those who could enter this final round were almost all the most powerful existences from various countries, and these people, whether in the game or in reality, had long regarded him as a thorn in their side. He would never show mercy to them. Besides, was this a monster farming event? No, this was actually a people farming event. This guy is too ruthless. With him around, I can forget about getting first place. In the event area, Rontnator looked at Sumu's score, his expression dark and terrifying. Compared to the monsters in the first 2 rounds, the difficulty of killing in the third round had clearly increased. Although Rontnator had leveled up several times and gained quite a bit of equipment and skills from the first 2 rounds, his farming efficiency was not even comparable to Sumu. Most players from Huagua could easily defeat him. There's no need to keep farming monsters at this point. I need to find allies first. Rontnator made a very correct decision. The key to this final round of the event was not the efficiency of farming monsters, but the advantage in numbers. As long as he could gather a large group of people, he could take control of this round of the event. Farming monsters is much more effective than farming people. Rontnator looked at the surrounding monsters. What he needed to do was simple: clear the monsters on the necessary path. As for whether he encountered allies or not, he wasn't worried at all. Lightning strike. He targeted a monster ahead. With a lightning ball appearing in his palm, he launched the attack. As expected of an A-grade skill, it's so powerful. Seeing the damage numbers popping up above the monster's head, Nader smiled with satisfaction. With his level and equipment bonuses, his intelligence reached over 300 points, and his spell attack exceeded 600 points. The damage bonus of this A-grade lightning output skill was as high as 500%, and after deducting the monster's defense, the damage he could deal was quite considerable. Even against players of the same level, Nade was confident he could take them down in one hit. This was his greatest assurance. Of course, this skill also had significant drawbacks. It consumed a lot of mana and had a long cooldown time. Because of this, Nade's efficiency in farming monsters and traveling was limited. Have all the monsters here been cleared? Who did this? As he walked, he noticed many monster corpses on the road ahead. Strangely, the drops next to those corpses had not been picked up. Why aren't they picking up the loot? Nade frowned, unable to understand. The levels of these monsters were not low, and the items dropped would be considered top tier by many. For someone like him, who had a large number of subordinates, being able to collect these items would greatly enhance the overall strength of his team. Who on earth is so arrogant? Nade's curiosity surged. With no monsters blocking his path, he easily made his way over to that area. Am I seeing this right? Soon, he witnessed a surprising scene. A seemingly ordinary skeleton was wielding a bone knife, attacking the surrounding monsters. What kind of monster is this? Is it a boss? Nade murmured, unable to comprehend. How could this monster be killing other monsters? If I kill this monster, do all the drops belong to me? He looked at the skeleton and, after some thought, a bold idea began to form. Although he didn't know why this skeleton was attacking other monsters, it was undoubtedly a great opportunity for him to make a fortune. There's a saying in Huagwe, sit back and reap the benefits of others' labor. As long as I ambush while this skeleton monster is being attacked by other monsters, I can become that fisherman. A wave of greed surged in Nade's eyes. Of course, he still retained some rationality. The skeleton could easily slaughter other monsters, and its powerful strength was likely beyond what he could handle alone. The timing of his attack was particularly important. What is that? At that moment, Nade suddenly spotted a glowing ring. It was right in the densely populated monster area. A buff? He recalled the announcement at the start of the event. To facilitate players in farming monsters, various buffs would randomly appear on this event map. Nade stared at the glow, his eyes wide, with eager desire written all over his face. However, since the skeleton had not left yet, he could only wait anxiously. After a while, once the skeleton had dealt with all the monsters in that area, it moved on to another region. Nade couldn't wait to rush toward the location of the ring. You have obtained an attack buff, increasing spell attack by 50%, lasting for 30 minutes. Perfect. After receiving this buff, excitement radiated from Nade's face. Who can stop me now? His tone was extremely confident. Soon, he chased after the direction the skeleton had gone. I need to strike soon. The buff lasted only 30 minutes, and during this time, he naturally wanted to farm more monsters. Just then, the skeleton charged into a group of monsters. What a great opportunity! Seeing this, Nade's smile was radiant. Taking advantage of this chance, he moved closer to the skeleton. Can't see any information? To his surprise, the skeleton was different from other monsters. All its information was in an unknown state. Never mind. Nade gritted his teeth, ready to make his move. After increasing his spell attack by 50%, his spell attack was almost approaching 1,000 points. Coupled with the high damage of his A-grade skills, even if he couldn't take down the skeleton monster, at least he could significantly reduce its health. This damage isn't right. But just as he released a skill, the damage numbers that popped up above the skeleton's head left him stunned. It was still a 4-digit damage, but it was much lower than he had expected. This skeleton's defense was several times higher than the monsters he had encountered before. Could this monster be a tier 3? Nade calculated and came to a terrifying conclusion. If it really was a tier 3 monster, he definitely couldn't handle it alone. Run! Nade reacted very quickly. Taking advantage of the fact that the skeleton was still entangled with other monsters, he ran as far as he could. But he underestimated the intelligence of that skeleton. After being hit by his attack, the skeleton immediately abandoned its assault on the other monsters and turned its gaze toward Nade. Brandishing its bone sword, the skeleton quickly closed the distance to Nade. In just a few seconds, the 100-meter gap was closed by the skeleton. Running this fast? Nade felt the strong wind behind him and his face turned pale. He couldn't imagine how powerful this skeleton, which had no visible information, was. Indeed, this was the skeleton minion summoned by Sumu. Because it was a player's summon, other players naturally couldn't see the skeleton's information. After receiving Sumu's command, the 4 skeleton minions scattered and continuously racked up points in this area. Coincidentally, one of the skeleton minions happened to encounter Lanked Nade. The level of the skeleton minion was linked to Sumu's level. Since Sumu was already tier 3, the summoned minion was naturally a tier 3 elite monster. No matter how powerful Lanked Nade was, the huge gap in levels and attributes could not be compensated for. You have been killed by a skeleton warrior. With a prompt that popped up in front of him, Lanked Nade never imagined that he would be eliminated like this. On the other side, Sumu was using Eagle Eye and Magical Vision to search for the whereabouts of others. You have killed player Lanked Nade, gaining 300 points. A prompt made Sumu stop in his tracks. Lanked Nade? This name felt familiar to Sumu. Is it him? After thinking for a moment, Sumu realized it couldn't be anyone else but Lanked Nade, who had made it to this third round of activities. The skeleton minion is impressive. Sumu couldn't help but laugh. How should he put it? This guy's luck was indeed a bit too good. I need to step it up too. After his minion took down a big player, Sumu also felt eager to move. He quickened his search efficiency. Before long, someone appeared in his line of sight. Hey buddy, let's team up. I heard that players from other countries have united to deal with us, so we need to be careful. This person invited Sumu to form a team upon seeing him. No need. Sumu flatly refused and continued searching. Soon, a team of people appeared in the view of Eagle Eye. Judging by their appearance, these people should all be from Sakura country. Just you guys. This team was not large, and Sumu didn't plan to let them go, so he directly rushed toward them. Along the way, many monsters were also attracted to Sumu. Simons, I didn't expect we would run into each other. Yeah, Oak, I still have some scores to settle with you. The two were confronting each other. They were tall, muscular, and all had golden hair. Beside the two, there were 3 other people. You two enough. Don't forget we have a common enemy this time. Just as the two were at a standoff, the red-haired beauty beside them spoke up. I won't cooperate with this guy anyway. You can do as you please if you want to team up with him. The man named Simmons scoffed, turning to leave. The others wore serious expressions, showing no intention of stopping him. Just as Simmons took a few steps, a man dressed as a mage appeared in their line of sight. Simmons looked at the mage, excitement evident on his face. I didn't expect to run into a player from Huagua. This is a gift right at my doorstep, he murmured, his tone filled with confidence. This guy is mine. The next second, a voice followed, and it was none other than Oak. TCH. Simmons's eyes turned cold, his voice low. You really want to go against me, huh? You're not wrong. I just can't stand you. Oak was equally direct. The two stared at each other, both seeing defiance in the other's eyes. You two, stop arguing. Just as it seemed they were about to clash, the red-haired woman spoke again. She pointed at the approaching mage and smiled. Whoever can take down that mage will prove who's stronger, right? This simple shift of conflict had a very good effect. So, what do you say? Dare to bet with me? Let's see who can take down that mage. Simmons provoked Oak. Let's compete. Who's afraid of whom? The loser has to shine the winner's shoes. Oak readily agreed, adding his own condition. You said it. Simmons laughed heartily, appearing very confident. Oak said nothing more and rushed towards the distant mage. Simmons's expression darkened, and he followed suit. Are those two going to be okay? The others looked at the red-clad woman, their expressions worried. We should be ready to intervene. No matter what, we can't let those two fight. The red-clad woman rubbed her head, clearly feeling a bit of a headache. But she obviously hadn't grasped the main point. These guys are a bit brave. The suddenly arriving mage was, of course, Sumu. Watching Simmons and Oak approach him, he curled his lip. Charge! At the same time, Simmons took the lead in the attack, wielding 2 axes as he charged at Sumu. Sumu's lips curled up slightly, showing no intention of activating his shield. As the guy got closer, he retreated, taking advantage of his absolute speed. Miss! Simmons's skill was easily dodged by Sumu. No way? This simple step instantly caused Simmons's mind to crash. What kind of godly operation was that? But before he could react, he saw the mage in front of him raise the staff in his hand. Clang! The staff struck directly on his head. You have been killed by player Sumu. Transformed into a beam of white light, Simmons could never have imagined that he was taken down in one hit by a mage. Simmons didn't expect it, and neither did Oak, who was following him. What the hell? Oak looked at the suddenly vanished Simmons, instinctively shouting out. The two were old rivals. He knew Simmons's strength better than anyone. Although as a berserker, his health was relatively low, being killed in one blow by a mage was something no one would believe if he told them. However, Oak also clearly recognized one thing. The mage in front of him was not an ordinary person. He made a quick decision and turned to run. This guy is terrifying. We need to attack together. He didn't forget to shout towards the red-clad woman. Run, this guy might be that Sioux god of magic. The woman in red watched as Simmons was killed in an instant, clearly beginning to doubt Sumu's identity, and had no intention of helping Ok. The others also recognized the seriousness of the situation and frantically fled behind the woman. Sumu looked at the fleeing crowd, his gaze sharp. Searching for them one by one is too time-consuming. Why not let these people come to me? He thought for a moment and did not rush to take action. The hostility from these guys was evident. As long as they believed he was the god of sorcery, they would surely find a way to kill him. That woman is pretty fast. Let her go. Sumu made a plan. His gaze turned to Ok. Magic missile. A missile composed of magical energy struck Ok at high speed. In the next second, tens of thousands of damage numbers popped up. You have killed the player, Ok, gaining 320 points. After dealing with Ok, Sumu did not rush to continue his attack. He was creating an illusion. An illusion that, although his damage was high, his mana consumption and cooldown time were also very high. Only in this way could he have the chance to let go of the red-haired woman. That guy must be Sumu. It's him. You can tell by the points. The few people fleeing saw Sumu kill Ok again and spoke in unison. Sumu's points were currently in first place. After killing Simmons and Ok, he had gained a few hundred more points, just enough to match. Why isn't that guy attacking anymore? Is he out of mana? Or is it a skill cooldown? Seeing that Sumu did not continue to attack them, someone spoke up. Knowing that the mage behind them was the god of sorcery, if it weren't for the huge gap in strength, they would probably have launched a counterattack directly. After all, as long as they could take down Sumu, even if they didn't earn points for the rest of the time, they could still secure first place in the event. While his skills are on cooldown, can we counterattack? One person couldn't hold back. We're not enough. We need to recruit more allies. The red-haired woman immediately spoke to stop them. He hasn't chased us. We can still escape. But just as she finished speaking, Sumu in the distance released another skill. Immediately, the person running at the back of their group turned into white light. So terrifying. We have to run faster. The remaining people, seeing this, widened their eyes and fled with all their might. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun Sumu's skills. In the end, only the assassin-like woman in red successfully escaped. After witnessing my strength, I hope this woman can help me find more opponents. Sumu stood in place, his eagle-eye view capturing the red-haired woman tightly. At this distance, he had many ways to kill her instantly. However, Sumu did not intend to do so. He looked at the monsters in this area. I need to clear all these monsters. That way, it will be easier for those who want to trouble me. I hope those guys come in groups. Sumu smiled, not worried at all about trouble coming his way. If possible, he actually hoped to expose his location on everyone's interface. Letting the red-haired woman go was merely for this purpose. Clear the way. When others find that this area is filled with dead monsters, they should be able to guess that I'm nearby. Sumu acted decisively. During the monster clearing process, he also saw many buff auras. Leave these auras for those troublemakers to boost their courage. Without picking up these buffs, Sumu generously left them for his opponents. With his monster hunting efficiency, the vast area around him had turned into a vacuum devoid of monsters. Sumu found a relatively conspicuous building and patiently waited in that spot. The range of the third round's activity area was not large. After all, there were only 10,000 players participating in the event. During the monster hunting process, many players inevitably encountered each other. Due to the competitive nature of the event, players were wary of one another. However, under the premise of a world event, most players from the same country chose to band together. Small teams began to gather, which later transformed into larger teams. Among them were elite groups led by some big shots. They were already strong enough, and their charisma was undeniable. As the number of team members increased, these individuals looked at their rankings on the leaderboard, their minds racing. The points held by the first and second places left them in despair. They could only compete for the 3rd to 10th places. The rewards for places 3 to 10 were the same, so as long as they ensured a spot in the top 10, they would have a chance to draw a divine-level item. Of course, those holding this thought were all big shots from Huagua. They did not intend to offend Sumu or Xian Yuan in this event. In contrast, the big shots from other countries were all busy recruiting. Their goals were very clear. Kill Xian Yuan. Push Sumu off his pedestal. Chapter 197, Group Charge? 5 kilometers away from the building where Sumu was located, a group of people was gathering. In terms of numbers, there were about 200 of them. This group was divided into several smaller clusters, and there were noticeable differences in their appearances. They did not seem as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. Everyone, I can guarantee 100% that Sumu was right in that area ahead. A red-haired woman shouted from the crowd. The language she spoke was automatically translated in the game so that everyone could understand. All present turned their attention to the direction she pointed. So what are we waiting for? Lord Rodnard has already agreed with us that we should work together in this event to deal with Sumu. Another voice chimed in, and it was Genie Lang speaking. Mr. Genie Lon, there's no need to rush. With so many of us, are we really afraid of just one Sumu? Why not discuss the points instead? A tall, burly man with a full beard looked at Genie Lon. His words seemed directed at Genie Lon but were actually meant for everyone. 200 elite players who had advanced to the third round joining forces against a little mage was surely an easy task, right? Lord Manevsky, what is there to discuss about the points? The priority is to deal with Sumu first. The red-haired woman emphasized. Don't forget, the number of Hwagwa players in this event far exceeds ours. Beautiful lady, you are correct, but as far as I know, that Sumu acts so arrogantly that not many Hwagwa players would be willing to help him. A curly-haired man with a gentlemanly demeanor smiled as he countered. Mr. Henry is right. I think those Hwagwa players would be more than happy to see their Sumage eliminated. The blonde man next to the red-haired woman also chimed in. Upon hearing this, the red-haired woman fell silent. The blonde man scanned the other participants and smiled slightly. How about this? Whoever can take down Sumu will claim his points, and everyone can rely on their own abilities. That sounds good. Genie Lon quickly expressed his agreement. Then it's settled. The burly man Manevsky laughed heartily. I have no objections. Henry nodded, exuding charm. The rest quickly reached a consensus as well. Several big shots have said so. How could they dare to have any other opinions? We won't be polite. Meneyevsky took the lead. He was followed by a group of burly men, all exuding a strong fighting spirit. Keep up. Seeing this, Genie Lon also refused to be outdone and led his subordinates to chase after them. The others followed closely, while the blonde man remained unhurried. Fina, do you have any news about my father? He wrapped his arm around the red-haired woman beside him. Haven't seen him. He should not be nearby, the red-haired woman Fina replied with a shy expression. Since father is not here, I will take charge of the situation. Our named family, no matter where we are, will always be the most dazzling protagonists. The blonde man's lips curled up, his tone extremely confident. Let those guys try out that Sumu first, and the rest will be left to me, John Nade. At this, John Nade turned to the group of subordinates behind him and ordered, follow them, keep a distance of a few hundred meters, and everyone should not rush to attack at the beginning. Understood. Yes, the group immediately responded. John Nade smiled with satisfaction. As the eldest son of Longta Nade, he was naturally the first heir of this large family, but with the emergence of the Divine Path game, all of this seemed less important. If he could secure first place in this event, his status would surpass that of Longta Nade. Sorry, father, John Nade whispered. In this city with ancient Roman architectural style, Sumu sat beneath an unknown statue, yawning. More than 2 hours had passed since the event began. He didn't know if it was because he had cleared all the nearby monsters, but no other players had approached this area, or perhaps, the place he was in had already become a forbidden zone in the minds of other players. Boring, aren't those troublemakers planning to come? Sumu activated Eagle Eye, continuously observing the surroundings. After more than 10 minutes, several red dots appeared under the perspective skill. Sumu stood up and grinned. The fun was finally here. Without hesitation, he rushed in that direction. Brothers, take down Sumu and let the whole world see the power of our fighting nation. Meneyevsky charged at the front of the team, looking very imposing. This was also the usual style of their fighting nation. Is that a mage? Soon, Meneyevsky noticed a player dressed as a mage not far ahead. Is that Sumu? He showed an excited expression, and a large axe that looked quite intimidating appeared in his hand. Charge, brothers! He shouted to the others behind him, displaying an unstoppable momentum. As long as he took down Sumu, Meneyevsky's name would appear at the top of the leaderboard. That would be a great honor. Die, Sumu! Meneyevsky initiated his charge. He raised the large axe high, ready to deliver a heavy blow to Sumu. During the charge, Meneyevsky's gaze remained fixed on Sumu, clearly worried that Sumu would use the mage's blink skill to evade his attack. But to his surprise, Sumu stood there dazed. Scared silly by my momentum? Meneyevsky raised an eyebrow, a bit puzzled. Charge! Kill! At the same time, the others behind him also entered the range to unleash their skills. These people, like Meneyevsky, charged forward fearlessly.